You are clearly a peerless genius who has fought for the country for 10 years, yet you were betrayed by your own coach, who even went so far as to sever your connection with the 9 deities to make you leave the divine arena, resulting in your death during the duel with Xiao Rizi. Just when you thought everything was completely over, a cold mechanical voice echoed in your ear. Host detected to have strong hatred. Activating the Black Mythology book. You can summon all the corrupted deities of Huaxia. Please restore their glory. The corruption is 100 million times stronger, and Ji Feng cannot imagine how terrifying the Huaxia deities can become after being corrupted. The Book of Heaven seemed to be opened by the wind, and the images within it instantly appeared in Ji Feng's eyes. On the scorched mountains, a monkey was completely enveloped in black mist, its body bound by chains of various thicknesses, yet it still defiantly roared at the sky. In front of the mountain where the vengeful souls howled, a man with a demonic eye was accompanied by a blood-soaked black dog, and his once spirited face was now filled with despair. In the raging sea where demons ran rampant, a child was suppressed at the bottom of the sea by thousands of dragon households, with lotus flowers placed on the child's body, causing his soul to suffer endless torment. In addition, there was a man like an emperor, fully adorned with shackles, imprisoned in a dark and sunless cage. The pages of the black scripture in black myth flipped one by one, finally stopping at the figure of the black-robed monk sitting high on the throne of bones. The monk was eating meat and drinking wine, while holding in his arms a skeleton that, despite its alluring form, had not a shred of flesh. Through the paper, Ji Feng could still feel the terrifying aura emanating from him. The monk seemed to sense Ji Feng's gaze and spoke to him with a calm expression. I am Tang Sanzang, willing to fight for Huaxia. Ji Feng's consciousness returned to the outside world, and he slowly stood up. Yamamoto was somewhat surprised. Ji Feng, you're still alive? But it doesn't matter. Go on. Tear apart this ant of Huaxia, Lord Yamata no Orochi. As soon as the words fell, the tail of the Yamata no Orochi behind him suddenly struck towards Ji Feng. Suddenly, a vast and overwhelming malevolent energy erupted from Ji Feng's body, and with just a single shockwave, the Yamata no Orochi was actually pushed back several dozen meters. How is this possible? You can still summon other deities? Yamamoto thought in shock, his face filled with horror. For one person to summon 9 deities is already astonishing, yet Ji Feng could summon other deities as well, which completely exceeded Yamamoto Takeichiro's understanding. Are you still human? Is it possible that heaven wants to destroy my Sakura country? At this moment, everyone under the arena was shocked by the monsoon. The monsoon let out a cold laugh, and the originally hot National Fortune Arena suddenly felt a chill. The sky was instantly covered by dark clouds. Soon after, they witnessed a shocking scene they had never seen before. In the pitch-black clouds, pristine white bones fell straight down towards the National Fortune Arena like ghostly soldiers crossing the border. All the spectators' bodies trembled slightly, and by the time they came to their senses, the bones had already piled up into a small mountain several meters high on the National Fortune Arena. At this moment, everyone realized that this monsoon, which seemed to be at the end of its rope, was still not an easily matched Huaxia contestant. Monsoon, summon the divine Tang Sang, level unknown. As soon as the words fell, the pile of white bones on the arena transformed into a staircase leading deep into the sky. Meanwhile, a voice that was extremely indifferent suddenly rang out. The benevolent of 9 lifetimes cannot save the beloved. Having endured suffering, cannot retrieve the true scriptures of salvation. The benevolent of 9 lifetimes refers to Tang Sang, who went to the west to obtain scriptures. Could his beloved be the king of the daughter kingdom? But didn't Tang Sang already retrieve the true scriptures and become a Buddha? Why does this voice say he has not yet obtained the true scriptures? And isn't the competition on the National Fortune Arena about combat power? What combat power does Tang Sang have? The people from various countries looked at each other, and then the voice rang out again. Since goodness cannot stop killing, and suffering cannot cross tribulations, then in this life, I shall use killing to stop killing, and use evil to cross tribulations. On the National Fortune Arena, at the end of the long ladder to the sky, a black-robed monk sat on the throne of dry bones, looking down at everyone. The monk stood up and said, I am the monk Tang Sanzang, burying heaven, earth, and gods and Buddhas. As soon as his voice fell, all the spectators around the arena fell into a deathly silence, as if a pair of giant hands were gripping their necks, making it hard for them to breathe. Yamamoto's body trembled uncontrollably, and the instinct to survive made him subconsciously want to escape. But before the outcome of the National Fortune battle was determined, he could not leave the arena at all. Ji Feng looked up at the sky and pointed at Yamamoto Takeichiro, shouting angrily, China is in danger. I implore the holy monk to slay this thief and protect China. Accompanied by Ji Feng's voice, the malevolent energy that had originally permeated the world suddenly surged like countless rivers converging into the sea, rushing towards Yamamoto with overwhelming might. Tang Sanzang gently raised his arm, half clenching his palm, then slightly pressed down. A force carrying the violent power of black lightning accurately struck the eight-headed serpent. The overwhelming malevolent energy stirred up dust that obscured the sky and the sun, completely covering the scene of the arena. After the calm returned, everyone turned their gaze to the arena, where the so-called eight-headed serpent was now just a large puddle of black ash. The A-level eight-headed serpent was killed in a single move by Tang Sanzang. The eight-headed serpent was dead, and Yamamoto finally realized that he had no chance of turning the situation around. He suddenly knelt down before Jifeng, repeatedly bowing his head. "Lord Jifeng, please spare me, spare me." Jifeng demanded that the Sakura country pay 100 billion resources to exchange for Yamamoto Takeichiro's life. Li Gang looked at Jifeng on the arena with an expression of course. Jifeng glanced at Li Gang and said, "You want him to live in exchange for resources, but I won't let you have your way." He sneered twice, and his voice suddenly filled with sharp killing intent. In the dark clouds, another lightning dragon struck down, and Yamamoto turned to black ash, scattering from the sky. "What are you doing?" Li Gang's voice was filled with uncontrollable rage. He never expected that Jifeng would defy his orders. Jifeng scoffed at Li Gang's questioning. "What are you? You think you can order me around?" Li Gang was about to explode with anger, his body trembling violently from rage. "Jifeng, what we have the most in Huaxia is talent. Don't think that just because you have won over 100 national fortune battles for Huaxia, you can be arrogant. Get off the stage. You don't need to participate in the next round of the national fortune battle. I want to show you that without you. Jifeng, I still have plenty of talents who can win national fortune battles for Huaxia." Jifeng couldn't help but shake his head, under Li Gang's selfish motives. What talents could there be in Huaxia? Just as the Huaxia camp was still arguing, the will of the heavenly Tao that governed this space suddenly issued a voice that resonated through heaven and earth. Huaxia versus Sakura country. First round. Huaxia wins. Huaxia's national fortune increases, gaining the attribute of favorable weather. And the weather across the country will perfectly match local conditions. Suddenly, a light curtain appeared above the arena, and in Huaxia, places that had long suffered from drought suddenly received gentle rain, while areas ravaged by floods saw the waters recede. The men and women who had left their homes were filled with tears, bowing deeply in the direction where Jifeng was. After experiencing Li Gang's betrayal, Jifeng's heart had turned as cold as ice, but upon seeing the scene in the light sphere, the ice melted a little. At least there were still people in the land of Huaxia who remembered his goodness. A few minutes later, the light screen above the arena slowly disappeared, and the voice of the heavenly Tao sounded. "The second round of the national fortune battle will begin in 10 minutes. Please select the contestants." "Jifeng, get down here. You are not worthy to participate in this national fortune battle," Li Gang said arrogantly, while Wang Qin beside him was rubbing his fists, full of enthusiasm. Jifeng turned his gaze towards the side of Sakura country, and saw a man with long hair, looking somewhat melancholic, slowly walking up to the arena. Jifeng's pupils slightly constricted. This man was Fuji Yoshinobu, whose summoned deity was Susanoo, who had killed the eight-headed serpent in mythology. Fuji Yoshinobu's strength could easily rank among the top 5 in Sakura country. Wang Qin, who had no previous experience in actual combat, would not be his opponent at all. "Humph, you know you regret it now? It's too late." Looking at Fan Dong's delayed action, Wang Qin snorted coldly and mocked disdainfully towards Fan Dong. Upon hearing this, Fan Dong shot his gaze towards Wang Qin, his eyes filled with pity for him. It was as if he had already seen the scene of Wang Qin's disastrous defeat in the national fortune ring. Only this pity became Fan Dong's currying favor with him in Wang Qin's eyes. Wang Qin's already large head was raised even higher. As the brainwashed fans cheered, he toed the line and rubbed shoulders with Fandon as he made his way to the ring. Chapter 6. Without Fan Dong, Huaxia can win the Battle of Nations. Standing in the ring, Wang Qin felt the gazes of all the people around him, and there was an uncontrollable excitement in his heart. Living in the shadow of Fandang for several years, now finally in this coveted ring, he, Wang Qin, vowed to show valor and overshadow Fandong. Wachovia Viewing Gallery. Watching Wang Qin finally ascend to this national luck ring after several years, his fans collectively went into a frenzy. "Wang Qin, cheer up. Fandong is not even as good as a hair on your head. You must prove yourself. Brother Wang Qin, you are the best. Show Fandong that without him Fandong, my Huaxia can win the Battle of Nations just as well. Go for it, brother Wang Qin. Fandong isn't as good as you. He's not as explosive as you. Go for it." Listening to the fans' collective cheers, Wang Qin's mouth simply couldn't be compressed, and the corners of Fandong's mouth likewise curled up slightly. Only the cockdark was entirely just out of disdain. Wang Qin was just a loser in his 20s who hadn't participated in a single battle of national fortune yet. Although normally, Lu Hualiang marketed him as incredibly powerful, but in the ring of national sport, victory is not earned through marketing. Wang Qin's fans obviously don't understand this. They cheered in waves. The hot and exciting atmosphere successfully mobilized the emotions of nearly all the audience present. Some of the audience's original lack of interest was swept away in the blink of an eye. Each of them stared in disbelief and sat up straight. Wanted to see this Wang Qin who was touted by countless people. Huaxia. What kind of terrifying strength. At this moment, only the audience of Sakura Nation was silent. The eyes, bloodshot from resentment, were laced with thick despair and misery. A lot of geniuses have appeared in this generation of the Sakura country. I had thought that in this era when there were many geniuses in Sakura country and the super geniuses of China were about to fall, they, the Sakura country, could soar to the heavens and completely get rid of their fate as a small country. But who could have known that Fan Dong, the super genius of China, it can also summon other gods to continue his invincible path. Even after Fandin retired, Huaxia can still have a player like Wang Qin whose popularity is 100 times 1,000 times better than Fandong's. In the face of such a China, the masses of the Sakura country were now as good as dead, and were completely bowled over by the depth of China. But the battle for the nation's fortunes doesn't stop because of Sakura Nation's fear. The sound of Tendo's voice once again made the Sakura Nation feel as if they had fallen into an abyss and were powerless. Battle of Nations, China vs. Sakura Country, Round 2, officially begins. The voice of the heavenly Dao fell. Everyone instantly quieted down and turned their gazes to the duo standing in the ring. In the ring, Wang Qin was high and mighty. His face had the willfulness of the first time he had ascended to the ring of national fortune. Hello, melancholy man, ready to die? After everyone quieted down, Wang Qin spoke petulantly to Fuji Naganabu in the distance. The battle was about to begin, and the arrogance he wore on his face was still unseen. Huaxia was the world's dominant power in the ring of national fortune for 100 years in a row. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom is nothing more than a small, subordinate country that has lost many battles. So, even if the opponent on the opposite side was a strong person who could be ranked in the top 5 of the Sakura country, Wang Qin also didn't put the tiny Sakura country in his eyes at all. Fuji Naganabu gave Wang Qin a faint look. The melancholy expression on his face did not change in the slightest because of Wang Qin's provocation. It was as if he didn't care what Wang Qin actually said. Looking at Fuji Naganabu's expression of not caring, Wang Qin seemed to see Fandong's eyes that were like looking at an ant. That look of extreme contempt was like a sharp sword, plunging straight into his heart and seeing through his deepest inferiority complex. So, but only for a moment, Wang Qin's face then changed from arrogant and cocky to gloomy as water, and his mouth even hissed lowly. Again, that unconcerned look again. It's just as well that Fandong looks down on me. You are nothing. You deserve to treat me like this. This low roar that sounded like a wild beast did not allow the anger in Wang Qin's heart to fully vent. Under the extreme inferiority complex in his heart, Wang Qin suddenly yelled up to the sky. Chinese player Wang Qin, summoning the god Dragonfall Lohan, rank SS. Wang Qin's angry roar echoed repeatedly above the ring. As his voice echoed, a golden dragon suddenly sprang out from his body. The golden dragon kept circling over the ring, a heavenly might that one could not help but submit to escape from its 100-meter-long dragon. Ow! After hovering in the sky for several breaths, the golden dragon suddenly let out a dragon roar that shook the world. Then the giant dragon surged towards the ring with a lightning speed. The 100-meter-long dragon was getting closer and closer to the ring. The golden light on the giant dragon's body also grew stronger. When the golden light was about to flood the entire ring, bang! A muffled sound suddenly rang out. The golden dragon thumped and shattered with it. Light erupted from within the giant dragon. This extreme light even obscured the gazes of everyone around. Immediately after, an ethereal voice rang from everyone's ears. Amitabha Buddha, the poor monk is honored. As the voice fell, the golden glow faded from everyone's eyes like a tidal wave. Just see the National Games ring. A monk half dressed in monk's robes with a bronze-colored body. Out of thin air, he appeared behind Wang Qin. The monk stood with one hand on his palm, his body emanating a sacred Buddhist light. Once the descending dragon Lohan appeared, there were immediately murmurs that rang out one after another from the viewing gallery. This is the dragon bucking Lohan? Why is it another monk? Buddhism is extremely mysterious in this world. Many people are unfamiliar with Buddhist gods. Don't look at them both as monks. But this dragon bucking Lohan is an authentic Buddhist disciple, while that Tang San Burial, a mere rebel who was expelled from the Buddhist sect. After there were sounds of doubt around them, a middle-aged man dressed in ancient robes, with an 8-legged beard and thick glasses opened his mouth to explain. His voice sounded very flat, but anyone could hear the arrogance in his tone. You are Mr. Shin Bohaku of the Institute of Theological Studies? Among the surrounding people, someone recognized this middle-aged man and cautiously voiced out a question. That's exactly what I am. Hearing someone say that he was from the Institute of Theology, Qin Boahua's face became even more arrogant. The originally somewhat hunched spine was also deliberately straightened by him at the moment. You are Mr. Qin Boahua. I've heard a lot about you, and I've read your writings many times. I've heard that Mr. Qin Buoshu is very talented. Can you explain to us the origin of this dragon-bucking Luohan? Hearing Qin Buoshu acknowledge his identity, many people around them, whether sincere or not, offered compliments without stinting. Qin Buoshu was obviously very flattered by the compliments as well. He held up his glasses with some amusement and cleared his throat before speaking. Thank you all for lifting me up, Mr. Qin. Then I'll introduce you all to the descending dragon Rowan. Dragon-bucking Lohan originates from Buddhism, which is a religion that has just emerged in China in the last decade or so. As a result, many people don't know much about Buddhism, but the gods within Buddhism are far more powerful than all the gods known in China. And dragon-bucking Lohan, he is both the head of the 18 Buddhist arhats and the incarnation of a Buddhist great man whose strength is incalculable. For Wang Qin, as a junior general, to be able to summon such a god, his qualifications are 100 times more amazing than Fandong. Qin Buocheng very superficially introduced a descending dragon Luohan, but it was this extremely shallow introduction that caused many people to cast admiring glances toward him. The wave of bragging about Wang Qin has won the favor of almost all of Wang Qin's fans. The dragon-bending Lohan is actually this powerful? If it weren't for Mr. Qin, I'm afraid we wouldn't have known how powerful Buddhism is until now. My brother Wang Qin is indeed the most powerful genius in China, 100 times 1,000 times stronger than Fandong. Realizing that everyone had been bluffed by Qin Buoxue, Fandong was dumbfounded and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. What Qin Buoxue said wasn't really wrong, but in this unknown world of Buddhism, everyone missed the key point. That is, Buddhism is not a native religion that originated in China. The Buddhist gods are also not native to China. Although a god like Tang San Burial, who originated in China and was completely expelled from Buddhism, could already be attributed to China. But how could those gods who originated in the Celestial Kingdom and were still Buddhist be dead set on fighting for China? Fandong was aware of this, but the world was not. The Sakura Nation's audience turned even paler after hearing Qin Bohaku's introduction. There were even some whose bodies were already trembling slightly, nearly fainting. Heaven is going to kill my Sakura country. God is going to kill my Sakura country. I thought Fandong was already the nemesis of my Cherry Blossom Kingdom, but I didn't realize that there was also Wang Qin, the god of murder. Someone please save Sakura Nation. I don't want to die yet. The psychological defenses of most of the Sakura Nation had collapsed. Even though the second round of the Battle of Nations has yet to begin, they were then already scared out of their wits by dragon-bucking Rowan. Ha ha ha, little devil, kneel down and submit. I can spare your life. Wang Qin in the ring took in the wailing of the brats. He swept away the gloom on his face and laughed, looking even more arrogant. The battle has not yet begun at this moment. He has then pronounced the death sentence on Fuji Naganabu, and in the face of Wang Qin's contempt, Fuji Naganabu didn't react much. The only splash of change, only his eyes suddenly became stern, and his aura rose up in a flash. The aura on Fuji Naganabu's body continued to converge. When his breath climbed to its peak, Fuji Naganabu spoke faintly. Sakura Nation's player, Fuji Naganabu, summons Susanoo. Rank S. Chapter 7, Dragon-bucking Rowan vs. Susanoo. Fuji Naganabu's slightly indifferent voice fell. Immediately after, a sea of blood-colored water centered on him, gurgling out like a spring. Then the seawater rose in waves several meters high, spreading in a raging manner towards the ring's surroundings. Only a few breaths passed. The seawater then spread hundreds of meters, completely covering half of the National Games ring. And after, a sharp sword that was haunted by a blood-colored mist and shaped like the tail of the Yamatobi Orochi slowly floated out from the sea of blood. Tian Tsong Yun sword. Once this blood-colored sword appeared, suddenly there were Sakura Nation viewers in the audience who couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Because of the appearance of this sword, a ray of hope even rose again in the hearts of many Sakura Nation people. Susanoo no Amikami, please save my great Sakura Empire. O Emperor, please send down your favor and bless Fuji Naganabu, and bless Susanoo Amikami. Fandong's gaze similarly condensed slightly because of the sword. The importance of the heart for this Suzaku no man increased by a few more points. The Heavenly Cloud Sword was a treasure that was regarded by the Sakura Kingdom as the first of the 3 divine weapons that had been used to subdue the country. Even if the Sakura country is just a small, unimpressive country, their township is not to be taken lightly in any way. But Wang Qin in the ring didn't have this realization. His gaze was dead set on the Tian Song-yun sword that slowly emerged from the sea of blood. Breathing also became rapid from the excitement. In the legend, the Tenshushin sword is a divine object that Susanoo no man pulled out of the body of the Orochi Orochi. From within the body of the Orochi Orochi. This meant that Orochi Orochi was no match for Susanoo. Although Fandong had defeated the Orochi Orochi and continued his path of invincibility. But as long as he, Wang Qin, defeats Susanoo, who is even more powerful than Orochi Orochi, then how could this not be considered him? Wang Qin, indirectly defeating Fandong? Thinking of this, Wang Qin, who thought of surpassing Fandong at all times, could no longer keep his cool. Unprecedented excitement caused his body to tremble violently, and he even bellowed out commands to the dragon-bending Luohan without any respect. Dragon-bucking Rowan, quickly, hurry up and win this battle of national fortunes for me. Dragonfall Rowan didn't care about the disrespect in Wang Qin's words. After an order, he didn't hesitate for a second. In an instant, the ancient bronze body that was flooded with the light of the sacred Buddha once again transformed into a golden dragon that was 100 meters long. Ow! The giant dragon circled in the air for several times before letting out a fierce dragon roar. This dragon roar carried a heart-shattering might, causing almost everyone to fall into a momentary loss of concentration. After the roar faded, the dazzling golden light emanating from the giant dragon also suddenly became even shinier. One course after another, countless dazzling lights converged together, transforming into a long golden river, toward where Fuji Naganabu was galloping. A comparison with this golden river. The blood-colored seawater around Fuji Naganabu was instantly dwarfed. Like a small lake, it could be swallowed by a long river at any time. Is this the power of an SS-class god? Too terrifying. Worthy of being a deity from mysterious Buddhism, his strength is just too terrifying. While the golden light gathered into a long river, the spectators from all the surrounding countries had looked dumbfounded. They couldn't help but let out exclamations of shock, horror showing in their eyes. The hopes of the Sakura nation, whose hearts had just risen with a ray of hope, were dashed once again. Dragonfall Rohan as a SS-class deity. The aftermath of its emanation had already sent chills down their spines. Even if Susanoo has the Tensho Cloud Sword with him, the Sakura nation's ghosts also had no idea how he would be able to withstand the attack. It's just that when everyone is not looking at Fuji Naganabu still maintains his hesitant look. His only movement was to slowly extend his right hand, gripping the Tian Somyun sword that emerged from the sea of blood. Boom! The moment Fuji Naganabu gripped the Tenshishin sword, a wave of air suddenly centered on Fuji Naganabu. It spread wildly towards the ring's surroundings, and after, the wild-looking, armored man of Suzaku stepped slowly out of the body of Fuji Naganabu. In place of Fuji Naganabu, Susanoo held the Tenshokan sword that emanated an unsettling aura. The moment he gripped the Tian Somyun sword, hoo! The entire space of the national fortune suddenly had a fierce wind howling, and the sky suddenly became gloomy. If you want to kill me, you can try. Susanoo's face grimaced. Facing the golden river that came crashing down, he hissed loudly with his eyes wide open, and then it was accompanied by a hissing sound that echoed. Susanoo lowered his stance and stabbed out with his sword towards the golden river. This sword was plain and simple, compared to the vast golden river ahead. He was like a child with a wooden sword waving it at a giant dragon, out of his depth. When the masses of Sakura Nation saw this, the despair in their hearts nearly overwhelmed them. This collision, which seemed to be a clash of disparate strengths, left them with no hope of winning at all. Boom! Transient. The blood-colored sword she stabbed out by the Tian Somyun sword and the golden dragon transformed by the dragon subduing Luohan fiercely agitated together. The powerful aftermath cleared the ring of all debris, revealing the ancient and mysterious pattern on the surface of the ring. After the loud bang, to everyone's surprise, the seemingly vast and unrivaled golden river shattered like pieces of glass. The dragon-bucking Lohan who had transformed into a golden dragon also regained his person, and his figure flew backwards hundreds of meters away. As for the man who was not favored by all, Susanoo, it was only a few steps back. Can Lord Susanoo really save my great Sakura Empire? Thanks to the Emperor's blessing. Go Fuji Naganabu. Go Susanoo. The ghosts of the Sakura country were in tears for a moment. In this darkest hour of the Sakura country, Fuji Naganabu, as well as Susanoo, brought them a rare light. Didn't Shin Bohako say that Dragonfall Rohan could casually crush Sakura Nation? It's awesome. How do people from the Theological Research Institute have time to blow off steam here? What theological researcher isn't scrambling to study the gods of various countries to provide more information for their country's players? This Shin Bohaku was a big liar, corrupting the reputation of the Theological Research Institute. The Chinese are not all diehard fans of Wang Qin. Some of the sensible Chinese who had already remained skeptical of Qin Bushu saw this and completely lost their trust in him. Amidst the roiling skepticism, Qin Bohua sweated. The weak sweat on his forehead couldn't stop dripping down his cheeks to the ground. Don't worry everyone. It's probably because Wang Qin doesn't want Sakura Nation to lose too badly. Qin Bushu's hands were busy wiping the false sweat from his forehead. The spine that had just straightened bent again, somewhat unconfidently in his own defense. He's just a halfwit who couldn't get into grad school. How could he know what was really going on right now? Wang Qin, who was the person involved, was likewise a bit bewildered. He couldn't figure out the Buckeye who had won many battles in the simulation. How come you're so weak in real combat? Dragon bucking Rowan, what are you doing? Thinking of what would happen after defeat, Wang Qin's body trembled slightly from fear. He grimaced in disbelief and yelled at Dragon bucking Rowan. This battle was the first battle of the kingdom that belonged to him. It was also the first battle of national fortunes in Huaxia after Fan Dong went down. He, Wang Qin, had reasons why he couldn't lose. I was careless just now. Poor monk will settle him now. The 100-meter dragon reverted back to its human body. The original sacred dragon bucking Lohan is now like a beggar who has fallen to the mortal world, lumbering and disorganized. He exhaled a few deep breaths, his face was a bit gloomy, and his voice was filled with a killing intent that should not belong to Buddha. And then he slightly closed his eyes and held up the sky with both palms. A berserk aura that was incompatible with Buddhist children. It converged crazily on his bronze-colored body. When his breath climbed to its peak, dragon-bending Luohan opened his eyes violently, accompanied by 2 golden rays of light stabbing out from his eyes. Dragon-bending Luohan roared angrily. Rohan Vorpal Pum. The violent roar had not yet fallen. An even more dazzling golden dragon rose up in the air from behind the dragonfall Lohan. This golden dragon was only tens of meters long, but the sacred golden light that shimmers on the body. But it dispersed the gloom and storm brought about by the man of Suzaku. Ow! The golden dragon circled above the head of the dragon bucking Lohan for several weeks, then let out a dragon roar that shook heaven and earth. Immediately after, this huge dragon transformed into a golden light that people didn't dare to look directly at. Once again, he charged in the direction of Susanoo. To right, tear him apart for me. Wang Qin had gone completely crazy. All he wanted to do now was to win this battle of national fortunes with a thunderbolt. This scene happened so fast that many people didn't slow down. However, Qin Buoxue, who had just done his best to minimize his presence, got up in a flash. His face reddened with excitement. He waved his arms and screamed at the surrounding Chinese. Just now, dragon bucking Rowan fell into the wind entirely because of carelessness. Now, there's categorically no chance of Susanoo surviving any longer. Susanoo seemed to be echoing Qin Bohaku's shout. Even though the golden dragon had already killed in front of him, he still did not make any movements. Go to hell. Seeing that the giant dragon was about to devour Susanoo as well as Fujina Jinabu, Wang Qin's face showed ecstasy as he shouted angrily with his mouth wide open. Just then, Susanoo moved. He closed his eyes and held the Tian Tsongyun sword up in front of him. Immediately after, nor did he see any movement from Susanoo. The sky and the earth then suddenly darkened. Then, a sword light suddenly illuminated heaven and earth. This extreme sword light blinded everyone's eyes, preventing them from seeing what was happening in the ring. All they could hear was a heavenly voice echoing in the national fortune ring. Chapter 8. All I did was send them to their forefathers. Battle of Nations. China vs. Sakura Country. Round 2. China loses. The indifferent and merciless voice of the heavenly Tao echoed within the space of the national fortune. Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting the heart of every Chinese person one by one. It also simultaneously dispelled the light that had clouded the eyes of all. When the crowd's sight was restored, only the figure of Susanoo appeared in front of Wang Qin like a ghost. The demonic blood-colored glowing Tian Tsongyun sword gently rested against Wang Qin's throat. And though the descending dragon Lohan is not dead, however, the originally sacred and majestic body was now collapsing to the side of the ring as if it were a dead dog. Wa xia, nothing more. A wisp of disdain spread across Susanoo's wild face. This wisp of disdain caused an uncontrollable anger to grow in the hearts of all the Chinese people. The Cherry Blossom Country is nothing more than a small country affiliated with China. But it was just a fluke win over Huaxia. How dare they be so arrogant? It's just that the fact that Huaxia lost the war and Wang Qin's life and death is in the hands of Susanoo's men can't be changed. Facing Fan Dong's pugnacious and unreasonable Wang Qin fans, don't dare take offense to Susanoo now. Ha! The concern for Wang Qin on the faces of his fans was all seen by Susanoo. His hand slightly exerted force, and a streak of blood appeared at Wang Qin's neck. Threads of blood followed the blade of the Tian Tsongyun sword, converging at the tip of the sword and rolling down as beads of blood. Don, kill me. I, Huaxia, can trade resources. Feeling the coolness coming from his neck, Wang Qin shivered and opened his voice. The trepidation of death shook his soul and wiped the arrogance from his face. In just now, he hadn't even managed to miss how Susanoo had struck his sword. Not to mention seeing the trajectory of the Tian Tsongyun sword. Fuji Naganabu is invincible. Susanoo is invincible. My great Sakura Empire is finally saved again. The great Sakura Empire is finally saved again. This is the hero who led my great Sakura Empire to take off. Fuji Naganabu, you are my god. Wang Qin's humble supplication fell. The national luck space was instantly filled with the cheers of the Sakura nation's ghosts. The national luck ring descended for 100 years. It was one of their few victories in the Sakura country. It was also their first victory against the world's dominant power, China, and on the side of the Chinese camp, Wang Qin's fans were as pale as if they had died. They couldn't find a reason to cover up Wang Qin's defeat for a while, so they could only remain silent. Those Chinese who had no feelings for Wang Qin as well as those who supported Fan Dong would not let go of this opportunity. They hold up their spine. Although the number was small, they still raged at the crazy Wang Qin fans. What a bull asterisk 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 theology researcher. Didn't you guys say that Buddhist gods are extremely powerful? How is it that the SS-ranked dragon bucking Rowan lost to the S-ranked gods of the Sakura Kingdom? What kind of trash is Wang Qin anyway? And is he worthy of being compared to Fan Dong? Most of these people are extremely high quality and their words are not really offensive. But it was these simple words that made Wang Qin's fans, including Qin Bohua, look even more gloomy. Just how could this group of brainless people recognize Wang Qin's defeat? Since he couldn't find a reason to explain Wang Qin's defeat, then they just set aside the facts and opened their mouths with nonsense. Did Wang Qin lose then? That's not. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom is on the verge of extinction. How pathetic are they? Wang Qin was trying to help Sakura country. My brother Wang Qin is so kind and you guys are still talking about him. What a bunch of beasts. Brother Wang Qin is so pitiful. The words of these Wang Qin brainwashed fans who were not brainy directly made Fan Dong angry and laughed. His eyes were filled with the indifference of looking at garbage, and his tone carried the shame of being ashamed to be a Chinese with this group of people. Sakura Nation is too pathetic? Did the Sakura country pity China when it invaded China and slaughtered its people? You guys even pitted on Sakura Nation. What qualification do you have to pity Sakura Nation instead of your forefathers? Fan Dong's towering contempt made this group of Wang Qin fans break their defenses once again. This group of brainwashed fans abandoned what was left of their sanity and shouted at Fan Dong. What patriotism are you pretending here? The forefathers are gone. How do you expect them to forgive? And how do you know the forefathers didn't forgive them? Fan Dong's gaze was filled with a killing intent that was like he wanted to take the Sakura Nation's people to the bone, and he opened his mouth coldly. Whether they forgive them or not is a matter for the forefathers. All I did was send them to the forefathers. Fan Dong's entire body was haunted by a cold and piercing chill, and hatred occupied almost the entirety of Fan Dong's eyes. A professor had said that the first thing China would do when it became powerful would be to destroy the Sakura country. Nowadays, China dominates the world, while the Sakura country still exists. This has been a dereliction of duty on the part of Fandon. The killing intent on Fan Dong's body made everyone in the National Fortune space feel as if they were feeling a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. In the midst of the invisible fishy winds and bloodshed, the entire space of the National Fortune was plunged into a deathly silence due to the extreme wariness. In the long silence, the first person in the ring, Fuji Naganabu, came back to his senses and spoke aloud. 100 billion in exchange for Wang Qin's life. You have 10 minutes to think about it. Fuji Naganabu's words were concise and sharp, breaking the killing intent that had almost condensed into substance within the National Fortune space. As the pressure that was dense within the space of the National Fortune dissipated, Wang Qin fans wept with joy because of Fuji Naganabu's words. 100 billion isn't much. Hurry up and save Wang Qin. Wang Qin is the top genius in China. $100 billion is a drop in the bucket compared to the value Wang Qin will create in the future. It's not worth mentioning. What are you waiting for? You, Lu Hualiang, as the coach of the battle team, it's your responsibility to save Wang Qin. What else do you have to think about? Wang Qin fans hyped at Lu Hualiang losing their minds. They were heartbroken for their brother Wang Qin, unwilling to have Wang Qin's fate continue to be in the hands of others. Lu Hualiang's face, which had been ironic due to Wang Qin's defeat, was as gloomy as water at the moment. The anger in his heart was more than enough to drown out what was left of his sanity. Wang Qin is nothing more than a dog he keeps. Who are the dog's fans to dare persecute the dog's owner? It was just that no matter how angry Lu Hualiang was in his heart, he had to hide his inner thoughts. Moreover, he had to save Wang Qin as well. Nowadays, Wang Qin and he, Lu Hualiang, are already on the same line. If he doesn't save Wang Qin, not only is the fanbase that has been saved through hard work and marketing going to be destroyed, what worries Lu Hualiang the most is, once Wang Qin died, Fan Dong became the only hope for Huaxia. His so-called excuse of replacing Fandon and developing the juniors will go out the window. Even his Lu Hualiang's previous various suppression of Fan Dong was bound to be liquidated. Under the compulsion of various reasons, Lu Hualiang's face became more and more gloomy. As the 10-minute deadline was about to expire, Lu Hualiang gritted his teeth and spoke loudly towards Fuji Naganabu in the ring. Chapter 9, like Wang Qin? Then pay for him. Exchange. Huaxia is willing to exchange $10 billion for Wang Qin's life. Lu Hualiang's words seemed to have drained his lifespan of 10 years, and his entire essence collapsed in an instant. After his voice fell, a rare mineral vein was suddenly uprooted within the Chinese territory, transferred to within the Sakura country's territory. This vein of ore could completely bring unimaginable benefits to the Sakura country. When Fan Dong saw this, a complex smile bloomed on his face. It was a smile of relief and disdain. There was also a wisp of bitterness, hidden amongst all the emotions. As the biggest contributor to Huaxia, his life wasn't even worth 100 million in Lu Hualiang's eyes. Wang Qin, on the other hand, was merely a young general who had never participated in a battle of national fortunes before. Now it was able to get Lu Hualiang to give $100 billion in exchange. Although Huaxia was strong, $100 billion was also the income of a medium-sized city. For an entire year. A year's worth of a city's income for the life of a loser. Lu Hualiang is really generous. China vs. Sakura Nation. Round 2. Sakura Nation wins. The Sakura Kingdom's national fortune has been raised, and the word, swift construction, has been acquired. 100% increase in construction speed within the country. After Lu Hualiang's deal with Sakura Nation was finalized, Huaxia automatically lost the war. Tendo Will's reward for Sakura Nation rang out languidly. These rewards did not satisfy the hearts of the insatiable brats though, but many of the ghosts' faces still brought up a few moments of elation. With the rare veins worth at least $100 billion compensated by Huaxia as well as the swift development phrase, they, the Sakura country, could recover quickly even if they would be hit by endless earthquakes. Huaxia lost the battle and gained the word, grade 9 earthquake, penalty. A magnitude 9 earthquake will randomly descend on Chinese soil. The voice of the heavenly Tao sounded once again. This time, it was as if the hearts of all the Chinese people were being clutched hard by a pair of big hands, making it difficult to breathe. An 8 magnitude earthquake is enough to kill thousands of people. A magnitude 9 earthquake is even 100 or 1,000 times more terrifying than a magnitude 8 earthquake. No one wants to go through such a death-defying attack. The images of one city after another kept changing in the cluster of light in the National Games ring. Imperial City, Magic City, Pang City, Mountain City. All the wasps are praying that their hometowns are not chosen. Just as the transformation of the images in the massive light gradually slowed down, Fan Dong, who had remained silent, suddenly shouted towards the National Luck Ring. Wait! As the first player to reach 100 victories in the Battle of Nations, I'm going to choose to decide my own form of punishment. Fan Dong's voice was like a stone smashing into a lake, stirring up 10,000 waves. Humph! You can choose your own punishment when you reach 100 victories? Why haven't I heard of that? The Eagle State, which has always looked at China with displeasure, was somewhat unconvinced. A white-skinned man issued a mean challenge to Fan Dong, his tone full of disdainful mockery. After Eagle Country took the lead, other countries that were eyeing Huaxia also chimed in and began to mock Huaxia and Fan Dong. It's really worthy of being a 100-win player, even disqualified from participating in the Battle of National Luck, and still deluded about saving Huaxia. Really don't know the heights of heaven. The decisions of the Heavenly Tao will are also something you can meddle with? Are you really not afraid that the Heavenly Tao will rain down even more horrific punishments? Amidst the jeers of the masses of nations, the Chinese masses, who had just had a hint of elation, turned instantly to become more frightened. If they angered the will of heaven, Huaxia would definitely get a punishment more severe than a magnitude 9 earthquake. When that happens, I'm afraid it won't be a matter of hundreds of thousands of deaths. Even the destruction of the country is not just a joke. So, driven by fear in his heart, Lu Hualiang, the battle team coach in charge of the Battle of the National Games, as well as Wang Qin's fans opened their mouths in anger at Fan Dong. Hurry up and shut up. If you anger the will of heaven, you, Fan Dong, will be the sinner of my Huaxia. Humph, don't think that you, Fan Dong, can gloat because Wang Qin lost to Sakura Nation by carelessness. He fought a man of Suzaku, and is much more powerful than the Orochi you faced. The accusations of Lu Hualiang and Wang Qin's fans didn't make Fan Dong waver for a second. He just had his eyes silently looking towards the national fortune ring, waiting for a response from the heavens will. After a few breaths, there was no movement within the national fortune space. However, the ball of light in the air above the ring was somehow enveloped by a fog of light. Funny, this Fan Dong doesn't really think that the will of heaven will listen to him. This kid doesn't know how much he weighs after winning a few battles of national fortune? What makes him think the will of heaven will listen to him? Seeing that the will of heaven did not respond to Fan Dong, the masses of the country snorted out a laugh, looking at Fan Dong, who was like a clown in their eyes, with interest. Just before their taunts could stop, it was as if the will of the heavenly Tao was deliberately trying to slap these gloating people in the face. A voice came out that was unexpected to everyone. Whereas China's Fan Dong is the first player to win 100 battles of nations in the Ring of Nations, Fan Dong is hereby allowed to choose his own way of receiving punishment. The voice of heaven brought the taunts of the masses of nations to an abrupt end. One by one, they looked at Fan Dong, who stood in front of the Chinese camp. All the skepticism in his eyes was gradually replaced by incredulity. Fan Dong, choose to shift the punishment to agriculture. Although Lu Hualiang was also a bit incredulous, he was after all a battle team coach with great power within the national movement space. After a few short seconds, he quickly snapped back to his senses and barked a self-righteous order at Fan Dong. Right, hurry up and shift the punishment to agriculture. Only then will the impact of the disaster on China be minimal. Fan Dong, you don't know what's good for you. Just a bunch of stinking planters. Even if there are losses, you can't lose much. Lu Hualiang's voice roused Wang Qin's fans from their shock. They echoed Lu Hualiang and pressed towards Fan Dong. In the eyes of this group of people, The peasants can't be considered Chinese at all, even as long as they can be protected. All poor people cannot be considered Chinese. They enjoy the glory, and yet they still rightfully want the poor and needy to bear the disaster for them. But how could Fan Dong let these beasts have their way? Listening to the disgusting words of these beasts, the corner of Fan Dong's mouth curved into a mocking smile, and he had a way to divert the punishment in his mind. He swept his gaze over the Wang Qin fan who had just sneered at him. The teasing in his eyes caused a strong uneasiness to grow in the heart of Wang Qin's fan. Since you guys like Wang Qin so much, it's up to you to pay for Wang Qin's mistakes. Fan Dong's voice was like thunder at first, causing Wang Qin's fans to freeze in place. I choose to transfer the punishment to die-hard Wang Qin fans. Chapter 10, Let Me On. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times first. The faces of die-hard Wang Qin fans, that pompous expression froze. Terrified of death crawled slowly up their faces like a centipede. The fat woman who had just insulted Fan Dong swallowed hard. The fear of death made her no longer have the guts to support Wang Qin. I don't want to die. I was wrong. I'll never pollute Wang Qin again. As the fat woman spoke, tears flowed involuntarily from her eyes. After a while, she couldn't help bawling even more. Her wailing resonated with many Wang Qin fans in an instant. Under the threat of death, many of Wang Qin's fans cried out and dislodged their fans, vowing never to support Wang Qin again. Wang Qin's iron face became even more ugly. As far as he's concerned, a defeat in the Battle of Nations is nothing at all. If we lose the support of most of our fans, that was his true demise. But Wang Qin's marketing over the years has not been ineffective. Even under the threat of death, there were still Chinese who had been brainwashed by Wang Qin and shouted with their necks strained, "To die is to die." My brother Wang Qin voluntarily lost the battle in order to maintain the friendship between China and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. As a result, you, Fan Dong, treated my brother Wang Qin's fans this way. What are your intentions? Everything I have is brother Wang Qin's. It's my honor to die for him. Fan Dong, you deliberately sabotaged the friendship between Huaxia and Sakura country. You shall not die. These people were all filled with righteous indignation, and their gazes toward Fan Dong were filled with hatred. These deviant words made Wang Qin breathe a sigh of relief. The boulder hanging in his heart also fell to the ground with a thud. Fan Dong didn't generate much emotion towards these brain-dead fans who regarded Huaxia with disregard. After all, many of these people will be dead before long. Fan Dong's choice is established, and Huaxia gains the word, Yan Wang Diao Mao. Death will come randomly to a specific group of people within China. The voice of the heavenly Tao seemed to transform into the Yama king who dominated everything, sowing death among Wang Qin fans. Originally covered by a light mist, the light mist suddenly dispersed. Then the light mass split into tens of thousands of images. These images revealed, it was clearly the Wang Qin fans scattered all over China who had been chosen by King Yan. See your picture appear on the light mass. Many of Wang Qin's die-hard fans could no longer maintain the hardness they just had and completely collapsed. Some people were so scared that they covered their faces and cried. Some people fainted and fell to the ground in fear. Sure, there were still pugnacious people pointing at Fan Dong and cursing angrily. I was born as brother Wang Qin's man, and I will die as brother Wang Qin's ghost. Fan Dong, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Fan Dong, you mutilated your compatriots. You shall not die. The unpleasant insults faded away in Fan Dong's ears. One die-hard Wang Qin fan after another, without warning, had a myocardial infarction. Even inside China, many other corrupt and evil high officials died in this trial. Fan Dong watched these people die one by one. The eyes were like an ancient abyss, without the slightest ripple. Tens of thousands of simultaneous deaths. It didn't even cause any pity to grow in his eyes. The judgment of the divine will does not produce any errors. None of these dead Chinese are innocent. In their choice to become die-hard Wang Qin fans, help Wang Qin to suppress Fan Dong, as well as when you can ignore the interests of the country for the sake of Wang Qin. They don't complain when they die. Tens of thousands of people died without a sound at the same time. This extreme shock left everyone with a lump in their throat, making it difficult to speak. But after the initial shock dissipated, one angry rebuke after another came like a tidal wave. I request the state to completely block Fan Dong. Fan Dong, who disregards the lives of his compatriots, does not deserve to be a Chinese. Block Fan Dong. What right does this kind of trash person have to enjoy the treatment of Huaxia? Coach Lu Hualiang, please block Fan Dong. This kind of person doesn't deserve to continue to be a participant of Huaxia. These indignation-laden rebukes fill the entire space of the national movement, forcing Lu Hualiang, who had the highest authority within the space of national transportation, to make a decision. The cries of the sky to block himself exploded in Fan Dong's ears one after another. He turned his gaze to Lu Hualiang, who was not far away. The sight was filled with naked disdain and contempt. The fear of the aftermath has not yet faded from Lu Hualiang's face. Countless Wang Qin's fans' vociferous denunciation of Fan Dong was already ringing in his ears. In the meantime, Fan Dong's contemptuous gaze also pierced Lu Hualiang at the right time. Lu Hualiang's face that had just returned to its usual color. For a moment it became ironic again. Both fists were also clenched tightly from anger. As the big man in Huaxia who was solely responsible for the battle of national fortune, no one had ever dared to cast such a contemptuous look at Lu Hualiang. But Lu Hualiang didn't dare to have the slightest attack. After losing the battle to the Sakura nation, Wang Qin's state had hit rock bottom, and he had no strength left to fight. And if Huaxia still wants to win this battle of national fortunes, then he must send out Fan Dong. In a mixture of Wang Qin's fans' persecution and Fan Dong's mocking gaze, Lu Hualiang subconsciously turned his gaze with humiliation towards Fan Dong. Two lines of sight with different meanings collided in the air. Fan Dong's face became even more mocking. Lu Hualiang, on the other hand, suddenly had his whole body relax. It was as if the whole person had been hollowed out, and there was no more strength. Even though he was jealous and unwilling in his heart, he had to put Fan Dong on the field. After all, he, Lu Hualiang, could only flaunt his power in the space of national transportation. Once you leave the national space, how could he dare to act recklessly in front of the top echelons of Huaxia? Lose a round of the Battle of Nations. It can still be explained by working out the juniors. If you lose an entire Battle of Nations, let China itself, in its homeland, be struck by an even greater disaster. Then he, Lu Hualiang, will certainly find it hard to escape accountability. And the matter of suppressing Fan Dong and clutching benefits for himself, it's also highly likely that it will be exposed. And so, Lu Hualiang had to walk slowly towards Fan Dong with a cold face. His pace was not firm, but in the eyes of Wang Qin's fans, Lu Hualiang's every move was filled with the aura of judging Fan Dong. Coach Lu Hualiang, it's so right. You have to punish Fan Dong well. Do not give him a little color, really do not know how much he weighs. Coach Lu Hualiang, you must teach him a good lesson. These Wang Qin fans shouted at the top of their voices. It was as if he had already seen the scene of Lu Hualiang's trial, causing Fan Dong to cry in pain. But how could the truth be what they wanted it to be? Lu Hualiang walked slowly to Fan Dong. His face took on a slightly ingratiating look as he slowed his tone and spoke softly. You're on for the next battle of the national fortunes. Lu Hualiang's voice is not that loud, but as the coach of the battle team in charge of the battle of China's national fortune, his every move was amplified by the will of heaven. The hissing of Wang Qin's fans came to an abrupt end. Everyone's hideously twisted faces abruptly froze. These people are too ratty to realize that China is on the verge of a fiasco. The only thing on his mind was why Lu Hualiang did not punish Fan Dong. Coach Lu Hualiang, what's wrong with you? You're going to let him play after the way he treated the Wahini? Wang Qin's brainwashed fans were like mad dogs, indiscriminately roaring at Lu Hualiang. Lu Hualiang, even though he was in a high position, was used to seeing big scenes, but with tens of thousands of people raging at the same time, his body still couldn't stop shaking because of his nervousness. Fan Dong's voice, moreover, gave Lu Hualiang an even heavier blow. You're the one who didn't let me on the field in the Battle of Nations. Now that you're about to lose, you know that only I, Fan Dong, can save the day? Lu Hualiang trembled under the fury of tens of thousands of people, but Fan Dong completely ignored the roars of Wang Qin's fans. His face was mocking, and his tone was even more eerie. As the coach of the battle team responsible for the battle of the national games, when had Lu Hualiang ever suffered this kind of suffocation? His blood flowed backwards to his head. The whole person took on a red color because of Wang Qin's fans' accusations and Fan Dong's contempt. It's just the thought of the consequences of losing this battle of national fortunes. Lu Hualiang didn't dare to throw any tantrums. He forced down the barely suppressed anger in his heart and inquired in a cold voice at Fan Dong, what do you have to do to get on? Upon hearing this, Fan Dong's face hung a touch of sneering mockery that increasingly made Lu Hualiang's anger burn. That expression seemed to be in the most direct way possible, provoking every inch of air in the space around Lu Hualiang, and with a face and tone of extreme mockery. What's more, the anger that was about to be quelled in Lu Hualiang's heart suddenly flared up again. Simple. You and Wang Qin kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Fan Dong knew himself a battle of national fortunes was lost. It is impossible to make Lu Hualiang give up his suppression of him. So, he happened to take this opportunity to make Lu Hualiang pay back a little bit of interest. Chapter 11, The Crafty Lu Hualiang. A short silence passed. A wave large enough to shake the heavens erupted at the Chinese audience. Fan Dong, Coach Lu Hualiang is also a person who has served our country well. How dare you humiliate him like this? Fan Dong, don't be too arrogant. If my brother Wang Qin hadn't been trying to maintain the friendship between China and the Sakura Kingdom, how would it have been your turn to take the stage? This request from Fan Dong was hard for all Wang Qin fans to accept. In their eyes, Fan Dong was just a player whose strength had plummeted. Lu Hualiang had already given Fan Dong enough face by allowing him to play. And who was Fan Dong to dare make such excessive demands? Lu Hualiang was even more like an angry bull, panting heavily with hot air. It had occurred to him that Fan Dong would make some excessive demands, but he also didn't expect Fan Dong's request to be so outrageous. Let him, a coach in charge of the Battle of the Nations, kneel down and apologize to the players participating in the Battle of the Nations. This Fan Dong is afraid that his brain is not kicked by a donkey. Under Fan Dong's excessive demands, Lu Hualiang's face grew more and more gloomy. He was afraid that he couldn't suppress the pent-up anger in his heart and turned around to leave. Since Fan Dong doesn't want to play, then he, Lu Hualiang, can completely take this opportunity, make Fan Dong lose his reputation and never be allowed to turn over. But as he was about to turn away, Lu Hualiang's body lurched, and there was a hint of sinister flashing in his eyes. Then, the original face that was as gloomy as water due to Fan Dong's words suddenly became righteous, as if a hero about to be insulted by a villain, sad and resentful. Looking at Lu Hualiang's sudden transformation, a few wisps of uneasiness rose in Fan Dong's heart. These few wisps of unease had not yet subsided in Fan Dong's heart when Lu Hualiang spoke with a face of pathos. My Huaxia is now on the edge of a cliff, and you, Fan Dong, are taking this opportunity to humiliate me? Lu Hualiang, but I, Lu Hualiang, am righteous even if I die for my country, so what's the harm in kneeling to you? Puff! Lu Hualiang's sad voice fell. He also no longer hesitated and fell to his knees with a thud, heavily buckled his head 3 times towards Fan Dong. Immediately after, he pushed his upper body up and tearfully spoke again. But Wang Qin is the hope of my Huaxia. He should not be subjected to this humiliation. I, Lu Hualiang, would like to withhold these 3 clangs on behalf of Wang Qin. Bang! 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 Lu Hualiang snapped his head 3 more times. These 3 ringing heads are not sincere, but they are tangibly knocked on the ground. Lu Hualiang's head was bleeding for a while. The blood that flowed out even converged into a pool of blood. Lu Hualiang's seemingly self-defeating kowtow didn't cost him the support of Wang Qin's fans. Instead, this miserable and tragic look now made him once again appreciated by many Chinese people. Some Wang Qin fans looked at Lu Hualiang's blood-stained body and burst into tears. Even some sensible Chinese who had no feelings for Wang Qin had a few touches in their hearts because of Lu Hualiang's great righteousness. Only those Chinese who had learned about Fan Dong and roughly guessed Lu Hualiang's ugly behavior scoffed at this. The Chinese who had known Fan Dong knew it well. Fan Dong is the biggest contributor to Huaxia. But under the suppression of Lu Hualiang, step by step close to the fall, the 6 ringing heads that Lu Hualiang knelt down and buckled to Fan Dong were simply not enough to make up for the aggression that Fan Dong had suffered. But these Chinese who had learned about Fan Dong were still too few. Their little insignificant voices were completely drowned out by the shouts of Wang Qin's fans. Anyone who knows Fan Dong can see Lu Hualiang's performance, and Fan Dong, naturally, can see Lu Hualiang's true colors. Watching Lu Hualiang's extremely pompous performance, the corner of Fan Dong's mouth hung up a cold smile, and his knowledge of Lu Hualiang's cunningness deepened a few more points. Ginger is indeed spicier when it's older. Even when the odds are stacked against him, Lu Hualiang always seizes the opportunity to market himself and flip public opinion. I don't hate Fan Dong on this knee, I only hate that I, Lu Hualiang, am no longer at the peak and can't be the first to die for the Chinese national disaster. After mobilizing almost everyone, Lu Hualiang struck the iron while it was hot, and the words of pathos rang out again. This time, he made even those sensible Chinese whose hearts were only a few moments of emotion instantly burst into tears. At a time when China is about to be plunged into peril, there is such a veteran general who was willing to die for his country regardless of his own honor. Anyone who came could not calm their own emotions. Coach Lu Hualiang is mighty. You have already contributed too much to China. Please rise. Coach Lu Hualiang, please get up. Please get up. Under Lu Hualiang's near-perfect performance, in the Huaxia camp, one voice after another filled with grief and indignation rang out one after another. Nearly all Chinese people were moved to tears by Lu Hualiang. Watching Lu Hualiang's oblivious performance, Fan Dong, who caused all of this to happen, couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. If he, Fan Dong, hadn't personally experienced Lu Hualiang's suppression, if he, Fan Dong, hadn't seen Lu Hualiang steal the country with his own eyes, I am afraid that he, Fan Dong, will also be blinded by Lu Hualiang's seemingly sincere performance. Battle of Nations, China vs. Sakura Country. Round 3 is about to begin. Please choose your combatants. But no amount of emotive sound from Lu Hualiang could have prevented the battle of national fortunes from beginning. The sound of the heavenly Tao carried a transcendent solemnity and mystery as it slowly floated in the depths of the heavenly vault. As the voice fell, Fan Dong looked at Lu Hualiang, who was kneeling on the ground, and couldn't help but let out a snort. And then he no longer paid attention to Lu Hualiang, who had been kneeling on the ground for a long time. This contemptuous scene made Lu Hualiang furious. It also made many Chinese people angry at him. But Fan Dong still didn't care and took one step towards the ring. Fan Dong isn't too far from the ring. Just a dozen steps though. Fan Dong then has taken his position at the bottom of the ring. Looking up at Wang Qin, who had yet to believe in reality and was standing dumbfounded in the ring. There was a teasing glint in his eyes. It made Wang Qin seem to realize in a trance that Fan Dong had long anticipated today's scene. "What? Want me to ask you to come down again?" Fan Dong returned Wang Qin's words that mocked him. The contempt in his eyes and the extreme teasing in his tone caused Wang Qin's blood to rise again. Ha! 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 Wang Qin was panting like a mad dog tired of running. The gaze that stared at Fan Dong carried a crazy raging killing intent. "Wang Qin, come down!" Realizing that Wang Qin was close to going crazy under Fan Dong's taunts, Lu Hualiang, who had stood up, spoke in time. The cold voice awakened the remaining sanity in Wang Qin's heart. It was as if the strength of his entire body had been suddenly drained. Wang Qin's entire body became extremely wretched, and his breath withered. He keeps his head down and stumbles out of the ring. It was a far cry from the spirited manner in which he had ascended the ring earlier. Fan Dong, on the other hand, once again regained that indifferent and unfeeling demeanor as he stepped onto the national luck ring with his head held high. Standing in the national luck ring, Fan Dong himself faced the Susanoo summoned by Fuji Najinabu. Finally, he understood why Wang Qin had lost so miserably. Although Susanoo was only an S-ranked god, but with the addition of the Tian Song Yun sword, its strength was far more powerful than some SS-class gods, plus Wang Qin's carelessness and gullibility. A crushing defeat, and naturally, it was a natural thing to do. It's just that Susanoo seems to be so powerful and invincible to Wang Qin, but that's about it for Fan Dong. Fan Dong stood still in the ring without any provocation or contempt, and only spoke faintly. Chinese player Fan Dong, summoning the three burials evil monk Tang San burial, level unknown. Chapter 12, Tang San Burial vs. Susanoo. As the voice fell, Tang San Burial once again appeared stepping on the white bones in the sky. After Tang San Burial appeared, the originally gloomy national luck ring became even gloomier. On top of that, the wisps of billowing fishy wind added a bit of terror and bloodshed to the national fortune ring. After killing Yaki Orochi in seconds, the black robe on Tang San Burial's body became even deeper. It made everyone who looked at Tang San Burial feel as if they were falling into an abyss and sinking forever. Tang San Burial is so evil as a Buddhist disciple, and it's not diluted that he was expelled from the Buddhist sect. Qin Buoxue, who had just been punched in the face, saw Tang San Burial permeated with a monstrous aura. He spoke again, trying to salvage what little dignity he had. Maybe it's because there are evil people like Fan Dong in China that Dragonfall Lohan is unwilling to bless China, and Wang Qin lost the battle because of it. Qin Buoxue completely mastered the method of controlling public opinion. Just tout Wang Qin and disparage Fan Dong. Then Wang Qin's diehard fans would naturally speak for him. Qin Buoxue, Mr. Qin is a great talent. It was because of evil people like Fan Dong that my brother Wang Qin lost the battle. Fan Dong is the sinner of my Huaxia. He deserves to die. He should be broken into pieces. Inspired by Qin Buoxue, Wang Qin's brainwashed fans finally found another reason to explain Wang Qin's defeat. One by one, they yelled at Fan Dong. It was as if Fan Dong, who had won countless battles of national fortune for Huaxia, it was the one who was guilty of causing Wang Qin's defeat. The Chinese crowd's vociferous criticism of Fan Dong did not cause Fan Dong to have any mood swings. Instead, Tang San Burial used his eyes that looked like black holes to scan the circle of Chinese people in the audience. This casual sweep caused the fans of Wang Qin in the audience to be chilled into silence. They felt as if a lofty mountain was suspended above their heads. Any slightest movement could trigger a mountain to collapse, burying them under the rubble in an instant. Under this majestic pressure, all the voices in the Chinese audience gradually disappeared. Tang San Burial slowly turned his gaze towards Fuji Najinabu as well as Susanoo in front of him. There was not a single flicker of emotion in his gaze. It was like a ferocious beast staring at its prey. To Fuji Naganabu as well as Susanoo, it brought a strong sense of oppression like an awe on his back. Fuji Naganabu hasn't changed his expression in the slightest since he stepped into the nation's luck ring. Finally, it brought a hint of trepidation. He could clearly detect a touch of crisis in Tang Sanburu's eyes. If it is not done in time, then he and Susanoo were afraid that they would never have a chance to strike again. Susanoo, do it! Fuji Naganabu's originally ancient and unruffled voice took on a few tremors. It was the first time since he was a child that he felt fear from the depths of his heart. Susanoo's wild face was also filled with awe at the moment. He is more powerful than Orochi, and for that reason, he understood Tang San Burial's terror even better. This monk who in legend was cowardly to the core. Now it was as if it was a demon with countless blood on its hands. The ferocious aura emanating from his body even made him, the god of destruction of the Sakura kingdom, not dare to look squarely at him. Facing directly at the majestic pressure escaping from Tang San Burial's body, Susanoo's mighty and tall body was trembling madly. He slowly twisted his head and his gaze fell on Fuji Naganabu. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile mixed with bitterness and helplessness. Fuji Nagi's confidence went cold. Susanoo serves as the god of destruction of the Sakura kingdom. the legendary hero who slayed the Yamanano Orochi. This was the first time he had cowered before a battle, showing a bitterly fearful expression. Susanoo, since we're going to be judged by the other side whether we fight or not, let's fight it out. Fuji Najinabu, as the summoner of Susanoo, knew he couldn't afford to be timid. He forced away the fear from his face and spoke in a proper voice to Susanoo. There was even a determination on his face to die. It's just that Fuji Najinabu as well as Susanoo are in a desperate situation, but the brats in the Sakura country hadn't yet seen how things were going. These people were still basking in the joy of their recent victory over Wasia. Fuji Najinabu-sama, Lord Susanoo, please strengthen my great Sakura empire. The SS-ranked dragon-bucking Rowan is not even a match for Lord Susanoo. What is there to fear from a mere Tang-san burial? The day my great Sakura empire takes off is this day. Fuji Naganabu, who was under tremendous pressure, didn't hear the shouts of the Sakura Nation devils. Instead, it was Fan Dong who revealed a smile at the place where the Sakura Nation's ghosts were. Fan Dong thought to himself that the smile was full of goodwill, but in the eyes of the Sakura country ghosts, it became a mockery of their blind confidence. How dare you be arrogant at the end of your life? Go to hell, Fan Dong. The dragon-bucking Lohan who came from the authentic Buddhist sect is not even a match for my great Cherry Blossom Empire. What is so arrogant about a rebel who has been expelled from the Buddhist sect? The Buddhist adversary that the Sakura Nation ghost spoke of caused Tang Sanburial to lose his concentration slightly. Fuji Najinabu as well as Susanoo's eyes steepened. They all keenly captured the fleeting opportunity. Go to hell! In a flash of lightning, Susanoo roared. The aura of his body raged uncontrollably in the national fortune ring. Facing the terrifyingly powerful Fandong as well as Tang Sanburial, Susanoo didn't dare to be careless at all. He used his strongest killing move at the first moment. The Tian Tsongyun sword, which was glowing with an eerie red light, was held tightly in both of his hands. As strand after strand of life force poured into the heavenly Tsongyun sword, Susanoo's aura nowadays was already far more powerful than when he faced the Dragonfall Rohan. By the time Susanoo's tall and powerful body became dry and shriveled due to the overdraft of his life force, he raised the Tian Tsongyun sword, which contained enough energy to astonish the heavens. High in the air, it then plunged heavily into the ring, which seemed too solid to be destroyed. The ancient and sturdy ring was like tofu. It was inserted unhindered by the Tian Tsongyun sword. Immediately after, Susanoo suddenly yelled, "Open!" With a roar. A crack started with the Tian Tsongyun sword and instantly spread towards Fandong. The Susanoo who knew that even if he overdrew all of his flesh and blood, he would not be Tang Sanburial's opponent was the same as the Orochi, putting a target on Fandong's back. This crack was gradually expanding as it spread towards Fandong. By the time it spread to Fandong, the crack was already more than 10 meters wide. Wind whistled out from the cracks, blowing Fandong's clothes hunting. Even though the cracks had spread to Fandong's feet, there was still no trace of fear on his face. Even the eyes didn't change at all. Is Punk Fandong giving up? Coach Lu Hualiang is really old and confused. He has to let Fandong play. Isn't letting him play letting us Huaxia seek our own death? Bastards who betray the country and play fake matches. I really don't know what the country was thinking, letting this kind of person come to fight in the battle of national fortunes. Seeing this scene, the young generals of Huaxia's hindering nations already had no hope of Fandong winning this battle of national fortunes. They were like the cold winter winds driven by anger and prejudice, and they mocked at Fandong crazily. They appeared to be defending HWA, but the words were full of curses against Fandong, as well as support for Wang Qin. But Fandong's power was not something they could imagine. On the verge of the rift engulfing Fandon, even Fuji Naganabu's face had a hint of joy when it was revealed. A voice with extreme solemnity in its indifference sounded as if from the depths of hell. Sculpture. The solemn voice fell. In Fuji Naganabu's horrified gaze, white bones in the sky poured down from the depths of the sky. The white bones seemed endless. With an extremely appalling speed, it filled in the crack that was like an abyss. Bang! 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 The muffled sounds caused by the corpses landing in the cracks echoed through the national fortune space one after another, like the whisper of death. It sent Fuji Naganabu into a moment of trance and confusion. Then in a few short breaths, the white bones then completely filled the seemingly deep and invisible gap. Immediately after, the torrent of white bones that surged like a vast river madly rushed towards Fuji Naganabu. Looking at the raging torrent, Fuji Naganabu felt as if the world had been suspended for a moment. The only sound left in the whole world was the clearly visible sound of a heartbeat. Chapter 13, 3 Rewards. This long river of white bones across the National Games ring swept away the ecstasy from the faces of the Sakura Nation's demons. Their faces were stagnant, their bodies stiff. How could they not believe the facts in front of them? Even though Tang Sanburial was an extremely powerful deity, but how could he, who had been expelled from the Buddhist sect, execute this means that was sufficient to destroy the heavens and the earth? Has Tang Sanburial's rank reached SSS rank? I'm afraid that this kind of terrifying to the extreme means can only be done by SSS gods. No, Even some SSS class gods probably can't perform this kind of tactic. The Sakura Nation ghosts couldn't believe it, and the audience from the other countries were equally incredulous. They subconsciously muttered under their breath, completely overwhelmed by Tang San Burial's terrifying power. It just doesn't matter how much they can't believe it anymore. Tang San Burial isn't going to stop. The endless torrent of white bones was like a flooding beast, completely engulfing Fuji Najinabu as well as Susanoo. One person and one god. The gazes of the Sakura Nation ghosts were locked in the direction where Fuji Naganabu was, their faces as bitter as chewing wax. The eyes were even more filled with despair, without a trace of any other color. Defeat? Defeat? Fuji Najinabu lost? Susanoo is defeated. How? How is that possible? It's over. My great Sakura Empire is going to be finished. The ghosts of the Sakura country wailed and wailed. The sudden defeat threw their brains into a daze. Fuji Naganabu was defeated. This meant that they, the Sakura kingdom, had lost the battle of national fortunes. The Sakura country itself is about to be struck by an even more horrific disaster. Fuji Naganabu has wronged my great Sakura Empire. Damned Fuji Naganabu. Damned Susanoo. How did he lose to Wasia? These Sakura Nation devils were completely oblivious to the life and death of Fuji Naganabu as well as Susanoo. They were just like the way Wang Qin's brainwashed fans treated their heroes, hurling crazy insults at a man and a god. Even though Fuji Naganabu had just delivered a long overdue victory for Sakurakuni, the country of Sakura. No one can kill me. Just when the ghosts of the Sakura country thought that Susanoo had been defeated and died in battle, in the Hill of White Bones, Susanoo's unwilling hiss came out suddenly. It was as if the mountain of white bones could no longer hold down Susanoo's body. It keeps expanding and shrinking back. There's help? Seeing this, the corners of the Sakura country's ghosts' mouths rose slightly, and a hint of delight flashed across their faces. They didn't expect Susanoo to be able to continue fighting after taking that devastating blow just now. Unfortunately, Tang San Burial didn't let this ray of hope in the hearts of the Sakura Nation's countrymen last for too long. He stood in the middle of the sky and looked out of the corner of his eye at the white bones piled up into a small mountain, and then he slowly stretched out his palm and violently shook it at the white bone mountain. A voice full of killing intent came out of his mouth at the same time. Break! The word broken seemed to be enough to shake the heavens and the earth. The voice was accompanied by this. At the white bone mountain, a surge of extreme energy suddenly erupted. Bang! An explosion that made the entire ring shake slightly suddenly rang out. The white bones that turned into powder sprinkled down like a drizzle, and Fuji Najinabu, who was flooded with white bones, as well as Susanoo. The same explosion was accompanied by the sound of this explosion turned into powder, and the corpses were left without bones. The people of Sakura Nation, who had just seen a glimmer of hope from despair, despaired once again. They couldn't imagine that the man of Suzaku, who had defeated the Dragonfall Rohan in a domineering manner, couldn't even make it through a single round in Tang San Burial's hands. Despair spread among the people of Sakura Nation. The people from other countries were also so shocked by Tang San Burial that they could hardly speak. After a long silence, the man from the Celestial Kingdom suddenly spoke. A rebel who was abandoned by Buddhism is this powerful? These Tianjugwa people frowned, obviously equally unable to imagine that Tang San Burial had such strength. And with the opening of the people from the Celestial Kingdom, the people from the other countries also came back from their shock. What exactly is the situation of Tang San Burial? How is it not the same as the legend? Too ferocious. Aren't monks all about compassion? How come this Tang San Burial is as ferocious as a demon god? With the existence of such a powerful god, I'm afraid that Huaxia can still be powerful for another 100 years. After witnessing Tang San Burial's terrifying strength, those countries that had thoughts about China's hegemony were suddenly born with a few moments of despair. It was thought that in the era of China's withering talent, they countries were perfectly capable of dividing up China and asking for the world. However, Tang San Burial's appearance was like an insurmountable moat, completely crushing their attempts at world domination. But the masses of all the countries in the world know how powerful Fandong is. But the die-hard Wang Qin fans in Huaxia can't see the good in Fandong. Obviously you can win so easily, but still pretend that you can't beat it. You Fandong is showing that you can, destroying the friendship between China and the Sakura Kingdom. You Fandong wouldn't think you're doing the right thing. If it wasn't for my brother Wang Qin helping you to consume the power of the man of Suzaku, could you, Fandong, have won so easily? Wang Qin's die-hard fans saw Fandong easily defeat Wang Qin's undefeated opponent. Their brows were furrowed, and the corners of their mouths were slightly downturned, their hearts filled with displeasure. So they once again twisted the facts of Wang Qin's defeat and hurled crazy insults at Fandong. Thankfully, after Wang Qin's defeat and Fandong's victory, there were already many Chinese who recognized Wang Qin's true nature. Their numbers were still small, but they had dared to compete with Wang Qin's fans. Defeating on a battle that is a matter of life and death for the country is to preserve the friendship between China and the Sakura country? Don't be ridiculous. If China still loses this battle, Do you think Sakura-kuni will care about China's friendship? A bunch of fat-headed, stupid pigs. The history of the Sakura country killing my compatriots and invading my territory has been forgotten? What qualifications do you have to insult fandom? The number of these sensible wahine is too small. Even with their best efforts, they still didn't make much of a wave. But in their small area, these angry voices were still exasperating Wang Qin's die-hard fans with their heads spinning. Battle of Nations, China vs. Sakura Nation. Round 3, Sakura Nation loses. China wins this Battle of Nations. China's national fortune has been enhanced, and you can now choose one of the following 3 words as a reward. Word 1, heavenly gift. Choose an area to send down a gift that will make the area mountainous, fertile, and rich in minerals. Word 2, enslave Sakura. Randomly enslave 10,000 masses whose nationality is Sakura Nation. Word 3, long life. Huaxiao will be given 100 medicines that will extend their life expectancy by 100 years, without any side effects. The voice of the heavenly Tao, which contained majesty and mystery, once again came out leisurely from the depths of the heavenly vault. Under this heavenly voice, the Sakura Nation finally accepted the reality of defeat. Sobbing and crying howls rang out one after another from the Sakura Nation audience. Some of the more powerful brats began to use all sorts of means, even if it may be slavery to other nations. They will also have to join other countries from the ravages of disaster. As for the Chinese camp, everyone was shocked by the third word. This drug that has no side effects and extends life by 100 years. It can simply be described as a divine object. With this drug, the oldest of the old can be brought back to life, and the sickest of the sick can recover quickly. Even people who are dying and suffering from multiple terminal illnesses can be revitalized. Pick the third word. While all Chinese people were immersed in unprecedented shock, Lu Hualiang was the first to slow down. His eyes glazed over and he yelled at Fandong at the top of his lungs, his eyes filled with a crazy desire to extend his life. This loud shout woke up all the Chinese people who were in shock at the same time. The entire place where Huaxia was located. Crazy yells rang out one after another. Choose the third word. Live a long life. I want to live a long life. Fandong, quickly choose the third word. I guarantee that one of these 100 medicines will definitely have a share of you. Many people in the Wasia camp have lost their minds to longevity. They are like people who have been tormented by hunger and thirst in the desert for a long time and suddenly see an oasis. Reason was completely consumed by longing. Longevity is something that has a fatal attraction for people of power and influence. These people are different from the bottom feeders who are desperately struggling to stay alive. They have enough power and money to enjoy life and the world. The only thing to worry about. Only they too will grow old and die. They too will die with their illnesses. And this drug that extends life without any side effects, it completely erases what little worry they have left. Look at this group of people who have descended into madness for longevity. Fandong didn't pay any attention to it, having his own judgment in his mind. How many people are there in China? Billions. And how many life-extending drugs are there? 100. It is conceivable that if a third phrase is chosen, that's 100 copies of a life-extending drug. More than half of it will go to those state assholes who exploit the people and ignore the interests of China. As it is. And why did he choose the third phrase? At the Chinese camp, one after another, the pacification and threats of some big shots rang in Fandong's ears, trying to negotiate with him. But once when he, Fandong, tried to talk to this group, they didn't care. Now that he, Fandong, has enough leverage, this group of people know to talk again? Fandong laughed contemptuously, and now he wanted nothing more than to overturn the negotiation table. Want to live a long life? You guys begged me. Chapter 14, let me show you the true face of Buddha, amplified by the will of the heavenly Tao. Fandong's careless mocking voice reached everyone's ears. This mocking voice caused a few huffs to grow on the faces of those bigwigs who thought that they would be able to get a share of a divine pill. But not only did they not dare to have a seizure, even had to agree to this extremely excessive sounding request from Fandong, even though they had spared no effort to help Lu Hualiang suppress Fandong. Fandong, I beg you, hurry up and choose the third word. Fandong, as long as you choose the third word, then you are the biggest contributor to Huaxia. These long-suffering bigwigs grimaced. Although they were reluctant, they still had to be shy and pray to Fandong. Prayer after prayer rang out at the Chinese camp. The longing for longevity on the faces of Wang Qin's fans was replaced by incredulity in an instant. In normal times, they wouldn't even be able to see the faces of these big shots. But now, these big shots are praying to Fandong? Fandong watched the big shots who had once recklessly helped Lu Hualiang suppress himself be easily taken by himself. The disdain for these big shots in his eyes intensified. These bigwigs sensed the disdain in Fandong's eyes, and a few moments of panic suddenly and inexplicably arose in their hearts. Some of the indolent bigwigs even opened their mouths almost pleadingly to Fandong. Fandong, don't do anything stupid. I beg you, as long as you choose the third word, then you're a benefactor of my Imperial Li family. Wang Qin's fans around him heard the words Imperial Capital Li family. The incredulity that hadn't yet faded from their faces was mixed with a jealousy that drove them mad. The imperial capital Li family was once a large family that could be ranked in the top 10 in China, with a property of more than $100 billion. If Fan Dong can climb up to the Gadu Li family, under the cultivation of a large amount of property, Fan Dong's strength could definitely be refined one more step. Fan Dong is really lucky to be the Li family's benefactor. If he is sensible, then hurry up and choose the third word and defect to the Li family. Otherwise he will surely become a stepping stone for my brother Wang Qin. Listening to the words of Wang Qin's fans who were so jealous that they were vomiting blood, Fan Dong smiled faintly. He didn't care about benefactors. He only knew that the Li family had been the group that helped Lu Hualiang and suppressed him the hardest. You guys want me to choose a third word? Ha? Then you guys want it. Fan Dong's voice with extreme playfulness made the already gloomy faces of these big shots even more ugly. Praying for Fan Dong has already made them lose face. Now that they were being toyed with by Fan Dong, they felt even more that their hearts would be spewing out rage that could not be contained. As for the Wang Qin fans, the envy on their faces directly froze. Rapture spread quickly across their faces like running water. Ha ha ha, Fan Dong doesn't want to live, offending all of the great families of China at once. Fan Dong is afraid that he will have a hard time in the future. Yo! Wang Qin fans couldn't help but be happy to the point of cheering and mocking as they listened to Fan Dong's words as if he had cut himself off. And Fan Dong's face didn't see any worry or fear. Many big families in Huaxia are helping Lu Hualiang to suppress him, Fan Dong, in order to gain benefits. He, Fan Dong, had already offended so many clans. Even if we offend a few more, what difference does it make? Wang Qin fans saw that Fan Dong's face had no joy or sorrow, realizing that their taunts were nothing to Fan Dong. So, after a period of wild cheering, they finally calmed down. Once again, consider carefully the three phrases given by the national reward. Actually, if you don't pick the third phrase, the second one is pretty good too. Indeed, it would be blissful to enslave those teachers on the island. Ha ha ha. That's right, we can also taste the sweetness by choosing the second phrase, and I'm afraid the third one is only available to the topmost group. Pink Wang Qin's Chinese were not supposed to be moral people. Now there's a chance to be able to enslave the Sakura country. Each of them had a lewd expression, and the dirty things they were thinking in their hearts were not hidden. But it's no wonder they wanted Fan Dong to choose the second one. With the exception of some extremely special existences, the enslaved Sakura Nation people were actually not that far away from ordinary people. Most Wang Qin fans are extremely well off materially. For these people, enjoying the services of the Sakura Nation people who became slaves was not that difficult. Fan Dong, hurry up and pick the second word. It's a good thing you punk did for China. You can have fun if it makes us happy. Otherwise, we'll make you lose your name. Humph, you'd better be sensible, Fan Dong, or you'll just have to wait. This group of Wang Qin fans had their nostrils turned upwards, and their words carried undisguised arrogance. Even if other sensible wasps want to choose the first word that will benefit tens of millions of people, it also suffers from the fact that Wang Qin's fans are so numerous that it is difficult for Fan Dong to hear them. However, Fan Dong, even if he could not hear the cries of these sensible Chinese, he wouldn't let the Wang Qin fans get away with it either. Fan Dong averted his gaze from Wang Qin fan's disgusting face and looked up at the sky to faintly speak. I choose the first phrase, Heaven's Way of Enchantment, and choose the Tsuizhou province of China as the location of the enchantment. Fan Dong's not-so-loud voice spread throughout the entire national fortune space under the augmentation of the heavenly Dao's will. The Wang Qin fans who heard Fan Dong's choice had their hearts trembling. The laughter that had been chattering suddenly faded, and the anticipation in his eyes suddenly froze. How could these Wang Qin brainwashed fans not expect Fan Dong to choose the first word, and also to bring the gift of heaven to Tsuizhou province, one of the poorest regions in China? In fact, if Fan Dong descended the gift of heaven on a developed area, these Wang Qin fans are kind of okay with it. After all, many Wang Qin fans live in developed areas. Once the heavenly Dao's gifts descended, they would also receive no small amount of benefits. It's just that Kuishanert province, as one of the poorest regions in China, is a closed province in terms of information. Not many people at all recognized Wang Qin, a young general who had never participated in a single battle of nations. A battle of nations and two bonus words. They, Wang Qin fans, however, did not reap any benefits. It's enough to make these narrow-minded Wang Qin fans break their defenses. Fan Dong, do you want to destroy Huaxia? To give up such a chance that could change the fate of China? Fan Dong, what qualifications do you have to make this decision? I now very much suspect that Fan Dong is a spy for another country, and I ask the state to arrest Fan Dong. Wang Qin's fans' nonsensical questioning sounds rang out one after another, and Fan Dong didn't care. He naturally had his considerations for the reason why he descended the heavenly Dao gift on the Kuishanert province. Huaxia is already so powerful. How can Kuishanert province be left behind by Huaxia? Bring the gift of heaven to the province of Kuishanert. This is enough to keep the Kuishanert province up to speed with the development of China. The questioning and reprimanding sounds intensified. Fan Dong just laughed twice contemptuously and opened his mouth lightly. Destroy Huaxia? You mean the person who won more than 100 battles of national fortune for Huaxia is going to destroy Huaxia? A spy from another country? Spies from other countries can help Huaxia win over 100 battles of national fortune? As for why I can make this decision, just by virtue of the fact that it's me who won this battle of nations, I can do whatever I want. Fan Dong's stern voice left Wang Qin's fans speechless, but how could they give up on attacking Fan Dong? Seeing that ordinary words of mockery couldn't make Fan Dong's emotions ripple, they turned their spearheads towards Tang Sanburial, who had been summoned by Fan Dong. Humph, you're no good, even if you're not a spy. Who's good enough to summon such an evil god? That's right, Tang Sanburial didn't know how many people he had killed before he could summon so many withered bones. He's totally an evil god. And you, Fan Dong, are an evil cultivator, a rebel abandoned by the Buddhas, an evil god without compassion. You should be spurned by everyone who sees you. Wang Qin fans poured out vicious words at Tang Sanburial without a care in the world. Fan Dong raised his head to look at Tang Sanburial, who was sitting on the throne of withered bones, looking disdainfully at everyone present. He was surprised to find out Tang Sanburial, who was powerful enough to crush all the gods of the Sakura Kingdom, was actually trembling slightly in his body. Fan Dong's heart shook. He didn't think Tang Sanburial would care about the words of these mole crickets. There must be some other reason why Tang Sanburial was so out of sorts. Buddhist? Is it true that the Buddhist sect is all about universality and relief for the world? Suddenly, the word shy Tang Sanburial spoke indifferently. There was an inexplicable pathos in his voice. Humph, do you think all Buddhas are as murderous as you? Didn't the dragon-bucking Rowan summoned by Wang Qin let the man of Susa have a life? Don't you understand why you, Tang Sanburial, are not tolerated by the Buddhist sect? Isn't it because you, Tang Sanburu, are addicted to killing while the Buddhist sect is merciful? Upon hearing Tang Sanburu's sudden voice, Wang Qin's fans were initially a bit intimidated, but after realizing that the gods summoned in the ring couldn't take it easy on humans, they became more and more licentious, not caring in the slightest that Tang Sanburial had just won the battle of national fortunes for them. Ha, then let's show you the true face of Buddha. Tang Sanburial didn't care about the insults of this group of mole crickets. He just sneered twice and spoke disdainfully. After his voice filled with killing intent and his indifference fell. In the ring, there was suddenly a roiling black mist that appeared from behind Tang Sanburial. After the black mist had completely swept the ring, a scene slowly emerged in the black mist. In the middle of the picture, Tang Sanburial has not yet blacked out at this moment. With a calm and steady pace, he slowly paced towards the top of Spirit Mountain. Chapter 15, Feeling Tang Sanfan's Pain. A red robe embellished with dots of gold, emitting a dazzling Buddha's light. The nine-ring Zen staff in his hand was even haunted by an extremely dense Buddhist intent. World-honored one, it was I who broke the commandments in the daughter kingdom on the road to the west, and it is entirely my own responsibility that the Buddha's mind is trapped in the daughter kingdom. Please world-honored one release my 3 disciples as well as little white dragon. Step by step, Tang Sanburial ascended to the top of Spirit Mountain. It was as if his body was bearing an endless amount of Buddha's might. Each step left a deep footprint on the steps. Your 3 disciples as well as little white dragon were supposed to protect you on the road to the west. You have lost the Buddha's heart, and I will not spare them. Ka is seated high on the lotus throne with a compassionate face. The sacred Buddha's light lingering above his head was even 100 times more dazzling than the Buddha's light on Tang Sanburial's body. Yet the compassion in his face was missing from his words. The overpowering killing intent that filled the voice made even the fans of Wang Qin who had not personally faced Rudra chilled in their hearts. World-honored one. After walking to the great hall of the Spirit Mountain, Tang Sanburial kowed out towards Rulai one step at a time, his face sorrowful, and once again prayed to open his mouth. But Ka did not speak, he simply waved his hand gently. 3 extremely large bodies, concealed by the Buddha's light, then suddenly appeared within the Spirit Mountain Hall. Tang Sanburial seemed to have thought of something. His body trembled and his lowered head dared not look up. When Ka saw this, then he waved his hand again. A force that Tang Sanburial couldn't resist slowly lifted his lowered head. Under the gaze of Tang Sanburu's sight, the Buddhist light that covered the 3 bodies slowly disappeared. Even if the mind had anticipated it, Tang Sanburial was still frozen in place as if he had been struck by lightning. How is that possible? Tang Sanburial seemed to have lost his soul and mumbled unconsciously. After the Buddha's light completely disappeared, what appeared in front of everyone's eyes was the bodies of Piggy, Sha Wujing, and Little White Dragon after their deaths. Inuyasha's body, which had been transformed into a boar, was skinned alive. The 2 sharp fangs also seemed to have been snapped raw by a huge force, and Sha Wujing had his limbs chopped off. Only a torso with a head remains. As for Little White Dragon, he was even more miserable. A dragon scale was pulled up from the flesh. The 2 lofty dragon horns were even cut away from the roots. This is the Buddha? How can it be so ferocious? It's all fake. It's all false. Tang San Burial is evil himself, and he's trying to discredit the Buddha too. Looking at the shocking scene presented by Tang San Burial, it's not just Wang Qin fans. All the crowds in the other countries also let out a gasp of surprise at the same time. Although Buddhism is not widely spread in this world, but its compassionate teachings are still known to many. Now see the Buddha flaying and boning 3 of the legendary Westward 5 with cruelty. Everyone's perceptions crumbled a bit. Tang San Burial, who was in the air above the national fortune ring, didn't retort after hearing the cries of shock coming from below. He manipulated the image in the black mist again and continued. Only the black fog presented the picture. 2 lines of blood tears flowed from Tang San Burial's eyes. A dazzling Buddha's light gradually began to dim. As for the rich Buddhist intent lingering on his body, it was also constantly eroded by the ferocious intent. Where's Goku? There was endless despair in Tang San Burial's voice, but Wukong's disappearing figure still made him hold his breath and open his mouth towards Rudra to inquire. The monkey? I exterminated his monkeys and monkeys' grandchildren, and turned the mountain of flowers and fruits into a scorched earth that imprisoned him, so that he suffered the torment of the flames burning his heart at all times. Ka spoke carelessly, and in the most relaxed tone of voice, he uttered the most mischievous words. After his voice fell, the image of the Monkey King being trapped by thousands of arm-thick chains on a mountain that had been turned into scorched earth appeared in front of Tang San Burial's eyes. Sun Wukong's wretched and miserable appearance caused Tang San Burial's inner heart to twist. A scene from his journey to the west with the Monkey King kept flashing in his eyes. But this is far from over. Rulai's lofty demeanor grew even more contemptuous as he spoke again faintly. You think that's the end of it? Come see the land of daughters. Tang San Burial's heart shook once again at his words. He jerked his head up, saw a scene he never wanted to see in his life. Originally vibrant, prosperous daughter country, now corpses everywhere, yellow sand flying. The daughter kingdom's lord, who had been secretly in love with him, was suspended in mid-air by an invisible force. The lord of the daughter kingdom endured the scorching sun and the blowing sands of the wind. She was but a mere mortal. Under the torture of the divine means, the vitality gradually died out. However, the daughter was not allowed to die in life, and after her death, Ka did not let her go easily. With a wave of Rulai's big hand, the soul body of the daughter kingdom's lord was casually withdrawn by him. Then Rudra casually threw this soul body into a cloud of Buddhist light as if it were garbage. The lord of the daughter kingdom is immortal. Under the erosion of the Buddha's light, the soul body could not seek life or death, and suffered endless torment for eternity. No, no! Tang San Burial completely collapsed. He roared towards the sky, and his robe, which was glowing with the light of the sacred Buddha, turned all black in an instant. I see that you are not yet finished with the red dust, so I will punish you to go to the daughter kingdom to sharpen your skills. Rulai didn't care in the slightest about the collapsed Tang San Burial as he spoke softly once more. There was a supreme greatness in the voice, suddenly teleporting Tang San Burial to the realm of the daughter kingdom. The 3 burials of Tang were transmitted to the middle of the daughter's kingdom. At the moment, the daughter country was littered with corpses, and the scent of blood was constantly wafting through the city. The remnants of the daughter kingdom's lord, on the other hand, lay quietly in the center of a pile of corpses. Tang San Burial crawled with difficulty to the side of the daughter kingdom lord's remnant body. A blood trail 100 meters long was dragged out. Your Majesty, the poor monk cannot save the multitudes, but the poor monk swears that the poor monk will be able to snatch back his Majesty's soul from the hands of Rudra. Tang San Burial tenderly stroked the daughter kingdom lord's bloodied face, tears of blood flowing down his face once again. After he opened his mouth, a cloudy wind rose up and yellow soil flew throughout the city. Gradual gain. The gale was transformed into a bloody meal of flesh, roughly stuffed into Tang San Burial's mouth. The lust then transforms into a delicate beauty with large swaths of bare skin. Squeeze into Don Samuel's arms. The anger in Tang San Buru's eyes was enough to be monstrous. He spat out the bloody meat, pushed away the beauty that threw herself at him, and roared toward the heavens. Rudra, do you think this will make me yield? The roar fell, and the image in the black mist came to an abrupt end. The black mist that filled the ring also slowly receded. Looking at all the images just now, Fan Dong clenched his fists tightly. In his last life, he had been extremely unimpressed by the Buddhist set of compassionate statements. I didn't expect this life. It is amazing that the Buddhas of Buddhism can be so despicable, simply because Tang San Burial lost the Buddha's heart. This group of Buddhas, who boasted of their universality, then toyed with the 5 people of the West and slaughtered a country. Who are they to call themselves Buddhas? Who are they to claim to be compassionate? The anger in Fan Dong's heart was about to take over his sanity, and those Wang Qin fans, as well as the followers of Buddhism but do not believe in the picture shown by Don Samuel. It's just a one-sided statement. You, Tang San Burial, are an evil god. Could the other Buddhas be so evil? If you ask me, Tang San Burial is a villain who has not attained righteousness and then goes on a rampage to discredit the Buddhist sect. No wonder he doesn't deserve to be a Buddha. And the royal brother, and also His Majesty. What a touching display of affection. Ha ha ha, you guys don't say. If I were Tang San Burial, I wouldn't be able to hold it if I saw a dainty beauty like the Daughter Kingdom's lord throwing herself at her. Those legs, that face, TSK. The gods in the ring were unable to strike easily at humans. This group of lewd fellows had no mouths to speak of, and each one of them let loose with their taunts. It's just that Tang San Burial isn't any good, listening to all sorts of unpleasant sounds, especially in response to the obscene voice of the Lord of the Daughters. Tang San Burial's face hidden under his black robe grew more and more gloomy. The aura on his body also became wild and difficult to control. The Daughter Kingdom Lord was Tang San Burial's scales. Who dares to insult the Daughter Kingdom's Lord? Then he would have to withstand Tang San Burial's extreme anger. Sensing the change in Tang San Burial's aura, Wang Qin fans and the lewd viewers from other countries didn't have any restraint. What? You still want to attack us? Even we, the ordinary spectators, have to be killed, and you say you're not an evil god? Oh, heartbroken about your sire? I'll scold your sire. What can you do to me? The vicious taunts didn't go away for a long time. It's even getting more and more reckless. In the midst of increasingly vicious taunts, Tang San Burial's aura finally converged to an unimaginable level. This aura was far more powerful than when he had slain Orochi as well as Susanoo. Crunch, crunch. The protective boundary set up by the heavens will creaked under the ravages of Tang San Buru's berserk aura. Until then, these spectators suddenly realized that the gods in the ring just couldn't attack them easily. It's not that they can't be killed. Oh, feel my pain. Tang San Burial sneered twice. The words made everyone present feel as if they were plunged into an ice cave, their whole body freezing. Chapter 16, Death is what makes them fearful. The icy cold voice seemed to contain supreme greatness. The protective boundary set up by the heavens will thumped and shattered. The entire bodies of everyone within the Guiyun space were as heavy as lead. This group is just a bunch of ordinary people. Facing a deity as terrifying to the extreme as Tang San Burial, they had neither the guts nor any strength to resist. Fan Dong, quickly order Tang San Burial to stop. While everyone was shocked by Tang San Burial, Lu Hualiang, who was also able to summon the gods, stiffly resisted Tang San Burial's pressure. He roared loudly towards Fan Dong, trying to get Fan Dong to order Tang San Burial to stop killing. It wasn't that he, Lu Hualiang, had a guilty conscience and wanted to save the masses of China as well as the rest of the world. Rather, he, Lu Hualiang, was also afraid of being targeted by Tang San Burial. Just how would Fan Dong listen to Lu Hualiang? Not to mention that he, Fan Dong, couldn't control Tang San Burial. Even if he, Fan Dong, had the ability to control Tang San Jun, he wouldn't let Tang San Jun stop killing. These scumbags are too comfortable. Comfort to the point where they need to be kept in awe by strong-arming them. Go to hell, all of you. Tang San Burial's icy voice that sounded like it came out of hell sounded once again. As the voice rang out, a dense killing intent filled the national fortune space. It made the national space as if it had been turned into a swamp, imprisoning everyone's movements. And then a line of mist like a black dragon filled out from the ground. These black mists carried a force that was extremely strong. Under the control of Don Samuel, the black mist was like a giant python, slowly wrapping itself around those who were the most arrogant. Ah, don't! I don't want to die yet. Spare me. Fan Dong, please let me go. I'll never scold you again. Fan Dong, let me go. How arrogant these people just were. What a mess right now. They were lifted high into the air by the black mist. Ghostly cries and wails of supplication toward Fan Dong. Fan Dong was as oblivious, his eyes indifferent as he looked at the group of trash who were scared less. In their infinite arrogance, they should just think of karma and what they are going to end up with today. Fan Dong, you wait. I won't let you go even as a ghost. Tang San Burial. Fan Dong, you're all a bunch of trash. All of you are a bunch of trash. Among this group of painfully wailing scum, there were not a few swarthy and vicious people. After realizing that Fan Dong would not let them go, they also no longer wailed and prayed, but instead cursed madly and angrily at Fan Dong. It was as if this was the only way to cover up the fear that was raging in their hearts. Ha! You won't get a chance to be ghosts. Fan Dong laughed coldly twice. The words spoken caused those who were not entangled in the black mist to feel the same inner chills. And after Fan Dong's voice fell, Tang San Burial gently waved his right hand. The black mist instantly swelled and completely wrapped the group of scum, sucking in the group's flesh and blood. Ah! Get me killed. Fan Dong, kill me. I was wrong. Fan Dong, give me a hard time. The black mist sucked up all the flesh and blood. This kind of pain that goes deep into the bones is enough to make all the ferocious and cruel guys lose his original hardness as well. The insults died down completely. Only screams and wails were left to resonate in the national fortune space. After a few minutes, the scum, who had been sucked up by the black mist for several long minutes, gradually stopped making any noise. Thousands of corpses and bones remained under Tang San Burial's casual torture. The other spectators who witnessed the scene shook like a sieve. The legs couldn't even support their weight anymore. A bunch of obstinate fools. Buddha has long since ceased to be Buddha. The deaths of these thousands of people finally caused Tang Sanburial to quell his anger for a few moments. He was high above the vault of heaven, looking down on the masses of all the nations below. The icy gaze chilled the unknown number of people into silence. Even though they were extremely resentful towards Tang Sanburial, no one dared to make any noise. The tragic deaths of thousands of people just now were enough to make everyone realize Tang Sanburial was truly capable of getting any of them killed as if he were crushing an ant. Fear spread like a tidal wave throughout the entire space of the national fortune. In the long silence, the heavenly will that dominated this world finally noticed Tang Sanburial's killing. Divine Tang Sanburial, violating the rules of the national fortune space, is hereby banned from participating in the Battle of National Fortune for a period of 5 matches. The voice of the heavenly Tao, which represented the highest will of the national fortune space, rang out at the right time, breaking the silence that pervaded the space of the state's fortunes. It also dispersed the fear in the hearts of all. And immediately after, a supreme power filled the space of the national fortune. This force has not affected anyone, merely pressing towards Tang Sanburial, who looked like a demon god. The white bone throne shattered under the pressure of this force. The shattered white bones, however, were imprisoned around Tang Sanfun as if time had stood still. The terrifying power of the heavenly Taos will rebuild the courage of the people who had just been scared out of their wits by Tang Sanburial. These people's faces brought up righteous indignation and disdainful mockery as they angrily rebuked Tang Sanburial in the air. What a bull ****** God, indiscriminately killing innocents, deserves to be sanctioned by the will of heaven. Ha ha ha. Tang Sanburial was banned by the will of heaven. I'll see what other gods this Fandong can summon. Fandong, it's time to retire. After you retire, let's see what we'll do to you. One mocking threat after another slammed viciously at Fandong as well as Tang Sanburial. Fandong was used to hearing these taunts. He paid no attention at all to the mocking threats. As for Tang Sanburial, he suddenly broke free from the bonds of the heavenly Tao's will. The ferocious intent that escaped from his body was like a gale blowing through everyone. After everyone had been shocked by this ferocious intent, Tang Sanburial spoke indifferently to the crowd. Who says I'm the only blackened god in China? Tang Sanburial's sudden opening caused the group's hearts to jump, fearing that he could come back with another massacre. But fortunately, the will of heaven is still the master of this world. Under the pressure of the heavenly Tao's will, Tang Sanburial used all of his power and could only utter a single sentence. After his voice fell, his figure was exhausted from the exhaustion of his strength, and it dissipated abruptly in the ring. Fandong, even Tang Sanburial has disappeared. Even if you're a super genius you can still summon the 11th god? Tang Sanburial has been banned. The road to my great cherry blossom empire's takeoff is now unobstructed. Ha ha ha. Watching Tang Sanburial disappear under the oppression of the heavenly Tao's will, the masses of Sakura Nation forgot about the defeat they had just suffered. They taunted Fandong wildly, and there was the anticipation of Sakura country taking off on their faces. It was only the voice of heaven that finally knocked them down into the mire. Battle of Nations, China versus Sakura Nation. Sakura Nation lost the battle, penalizing it for acquiring the phrase, tsunami frenzy. Within 10 years, a Class 9 tsunami will randomly occur 3 times within Sakura country. The Battle of Nations, China versus Sakura country, is now over. Please leave the space of nations within 3 hours. The voice of the heavenly Tao slowly came from the depths of the heavenly dome, and the little Sakura country, which had just been cheering, suddenly froze in place. The heavenly will's sanctioning of Tang Sanburial made them indulge in fantasies of defeating Huaxia. And now, the voice of Tendo, on the other hand, reminds them once again of the reality of the disaster that is about to befall them in the land of Sakura. A Class 9 tsunami. My Sakura country is finished. No, I'm applying for a rerun of the Battle of the Nations. Tang Sanburial is banned. My Sakura Nation can definitely win this time. I'm not from the Sakura country, so who can take me in? I'll be a slave. I'll do whatever you want me to do. The Sakura Nation was completely devastated. The Class 9 tsunami had caused extremely serious accidents in the Sakura country. The penalty of 3 Class 9 tsunamis in 10 years is enough to leave the Sakura country gasping for air for decades. The Sakura Nation wailed and cried and prayed for other nations to take them in. But by now, the Sakura Nation masses are some useless trash in the eyes of these countries. No one will care about the fate of Sakura Nation. Everyone's attention was all focused on Fandong's body. Fandang steps down to the ring. The moment Fandong stepped out of the ring, a group of emotional reporters crowded the microphone in front of Fandong. These people were like sharks that smelled blood and surrounded them. Fandong, may I ask why you didn't choose to obtain the extended life of the drug after defeating Sakura Nation? May I ask why Fandong didn't stop Tang Sanburial from going on a killing spree? Don't you think that's very cruel? The shrill voice pierced the surrounding clamor, but Fandong always ignored it. No one is in a position to ask him to explain all the decisions he makes. It wasn't until after another inquiry sounded that Fan Dong stopped him in his tracks. Fan Dong, Tang San Burial has been banned for 5 matches. May I ask if you can still summon any other gods? Would you have chosen to retire if you could not summon the gods? Chapter 17, From now on, I'll live only for myself. Once this reporter's voice was heard, the cacophonous space of the national fortune was reduced to silence in an instant. It doesn't matter if it's a foreigner or a Chinese. Everyone wanted to know if Fan Dong could still summon other gods to continue the fight. The black and Chinese gods are far more than just Tang San Burial. Fan Dong's seemingly unanswerable reply inexplicably gave birth to an idea in anyone's mind. That was that Fan Dong's path to invincibility would never be cut short. He can also summon other gods. What's the point of pretending? That's right. Do you really think that there's nothing else I can do in Huaxia without him, Fan Dong? When my brother Wang Qin is a vegetarian, that's disgusting. I think Fan Dong can only summon Tang San Burial. Otherwise, what is he playing dumb here? Wang Qin brainwashed fans were already looking at Fan Dong in a bad light. Taking advantage of Tang San Burial being banned, they made a big mockery of Fan Dong. Fan Dong coldly watched Wang Qin's fans jumping up and down and didn't care too much. It was just a bunch of jumped-up clowns. Not enough to make him feel any emotions. Fan Dong, after the Battle of National Fortune is over, if you still want to continue participating in the Battle of National Fortune, then hurry up and think about how to repent. Condoning the gods to strike out at nationals. You'll be lucky if you don't end up in the slammer. Amidst the clamor of Wang Qin's fans, battle team coach Lu Hualiang also spoke at the same time. The dust has settled. Without any threat to his life, Lu Hualiang once again resumed his mean expression. The words he spoke were like a sharp knife stabbing hard into Fan Dong's heart. Fan Dong is really tired now. It would be fine if it was just a bunch of clowns like Wang Qin's fans. However, Lu Hualiang was the coach of the battle team in charge of the Battle of National Luck, and was fully in charge of all the affairs of the Battle of National Luck. One could even say, at a time when those at the highest levels of China were not concerned about the Battle of National Fortunes, he, Lu Hualiang, could do whatever he wanted within the space of national transportation. Under such a scumbag with monstrous power, even though he, Fan Dong, had the intention to serve his country, he was powerless to do so. Fan Dong, who was a little hunched over, laughed forlornly for a couple of moments, but it was only an instant before the despondency on Fan Dong's face was replaced by a ruthless color. Once, he, Fan Dong, could tolerate all injustices for the sake of Huaxia. Now it was time for him, Fan Dong, to fight for himself. At that thought, Fan Dong's eyes filled with the determination of a fish dying in a net. In front of all the reporters' cameras, Fan Dong straightened up his body. He looked askance at all the spectators in the national fortune space like a king and spoke aloud. Didn't you guys suppress me? Didn't you want me, Fan Dong, to not be able to participate in the Battle of National Fortune? Well then I'll do what you want. From now on, your lives and deaths will no longer have anything to do with me. I, Fan Dong, will only live for myself. Fan Dong's determined voice echoed in the national fortune space. The voice caused Lu Hualiang to be startled. At the same time, it also infuriated Wang Qin's brainwashed fans whose faces were twisted, and their hearts were like volcanoes that were about to erupt, unable to hold back. Fan Dong, don't you talk nonsense. Who suppressed you? Who doesn't want you to participate in the Battle of National Fortune anymore? Isn't it normal for you to be replaced by a junior general when your own potential has been exhausted? Lu Hualiang, with a slight panic in his eyes, retorted loudly at Fan Dong. Fan Dong was the one who had won 100 battles of national fortune for Huaxia. So much for secretly suppressing Fan Dong. If this kind of thing was put into the open, the senior management of Huaxia would definitely whip him. Lu Hualiang, out of his skin. My brother Wang Qin is also something you can judge? Also Wang Qin, this kind of goods. How good can you Fan Dong be? Have we begged you to participate in the Battle of National Fortune? Since you are highly suppressed, then you should retire. Hurry up and retire. Fan Dong, there's no use for you to participate in the Battle of National Fortune anymore. Fan Dong's words just now caused Wang Qin fans to rise up and attack. One by one, they pointed and spat at Fan Dong, their mouths forcing Fan Dong to hurry up and retire. Fan Dong looked coldly at the crowd of people who were verbally abusing him. The only glimmer of hope left in his eyes for the group vanished completely. I choose to retire. Amidst the flurry of mocking rebuke, Fan Dong coldly spat out 5 words. The sound was not very loud, but it plunged the space of the national transportation into an eerie silence. A ray of despair was revealed in the eyes of some sensible Huaxia people. As Chinese who can rationally judge the current situation, they naturally know that in today's time when China's youth is not enough, once Fan Dong retires, the myth that Huaxia never loses a fight will be quickly shattered. Disaster after disaster will also befall China itself. But these people don't hate Fan Dong. There was a secret suppression by such an extremely powerful battle team coach like Lu Hualiang. Fan Dong can hold out until now is already benevolent. What they hated in their hearts was the group of assholes who were corpses and ignored the heroes of the country. And Lu Hualiang as well as Wang Qin fans such as those who look forward to Fan Dong's retirement. There was also some disbelief at the moment. Just retire? It's good to be retired. It's good to be retired. Wang Qin fans look forward to Fan Dong's retirement, but their cheers weren't very loud after Fan Dong retired. There was even some trepidation in their hearts because of Fan Dong's retirement. After all, even if Fan Dong seems to have summoned no other gods at this point, but as long as he stood there, it was enough to give all the Chinese people peace of mind, at a time when all the Chinese people were a little frightened. Lu Hualiang, who forced Fan Dong to retire, was born with a few moments of bewilderment in his heart at the moment, although he spared no effort to force Fan Dong to retire. When Fan Dong actually retired, for a while he actually could not see a way out for Huaxia in the future. Wang Qin, from now on, the resources poured into you will be doubled, and you must fight out for me in the next battle of nations. The sudden great pressure made Lu Hualiang suddenly red-eyed. He clenched his fists and hissed, ordering viciously towards Wang Qin at his side. In this era of waning talent in China, all Lu Hualiang could do was to frantically pour resources into Wang Qin, even if the person doesn't seem to be untouchable. When Wang Qin heard the death order given by Lu Hualiang, trepidation almost occupied his eyes. Before he had ever mounted the National Games ring, he felt that Fan Dong was nothing more than that, and could be replaced by anyone. But after having mounted the National Luck ring, Wang Qin then realized how terrifying Fan Dong really was. With one man's power to defend China alone for nearly 10 years, he won 100 battles of national fortune for China. Wang Qin thought to himself that he would never be able to have such a brilliant battle record in his lifetime. Thinking that he will be the one to carry the banner of China in the future, Wang Qin's eyes were filled with fear, and his body even trembled in both strands from fear. Did you hear that? Looking at Wang Qin's terrified appearance, Lu Hualiang was a bit hateful, but there was nothing he could do. When it comes to suppressing Fan Dong and wantonly clutching national interests, there is no turning back for him. Lu Hualiang, if Wang Qin even after obtaining a large amount of resources is not good enough, then he, Lu Hualiang, will also be completely dead without a burial place. Ming. Got it. Wang Qin's cowering look infuriated Lu Hualiang's brain blank, but the dog was his choice. He could only believe that as long as the resources were in place, even a loser could have a few strengths. As for the crowds in other countries, they were after hearing Fan Dong announce his retirement. The sudden joy of it made them almost lose themselves. Fan Dong has retired. Fan Dong has finally retired. Ha ha ha. China has cut off one of its own arms, and the world will be ruled by me, the Eagle Kingdom, from now on. Ha ha ha. Wang Qin fans are really stupid. I can tell that Wang Qin is just a useless waste of space, and they still like him for what? That huge head? The mocking voices of the masses from various countries rang out one after another in the national luck space. Their undisguised ridicule caused Wang Qin fans' faces to droop instantly, but they didn't dare say anything more. Even if Huaxia dominates the world, they are arrogant and domineering in the face of their countrymen, and they dare not show the slightest disrespect to their foreign father. While the clamor inside the national luck space went on and on for a long time, Fan Dong's announcement of his retirement also instantly stirred up all the country's top brass. Chapter 18, The Eight-Nation Alliance. Invasion of China. The tallest building in the imperial capital of China, the highest level of the Sky Dragon Tower. 7 figures were seated around a round table, and the atmosphere was grave. What's this Lu Hualiang suppression that Fan Dong is talking about? Long Baichuan, who was the head of Huaxia, spoke in a condensed voice. He was hale and hearty despite his gray hair. The pressure escaping from his body filled the not-so-large conference room. It made the other 6 men a little scared. This is not clear to us, and it is also possible that it is just Fan Dong's side of the story. I don't know whether it is true or not. After Long Baichuan opened his mouth, among the 6, Tu Zhengqing, who was wearing a military uniform, spoke in a deep voice. There were a few moments of embarrassment on his rigid face. Fan Dong is the biggest contributor to Huaxia, but they, the executives, were not even very clear about the most basic situation of Fan Dong. If this was placed in normal times, Long Baichuan would be able to understand. After all, in this decade, Huaxia has developed too fast. They, the top brass, simply didn't have the extra energy to put into the battle of national fortunes, even less time to get to the individual players. But now, Fan Dong's retirement caused Long Baichuan to lose some of his mind. Hearing Tu Zhengqing's reply, Long Baichuan let out a cold snort, his words tinged with an extremely suppressed anger. Not clear? Fan Dong is about to be suppressed and retired, and you guys are telling me it's not clear? Fan Dong has won 100 battles of national fortune for Huaxia, and is the greatest contributor to Huaxia. Whoever suppresses Fan Dong is committing treason. The anger carried in Long Baichuan's words caused the other 6 to lower their heads. However, The anger in Long Baichuan's heart did not calm down. As if he wanted to whip Lu Hualiang into shape, he squeezed his voice out of his teeth. When Lu Hualiang came out of the National Luck Space, he immediately came and asked him to find me. I'm going to ask him how he treated Fan Dong. At a time when Huaxia's top management was furious because of Fan Dong's retirement, the top brass of the other countries, however, were in a state of euphoria. Inside a room without any light, 8 holographic projections suddenly appeared one after another. A closer look. These 8 figures were none other than the top figures of various powerful countries. Since we're all here, let's discuss how to deal with Huaxia. Gan Tian, the holy hero of the Tianzhu kingdom among the 8 projections, was the first to speak. After Fan Dong retired, there aren't any strong players in Huaxia today, so I suggest launching a direct battle to the death. Gan Tian's voice had just fallen. Emperor Hinjin of the Sakura Kingdom, who was on the sidelines, then couldn't wait to propose. Today's cherry blossom country. There are frequent earthquakes within the country and the threat of a magnitude 9 tsunami outside its borders. A natural disaster could strike at any time, and the Sakura country is in social turmoil. Emperor Hanan was in dire need of obtaining a large amount of national fortune, which would in turn stabilize his rule. Fan Dong's retirement brings us the best time to carve up Huaxia. I, the Eagle Kingdom, concur with Emperor Hashan's proposal. Once Emperor Hinjin's seemingly somewhat radical proposal was uttered, it was actually immediately recognized by a number of countries. The 5-star general of the Eagle Nation, MacArthur, had a face of suppressed excitement. There was even a yearning in his eyes for world domination again. Without Fan Dong Ho, the remaining players in China are a bunch of stinky fish and shrimp. I, the Nordic Empire, also agree with Emperor Hinjin's proposal. I, the nation of Olympus, likewise agree. One by one, the top echelons of the Nordic Empire as well as Olympus spoke in agreement. Today's Chinese talent is withering. All countries are coveting this fat piece of meat. Good. Then let's wage a deadly war against Huaxia. Gan Tian hammered out a smile at the corner of his mouth. The mindset of various countries to divide up China is right in Gan Tian's heart. In today's world, it is the Tianzhu kingdom that is second in power only to Huaxia. Once China loses its hegemony, then they, the Celestial Kingdom, will logically take over the position of world hegemony. The agreement for 8 countries to launch a deadly war against China was successfully reached. The faces of the 8 people present did not show a trace of relief. A breathless silence inexplicably fell over the room. The atmosphere in the room was becoming more and more stark, and the pressure on the various leaders was climbing. Under the heavy pressure, the top management of the Sakura country, which was the weakest country, was the first to fail to carry the pressure. Emperor Hinjin spoke stiffly and uncomfortably to the few others who were silent. After initiating the deadly battle, if Fan Dong returns, how should we deal with Fan Dong? Emperor Xingren's voice caused many people in the room to be in a grave mood. Fan Dong just retired. He's not dead. At a time when Huaxia is facing a life and death situation, there's a good chance that Fan Dong will play again to save Wachovia. Fan Dong won't fight because I, the Eagle Kingdom, will surely be able to recruit him. Seeing that some of the country's top brass were intimidated by Fan Dong, MacArthur snorted. His nostrils turned up and he spoke with conviction. Although the Eagle country's national strength is not comparable to that of the Chinese and Tianzhu countries, but MacArthur was confident he had enough leverage to impress Fan Dong. It's just that the Eagle Kingdom wants to recruit Fan Dong, a superpower. How could other countries give it away? What kind of a thing are you, Eagle Kingdom? And why should I let you recruit Fan Dong? That's right. Why can't it be my Nordic Empire that recruits Fan Dong? MacArthur's arrogance and his desire to monopolize Fan Dong completely ruffled feathers. Olympus, the Nordic Empire, even Sakura Nation, which was already riddled with holes, went out of its way to condemn MacArthur. On what grounds? By the fact that I, the Eagle Kingdom, was once the world's dominant power, and you're all a bunch of trash. To have you trash as allies is a disgrace to the Eagle Kingdom. MacArthur was not cowed in the face of the crowd's accusations. He was a one-man tongue-twister, and he was not at all defeated. Shame. You Eagles don't want to be in an alliance with us if you can. As I see it, since the various countries have their own agenda, there is no need for this deadly battle to be initiated at all. So let Huaxia continue to dominate? Let China continue to ride in on our heads? These countries are not meant to be ironclad. And MacArthur's vicious taunts. What's more, it directly made this alliance, which had just been established, split into pieces in an instant. Don't even argue. Launching a deadly war against Huaxia is the most important thing now. In the middle of the argument, Gan Tian suddenly yelled. It was as if there was a huge amount of energy in his obscene body. The roar that was like a lion's roar made everyone stop arguing at the same time. Gan Tian scornfully swept his eyes around the few people present. A hint of derision flashed at the corner of his mouth as he spoke faintly. You guys are at least the top echelons of a country. Are you as good as arguing like shrews over a Fan Dong? Whoever wants to recruit Fan Dong can go. We'll all just do what we can. Besides, do you guys really think you can recruit Fandong? Don Tian's icy voice rang in the ears of the crowd. This voice caused the top brass of each country to suddenly be at a bit of a loss for words. Just argued about everything. It's all based on the fact that they were able to recruit Fandong. But why would Fandong accept their solicitation so easily? If we can't recruit Fandong, what should we do? Realizing the consequences of failing to recruit Fandong, Emperor Hinjin of the Sakura Kingdom's voice trembled a bit, even though Don Samuel has been banned. But everyone here didn't doubt that Fandong could summon other gods. At that time, once Fandong participates in a deadly battle, then I'm afraid that it would be difficult for the 8 of them to join forces and win another deadly battle. What's there to be afraid of? Don Tian glanced at Emperor Xingren and spoke faintly. It's just as well that Fandong doesn't participate in the war. If Fandong once participates in the war, then we, the Tianzhu Kingdom, will deal with him. The Tianzhu Kingdom is second only to Huaxia in power, and Gantian as the Mahatma of the Celestial Kingdom. His voice revealed a world-beating confidence. This confidence permeated the modest room. A feeling rose in the hearts of all the top brass of the other countries. That is, once Huaxia is defeated in this deadly battle, the Celestial Kingdom will surely be the next world hegemon. Thinking about this, the hearts of the leaders of these countries became even heavier. After they expressed their agreement one after another, the projection then disappeared in the room, which saw no light. Fandong, who was the center of everyone's discussion, was not aware of what was happening outside the national fortune space. The moment he was watching Lu Hualiang being interviewed by reporters from various countries. May I ask Coach Lu Hualiang, how do you feel about Fandong's retirement? Fandong's retirement makes Lu Hualiang has never been in a happier mood than now. He held his head high as if he had won a cockfight. A confident voice emanated from amongst the chest high in the air. Chapter 19, even a pig is better than Wang Qin. Fandong is a hero of our Huaxia, and I'm very sorry to see him retire. But lamentations aside, Fandong's behavior of condoning the slaughter of ordinary people by the gods has already touched the bottom line of Huaxia, and with Fandong's potential exhausted, it's time for him to retire. Lu Hualiang's face faked a sense of regret. It made Fandong a little nauseous. Wang Qin brainwashed fans, but because Lu Hualiang seemingly regardless of the regret, and the heart is moved. Coach Lu Hualiang is really too kind. He even spoke up for Fandong after he told him to kneel down and kowtow. He's really too kind. For crying out loud, the country must give Coach Lu Hualiang a raise. Coach Lu Hualiang is the savior of my China. Stupid Wang Qin fans were moved to red eyes by Lu Hualiang's poor performance. Listening to these fans self-righteously asking the state to raise Lu Hualiang's salary, Fandong couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Wage increase? Lu Hualiang still needs a salary increase? 100-fold increase in salary won't catch up with the stolen money he embezzled in a year. Fandong couldn't stand the stupidity of these Wang Qin fans. Scornful eyes looked disdainfully at the crowd, and there was undisguised mockery in his words. Fandong, you retired trash are worthy of talking about Coach Lu Hualiang? You piece of trash. Retired huh? See how I'm going to screw you after I leave the national luck space. Although Fandong retired to grant the wishes of this group of brain-dead fans, but they are also due to Fandong's retirement, and there is trepidation about the battle for the nation's fortunes. It's okay if Fandong doesn't open his mouth. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was like a spark falling into a barrel of dynamite. It instantly ignited the anger of Wang Qin's fans. Trepidation poured out, and insults and taunts surged towards Fandong. It was just a flood of insults that didn't break the reporters' rhythm. These reporters didn't give Lu Hualiang a chance to catch his breath. One sharp question after another was thrown at Lu Hualiang by them. May I ask Coach Lu Hualiang, what are your thoughts on the future of Huaxia after Fandong retires? The reporter's more pointed inquiry caused a trace of embarrassment to flash across Lu Hualiang's face. After Fandong retired, Lu Hualiang is indeed a bit confused about the future of Huaxia. Wang Qin, whom he had invested a great deal of resources in cultivating, seemed to be really unuseful. But face the camera. Lu Hualiang could not show the confusion in his heart. He laughed dryly, squeezing out a couple of slightly awkward smiles. For Huaxia, Fandong's retirement will not have any impact. As I said just now, Fandong's potential is exhausted. Even if he hadn't retired, that would have been a battle of the nations in the future for the juniors. A talented youngster like Wang Qin will be an absolute pillar of our China in the future. Lu Hualiang's words this time were clearly not as confident as just now, yet Wang Qin's fans didn't even notice. Lu Hualiang's praise of Wang Qin made them cheer for Lu Hualiang in unison. Coach Lu Hualiang is right. Fandong's retirement won't have an impact at all. My brother Wang Qin is the real pillar of Huaxia. My brother Wang Qin is handsome and kind-hearted. Isn't he better than Fandong, who condoned the gods' massacre of ordinary people and destroyed the friendship between China and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom? The bragging voices of Wang Qin's fans caused the corners of Lu Hualiang's mouth to pull out a few strands of bitter smiles. Even more so, Fandong was dumbfounded. Fan Dong turned his gaze to Wang Qin. Only Wang Qin's face did not see any of the elation of becoming an absolute mainstay of Huaxia. All there is fear and panic about being forced to carry the banner of China. And these reporters don't exactly all trust Lu Hualiang's words. They once again threw a sharp question towards Lu Hualiang. Wang Qin lost a round of the Battle of Nations on his first appearance. May I ask why you have so much confidence in Wang Qin? Most of these reporters are not fans of Wang Qin. With a mind of its own, they could tell that Wang Qin's strength was far inferior to Fan Dong's. This pointed question caused Lu Hualiang's face, which was already forced to smile, to become awkward once again. His mind went blank, and for a moment he couldn't find a reason to explain. Simply because Wang Qin did indeed initiate the first defeat of Huaxia. Luckily for Wang Qin's fans, they will speak for him since. Was that a defeat for my brother Wang Qin? That was clearly for the friendship between China and the Sakura Kingdom. Are you reporters in league with Fan Dong? My brother Wang Qin has worked so hard for China, and you guys still want to talk about my brother Wang Qin. Wang Qin is hard. Okay. In the eyes of these Wang Qin fans, Wang Qin was their scales. Who dares to say anything bad about Wang Qin? That's even if the facts are in front of their eyes. They were also able to raw twist the facts in favor of Wang Qin. The angry voices of Wang Qin's fans made all the reporters not dare to speak for a while. A huge number of Wang Qin fans of the same time rage. It's enough to make these ordinary journalists so scared that their hands and feet go limp. Watching this group of Wang Qin fans attacking an ordinary person randomly based on their crowd, Fan Dong was no longer interested in reading any further. His eyes held the scorn of looking at a mole cricket, and his words held the ultimate mockery. Where did Wang Qin work hard? With the vast majority of resources poured into him, even a pig should have the strength to defeat Sakura Nation. This performance of Wang Qin, where do you guys see that he has worked hard? Fan Dong's relentless mocking voice caused Wang Qin's brainwashed fans to instantly explode. Just don't wait for this group of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans to open their mouths in rage. The will of the heavenly Tao transmitted all the spectators out of the national fortune space together. A white light drew closer before Fan Dong's eyes. The vision skyrocketed. Steep blackness ensued. By the time Fan Dong's sight returned again, it was the immaculate white walls that filled his eyes, and the pungent smell of disinfectant made him hold his breath. This is heck of a hospital, and the reason why Fan Dong appeared here, totally because of his seriously ill mom. Fan Dong's mom was a hero who fought for her country. After a battle of nations, Fan Dong's mom won the battle of the nations though she fought to the death, but he himself was seriously injured, fall into a coma. To this day, he still needs to lie in the intensive care unit. Extend your life by spending a lot of money. Fan Dong shook his head bitterly. He suddenly realized the most deserving choice for a national reward. It should be that long life phrase. It's just that Fan Dong doesn't regret it. 100 life-extending drugs is still too few, with his current situation of being suppressed by Lu Hualiang to the point of retirement. Even if you can share one, it will also surely be pocketed by Lu Hualiang by all means. Fan Dong shook his head, no longer thinking about things that had already passed. He slowly pushed open the door to the ICU room. The moment the door to the room opened, Fan Dong's pupils suddenly shrunk. Just see the room. A middle-aged woman whose face was pale, but could not hide her graceful atmosphere, lay unconscious on the hospital bed. Both sides of the hospital bed, two nurses were about to remove the ventilator that was keeping the middle-aged woman alive. And this middle-aged woman, it was Fan Dong's mom. Chapter 20, You really don't deserve to be compared to Wang Qin. What are you doing? Fan Dong's body suddenly tightened as he spoke sternly. Stimulated by this scene, the overpowering aura that had slowly dissipated due to the end of the Battle of Nations coalesced once again. Fan Dong stepped heavily and walked quickly to the hospital bed, and then without further ado, the two nurses were slapped to the ground in 2 slaps. His mom is in a coma and is only on a ventilator to keep her alive. 2 nurses tried to remove his mom's ventilator. This is tantamount to murder. So, Fan Dong didn't care if he was overly excited about the 2 slaps he had just received. All he knows is that he'll get anyone who touches his mom. Phew, phew, phew. Fan Dong gasped from the aftermath. He was like an enraged lion, his eyes glaring angrily, his eyes staring at the 2 nurses dead in the face. Those 2 slaps just now were just a warning. If these 2 nurses could not give a reasonable explanation, he would definitely make these 2 nurses pay the price of coping. The 2 nurses were on the floor, whimpering. Their faces had swollen into pig heads under the slap Fan Dong had just given them, but these 2 nurses had the nerve to remove the ventilator since they knew it was tantamount to murder. Then they will not be the ones who can bear the aggravation. One of the nurses, a spunky-looking one, snapped to her feet. With tears and snot mixed on her face, she transformed into a shrew and yelled towards Fan Dong, "And I'm going to ask you what you're going to do. If you don't have the money for the treatment, shouldn't you be blown out? Who are you to slap me?" Fan Dong laughed coldly twice, and his eyes took on a crazy killing intent in a split second. This killing intent was mixed with the overpowering aura of Fan Dong's body. It made the not-so-large ward fill up with a majestic pressure for a moment, and the air seemed to have stagnated. Immediately afterward, Fandong suddenly grabbed this nurse by the neck with one hand and lifted her into the air alive. My mom was seriously injured in bed only because she fought for her country, and I am even more of a hero who has stood alone in China for nearly a decade. You're saying you're going to blow out the door if you don't have the money? Who gave you the guts? And how come I don't have any money? Where's the money my girlfriend, Jing Cheng, kept in the hospital? The anger in Fandong's voice was undisguised, and the icy killing intent raging in his eyes even made the nurses on the side go cold all over. The nurse in Fandong's hands kept kicking and punching Fandang, and her face rose to an iron color from the difficulty of breathing. Just as this nurse was about to die from asphyxiation, a somewhat cold voice suddenly interrupted Fandong's movements. Fandon, do you have to disappoint me even more? Upon hearing this cool voice, Fandong's figure stalled. He threw the nurse in his hand as casually as if she were trash, twisting his head toward the door of the hospital room. A young woman dressed in designer clothes, showing off an extraordinary temperament. She wrapped her arms around herself, indifference and detachment written all over her face. This woman was none other than Fandong's girlfriend, Jing Cheng. Sensing the young woman's disgust and detachment, Fandong frowned and spoke faintly. So you know everything that just happened? Fandong suddenly felt this familiar face in front of him. In a moment is so strange. However, Jing Cheng seemed to deliberately avoid the question. She did not make any padding, and simply opened her mouth lightly to Fandong. Fandong, let's break up. Jing Cheng's cold voice was as if Fandong was just a stranger and had no involvement with her. Jing Cheng's words did not answer Fandong's question positively though, but Fandong had understood. He took a deep breath and his eyes no longer carried any emotion in them as he looked at Jing Cheng. It was just a slight nod, and after Jing Cheng saw Fandong nod, his cold and detached face was actually mixed with anger, resentment as well as relief at the moment. After a few breaths had passed, all of these mixed emotions dissolved into a soft sigh. Alas, in the past 10 years, you were a hero of China as you stood alone as a single man. At that time I looked up to you and courted you, hoping to be your wife and bear you offspring. Even if your strength has slipped over the years and you're no longer a hero of China, I'll still love and adore you without reservation. But I didn't think you'd go astray. Speaking of this, Jing Cheng's voice revealed a deep disappointment and helplessness. For fear that brother Wang Qin will replace you, you summon gods who have fallen into demonic ways and condoned their slaughter of our masses. Wang Qin will just replace you. It's not like he's going to destroy you. What are you so afraid of? You truly don't deserve to be compared to Wang Qin. The current you makes me feel sick. Jing Qing's voice even became a bit resentful when he said it in the end. Every word she says sounds like it comes from the heart, but the disappointment in Fandong's heart intensified with her words. You claim that you adore and admire me, but if you really adore me, how can you believe that I would be jealous of Wang Qin? Fandong spoke softly, his voice no longer carrying any emotion. There is only endless disappointment and helplessness. Fandong and Jing Qing have known each other for 8 whole years. Initially, Jing Qing was just a child of a poor family, while he, Fandong, has long been honored throughout the country, becoming a hero of China. I thought that under the flattery of the whole country, Fandong does not have real love, but at the end of a battle of nations, everyone was fawning over him. Jing Cheng, however, bravely points out that he is too gullible when it comes to his opponents. At that time, although Jing Qing had nothing, but was kind and sincere, Fandong, who was not yet 20 years old, was instantly attracted to Jing Qing. They fell in love and met. Under the aura of Fandong Huaxia's hero, Jing Qing's life has also changed drastically. She went to a prestigious school for her education and even started her own company straight after graduation. The startup didn't go well, though, but after the use of Fandong's reputation, it is also considered to have a scare and gradually grow. Jing Qing has also become a Chinese female tycoon who has been in the limelight for a while. Fandong had thought they would love each other until old age. But people change eventually. How do you expect me not to believe that? It is a bloody fact that you summon gods that have fallen into evil ways and condoned their slaughter of the people. So what can you say in your defense? It was as if talking to Fandong had become a disgrace to her. With a look of disgust, Jing Qing pulled out a card from her designer bag and threw it in Fandong's arms. I advise you not to waste any more effort explaining yourself, or it will only make me despise you even more. This is all the savings you've placed with me, totaling $100 million. From now on, you and I will not have a single thing to do with each other. After Jing Qing finished speaking, he turned away as hurriedly as if he was moving away from trash. The heels tapped out a crisp clatter on the floor, one at a time. It knocked out any relationship she had with Fandango. Fandong looked at Jing Qing's back, and not a single ripple was born in his heart. He looked down at the bank card in his hand and murmured softly under his breath, how can a stupid woman run a company apart from the aura of a Chinese hero? The moment Jing Qing walked out of the hospital, he then greeted the journalists and people who had been waiting outside the hospital for a long time. These reporters carried long guns, and the people are emotional. Seeing Jing Qing walk out of the hospital, these people were then like cats that had smelled a fishy odor, and they all gathered around, their eyes flashing with curiosity and inquisitiveness. Ms. Jing Qing, may I ask if you will still support Fandong or not? How do you feel about all the things your boyfriend has done? Does the huge business empire you've built up today have anything to do with your boyfriend? Sharp voices stabbed out from the crowd. In the face of these aggressive questions, Jing Qing appeared unusually calm. She had expected this scene, so it didn't feel the slightest bit panicky. Fandong and I have broken up. Jing Qing spoke loudly to the people around him, with firmness and determination in his voice. Once upon a time, I chose to pursue Fandong because he was a hero, but now, I admit I looked away. Fandong is a beast who slaughters his fellow countrymen. Jing Qing's unforgiving voice drew the surrounding crowd, who were disgruntled with Fandong, into a chorus of applause. A hint of joy appeared on Jing Qing's face. She believed that the value of her company would rise another step after she severed her relationship with Fandong. However, Jing Qing was not satisfied with this. After a short silence, he spoke again. Although Fandong and I have the name of boyfriend and girlfriend, we don't have the reality of boyfriend and girlfriend. Therefore, these companies and wealth were obtained entirely by my own efforts alone, and have not a single thing to do with Fandong. The confidence and determination in Jing Qing's voice moved the reporters and people present. The women of the new era also possess power, and what men can do, we women can do, even better. If you attribute what I have achieved today to Fandong, that's an insult to all women. Please support women in gaining equal rights with men, and please support the company I created again. Jing Qing's voice was impassioned. As soon as her voice dropped, a round of applause and cheers rang out around her. Jing Qing, on the other hand, held her head high amidst the applause and rode in a sports car surrounded by bodyguards. Everyone around them was immersed in the words that Jing Qing had just made that were comparable to a speech. No one noticed a wry smile on the corners of the mouths of several people scattered in the crowd. If you guys hate Fandong, then we're not welcome. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the populace, who had traveled in strange ways, murmured softly at the same time. Chapter 21, Betray China and you'll get the best treatment. After Jing Qing left from the hospital entrance, the crowds gathered around the hospital entrance also gradually left individually. Fandong stood in front of the window of the hospital room, looking at the farce that was taking place in front of the hospital, with a wisp of a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He had thought that his former girlfriend was just upset that he condoned the slaughter of ordinary people by the gods, but after that impassioned speech Jing Qing just gave, Fandong understood. There wasn't much difference between Jing Qing and the group of Wang Qin fans who didn't know right from wrong. Envy is only looking out for itself. Jing Qing's once brave and kind figure thumped and shattered in Fandong's heart. He turned to his mother, who lay unconscious in the hospital bed. Fandong's mother was pale, but the haggard face could not at all hide her former splendor. Looking at his mother, who could only rely on a ventilator to keep her alive, Fandong sighed. He and his mom have both fought for their country though, but nowadays, he is already being criticized by everyone and is no longer a hero of China. No one will because he once guarded China, and free therapy for his mom. 100 million in deposits may seem like a lot, but with the high cost of medical care, a $100 million deposit won't last long. Fandong didn't even dare to imagine what would happen then. Phew! Fandong exhaled deeply. He is now incredibly hungry for money. He just can't find a way to earn any money at all now that he's defeated. And just as Fandong was frowning tightly, at a loss, a voice suddenly sounded from the doorway of the hospital room. Mr. Fandon. Hello? The voice fell, and a man dressed in ordinary clothes walked slowly from outside the hospital room. You are? Fandong had no recollection of this man, and his mind was put on guard as he inquired carefully at the man. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I have a way to get you plenty of money. The man had a confident smile on the corner of his mouth as he spoke faintly to Fandong. Oh? Fandong's furrowed brow did not slacken in the slightest. He questioned a sentence, his vigilance intensifying in his mind. Join the great Sakura Empire. The emperor can guarantee you honor and wealth in the future, and your mother will receive the most superior treatment in the great Sakura Empire. Seeing that the curiosity in Fandong's heart seemed to have been successfully lifted, the smile at the corner of the man's mouth became even wider. Then he charted his way to Fandong's gracious invitation. Ha! At those words, Fandong laughed, a very disdainful laugh. What? Not satisfied? The emperor said that the great Cherry Blossom Empire will do its best to fulfill all of your conditions. Fandong's disdain caused the smile on the man's face to freeze on his face. You're from China too, aren't you? You don't serve China, where you were born and raised. You serve Sakura, a country that's on the verge of extinction? You're not sick. Fandong's mouth was tinged with sarcasm, and he really couldn't understand the brain circuits of the man in front of him. So what if China dominates the world? I can't even afford to eat. What do I care which country gave birth to me and raised me? I'm going to ask you one more time. Do you want to join Sakura Nation? Fan Dong's sneer made the smile on the man's face slowly disappear. Little by little, anger and resentment against the world crept into his eyes. Immediately afterward, he roared in a low voice towards Fan Dong as if he had been touched in pain. The man's low growl of blistering indignation likewise made the sneer at the corner of Fan Dong's mouth disappear. Fan Dong clenched his hands, the veins on his hands bulging one by one from the excessive force. This man who betrayed Huaxia caused endless killing intent to flood his heart. Just when Fan Dong was about to lose control of the killing intent in his heart, outside the ward, suddenly another voice came. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom has the nerve to come to solicit Fan Dong even though it's about to be destroyed? The Celestial Kingdom can give all the conditions promised by the Sakura Kingdom. Fan Dong, are you interested in joining the Celestial Kingdom? Tianzhu Kingdom is not a small country like Sakura Kingdom that's about to be extinguished. You know, Tianzhu Kingdom is second only to Huaxia. At the same time as the voice rang out, another man slowly walked in from outside the hospital room. The man's face wore an undisguised arrogance. It was as if serving the Celestial Kingdom was more worthy of making him proud than being a national of China. Fan Dong pursed his lips, his brows furrowing into a chuan. His heart flooded with a few moments of shock because of yet another Chinese traitor. But before the shock in Fan Dong's heart could recede a little, it was followed by several more voices. The Eagle Kingdom is no worse than your Tianzhu Kingdom. As long as Fan Dong can join the Eagle Kingdom, the Eagle Kingdom, can give him whatever he wants. Fubris, even my Olympus country doesn't dare to boast so much. Why are you, an Eagle country, so arrogant? Fan Dong, my Olympus Kingdom has a long history second only to China. Come to our Olympus Kingdom. What's the use of having a long history? My Nordic Empire is sitting on the gods and will sooner or later dominate the world. Fan Dong joining my Nordic Empire is the right choice. The tone of these voices was more arrogant than one another. With 7 or 8 people crowded into the ward at the same time, the already small ward was now even smaller. Fan Dong's brows that were wrinkled into Chuanzi became even tighter, and the shock in his heart was even more like waves that completely drowned him. He never expected that China would dominate the world for nearly 100 years. It is surprising that so many nationals are still being bought by other countries when the living conditions at home are far more favorable than abroad. It would be just as well if they were bought off by some of the major powers. What made Fan Dong even more surprised was that there were quite a few people who would pledge allegiance to some small countries. Fan Dong was a bit puzzled. He did not understand whether the lives of these people were more miserable than his Fan Dong's unbridled suppression by Lu Hualiang. Surprisingly, it could make them turn their backs on their own countries and defect to some small countries that were far inferior to Huaxia. But no matter what kind of compelling hardships these people have, none of this is a reason for them to betray Huaxia. Fan Dong swept his icy gaze towards the group of several people who were arguing with each other, and spoke with an odd expression on his face. Are you guys so sure that I'm going to betray Huaxia like the bunch of trash you are? Fan Dong's oddly mocking voice caused a trace of shame and anger to flash across the faces of these few people. But those who could betray China and join other countries would not really be ashamed of their hearts. Shameful anger flickered on the face of the representative of the Celestial Kingdom. The corners of his mouth brought on a false smile as he whispered to Fan Dong. Why not? You, as a great contributor to keeping the Chinese as a hegemon, not only are the Chinese not thankful to you, they have suppressed you and humiliated you so that you can no longer ascend to the battle of national fortune. And I, the Kingdom of Heaven, am a completely different story. My Celestial Kingdom respects the strong and worships the strong. If you can join my Celestial Kingdom, you will enjoy the same treatment as our country's holy hero. The representative of the Celestial Kingdom thought that he had moved with emotion and reason, and the smile on his face grew a few points wider. Fan Dong, however, didn't care at all about what the representative of the Celestial Kingdom said. All he knew was that these people had betrayed China. Fan Dong snorted and didn't say anything. The silent contempt caused a surge of anger to grow in the hearts of the representatives of the Celestial Kingdom. But thinking of the consequences of failing to recruit Fan Dong, his master could torture him to death. The representative of the Celestial Kingdom forced down the anger in his heart and continued to speak. Even if you don't care, but if you don't agree, then you have to worry about the company that your girlfriend has created, whether it will go bankrupt. Tianzhubua thought that he had taken the lifeblood of Fan Dong, and his face had the calmness of a chest. Only Fan Dong froze in place. Have these retards lost their memory? Forgetting that Jing Qing has severed ties with him? Chapter 22, Will China be extinct in a month? Fan Dong was like looking at a little cutie. The general look in his eyes caused the faces of these few people to go green and white for a while, but the men had nothing to say at all. They naturally knew that Jing Qing and Fan Dong had severed their relationship, but other than Jing Qing, they couldn't think of any other way to pin down Fan Dong. Therefore, they They could only harden their hearts and hope that there was still a trace of affection between Fan Dong and Jing Chang. Jing Chang has been in love with you for 8 years. Do you really want to see her company go bankrupt and fall from the clouds to the bottom of the mud? The representative of the Dharma Kingdom is still not dead, though the desire of the Celestial Kingdom for Fan Dong is not as strong as other countries. But if Fan Dong could be recruited, the already powerful strength of the Tianzhu Kingdom would be furthered. However, Fan Dong only responded to them with a disdainful snort. I didn't realize that this group of trash who betrayed Huaxia knew about feelings. You've lived in China for more than 10 or 20 years, and I don't see you don't want to see China decline. Fan Dong spoke carelessly to the few people in front of him. The yin and yang in the words plunged straight into the hearts of these people, causing these traitors to be speechless in place for a moment. These sounds like blunt knives cutting into their insides caused their faces to flush with fiery shame and their hearts to explode with irritation. It's just that they don't dare to forget the task given to them by their master. Strongly suppressing the anger in his heart, the representative of the Celestial Kingdom continued to speak. Good. Since you don't care about Jing Chang, then her company will wait to be annihilated by us. There was an exasperated viciousness in the tone of the representative of the Celestial Kingdom. Fan Dong's face remained full of concern. As you wish. Once again, Fan Dong's full of concern silenced the group of traitors. To them, Fan Dong was like an impregnable fortress that they simply didn't know where to break through. In the long silence, it was the most sinister representative of the Sakura nation who once again broke the silence. Something that doesn't know how to die. In less than a month, Huaxia will be annihilated by us. I hope you'll still be this arrogant by then. Since he saw that the soft and hard ones were ineffective against Fan Dong, the representative of the Cherry Blossom country also went out on a limb. There was brutality in his words as he viciously threatened towards Fan Dong. What did you say? After the voice of the representative of the Sakura country fell, Fan Dong's face, which was originally full of concern, suddenly became icy cold. The ferocious aura that instantly lingered on his body even made the bodies of these few traitors, who considered themselves fierce and brutal, tremble. Although the group of traitors were physically trembling due to Fan Dong's killing intent, their faces wore a few joyful colors. It was the first time since they had entered the ward that Fan Dong had been subjected to such intense emotions. With a villainous smile on his face, the representative of the Cherry Blossom country scoffed at Fan Dong with a trembling voice. Humph, you know you're scared? The Sakura country and the other 7 countries have reached an agreement that we will join forces and wage a deadly war towards China. At that time, so what if Huaxia is powerful for 100 years? Not to mention that your god is banned. Even if you weren't banned, how many matches could Huaxia win in front of our 8-nation alliance? One by one, the jeers of these people fell into Fan Dong's ears, and Fan Dong's aura grew colder and colder. The raging murderous intent that filled the ward also made the traitors' legs go weak. Just as a few traitors were about to fall to their knees because they couldn't withstand the pressure of Fan Dong, the voice of the heavenly Tao suddenly resounded in the depths of the heavenly vault as if it was responding to the words of these few people. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom is wagering 10% of its national fortune to wage a deadly war against China. The Celestial Kingdom is wagering 10% of its national fortune to wage a deadly war against China. The Eagle Kingdom has wagered 10% of its national fortune to wage a deadly war against China. The Death War is established. The Death War initiated by the Sakura country and the other 8 countries will officially begin in 7 days. Listening to the sounds of the heavenly Tao that rang out one after another, Fan Dong's heart shook. I didn't realize that these countries really had the guts to gamble 10% of their national fortunes to wage a deadly war against Huaxia. The battle to the death is no ordinary battle of national fortunes. It is a challenge to the world's hegemonists. Once the deadly battle opens, then Huaxia will play 10 matches against all the countries that initiated the deadly war. For both sides of every matchup, if you win, your country's fortunes will be raised by 10%, and you will receive an extremely generous reward. If you lose 10% of your country's fortunes, and your homeland is struck by disaster. If Wachovia manages to win 6 of the 10 matchups, that counts as successfully winning the death match. At that time, the already powerful Huaxia will be even more powerful, and if you can remain undefeated for 1 game to win 6 battles of state, in the next 100 years, China will remain a distant leader among all the countries in the world. Of course, the rewards are so great. This means that the conditions for winning a deadly battle are extremely harsh. Wachovia not only has to win 6, and for each duel, Huaxia may not repeat the summoning of a god who has already appeared. This provision is extremely favorable to the country that opened the deadly war. After all, as long as a powerful god exists, he could then potentially accomplish the challenge to the world's hegemony with the power of a single god. In the old days, Huaxia was strong enough to deter all countries, but it's different now. Fan Dong retired and the juniors were overwhelmed. Various big countries in the world, and even some small ones, were confident that Huaxia was no longer their rival. The sudden sound of the heavenly Tao's voice made the atmosphere in the hospital room become increasingly heavy and depressing. Under layer after layer of pressure stacked on top of each other, Fan Dong coldly looked at the several people in front of him, suddenly smiled scornfully, and opened his mouth indifferently. Huaxia has stood in the world for 5,000 years and witnessed the rise and fall of countless countries. Whether or not Huaxia is extinguished is not for you trash to evaluate. In the face of Fan Dong's humiliation, what surprised Fan Dong was that these few people were not angry. Instead, he still sneered and opened his mouth to mock. It is as if Huaxia is already a lamb to be slaughtered and will be easily taken by them. 5,000 years of standing? I hope you'll still be so confident when China is about to fall. Fan Dong, you have to think clearly. Now accept our invitation and you can enjoy the best treatment. If you want to join our country again when China dies later, you'll have to be our country's dog. The great hero of China has become a dog. Ha ha ha. When mocking Fan Dong, these few people who betrayed Huaxia and pledged allegiance to different countries were surprisingly consistent in their stance. Fan Dong was already tired of pulling the wool over the eyes of these few traitors, and with impatience on his face, he opened his mouth. I don't know if Huaxia destroys the country or not, but what I do know is that a few of you are going to die. The voice fell as siren after siren suddenly raced toward the hospital. Upon hearing the alarm, the men's faces changed drastically, pointing at Fan Dong and scolding him sternly. Uing called the police. Looking at the several people who looked terrified and somewhat at a loss for words, Fan Dong was once again skeptical of these people's intelligence. Yelling and screaming in the hospital, do they really think people are deaf and can't hear the treacherous words coming out of their mouths? If I were you guys, I'd already be thinking about how to escape by now. Fan Dong looked at the few people in front of him with a good sense of humor, like a hunter looking at the dying of his prey that was about to die. No need for you to be arrogant. You'll have to suffer in the future. In such an urgent situation, the representative of the Tianzhu kingdom still didn't forget to put down a harsh word towards Fan Dong. It was followed by a scramble for the door with representatives of several other countries. As for holding Fan Dong hostage, they didn't even dare to think about it. Fan Dong's physical fitness had long been beyond the imagination of ordinary people after winning 100 battles of national fortune. Hijacking Fan Dong is completely suicidal. With a few of the traitors scrambling for the door in a panic, the ward was once again left in the cold. In the cold, Fan Dong stood in front of the ward window. He looked out the window at the prosperous China, and his worries about money had dissipated in his mind. Deadly war is now established. Relying solely on Wang Qin's middle-of-the-road juniors will definitely not be able to hold up the banner of Huaxia. On the verge of a crushing defeat in HWA, the one that can save HWA, only he, Fan Dong, Lu Hualiang. I'd like to see how you're going to end this? Fan Dong looked away from the imperial capital's tallest building, the Sky Dragon Tower, and spoke softly. And as he looked away from the Sky Dragon Tower, inside the tower, the 7 Long Baichuan people were still sitting around a round table. On top of that, Lu Hualiang also stood warily beside a few people. Chapter 23, Wang Qin can still summon 6 gods. The atmosphere in this conference room was already extremely depressing. After the heavenly voice of the 8 countries launching a deadly war towards China came, the pressure on the people present climbed even more suddenly. Lu Hualiang, Fan Dong said you suppressed him. Do you have anything you want to explain? In the midst of the oppression, Long Baichuan, who was sitting at the first place, spoke faintly to Lu Hualiang, who was standing at the side. There was no joy or anger visible in his voice, but the words caused Lu Hualiang's entire body to tremble. Chief, Fan Dong is a hero who won 100 battles of national fortune for China. How dare I suppress him? In front of Long Baichuan, Lu Hualiang's legs trembled like a shaking sieve and his face was bloodless. He opened his mouth trembling, not daring to admit that he had suppressed Fan Dong. If you didn't suppress Fan Dong, why did Fan Dong retire and why did you say you suppressed him? The anger that had built up due to Fan Dong's retirement could no longer be contained. Long Baichuan slammed his right hand on the table and shouted angrily at Lu Hualiang. The roar was as angry as a volcano erupting, causing everyone present to not dare to breathe out loud. Fan Dong has been fighting for his country for 10 years, and his strength must have plummeted. And he condoned the slaughter of ordinary people by the gods, causing the 10th god he could summon to be banned by the heavenly Tao. I think Fan Dong must also have retired because he no longer has the ability to fight in the battle of national games. As for suppression, I wouldn't dare even if I had 100 guts. Even though he knew that Long Baichuan was already furious at the moment, it was a matter of Lu Hualiang's own future in life and death. He had to hold up his guts and explain carefully towards Long Baichuan. Lu Hualiang's explanation had been rehearsed in his mind more than 100 times, so there were hardly any cracks. Long Baichuan even know how much he felt injustice for Fan Dong. In the absence of any evidence, he could not ask to penalize Lau Hualiang for no reason, not to mention the fact that the deadly battle is now about to begin. Wang Qin and other young players were trained by Lu Hualiang. If Lu Hualiang was punished for no reason, Long Baichuan didn't dare to guarantee that Wang Qin's hearts, these juniors, would bear resentment. Not only that, even if there is a reason why fandom condones the slaughter of ordinary people by the gods. But this does offend the bottom line of China. If Long Baichuan is bent on punishing Lu Hualiang and sheltering fandom without any evidence, then the huge number of die-hard Wang Qin fans in the country would probably go out of their way to cause social unrest. Long Baichuan's expression became increasingly grave. In the end, all the anger and worry were reduced to a bitter sigh. Alas, the deadly battle will begin. I don't care what you, Lu Hualiang, have done. You have to make sure that those young generals you've trained will be able to carry the banner of Huaxia. Other than that, recall Fandong and apologize to Fandong. I can only truly feel at ease if Fandong sits in. Even though Long Baichuan had despondency and unwillingness, his expression was still not angry. Under the threat of a deadly battle, he had to let Lu Hualiang go for the time being. Deadly battles are no laughing matter. Even though today's China is still the world's hegemon, it will suffer an unimaginable blow if it is not careful. The smile on Lu Hualiang's face stiffened slightly when he heard Long Baichuan ask him to ensure that the juniors would be able to carry the banner of Huaxia. After the battle of national fortune ended, he poured more resources into Wang Qin at the first opportunity though. But after Wang Qin was subjugated by the S-class gods of Sakura Nation, Lu Hualiang was really a bit scared about whether Wang Qin could carry the Huaxia flag. Long Baichuan clearly noticed the change in Lu Hualiang's smile. He frowned slightly and inquired softly to Lu Hualiang. What's your problem? Lu Hualiang trembled inwardly and spoke in a panic to hide his inner uneasiness. No problem. Aside from Wang Qin being able to summon the dragon-bending Luohan, he can also summon 6 other gods, and the grades of 3 of those gods have all reached the SSS level. I believe that he is fully capable of winning the battle to the death for Huaxia. Lu Hualiang forced himself to be firm and swore to Long Baichuan to assure him. At those words, although the worry on Long Baichuan's face did not subside, a hint of surprise was quietly born in his eyes. Wang Qin's basic situation clearly exceeded Long Baichuan's expectations. One must know that looking at the entire China, geniuses who could summon 7 gods were not rare. Even though Wang Qin is nowhere near as good as the once-in-a-millennium Fandong, but in this era of waning talent, he could also be called the top genius of Huaxia. Not bad. Wang Qin does have the qualifications to replace Fandong. Right now it does look like Wang Qin is the best person to deal with a deadly battle. Fandong's behavior of condoning the slaughter of ordinary people by the gods is still too drastic. Indeed, not only does this make the god banned, but it also makes the public opinion in the country not on his side at all, and having Fandong as a replacement will also calm him down. The other 6, including 2 Zhengqing, were likewise somewhat elated as they agreed that Wang Qin was indeed qualified to replace Fandong. After all, Wang Qin was not only able to summon 7 gods, he also has a myriad of fan support in the country. Even if Wang Qin couldn't truly match Fandong, he only needed to have 8 points of Fandong strength. Then this would be good news for HWA as well. The depressing atmosphere in the conference room came alive for a moment. Everyone's faces were relaxed and confident. However, Long Baichuan did not have a trace of joy on his face after the initial surprise. Wang Qin does sound like he has the potential to replace Fandong, but for some reason, Long Baichuan was inexplicably a little heartbroken. He always felt that if he didn't have Fandong present in this deadly battle, Huaxia would definitely lose. Ahem. Long Baichuan frowned tightly and coughed lightly. The soft cough, which was not very loud, calmed the crowd, which was caught up in euphoria. For a split second, it would be best if Wang Qin could win the battle of the national fortunes, but I will instruct again. Lu Hualian, you must recall Fandong and let him sit in the big picture. Otherwise, you'll wait to be punished. Long Baichuan's eyes that were as calm and wave-free as an ancient pool gazed coldly at the terrified Lu Hualiang. Although there was no emotion in the eyes, the people present knew the consequences of disobeying Long Baichuan. Cold sweat broke out on Lu Hualiang's forehead. The fear of Long Baichuan and the unwillingness to recall Fandong filled his lowered face. Secretly suppressing Fandong for several years, now he finally made Fandong lose his reputation and withdraw from the battle of national fortunes. How could he willingly let Fandong return again, even if Fandong is in a replacement capacity? Yes, Lu Hualiang gritted his teeth and said yes, but in his heart, he had already made up his mind to disobey Long Baichuan. As long as Wang Qin can win the death battle dryly, even if he disobeyed Long Baichuan did not have any reason to chastise him. Lu Hualiang. Good, that's it for the meeting. Everyone go and prepare yourselves. After Lu Hualiang promised, Long Baichuan announced the adjournment of the meeting even though the uneasiness in his heart still had not subsided. And Lu Hualiang had an unprecedented calmness in his heart after making the decision to disobey Long Baichuan. Following behind a few people, Lu Hualian walked out of the conference room with a steady pace. Immediately afterward, he didn't make any stops and quickly rushed towards the Battle of National Fortune training base. Soon after, Lu Hualian walked into the training base. Inside the training base, Wang Qin, who had a large amount of resources tilted in his favor, only cared about having fun. The other juniors on the base were at his disposal as if they were his slaves. Wang Qin saw Lu Hualiang walk into the training base with a gloomy face. He instantly pretended that he had just finished training and panted as he came over to Lu Hualiang's side. "Coach, what's wrong?" Lu Hualiang didn't answer Wang Qin's inquiry first. His nostrils turned up, his eyes arrogant, and he swaggered onto the only couch in the training base. Within this training base, he changed his cowering when facing Long Baichuan. The powerful aura carried by his body made Wang Qin not dare to speak for a while. And then Lu Hualiang coldly glanced at Wang Qin. His eyes had the dissatisfaction of Wang Qin overstepping his bounds. In his eyes, Wang Qin was just a dog to him. How dare a dog pry into his master's affairs? Seeing that Wang Qin became trembling under his eyes, Lu Hualiang then opened his mouth with a leathery smile. "How sure are you that you can win 6 matches in a row in this death match?" Chapter 24, You Better Not Let Us Down. Lu Hualiang's inquiry caused the fawning on Wang Qin's face, which was like that of a pug, to be replaced by viciousness in an instant. With a large amount of resources tilted in his favor, the trepidation in Wang Qin's heart due to the fiasco had vanished. The current Wang Qin was confident that he no longer feared any country. The defeat on the Battle of National Fortune was entirely due to my recklessness and carelessness. If I were to summon SSS-ranked gods right off the bat, I can guarantee that Sakura Nation is definitely no match for me. Wang Qin gritted his teeth as he recalled the fiasco, while swearing assurances towards Lu Hualiang, fearing that Lu Hualiang would be disappointed in him and discard him like trash. "If you can win this deadly battle, Fan Dong will never be able to turn back. Don't you disgrace me." Lu Hualiang came up to Wang Qin's side and roared down at him as viciously as a wild animal. This low roar caused the pressure on Wang Qin to skyrocket, as if a huge mountain was pressing on top of his head. However, under the heavy pressure, Wang Qin's heart also gave birth to strands of excitement. It was suppressed by Fan Dong for several years. Now the opportunity to make Fan Dong never turn over is right in front of him, and he must firmly grasp it in his hands. "I will never be careless this time. I will not let you down." Thinking of this, Wang Qin could no longer control the excitement in his heart and assured Lu Hualiang loudly. Wang Qin's empty assurances can only fool the cuties. Lu Hualiang jerked his head around to stare at Wang Qin after his assuring voice rang out. Eagle-like sharp eyes looked straight at Wang Qin. Looking at Wang Qin's scalp, he couldn't help but lower his head. And then Lu Hualiang withdrew his eyes and snorted before speaking faintly. "You better not disappoint me." Lu Hualiang's powerful aura made Wang Qin not dare to say anything else. And Lu Hualiang after intimidating Wang Qin, nor do they want to continue to stay in this sweaty, smelly place. He walked quickly out of the training base, replaced it with a vehicle that was so ordinary that no one could look at it, rushing towards a villa that was extremely luxurious, but not much of a crowd around it. Inside the training base, realizing that Lu Hualiang was unwilling to even say a word to them about the scene, discontent and resentment filled the eyes of the hard-training juniors around them. These juniors are competing in the same China as Wang Qin. Wang Qin, even though he lost the battle in the National Games ring, he still has access to tons of resources and is seen by all as the rising star to replace Fan Dong. And even though these juniors were not much weaker in talent than Wang Qin, but they may not even be able to get to the National Luck Ring in their exhaustive lives, it could only be used as a companion for Wang Qin. The vast difference in treatment is enough to make these juniors despair. Time flowed like water, and 7 days passed quickly. The battle to the death will also officially come. While Wang Qin and the others were rubbing their fists and preparing for the upcoming deadly battle, Fan Dong stood in front of the ward window. He looked out over the entire bustling city with a few strands of regret in his heart. The battle to the death is coming. With just Wang Qin, this middle-of-the-road loser, how much of this prosperity of China will remain? At the same time that Fan Dong fell into contemplation, the sound of the heavenly Tao that had not resounded for 7 days leisurely resounded from the depths of the heavenly vault. The deadly war launched by the Sakura Kingdom and 8 other countries against China is about to begin. 30,000 people will be randomly selected from each country to enter the National Games space to watch the games. The mysterious and majestic voice of the heavenly Tao fell, and a white light suddenly lit up from in front of Fan Dong's eyes. Whenever the Battle of Nations begins, there would always be a portion of lucky people who were chosen by the heavens will to travel to the National Lucky Space to watch the game. This time, Fan Dong apparently became the lucky one who made many people envious. The white light gradually enlarged in Fan Dong's eyes, until it obscured his vision, and then a heavenly spin ensued. When things appeared in front of Fan Dong's eyes again, what was seen was the ancient and mysterious National Games ring and the bustling spectators from various countries around it. What bad luck! How did I teleport with this traitor? Between dizziness and brain fog, a disgusted voice rang from Fan Dong's ears, pulling him back to reality from his daze, scanning in all directions, only to see Wang Qin's fans, who were holding up their support signs, casting disgusted looks towards him. There wasn't even a single Wang Qin fan within a 5-meter radius centered on him who was willing to sit here. Stinking traitor, I've never seen such a shameless thing. Why hasn't the state arrested him yet? It looks like a spy. The mocking insults around them rose up like a fountain. Even though Fan Dong's surroundings had been filled with mocking insults, Fan Dong remained calm and collected in his seat. This group of obstructionist juniors will stand if they want to. It wasn't like he, Fan Dong, was the one who was tired anyway. Do you guys say that such a national hero is okay in your hearts? At a time when Fan Dong thought he was already everyone's favorite in today's China, a voice fighting for him suddenly rang in his ears. Fan Dong raised his eyebrows, clearly not expecting that there would even be someone to speak for him. He craned his head to look. A thin, malnourished-looking girl with an angry face yelled towards the group of Wang Qin fans. The thin young girl's yell seemed to open a floodgate, and the voices in support of Fan Dong surged out as if they were a flood. Fan Dong, we support you. You're a national hero. Never mind what they say. The country can't live without you. Most of these people cheering for Fan Dong are dark and thin, unlike the Wang Qin fans, who were dressed in flashy clothes and had delicate faces. But even though they were skinny and weak, it was as if they contained infinite energy in their bodies. The outpouring of support for Fan Dong even overshadowed the huge number of Wang Qin fans for a while. Most of these people come from impoverished areas. The information is closed to them. They have not learned about Wang Qin's marketing, and they do not know what is marketing. All they knew was that Fan Dong had won many battles of national fortune and made their otherwise poor lives better. So, even if they had to make enemies with the thousands of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans within China, they were willing to support Fan Dong. Watching this group of skinny and small people struggling to fend off the noisy and ear-piercing sound waves of Wang Qin's fans for themselves, Fan Dong's heart, which he thought was already as cold as ice, couldn't help but feel a few touches. Fan Dong is a man of grudges. He could care less about the life and death of those Wang Qin fans who mocked and abused him, but he still wished he could have saved the lives of these knowing Chinese. It's just a shame that Fan Dong couldn't make it to the ring to repay the support of this group, while these people were like a fluttering island, struggling to resist the waves of Wang Qin's fans. The voice of the heavenly Tao also sounded silently and relentlessly within the space of the national fortune. The deadly battle is about to begin. Please choose your participants from both sides. The sound of the heavenly Tao completely drowned out all the sounds within the space of the national fortune. This side of the Chinese camp, Wang Qin swept away the disillusionment of the previous defeat and waited with confidence for the 8 allied forces to go to war. After obtaining more resources to cultivate, nowadays Wang Qin has once again regained the vigor he had at the beginning. He was confident that no matter who it was, they were about to be defeated in front of the SSS-ranked gods he had summoned. And on the side of the 8-nation alliance, everyone was looking at each other, waiting to see if any country volunteers to take the lead. Chapter 25, SSS Class Deity, Pushin Bodhisattva, Gantian. Isn't your celestial kingdom great? You'll be the ones to fight in the first battle of national fortunes. In the midst of the silence, the 5-star general of the Eagle Kingdom, MacArthur, opened his mouth arrogantly towards Mahatma Gantian. He complimented the greatness of the Tianzhu kingdom on his lips, but the contempt and disdain on his face was not concealed. Of the 8 countries, the Tianzhu kingdom is the most powerful. In order to gain the maximum benefit after the deadly battle, MacArthur and all of them wanted to take the opportunity to weaken the power of the Tennessee. Gan Tian, as the sacred hero of the celestial kingdom, how could he not know what these people had in mind? He frowned slightly, his voice filled with coldness. You trash can deal with Fan Dong? If you bunch of trash can deal with Fan Dong, then what's the harm in my Tianzhu kingdom taking the lead? Gan Tian's unrelenting mocking voice caused MacArthur's arrogant face to freeze. He had the intention to retort, but the strength of the Eagle Kingdom stopped his words in their tracks. After all, today's Eagle Kingdom really doesn't dare to face Fan Dong. Humph, you'd better recognize reality. The deadly battle has begun. Now it's either Huaxia's death or ours. If you still want to save your strength, then wait to lose to Huaxia. Seeing that his words had made MacArthur's face hang red with mortification, Gan Tian snorted coldly and warned the leading figures of the various countries. But even though Gan Tian had already said his words to this point, the leaders of these countries still hesitate to speak. The first deathmatch is the one that determines the trend of the 10 deathmatches. Even if the gods Huaxia sent in the first place, they wouldn't be the strongest. But it's definitely not weak. Despite the imminent decline of Huaxia, a thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. Even the most powerful of the 8 countries, the Tianzhu kingdom, did not dare to guarantee that they could securely take the first deathmatch. Gan Tian looked at the group of leaders still hesitating, and the disappointment and helplessness in his eyes grew stronger. Just as he decided to personally deal with the first deadly battle in China, Bolatu, the philosopher of the Kingdom of Olympus, suddenly spoke. I, the Kingdom of Olympus, would like to fight the first battle to the death. Confidence lingered in Baratu's intelligent eyes. The deadly battle had not yet begun, and it was as if he had already looked into the future and predicted Huaxia's defeat. Good. Olympus country is worthy of being an ancient country with a long history. The style of a great country is at a glance. I just don't know how much you, Olympus nation, Can win? Don Tian's face shook slightly. He didn't mince words in praising Bharata though at the first opportunity, but there was still a twinge of concern in his mind, fearing that Olympus could not win the first battle to the death. Realizing the skepticism in Don Tian's voice, Bharata frowned slightly. His face was a bit unkind as he coldly opened his mouth. I, the nation of Olympus, will send Apollo, the god of the sun. It's more than enough to deal with today's China. And don't question me, Olympus nation. Bharata's tone filled with arrogance caused Don Tian's face with doubts to stretch. Apollo, the god of the sun, is the most powerful god at this stage of the Olympian state, although the rating is only SS. However, his strength was not much better even compared to quite a few SSS class gods. Against a soon-to-be declining Wasia, there is at least an 80% certainty. Good. I await the good news from Olympus. Don Tian spoke heavily, his voice sounding extremely sincere. And after the voices of these men fell, the heavenly Dao that knew anything about the national fortune space suddenly sent out a heavenly voice. The two sides have been chosen. The first match of the death match, China versus Olympus country. Please have both players come on stage. The voice of the heavenly Dao caused everyone in the national fortune space to put away their relaxed expressions and cast their gazes towards the national fortune ring. The corner of Wang Qin's mouth curved into a smile. Then a stream of air suddenly poured out around him. This air current wrapped around him, causing him to float towards the national fortune ring like an exiled immortal. Wow! Brother Wang Qin is so handsome. Brother Wang Qin is awesome. Brother Wang Qin is invincible. The dashing scene unsurprisingly had countless Wang Qin fans cheering for him. The entire national luck space was even silent anymore due to the cheers of Wang Qin's fans. It was only Fan Dong who had a somewhat disdainful face. If you can't win the battle of the nations, all the pizzazz now is just a laughing stock soon. The ring. Enjoying the cheers that were like waves, Wang Qin tried his best to suppress his inner joy. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise even more slightly at the thought of what he was about to do. As Wang Qin was about to be unable to control the joy on his face, he forced himself to speak calmly and lightly. China's player, Wang Qin, summons the SSS-ranked deity, Puxin Bodhisattva. Wang Qin straightened his spine, raised his head high, and spoke aloud. This voice spread throughout the national fortune space, causing the entire national fortune space to fall into a moment of silence. An SSS-class god? Wang Qin is that tough? I'm afraid the 8 countries that initiated the deadly battle are going to be dumbfounded. To come up here and summon an SSS-ranked god, how does that make the other countries play? It's said that Wang Qin has 2 other SSS-ranked gods to summon besides this SSS-ranked god. Wang Qin really deserves to be the one who can replace Fan Dong. Awesome! For one person to be able to summon 3 SSS-ranked gods? This is enough to make him a new generation of legends. After a brief moment of silence, a gasp of surprise erupted from the viewing gallery of the various countries at the same time. Amidst the cries of alarm that resounded through the space of the national fortune, a dazzling Buddha's light swept out from Wang Qin's body like a tidal wave. The Buddha's light obscured everyone's gaze. The crowd could only vaguely see a huge figure slowly standing up from Wang Qin's body. After this figure stood completely straight, a voice filled with compassion leisurely resounded. Mahabharata. The sound of compassion rises. The Buddha's light that had gathered on Wang Qin's body then filled any part of the national fortune space. In the eyes of the crowd, a male bodhisattva wearing a Phi Buddha crown, holding a lotus flower, and stepping on a lotus platform stood in the air above the ring. His face was compassionate, and the colorful Buddha light escaping from his body instantly pushed the entire atmosphere of the deadly battle to a climax. Look at the divine and extraordinary Prabhupada. Aside from the Tianzhu kingdom, the other 7 countries that initiated the deadly battle were all a bit stunned. Wang Qin's information was hidden by Lu Hualiang, and almost no one knew about it. So, not knowing Wang Qin, they completely didn't expect Wang Qin to be able to summon 3 SSS-class gods as well. It was important to realize that Fan Dong, even at his full strength, could only summon 3 SSS-ranked gods. But with just 3 SSS-class gods, Fan Dong had already killed all the countries bowing down. And now, Wang Qin, who was also able to summon 3 SSS-class gods, was not without a chance to retrace Fan Dong's path of invincibility. It's over. These 3 SSS-class gods are enough to crush us. Carelessness. We shouldn't have started a deadly battle. MacArthur cried out in pain to the heavens, and Emperor Hinjin was filled with stupefaction. As for Bolatu, who had personally invited the battle, he was even more pale and his entire body was trembling slightly. It was expected that they would be able to win solidly against Was in the era of Was decline, but who knew that this Wang Qin, who had once lost to the Sakura kingdom, could summon 3 SSS-ranked gods? Where are they going to argue with that? Among these leaders, only Mahatma Gandhian of the Celestial Kingdom did not have any panic. With a chesty look on his face and a disgusted glance in his eyes at MacArthur and the others, he spoke faintly. What's there to be afraid of? Didn't this little Chinese general's SS-ranked deity lose to the S-ranked deity of the Sakura country? Maybe this SSS-ranked god is just a flowery figure? Gantian's voice gave these leaders a little comfort. Even the masses of the countries had a few moments of confidence in their hearts because of this voice from Gantian. Indeed, perhaps this SSS-ranked deity summoned by Wang Qin is just as bad as the Dragonfall Lohan he summoned. There's nothing to be afraid of. Even if you can't summon an SSS-ranked god, an SS-ranked god or even an S-ranked god can hang this rotten god. The rhetoric of the masses of the nations that initiated the deadly battle was fierce. It was as if this was the only way to dispel the fear of SSS-class gods in their hearts. In the midst of the cacophony, a man with long, wild blonde hair blossomed with a light as bright as the sun, and then he suddenly rose up like a rocket. With his feet in the void, he stood in the air above the national fortune ring. This blonde man had an evil swagger on his face. The long blonde hair that danced with the air currents added a bit more dominance to him. He leveled his eyes at the Pratyabhata Bodhisattva in front of him, and his voice was filled with the arrogance of surrender. Olympus player, Alexandra, summons the SS-ranked god, Apollo, the sun god. Chapter 26, Apollo's True Strength? The arrogant voice fell, and Alexandra's form slowly floated down from the air, and behind it, strand after strand of red light gradually converged into a big fiery red sun. The big sun radiates an amazing amount of heat. The blazing heat could even be compared to the sharpness of the sun in the sky. Is this the might of the sun god? It's not inferior to the SSS-class gods of China at all. If the Sakura kingdom can overcome the enemy from above and decapitate an SS-ranked god with an S-ranked god, the Olympus kingdom, may not be unable to do the same. Win the battle to the death. Let's plunder China viciously. High above the national games ring, this great sun brought all the crowds of Olympus nation to a collective orgasm. The sense of oppression brought about by SSS-class gods, under the illumination of this great sun, it instantly dissolved most of it. Unfortunately, in terms of support, Wang Qin fans have never been afraid of anyone. As the Olympus nation crowd cheered wildly, Wang Qin fans were also buzzing for a split second. An SS-ranked god dares to touch an SSS-ranked god? What a piece of trash Olympus kingdom is. How arrogant you are now. How wretched you'll be when my brother Wang Qin blows you away. Amidst the taunts of many fans, deceitful liar Qin Bushue also opened his mouth at the right time to introduce himself. Puxia is a Buddhist giant. It is one of the 4 great bodhisattvas of Buddhism, and is even honored by Buddhism as the sage of Huayan. There aren't many deities who can stand up to the Pratyabhata in the entire world. As for the little Apollo, what virtue can he dare to compare with the Prabhupada? Qin Bushue's voice was impassioned. This well-timed introduction drove the already orgasmic Wang Qin fans even crazier. The audience of Olympus country, on the other hand, had a slight depression in their hearts due to the introduction of Qin Buetsai. Regardless of whether or not Qin Bushu was a theological researcher, the fact that Puing Bodhisattva was SSS rank simply could not be changed. If decapitating an SS ranked deity with an S ranked deity could still be understood by the public, but the gap between an SS ranked deity and an SSS ranked deity was like a chasm. It was almost impossible for a situation to exist where an SS ranked god succeeded in reversing an SSS ranked god. Oomph. As the taunts and cheers of Wang Qin's fans intensified, the mood is getting more and more subdued among the crowds in Olympus. As the atmosphere became oppressive, wisps of frost were brought to Alexandra's countenance. He let out a cold snort. His voice was like an echo in a deep valley, carrying an unspeakably majestic power. All the cacophony in the national fortune space was swept away one by this cold snort. After the space of the national luck was quieted down, the great sun behind Alexandra scattered countless dazzling rays of light. The sizzling temperature it released also climbed in an instant. Gradual gain. The light converged into a slender, handsome-looking man. Wisps of flame burned in the man's long fiery red hair. There were even golden flames surrounding his arms. In the daily cycle, I travel the skies, bringing hope and life to the earth. As the slender figure gradually took shape, the man's magnetic voice sounded at the same time. The sound soothed the panic and anxiety in the hearts of the masses of Olympus. Even though nothing has changed in the current tie-in, but in their hearts they inexplicably felt that Apollo, the sun god, was not at all weaker than the Pratyabhata. Fandong looked at the sun god Apollo and was slightly surprised in his heart. From this sun god Apollo's form, he could feel a blazing force. This power was like a blazing sun in the sky, no better than some SSS-class gods, but the dumbfoundedness in Fandong's heart only lasted for an instant. A god is SSS ranked. This can only mean that this deity is of extremely high status. It doesn't mean that this god is very strong in battle. The reason why people think that the SSS class represents great battle power, it's entirely just because of the high status of the gods and their ridiculously high battle power. But Fandong could clearly perceive Apollo's power. But Wang Qin was all but unable to feel the surging and raging power that Apollo carried. Looking at Apollo, who was 1,000 times more handsome than himself, Wang Qin forgot about his current situation. On a battlefield where the rise and fall of a nation is at stake, he is jealous of a god's looks. What's the use of being good-looking? Pratyabhata Crush him for me. Wang Qin's face became extremely distorted with jealousy, and he commanded viciously at Puyin Bodhisattva. After his sanity was overshadowed by jealousy, Wang Qin's voice carried extreme killing and madness. This voice with its evil, ferocious, and domineering nature made some Wang Qin fans shudder. Being a deity summoned by Wang Qin, Puyin Bodhisattva's complexion did not change in any way due to Wang Qin's tyranny. He just carried out Wang Qin's orders without reservation. Pratyabuddhata flicked the lotus flower in his hand, as a lotus flower slowly bloomed from beneath his feet. Countless lotus flowers bloomed at the same time throughout the national fortune ring. Sacred Buddhist light and rich Buddhist intent lingered above the infinite lotus, mesmerizing everyone's eyes. And in the midst of this dreamlike fantasy, pieces of lotus flowers transformed into sharp blades, densely packed. The Buddha's light linked these sharp blades together and surged towards Alexandra as well as Apollo like an open floodgate. This is the power of an SSS-class god? A casual move has the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. SSS-class gods, terrifying as they are. As soon as Puyin Bodhisattva struck, Wang Qin fans immediately offered fawning cheers. Facing the overwhelming cheers and the lotus-sharp edge that was like a flooding beast, Alexandra's face, however, still wore his kingly arrogance. Is that all there is to it? He spoke faintly, his arrogant tone causing Wang Qin in front of him to be momentarily stunned. What's more, the Chinese spectators on the viewing gallery let out roars of anger on their faces like furious lions. And that's the extent of it? You can handle this move first before you come pretending something that doesn't know how to die. Let's see my brother Wang Qin kill you in one move. Wang Qin fans can't stand anyone humiliating their brother Wang Qin. At the fall of Alexandra's voice, their insults and rants rose high once more in an instant. Ha! Apollo! Show them what real power is. Just as the angry curses were accompanied by the lotus-sharp blades stabbing in front of them, Alexandra sneered, her voice filled with world-beating confidence. In his eyes, it was as if the Purusha Bodhisattva, who was an SSS-ranked deity, was truly nothing more than garbage. Yes, a cheerful smile bloomed on Apollo's sunny, handsome face. He nodded seriously, and then there was no movement to be seen. A flame that was like a flame that could burn the world to the ground erupted from the dazzling great sun behind him. The flames gradually transformed into a western dragon with a pair of wings. This winged lizard soars over the National Games ring. The scattered flames made the lotus flower that had been transformed into a sharp blade dissolve in pieces. After the seemingly unstoppable torrent from before was all vaporized by the flames, the winged lizard roared up to the sky as if it was alive, charging straight toward the Puyin Bodhisattva who stood over the national fortune ring. Prabhupada did not see any panic. The look on his face grew more and more compassionate, and the Buddha's light around him shone more and more. The western dragon transformed by flames rushed in with a might that crushed everything. The Buddha's light, however, seemed to block the momentum of the flames rushing in as if they were substantial. The flames were slowing down. When the flames were about to engulf the Purusha Bodhisattva, the western dragon transformed by the flames was firmly imprisoned by the Buddha's light, as if it was stuck in a quagmire and could no longer move a single bit. Alexandra saw this, and a bit of surprise appeared on her face. It seemed that he hadn't expected Puyin Bodhisattva to be able to block this seemingly unbeatable move. Ha! You don't think that's all the SSS-class gods have, do you? Wang Qin, who was fully focused on the Battle of Nations, keenly caught the surprise on Alexandra's face. He let out a disdainful snort, the corners of his mouth tilting up in a disdainful smirk. Oh, then I'd like to see what strength the SSS-class gods actually have. Alexandra obviously did not expect Wang Qin to taunt herself because of her slightest surprise. The surprise on his face flickered away, and there was absolute confidence in his own strength in his eyes. After the fall of his voice, the western dragon transformed by flames once again roared up to the sky. The body made of red flames was actually slowly rising and cracking. Alexandra's mouth brought up a wry smile. Under that smile, the fire dragon exploded with a bang, and a flash of golden flame emanated from within the fire dragon, engulfing it towards the Pratyabuddhata. The killing move hidden at the end is too close to Pushya. It was so close that it didn't leave any time at all for Puyin Bodhisattva to react. In a flash, the golden light engulfed. Even though Pratyabuddhata is protected by Buddha's light, this sudden outburst still caused Pushya to stagger. The Buddha's light around him also dissipated for the most part in an instant. Let's show you what Apollo is really made of. Seeing that the Pratyabuddhata had revealed a breach, Alexandra waved her hand in a big wave, and her body had an even more majestic aura rushing up to the sky. Apollo's relaxed demeanor also turned cold and unfeeling in a flash. At the same time, the great sun behind him went out within a breath as if it had lost any energy, and then all the light in the world converged towards Apollo's slender form at the same time. Wisps and wisps of light were sucked into the already extinguished giant sun. With the light gone, no light came up from the giant sun. There was just a deeper darkness. The giant sun seemed to have transformed into a black hole, sucking up all the light in the world. When the entire heaven and earth had been dimmed by the light merging into the black hole, Alexandra let out a blazing roar. Black Sun Destruction. The roar seemed to break a critical mass. All the light that the Black Sun had absorbed suddenly erupted. Chapter 27, Fleeing in Courage. Unprecedented shame. The sizzling energy carried by the light. Let anything that touches this ray of light melt. Even the mysterious and hardened ring of nations. All of them were mostly melted away by the light that carried hot energy. Looking at this scene that was enough to destroy the sky and the earth, Wang Qin's face turned a little pale. In his perception, it was impossible for an SS-class deity to possess such terrifying to the extreme means. Even the power of some SSS-class gods was not so powerful. Wang Qin had already done so when he saw this horrifying scene. How much better can his fans be? In front of this extreme power, there was finally a hint of fear in their hearts, and they opened their mouths with trembling voices. You are telling me that this is a tactic that an SS-class god can have? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could an SS-class god possess such ferocious power, devouring everything, even light? What the hell is this? It was different from the panic on the side of the Huaxia camp. There were fierce cheers from the viewing gallery of Olympus Nation and the other 7 nations that initiated the deadly battle. Sun god Apollo is so ferocious? Huaxia is totally no match for him. Olympus is worthy of being a great nation with a long history, and their gods are indeed ridiculously powerful. Huaxia is finally finished. Let's ravage Huaxia fiercely. The cheers from the Olympus Nation viewing gallery went on for a long time. This time the slump was finally the turn at the Chinese camp. Ha ha ha, wastes of Huaxia. Feel the fear, enjoy the fear, be consumed by fear. Looking at a round of Black Sun will be scared of most of the masses in China. The body cannot stop trembling. Alexandra laughed and roared wildly to the sky. The middle-aged words sounded a bit funny, but no one dared to actually laugh out loud. The terrifyingly frightening tactics of Apollo, the sun god, are enough to make any middle-of-the-road remark a declaration of power. Pushya Bodhisattva, get him for me. Although Wang Qin has been suppressed by Fandong, thinking that he has been living in the shadow of Fandong for several years, but he's kind of a genius. The extreme fear brought about by the defeat managed to stir up Wang Qin's nearly absent bloodlust. The adrenaline in his body was pumping wildly at an incredible rate. As his face rose to a reddish color, Wang Qin's already high aura unexpectedly rose once more. The gods are tied to the strength of the summoner. As Wang Qin's strength increased, the Buddha's light lingering on Puxian Bodhisattva's body was actually once again strong. Under this sudden drastic change, hope and joy once again flooded the eyes of Wang Qin's fans. In their eyes, this bit of enhancement from Wang Qin would definitely allow him to take out the trash from the Olympus kingdom. But Fandong, who was much stronger than them, was not so optimistic. In his eyes, Apollo of Olympus was really only trash. But for Wang Qin, Apollo is an insurmountable chasm. How can this clinical boost smooth out the absolute gap in strength? Fandong had a thought about it. Things went as he expected in the ring. Prabhupada struggled to resist the light emanating from the black sun that was enough to melt anything in the world. The Buddha's light on his body, which had just been strong, also gradually dimmed under the scorching heat of the blazing light. When the Buddha's light was about to shatter completely due to the scorching, without putting up any resistance, Pratyabhuttada's silhouette suddenly dissipated out of thin air over the national fortune ring. Pushya Bodhisattva as an SSS-ranked deity, he casually abandoned a deadly battle that was a matter of life and death for his country, as did the non-resistant general 100 years ago. Escaped? Wang Qin stared blankly at the place where Bodhisattva Puxian disappeared, despair creeping over his face little by little. The gods fled in fear of battle. This was something that had never happened since the emergence of the national luck ring. It is also an absolute disgrace that will go down in the history books of any country. In the first game of the death battle, the gods summoned by China fled in fear of battle, and are considered to have automatically forfeited the death battle. Olympus Nation wins. China's national fortune is cut by 10%, and Olympus national fortune is raised by 10%. The lingering sound of the heavenly Tao's voice eventually dealt a fatal blow to all the Chinese masses. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans looked at Wang Qin, who was standing dumbfounded in the ring, with equally dumbfounded faces. How could he have escaped? He's an SSS-class god. Impossible. Apollo is just a mere SS-class god. Why on earth is Puxi immune? The Chinese masses within the national luck space were all incredulous. And even if the people within China don't believe it anymore, the decaying national fortunes don't lie. Suddenly there were mountains collapsing in Huaxia, as well as rivers breaking off. These disasters, though, have occurred in areas off the beaten track, but it still brought a lot of damage to China. The highest level of the Heavenly Dragon Tower in the imperial capital of China. Long Baichuan's face was gloomy. He had already anticipated Wang Qin's defeat. Even losing 2 more death matches next would be perfectly acceptable to him. What made him angry in his mind was this. Before the deadly battle, he asked Lu Hualiang to recall Fan Dong with 1,000 instructions, but he didn't see Fan Dong on the bench. Phew! Long Baichuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. his heart somewhat helpless, being outside the space of national transportation. Except for the only timeout opportunity, Long Baichuan did not have any means of meddling in the internal affairs of the national fortune space, and this only opportunity for a timeout must be saved for the most critical moments. All he could do now was to pray that Wang Qin's other two SSS-ranked gods would help Huaxia win the next deadly battle. Inside the national transportation space, the voice of the heavenly Tao still echoes in anyone's ears, but everyone was still in disbelief. Uninterrupted by the voice of the heavenly Tao, the SSS-ranked gods were so frightened by an SS-ranked god that they fled without a fight. It's enough to slow anyone down for a while. Only Fan Dong was unsurprised. Puxia Bodhisattva is an SSS-class deity though, but this only shows his status in Buddhism, which is extremely high. In terms of battle power, the Pratyabhuta was not even comparable to the dragon-bucking Lohan. Facing Apollo, the sun god, who was far stronger than the average SS-ranked god, Puxia Bodhisattva as a foreign deity not belonging to the native gods of China. Who is he to fight to the death for Huaxia? Is this the only strength an SSS-class god has? It's too funny. Ha ha ha. The Olympus Kingdom's national fortune has risen by 10%. I can clearly feel that my physique has gained a significant boost. Ha ha ha. As the state of Olympus gets a boost, the masses of Olympus felt the change in their physique and snapped out of their shock. They laughed out loud, unable to suppress the ecstasy in their hearts at all. From the time the national luck ring descended to the present day, this was the first time their Olympus nation had ever won against Huaxia. As for those fans who support Wang Qin, many of them even if they liked Wang Qin more, but this unprecedented shame also still left their faces with a fiery embarrassment. Because of this extreme shame, many of Wang Qin's fans have completely recognized Wang Qin's true nature. Shouldn't we really let Fandon retire? Wang Qin is vain. Fan Dong is the savior of China. The men murmured. It was only then that they realized that their previous insults towards Fan Dong were so stupid. But fleeing in fear of battle even though a god is a disgrace that would go down in the annals of any nation. But Wang Qin's fan base is still too much. Under such a great shame, there are still not long-brained people defending his brother Wang Qin. What a Puxin Bodhisattva! Isn't this pitting my brother Wang Qin? Brother Wang Qin, don't be angry. It's just a matter of losing a battle of national fortunes. Don't give up. Go for it. Brother Wang Qin, Huaxia really can only rely on you. The voices of defense in spite of the facts mixed with the angry voices of those who recognized the true face of Wang Qin. The same time resounded through the space of the national fortune. Wang Qin's brain fell into a blank under the interplay of these two voices. He subconsciously turned his gaze to Lu Hualiang. Before the deadly battle began, he had sworn to assure Lu Hualiang, but now, he has made Huaxia the laughingstock of the whole world. Wang Qin gazed at Lu Hualiang with some trepidation. Lu Hualiang was also confused in place at the moment. Even though he prided himself on having seen countless things after decades of crawling around within the national fortune space, but this was also the first time he had encountered a god who had fled before the battle. In shock, Lu Hualiang felt Wang Qin's scowling gaze. The consternation on his face quickly faded, and anger and hatred quickly filled his face. Obviously he has suppressed Fandon into retirement. It was clear that as long as he won this deadly battle, Fan Dong would fall to his doom. But this Wang Qin who was nurtured by countless resources, why couldn't he take advantage of the opportunity that had been fed to him? After his anger, Lu Hualiang was once again in a daze. Overwhelmed, he swept his eyes to various parts of the national luck space. It happened to collide with Fan Dong's line of sight. Fan Dong felt Lu Hualiang's bewilderment and helplessness. Being highly suppressed by Lu Hualiang, how could he let go of this opportunity to find justice for himself? With a scornful gaze on his lips, he spoke faintly. Chapter 28, Coach, I want to fight again. Isn't it true that without me, Fan Dong, you, Lu Hualiang, can win the battle of national fortunes for Huaxia? How is it that we're losing now? There wasn't a trace of mockery in Fan Dong's tone. However, after hearing it in his ears, Lu Hualiang felt a fiery slap viciously smack him in the face. Lu Hualiang's originally upright body hunched over. The once spirited face is now filled with fear and despondency. And of Wang Qin's fans, those Chinese who were not already firm in their liking for Wang Qin. At this moment, he also understood Wang Qin's true colors. It was as if their brains were spinning. In a trance and daze, Fandon's retirement was caused by their own hands. But now, they were incredibly hopeful that Fan Dong would fight again and save Huaxia. These people's eyes filled with horror and shame after they realized that Huaxia couldn't live without Fan Dong. Their voices picked up a sobbing tone as they begged bitterly towards Fan Dong. Fandon, please return. You're the savior of China. Wang Qin is just a feudal piece of trash. Fan Dong, I beg you to save us and save Huaxia. This agonizing crowd looked extremely miserable, but no emotion was born in Fan Dong's eyes as he looked at them. He just opened his mouth indifferently, and his words were like pronouncing a death sentence for these people. Retirement was something you guys brought up. Now, who are you to ask me to come back? Upon hearing Fan Dong's indifferent voice, Most of the people in the group sat down disheveled on the ground with dull expressions, and those fans who remained steadfast in their support of Wang Qin saw that what was once part of their alliance was now crumbling because of Fan Dong's rejection. The firm line of defense in their hearts was breached in an instant. Stand up. What do you have to beg him for? Brother Wang Qin has only lost one game now, and he can still summon other gods. That's right. And my brother Wang Qin still has 2 SSS class gods that he hasn't summoned yet. What makes you guys think that Wang Qin can't win a deadly battle for Huaxia? Fan Dong is completely a sinner of Huaxia, condoning the gods to kill his compatriots. He's simply not qualified to fight for Huaxia anymore. Wang Qin's fans were frantically shouting at the top of their lungs, fearing that too many people would be defeated because of yet another defeat by Wang Qin, and thoroughly dislike Wang Qin. Amidst the frantic shouts of Wang Qin's fans, Qin Botsai, who had once boasted about Puxia Bodhisattva, but had lost face because of him, also jumped out again at the right time. He spoke loudly toward all of them. Pratyabhuddha has always been known for his compassion within Buddhism, and it's completely understandable that he wouldn't tolerate fighting with another country in the ring of national fortunes. As long as Wang Qin's other 2 SSS class gods are no longer as merciful as the Pratyabhuddhist Bodhisattva, China will absolutely never lose another battle again. Qin Bohaku smugly explained to everyone, his voice so excited that it trembled. Even apart from Wang Qin's fans, most of the people present had already determined that Qin Boxue was a deceitful liar. But with the overwhelming support of Wang Qin's fans, many people actually bizarrely accepted this seemingly reasonable explanation from Qin Bohua. Wang Qin's fans and Qin Boxue's sophistry alternated. The people who had just recognized Wang Qin's true nature and believed that Fan Dong was the savior of China were a little shaken for a while. Even before Wang Qin, there hadn't been a time when the Huaxia people had lost 2 battles of national fortune in succession. One of them was still a deadly battle for the survival of the country. However, Wang Qin did still have 2 SSS class gods that he had yet to summon. It's not like he doesn't have a chance to win the death match. Think about it. Blinded by Wang Qin's fans, the Chinese people, who had only just recognized reality, once again lost their basic judgment. There was a vicious color flashing in their eyes. Then he climbed up and joined the camp of Wang Qin's fans once again. Fan Dong snorted as he watched these dissolute Wang Qin fans sway back and forth. The snort was not loud, but when it reached the ears of most of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans, the snickers were as loud as beating drums. These people fixed their sights on Fan Dong's body, and their eyes were filled with the fury of wanting to kill Fan Dong. Fan Dong, what's so funny about you? Brother Wang Qin is fighting for his country, and you can only laugh at my brother Wang Qin from the audience, right? Isn't it wrong for Pratyabhuddha to be merciful? Does the Bodhisattva have to be as murderous as Tang San Burial? Fan Dong, you are disgusting. Tang San Buru is evil. Should the other Buddhist gods be as evil as Tang San Buru? Under the snort of laughter from Fan Dong, Wang Qin fans were deeply stung. With red faces, they yelled towards Fan Dong. There were even some cranky Wang Qin fans who smashed some of the food in their hands fiercely towards Fan Dong. The food was blocked a few meters away by Fan Dong's powerful aura and scattered haphazardly on the ground. Fan Dong's face grew more and more disdainful as he spoke faintly. Mercy? Can mercy be reluctant to fight other nations in the ring of national fortune? Prabhupada was merciful to the nation of Olympus. So who was merciful to the Chinese who lost their lives because of his so-called mercy? Mercy to the enemy. That's cruelty to Huaxia. Fan Dong's cold face brought up anger like a volcanic eruption. The number of Chinese who lost their lives because they lost this deadly battle is at least in the tens of thousands. How can they be so kind as to say that Prabhupada is merciful? Phew! After pouring out his anger in his heart to this group of foolish Wang Qin fans, Fan Dong exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The anger on his face was gradually replaced by a towering indifference. Since this group of Wang Qin fans chose Wang Qin to participate in this deadly battle, then whether it was victory or defeat, it had nothing to do with him. Fan Dong. After Fan Dong calmed down the emotions in his heart, he no longer paid attention to any of the sounds stabbing at him. He simply sat down on the spectator seat, his eyes once again on the national luck ring. The ring. Wang Qin slowly slowed down from Prashin Bodhisattva's escape before the battle. The dullness on his face was gradually replaced by a touch of powerlessness. There was no joy in his heart as he listened to his fans in the audience tongue-tied and relentlessly cheering him on. Instead, a few grudges were born. If they didn't have to retire Fandon, how could he, Wang Qin, afford to be under as much pressure as he was today? Phew! 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 The wave of powerlessness that welled up in his heart caused Wang Qin to gasp for air. After clearing his mind of all distractions, he lowered his head, clenching his teeth, and his eyes flushed red from the extreme shame. The second round of the death battle is about to begin. If necessary, please replace the participants in time. After Wang Qin lowered his head, the voice of the heavenly Tao suddenly resounded anywhere in the space of the national fortune. This voice of the heavenly Tao echoed back and forth within the national fortune space. Wang Qin's gaze also became vicious in a flash. He cast his eyes toward Lu Hualiang. then spoke through gritted teeth. Coach, I want another fight. Chapter 29, the debut of the greatest bodhisattva. Wang Qin's determined voice rang out. Lu Hualiang's original look of hatred was replaced by consternation in an instant. He completely didn't expect Wang Qin to have the guts to continue fighting after suffering such a great humiliation. It wasn't that he, Lu Hualiang, looked down on Wang Qin. Rather, this is the kind of extreme shame that Fan Dong would not necessarily be able to carry through if he were to come in his place. When Fan Dong heard Wang Qin's determined voice, there was an equal amount of surprise flashing across his face. In his impression, Wang Qin was nothing more than a cowardly waste of space who couldn't take responsibility. I didn't think he could be so bloody-minded even under heavy pressure. Good, I'll believe you one more time. Lu Hualiang was shocked by Wang Qin's determination. He nodded heavily and told Wang Qin to let go. The conversation between Wang Qin and Lu Hualiang was all but caught in Alexandra's ears. But Alexandra didn't hold back her laughter and snorted. From the encounter with Wang Qin just now, he could clearly feel Wang Qin's true strength. No matter how many times Wang Qin fought again, he was confident that he could win against him. Hearing Alexandra's mocking voice, Wang Qin's face went green and white, though he was extremely offended by the mocking voice. But he also understands that the winner is the winner and the loser is the loser. As long as he, Wang Qin, had not defeated Alexandra, then he would have to suffer Alexandra's taunts in silence. However, Wang Qin had a certain amount of self-awareness. Wang Qin's fans, however, didn't care at all. Even in the face of Wang Qin's defeat, they remained strong and output against the wind, roaring loudly at Olympus and at Alexandra. Villainous, you don't know who you are after winning one game? Let's see how my brother Wang Qin will blow you away this time. I advise you not to be arrogant, otherwise you should cry when my brother Wang Qin blows you up. It's just that brother Wang Qin is in bad shape, and when he's in good shape, you won't even be able to see his taillights. Wang Qin fans have no regard for reality. All they knew was that their favored brother Wang Qin couldn't be wronged in any way, and Olympus Nation had just won a deadly battle. They were in full swing, so how could they let Wang Qin fans give them the upper lip? Bad form? An SSS-ranked deity doesn't even dare to fight an SS-ranked deity. How can you guys have the nerve to say that Wang Qin is in bad shape? Bust us? We'll be right here to see how Wang Qin breaks us. Olympus Nation has far fewer King Qin fans, but with the added weight of a deadly victory, their aura was actually no weaker than that of Wang Qin's fans. Two waves of earth-shaking cries collided violently in the sky above the space of the national fortune. Fandon frowned slightly at the intense cacophony. Objectively evaluated, Wang Qin's qualifications could indeed be called good. After all, even SSS-ranked gods, he was able to summon as many as 3. Unfortunately, Wang Qin's pampered upbringing and lack of a good foundation made his lower limit too low, and choosing to summon a Buddhist god that doesn't belong to the Chinese gods is even more doomed to have a low ceiling. Under these circumstances, Fan Dong could conclude that Wang Qin's state would never get better, and it's even more unlikely that you won't be able to see Wang Qin's taillights, as Wang Qin's fans claim. It's just that none of this has anything to do with Fan Dong anymore. In the midst of the sound of the waves that cried out to the sky, the voice of the heavenly Tao resounded lazily. Neither side has changed participants. The second round of the death match officially begins. Amidst the reverberations of the heavenly Tao's voice, Wang Qin discarded all sorts of distracting thoughts and calmed down his complexion. He looked at Apollo as well as Alexandra, who were still radiating majestic energy in front of him, and spoke faintly. Chinese player Wang Qin, summoning the god Deshasha Bodhisattva, rank SSS. Wang Qin's voice fell. This time, the Buddha's light surfaced directly behind Wang Qin, and then heaven and earth shook. In the sky, a ray of Buddha's light pierced through the clouds and stabbed above the ring, where the Buddha's light shines. Another male bodhisattva slowly emerges. This bodhisattva was half naked on his upper torso, and his face wore the same kindly look as the other bodhisattvas. On top of that, his hands were clasping the lotus sequence, and on the lotus platform underneath his feet, there was an extremely dense Buddhist intent permeating the area. All beings suffer, and my light will universalize them. The Buddha's voice of the great potentate was long, and thousands of even more dazzling Buddha lights radiated out behind him. The Buddha's light poured over all of them, making all of them feel a burst of serenity and peace. The great potential bodhisattva. This is the great potentate. Ah, the great potentate, who is known as the Three Saints of the West along with the Supreme Venerable Amitabha Buddha as well as the Bodhisattva Guanyin. At the moment when the Deshur Bodhisattva's figure solidified, Qin Boze spoke in time, even though many people are no longer interested in his words. But amidst the sudden noise, most people's attention was still drawn to Qin Botsai. The hearts of everyone in the national fortune space were shaken, even if they don't know much about Buddhism. But Amitabha Buddha as well as Guanyin Bodhisattva as the topmost gods of Buddhism, everyone still knows a thing or two. Joy completely overwhelmed the hearts of Wang Qin's fans when they realized that Deshekpa Bodhisattva was actually of the same status as these two deities. And even though the masses of Olympus Nation have won a deadly battle, facing the great potential Bodhisattva, a few moments of panic still inevitably arose in their hearts. The great potentate Bodhisattva was not a deity with a high status but extremely weak combat power like the Bodhisattva Purushun. He was a god who claimed to use the light of the Buddha to help all beings free themselves from the plague of blood, light, and sword. How can strength be beyond the reach of ordinary gods? Alexandra, ready to die? Enjoying the fear of the Olympus crowd and the cheers of his own fans, Wang Qin's face once again wore a proud look. He tried desperately to straighten his spine. It seemed that only this could rid him of the extreme shame he had just experienced. Fan Dong couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at Wang Qin, who was once again arrogant to the extreme. It wasn't that he couldn't see Wang Qin gaining the upper hand. Rather, what could be done if the great power to the divine was even more powerful? Buddhism as the native religion of the celestial kingdom. Dashesha Bodhisattva as a native deity of the celestial kingdom. Who was he to go against the Tianzhu kingdom, which was also one of the initiating countries of the deadly war? For the sake of Huaxia, Fan Dong, what exactly are your intentions? You shake your head as soon as Huaxia has the upper hand. Are you so unable to see Huaxia's good? Traitor, shame on Huaxia. How do you deserve to be a Huaxian? As the fight is about to start in the National Games ring, there are still fans of Wang Qin following Fan Dong. They looked at Fan Dong and shook their heads, once again raging at Fan Dong. It was just that Fan Dong didn't pay any attention to this group of Wang Qin fans who had lost their minds. He just looked over to Wang Qin in the ring as well as Alexandra. Ha! Do you think that the Dashesha Bodhisattva will be able to save you? Alexandra sneered, not seeing any panic or fear. His voice carried no emotion though. And yet, the masses of the Olympian nation, a few moments of confidence rose in their hearts. Chapter 30, How dare a firefly compete with the moon? This cold voice caused Wang Qin to inexplicably feel a surge of anger welling up from his heart, as if any of the sounds made by Alexandra in front of her. It all made him imagine the mocking look in Fan Dong's eyes. Why do you guys always have to do this to me? I'm just trying to prove that I'm not inferior to Fan Dong. Why do you guys always have to taunt me? Under the successive defeats, Wang Qin was a bit bewildered for a while. He mumbled with his head down. Although his voice could not stop trembling, the aura on his body was climbing step after step. It was just this aura that was completely un-Buddhist in its holiness. Instead, it carries a wisp of evil. Fan Dong looked at the strange changes occurring on Wang Qin's body, and his gaze slightly condensed. He could clearly sense that Wang Qin was going off the deep end. And as a richly experienced Lu Hualiang, he could equally feel the change in Wang Qin's breath. His face changed slightly as he pointed his finger at Wang Qin and shouted angrily, Wang Qin, what the are you doing? Looking for death? At this angry shout, Wang Qin woke up as if in a dream. The aura that was originally climbing due to going off the rails also fell in an instant. Lu Hualiang, what are you doing? Can't you see that my brother Wang Qin's strength is climbing? Why are you interrupting him? China is so disgusting. The people in this country are too disgusting. I'm fighting for my brother Wang Qin. If my brother Wang Qin had been born in other countries, he would have long been worshipped as a supreme great hero. But in China, even his strength enhancement is disliked. My brother Wang Qin is too pitiful. Fan Dong and Lu Hualiang could clearly feel that Wang Qin was going into the fire. But these stupid Wang Qin fans don't have that realization. All they could see was Wang Qin's rising breath, which was mercilessly interrupted by Lu Hualiang. Wang Qin fans were spilling their guts to Lu Hualiang, and the words they uttered even made Fan Dong want to laugh a little. It's just that right now he no longer wants to have any arguments with Wang Qin fans. But the few sensible Huaxia people in Huaxia will not let go of this opportunity. Each of them rose red in the face and opened their mouths conspiratorially to the righteously indignant Wang Qin fans. Your brother Wang Qin is still pitiful. One person takes up most of the resources that Huaxia uses for the battle of national fortune. And you still pity him? Wastes who can't even win the battle of national fortune by taking up resources might as well die. It's a complete waste of Huaxia's resources. I would have liked your brother Wang Qin to have been born in another country, so that the true heroes of my Chinese nation wouldn't have been ostracized into retirement. This group of sensible Chinese caught the opportunity to output wildly. It is clear that things are going well in China, but these stupid pigs had to suppress Fan Dong and ostracize him. Now that Fan Dong has retired, what will they rely on to save Huaxia? Wang Qin fans' faces turned red, but they didn't know what to say. They wanted very much to retort, but subconsciously found that the truth seemed to be really as these sensible Chinese said. At the Huaxia camp, the two waves of people arguing fiercely caused Wang Qin in the ring to lose his concentration slightly. Seeing this, Lu Hualiang once again shouted angrily, Wang Qin, cheer up, you know what happens if you fail again. Lu Hualiang didn't care about Wang Qin's group of retarded fans, spittle spewing out of his mouth from excitement, and Wang Qin also came back to his senses under Lu Hualiang's angry shout. For the first time, his face was as focused as it was now, and his eyes projected one sharp aura after another. Great potentate Bodhisattva, Please save me my Huaxia. Save me Wang Qin. Wang Qin turned his eyes toward Deshir Bodhisattva. As never before, he reported words of respect to the gods. The great potentate nodded slightly and gestured briefly to Wang Qin. In this simple nod, a few moments of comfort rose slightly within Wang Qin's heart. Deshir Bodhisattva is an SSS-ranked deity with extremely high combat power. Aside from playing a fake match, Wang Qin couldn't think of a way for Dashin to lose this deadly battle. Oh, can we get something new for a change? Bodhisattvas again. Am I, Alexandra, so bad that I can only engage bodhisattvas? From Wang Qin's aura climbing up and up, it is now solid to the point of being angsty. Alexandra's demeanor never changed. He pulled out his ears in disdain. The current Wang Qin would no longer lose his head over Alexandra's provocation. He nodded gruffly at the Daishonin. It signaled that the Deshir Bodhisattva was going to use his strongest killing move at the very first moment. Watching Wang Qin surprisingly become calm and collected in just 10 minutes, Alexandra's gaze took on a bit of gravitas as well. Apollo, then don't hold back. He likewise signaled Apollo to bring out his best. Alexandra was surprisingly in agreement with Wang Qin's intentions. They just wanted to fight hard and use the most powerful means to decide the winner in one blow. Everyone in National Luck Space heard Alexandra's voice. The already surprised heart shook again. The strength Apollo had just displayed had already surpassed quite a few SSS-class gods. But now, Alexandra went so far as to say that Apollo had hidden cards. Is this Apollo, the sun god, really that scary? Even Wang Qin was a bit shocked at the moment. If Apollo's power is only at the level it just was, that after summoning the Deshir Bodhisattva, he had at least 80% certainty in his mind about defeating Apollo. However, after learning that Apollo actually had a hidden card, Wang Qin was a bit confused for a moment. The outcome of this deadly battle seemed to flounder in an instant. Phew! Wang Qin exhaled heavily, the heaviness in his heart slowly calming down. He couldn't hold Apollo's strength even if he already couldn't. But now Wang Qin was an arrow on the string and had to send it. If he once again surrendered without a fight, what awaited him would be judgment from the highest levels of China. Bluff! Daishonin, please help me crush him. Thinking of this, Wang Qin could no longer maintain the calmness in his heart. With his eyes wide open, he roared in agitation towards the great potentate. The roar fell. A lotus flower actually did float out of the lotus technique pinched by the great potential bodhisattva's right hand. This lotus flower is getting bigger and bigger. At the end of the day, just this one lotus flower alone occupied half of the space of the national fortune ring. A lotus flower slowly floated on the national fortune ring, which covered tens of thousands of acres of land. The scenery is gorgeous and dreamy. All the spectators who witnessed this scene were caught up in it in a near instant. While everyone was immersed in the lotus dream, inside the lotus flower, a sacred and dazzling Buddhist light slowly bloomed. This Buddha's light was becoming more and more dazzling. It even hides the sun's rays. From this splendid lotus flower, anyone could feel the majestic power contained within it. This majestic power seemed to be endless. The prelude to its buildup was enough to scare the guts out of any onlooker. But Alexandra, who was facing the lotus flower directly, did not see the slightest bit of panic on her face. Not even the slightest bit of tension was present. Ha! How dare the light of a glowing fire compete with the white moon? Apollo, show them what true light is. He laughed and spoke faintly to Apollo, who was high in the sky. The voice caused the crowd's pupils to shrink. If this lotus flower is even considered to be the light of a glowing fire, and as Apollo of the white moon, what kind of power could he really have? Chapter 31, Wang Qin's fans who are dragging his feet. While everyone waited in eager anticipation, a ray of golden light suddenly lit up slowly in a flash in the black sun that Apollo had transformed into, and then as the golden light spread, the black sun slowly expanded. The already large black sun, under the slow expansion, was actually not smaller than the huge lotus flower. When black sun is big enough to be separated from lotus in the national games ring, the golden light also completely filled the huge black sun. At this moment, the black sun could no longer be called a black sun. It was now like a real sun falling to earth, radiating an amazing and dazzling light. Who said that Apollo is an SS-class god? This Apollo is too strong. The sun god deserves to be called the sun god. This extreme light is completely the sun descending into the world, capable of purifying thousands of things in the world. I thought that the Daishonin was already invincible, but I didn't realize that there was an expert like Apollo. The shock brought about by the Deshir was completely dispelled by Apollo's sun-like means. Everyone watched as an SS-ranked deity was vaguely more powerful than an SSS-ranked deity after using its strongest means. They were all a little unable to believe their eyes. Even Fan Dong was a bit shocked at the moment. This Apollo, even if he's not an SSS-class god, I'm afraid he's not far from being SSS-class. Fandang murmured. This attack of the great potential bodhisattva could already be called powerful, but in Fan Dong's eyes, this attack was actually not the strongest strength of the Daishonin. It is important to realize that among all the Buddhist gods, The strength of Dashesha Bodhisattva is an existence that can be ranked in the forefront. Even though Apollo is powerful in battle and his rank is infinitely closer to SSS, but he was, in the final analysis, still just one of the 12 main gods of the tiny nation of Olympus. In terms of true strength, how could he match the powerful gods of Buddhism? But Fan Dong knew the true strength of Dashesha Bodhisattva. In these times when Buddhism is not visible, no one can really understand the Buddhist gods at all, except in the celestial kingdom. Watching that even after using his strongest means, the great potential Bodhisattva still had a slight gap with Apollo, the sun god. Wang Qin's worldview collapsed a bit. In his original perception, SSS class gods decapitating an SS class god. Not to say it's a chopping block, but it can't be that tough. However, after the two SSS ranked gods he summoned one after another were both inferior to a single SSS ranked god, he's really lost. Wang Qin was a little skeptical that he wasn't really a loser, summoning the higher gods. Surprisingly, all of them were unable to defeat those low-level gods. Wang Qin didn't understand what this was because of. Know the difference between you and me? Look at Wang Qin's frustrated look. Alexandra looked down on Wang Qin like an emperor and spoke coldly. Haunted by the golden light that Apollo spread out in all directions, Alexandra grew more and more dominant. What are you so arrogant about, great potentate? Crush him for me. Wang Qin's calmness, which he had maintained for a long time, was broken by Alexandra's contemptuous look and cold voice. His eyes flushed red and he growled towards Alexandra. With a roar, the already dazzling lotus flower once again erupted with a dazzling light. This light scattered around the national fortune ring. It made everyone in the audience feel an unbearable scorching heat. Facing the increasingly brilliant Buddha's light, Alexandra grunted coldly. A cold snort fell, and Apollo's figure slowly merged with the golden sun. As his figure slowly disappeared, the golden sun seemed to have a soul. The golden light that he had originally emitted out suddenly contracted. After several breaths had passed, a golden color slowly lit up inside the great sun. Subsequently, the golden light intensified. At the end of the day, the golden light transformed the giant sun into a real sun. The scorching heat caused the space in the National Games ring to distort. The golden sun and the lotus flower turned into balls of light at the same time, pouring out energy like crazy in the ring of national fortune. The spectators outside the National Games ring had the protection of a boundary. They couldn't really feel the raging energy inside the national fortune ring. But Wang Qin and Alexandra were in the middle of the ring as much as they could be. They don't have the protection of a boundary or the physique of a god, even if they are physically, to some extent, far stronger than the average viewer. But just enduring the aftershocks released by the two great gods was enough to make their lives worse than death. Wang Qin and his duo were like falling into an infernal hell under the energy pouring from the two gods. Moment by moment, he was scorched by the aftermath of the aftermath that raged across the ring. Ah! The sharp pain that penetrated deep into his bones caused Wang Qin to yell madly. It was as if this was the only way to vent the pain in him. Alexandra was equally no better. Under the heat that was hot enough to scorch space to the point of distortion, his long blonde hair turned into powder by inches. Even his handsome face appeared to be carbonized due to the terrifying heat. The misery of the two men left everyone watching the match choking and unable to say anything. Even Fan Dong, who despised Wang Qin the most, had a slight shock in his heart at this moment. In his impression, Wang Qin was a flippant, pampered male child. I didn't expect Wang Qin to be able to withstand this kind of pain as well. The light in the ring grew brighter and brighter. The figures of the two Wang Qins had even been completely submerged by the light. The only thing that presented signs of life for the duo were the screams that still resounded within the National Games ring. Gradual gain. Under the collision of these two extreme forces, the National Luck ring collapsed inch by inch. Even the boundary protecting the spectators made an unbearable crunching sound. The boundary encasing the National Fortune ring showed a crack like a spider web. Wisps of energy escaped along these cracks, permeating everyone's surroundings. Within these few short breaths, everyone's exposed skin was as red as if it had been boiled. Brother Wang Qin, give it up. We Huaxia can afford to lose this deadly battle. Don't hold on any longer. Brother Wang Qin, you're already a hero of Huaxia. Brother Wang Qin, be sure to pay attention to your safety. Don't let yourself get hurt for the sake of Huaxia. Feeling the energy escaping from the ring, Wang Qin's brainwashed fans' hearts were dripping blood. The heartache they felt for Wang Qin made them unable to help but open their mouths. These voices that kept ringing out were tinged with sobs, and inwardly they were even more touched by their own goodness. Instead, Fan Dong's face changed abruptly. Although the deadly battle was not over, his mind had already anticipated Wang Qin's defeat. The battle reaches this level. The competition is all about the willpower of both players, and this self-touched shout from Wang Qin's brainwashed fans, it could precisely disintegrate that willpower in Wang Qin's heart. The masses of Olympus realized this as well. They went along with the shouts of Wang Qin's fans and struck while the iron was hot. Wang Qin, don't hold on. Your fans are aching for you. Wang Qin, you've done enough. Yu Huaxia has a strong foundation. You don't care about this deadly battle. The shouts from the audience passed through the cracks in the boundary and reached the ears of Wang Qin and his duo. The light that had nearly disappeared from Alexandra's eyes rekindled once more. This voice of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans dragging Wang Qin down gave him hope of defeating him. Alexandra's figure shook, and a surging battle spirit lingered above his body. These voices likewise disturbed Wang Qin. The will in his mind quickly disintegrated at these shouts. The breath that had been clinging to his chest for a long time suddenly dissipated. Boom! As a wave of energy exploded with a bang in the national fortune ring, as the boundary shattered like glass, the massive energy gathered in the center of the national luck ring. Like a wave, it ripples out to any part of the national space, even though the junction had absorbed most of the energy. But this remaining wave still made everyone stagger. Only Fan Dong sat stolidly where he was, his eyes dead set on the national luck ring. From the light that had yet to dissipate, he could sense Wang Qin's nearly dissipated aura. Alexandra's still beating heart could also be detected. The rest of the audience didn't have the same kind of strength that Fan Dong had. After they climbed to their feet, they fixed their eyes on the national luck ring. Expect to see who, exactly, will have the last laugh in this battle. Chapter 32, 1 win equals a billion wins. Enough light to dull the entire world faded away. The ancient and mysterious ring had been completely reduced to rubble at this moment. A huge chunk of debris was scattered all around, covering Wang Qin as well as Alexandra's body completely. It's a good thing that the national luck ring has the ability to recover itself. Otherwise, for this one time only, the national luck ring will be completely scrapped. Above the ruins, Apollo, the sun god, was covered in golden robes that were mostly burned by that extreme power just now. Under the burning energy, the exposed jade skin became bloody. He half arched his back, huffing and puffing, even though exhaustion made it almost difficult for him to straighten up. Still doing his best to keep his head up, he turned his eyes forward in shock. Apollo's untamed eyes inexplicably took on a bit of fear. It was as if he had seen an incomparably terrifying scene in the energy pouring out just now. As he looked on, only to see that the Dashesha Bodhisattva across from him wasn't doing so well either. Facing the raging energy, the half-naked body was as black as if it had been turned into charcoal. The kind face was replaced by a silent sharpness. The lotus flower trick that his right hand was strangling had turned into a sword finger at some point. Above the sword finger, the sharpness gulped. There seemed to be infinite sword intent, stabbing towards the depths of the sky. Phew! The great potential bodhisattva exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. As this turbid breath was exhaled, the sword intent in his hand suddenly dissipated. A handful of sword techniques were also replaced by the lotus technique in the blink of an eye. This set of movements of Dashesha Bodhisattva was accomplished in a flash of lightning. Everyone in the national fortune space thought that the sharp aura that was enough to pierce the clouds just now. It's totally just an illusion. Only Fan Dong's face was grave. That streak of sharpness had nearly coalesced into substance. It couldn't just be an illusion. It is important to realize that Dashesha is a deity who can relieve all beings of the suffering of the sword. How could he rely on the lotus alone to quell the clash of forces? The only thing that can cure force is stronger force. The fleeting sharpness of the Dashesha Bodhisattva did not cause much of a stir. Everyone just gazed at the national luck ring that was like the end of days. Their gazes were filled with shock, and their open mouths seemed as if they could stuff an egg into them. Silence spread through the space of the national fortune like frost, making it seem as if time was frozen. Win! In the midst of the prolonged shock, there were Wang Qin fans who perceived that the injuries of the great potentate were far lighter than those of Apollo. He subconsciously murmured out, next with doubt, surprise and incredulity. Exactly reflects the emotions of all Wang Qin fans at this moment. The murmur seemed to be just a small wave before the big tide. Small waves passed. What followed was a wave huge enough to flood the entire space of the country. Wang Qin fans took a break from the shock. One by one, his face was red from intense excitement. They yelled at everyone in the national fortune space as if they were crazy. Winning! My brother Wang Qin is awesome. I told you brother Wang Qin could save China. Why aren't you guys screaming? You guys taunted my brother Wang Qin like crazy when he lost. But now that he's won, why aren't you guys yelling? When Wang Qin was losing, this group of crazy fans were able to output against the wind, and did not lose the slightest bit of ground against others. Now Wang Qin seems to have won, and how can they fight like any other group? With this group of Wang Qin fans cheering wildly, everyone bowed their heads, unable to say anything back. Even those Chinese who supported Fan Dong were a little low in their hearts. It's no lie that Wang Qin brought a win to Huaxia, but it was this one win. It was enough for Wang Qin fans to strip Fan Dong of all his honors and brand him as a sinner in China. 1 win equals a billion wins. These stupid fans were born with this ability to convert. But Fan Dong didn't care what these Wang Qin fans were doing. He simply turned his gaze toward the national luck ring, his brow slightly furrowed. It looks as if the injuries of the Dashesha were far less severe than those of Apollo. But Fan Dong didn't think that the Dashesha Bodhisattva who belonged to the Celestial Kingdom, would use his full power in order to help China win a deadly battle. Full attention scrutinized everything that was going on in the ring of national fortune. Fan Dong did not spot the duo of Alexandra and Wang Qin. Fan Dong's frown gradually stretched out. All things were already clear in his mind. In the burst of energy just now, Wang Qin was likely to be seriously injured by the energy. If not dead, then at least unconscious. After Wang Qin lost his consciousness, the will of heaven would inevitably regard Huaxia as having lost the war. And since HWA has lost the war, then, naturally, the Daishonin could feel free to go all out. In the case of the Daishishin's full strength, Apollo is naturally no match for him. After realizing this, Fan Dong subconsciously muttered under his breath, Wang Qin won? Not really. This subconscious murmur could only be considered a whisper, but even so, it was still heard by enterprising Wang Qin fans. They scoffed at Fan Dong, their words filled with dislike. Fan Dong, are you still a Chinese? Are you so looking forward to my brother Wang Qin losing the battle of national fortunes? Isn't it just that you're afraid that my brother Wang Qin will replace you? Are you as bad as that? After the perceived victory of Wang Qin, these brain-dead fans were finally able to taunt Fan Dong with a straight face. But Fan Dong had long been immune to the taunts of Wang Qin's fans. There was playfulness in his eyes, wanting to see when the heavenly will announced the results. How should this group of fans who bragged about Wang Qin end up? The conflict between Wang Qin's fans and Fan Dong is limited to a small area. Most of the Wang Qin fans are still frantically advocating for their Wang Qin brother, even though they didn't even know if Wang Qin was alive or dead yet. Amidst cheers loud enough to cover the sky, the masses of the Olympus nation were as pale as paper, with fear welling up in their hearts. This fear was not just because they, Olympus nation, were losing the battle to the death. It was more because they feared the strength of Huaxia. The strength that Daishin has shown so far is enough to sweep away most of the countries in the world. It's not even impossible to take the power of one god. Just win this deadly battle for the landscape of the world. The masses of Olympia can realize that. The masses of the other countries that initiated the deadly war are likewise not little darlings. They looked at the tragic scene in the ring, and a strong concern flooded their hearts. The battle to the death is no ordinary battle of national fortunes. Once you lose a death match, even if all 8 of their countries could share the consequences of a deadly war, but they still won't be good for decades to come. Even the country, which is already full of holes, may well perish as a result of this blow. Emperor Hinjin of the Sakura Kingdom was pale and his lips were trembling madly as he thought of the cost of defeat. He trembled and turned his eyes in the direction where the Celestial Kingdom was. But what was seen was the unchanged confidence of the holy hero of the Celestial Kingdom, Gan Tian. Even because of the power of the great potentate, there was an unconcealed joy in Gan Tian's eyes. The leaders of the 7 countries, including Emperor Hashin, were somewhat puzzled. They didn't understand what Gan Tian was so happy about, but they didn't care. Seeing Gan Tian's chesty appearance, their hearts gradually gained a few points of comfort. After all, the current them and the Tianju Kingdom were one and the same. The second death match is over. While the crowd was in a different state of mind, there was a voice of the heavenly Tao slowly resounding from the depths of the heavenly vault. The crowd's attention was instantly drawn to the sound of the heavenly Tao. Immediately afterward, the voice of the heavenly Tao sounded once again, announcing the results of this battle of nations. Deadly Battle 2, China versus Olympus. Due to China's Wang Qin's serious injury and unconsciousness, Olympus wins the second deadly battle. Chapter 33, 2 defeats. Deadly battle suspended. The voice of the heavenly Tao was like a heavy hammer, each note hitting the hearts of all Wang Qin's fans one by one. They froze in place, the same ecstasy frozen on their faces, their entire brains in a trance, and the joy that had just risen on Lu Hualiang's face suddenly disappeared. Daishin clearly had the upper hand, but in the end, why was it Wang Qin who lost this deadly battle? The masses of Olympus, and of the nations, who were in a mood of great ups and downs, climbing from despair to the pinnacle of joy in an instant. Ha ha ha, who the hell is the clown? And brother Wang Qin is awesome. Even the will of heaven has declared Huaxia defeated. What else do you guys have to say? Laughing me to death. I thought how strong Wang Qin was. It turned out that he still lost. After the group of foreigners had gone through an emotional upheaval, their inner ecstasy made them arrogantly open their mouths in mockery. I'm not convinced. My brother Wang Qin didn't lose. Brother Wang Qin is so miserable. There are people in the country targeting him, and this heavenly will is also against him. It's obvious that brother Wang Qin won. What makes you guys say he lost? The momentary fall from great joy to great sorrow was also enough to leave Wang Qin fans frozen in place. Even though the heavens will had already declared Wang Qin defeated, they still couldn't believe it, and the will of heaven seemed to notice that someone was questioning his pronouncement. The ruins formed from the shattering of the national fortune ring were suddenly pulled by an invisible force. One by one, the shattered boulders gradually reorganized themselves together, forming a new ring that glowed with a solid light. The 2 Wang Qin, who were buried in the rubble, were also saved by this great power. These two men collapsed in the ring, one more miserable than the other. Gone are Alexandra's long, attention-grabbing blonde hair. Even in that violent eruption of energy just now, his eyebrows were completely incinerated. As for his originally handsome face, it was now even more disfigured. A hideous wound across his face made him look like the devil. But compared to Wang Qin, he's not so bad. At least he had a glimmer of consciousness that would sustain him to keep his eyes open. As for Wang Qin, his situation is far more bleak than Alexandra's. After having their willpower disintegrated by their brainwashed fans, Wang Qin, who originally had the upper hand, was engulfed in energy in the blink of an eye. All the organs in the body shifted under the impact of the energy. The body was even closer to carbonization under the scorching energy eruption. If it wasn't for the fact that there was still one bloodstain after another on his torso, everyone was unable to recognize Wang Qin, who was almost reduced to charcoal. Ho! Ho! With such severe injuries, Wang Qin lost any consciousness. The subconscious of his severely depleted body drove him to gasp for air. This chi is only seen coming out and not coming in, a complete sign of impending death. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans blushed a bit embarrassed. They revered face value, though nominally they liked Wang Qin's strength. But when Wang Qin was turned into coke, they suddenly realized that Wang Qin, who had once shone brightly in their eyes, wasn't necessarily a fan. There were flashes of dislike in the eyes of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans. The deeply hidden loathing in their hearts did not know how to vent it, and surprisingly, it became the reason for them to attack Fan Dong again. Fan Dong, it's all your fault. If you hadn't retired without authorization, how would my brother Wang Qin have made it to the national luck ring when he hadn't grown up? Humph, my brother Wang Qin's current misery is all caused by you. Hurry up and kneel down and apologize. Fan Dong seemed to have become a punching bag for this group of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans. Any responsibility for this will be on Fan Dong's shoulders. Ha! If you hadn't been shouting nonsense, would Wang Qin have lost the battle due to distraction? You are the direct murderers who buried the victory of Huaxia. Fan Dong sneered twice and hit the nail on the head when he stated the reason why Wang Qin had fallen to such a state. But how could Wang Qin brainwashed fans admit that Wang Qin's defeat was because of them? All they know how to do is mess around. Just as this group of Wang Qin brainwashed fans were still about to bash Fan Dong, a shout so panicked that it broke the sound suddenly rang out. Pause for deadlock. Huaxia chooses to move the only pause in the game. Lu Hualiang's face was tinged with trepidation and uneasiness above his face. The eyes that looked at Wang Qin were even more filled with panic. This flash of panic was not because Lu Hualiang was worried about Wang Qin's life or death. Rather, Lu Hualiang was afraid that after Wang Qin's death, he could no longer suppress Fan Dong. After all, Wang Qin was his only means of suppressing Fan Dong at this stage. If Wang Qin dies, the candidate to replace Fan Dong disappears. Then the senior management of Huaxia will definitely force him, Lu Hualiang, to reinstate Fan Dong for the sake of Huaxia's future. At that time, not only his Lu Hualiang all plans will be declared bankrupt, there's even a good chance he'll go to jail for it and lose everything he has. This was a downfall that Lu Hualiang could not accept in any way. The more Lu Hualiang thought about it, the more anxious he became. Allow Huaxia the option of temporarily suspending the deadly battle, and in 24 hours, the deadly battle will continue and Huaxia's chance to pause will run out. Lu Hualiang's voice shouting eagerly towards the National Games ring had just fallen. The voice of the Heavenly Tao spoke immediately afterward, with the voice of the Heavenly Tao vibrating in everyone's mind. A white blur of light converged in the eyes of the crowd. Under the cover of this smear of light, time seemed to freeze and stop passing. When the frost melts and time passes again, the mass of light in front of everyone's eyes dispersed like a cloud. In opening their eyes, they were already outside the space of the national transportation. Outside the national transportation space, at the first time the seriously injured Wang Qin was arranged by Lu Hualiang won the best rescue, the highest level of the imperial capital's Sky Dragon Tower. Long Baichuan's face was as gloomy as water. Uncontrolled breath raged through the modest conference room. Let all the decorations in the conference room fall apart. Because of another defeat in the deadly war, China suffered an even more horrible disaster. The direct damage caused by this one disaster alone is in the trillions. The death toll, again, is in the tens of thousands. But now that these losses have occurred, it is just a matter of remedying them properly. What made Long Baichuan the most angry was Lu Hualiang's irrational behavior within the national space. Before that, he was busy with other matters in China. There was no time to pay attention to what was happening within the space of the national luck. Now Long Baichuan had personally watched the deadly battle. He then realized that Lu Hualiang's power in the space of the national movement was big enough to cover the sky with one hand. Let whoever you want play. You can pause the dead war if you want to. With so much power, once Lu Hualiang wanted to be unfavorable to Huaxia, he is perfectly capable of bringing immeasurable disaster to Huaxia. A wave of fear arose in Long Baichuan's heart. He realized that Fan Dong might have actually been persecuted by Lu Hualiang. If no one else framed Fan Dong, Then with his Long Baichuan's understanding of fandom, it was impossible for fandom to be criticized by 1,000 people and spat upon by 10,000 people. The more Long Baichuan thought about it, the more anger grew in his heart. However, considering the fact that changing commanders on the verge of battle is a major military taboo, and it is also true that Lu Hualiang had been meritorious to Huaxia, Long Baichuan forced down the anger in his heart and just instructed the secretary at the side, "Go tell Lu Hualiang that fandom must be recalled this time, and that all the next deadly battles will be fought by fandom. Remember to tell him that this is the supreme decree of the state and that he understands the consequences of disobeying it." Long Baichuan was really angry this time. There are now only 3 more battles of statecraft left before the deadly battle is lost. The only chance for a timeout was also consumed in saving Wang Xin. If you are still pinning your hopes on juniors who have never played in a national championship game, then what awaits China will be a deadly defeat. Long Baichuan as the head of state. Huaxia began to decline from his hands, and that was a shame that could never be erased. Yes, the secretary bowed slightly and led the way. After seeing the secretary leave, Long Baichuan was slightly relieved. As long as Fan Dong was able to get on the field, he believed that Huaxia would definitely not continue to lose the battle. 2 defeats in a row in Huaxia made a lot of people in stopping the commotion. Fan Dong also reappeared from the intensive care unit of the Imperial Canning Renai Hospital. Chapter 34, Hospital Clash. The passage of time within the space of the national fortune was not the same as the outside world, even though only 2 battles had taken place within the national luck space. But for the outside world, 7 or 8 days had passed. This was also the reason why the top echelons of Huaxia would not always pay attention to the Battle of National Fortunes. A Battle of Nations will consume several days. Then once you bet your energy on the Battle of Nations, they couldn't care less about the rapid development of Huaxia. Fan Dong returned to the ICU not a moment later. Suddenly 2 nurses pushed their way in from outside the ICU. One of these 2 nurses, it was clearly the one who had been slapped to the ground by Fan Dong. The nurse walked into the intensive care unit with an arrogant and domineering face and opened her mouth in a vicious voice at Fan Dong. "You've spent all the money you saved at the hospital. Are you going to let yourselves out? Or are you going to let us throw you out?" Fan Dong's brow furrowed into a chuan. The instantly cold down breath even made the whole ward like an ice cave, cold to the bone. Staying in the ICU is an astronomical cost per day though, but $100 million is not so worthless. $100 million was spent in just 7 or 8 days. If you say that this hospital any not fishy, ghosts cannot believe. Spend $100 million in a few days? Where's the bill? I want to see the bill. Fan Dong's voice was as cold as his breath. Wisps of cold poured into the 2 nurses along with the sound. It made these 2 nurses subconsciously tremble all over. "The bill? What's the harm in showing you the bill?" Even though Fan Dong's voice was as terrible as from hell, but the spirited nurse was as if she had a backer. Not caring in the least about the icy cold emanating from Fan Dong, she toed the line and threw a small ball of paper at Fan Dong with a disgusted look on her face. Fan Dong took the paper ball and slowly unfolded the already crumpled paper ball. What came into view was a bill that could be described as astronomical. The bills are in the millions for just a regular glucose solution. The price of those precious medicines is in the tens of millions of dollars. Ha! This bill made Fan Dong more and more angry the more he looked at it. He was so angry that he couldn't even hold back a laugh. "You guys think Fan Dong, am a cutie? Or do you guys want to think I'm a cutie?" After Fan Dong sneered twice, the expression on his face was cold to the point of being ghastly in an instant. In the eyes of the 2 nurses at the door of the ward, Fan Dong was now a demon crawling out of hell, ready to devour the 2 of them at any time. "The bill is written in black and white. Do you still want to deny it?" In front of Fan Dong's increasingly icy face, the nurse's original spirited demeanor gradually disappeared. Although she was so afraid that her teeth were chattering, she still gathered her courage and spoke with trembling voice. "Reasonable, I'll admit. But this? How do you expect me to admit?" Fan Dong took 1 step towards the door. Under Fan Dong's powerful aura, the 2 nurses retreated back and forth. When she was about to retreat beyond the ward, there was a flash of ruthlessness in the shrewish nurse's eyes. She stopped her backward steps, lifted up her chest, and bravely looked straight at Fan Dong. Then, as if he was a veteran who was willing to go and plug the eye of a gun, he gave up everything and opened his mouth loudly to Fan Dong. "What? You gonna hit us again? Security? Where's the security guard?" This nurse had been slapped to the ground by Fan Dong only a short time ago. It took 4 or 5 days for the swelling of his face into a pig's head to go down. This time, how could she repeat the same mistake and come back to provoke Fan Dong without any preparation? The nurse's shrill voice fell, and a dozen big, burly men surged to the door of the hospital room. These so-called security guards are not regular personnel. They are nothing more than street punks recruited by hospital leaders at low prices to save money. These punks don't have any special training, but they are young and strong and in the prime of their blood, and after the dozen or so had gathered, the ferocity cultivated by years of fighting and brawling actually made them look somewhat unstoppable. With the backing of these 10 or so punks, the spunky nurse's back straightened up again. 2. So what if Fan Dongyuan is stronger than ordinary people? She was confident that a dozen strong men would be enough to subdue him. I'm going to give you one more chance. Are you going to be a good boy and get out of here yourself? Or are you going to let us blow you both out of here as a mother? The spunky nurse's look grew more and more vicious. Her arm was slightly extended, her index finger pointing at Fan Dong, her face full of vitriol and meanness. Fan Dong's afterglow scanned the dozen or so burly men outside the ward. He laughed twice as if somewhat to himself, shaking his head and walking towards the nurse without pausing. A dozen or so mongrels, and they dare to give me a hand? Fan Dong walked up to the nurse. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he raised his leg and stomped right over towards the two nurses. Fan Dong's movements looked extremely slow in the eyes of the two nurses, but the two nurses were all but incapable of avoiding the idea. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by two muffled sounds, the two nurses slammed into the corridor wall like cannonballs. The spunky nurse was on the floor as if she were a dead dog. It took several minutes of slowing down before she struggled to get up from the ground. With this strike, Fan Dong had already reserved his hand. Otherwise these two nurses don't even talk about standing up. They were lucky if they didn't die on the spot. The two nurses no longer had any acrimony or meanness on their faces, and tears welled up in their eyes like a dam. The spunky nurse was teary-eyed and cried at Fan Dong as she spilled her guts out. Are you still a man? What kind of a man are you to lay hands on a woman? Fan Dong glanced condescendingly at the nurse. It's really not a man's place to make a move on a woman, but no man should show mercy when dealing with unreasonable fairies. Very funny. Security guard, throw this mother and son out. The disdain on Fan Dong's face made the anger in the spirited nurse's heart grow even more. She cloaked her head and hissed at the security guards crowding the hallway. At the nurse's hiss, Fan Dong walked slowly down the hallway. A powerful aura filled the entire corridor in an instant along with his figure. These fierce-looking security guards were nothing more than punks. Granted, these people may have blood on their hands, but compared to Fan Dong, a killing star who had fought for 10 years in the ring of national fortune, they are no different than children. The wince on the guards' faces clearly bared the fear in their hearts, and the trembling body made these two nurses even more anxious. What are you guys doing? The hospital pays for you to be fed? Go on. Seeing that a dozen big men were actually shocked by Fan Dong alone, a flicker of panic flashed across the faces of the two nurses. The two of them yelled at the rioting security guards, forcing them to lose their minds and strike out at Fan Dong. The faces of these security guards were laced with embarrassment and hesitation. Even though Fan Dong wasn't tall, it was as if explosive power was contained in that well-proportioned body. Facing Fan Dong, they felt like they were facing a ferocious beast. It's just that hospitals don't keep them punks to feed them. You don't need them to keep the hospital safe. It is their duty to drive out the poor sick people who cannot afford to pay for hospitalization. Thinking of this, the hesitation and cowering on the faces of the group of security guards flickered away. Ruthlessness and determination danced in their eyes. Brothers, onward! Chapter 35, Melee. The police are coming. One of the security guards, a significantly stronger man, yelled out. A dozen security guards carried majestic pressure and slowly approached towards Fan Dong at the same time. They were like the Great Wall, almost unstoppable in their might. Seeing this, the two nurses took the opportunity to blend in behind the guards, picked up his cell phone and turned on the live stream. Fan Dong's hotness in China is second to none. Seeing Fan Dong's figure appear in the live broadcast, nearly everyone clicked into this nurse's live stream at first. Tens of millions of netizens, together, flooded into the live broadcast room, making the entire live broadcast room have obvious lag. The unprecedented number of viewers gave the nurse the dizzying feeling of living in a dream. With undisguised joy on her face, she shouted into the live feed, "Everyone come and see Fan Dong, this traitor, this spy. There's no money to pay the hospitalization fee and he's still sticking around. Everyone come and take a look. Families click and pay attention. Today I'll show you how our hospital brutalized this traitor." The spunky nurse watched the soaring follower count and the bounties that kept floating up. She shouted in excitement, completely having forgotten the pain of the violent beating she had just received from Fan Dong. And the pop-ups in the broadcast room climaxed in a flash because of this nurse's shout. It was as if the endless pop-ups filled the entire live broadcast room like a tidal wave. "Swipe a carnival for you. Hurry up and violently beat Fan Dong, the traitor, for me. Humph. My brother Wang Qin is fighting a bloody battle within the national fortune space, while Fan Dong, the traitor, is here disturbing the peace. He really deserves to die. Beat him violently for me. The harder you beat him, the more gifts I'll give you." The pop-ups went by like bullets one after another. The gifts that kept appearing were even more like bombs hitting the nurse over the head. The nurse's breathing was accelerating and thickening from these rhetorical pop-ups. With 10 carnivals worth thousands spewing out on the screen together, the nurse could no longer contain her excitement. She was flushed and her whole body trembled as she cried out shrilly, "Quickly, beat him to death. The security guards were originally lawless gangsters. At this scream from the nurse, their testosterone explodes and they can no longer suppress the warlike nature in their hearts. Like wolves, they pounced towards Fan Dong. Facing the wolf-like security guards, Fan Dong didn't have any panic. As the security guards approached to within 5 meters of his body, Fan Dong moved. His figure was like a ghost, weaving back and forth between the forms of these dozen or so security guards. The speed was so fast that it even brought out a trail of residual shadows behind him. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Fan Dong seemed to move and then didn't move. His torso still stood in its original position, quietly looking at the dozen or so security guards in front of him. In the live broadcast room with tens of millions of people, the pop-up screen was emptied in an instant, and only a few scattered sentences floated by on the screen alone. What just happened? Is Fan Dong having a stroke? I don't know. It's just how come these guards aren't moving at all? Out of the tens of millions of people, not a single person could see what Fan Dong had just done. The entire hallway fell into dead silence. No one noticed anything out of the ordinary. It wasn't until several breaths had passed that a security guard suddenly let out a pig-killing scream. Only his left arm, which was about to be stretched out, was seen to take on a bizarre twisted shape. Just by looking at it, one could sense the pain that this security guard was capable of enduring. After the security guard's misery was exposed for all to see, the sound of screams and wails filled the entire corridor for a while. These dozen security guards, without exception, had varying degrees of deformation in their bodies. Some people's arms drooped limply to one side, others had their thighs snapped hard. There were even people whose heads were sunk into a deep crater, too dead to die. This scene like purgatory silenced everyone. The two nurses even had their hair blowing up like frightened cats. Puff! Under Fan Dong's gaze, the two nurses' legs went weak and they fell to their knees. His knees hit the ground hard, showing 2 bruises. But these two nurses didn't even dare to care. They were afraid that Fan Dong, who had gone mad with murder, would not even spare the two of them. Big brother Fan Dong, you're generous. You let us go. We have eyes to see. We are dog-eyed. Please, please let me go. The two nurses kowtowed desperately. The scent of blood that gradually filled the hallway even made them both incontinent. The pleas for mercy echoed through the whale-filled corridor, seemingly empty and abrupt. The pop-ups on the live stream finally reappeared at this point. Then gradually it got worse. Where are the police? Why don't the police come and arrest him? Fan Dong doesn't fight for his country. He's disturbing the peace here. And he even killed a lot of Chinese people. Police come and arrest him. Humph. Arresting this kind of traitor to the country is considered light. Even shooting is not too much. I called the police a long time ago. The police are probably on their way. The cell phone was casually dropped on the floor by the nurse. All the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were reflected in his eyes one by one. These pop-ups brought a faint disdain to Fan Dong's face. This group of security guards were called security guards, but in reality, every one of them was a gangster with blood on his hands. They oppressed the people and run roughshod over them. These acts of human and divine indignation were enough for Fan Dong to slaughter them 100 times and 1,000 times. The fact that Fan Dong hadn't slaughtered them all was already considered Fan Dong's compassion. Just thought of it. Outside the hospital, a siren sounded from far and wide. A flicker of joy flashed across the nurse's face, which was a mixture of tears and snot from fear. Rolling and crawling towards the stairway. After a few minutes had passed, 5 policemen formed a line and thundered up the stairs. The two nurses, like beggars, were the first to hug the police officers' thighs. They choked on their voices and cried out at the police officers. Jesus Christ, please do something for us. This devil doesn't take our lives for granted. The nurse saw the 5 policemen as if she had grabbed a life preserver. After the police showed up, the pop-ups on the air became even more boisterous. The police are finally here. Take this devil to jail. Give him the death penalty. Fan Dong doesn't deserve to live at all. No, let Fan Dong be paraded through the streets. Let Fan Dong be judged by the whole nation. Not only did Fan Dong condone the gods to slaughter the people, he himself even dared to wantonly kill the people of Huaxia. He deserves to die. Break him into pieces, they clamored, hoping to get the police to hurry up and take Fan Dong to jail to be judged by the whole country. It's just that the police aren't the brainless idiots that Wang Qin's fans are. On the contrary, the police are more sensible than the average Chinese crowd. They followed the two nurses' fingers to the direction where Fan Dong was. Chapter 36, Lu Hualiang's Compromise. The tragic situation in the corridor caused the pupils of all the police officers to shrink suddenly. A police officer who had just been involved in the job even because of the tragic situation in the hallway, and can't help but vomit it up. Phew, phew. All 5 policemen were huffing and puffing. After their breathing calmed down, they looked at Fan Dong, who stood in the center of the corridor like an emperor, with complicated eyes. As a public official, these police officers knew exactly how much Fan Dong had contributed to Huaxia. At this moment, he saw Fan Dong slaughtering these few scums with his future prospects. They suddenly felt a little bad for Fan Dong. It seems that all honors are bubbles in the face of power. Years of fighting for your country for what turned out to be 1,000 accusations. How does this allow those truly patriotic Chinese to smooth out their emotions? But the duty of the police is to maintain the peace of society. Even though they couldn't be more sorry for what happened to Fan Dong, they still have to fulfill their duties. The cops forced themselves to hold back the nausea that was churning in their hearts and ignored the cries of the spirited nurse. They walked straight to Fan Dong and saluted at him. After showing his heartfelt respect, Zheng spoke. Mr. Fan Dong, you are a hero of the country, but you can't dictate other people's lives at will, so please come with us. Even though what Fan Dong had done could already be called vicious, but the police officers, in a show of respect, did not use force. However, Fan Dong's mind was a little disturbed. He naturally knew that even the heroes of the country had to abide by the laws of the land, not to mention the fact that he's now being criticized by everyone and given all the scorn he deserves. But he also knew, once he was taken away by the police, then there's a good chance his mom will be thrown right out on the street by the hospital and left to live or die, even if the police warned the hospital in advance. But Fan Dong did not think this hospital would take into account the police's verbal warnings. After all, although this hospital is called Corning Benevolence, it is actually just a private hospital. Who believes the verbal promises of a bunch of capitalists who suck human blood, then who is unapologetically adorable? If Fan Dong's mom passed away because of her departure, Fan Dong would never forgive herself. I'm sorry I can't comply. Fan Dong cast an apologetic glance at the policeman and spoke faintly. Fan Dong, you're bold enough, aren't you? How dare you disobey the law of the land? Seeing that Fan Dong dared to refuse the police's arrest, there was a flash of joy on the spunky nurse's face mixed with tears. She couldn't wait for Fan Dong to confront the state. After all, those who fight against the state invariably die without exception. The group of policemen's faces flinched when they heard Fan Dong's refusal. No one can trample on the laws of the land. The policemen's looks became tough, and they spoke coldly and stiffly at Fan Dong. Please don't make us use force. There was a nagging flash in Fan Dong's eyes. Accepting the arrest of the police, his mom will probably die. And if the arrest is made in defiance of the police, that would be taking on the state, and it wouldn't end well for him or his mom. Fan Dong was silent. The atmosphere of the entire corridor was also becoming more and more oppressive in the silence. The police officers saw that Fan Dong did not make any movements for a long time. Their hands were already on the taser. If Fan Dong was truly determined to confront them, these police officers didn't think that with just the 5 of them, they would be able to fight against Fan Dong. At a time when the atmosphere was so oppressive that it took the breath away from everyone present, suddenly a voice came from beyond the crowd. Who dares to touch Fan Dong? The voice was as angry as a bell and attracted everyone's attention. The nurse who had brought the cell phone back up to her hand likewise turned around. On the screen of the live broadcast room, Lu Hualiang's figure slowly appeared from the stairway. The moment Lu Hualiang's figure appeared on the air, the pop-ups then surged wildly like an even more raging flood. Coach Lu Hualiang, didn't he break with Fan Dong a long time ago? Why would he speak for Fan Dong? Maybe it's because Coach Lu Hualiang is looking out for Huaxia and doesn't want such a powerful scum like Fan Dong to degrade himself any further. Coach Lu Hualiang is always looking out for Huaxia. I'm really touched. Pop-up after pop-up flashed across the screen. Although the IQ of this group of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans wasn't much, their inner drama was very rich. One by one, they were so moved by the drama they had brainstormed that their eyes turned red. The gifts in the live broadcast room also went wild in a sudden burst. Carnival, sports cars, rockets, one by one, gifts of great value poured out as if they didn't want money. Watching Lu Hualiang walk towards himself step by step, Fan Dong did not feel any surprise in his heart. The deadliest battle of the nation's rise and fall was lost twice in a row. The only one he could rely on, Wang Qin, was also seriously injured. Who else can save China now but him? Fan Dong? Thinking of this, Fan Dong's head lifted slightly. As if condescending, he scorned Lu Hualiang, who was walking slowly. Fan Dong, look at you now, killing people and even trying to fight the state. You're a little too lawless. Lu Hualiang walked up to Fan Dong. Even though he was now in a lurch, he still didn't want to bow down to Fan Dong. Lu Hualiang took on the appearance of an elder and lectured towards Fan Dong. Still seems to think he's still the same fair and unbiased coach in Fan Dong's mind. Coach, what you said is so right. Fan Dong deserves to be disciplined by you. The nurse, like a minion with a cell phone, echoed Lu Hualiang. The misery of kneeling down and begging for mercy was thrown out of her mind and replaced by the arrogance of having a backer. Lu Hualiang's preaching as if he were an elder made Fan Dong a little upset. The nurse's unknowing uproar was more than enough to make Fan Dong's heart feel as if it was blocked by a boulder. Fan Dong frowned, pulling out an ear before casting his eyes casually to the nurse on the side. The casual glance sent a jolt through the nurse's mind. She felt like she was plunging into an ocean and could be overturned by the waves at any moment. Fan Dong, I'm here and you still want to threaten others? Have you turned over a new leaf? The impatience in Fan Dong's heart overflowed. However, Lu Hualiang still has not shrunk his head to be a man of consciousness, trying desperately to maintain the appearance of a fair coach in front of the public. Flipping out. They call you coach twice and you really think you're the impartial coach. Fan Dong looked askance at Lu Hualiang and spoke indifferently and faintly in a cold tone. The reason he chose to retire. A big part of it is because of Lu Hualiang's suppression. Now, who is Lu Hualiang to use such a didactic tone to talk to him? Fan Dong? The unforgiving sound was like a piercing friction ringing in Lu Hualiang's ears. It made his figure freeze in place. The buzzing caused by the loss of face echoed in his mind. Moreover, bringing up an iron blue color on his face, Lu Hualiang looked at Fan Dong with a gloomy face. He wanted to tear his face off with Fan Dong, but he didn't dare to say anything because he was begging Fan Dong. It's just that the brainiacs on the air won't care much. Fan Dong's unforgiving voice was like a gale, blowing the already raging pop-ups even more wildly. Fan Dongjin is a retard. Can't he see that Coach Lu Hualiang is trying to give him a chance? How dare he not want to appreciate it? The gods are all banned. On what basis does he still dare to be so arrogant? Humph. I'm afraid it's because he knows he's a wreck. Also know that Coach Lu Hualiang is ready to put him on the field. He spoke out against Coach Lu Hualiang. I guess it's just because he's afraid of going back on the field. The comments pouring out of the live broadcast room branded Fan Dong as a life-hungry loser. However, Lu Hualiang as well as Fan Dong, who were outside the live broadcast room, were not aware of the ridiculous thoughts of this group of brainwashed fans. Lu Hualiang glanced at the 5 policemen who stood by in silence, seeing that even if Fan Dong seriously disrupts the social order, the police also did not support him after Lu Hualiang sermonized Fan Dong. Lu Hualiang smiled awkwardly. He put away the cold hardness on his face, and with a shy face, he carefully came over to Fan Dong's side. Fan Dong, as long as you help Huaxia through this deadly battle, I'll personally solve your mother's hospitalization problem for you. Chapter 37, Sky High Rewards. Fan Dong returns. Lu Hualiang opened his mouth as if he was afraid of being overheard by others. The voice was as thin as a swimming mosquito and only reached Fan Dong's ears. He never mentioned what would happen to him, Lu Hualiang, after he lost the deadly battle. Rather, it is an attempt to morally kidnap Fan Dong with the safety and security of Huaxia. Yet how could Fan Dong be bound by the moral laws of the world? He coldly glanced at Lu Hualiang, who had gotten in front of him, his eyes filled with disgust. Then he spoke faintly after moving his upper body back slightly. I'll retire when you tell me to, and I'll return when you want me to? Why should I listen to you? Fan Dong did not do anything wrong, so naturally there was no need to lower his voice. The voice clearly echoed in the ears of all the viewers of the live broadcast. Fan Dong is a thing that doesn't know what's good for him. Coach Lu Hualiang took pity on him and asked him to return. But he still doesn't want to? He just wants to be a lousy person for the rest of his life. Right, unaware of the enterprising waste. Does he really think that Huaxia, can't win the death battle without him? Fan Dong? That's right. Even if my brother Wang Qin is seriously injured, junior generals like Lin Gudong are perfectly capable of saving Huaxia. Fan Dong's unhesitating voice of rejection made everyone in the broadcast room's blood run cold. Everyone was in a group mood, all fighting for Lu Hualiang. And Lu Hualiang, who was a party to the case, likewise had a few moments of fire. He gritted his teeth and once again did his best to lower his voice, growling lowly at Fan Dong. You think I want to come to you? Without you, I, Lu Hualiang, can still win the death match. It's an order from the chief, you know? It's an order from the chief. Lu Hua's eyes were slightly red. In addition to Wang Qin, he, Lu Hualiang, still had one last card left untouched. If it was not for Long Baichuan forcing him, Lu Hualiang, with the highest state decree, and how could he, Lu Hualiang, stoop to Fan Dong's level here? Fan Dong's heart shook when he heard Lu Hualiang mention the word chief. In China, the only person who could be called ahead by Lu Hualiang was the head of state, Long Baichuan. Even though Fan Dong knew the reason why Lu Hualiang dared to single-handedly cover the sky within the national movement space, it's because of the neglect of the top brass in China. But Fan Dong doesn't blame the executives. If it weren't for the dedication and devotion of these Chinese executives, how can Huaxia transform its huge national fortune into national strength, and then world domination in one fell swoop? And he, Fan Dong, can be tapped for talent. It is also because Long Baichuan, close to the people, personally promoted him. Fan Dong. Thinking of this, Fan Dong's gaze flickered slightly, the cold hardness on his face melted slightly, and his attitude towards Lu Hualiang eased a little. Subsequently, after a moment of contemplation, Fan Dong faintly opened his mouth towards Lu Hualiang. Chapter 37. Want me to return? No problem. Not only are you going to fix my mother's hospitalization, you're going to pay me another $10 billion, Fan Dong said, his voice gradually becoming vicious. Lu Hualiang was just about to burst into joyful face color, all of a sudden gloomy down. That forced smile also grew stiff on his face. Long Baichuan is asking him to recall Fan Dong. but he was not given any financial support. This $10 billion, it is very likely that Lu Hualiang will have to pay out of his own pocket. And Lu Hualiang, although it is not true that he has stolen the national interests in a big way, but that $10 billion is really an astronomical amount too. Shelling out $10 billion at once, this is also enough to make Lu Hualiang hurt his bones. Fan Dong, don't you go too far. Lu Hualiang's tone that had just eased down was once again hard. $10 billion was the savings he had saved for half his life. He worked hard to suppress Fan Dong and steal the country for what? Isn't it all about more money and more power? Now let him shell out half his fortune at once. And what exactly is he doing by going to the trouble of suppressing Fan Dong and stealing from the country? There was no deliberate amplification of the sound that Fan Dong had just requested. Therefore the audience in the live broadcast did not know what had happened between Lu Hualiang and Fan Dong. They only saw Lu Hualiang suddenly raging like a lion. The look on his face also became embarrassed for a moment. What? Why is Coach Lu Hualiang's face embarrassed like this? I'm afraid it's Fan Dong, this insatiable villain, who made some shameless offer. I really can't figure out why Coach Lu Hualiang had to let this punk Fan Dong return. The gods are banned. What the hell does he have over brother Wang Qin? The viewers in the live room were puzzled. In their eyes, it was clear that Fan Dong was just a waste. Lu Hualiang and why so green Fan Dong favor? What? Don't agree? If you don't say yes, off. Don't bother me. Lu Hualiang's cold and hardened down face also made Fan Dong blush. Fan Dong's breath was cold and piercing, and even his voice was a bit icy. Since he dared to make that offer, then Fan Dong is not worried about Lu Hualiang not agreeing. Promise him what he wants. At most, Lu Hualiang will lose half of his property, and not granting his request. That did not let Fan Dong return to the Lu Hualiang. Is disobedient to the state decree of the criminal, will certainly be punished by law. Fan Dong's icy cold voice made the atmosphere in the corridor, for a moment, freeze. The air in the corridor seemed to freeze, and time seemed to stop passing because of the cold. The atmosphere in the corridor was becoming more and more stagnant. The pressure in Lu Hualiang's heart was also climbing little by little. It got to the point where the heavy pressure almost took everyone's breath away. Lu Hualiang could no longer resist the pressure and opened his mouth with gritted teeth at Fan Dong. Okay, I'll grant your request. Lu Hualiang's voice seemed to open an air valve, and the stagnant air in the corridor soon flowed. The breath that the crowd had been holding for a long time exhaled at the same time, and the entire crowd was relieved. And the tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were all confused. They only saw Lu Hualiang as if he had made a very big decision, but they don't even know what Lu Hualiang actually promised Fan Dong. They just don't get to know anymore. The live feed was suddenly cut off amidst the confusion of the crowd. Inside the hospital, after Lu Hualiang gritted his teeth and opened his mouth, his entire body seemed to have aged a dozen years. Without another word, he turned and headed out of the hospital. The figure that came was as upright as a pine, walking away, hunched over like an old man in his 70s or 80s. After Lu Hualiang left, the nurses and security guards looked at Fan Dong in horror. Even though their legs were weak, they still helped each other to escape in a panic. As for letting the police arrest Fan Dong again, they didn't even dare to think about it. Fan Dong is once again a national sport player. This means that to a certain extent, the law is no longer binding on Fan Dong. Don't say that Fan Dong just killed a few scum who were a danger to society. Even if Fan Dong cost the community a lot of public property. But as long as he is about to participate in the battle of national fortunes and fight for his country, then he won't be punished in any way. That's the privilege of being a national sport player. A few police officers gave Fan Dong a complicated look in their eyes after the security nurses hurriedly fled. There was the joy of anticipation of winning the battle of nations in this look. There is also an envy of the amazing privileges of the national sport players. The hospital fiasco was quickly put to rest after Fan Dong once again became a national runner. Fan Dong's mom is also once again getting the best treatment possible. As time passes slowly, the pause in the deadly battle passed in an instant. The deadly battle pause is over. Everyone is about to return to the national fortune space. Chapter 38, The Third Battle of the Dead. Begin! As the voice of the heavenly Tao slowly came from the distant heavens, a white light lit up in front of everyone's eyes at the same time. When the white light was like a tidal wave in the eyes of the crowd, it slowly faded. All the scenes within the national luck space were once again exposed to everyone's eyes. The scene within the national luck space has not changed. The only difference was that only Fan Dong's figure replaced Wang Qin. Watching Fan Dong casually and dashingly sit on the seat where Wang Qin once sat, the gazes of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans seemed as if they wanted to eat Fan Dong. The third match of the deadly battle, Huaxiao vs Olympus Kingdom, is about to begin. Please both sides choose who to participate in the battle. As everyone within the national luck space took their seats one by one, the voice of the heavenly Tao once again echoed in the national fortune space, accompanied by the sound of the heavenly Tao echoing back and forth in the space of the national fortune. Alexandra of Olympus Nation, once again in the ring. In the battle with Wang Qin, Alexandra's injuries were not much lighter than Wang Qin's though, but for every deathmatch won, the nation of Olympus will be handsomely rewarded. They don't want to lose this opportunity because of Alexandra's serious injury. It's a good thing that the nation of Olympus is not weak, saved by the assembled national forces of the state of Olympus. Only one day had passed, and Alexandra, who was the strongest competitor of the Olympus kingdom, had already recovered from her injuries. Alexandra's head was wrapped in layers of gauze and looked extremely miserable, but underneath the misery was a far more powerful aura than when he fought Wang Qin. Alexandra walked step by step to the State of the Union ring. After having been seriously injured, Alexandra's aura, obviously, had internalized. However, the sharpness carried by its body did not fade in the slightest. He stood in the ring, his eyes squinting at the Chinese audience as he arrogantly opened his mouth. Your most powerful players in Huaxia have all been disabled by me. Who else can you Huaxia send? This retired and comeback loser? Ever since Huaxia lost one battle after another in the National Games ring, these countries have selectively forgotten the horrors of Fandango. In their eyes, defeating Wang Qin was the same as defeating Fandong. These stupid little countries are always so naive. Fandong, do you still think you're the superpower you once were? Hurry up and roll up to die. After mocking the Chinese crowd, Alexandra aimed her spear at Fandong. Tang San Burial's ferocity in killing Sakura Nation in seconds and slaughtering the masses was still fresh in his mind. The crowds in the various countries apparently didn't expect Alexandra to be so brave, and Fandong just shook his head slightly, lamenting the impermanence of the world. At one time, Alexandra didn't even dare to look squarely at Huaxia. Now Alexandra, however, dared to directly clamor with China. Some helplessness flooded Fandong's heart, and he murmured softly as he lowered his head. Lu Hualiang, look what you've done. It was only the scene of Fandong bowing his head and lamenting the impermanence of the world that fell in everyone's eyes, but it became a fear of Alexandra. The crowd in the other countries was in an uproar. The smell of blood that was still at the tip of his nose due to the Tang San Burial massacre seemed to be blown away by this wisp of cowardice from Fandong. Has Fandong really become an invalid? I'm afraid that's the case. After all, he's already summoned 10 gods, so how could he continue to summon gods even if he's even more amazing? Is that Huaxia stupid? It's all like this and still dares to let Fandong play? The skeptical mockery of other countries towards China rushed up to the sky. The crowds in Olympus rejoiced as if they had seen the rise of Olympus. And those countries that refused to fight in the first deadly battle because they were afraid of Fandong, repented their intestines. In the midst of a deadly battle, only the country that goes to war can reap the rewards of China's national fortune. Olympus nation wins the deathmatch if they can win 5 games alone. That Olympus kingdom that had wrapped up the Chinese national fortune was feared to be strong enough to rival the Tianzhu kingdom. Thinking about this, the other 7 countries, all of them had a few clamors. Churchill, the leader of the Nordic Empire, even came alongside Bolatu, plotting something. Huaxia is a big piece of fat meat. How are they willing to give up their hands? Listening to the frantic clamor of the crowds from various countries, the Chinese audience was frighteningly silent. Most of the Chinese audience were brain-dead fans of Wang Qin. They don't trust Fandong from the bottom of their hearts. Therefore, they believed in their hearts that Fandong would surely lose the battle. What exactly does Coach Lu Hualiang mean? Why did he send out Fandong? Which of those junior players of Lin Gudong is not better than Fandong? What favors did Fandong, this invalid, give to Lu Hualiang? I hope Fandong will die in the ring and then hurry up and send out those juniors from Lin Gudong. It's just as well that the masses of the nations are screaming at Fandong. Wang Qin brainwashed fans even cursed Fandong crazily in order to vent their pent-up feelings as well. Fandong smiled faintly as he listened to the mocking curses that raged around him. If it wasn't for the life and death of his mom, if it wasn't for the astronomical payoff of $10 billion, who wants to give a about these scumbags? Fandong discarded his distractions and walked towards the national luck ring step by step. Every step he took seemed uneventful. However, after each step, she flowed underneath his feet, and there was a mysterious red light that flashed by. A trick. Only the powerless use such tricks to save face. I really don't know what's so great about pretending. Wait until you get knocked down. This kind of subtle means made the masses of all countries stare in disbelief. But the fear of Fandong made them not dare to admit the terror of Fandong's methods. After Fandong stood still in the national games ring, his aura was not exuberant. Not even a fraction of what Alexandra has. But even in the face of Alexandra's pounding, Fandong didn't have any fear on his face. But instead, after smiling contemptuously, he opened his mouth lightly. Waste? Are you talking about yourself? Fandong had a harmless smile on his face. The flat-sounding tone pissed Alexandra off enough. Maturity and stability were left behind for a moment by Alexandra. A majestic aura raged madly under the added weight of fury. How dare a punk whose god is banned show off his mouth? Go to hell. At the bottom of Alexandra's heart, she still had a deeply hidden fear of Fandong. Otherwise, how could he, who had matured and stabilized after his serious injury, lose his temper in a rage just because of Fan Dong's words. Alexandra's unintentional spread of fear made Fan Dong laugh dumbly, and laughing. "What the hell are you laughing at?" Alexandra hissed in a low voice, her face hidden under the bandages twisted with extreme anger. The freshly scarred wounds on his face crumbled again. Bloodstain after bloodstain penetrated the bandage. It made his face look as gruesome as a bloody corpse. "Apollo, demonstrate your divine might and let Huaxia face fear once again." Chapter 39 Chang'e, Lord of the Blood Moon. Alexandra roared, the rage that burned in her heart masking even the cone of pain coming from her face. As the violent roar pierced the sky, deep in the clouds, a giant sun shone through the clouds, scattering dazzling rays of light. The light grew hotter and hotter, and the thick clouds gradually dispersed. Giant Sun finally showed his true colors. The giant sun, which was the size of half of the National Games ring, emitted a golden light. A man with a slender figure and handsome face slowly floated out from the depths of the giant sun. The man is none other than Apollo, the god of the sun. Apollo's long red hair carried golden flames. The wisps of golden flame even scorched the space to the point of distortion. The all-golden robe he wore was still tattered, but his jade skin had been restored as before. On top of that, in his right hand, a fireball with white light and red slowly floated. The aura displayed by this ball of fire was far stronger than when he fought with the great power Bodhisattva. If once Apollo was the sun just rising at 8 or 9 o'clock, the light was brilliant but gentle. Then Apollo now is the blazing sun at 2 or 3 o'clock in the middle of the day. The light was internalized, but it was so poisonous that it seemed to scorch everything in the world. Honorable Apollo, Olympus has been silent for 1,000 years. Please restore the glory of Olympus. Let Huaxia see the terror of my Olympian nation. And let Huaxia likewise feel the despair of suffering a catastrophe. Sack Huaxia. Destroy Huaxia. Let the Huaxia people tremble viciously under us. Even though Apollo had shown the world how powerful he was long ago, but everyone was still inevitably shocked by Apollo when he reappeared in the nation's fortune ring. The crowds of Olympus waved flags for Alexandra as well as Apollo. Alexandra and Apollo have put their Olympus nation at the center of the world once again, a well-deserved hero of their Olympian nation. On the other hand, Wang Qin's brainwashed fans who didn't believe in Fan Dong were in a wave, and their aura was once again low. They hung their heads low, not daring to cast their eyes toward the national luck ring. Whenever they saw the unrivaled and powerful figure of Apollo, the sun god, a wariness would arise within them that would make their whole body tremble. Only a few Chinese still believed in Fan Dong and shouted at the top of their voices for Fan Dong. Fan Dong, cheer up, you're the true hero of China. Winning a few battles of national fortune and then they don't know what position they are in. Fan Dong, let them see the true depth of my Huaxia. Fan Dong, please bring Huaxia out of the doldrums. Please show the world the true heroes of Huaxia. The unwavering trust of these Chinese has even infected Wang Qin's brainwashed fans. The faces of these brainwashed fans had indignation on them though, and their eyes held questions and disdain, but they were surprisingly silent in their taunts. Fan Dong felt the attitude of Wang Qin's fans, and there was a flash of surprise on his face. However, he knew that Wang Qin fans were silent now, not because they knew they were wrong. Rather, it's because they're afraid. They were afraid that Fan Dong would really lose the battle, that Huaxia would lose the death battle, and that their current lives would be replaced by endless disasters. The third match of the death battle, Huaxia vs. Olympus Nation, now officially begins. As the flurry of disturbances within the space of the national movement reached its peak, the voice of the heavenly Tao duly overshadowed the overwhelming waves, and a moment after the voice of the heavenly Tao dissipated, Alexandra suddenly looked up to the heavens and spoke aloud. Olympus player Alexandra, summoning the sun god Apollo, rank SSS. Alexandra's voice caused the space of the national luck, which had just calmed down, to boil again. SSS grade. I said, how did Apollo's aura become this powerful? It turns out that it has advanced to the SSS rank. Terrifying. By advancing to SSS rank through the great battle, I'm afraid Apollo's true strength can be ranked among the top among the SSS gods. Which Chinese person wants to become my slave? Just become my slaves and I can let you join the great nation of Olympus. For once, the crowds in almost every country were blown away by Apollo. An SSS-ranked god was enough to represent terrifying, and a god that had advanced to SSS rank through a tragic battle was more than enough to cause a sense of despair in anyone's heart. Ha ha ha, Fan Dong, are you ready to die? Alexandra laughed uncontrollably, the bandages wrapped around his face crumpling into a ball from his smile. The raging bragging rights of the battle of national fortune had caused the confidence in his heart to pull up infinitely, but Fan Dong still maintained his clouded expression. It seems that Apollo, who has just shown great strength, it's also only a slightly more powerful toy. Fan Dong, what exactly do you have to rely on? What exactly are you being arrogant about? This clouded look of Fan Dong once again caused fear to grow in Alexandra's heart. He was enraged, and in the bottom of his heart, he wanted to break Fan Dong into pieces. Apollo, Use your strongest killing move and get Fandong for me. The fear that kept welling up in her heart completely overshadowed Alexandra's sanity. He yelled angrily towards Apollo, attempting to use Apollo's power to crush away the fear that Fandon had brought with him. Except Apollo didn't follow Alexandra's orders. Apollo's golden glowing eyes held a stunned wonder. Fandong's casually standing figure revealed a strand of danger that was enough to threaten the life of an SSS-class deity like him. Drink! Apollo couldn't get a hold of Fandon's strength. He lightly drank, and the pale white fireball suspended in his right hand sped towards Fandong at an astonishing speed. Wherever the fireball passed, the space took on a burnt black color due to the scorching heat. A casual strike has the power to burn down space. Apollo is as terrifying as this. Fandong is a mere invalid. How is he going to withstand this strike that contains 1,000 years of Olympus Kingdom's fortune? Looking at the fireball close at hand, Fandong had yet to make any move to resist it. The Olympus crowd roared with excitement, and the eyes of Wang Qin's fans flooded with undisguised despair. Even the Chinese who had been supporting Fandong had an uncontrollable disillusionment in their hearts. Ha! The varying demeanor of the crowd made Fandong sneer, accompanied by a cold laugh abruptly resounded within the national fortune space. A bloody wave of light centered on Fandong and rippled out in all directions. Bang! The wave of light crushed the fireball, which in turn vibrated against the protective boundary. Under the impact of this wave of light, the protective boundary that was able to withstand the furious energy pouring out of Apollo and Dashin, shook continuously. Chinese player Fandong, summoning Chang'e, Lord of the Blood Moon, level unknown. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Fandong's voice echoed in the midair of the national fortune space. Chapter 40, My Palace. Chang'e wants to kill all the gods. After the shock had passed, the shock in everyone's eyes gradually changed to doubt. Chang'e's reputation is well known. Lord of the Moon Palace, Taiyin Yuanjun, and many other titles point to Chang'e, but the Blood Moon Lord in Fandong's mouth, everyone had never heard of. Ha! Fandong is sick and desperate? He thinks he can beat Apollo by making up a god? Also rank unknown. Chang'e is a woman. She can't even reach SS rank, right? Fandongjian just doesn't even have a face? In Chinese mythology, Chang'e is only the lord of a lunar palace, so if she is made to face Apollo, the sun god, wouldn't that be a moth to the flame, asking for her own death? After realizing that the lord of the blood moon might just be something made up by Fandong, the crowd in Olympus, in unison, let out a snort of laughter. They didn't just snicker at Fandong's sickness, it is also snickering at the fact that China, once the world's dominant power, no longer has a single talent. In a battle that is a matter of life and death for the nation, Huaxia had actually summoned Chang'e, who had no place in the legends. It's really hilarious. The unbridled jeers of Olympus poured over the Chinese audience. The atmosphere of the Chinese people were all a little low, and the Wang Qin brainwashed fans could no longer hold back the anger in their hearts and cursed at Fandong. Fandong, what the do you mean? Not even acting? On a deadly battle that concerns the survival of the country, you summon Chang'e. Do you think that the demise of our Huaxia is not slow enough? What the hell is Lu Hualiang thinking? Why did he have to ask Fandong, the traitor, to fight? The anger of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans boiled and raged in the Chinese audience. Lu Hualiang's face was also gloomy to the point of being scary. After all, no matter how intimidating Fandong made up this title, in their eyes, Chang'e was just a woman who barely had any place in mythology. How could a woman beat Apollo, who represented the sun? The only one who still believes in Fandong at this moment is Long Baichuan in Huaxia. His eyes stared tightly at the light screen high above China, displaying the national fortune ring, and in his heart, he prayed for Fandong from the bottom of his heart. State of the Union Ring. One taunting sound after another was like a sharp sword stabbing hard at Fandong in the ring. Fandong, however, as if he had a golden bell shield on his body, shielded all the countless taunts outside his mind. He watched as Alexandra's tense body across the room suddenly relaxed. Knowing that Alexandra didn't think much of Changeling either, he laughed, his aura plummeting with this soft laugh. If Fandong's breath just now could only be considered a small hill, that Fandong's current aura was that of a high mountain deep in the cloud tops, enough to make anyone look up to it. The sudden outburst of breath seemed like a light wind, smoothing out the taunts that resounded everywhere within the national fortune space. Then in the midst of the silence, a cold voice seemed to resound in the bottom of everyone's hearts. The gods always say that the gods and mortals can't fix each other. The gods also say that if one becomes a god, 7 emotions are not allowed. The voice carried no emotion, but it is like a scene of a god and a mortal who cannot love each other. What's that? Aren't we watching the Battle of Nations? Why is there an idolized contestant? Humph, the rules and regulations of the Chinese gods are just too many. Look at our gods. They want to love is just that. Except for the illegitimate children a little too much. I haven't seen any problems. Listening to the voice that seemed to be talking about love and affection, the crowd in Olympus grew more and more disdainful. Even after remembering that their own gods loved whenever they wanted, they mocked the entire nation of China. The Chinese crowds turned red with irritation at the taunts of the Olympian nation, but the Wang Qin brainiacs were very much in agreement with these voices. As the heated argument intensified, the cool voice sounded once more. Becoming a god is not my wish, but abandoning a god is not. This time, the voice, cold mixed with strands of misery, as if there is a stunningly beautiful woman, in a sob. Some people with good hearts inexplicably felt a few moments of sadness in their hearts after hearing this voice, but some of the brutes who just loved to see the misery of other people's lives, they laughed out loud after hearing Chang'a's slightly miserable voice. How tragic. You don't want to become a god and you're still the head of the Moon Palace, aren't you? Humph. That's how women are. When they're female cousins they still want to set up a house of cards. If you ask me, Ho-E just deserved it. Giving the elixir that can become a god to a woman for safekeeping. He's really deep in love. Unpleasant sound after unpleasant sound. Even the most disrespectful of the Tennessee crowd outright abused all women. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the clear, cold voice that was like a sob turned into a loud, insane laugh. It was as loud as a laugh that rang out from anywhere in the space of the state's fortunes. It was as if it had transformed into an invisible arrow. Bang! 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 The heads of those who had just made insulting remarks with impunity exploded one after another. This scene like hell broke everyone down. They covered their heads and screamed shrilly, afraid that their heads would also explode in the next moment. Buzz! The commotion lasted tightly for a few breaths before a humming sound emanating from the will of the heavenly Tao drowned out the maniacal laughter. Hurry up and ban Chang'e from competing. She's wantonly killing the masses. She's even more evil than Tang Sanburial. Chang'e is the devil. She's totally the devil. Before Chang'e's form even appeared, thousands of people's heads exploded in her maniacal laughter. This kind of behavior that was even more tyrannical than Tang Sanburial sent chills through everyone's body. But the will of heaven did not care about the group's cries, nor did it punish Chang'e. Everything seems to be still on track. Look over there. Look at the top of Fandong's head. In the midst of the panic, someone suddenly pointed at the top of Fandong's head and shouted. Fear drove all of them, fixing their eyes on Fandong's head. Only Fandong's head was visible, and a flash of blood red slowly surged out of the space. The smear of blood color rendered the space around it, gradually expanding. When the color of blood stained half of the sky red, the shadow of a blood moon gradually solidified. On top of the blood moon, Chang'e, whose face is so cool that it is hard to hide her graceful atmosphere, is standing quietly. She was dressed in a gorgeous gown that appeared blood red, and her bare skin was as fragile as lamb's fat jade. The blood moon reflects the whole world. Chang'e bathed in the illumination of blood-colored light and took a step out of the blood moon. With every step she took, the blood-colored moonlight formed steps under her feet. When her form stopped slightly above Apollo's, she swept her gaze around the crowd of Skylanders who had just made obscene noises. Then she spoke faintly. The voice raged with a terrifying killing intent not weaker than that of the three burials evil monk Tang Sanburial. If you are eternally separated from your husband, chopping up the gods is not an option. My palace, Chang'e, wants to cut down all the gods. Chapter 41 Deadly Desert. Chang'e's true power. An icy voice rang in the ears of the crowd. It makes everyone seem to fall into the abyss of death. The murderous intent that filled the entire space of the nation's fortunes pricked at the skin of the Tianzhu nation's masses. It makes them feel like their lives, at any moment, could be taken away from them. The crowds of the nation swallowed hard as they looked at each other before muttering to each other in disbelief. How can a woman be so terrifying? Are there realms above the SSS rank? This so-called Chang'e is definitely not just SSS rank. It's over. I'm afraid my Olympus kingdom has been ended too. The confidence that Apollo brought to these men was completely shattered by Changeling. Facing Chang'e, it was as if they were looking up at the moon, and they could not help but realize how small they were. Humph, we won't know if it's a mule or a horse until we pull it out. As the masses of nations were about to take a plunge in their momentum, Alexandra braced her insanely shivering body and yelled at Fandong as well as Chang'e. The roar sounded neutral though, but the deeply hidden vapors in her voice revealed the trepidation in Alexandra's heart. Chang'e didn't expect a mole cricket to dare to act recklessly in front of her. Eyes devoid of any emotion looked casually at Alexandra. Follow that look. The killing intent that filled the space of the national fortune transformed into a giant sword and stabbed straight towards Alexandra. The killing intent scattered all over the national fortune space could make an ordinary person's heart tremble. When all the killing intent had converged on Alexandra alone, Alexandra's shaking legs could no longer support the weight of his body. With a loud thud, Alexandra falls heavily to her knees in the ring. The scene made all the spectators in Olympus pale and their lips tremble. The strongest contestant of the Olympus kingdom had even resisted Chang'e's mighty pressure already. In their eyes, Chang'e had become synonymous with terror. Like a queen, Chang'e looks down on Alexandra, who was kneeling in the ring. She grunted coldly. Alexandra spat out a mouthful of blood at this cold snort, her body flying backwards tens of feet away, and then a cold hum fell along with it. The national luck ring collapsed under Chang'e's heavy pressure. If Apollo, the sun god, had not saved Alexandra in time, with just this one cold grunt, Alexandra would have no more life. The sun god stood on top of the ruins of the National Luck Ring. His pupils dilated as panic sent his mind into a blank. Facing Chang'e, it was as if he was the one who competed with the white moon for the glow. The thick oppression left everyone, including Apollo, gasping for air. To Chang'e, all their means were useless struggles. At a time when repression makes everyone feel as if they are in a sea with no boundaries, lost and helpless, the sudden sound of the voice of the heavenly Tao was like a life-saving straw, allowing everyone to get a moment's respite. In light of the fact that the National Fortune Ring cannot withstand a divine duel, the National Fortune Ring is randomly transformed into natural terrain. The sound of the heavenly Tao resounded, causing Fan Dong to suddenly have light and shadows changing before his eyes. The sun, moon and stars change back and forth, and the oceans and deserts come one after the other. By the time he could see things clearly in front of him again, Fan Dong only felt a wave of heat coming over him. What then came into view was the yellow sand swept up by the gale and the quicksand that was everywhere, hidden in the shadows. The natural terrain has been randomly selected, and the battlefield of this national games is set in the deadly desert. The mysterious and majestic voice of the heavenly Tao came lazily from the depths of the heavenly vault. A glimmer of hope flooded Alexandra's eyes as if she had grabbed a strong, sturdy arm when she was about to drown. Apollo is far less powerful than Changeling. So what? In the middle of the deadly desert, the strength of Apollo, the sun god, will be drastically elevated by the blazing sun. Chang'e's strength, on the other hand, would be drastically suppressed by the blazing sun. This is under the influence of the other. Alexandra believed that Apollo's strength was definitely not weaker than Chang'e's. Ha ha ha, even the will of heaven is on my Olympus kingdom's side. What else does China have to resist? Serves him right. Another evil god. The heavenly will should ruthlessly sanction Huaxia, sanction Fandong, and sanction Chang'e. The heat wave emanating from the deadly desert reached the national luck space, causing everyone in the national luck space to sweat, but no one complained, and the Olympus crowd even shouted with excitement. So what if Chang'e is so powerful that she can overpower Apollo with her breath alone? With the added power of the deadly desert, it wasn't as if they had no hope of victory in the land of Olympus. Inside the deadly desert, Chang'e was slightly surprised as she felt her power suppressed by the blazing sun in the sky, but amazement was replaced by scorn as he felt hope rise again in Alexandra's heart. Chang'e scanned Alexandra, who had risen to a few moments of hope, and Apollo, who still looked fearful, and smiled contemptuously. Do you think you can suppress this palace by circumstance alone? So what if the desert of death was created by the will of heaven? She, Chang'e, could suppress Apollo even if she had to carry the deadly desert on her back. Chang'e's clear and cold voice traveled from the deadly desert to the national fortune space. The joy on the faces of the Olympian masses froze completely at the voice. They turned their attention to the deadly desert. Only Chang'e slowly raised her beautiful white jade-like right hand. A gentle grip followed. In this dead desert where any moisture will be vaporized, suddenly there were blood-colored seawater coming out of the desert. The endless yellow sand was flooded by the sea, and the sandstorm was likewise calmed by this raging sea. The deadly desert turned into an ocean under Chang'e's move. Alexandra as well as Apollo couldn't say anything. The shock was as great as the now raging waves that lapped them at the bottom of the sea. The space of the national fortune was even more silent, and there were quite a few people who died of sudden heart attacks because of this horrifying tactic. And Fandong, who was stepping on top of the waves, had the same shock that he couldn't hide. One move will change nature. How terrifying was Chang'e's strength! The heat from the deadly desert was gradually replaced by the coolness of the sea breeze. Apollo's originally plucked power was actually decaying. His handsome face was filled with disbelief at the moment. With his power, even if he burned out his divine blood, he couldn't possibly change the landscape of a desert. But Chang'e is a believer. A Chang'e of this strength gave Apollo any desire to resist. Apollo used the strongest killing move directly. Alexandra shivered and yelled at Apollo with her eyes wide open. Even if it was a mantle, Alexandra was unwilling to give up. At the yell, Apollo's face flinched, and the awe in his eyes was flashed with ferocity. His form then rose high in the midst, gradually reuniting with the blazing sun in the sky. Apollo burned the blood of his god and merged with the sun in heaven and earth in an attempt to burn Chang'e with the power of the sun. The light cast by the sun was all converged by Apollo. If it weren't for the blood-colored light that lingered from the blood moon, the entire world would be plunged into a darkness so deep you couldn't see your fingers. Drink! After Apollo had gathered all the light of the world into himself, he let out a violent shout, and a ball of light that showed a seven-colored glow suddenly expanded. The glow carried a temperature that was unimaginable. The blood-colored seawater that completely covered the death desert quickly evaporated under the light. Blood-colored vapors swirled across any part of the deadly desert. Makes the desert more relevant to the death in the name. Apollo was truly as unstoppable as a true god in control of the world's sun at this moment. Yet Chang'e only smiled contemptuously. As the smile flashed by, the blood-colored moon behind her suddenly blossomed into a dazzling blood color. Let's show you what real power is. Chapter 42, Husband, will you help me? Chang'e spoke softly, her breath turning cold and piercing in an instant. Anywhere the blood-colored moonlight shines, the blood-colored mist floating around gradually turned into blood-colored frost. Even the light projected by Apollo was frozen into an icicle. Alexandra's eyes widened as she watched the horrific scene before her. The body was trembling uncontrollably. Apollo, on the other hand, calmed down after the initial shock. He tilted his head at a spot in the desert and spoke eagerly. Make a move. Apollo's furious hiss made Fandong's eyes steeply stare. He willed his eyes to follow Apollo's gaze. Just a flat spot in the sky. Suddenly there was a green glow. This green aura was hidden in the depths of the void, like a poisonous snake, peering at Chang'e's back. As Chang'e was slightly disoriented by Apollo's voice, the viper lashed out. The green aura tore through the void and transformed into a dagger, stabbing towards Chang'e's back. The dagger carried a bizarre aura as it ruthlessly stabbed towards Chang'e at an extremely tricky angle. In order to maintain that move that froze heaven and earth, Chang'e had used almost all of her strength. Now facing the daggers that were coming towards her for the kill, she could only barely twist herself around. Thumbs up, with the sound of a dagger piercing into flesh and blood, Chang'e's arm, which was like sheep's fat jade, was cut with a wound that was deep enough to be seen on the bone. Chang'e's willow brows were slightly knitted, and her face took on a bit of pallor. For a god, this injury was harmless, but that attack just now carried a toxin that couldn't be gotten rid of easily. Now the toxin had penetrated deep into her body. Moment by moment, it wore down the strength in her frame. Ha ha ha, what can you do if your Chinese heritage is strong? Now, aren't you still going to lose to the joint efforts of my Nordic Empire and the Olympus Kingdom? As Chang'e's body was flooded with strands of powerlessness due to the erosion of the toxin, a rampant laughter suddenly rang out from a certain place in the desert. This was followed by a spatial tear. A man with a meticulous hairstyle, but with a demonic pale face, slowly stepped out. Avery's of the Nordic Empire, the superpower who can summon Loki, the god of trickery. As soon as the man showed his face, some people in the national fortune space recognized the man. Immediately after that, everyone in the national fortune space let out a raucous cacophony of noise for a moment. Loki, God King Odin's sworn brother. I didn't realize he had the ability to intervene in a battle of nations. It's another SSS-class deity. Even if Chang'e is powerful, how can she cope with two SSS-class gods? Cope? Loki's toxin is the most insurmountable poison in the world. Chang'e is lucky if she doesn't die from the toxin. All of the people in the national luck space, one or the other, have pronounced the death sentence for Huaxia. Shady. It's just as well that the Battle of National Fortune was arranged in the desert region. By what right can they send two gods? We protest. The state of Olympus as well as the Nordic empires are breaking the rules of national transportation, and I propose that China be declared the victor immediately. What makes Loki able to participate in a battle of nations that doesn't belong to him? The Nordic Empire has definitely used insidious means. At the same time that people in other countries pronounced the death sentence on Huaxia, at the Chinese camp, protests rang out one after another. Almost all of the Chinese people, including Wang Qin's fans, were frantically shouting towards the national luck ring. No one was allowed to intervene in a battle of national fortunes was a rule established by the will of heaven. Now Loki is involved in a battle for a kingdom that is not his, and deserves to be punished, but the will of heaven didn't announce anything. Seeing that the will of heaven seemed to acquiesce to Loki's behavior, the masses of the Nordic Empire wantonly mocked the Chinese masses. Oomph, Loki can intervene in a battle of national fortunes, that's because we have the strength. And we didn't let you Huaxia send a second god. That is, Loki is the god of fraud. What's the fuss about him defrauding the rules of the battle of nations? No strength and still love to bark. Huaxia is really losing both the game and the people. Under the great mockery of the Nordic Empire, the eyes of the Chinese masses turned red, and misery and grief were born in their hearts, but they could do nothing in the face of the blatant favoritism of the heavenly will. Inside the deadly desert, Fandong looked at the two foreigners standing side by side. His face had an unprecedented gravity. He didn't care if these two SSS-class gods were powerful or not. He was worried about how Chang'e, who was infested with Loki's toxin, was doing. Palace Master, how is the situation? Under such circumstances, Fandong could only inquire about Chang'e's condition in the most concise of terms. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. If Chang'e no longer has the strength to win this deadly battle, he, Fandong, did not hesitate to sacrifice Chang'e's blood to make Chang'e's return to the top. Even after the sacrifice, he would be disabled if he didn't die. The palace doesn't need you to make a sacrifice yet. Chang'e twisted her head and glanced at Fandong, her voice having an obvious weakness, though she had done her best to contain the spread of the toxin. But the toxins were still wearing her down every now and then. Chang'e's strength at this moment was no longer enough to support her in accomplishing the feat of fighting one against two. It was just that even though she was not able to defeat these two gods, China did not want to allow Fan Dong to make a sacrifice. The Chinese gods are not so bad that they want believers to go to birth and death. And contrary to the Chinese gods, the Western gods cared nothing for the lives of their followers. Apollo and Loki simultaneously sensed Chang'e's as well as Fan Dong's embarrassment. It was as if the two gods were psychically connected, and they spoke aloud to Alexandra as well as Avery's. Sacrifice us. Try to kill Chang'e in one move. Alexandra and Avery's blushed. Though they were reluctant, they had to obey the command of the gods. After all, if they lost the battle to the death because they didn't make a sacrifice, they would not be able to absolve themselves of the blame even if they died. The two men looked at each other and slashed their wrists in unison. Instead of falling into the desert, the blood was attracted to Apollo and Loki and incorporated into their bodies. Apollo, who had invoked the power of the sun, made it shine even brighter at the moment, and Loki's mouth curled into a wry smile. With a flash of green, Loki's figure disappeared abruptly between heaven and earth, and then the blazing sun in the sky transformed into 10 rounds in the blink of an eye. These 10 giant suns were intertwined, emitting light that not only melted the frost, it even melts the gravel into flowing lava. The blood moon behind Chang'e shattered in pieces like glass under the scorching of the 10 giant suns. Wisps of blood-colored steam continued to float out of her torso. At the same time, the toxins in her body spread rapidly under the extreme heat. Only a few breaths had passed, and the powerful aura emanating from Chang'e's body had fallen crazily under the erosion of the toxin. It's over. Is my China really going to lose this war? There is still a third-party country inserted in this deadly battle. If it is regarded as two deadly battles, then my China is really hanging by a thread. Bastard Nordic Empire. Why does even the will of heaven favor them? A scene played out in the deadly desert. It filled the eyes of the Chinese masses with a rich despair. If this deadly battle is considered too due to the insertion of the Nordic Empire, Huaxia is just one battle away from losing a deadly battle. At that time, even Fan Dong at his peak, I'm afraid it would be difficult to save Huaxia, at a time when the masses of China were all in despair. Inside the national luck ring, Fan Dong's face was similarly a bit ugly. Loki's enchantment made Apollo more than 10 times stronger. If placed in normal times, Chang'e would probably only struggle slightly when faced with this situation. But right now, Chang'e was absolutely unable to deal with such a terrifying attack. Just as Fan Dong was about to slit his wrist and sacrifice himself, the Black Myth Heavenly Book in his mind was suddenly windless and turned pages frantically. Meanwhile, Chang'e, who had endured the scorching heat of 10 rounds of giant suns, once again regained her cold and calm face. She looked up to the sky and spoke softly. Husband, may you come to my aid? Chapter 43, You Call Me, I Always Come. The voice made everyone freeze at the same time. A ghastly name came to mind. That's Hui. After realizing that Chang'e was calling Hui, the idea of sacrifice in Fan Dong's mind disappeared in an instant. If Chang'e can call out Hui, these 10 giant suns in the sky could be extinguished at the snap of a finger. Fan Dong had a thought about it. A red light suddenly tore through the void and descended from the sky. If anything, Loki was able to intervene in the Battle of Nations by deceiving the will of heaven. Then this red light with a sharp aura was directly breaking the rules of the heaven's will. Red light shot between Chang'e and the 10 giant suns. The splash of wild sand in the sky obscured everyone's sight. In the midst of the wild sand flying, a magnetic voice slowly penetrated through the wild sand and reached everyone's ears. I always come when you call me. Amidst the wild sand, the penetrating red light dissolved the gravel one by one. The gravel that turned into magma dripped down like rain. A magnificent man of majestic stature, wearing animal skin clothing on top of his body, it slowly appeared in everyone's eyes. The man is none other than Hui. Hui bathed in lava and slowly walked to Chang'e. The clothes he wore were sewn from the skins of various ancient ferocious beasts. Just the ferocious aura emanating from this dress alone, all enough to send shivers down most people's spines. Hui has actually been summoned. What kind of luck did Fan Dong have to make Chang'e call out Hui? The owners of these beast skins on Hui's body. It feels like each one of them is even more powerful than the Orochi. And to what extent can Hui be terrifying? Shooting the 9 suns and removing the 6 evils with the body of a demigod. Just how terrifying do you think he is? Watching Hui come out in an extremely domineering manner, the original despair in the hearts of the Chinese masses was swept away and replaced by endless cheers and excitement. Even Wang Qin brainwashed fans saw the scene of Hui and Chang'e's deep love. At the moment, it was also a bit touching, listening to the descriptions of the Wachovia crowd. The masses of the Olympus Kingdom as well as the Nordic Empire, who had just been arrogant and incomparable, were silent. Chang'e at her full strength would be enough to fight against Apollo as well as Loki's 2 combined efforts, and Hui is even more powerful than Chang'e in her heyday stance. How does this make them believe that Apollo and Loki can win this deadly battle? Shady, I protest. I suggest that this deathmatch is simply nullified. There are other gods on both sides who dare to fight to the death, and this deadly battle is already unjust. That's right. Hurry up and end the deadly battle. The the Nordic Empire changed its previous attitude of despising the Chinese masses. They also, like the Chinese masses, rebuked the injustice of the will of heaven. In view of the fact that both sides have other gods participating in the battle, the loser of this deadly battle will have his punishment doubled. It was as if the will of heaven had heard the anger of the masses of the Nordic Empire. The voice of the heavenly Tao slowly sounded. Except the voice didn't bring good news to the Nordic Empire. Instead, it delivered a near-fatal blow to the Nordic Empire. The Nordic Empire crowd slumped in their seats. The despair inside makes them feel like the world is gray. And in the deadly desert, Hoey didn't care about the 10 rounds of sun in the sky. In the rigidly handsome face, this moment shows the tenderness of the original color. He carefully covered the wounds that Chang'e had sustained with his large hands, nor did he see any movement. A ball of blood with a thick green color was then sucked out of Chang'e's body by him. This mass of thick green blood seemed to have life, struggling madly in Hoey's hands. Yet no matter how much this mass of thick green blood struggled, it was never able to escape Hoey's confinement. Humph! Hoey snorted coldly, and suddenly there was a red light flashing in his hand. In the glow, the thick green blood gradually boiled and eventually turned into a wisp of green vapor that floated away in the heavens and earth. And after, Hoey entrusted Chang'e, who had almost no strength left, to Fan Dong. Fan Dong looked stunned. He is but a mere mortal. What virtue and ability can protect such a great god as Chang'e? But since Hoey dared to trust Chang'e to him with confidence, then he, Fan Dong, even if he put his life on the line, we must also protect Chang'e from harm. Noticing the determination in Fan Dong's eyes, Hoey smiled slightly. He then turned resolutely, his eyes as sharp as a falcon's, staring at the 10 rounds of sun in the sky. Hoey raised his steps and walked slowly towards the front. With every step he took, the aura on his body rose by 1 point. By the time Hoey brought his feet to a halt, the aura running through his body even made the gravel around him windless. You are far inferior to the sun I once shot down. Looking at the 10 giant suns in the sky, Hoey spoke faintly. The faint voice made Apollo's, as well as Loki's, scalp tingle. They fixed their terrified eyes, moment by moment, on Hoey's body. Just see Hoey's hand. A red longbow that gathered the power of heaven and earth slowly took shape. This longbow is unadorned, mysterious and ancient. However, the sharpness carried by the bow pierced straight into the depths of the sky. Boundless fear flooded the hearts of Apollo and Loki. Even any tiny movement of Hoey could involve their taut nerves, bearing a terrifying pressure as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse. Two gods with high status in their respective mythological systems. A few bitter smiles tugged at the corners of his mouth at the same time, facing this destructive strike, not to mention defense. They all felt like they could fall at any moment simply by looking at Hoey. Loki, fight! Apollo's mind, not as flexible as Loki's. Faced with such a situation, he no longer had any countermeasures in his mind. The only thought, it would be only with the most powerful force of itself, to pay the highest tribute to this horrible man. Loki's thoughtful eyes were interrupted by Apollo's voice. His face hardened and his body trembled slightly. In just now, he saw the end of 14,605 battles, where victory ends just once. In the face of absolute power, Loki felt that all of his proud subterfuges were not working as they should, strongly suppressing the fear in his heart. Loki's eyes filled with viciousness. Now, only with the courage to live to the death is it possible to win a ray of hope in today's desperate situation. At that thought, Loki and Apollo fully activated their powers. The 9 giant suns that were originally emitting a scorching aura in the middle of the sky. At the moment it bloomed into an even brighter light. The endless sand and gravel were all turned into magma under this scorching light. Just even though Apollo as well as Loki had already mobilized their full power. But the fear in their hearts not only didn't half subside, but it was even more intense. It was only because the area around Hoey's body of tens of meters was not affected by the scorching breath. Ha! I told you, you are far inferior to the sun I once shot down. Facing Apollo as well as Loki's strongest kills, the expression on Hoey's face did not change in any way. He slowly raised his longbow and came to open the bowstring. Along with the bowstring being drawn, it seemed to release an infinite ferocious intent. The long bow is like a full moon. A white arrow slowly took shape. All the power in heaven and earth continued to converge towards the arrow. The majestic power made the place where Hoey was. The space kept collapsing and recovering again. After all the energy in the world seemed to be gathered by the longbow, Hoey slowly released the bowstring. Wild sand stirred up and space shattered. The sharp arrows sped towards a giant sun in the sky. Chapter 44, that victory in the 14 millionth ending? The giant sun is huge. This moment became the biggest shackle limiting Apollo's movement. Boom! It was accompanied by a roar. The feathered arrow that pierced through the void didn't enter a giant round of sun. However, to everyone's surprise, this feathered arrow that seemed to carry infinite might, it didn't splash any ripples in the giant sun. Impact on this round of giant days. It also just makes this giant sun, like a short-circuited fluorescent light. The light suddenly went out, and then suddenly came on again. What is this? Hui is just in vain? This arrow that seems to be able to penetrate through the heavens and earth is actually not that great. I haven't seen this arrow cause any damage to Apollo either. Phew. Okay. Luckily, it was just a false alarm. Now it seems Hui isn't very scary either. Inside the national transportation space, as the white feathered arrow seemed to be dissolved by the giant sun, the boulder weighing on the heart of Olympus also melted a little. They were relieved and exhaled the cloudy air that had been building up in their hearts for a long time. Pretending to be relaxed, he commented on all the scenes that took place within the deadly desert. These people have neither a poisonous eye nor can they empathize with Apollo. So, they couldn't even begin to feel what Apollo was suffering at the moment. 10 suns within the deadly desert. Each round can be seen as an incarnation of Apollo. The white plume did not appear to have any effect on the sun, but it actually shot straight into the interior of the sun, tickling the raging energy inside. Apollo, who had become one with the sun, only felt the divine blood in his body, burning uncontrollably. The power born from the burning of divine blood continuously impacted the 6 internal organs and 5 viscera. The jade skin cracked inch by inch. The slender form, too, was swollen from the force of the impact. The uncontrollable raging power made Apollo feel worse than dead. He releases his restraints on power. The massive energy in his body seemed like a wild horse that had taken off its reins, pouring out of Apollo's body. Light after light was cast from the sun. The light of the 10 suns shone even hotter, and the sun that was hit by the feathered arrow. The light was even as dazzling as if it had condensed all the energy in heaven and earth. Ha ha ha. Hui is transmitting energy to Apollo? How come Apollo's strength has even grown quite a bit after one arrow? After all, it's just a half-god. It's normal to have little strength. Most of the myths in China seem to be made up. Nothing really golden. The sunlight seemed to be projected from the deadly desert into the space of the national luck. The sun-bathed masses of Olympus seemed to boil even more as if water was being boiled by the sun. They couldn't see what was really going on at Apollo though, but the 10 suns that shone even brighter were enough to make them guess that Apollo's strength had risen. Unfortunately, the real situation is the opposite of what they imagined. Exactly. In the excitement of the Olympian nation, the 10 rounds of suns whose light grew brighter and brighter suddenly began to flicker. And then except for the sun where Apollo's own body was, the 9 giant suns hanging high in the sky exploded one by one like bubbles. Waves of air raged out as the sun exploded, and gravel flew through the world along with it. Immediately after, one after another, shattered boulders glowing with astonishing heat smashed down from the sky. The splashes of sand and dust resembled a sandstorm, obscuring the scene within the deadly desert. The joy on the faces of the masses of Olympus was as frozen as if it had been frozen. The excitement in his eyes was also drowned out by despair. How is that possible? Bolatu was so shocked by the scene that he bounced out of his seat as if he had been electrocuted. An arrow bursting 9 rounds of the sun turned out not to be just a myth or legend. This shocking scene actually happened in front of everyone's eyes. Phew! Endless shock banished all thoughts from Bharata's mind. He let out a long breath and his body inexplicably went limp as he slumped into his seat. This arrow shot. Both shot up the 9 suns and shot them, the nation of Olympus, on the pillar of shame for their defeat. Even this arrow shot. It also turned 20% of the national fortune that they had won in the kingdom of Olympus into ashes. At that thought, Bolata turned his resentful gaze aside to the Nordic Empire. If the Nordic Empire hadn't presumptuously sent Loki to defraud the will of heaven, how could the punishment for this deadly battle be doubled? Bolata's gaze was like the sharpest blade in the world. It seems to draw the Nordic Empire to the bone. But how could Churchill not have an ounce of resentment toward Olympus? To get a mouthful of soup in a deadly battle, the Nordic Empire paid a huge price. But in the end, the Nordic Empire not only didn't get the soup, even smashed the bowl. They who intervene in a deadly battle are subject to the same punishment as the nation of Olympus. The Nordic Empire, which had not received any boost in its national fortunes, would even be reduced to a small country to be slaughtered because of this doubled punishment. The crowds in the national space were close to breaking down because of predictable failures. Apollo, who was already incredibly weak after cathartically exhausting his power, gasped for air. The eyes looked fearfully at Hui, who stood as tall as a strong pine. His figure was still hidden in what was left of the sun though, but the only sun left in the wheel didn't give him an ounce of security. Compared to those golden crows, you're much weaker. Hui tilted his head and looked at the only remaining sun in the sky, his voice bland. The words it uttered, moreover, caused Apollo's body to tremble involuntarily. As the sun god of the west, he naturally knew what the golden crow was. Originally he thought the legend of Hui shooting down 9 rounds of sun, it's just a lie made up by the world. But now after facing Hui in person, Apollo believed it. The 9 giant suns are no different from balloons to Hui. The endless panic in Apollo's mind almost robbed him of the courage to resist, but the hope for life still made him steel himself and hope for the unlikely. Dying struggle. Noticing Apollo's renewed vigor, Hui chuckled. The longbow in his hand was once again aimed at the one remaining sun in the sky. White feathered arrows slowly coalesced on the longbow, This white feathered arrow caused Apollo's heart to well up with a feeling of powerlessness like that of being stared at by a prehistoric beast. This arrow, if Hoi succeeds in shooting it, then everything he, Apollo, had on Earth would be completely erased. It's just that although Apollo can clearly perceive the terror of Hoi's arrow, yet he had no means that could stop Hoi. One could only watch as the white feathered arrow shot from the red longbow. Wherever the white feathered arrows passed, the air automatically parted and layers of space cracked. Apollo didn't hesitate to abandon all defenses. Turning his head, he searched up every means of dodging this feathered arrow. As the white feathered arrow gets closer to the sun, this feathered arrow suddenly transformed into a kunpang fighting the sky. The kunpang let out a loud and clear chirp, fluttering its wings that seemed to cover the sky. In front of this kunai, Apollo surprisingly realized that he had no place to hide. Loki, you think you'll live if I die? In the midst of 10 deaths, Apollo yelled up to the sky, calling out to Loki. Loki hides in the void after powering up Apollo. He was like a poisonous snake, spying on Fandong at all times. There's more to winning this deadly battle than just decapitating Hoi. Instead of getting tough with Hoi, he should wait for an opportunity to decapitate Fandong. Seeing Hoi driving the kunpang toward Apollo in the sky to kill him, Loki's heart rejoiced. At the moment, Hoi had no time to care about Fandong, and Chang'e's power had yet to be fully restored. This was the perfect time for him to behead Fandong. Feel the death. Fandong's ears suddenly had a murmur that seemed to float out of hell. Then, green light killed the void in front of him. Chapter 45, From the End of Death, A Chance of Life. The green aura grew more and more prevalent in Fandong's eyes. The muscles of Fandong's entire body tightened in an instant. As the god of fraud, Loki's battle power was not high, but it was enough to deal with Fandong. The green aura was getting closer and closer to Fandong. Fandong had even seen a hint of smugness in Loki's eyes. Bastard! How dare you! Hoi obviously didn't expect Loki to be so despicable and shameless either. He let out a loud shout, and the red kunpang transformed by the feathered arrow hardened to stop its momentum of rushing towards the sun. The wings that covered the sky were once again flapped by the kunpang, and then he reversed his direction and pounced towards the place where the green aura was revealed. The sharpness of the yawn suddenly disappeared, and Apollo let out a long breath, with the gladness of having escaped from death in his heart, and Loki replaced Apollo. The sudden deadly danger caused Loki's body rushing towards Fandong to tremble so steeply that the dagger in his hand almost came out. Loki's eyes that flashed with green light glanced at the kunpang that carried the aura of an ancient ferocious beast. The whole thing was gripped with heartfelt fear. Loki, steady your mind. Seeing the green aura that killed towards Fandong was slightly weak, Apollo's heart shook as he spoke angrily to Loki. He was afraid that Loki would miss a good opportunity to kill Fandong because of the fear in his heart. Apollo's roar was like a blow to the head, dispelling the panic that had gripped Loki. The dagger that was about to come out of his hand was gripped tightly by Loki once again. The figure that killed towards Fandong also became more rapid in the blink of an eye. The venomous snake that glowed with an insidious aura was right in front of him, and the kunpang that was transformed by the feathered arrow was still far away in the sky. The only Chang'e who was around lost the battle. In the eyes of the crowd, Fandong had fallen into an inevitable dead end. Inside the space of the national luck, the weeping expressions on the faces of the masses of the Olympus Kingdom and the Nordic Empire disappeared in an instant. The mood was like riding a roller coaster, and it was no longer enough to describe the aftermath of the robbery in their hearts. And this sudden change made the hearts of the Chinese masses jump out of their throats. If Fandong dies, even Hoi, who was powerful enough to destroy the world by himself, could not undo the pattern of China's defeat. At the time when everyone's hearts were lifted up because of Fandong's life and death, inside the deadly desert, Fandong's tense body, facing this almost certain death pattern, suddenly relaxed like flowing water. Fandong, who had won 100 battles in the ring of national fortune, could not be a waste of space to be slaughtered. A sneer played at the corner of his mouth as he slammed his fist into the sand. This punch that carried all of Fandong's strength stirred up the sand and dust in the sky. The waves of sand like a tidal wave concealed Fandong's figure, and even Fandong's aura was completely obscured as well. Fandong's dying struggle caused Loki's eyes to bring up the disdain of looking at ants, and the corner of his mouth even curved up into a cruel smile. Fandong is nothing more than a mortal. In the eyes of Loki, an SSS-ranked god, any of his tactics were no different from child's play. But in the next moment, Loki couldn't stop laughing. Amidst the waves of sand, he was horrified to find Fandong disappearing without a trace. Anything in Fandang was all covered up by the waves of sand. Phew! Seeing this, Chang'e exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and a large stone suspended in her heart landed with a thud. Fandon, as the god summoner who had summoned her, did not disappoint. This hand of gods and devils, it wouldn't allow Fandong to escape Loki, but it would be enough to stall for a while, and this delayed out period of time was enough for Fandong to wait for Hoi to come to his aid. Loki obviously realizes this as well. The light in his emerald-like eyes grew brighter and brighter, while his engorged flesh and blood grew drier and drier. Loki burned the blood of the gods in an attempt to gain even more power. As Loki's flesh and blood dried up completely, leaving only a layer of dry, wrinkled skin clinging to his bones, he bellowed. As this bellowing voice rang out, the green light that lingered on Loki's body suddenly swelled. Since he couldn't feel Fandong's location, Loki simply did not do anything. He directly enveloped Fandong, who was hidden in the sand waves, with his most powerful force. The slowly expanding green aura completely covered where Fandong was, and just in the moment after the green light enveloped Fandong, the feathered arrow that transformed into a Kuanpang also arrived. The Kuanpang rushed into the green light, and the red aura it entrapped reflected with the green light, appearing dreamy and splendid. It's just that in the midst of all this dreaminess and splendor lies death. Watching the green light rush to envelop Fandong before the Kuanpang arrived, Chang'e's eyes, which were like autumn water, abruptly shrunk. The masses of the Olympian and Nordic empires within the space of the national fortune had even decided that Fandong was dead. Loki is an SSS-ranked god. Even if it was just for a moment, he could have killed Fandong 1,000, 10,000 times. Rapture and excitement surged wildly through this foolish mass. They yelled and screamed towards where the deadly desert was. It was as if only the vilest taunts and shouts could vent the excitement and madness that washed over them. Loki is worthy of being the god of fraud, bypassing Hou-Yi and decapitating Fandong. Well done. There should finally be no suspense this time. After Fandong's death, Huaxia will definitely lose. Ha ha ha. Although the process is a bit convoluted, the result is still good. And after the defeat of Huaxia, I'm going to favor 10 Huaxia women by myself. The masses of China were powerless to counter the clamor of the masses of Olympus and the Nordic Empire. They were gray and disheveled in their seats. Even Wang Qin's brainwashed fans were no longer in the mood to rebuke Fandong. Living in China, they don't want China to lose the war either. No one wants a good life to be replaced by endless disasters. Woo woo, can you change your nationality? I don't want to stay in China. China has not given us any benefits. I want to change my nationality. Anyone who can get me to join another country. I'd trade everything I have. In extreme despair, Wang Qin's brainwashed fans' psychological defenses completely collapsed. Even though they enjoy the great benefits of China. But when China was about to fall, they denied the facilities they had received. These people cried and prayed to be able to change their nationality, even to the point of selling out the country and everything they have. Lu Hualiang listened to all the cries ringing in his ears, and there was boundless fear flooding his eyes. The secret theft of national interests and the suppression of Fandong were enough to make the top echelons of the country break him into pieces, while the masses of the Nordic Empire and the Olympus Kingdom were in ecstasy. And some of the Wang Qin brainwashed fans who were disloyal to Huaxia cried out. Inside the deadly desert, Fandong's figure suddenly smashed out of the green light like a cannonball. Thousands of knife wounds that glowed green were spread all over Fandong's body. Wisps of green light seemed to possess life, writhing in Fandong's wounds. But even though Fandong was already so miserable, he still kept breathing weakly. Seeing this, the emotions of everyone within the national fortune space froze. These people simply couldn't believe that Fandong would be able to survive the attack of an SSS-class deity. Not only that, but Fandong was alive, and that meant that Loki's surprise attack had failed. Apollo and Loki, who are less than 1% of Hou-Yi, categorically have no chance of winning another deadly battle. With this in mind, the situation within the deadly desert really took a sharp turn for the worse. In the midst of the green light, the Kuanpang's chirping was like the sharpest sword in heaven and earth, cutting the green aura off. Chapter 46, The Destruction of the World. What's it to me? The green aura that enveloped the size of 10 soccer fields gradually dissolved. The red Kuanpang transformed by the feathered arrow soared out from the green aura. A pair of wings that were large enough to cover the sky stretched gracefully, and his body carried an unrivaled sharpness. Upon closer inspection, the Kuanpang's one claw that seemed to be able to claw through the void had Loki's mangled body hanging from it. The original dashing and sophisticated-looking Loki. At the moment it was like a beggar who had been crawling in the mud for years. The gorgeous green robes were tattered and torn, and shock filled his handsome face. Loki foresaw 14 million futures and seized upon the only triumphant ending. But he didn't expect Fandong to be able to override their victorious ending in a hard way. Unwillingly, Loki struggled frantically in the Kunlun's claws, but besides being able to inflict more wounds on yourself, the struggle showed nothing else. He was like a dead dog that could only be arbitrarily manipulated by Kuanpang. Hou-Yi saw that Fandong still had a trace of breath, and he also lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Even if he could easily kill Apollo and Loki in seconds, there was nothing else he could do to win a deathmatch if Fandong were to die. To think that he almost lost at the hands of two pieces of crap like Apollo and Loki. Hou-Yi's eyes have a ray of coldness flashing through them like never before. Driven by this coldness, the Kunlun, who had grabbed Loki, once again charged towards the sun in the sky. After losing Loki's augmentation, Apollo's already weak power was now even more infinitely weakened. The only sun that remained could not shelter Apollo's body at all. Hou-Yi, do you really want to plunge this world into darkness? Seeing the Kuanping getting closer and closer to him, Apollo's heart and mind cracked and roared out towards Hoi. Although the Death Desert was only a small world created by the heaven's will, there is hardly any life present, but Apollo still had to hope that Hoi had a trace of mercy in his heart, a nebulous, unseen hint of kindness that does not want any world to be in perpetual darkness. This laughter-inducing roar caused the corner of Hoi's mouth to lift up a cold smile. If he, Hoi, was still the sun-shooting hero he once was, then there was a real possibility that foolish mercy would be born in his heart. But now experiencing separation from his beloved, he was just a demon bow. What has the destruction of the world to do with him? Under this cold smile, the speed at which the Kuanping flew towards the sun further accelerated. The masses of Olympus and the Nordic Empire recognized reality once and for all. But just as despair was about to overwhelm them, someone suddenly pointed at the deadly desert and shouted, "Look! Alexandra is going to kill Fandong." The crowd that had just fallen into despair shuddered, and their eyes shot in unison to where Fandong was, only to see that within the deadly desert, Alexandra, after sacrificing her blood, was like a crippled dead dog, crawling towards Fandong with difficulty. The curved and twisted tracks in the desert showed the massive effort it took Alexandra to crawl to Fandong's side. Alexandra looked at Fandong, who was close at hand, and killing intent raged in her eyes. Hoi is attracted to Apollo, and Shanghai is still recovering her powers. Now was the perfect time for him to kill Fandong and make a name for himself. Alexandra, way to go! The future of Olympus is in your hands. Cheer up, kill Fandong and you'll be the biggest hero in Olympus. Alexandra, as long as you can take down Fandon, Olympus will give you whatever you want. The crowds of Olympus and the Nordic Empire cheered on Alexandra. The cheers that vibrated through the national luck space seemed to penetrate the spatial barriers and reached Alexandra's ears. Alexandra's right hand slowly climbed up Fandon's neck, and at the same time, the Kuanping, who carried a supreme sharpness, also rushed to the sun's body. The hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes within the national fortune space were all staring at the place where Fandong and Apollo were. If Apollo dies first, HWA wins. If Fandong dies first, Huaxiao will lose. Boom! A booming sound accompanied it as it resounded through the space of the deadly desert. A wave of light slowly escaped between heaven and earth like a wave. The sun then collapsed and the deadly desert was plunged into deep, unseen darkness. Who won? Did Alexandra kill Fandon? Humph. It must have been Hoi who killed Apollo first, so you Olympians wait for death. After the last round of the sun was shot down by Hoi, the light within the space of the national fortune seemed to have dimmed a bit. Hundreds of thousands of people from various countries looked blankly at the deadly desert, anxiously waiting to see who had actually won. Amidst the anxious gazes of the crowd, a ray of fiery red sunlight slowly lit up, and then, the Kuanping flapped its wings and slowly flew towards the depths of the sky. On two of its claws hung the limp bodies of Loki and Apollo. These two SSS-class gods lost any consciousness. The only sliver of power left in their bodies barely maintained their lives from falling. As the Kuanping flew to the highest point of this world, the Kuanping dissipated and blossomed into a flash of red light. Since there is no longer a sun in this world, let you be the sun of this world. Accompanied by this indifferent and merciless voice of Hoi, the roiling red light released by the Kuanping merged into the bodies of Apollo and Loki. Life, like Apollo and Loki, who were about to burn out their candles, came back to life again. But they, whose strength was gradually recovering, couldn't make any movements. It was only because a large area of the desert levitated as if it had lost any gravity, turning into a ball of sand and burying them both completely. Scorching heat surged madly out of the gravel, and infinite light scattered from the ball of sand, maintained by the power of Hoi. This ball of sand, centered on the two gods Apollo and Loki, became the sun of this world. How? How is that possible? How can the power of a god create a wheel of sun? How is this possible? Isn't Hoi just a demigod? How can his power be terrifying to such an extent? Everyone within the national fortune space was shocked by Hoi's means of warping the heavens and the earth. They believed that Hoi could shoot down the sun, but they could not believe that Hoi could create a sun. After all, it's often easier to destroy than it is to create. No, we haven't lost yet. Apollo just turned into the sun. He's not dead yet. In the midst of the shock, some Olympians who did not believe in the truth cried out. The yell woke up all the masses of Olympus and the Nordic Empire suddenly. Apollo and Loki just turned into the sun and did not die. If Alexandra can take out Fandong, how can this not be considered a HWA defeat? Thinking about this, the crowd once again regained their composure. Their hearts thumped, and their eyes tightly looked in the direction where Fandong was. The sun, which was gradually forming, shed 1,000 rays of light. The miles and miles of desert glowed with rays of gold under the sun. Gradually, the sunlight gradually spread to where Fandong was. Almost everyone's hands were clenched tightly, veins protruding from their arms. There were even quite a few people who couldn't help but stand up for fear of missing Fandong's condition. Finally, the sunlight poured over Fandong's body. Chapter 47. With the palace here, Who dares to touch Fan Dong? Alexandra's bloodless but sinewy arm was about to climb onto Fan Dong's neck. This pale white arm was only a stone's throw away from Fan Dong's neck. It was as if Alexandra could have managed to strangle Fan Dong with just a little more force. The faces of the masses of the Olympian and Hokuto empires brought up a joyous look, their bodies leaning forward slightly, waiting with rapt attention for Alexandra's next move. Even Bolatu and Churchill, who were the leaders of the two countries, could not help but stand up and stare at the deadly desert. The people of China, on the other hand, felt as if there was a small beast rushing madly inside. The fear of the unknown raised a few moments of uncertainty in their hearts. As the sunlight gradually spread, all the darkness in Fan Dong's location was expelled by the sunlight. After the darkness dissipated, the situation within the deadly desert caused the tens of thousands of masses of people from Olympus and the Nordic Empire to steeply freeze. Only Changa's slender jade leg was seen stepping hard on Alexandra's head. Like blood-colored boots that weighed 1,000 pounds, they caused Alexandra's body to bury itself deep into the gravel. All that remained on the ground was the right hand that was still trying to climb towards Fan Dong. The moment Hui shoots down the last round of sun, Chang'e recovers enough strength to support her actions, even though the strength is still less than a millionth of what it was at its peak. But dealing with a dying Alexandra was still as easy as crushing an ant. With this palace around, who allowed you to touch Fan Dong? Chang'e's slender jade legs kept crushing Alexandra at her feet. Alexandra's body, buried deep in the gravel, was crushed to a froth of flesh, blood gushing through the gravel like a spring. At the same time, the sunlight formed by burning the power of the two gods shone on Fan Dong's body, and thousands of hideous wounds healed one by one under the sunlight. The green aura clinging to the wounds seemed to be extremely fearful of sunlight. They escaped Fan Dong's body like worms and burrowed towards the depths of the desert. There was both the shelter of darkness and the nourishment of Alexandra's flesh and blood. In time, it was not inevitable that these green awns could not grow into new Loki. Humph, and who gave you permission to move? After Changeling had crushed Alexandra into cinders, her afterglow caught a glimpse of green awns burrowing towards the depths of the desert. With a light hum, a flash of blood-colored light blossomed from Changa's body. This smear of blood light turned Changa's surroundings into a blood-colored purgatory. The gravel seemed to have transformed into a flame that contained a huge amount of power, tormenting the countless green awns. Under the scorching heat of the flames, countless green awns converged together and actually transformed into a humanoid that looked no different from Loki. Puff! This Loki made of green light knelt on the ground as if it had substance, and he cut out frantically towards Chang'e, muttering pleading words. Please spare me. As long as you spare me, I will be your slave forever. A trace of disdain flashed through Chang'e's eyes that were like autumn water as she lightly raised her jade hand, then ruthlessly pressed down. How can a lowly trash like you be worthy of serving this palace? In these words with endless contempt, the blood-colored purgatory that surrounded Green Mane Loki suddenly collapsed, burying Green Mane Loki. Deadly Battle 3. Olympus Nation and Nordic Empire players and gods are dead. China wins. After the sunlight was once again sown across the deadly desert, the voice of the heavenly Tao slowly resounded from the depths of the heavenly vault. The deadly desert then collapsed, and China and Ho Yi's figures disappeared together, and Fan Dong appeared above the national fortune ring. Defeat. Defeat? Witnessing Fan Dong's figure in the national games ring, some of the Olympus Nation crowd spoke up with difficulty. This dry voice was like the sound of a gong striking, waking up all the audience. It's finished. With the intervention of the Nordic Empire, we're going to suffer double punishment. Who on earth asked the Nordic Empire to intervene? Not only did my Olympus kingdom have to spit out the 20% of China's national fortune that was in its mouth, but it also buried such a superpower as Alexandra for nothing. Are the Nordic empires all stupid pigs? Make reparations to the losers of the Nordic Empire. Destroy the Nordic Empire. Under the threat of heavenly punishment, the masses of Olympus lost their minds and turned their mouths against the Norse Empire. And the masses of the Nordic Empire are equally desperate, wondering why their country is wading through this mess. Not only did they not earn any national luck, but they even had to suffer double punishment for nothing for interfering in a deadly battle. It's over. Churchill, who was the one leading all this, couldn't help but wail, dizzy as if a heavy hammer had struck him hard on the side of the head. It cost him dearly to get a share of the soup in the deadly battle, but the high price was not a huge national fortune, but a catastrophic blow that was enough to leave the Nordic Empire gasping for breath for a century. Churchill's entire body collapsed limply into position, the trepidation that had led to the near demise of his country causing him to feel a wave of nausea. Amidst the sound of the monstrous waves of the national space, Fan Dong woke up leisurely from his coma, climbing to his feet and looking at the bereaved masses of Olympus as well as the Nordic Empire. His mind had anticipated victory in the deadly battle. After all, as long as he could survive Loki's attack, then Hui would be able to crush Apollo and Loki completely effortlessly. Fan Dong, you're the best. Still in a trance, Fan Dong suddenly heard shouts coming from the Chinese audience. He swept his gaze toward the Chinese audience, and the scene that caught his eye made him slightly surprised. Only a small half of the Chinese audience was seen cheering and shouting for him. The powerful figures of Hou Yi and Chang'e as well as Fan Dong's heroic stance in the face of Loki conquered many Chinese people who had no feelings for Wang Qin. Even Wang Qin's brainwashed fans couldn't send out vicious words for a while. They could only look at Fan Dong with a displeased face and muttered openly in a small voice, "What's there to be proud of? My brother Wang Qin isn't much worse than him. Humph. Villainous. If it weren't for the fact that my brother Wang Qin has not yet recovered from his serious injuries, how would it be Fan Dong's turn for this traitor to flaunt his power here?" These Wang Qin brainwashed fans only dared to murmur in a low voice, but their huge number of fans amplified these murmurs infinitely. Are you still considered Chinese? Fan Dong has already done so much for China, you guys still want to insult Fan Dong? If he's a traitor, what are you guys? Wastes who have no use for anything, or spies who dishonor the heroes of our country? These Chinese who supported Fan Dong were only a small half of the audience though, but with the added weight of Fan Dong winning the death battle for Huaxia, their aura was all over the place, and their unrelenting words disliked this group of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans dumbfounded. This group of brainwashed fans could only skim their mouths with a helpless face, temporarily avoiding the sharp edges of these Chinese people. As for Lu Hualiang, he is old and sophisticated, and how would he bump into Fan Dong's gun when Fan Dong is in full swing? He acted like he was thinking of Fan Dong, but in his heart, he was viciously cursing Wang Qin's incompetence. As the masses of all parties within the national fortune space had different demeanors, the will of the heavenly Tao once again resounded leisurely. In the third deadly battle, China wins. As the challenged party, China's national fortune is raised by 10%, and you can pick one of the following 3 reward phrases as a reward. Chapter 48, The Longest Step of the Divine, The Might of the Heavenly Emperor. Word 1, Heavenly Blessing. Choose an area to send down a gift that will make the area mountainous, fertile, and rich in minerals. Word 2, Technological Progress. The country's technology level has increased by 20 years. Word 3, Long Ladder of Ascending Gods. Randomly gain an ability that can summon a god. Along with the voice of the heavenly Tao coming from the depths of the heavenly vault, a curtain of light emerged from the national fortune ring. What the light screen revealed was exactly the scene of gradual prosperity in the territory of Huaxia. After the national fortune was raised by 10%, although the collapsed mountains and broken rivers could not be remodeled, there was an oasis formed in the desert that stretched across the Chinese territory. These oases don't seem to play much of a role now, but in a few decades or even years, the grassless desert will be fertile, adding hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of good land to China. The scene revealed by the light screen made all the Chinese people shake inside. Instead, the 3 phrases rewarded by the heavens did not arouse the interest of the Chinese. After having the long life words and phrases in front of them, these words and phrases, although not bad, did not make the hearts of the Chinese people move. Pity. The words aren't really good. In the Chinese audience, some people had regrets in their hearts and couldn't help but shout loudly. Although heavenly blessing can benefit tens of millions of people, it is not necessary for today's China. And scientific and technological progress is even like chicken ribs, tasteless to eat, and a pity to discard. Under the nourishment of the huge national fortune, the science and technology of Huaxia had stepped into a bottleneck, and every step forward would take decades. These 20 years of technological advancement couldn't even make a dent in Huaxia's technology. As for the third phrase, ascending God long steps, it could only benefit Fan Dong alone. And Fan Dong, as a powerful person who could summon a god, didn't seem to need to gain the power of a god. What's the point of a phrase even if it's good? Fan Dong would only pick the heavenly Tao blessing phrase anyway. That's right, he didn't even choose such a once-in-a-lifetime phrase as long life, and you expect him to choose other phrases? And to say that Fan Dong is not a traitor, if he's not a traitor then why didn't he pick a better word? Wang Qin's brainwashed fans were finally waiting for a chance to attack Fan Dong. They attacked Fan Dong recklessly, as if it was Fan Dong who had cost him his long life. The crowd that had just spoken for Fan Dong was silent for a moment. Fan Dong's act of giving up the word, long life, offended a lot of big names. There was no need for ordinary people like them to mess with these big shots for Fan Dong. It was just that while almost all Chinese people were indifferent to these 3 phrases, Fan Dong's eyes radiated an amazing light. I choose the Dangshan long stage phrase. Out of everyone's expectation, Fan Dong chose the ascending God long steps phrase that could only benefit him. Seeing this, the corner of Lu Hualiang's mouth curled slightly. Public opinion had originally tilted toward Fan Dong, but Fan Dong chose to benefit only his words, an act of digging his own grave that would totally put him on the wrong side of the masses again. As expected, the Chinese in the audience who had just been supporting Fan Dong frowned slightly. The faces of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans were even more mocking, their mouths abusing Fan Dong without mercy. Fan Dong, this self-serving villain, even if the words aren't really good, he can't choose words that only benefit him alone. Humph, after not having a good word, why don't you pick heaven's way blessing? Now, Fan Dong is disgusting. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans were frantically abusing Fandong, but Fandong ignored it all. Loki's assault made him acutely aware of the importance of his own power. If in the face of Loki, he, Fandong, can have the power of a god, then, even if he still couldn't fight Loki, he wouldn't be as miserable as he was just now. At that thought, the Black Myth Heavenly Book in Fandong's mind was windless. After a few breaths, the Black Myth Heavenly Book was fixed on an emperor. Although this emperor was imprisoned in a dark cage, it was hard to hide the emperor's power in his body. As if the emperor had seen Fandong's arrival, he spoke faintly. I am the old claimant of heaven and earth, 100 endurance, and I hereby bestow upon you the might of the heavenly emperor. Zhang Byron's voice was like the flood bells of heaven and earth, echoing in Fandong's mind. Under the reverberation of this voice, a pressure like that of an emperor escaped from Fandong's body. The pressure seemed to originate from heaven and earth, and it also seemed to come from the bottom of everyone's heart. Along with this pressure permeating within the national fortune space, everyone who had just been clamoring calmed down for a moment. There was fear in their eyes when they looked at Fandong, as if Fandong had transformed into a true god. This is the power of the gods? Terrifying as hell. The power of the gods is truly terrifying as hell. Within the national fortune space, terrified murmurs rang out one after another. Although many people resented Fandong's choice of words that only benefited him, anyone who wanted to be like Fandong would want to gain the power of the gods. The shock in the hearts of the crowd had not yet subsided when the will of heaven suddenly pronounced the death sentence on the Olympus Kingdom and the Nordic Empire. Olympus was defeated and its national fortune dropped by 20%, and the Nordic Empire's national fortune dropped by the same 20% for intervening in a deadly battle. The will of heaven wandered between the nation of Olympus and the masses of the Nordic Empire, and fear spread along with the sound. This unquestionable judgment caused earthquakes to erupt and waves to roar within Olympus and the Nordic Empire. The most intuitive reflection of this was the sudden violent deaths of many of the masses of the Olympus and Nordic empires within the space of the national games. Shrieks and wails resounded in the spectator stands of both countries, but the heavens would not stop there. The fourth match of the death battle is about to begin. Please both sides choose the players to fight. The voice of the heavenly Tao without a trace of emotion propelled the deadly battle. There was a vicious color flashing in Churchill's eyes as he slumped in his seat after the sound of the heavenly Tao sounded. He quickly stood up, and without consulting with the other countries, he directly shouted at the national fortune ring. The fourth deathmatch will be fought by the Nordic Empire. There was a do-or-die determination in Churchill's eyes. The Nordic Empire is about to fall after a 20% drop in national fortunes. In such a desperate situation, the only way for them to turn the tables on the Jedi was to fight to the death. And Churchill's decision was not just a whim, he had his own considerations. The battle just now had forced out Ho Yi and China, two of Fandong's bottom cards. With enough luck, it wasn't as if their Nordic Empire didn't have a chance of defeating Fandong. Both players have been chosen, and the fourth death match is about to begin. Even though other countries were extremely angry with Churchill for this reckless behavior, but the will of heaven didn't give the other countries a chance to stop the Nordic Empire from taking the field, and directly announced the start of the deadly battle. As the voice of the heavenly Tao fell, there was a wild-looking man in the Nordic Empire who ran onto the ring like a wild beast. It was as if this man had grown up with wild beasts, revealing an undisguised wildness in every move. Al, Nordic Empire's player, Coyote, summoned the god Fenrir, rank SSS. The man who called himself Coyote let out a wolfish howl as he looked up to the sky. The hoarse voice echoed through the space of the national fortune, calming the anger of the newly enraged nation. In Norse mythology, Fenrir had devoured Odin, the king of the gods, and had also dominated the twilight of the gods, which led to the death of the gods. Among the many SSS-ranked gods, Fenrir's strength could well be ranked in the top 30, and Loki, who had just been decapitated by Fandon, was Fenrir's father. With the added power of his father's murder, it is not impossible for Fenrir to defeat the god summoned by Fandon. Hearing the wild wolf's voice filled with wildness, the Black Myth Heavenly Book in Fandong's mind suddenly flipped again. This time, the Black Mythological Skybook shows a man and a dog. Chapter 49, Who Says I Can't Summon a God? This man and dog were none other than Erlangshin and Roaring Dog. Looking at the valiant and extraordinary Erlangshin and the Roaring Dog whose entire body was filled with a ferocious aura, the corner of Fandong's mouth couldn't help but lift up a smile. With Erlangshin's strength of listening to tunes but not declarations, even if the most powerful gods of the Nordic Empire came, he was completely unafraid. As for the beast that was Fenrir, the snarling dog was even able to devour it in one bite. Ow! Fandong's mind was still immersed in his mind when a wolf howl that seemed to be loud enough to shake the sky and the earth pulled his attention back to reality, only to see a huge magic formation slowly emerge around the opposite coyote. The magic array emitted a ghostly blue light, runes flashed, and energy fluctuations spread like ripples in layers. As the light gradually increased, a wolf claw with the size of a small house suddenly extended out from the magic formation. The wolf's claws slapped hard on the National Games ring, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Then with it came a scent of blood that filled the air of the national luck space. As the crowd frowned slightly because of the bloody aura, suddenly, pillars of ghostly blue light shot up into the sky. With a deafening roar, the smell of blood intensified. When this bloody scent was so thick that it seemed to have turned into substance, a wolf shadow, which was the size of a small mountain, crawled out of the magic formation. The light faded and Fenrir appeared in the eyes of the crowd. The blood-red eyes emitted a ferocious glow, and the black fur stood up like steel needles. The bloody wind and rain carried on its body was even more frightening to almost everyone. Is this Fenrir's power? The strength is truly terrifying. As expected of a god whose strength can be ranked among the top of the SSS class, Fenrir's strength is even stronger than the combined strength of Loki and Apollo. How can the gods who dominated the twilight of the gods in the legend be weaker? China is bound to lose this time. The noise of the crowd kept boiling like boiling water, but a sudden human voice, as if pouring a pot of cool water into the crowd, made them stop their clamor. Who is summoning the seat? As everyone looked on in horror, Fenrir sputtered. His bloody mouth opened and closed, and the sharp fangs in his mouth reflected a chilling light. Honorable Lord Fenrir, it was I who summoned you. The Nordic Empire is in trouble. We need your power to save the Nordic Empire. Coyote eyed his success in summoning Fenrir. He turned to Fenrir with all due respect and prayed that Fenrir would save Scandinavia. Yet Fenrir didn't seem interested. As his mountain-like body slowly plopped down on the National Games ring, his wild eyes revealing laziness, it yawned before speaking faintly. What does this seat gain by saving the Nordic Empire? A thick, fishy wind escaped from the bloody mouth, but the wild wolf didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction, and he clenched his teeth slightly, as if he had made a great determination. Honorable Lord Fenrir, if you can save the Nordic Empire, we are willing to offer you a fresh blood meal. The blood meal in the mouths of the wolves is not the uncooked pigs, sheep and cows, but the living human beings. Fenrir, though known as a god, is still essentially a. Only the fresh flesh and blood of humans could bring up the thought of saving the Nordic Empire. Good, then it's just for the seat to make a slight move. At those words, a hint of humanized satisfaction flashed through Fenrir's narrow wolf eyes. It slowly stood up and immediately made the entire national fortune ring shake. The conversation between Coyote and Fenrir sent the masses of the Nordic Empire into uncontrollable horror. If one knew that the price for summoning Fenrir was the sacrifice of an unknown number of lives, then they'd rather live in dire straits. My opponent is this lowly human? Fenrir couldn't care less how scared the masses of the Nordic Empire were. He moved his thick and powerful limbs and slowly stepped towards Fandong. It was then that all of them realized that Fandong hadn't even made any moves to summon the gods yet. Could it be that Hui and Chang'an are already Fandong's last cards? It's very likely. After all, bringing along the gods he once summoned, Fandong has now summoned a full 12 gods. The audience watched even though the distance between Fenrir and Fandong was only 10 meters away. Fandong still had no intention of summoning the gods, and many of the crowd murmured in confusion. It was important to realize that Fandong had already summoned 12 gods. Even if he was a peerless heavenly pride that would not be encountered for 1,000 years, it would be very difficult for him to summon a 13th god again. Summoning 13 gods with the power of one person would feel like a pipe dream to anyone who heard it. But no matter how unbelievable the spectators in the auditorium were, there was a flash of horror stabbing out of Coyote's heart. From Fandong's body, he felt a deadly danger originating from deep within. Lord Fenrir, shoot him! Endless fear gripped Fenrir. Driven by fear, Coyote spoke loudly to Fenrir. As the voice fell, although Fenrir was dissatisfied with the tone of the Coyote's command, it also felt a sharp edge from the Fandong in front of it. Surprise caused it to raise its wolf paw high without any hesitation and slapped it down hard towards Fandong. The huge wolf claws brought up a strong airflow, and a sonic boom that exceeded the speed of sound exploded in Fandong's ears. Just going to get slapped by Fenrir? No way! Where's the funny Fandong? Everyone who witnessed this scene looked incredulous, as if they had seen something that was enough to make their jaws drop. However, Fandong faced the wolf's paw that was about to slap down. He just smiled slightly and spoke faintly. Who says I can't summon a god? Fandong waved his hand, and immediately, a monstrous aura spread wildly with him at the center. The aura was real and thick, like 1,000,000 pounds of thunder, easily causing Fenrir's mountain-like figure to freeze. Humanized fear showed in Fenrir's bloodshot eyes. Just by enduring this monstrous aura, it felt that its flesh and blood body was crumbling inch by inch. Ho! 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 Under the force of this aura, Fenrir's figure stormed out tens of meters. It was constantly lowing from panic, ears raised, tail lowered, and had a tension in its body as if it were an enemy. The crowd was shaken by Fenrir's reaction, and they shifted their fearful eyes hard towards Fandon. Only Fandong's head was covered with demonic clouds tumbling over his head and roaring spirits. The thick demonic clouds hid the sun, and the entire space of the national fortune was dimly lit. The cold aura was even more so, causing everyone to shiver uncontrollably. Chinese player Fandong summoned the deity Evil Eye Demon Lord Erlangshan. Level unknown. Fan Dong had his hands behind his back and his body was as upright as a strong pine. A sense of arrogance was even accompanied by a voice that rose up to the sky. This pride stabbed into the sky. The demonic clouds that covered the sky slowly dispersed, and the hissing and roaring souls of injustice saluted respectfully. With a ray of sunlight projected through the cracks where the demonic clouds had spread out, the heroic figure of Yang Jian, the god of Erlang, and the bloodstained roaring dog stood amidst the clouds with a bland look. Chapter 50, Leaving Erlangshan. What should you call me? Erlangshan's entire body armor is pitch black. Ancient and mysterious runes were carved into every part of it, radiating in ancient power. Above his forehead, a frightening eye seemed to bore out of the brow. The tough and powerful muscle fibers brought a bit of eeriness to his heroic face. As for the snarling dog by his side, then it was as if a vicious dog had crawled out from the depths of the 9 ghosts. The ferocious aura carried by his body made everyone seem to see mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The endless chill caused their bodies to tremble slightly. After the figures of Erlangshan and Roaring Dog appeared, Fenrir's raised ears went down steeply. The tail is sandwiched between the double strands. There was even more whimpering and wailing in his throat. Facing the Erlang god and the Roaring Dog in the sky, it felt like every cell in its body was involuntarily trembling. The crowd that had just been shocked by Fenrir's terrifying strength, this time it went straight into a daze. These people are like ants. Regardless of whether the gods were strong or weak, they would put unimaginable pressure on them. So, they simply couldn't understand Fenrir, who had horrible strength. Why would you wail to this man and dog in the sky? Fenrir, you're the god who made the twilight of the gods. How can you be afraid of them? Pull yourself together. Whether the Nordic Empire lives or dies depends on you. As long as you can win this battle, there are over 1 billion people in China. You can eat as much as you want. The masses of the Nordic Empire don't care anymore if Fenrir devours a lot of people. After all, the blood food sacrificed to Fenrir doesn't have to be the masses of the Nordic Empire. If China loses the war, they can totally use the flesh and blood of the Chinese people to feed Fenrir. 1 billion or so blood meals does sound tempting enough. However, the fear that Erlangshan and Roaring Dogs bring, it had long since overshadowed the desire for a blood meal in Fenrir's heart. Fenrir isn't one of the crickets of the Nordic Empire. Strong in strength, it could clearly perceive the gap between it and the 1 man and 1 dog in the sky. This gap is like a gulf between heaven and earth. No matter how hard it tries, it can't bridge the gap. At that thought, Fenrir craned his head to look at the Nordic Empire's audience. There was a cold light in his blood-red eyes. Ho! Ho! A low growl with a harsh killing intent came from Fenrir's throat. In its eyes, these low categories of the Nordic Empire are completely letting him die. Fenrir's vicious roar froze the Nordic Empire's crowd in place. They had no doubt that Fenrir's bloody mouth would bite down hard towards them. The rules of the National Luck Ring. Only 1 god can be sent in a deadly battle. Please ask the Chinese players to reselect the god they are sending. The spectators within the National Luck space were all silent because of what was happening in the ring. The sudden sound of the Heavenly Tao's voice dispelled the fear in their hearts. Quite a bit. Listening to this voice of the Heavenly Tao, the face of Erlangshan in the clouds brought up disdain. He opened his mouth indifferently, his voice carrying a brilliant divine might that made anyone irresistible. To deal with a mongrel hare, and why do you need this honored one to make a move? This voice of Erlangshan with extreme mockery caused the masses of the Nordic Empire to blush with embarrassment. Fenrir was one of the most powerful gods in their country, but in the mouth of Erlangshan, it is a stray hair. This humiliation that pierced deep into their hearts made their eyes redden. Only Fenrir, who was the object of ridicule, showed no anger. A hint of humble, slave-like ingratiation actually appeared on his fierce-looking face. It was as if it was his greatest honor to be verbally abused by Erlangshan. Ha! Roaring Dog, go teach this weedy a lesson. Fenrir's performance added to Erlanger's disdain. He spoke faintly to the Roaring Dog at his side, his voice filled with world-beating confidence. This voice of Erlangshan spread throughout the entire national fortune space like a tidal wave. The people who heard this voice were stunned, and their bodies froze as if they had been electrocuted. The Roaring Dog looked extremely ferocious as well though, but on the side of Erlangshan, he's just a pet. A pet. How can it be compared to Fenrir who made the twilight of the gods? Fan Dong, let Erlangshan take the field. Roaring Dog is just one of Erlangshan's pets. How can he fight against Fenrir? Although Roaring Dog is also extremely powerful, he definitely can't beat Fenrir. Fan Dong, what do you want to do? Are you going to destroy Huaxia? Seeing that Fan Dong did not stop Erlangshan from sending out the Roaring Dogs, the Chinese masses were anxious. They pointed and yelled at Fan Dong. Even Wang Qin's brain-dead fans. It also took the opportunity to hurl crazy insults at Fan Dong. Fan Dong's behavior as well as the internal bickering within Huaxia made the crowds in other countries laugh. The act of letting Erlangshan go unused and sending out Roaring Dogs against Fenrir. In their eyes, it was tantamount to Fan Dong seeking his own death. A pet also wants to fight against Lord Fenrir? Huaxia is also too arrogant. Since Huaxia wants to seek death, let's fulfill their wish. Seeking your own death. Winning a deadly battle and not taking us seriously? Wait for defeat. Schadenfreude pervades the masses of the nations. Fenrir's crouching, begging hulking form stood up as well. With its not-so-smart brain, it could see it now. The man in the clouds, who made its whole body tremble, didn't seem to intend to make a move. What it's up against? It's just the dog next to the scary man. Ow! How dare a dog compete with the seat? Fenrir's mountain-like frame straightened once more, the skull suddenly disappearing from his face. An even more ferocious aura than just now rose to the sky. It was as if Fenrir was displaying his power in order to gain Erlanggod's favor. Seeing this, Erlangsson couldn't help but smile contemptuously, and the corner of Fandong's mouth likewise lifted up a mocking smile. So what if Fenrir made the twilight of the gods? It is just a stray hare. Who dares to compare with the roaring dog? Fandon reads it. The roaring dog in the clouds stepped slowly out from beside Erlangsson. Every step down, then a grievous soul hissed. Beneath him coalesced the ladder that carried his body. The roaring dog stepped into the air, an infinite ferocious might lingering on its slender body. As the snarling dog's figure got closer and closer to the national luck ring, it was as if the crowd felt the heavens pouring down. The demonic cloud that stretched for 10,000 miles was going to envelop them all. This atmosphere that was oppressive to the extreme made everyone gasp for air as if they were being choked by a pair of large invisible hands. Boom! Finally, as the roaring dog stepped onto the ring, a ferocious aura exploded. The breath swept away the oppression, causing everyone to gasp as if they had been given a new lease on life. Fenrir, on the other hand, froze in his entire body under the wave of the breath. From this aura of roaring skydog, he felt a pressure originating from the depths of his bloodline. The pressure made his whole body tremble, forcing it to submit to the snarling dog. How could you possibly possess such a powerful force? I don't believe it. Fenrir braced himself and yelled at the snarling dog with a horrified look on his face. It's the same Fenrir that swallowed the god King Odin and created the twilight of the gods. How could he, with his noble bloodline, submit to a black dog? Roaring dog is so fierce, even Fenrir has to submit to him? If the roaring dog is already so ferocious, then how terrifying should Erlangsson be? Fenrir's terrified yell shocked everyone. No one believed that the strength of a black dog could make Fenrir, who had created the twilight of the gods, feel submissive. The only one who was not surprised was the snarling dog. A humanized contempt spread across his face, and there was a sightless arrogance in his eyes. Immediately following, amidst the crowd's even more horrified gazes, the roaring dog spat out human words. When I was with Erlangsson, you called me a snarling dog, and I don't pick on you, but what shall you call me when I am not with the Erlanggod? Chapter 51. How can a wolf cub be worthy to talk to me? Roaring dog's voice made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. An unstoppable chill ran through his entire body. Instead, a flash of fervor welled up in Fandong's eyes, and he excitedly shouted at the roaring dog. Greetings to true Lord Sun Swallowing and Moon Devouring. When roaring dog was with Erlangsson, he was just a black dog. Nay, leave Erlangsson. Anyone who saw him had to respectfully address him as true Lord Sun Swallowing and Moon Devouring. Fandong's voice, which was so excited that it trembled slightly, vibrated in the minds of all the Chinese people, feeling the vast pressure brought by the roaring dog. This voice of Fandong seemed to shatter the shackles in the bloodline of most Chinese people. The clenched fists of one Chinese man trembled slightly. The shouts from the audience seemed to resonate with the heavens and earth, and the sound reached right into the ring. Greetings to true Lord Sun Swallowing and Moon Devouring. Greetings to true Lord Sun Swallowing and Moon Devouring. Greetings to true Lord Sun Swallowing and Moon Devouring. The roar turned into layers of waves. It makes the brain-dead fans who are in the middle of the Chinese crowd feel as if they are in the middle of a rough sea of waves. At any moment, you could be swamped by the wave. The Erlangsson in the clouds smiled slightly as he listened to the cries that resounded through the heavens and earth. Roaring Dog accompanied him on his journey south and north for an unknown number of years. It was also true that it could be worthy of a name of a sun-swallowing and moon-devouring true lord. It was just that the Huaxia people were excited by the sound of this sun-swallowing and moon-devouring true lord. The crowds in other countries, however, didn't understand what the Chinese were so excited about at all. The snarling dog is just a pet of the gods. What is it about the Chinese that they admire so much? Think about it. The faces of the Nordic Empire's crowd brought up mockery, shouting insults at the Chinese. You Huaxia people really aren't picky. A godly pet can get you all excited? Still swallowing the sun and devouring the moon true lord. Isn't this just a black dog? The mocking voice had just fallen, when Fandong sneered, his voice calm, willingly worshipping a stupid wolf that is vicious and immoral as a god, but not understanding why the snarling dog that protects the people is venerated? How ridiculous! Fandong's desert-like calm voice caused the Nordic Empire masses to freeze in their forms. A hint of anger swirled across his face. They yelled towards Fenrir. It seems like the only way to see Fenrir shred Fandon is to see it. It is only then that the anger in their hearts can be quelled. Lord Fenrir, that's just a pet of a Chinese god. He's far from being your match. You can't even beat a dog. Tear this man and dog apart. and untold quantities of blood food will await you in Huaxia. The voices of the Nordic Empire crowd fell on Fenrir's ears. It was like the stinging echo of fingernails scratching through iron, constantly irritating Fenrir. Fenrir is just ahead of when it comes down to it. The wildness in its body can drive it to do anything. Spurred on by a shrill voice, Fenrir shook his mountainous head, forcing down the panic that stemmed from the depths of his blood. Ho! Ho! A hoarse, low ho came from his throat. The sharp fangs hidden in his bloody mouth made him look even more gruesome. Right, Lord Fenrir it is. Tear this man and his dog apart with a vengeance. Go on, Lord Fenrir, the blood meal awaits you. Another surge of shouting from the masses of the Nordic Empire made what little sanity Fenrir had left completely disappear. Thick back legs step in the state of the Union Ring. The terrifyingly terrifying power was like a raging wave, wantonly declared with the force of a mountain. Under the impact of this force, the mysterious and sturdy ring of national fortune is as fragile as thin ice. Layer after layer of cracks like a spiderweb quickly spread out. It was just a matter of facing the power that Fenrir had built up. Snarling dog just casually paces the state of the Union Ring. The pure black fur is smooth and natural, with not a hint of panic to be seen. Is that all you've got? The deep eyes revealed a calmness like a deep pool. The disdain for everything in his voice intensified the rage in Fenrir's heart. Fenrir's muscles tensed and his hind legs bowed slightly. Under the even more raging power, the national fortune ring under his feet crumbled inch by inch. Just as the power in Fenrir's hind legs was about to be unleashed, charging at the snarling dog with lightning speed, the sound of the heavenly Tao had rawly blocked its growing might. Given that the national fortune ring is unable to withstand the power of the gods, the battlefield is shifted to the Rainbow Bridge. The voice of the heavenly Tao fell. The stars turned and the light changed in Fandon's eyes. Wait for the light changes to slow to a halt. What appeared in Fandon's eyes was a huge colorful arch bridge. This huge rainbow bridge seemed to span heaven and earth, made of shimmering light and a riot of color. Ha ha ha. Surprisingly, this is where Fenrir created the twilight of the gods. What else does Huaxia have in store for Fenrir this time? The will of heaven is indeed biased in our favor. Huaxia will just wait for its defeat. Seeing the change in the battlefield soundly interrupted the momentum of Fenrir's attack. The masses of the Nordic Empire were just about to loudly protest the injustice of the will of heaven, but after noticing that the battlefield after the transformation was actually the Rainbow Bridge, words of protest were clogged with joy. They laughed out loud with undisguised smugness on their faces. The Rainbow Bridge is a place of lore for their Nordic Empire, a battlefield exclusive to Fenrir. Once, Fenrir created the twilight of the gods at the Rainbow Bridge. Now, it is not impossible for it to extinguish Huaxia on the Rainbow Bridge. It's just that even though the battlefield has shifted to Rainbow Bridge, a place that favors Fenrir, the eyes of most of the Chinese people were all but panic-stricken. The hefty name of True Lord swallowing the sun and devouring the moon. It was like an impenetrable shield of faith that allowed them to fully cope with any shocking waves. Only Wang Qin brainwashed fans do not believe Fandong as usual. It's just that most of the Chinese people are crowdsourced. These brain-dead fans aren't afraid to have any words. True Lord sun swallowing and moon devouring? This seat thought you were some kind of heckler. I didn't expect it to be just a waste of space that can even swallow the sun and devour the moon as a name. Do you know that all the children of this seat can swallow the sun and devour the moon? Bathed in the seven-colored divine light from the Rainbow Bridge, it was as if this piece of heaven and earth was favoring Fenrir. A stream of unique energy carrying the origin of heaven and earth was continuously injected into Fenrir's body that was like a small mountain. With the addition of heaven and earth, Fenrir's aura climbed like a rocket. Ha! Hearing Fenrir's words that once again restored his calm, Fandon laughed. What the West calls the sun and the moon, but just a bunch of incarnations of a bunch of weedy gods. How can it be compared to the golden crow, the divine beast of China? As for Fenrir's mouth swallowing the sun and devouring the moon, even more so, there was a gap like a gulf between it and roaring dog swallowing the sun and devouring the moon. Kid, what are you laughing at? Laughter broke Fenrir's peace for a moment. The blood-colored wolf eyes that raged with ferocity and killing intent stared fiercely at Fandon. The fishy wind from the bloody mouth was even more towards Fandon. However, Fandon's body was erect and stood with his arms folded. The fishy wind was stopped in front of his body by an invisible barrier. There wasn't even a wobble in the corner of his coat. Laugh at what? I'm laughing at you who still don't realize it when you're dead. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. Fandon's calm voice was like a thunderbolt in the eyes of the crowd, making everyone's hearts unbelievable. Vile class, you seek death again. After the peace was broken, the anger in Fenrir's heart that had been sealed by the peace flowed slowly like lava. In its eyes, Fandong was just a lowly human. How could it be worthy of speaking to him in such a manner? At that thought, anger like lava suddenly boiled over. Extreme anger caused Fenrir to lose his mind once again. It even made it forget about the snarling dog. The only thing it wanted to do now was to tear Fandong apart in order to quell the anger in its heart. The thick limbs soldiered across the Rainbow Bridge, making it tremble with every leap. Fenrir's massive frame moves without bloat. However, In just an instant, the bloody mouth was already close to Fan Dong. Fan Dong's pupils suddenly shrunk. He could even already feel the heat waves laced with the fishy wind, gushing out of the bloody mouth. Seeing this, a hint of joy overflowed from the eyes of the Nordic Empire's masses. The scene of Fan Dong's dead body seemed to have appeared in their minds. But just as Fenrir's bloody mouth was about to devour Fan Dong, a voice exploded as if it came from hell. If it were not for this battle of nations, a wolf cub is just a wolf cub. How can it be worthy of talking to me? The sun swallowing and moon devouring godly monarch. Chapter 52. More people? Where's the 1-200 grass-head god? A voice that carries a fierce authority came, an echo that made everyone unable to resist kneeling. The crowd turned their gazes to where the snarling dog was. Only the snarling dog stood with his head held high. Pride lurked in the calm eyes. The pressure that slowly escaped from his body further caused everyone's heart to produce the idea of submission. This extremely absurd idea caused everyone within the national fortune space to freeze. Submission to a black dog. It was something they had never imagined. But Fenrir's actions on the Rainbow Bridge told them it wasn't ridiculous. As the powerful gods who created the twilight of the gods, Fenrir's two front legs went limp. The huge body suddenly bent down on its knees towards Fan Dong. Even by virtue of wild rage, Fenrir could temporarily exorcise the fear that stemmed from the depths of his bloodline. But when it actually faced its kind with a more noble bloodline, a pressure from a higher level, stripped away the wildness and anger from his heart, allowing fear to spread through its blood once more. The fear that originated from the depths of his blood seemed to drain all the strength from Fenrir's body. The large wolf's head did not dare to make any movement to raise it. Woo! Woo! The taut body bent low over the Rainbow Bridge. One wailing whimper after another came out of his throat. As for the hairs that were like steel needles, they couldn't stop trembling. Fenrir's fear of the snarling dog was clearly exposed to all eyes. How is this possible? Fenrir is a powerhouse that ranks at the top of even the SSS class gods, and it has the Rainbow Bridge to boot. How could it submit to a dog? Could it be that this black dog's strength is going to be even more terrifying than Fenrir's? How could Fenrir, who created the twilight of the gods, lose to a black dog? Could it be that he is not in good shape today? I suggest that the deadly battle be terminated immediately. Compare that to the submissiveness that the snarling dog brings to the audience. Fenrir's submission to the snarling dog terrifies them even more. The masses of the Nordic Empire were in a trance. Uncontrollable fear made them talk nonsense without thinking. Words. The Chinese audience won't spoil them at all. He. How can my Huaxia's sun-swallowing and moon-devouring true lord be comparable to your Weedy? Still in bad shape. Do you think the battle of national fortune is your living room? Come and go as you please. Isn't it wild? Isn't it dominating the time and place? How did your lord Fenrir submit? While Fenrir was occupying the heavens, the Nordic Empire crowd mocked with unbridled arrogance. Now Fenrir knelt in submission before Fandon, the Chinese viewers who are holding their fire. And how easily would the arrogant and domineering Nordics be spared? The Chinese people were outputting frantically at the Nordic Empire audience. Even Wang Qin fans who loathe Fandong take the opportunity to live it up. 2. Enduring the outpouring of anger from the Chinese, the Nordic Empire crowd grimaced, but they could only pretend as if they hadn't heard it and fixed their eyes on the Rainbow Bridge, even though the image on the Rainbow Bridge made them feel even more ashamed inside. Look behind Fenrir. In the silence brought on by the shame, a cry of alarm suddenly rang out. The exclamation broke the cacophony within the national luck space. Let all eyes, together, shoot into the Rainbow Bridge. Only behind Fenrir, who was kneeling on his front legs, one after another figure escaping with a powerful pressure slowly appeared in the Rainbow Bridge. Odin, the God King with a crown on his head and the lance of eternity in his hand, sat high above the throne. The deep golden pupils, the solemn thick face, and the way he raised his hands and feet, all exuded the majesty that belonged to a God King. Sighed. Thunder filled his body, and the mighty and tall Thor of Thunder had a cold face. There was even a wariness rising in the eyes that looked at the roaring dog. As for the earthly python, Yemengard, whose body seemed as if it could encircle the world, it was perched above the gods, escaping with great power. In addition to this, Heimdall, the guardian of the gods, and Tyr, the god of war of the gods, even Loki, who had just been sealed by Hoi, and many other gods, all surfaced one by one on the Rainbow Bridge. This is the Norse gods. Someone in the Nordic Empire audience exclaimed loudly. This cry of alarm shook the national fortune space, causing everyone's gazes to plummet. The heavens will only allows one deity to participate in the battle. What makes the Nordic Empire able to send out an entire divine lineage of deities? Is this going to start a war between the divine lineages? Why can't I, Huaxia, summon all the gods? Unfair. The will of heaven blatantly favors Northern Europe. The original joy on the faces of the Huaxia masses gradually froze. Even though the snarling dog can indeed be called powerful and unrivaled, but facing the gods of the entire divine lineage of the Nordic Empire, no one believed he could still win the fight. Watch as the Norse gods intervene in a deadly battle. The Chinese no longer cared whether or not their protests would cause the will of heaven to be displeased. All they want to do is protest this blatant favoritism. Humph. Who said that all the gods of the Nordic divine system have all joined the war? All of them were spirits who died in the twilight of the gods. Yet the Nordic Empire heard the protests of the Chinese. Their faces once again took on an arrogant and domineering mockery as they spoke faintly. At those words, the bodies of the Chinese masses all shook. A closer look. These many gods of the Norse divine lineage were powerful in their aura though, but there is no substance. It's just a wisp of emptiness that carries divinity. Intervene in a deadly battle with the remaining vapors. This really isn't considered a rule that violates the will of heaven. Think about it. A hint of despair flooded the hearts of the Chinese masses. In the midst of the Nordic Empire's home turf, the Scandinavians not only occupied the sky. This moment is more than enough to make up the last man and, Fenrir, where was your courage when you devoured me? Witnessing Fenrir kneeling in front of Fandong, shivering, Odin spoke faintly. The imperial pressure that escaped caused all the masses of the Nordic Empire to kneel and submit in unison. Holy peace to the God King! Holy peace to the God King! The tens of thousands of spectators in the Nordic Empire shouted in unison. The sound was not as powerful as the waves made by the Chinese, but it still had some power. Fenrir, my child, pull yourself together and avenge your father. With tens of thousands of spectators shouting in unison, Loki's voice carried an endless hatred for Fandang as he yelled at Fenrir, accept our power and restore the glory of Northern Europe. Loki's voice had just fallen when the Nordic gods spoke at the same time. Light blossomed on the bodies of the gods. Brilliant divine might also filled the rainbow bridge in an instant. As the voices from the Norse gods fell silent in the rainbow bridge, they turned into streams of light and merged into Fenrir's body. Fenrir's mountain-like body had the might of an emperor escaping from it. Thunder also filled the thick and powerful limbs. Behind his back, a pair of white wings suddenly stretched out. The white wings seem to represent holiness and can purify the world of all sins. Ow! Along with the power contained in his body suddenly pulling up, Fenrir let out a long howl to the sky, then stood up. The roar set off a furious storm of energy on the rainbow bridge. The terrifying pressure it carried caused the air to steeply freeze. Low class, I'm going to torture you to death bit by bit. After bearing the remnants of the Norse gods, Fenrir looked at Fandong, his wolf eyes raging with an even more intense ferocity and killing intent. But just as everyone within the national fortune space had already pronounced the death sentence for Fandong, the roaring dog faintly opened his mouth. More than people? Where are the 1200 straw-headed gods? The cold voice fell. A crack suddenly appeared in the sky above the rainbow bridge. This crack grew larger and larger, and a dark, ink-like demonic cloud squeezed in through the gap. Chapter 53, Your Soul to Protect China. Wisps of demonic clouds intertwined and fused, becoming thicker and thicker. Like a raging wave of darkness, it devoured all light in its path. The colorful sky was obscured by magic clouds. The colorful and brilliant rainbow bridge also became dim. The crowd looked at the sudden drastic change within the rainbow bridge and their hearts shook. What the hell is this? The shock in his heart was gradually amplified by the thick demonic clouds. The Nordic Empire crowd couldn't help but murmur. As they mumbled, there were suddenly silhouettes amidst the demonic clouds. And after, it was as if the demonic clouds had been torn apart by a pair of large invisible hands. 1200 hidden figures emerged from it. Thousands of figures were clad in armor and holding spears, displayed in the depths of the demonic clouds in a cold and solemn manner. The black armor was drenched in blood, and the spear in his hand spewed out raging killing intent. Inside the national cloud space, everyone was stunned by these 1200 grass-headed gods. They looked at the solemn figure in the demonic cloud and murmured out incredulously, how could these people appear in the rainbow bridge? Could it be that these gods are able to straddle the void simply by relying on their residual power alone? The appearance of these 1200 straw-headed gods magnified the fear in the hearts of the masses of the Nordic Empire. The hearts of the Chinese masses, however, were buoyant with confidence. Their brows revealed excitement as they shouted at the masses of the Nordic Empire. 1200 grass-headed gods to the rescue. And how can China's heritage be compared to that of your small countries? Think you're the only Nordic empire that has gods to help you? I, Huaxia, will not be afraid of you. Excited roars from the Chinese audience filled the space of the national games, but Fandong in the Rainbow Bridge, but not as happy as the Chinese people in the outside world. Looking at the bloodstained armor on the 1200 grass-headed gods, Fandong's brow was slightly furrowed, and there was sorrow tumbling through his heart. The grass-headed gods are all Erlangshen's soldiers, and they have been fighting with Erlangshen for an unknown period of time. Any straw-headed god had a power that was impossible to ignore. But now, why did they all die in battle? Transformed into an entity-less spirit? You think you can fight against the Norse god system with just these 1200 pawns? The doubts in Fandong's mind had yet to be answered. Fenrir's slightly disdainful voice, however, had come out. A hint of mockery surfaced on the narrow wolf's face, and cold light shot out from his sharp teeth one after another. In his eyes, Although these straw-headed gods can cross the void, but they're not much stronger compared to the ingenious exhibition warriors of Norse mythology. And in that catastrophe of the twilight of the gods, Fenrir had devoured I don't know how many infernal warriors. Mockery and teasing swept across the Fenrir wolf's face, but not before the mockery on its face lasted too long. A word that seemed to carry the might of heaven and earth suddenly vibrated out from the demonic clouds. What about taking 6 more of us? The voice shook away the layers of demonic clouds. A huge hollow was revealed in the thick demonic cloud. Inside the hollow, 6 figures carrying a ferocious aura were revealed one by one. These 6 figures had smiles on their faces, but their bodies were mutilated to varying degrees. Some people have been cut off, others have been blinded, and others have lost their hands. It's just that the mutilation of their bodies can't hide their bravery. The 6 silhouettes behind them that were like the true bodies of martial souls roared up to the sky. There were white pythons that hovered between heaven and earth, hissing. There were also strong apes with limbs as thick as mountains, pounding their chests and roaring. There was even a huge boar with tusks that seemed to be able to pick through everything in the world, hissing up to the sky. The beast silhouettes hovering behind the 6 figures emitted a ferocious intent that originated from the distant past. Under the onslaught of this ferocious intent, even though Fenrir carried the remnants of the Norse god's power, he still couldn't help but take a few steps back. You're here? Looking at the 1,000 figures in the magic cloud, although the roaring dog did not have any emotions to show, but anyone could sense the excitement in his heart at the reunion of old friends. Come to your aid. In the hollow of the magic cloud, Yuan Hong, who had an ape pounding his chest and roaring behind him, glanced at roaring dog and spoke faintly. Friends don't need to say much to each other. A greeting will know each other's heart. After the greetings, the snarling dog and the 1,000 figures in the demonic cloud were all silent. Amidst the silence, was the battle intent surging out of the body from the sky. So what if I bring the 6 of you? How can I, the Nordic gods, fight against you people alone? Realizing the cowardice he had just shown, the Fenrir wolf had a humanized look of annoyance on his face. It stopped its retreating steps, and its bloody mouth whistled out a thick, fishy wind towards the roaring dog. The sound of a fishy wind whipped up a violent gale. The ferocious might carried within it was enough to make any weak gods kneel and submit. However, the 6 figures in the demonic clouds as well as the 1,200 grass-headed gods were as if they had only felt a breeze on their faces. The eyes hidden in the armor seemed to scorn the frenzied giant wolf on the rainbow bridge. Immediately after, everyone saw that the 6 gods whose bodies were mutilated but could hardly conceal their ferocity spoke in unison. Fenrir, on your knees. Magnificent voices came out, and the blades in the hands of one of the straw-headed gods chimed. The furious shouts from above the demonic clouds ended up soundly reaching the rainbow bridge. The roar from the mouths of the 1,200 grass-headed gods eventually transformed into what seemed like a resonance of heaven and earth. Fenrir, on your knees. The angry cry had not fallen. The 1,200 grass-headed gods in the sky followed behind the 6 saints of Plum Mountain and rushed down towards the rainbow bridge. They were like black clouds rolling in, wanting to crush everything in their path. Roaring dog, we failed to protect Gangjianku. Today, we would like to sacrifice our souls to guard Huaxia. Yuan Hong's eyes seemed to carry relief from his atonement as he shouted angrily towards the roaring dog. Subsequently, these 1,000 or so figures turned into streams of light and all of them merged into the roaring dog's form. An aura as if heaven and earth were collapsing exploded from roaring dog's body. The majestic airflow caused the rainbow bridge to crack like shattered glass. After being empowered by the Norse gods, Fenrir thought he was no longer afraid of the roaring dog. But after the stream of light that these 1,000 figures turned into, merged into the roaring dog, once again, Fenrir felt the fear from the depths of his blood. Face the snarling dog. Fenrir just felt like an ant. Any effort made is just shaking the tree with a mayfly. Lord Fenrir, hold off the snarling dog for 10 seconds. I'll take care of this Chinese man across the street. Seeing that after being blessed by the Norse gods, Fenrir was still shaken to his limbs by the snarling dog. The wild wolf's eyes took on a blood-red color like that of a ferocious beast, and an infinite wildness escaped from its body. Since Fenrir has no chance of defeating the roaring dog, the coyote decided to strike out on his own. At that, Fenrir's fear-filled eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation, but it was only for a moment that Fenrir was firm. Its ears, which were originally down, stood up once again, and its limbs were filled with a great strength that was enough to break through heaven and earth. I will burn my divine blood to buy you 10 seconds. A flash of fish-out-of-water determination flickered in the wolf's eyes, and Fenrir spoke in a jarring voice to the coyote beside him. The voice fell. Above the huge wolf's body, red mist rose up, with the might climbing once more. Fenrir's blood-colored wolf eyes became even more crimson. The mountain-like body suddenly stabbed out like a sharp arrow. Wherever the body passed, space distorted. One sonic boom after another was left behind by Fenrir. In the meantime, Coyote's body full of explosive power also swept out in a flash. Chapter 54, Michael's Will. Coyote is killing towards Fandong. Fandong is going to be finished. He. Wild Wolf is a wolf boy who has grown up in a wolf pack since he was a child. His wildness is completely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. As long as Fenrir can hold off the snarling dog for 10 seconds, the coyote can absolutely tear Fandong apart. Witness the coyote charging towards Fandon under the cover of Fenrir. The cloud that had built up over the Nordic Empire audience suddenly dissipated. There was an undisguised joy in everyone's eyes, and the Chinese crowd heard voices coming from the Nordic Empire audience. It was as if their hearts had been clutched hard by a pair of large hands, and the joy on their faces instantly collapsed. Only the faces of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans had anticipation flooding out. Fandong's amazing performance in these two deadly battles had completely overshadowed Wang Qin. If Fandong continues to win, their brother Wang Qin will never be able to come out again. It's good to die. Save Fandong from stealing my brother Wang Qin's thunder again. It's not like my brother Wang Qin can't do what Fandong can do. I don't know what all the cheering for Fandong is about. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans didn't dare to amplify their voices. They only dared to whisper their anger at Fandong in a small area. And in the Rainbow Bridge, Fandon's musings were interrupted by the strong air currents that assaulted him. He frowned and turned impatient eyes on Coyote. Compared to this fight, he was more interested in finding out what had happened to Erlangshan and his own soldiers. What made Erlangshan so fierce, and what made the grass-headed god and the 6 saints of Plum Mountain so miserable. But Coyote didn't notice the impatience in Fandong's eyes. His figure jumped back and forth around Fandong, attempting to find Fandong's blind spot. Just what Coyote couldn't believe. No matter how much he speeds himself up, Fandong's eyes never left on him. Coyote's heart was pounding like an 8-cylinder engine. The urgency made the blood burn inside him. Fenrir buys him 10 seconds at most. If Coyote can't find a shot in those 10 seconds, then he and Fenrir will end up with nothing more than their necks being bitten off by snarling dogs. Time passes little by little. Coyote never found a break in Fandong. Bean-sized beads of sweat ran down his face, and the mountain-like pressure made his hands unable to stop trembling. Just as the speeding figure couldn't help but give up looking for a break in Fandong, intending to directly use brute force to give Fandong the strongest blow when he did so. Fandong was annoyed by this jumped-up clown-like behavior. He closed his eyes and exhaled a cloudy breath, actively exposing the breach to Coyote's eyes. Coyote was no less than a wolf boy who had been raised from the pack since he was a child. As soon as Fandong's brokenness was exposed, there was a bright flash of light in the Coyote's eyes. The high-speed moving figure came to a hard stop. Then he instantly turned into a gale, rushing towards Fandong. The wild wolf's eyes revealed a bloodthirsty killing intent, and in his heart, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh because of Fandong's light-hearted carelessness. Go to hell! He let out a violent shout, and there was a cold light flashing on his fingertips that were as sharp claws. Fandong is also too gullible. This is a wild wolf. The wild wolf that has torn apart many competitors in the national games ring. How dare he close his eyes? Pretending? Pretending will get you struck by lightning, no matter what. Fandong is bound to die this time. The Nordic Empire crowd watched as Fandon was so arrogant as to close his eyes in the face of the coyote. They laughed coldly, and in their words they sentenced Fandong to death. And there was a flash of hatred in the eyes of the Chinese crowd. They had just gotten a kick out of Fandong. But now, Fandong personally buried this trace of good feeling. Among the Chinese, only Wang Qin's brain-dead fans were happy enough to shout aloud. Sure enough, Fandong is still that egotistical, self-serving villain. Being so arrogant in the national fortune ring, no wonder he buried 9 gods before. If it was Wang Qin's brother, he would definitely go all out. Fandong is joking with the fate of the Chinese nation. He shall not die. The hoots and hollers of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans directed at Fandong didn't draw too many rebuttals from the Chinese. Fandong's behavior of closing his eyes in the face of a strong enemy was too unself-conscious and revolted the hearts of many Chinese people. Except that everyone forgets one thing. That is, Fandong has just been blessed by the gods. Fandong, who had the ability of a god added to his body, would not be afraid of Coyote, an ordinary person. Rainbow Bridge. At the same time that the wild wolf rushed to Fandong's body, Fandong's tightly closed eyes snapped open. 2 sharp lines of sight pierced out, causing endless fear to grow in the coyote's heart. In fear, Coyote suddenly understood why Fandong dared to close his eyes. That is, Fandong was confident that any means that the wild wolf exerted would not be able to hurt him in the slightest. At that thought, Coyote's pupils shrunk. His figure that swept towards Fandong was once again stopped alive. Click! The leg bones of both legs were broken from the violent impact of stopping his body raw. The blood that flowed from the bones piercing through the flesh dyed the coyote's legs red in an instant. But Coyote couldn't care less about the sharp, piercing pain coming from his leg. On his hands and knees, he crawled woefully in the direction away from Fandong. Coyote's movement, however, was still too late. Fandong looked down like an emperor at the wild wolf that was lying on the ground because of its broken leg bone. He spoke indifferently, his calm voice seeming to contain infinite power. The might of the heavenly emperor. How dare you be reckless? Accompanied by the sound, Coyote seemed to see an emperor's shadow, breaking through the clouds from the depths of the sky. The emperor's eyes that scorned everything glanced at the wild wolf as if he were looking at an ant. Just a glance. Coyote suddenly felt that heaven and earth had returned to the chaotic state that existed before the ancient times. One force after another originating from the depths of the heavens and earth squeezed towards him. Spare me! Let me go! The coyote scanned the world for any place in horror. The berserk power that filled heaven and earth seemed as if it was going to crush his body into a meat cake. This divine ability that Fan Dong had only just acquired was just right for what it was supposed to be. The coyote lost the courage to make any moves under the pressure of the heavenly emperor's might. Even the snarling Fenrir who tore into them. All of them stood still because of this pressure that originated from the depths of heaven and earth. In a duel between gods, any deviation would result in death. Whoops! Fenrir let out a whimper as his neck was bitten hard by the snarling dog. Crunch! The neck, which had only a layer of skin and flesh wrapped around it after burning the divine blood, was violently bitten off by the roaring dog. The life that had risen in Fenrir's eyes faded in an instant. Immediately after, the body of the wild wolf also thumped and exploded due to the pressure originating from the depths of heaven and earth. Blood and guts were scattered on the rainbow bridge, adding a bit of bloody beauty to the gorgeous rainbow bridge. Inside the national transportation space, with the extinguishing of Fenrir's vitality came the cheers of the Nordic Empire's masses. They watched in disbelief as Fenrir lost his life, and the fear in their hearts left them speechless. For their part, the Wasia crowd's faces turned joyful at the scenes of ups and downs within the rainbow bridge. Fenrir's body turned into bits of starlight and merged into the rainbow bridge. The scene woke up the Nordic Empire masses. Sobbing and wailing resounded through the audience. The Nordic Empire was already hanging by a thread, and after losing this deadly battle, they had fallen into the abyss of extinction. Deadly battle number 4. Nordic Empire gods die. China wins. The Nordic Empire's national fortune is lowered by 10%, and 100 volcanoes will be generated in the Nordic territory, which will erupt at the same time after losing another battle of national fortune. After Fenrir's body dissipated, the light in Fan Dong's eyes shifted and his figure reappeared in the national luck ring. In the meantime, the voice of heaven also sounded in due course, sentencing the Nordic Empire to a death sentence for its crimes. Ha ha ha, you still dare to launch a deadly battle against Huaxia? Aren't you guys asking for death? Wait for your national fortune to be plundered to the fullest by Huaxia. This is your punishment for provoking Huaxia. After another national boost, the Chinese masses have regained their once spirited spirit. They laughed at the various countries that had initiated the deadly battle, their voices filled with mockery and disdain for these countries. The masses of the various nations were silent, and their leaders were even more pale. In the next deadly battle, the Tianzhu kingdom, will appear. Realizing that under Fan Dong's blows, the country's momentum had hit rock bottom, the holy hero of the celestial Dharma kingdom, Gan Tian, spoke faintly. Fan Dong's successive strikes didn't seem to affect Gan Tian. He still maintained his chesty confidence, and his body was permeated with the arrogance of a self-sacrificing man. However, what Gantian didn't expect was for MacArthur of the Eagle Kingdom to speak up and stop him. Nay, the next battle to the death will be fought by me, the Eagle Kingdom. Gantian gave MacArthur a surprised look. He didn't think the Eagle State would have the guts to do the same. It was important to realize that Fan Dong could summon at least one more god. After all, Yang Jian, who was still suspended in the sky, had yet to make a move. This was a god that was unknown how much more powerful than the roaring dog, enough to kill most countries. Feeling Gan Tian's surprised look, MacArthur grunted coldly and spoke faintly. There is no need to look at me. It is the will of Archangel Michael. Chapter 55. See me as a mayfly sees the sky. Gan Tian's eyes had two streams of refined light storming out of them. Apparently it hadn't occurred to him that Eagle's nation had been able to summon Micah. Michael is the angel closest to God in strength. He is both the head of the 4 archangels. It's also the killing angel that represents the strongest fighting force. If Eagle's nation can summon Michael to face Erlanggod, then it's not like they don't have a chance to win against Wahoo. Think about it. Gantry is also no longer competing with Eagle Nation for a chance to play. The Celestial Kingdom and China are the same superpower that transcends all nations. Gan Tian knew the depths of Huaxia better than anyone. Micah. It's not enough for HWA to lose all the deadly battles over it. Eagle Country since they grabbed the battle. That would be just the thing to help them. The Tianzhu Kingdom. To wear down Fan Dong's power. Gantenjoy saw to that. Deadly Battle 5. Huaxia vs. Eagle Kingdom. Please have both players come on stage as soon as possible. After Tennessee stopped competing with the Eagles for a chance to get on the field, the melodious and ethereal sound of the heavenly Tao came lazily from the depths of the heavenly vault immediately afterward. The deafening voice of the heavenly Tao slowly fell. At the Eagle Country camp, a cardinal, whose entire body was shrouded in red ecclesiastical robes, slowly walked up to the ring. The wide red clerical robes hid the cardinal's face. there was a divine light spewing from the silver longsword shaped like a cross in his hand. Evil one, my lord will send divine judgment. Facing Fan Dong, the cardinal spoke solemnly. He stood the silver longsword in front of him. The rays of cold light reflected from the longsword illuminated his pious and solemn face, and in stark contrast to the cardinal's solemnity, it was Fan Dong's unconcerned look. Fan Dong put his hands in his pockets and relaxed his form. A face of contempt and casualness showed how full of himself he was of the trial. How many strengths does your lord have, and worthy to come to judge Wasia? Fan Dong's fluttering eyes casually looked at the cardinal's body, and after yawning, he spoke faintly, the full disinterest in his voice. Let everyone in Eagle Country feel the shame like never before. God is the deity they believe in and is their lord. They don't allow anyone to insult their beliefs. Fan Dong, do you really think no one can rule you? When Archangel Michael descends, I'll see how arrogant you can still be. Lord Cardinal, summon Lord Michael to descend. Let the foolish Chinese know the terror of my Eagle Kingdom. Let my Eagle Kingdom return to world domination. The Eagle Nation crowd rose to their feet in excitement and hissed towards the cynical Fan Dong in the National Games ring. Excited saliva also spewed out one after another under the loud roar. Fan Dong scratched his ear. The spontaneity on his face was intensified by the shouting of this Eagle Nation crowd. This casual demeanor fell on the cardinal's eyes, totally blasphemous to their gods. The body hidden under the red robe shook violently. The divine light on the silver longsword gulped madly. Thumbs up, with the anger in the cardinal's heart rising to the extreme. The silver-colored longsword in his hand was thrust viciously towards the National Games ring. The National Luck ring that was glowing with a solid light was inserted by the longsword like tofu. The divine glow seemed to mark the spot. Honorable Lord Michael, please send down your divine might and wash away all the evil in the world. The cardinal knelt reverently before the long sword. The right hand kept drawing a cross on his chest. As cross after cross was drawn by the cardinal, the silver longsword stuck in the ring of national fortune shook wildly. In the magic clouds that filled the sky, suddenly a golden light shot out. Dazzling golden light tore through the demonic clouds and converged into a pillar of light, projecting at the place of the silver longsword. Half of the national luck ring was melted by the scorching light. The aura that stirred up filled the national fortune ring, with the column of light projected. It was a sacred and majestic voice that slammed down heavily on the national luck ring. Feathers on, hopeful and loud, sharp blade in hand, sanctioning the 8 directions, the voice fell. A man of great stature, with a holy and solemn face, slowly descended from the golden light. Greetings Archangel Michael. Greetings Archangel Michael. Once Michael's figure appeared, the Eagle Nation crowd's reprimand of Fan Dong subsided in an instant. They threw themselves on their faces and bowed down to Michael in prayer. Justice spares no evildoer. Michael's form slowly landed on the mostly melted National Lampoon ring. 6 white wings gently stretched behind her. The eternal feathers burning with golden flames seemed to burn out all the darkness and lead the world out of the worldly sinking. The pillar of light dissipated into the ring of national fortune. The cardinal, bathed in Michael's divine light, spoke up. Eagle Country contestant servant of God, summoning Archangel Michael, rank SSS. The voice fell. Michael's 6 wings burning with golden flames snapped, an aura of divine heat. It swept away the ferocious intent that had permeated the snarling dog's body. Roaring dog, come back, you're no match for this guy. Heaven. Erlangshan's face was still filled with scorn and arrogance, the only change brought about by Michael's appearance. Only in the depths of Erlangshan's eyes sprang a touch of hatred that could not be wiped away. Woof! In front of Erlangshan, it was as if the roaring dog had once again turned into a common black dog. The snarling dog barked, and his body stepped into the air, returning to Erlangshan's side. In the meantime, Fan Dong also understood Yang Jian's idea. He opened his mouth loudly and called for the coming of Erlang God. Chinese player Fan Dong, summoning evil eye demon Lord Erlangshan, level unknown. Along with Fan Dong's voice falling on the national luck ring, Erlangshan's figure floated in. The endless demonic clouds behind him followed closely behind him, tumbling and pressing down towards the national fortune ring. Endless demonic clouds eroded towards the field that Michael had unleashed. Strand after strand of demonic clouds swallowed the light like worms. A flash of surprise crossed Michael's solemn, righteous face. The flames then coalesced in Michael's hand. It transformed into a fiery holy sword that seemed to be able to burn everything. A hot aura escaped from the holy sword. The demonic clouds that seemed like black bugs were scorched by the scorching heat until they dissipated. Return to the light and I will spare your soul. The flaming holy sword in Michael's hand swung out with a dazzling light. The light that blossoms from the holy sword, as if empowered by Michael's aphorisms, it was hardened against the demonic clouds. The light was separated from the demonic cloud. The national luck ring formed a shocking scene of intertwined sacredness and ferocity. Humph, a mere Erlangshan. How is he worthy to be compared to Michael? What gives this group of demons that crawled out of hell the right to be here to harm the earth? Lord Michael, please banish them. Seeing the endless demonic clouds carried by Erlangshan being easily blocked by Michael, the crowd of the Eagle Kingdom looked disdainful and mocked loudly. The taunts did not cause any emotional ripples in Erlang. All that was carried on his face was an even more intense indifference and arrogance. You are but common men, and see me as a frog in a well sees the bright moon. If one day you are lucky enough to be among the ranks of cultivation, you will see me as a mayfly sees the green sky. Erlangshan's flat voice echoed in the national fortune ring. It caused all the cacophony within the national fortune space to fall silent. Facing the voice, a sense of powerlessness arose in the hearts of all. As in, after climbing a hill with all your strength, suddenly, I saw a high mountain deep in the clouds, right in front of me. Demonizing words. Be judged. Michael's gaze flickered slightly because of Erlangshan's voice, and the blazing longsword in his hand pointed remotely at Erlangshan. The light spewing from it carried a blazing heat that melted everything and shot toward Erlangshan. Ha! Erlangshan let out a soft chortle. A baleful aura that came from the depths of the 9 springs swept through Erlangshan's body. Immediately after, the fury transformed into a tautai that could devour everything in the world, and pounced against the light released by Michael. Chapter 56, The Kneeling and Repenting God of Strawheads. The tautai's huge mouth opened and swallowed the light that bloomed from the blazing longsword, and then it bit down hard on the field barrier released by Michael. Pounds of power compressed the light around Michael. The light was getting fainter and fainter, until the end. Magic clouds enveloped the ring. The flame on Michael's body, like a candle about to go out, fluttered in the wind. The Eagle Nation crowd was confused. They could not believe in Michael as the strongest god under God. It would be suppressed by a single move from Erlangshan. How can it be? How is it possible? How could Lord Michael be suppressed by this evil demon? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Overwhelmed by the collapse of faith, the masses of Eagle Nation have lost their minds. They yelled and screamed. It was as if the only way to vent all the panic in his heart was to scream. Just as the fear in the hearts of the masses in Eagle Country was about to overwhelm them completely, the voice of Michael that came out from within the demonic clouds finally brought them a glimmer of hope. The power of 10 million blades and the fury of 10,000 flames drum in my heart. A faint glow, as if endless fuel had been added. The light that drives out all the darkness in the world, bloom extremely in the eyes of the crowd. In the midst of the Eagle Nation masses crying out in pain because of the reshaping of their faith. In the midst of the infinite darkness after being shrouded by the demonic clouds, Michael's body, haunted by a dazzling light, slowly rose to the surface. 6 feathers burning with golden flames flapped their wings like eagles. The divine flame grows brighter. The flaming longsword in his hand bloomed with a fire that purified everything. The universal illumination of divine light grows the flaming longsword, until it turned into a huge sword that seemed to be able to pierce the sky, and the flames burning on it are capable of vaporizing the world. The long sword was pointed straight at Erlangshan. The might carried on it melted a crack in the devilish clouds that covered the sky. Be judged. The roar of judgment raged from Michael's chest as he clutched the flaming giant sword. The yell seemed to have flicked a switch on the giant sword. The giant sword that was stalled in the sky disturbed the demonic clouds that filled the ring of national fortune. It stabbed straight towards Erlangshan. This is the true power of the Archangel. This is the blazing angel that represents the strongest battle power. I told you that evil can never triumph over good. This evil boy from Huaxia will surely die this time. The Eagle Nation crowd's eyes were bloodshot after experiencing their faith broken and then remade. They were like crazy demons, murmuring towards the national fortune ring. Unfortunately, the scene in the National Games ring was destined to disappoint them. Feeling the majestic pressure from the flaming giant sword, the corners of Erlangshan's mouth curled up slightly. The blood-colored eye on his forehead snapped open. A blood aura shot towards the huge sword that stabbed out from the depths of the sky. The blood awning seemed to carry the rule of silence. Wherever it passed, space collapsed by inches. In silence, the giant sword made contact with the blood awnings. The sacred flames lingering on the giant sword were worn out by the blood awnings. The Michael's divine power contained within it was even more stripped away by the layers of blood awnings. By the time he got to Erlangshan, the huge sword, which seemed to be able to split the heaven and earth, turned into a small flame that was blown out by the wind. How is that possible? The cheers of the crowd in the Eagle Kingdom faded as they watched the giant sword grind to a halt. 1,000 words eventually dissolved into an incredulousness that came out of his mouth with difficulty. In their eyes, Michael's sword had the power to shatter everything in the world. But it was this horrible sword, but easily worn down by a sight? What a joke! While the masses of Eagle Nation were in shock, the Archangel Michael's heart had the same surprise flooding through it, and the Cardinal's heart was more than ever taken over by fear. For the Cardinal, Michael is second only to the omnipotent God. Yet all that is happening now, it made him realize that God may not be the only one. The national fortune ring cannot withstand the power of the gods. The battlefield is about to move to the mouth of the irrigation river. Erlangshan's tactics plunged the space of national fortune into a period of silence, and the timely sound of the heavenly Tao's voice caused the silence within the national fortune space to lose a few of its eeriness. Hearing this heavenly voice, the already excited hearts of the Chinese masses, at this moment, he was even more excited to the point that his face was red. Gujianku is the dojo of Erlangshin. With the added benefit of home field advantage, the already powerful Erlangshin will climb in strength once again. Ha ha ha, it's time for the heavenly will to give my Huaxia a little favor. It's finally my turn for China to have the added benefit of home field advantage. I'll see how arrogant these white-skinned pigs dare to be. Erlangshin, please show your strongest power and make this group of fools who covet Huaxia tremble with fear. The Huaxia man laughed out loud, his voice resonating recklessly in the national fortune ring. The sound of their voices made the crowd in Eagle Country pale and hand sweat gushed uncontrollably from their hands. Even though Michael is the first god under God, but Erlangshin is not weak either, with Wachovia having the added benefit of home field advantage. Michael, already in a difficult situation, is bound to be even more difficult. There was a flurry of shouts from the crowd in his ears. Mist suddenly poured out from anywhere in the national luck ring. This wisp of mist obscured Fan Dong's eyes and brought about a heavenly spin. After the heavenly spinning sensation of space travel had disappeared, the mist likewise receded from his eyes, scanning everything in the mouth of the irrigation river. Fan Dong's heart shook, and there was incredulity in his eyes. Surfaced, just see the Erlang Temple, the dojo of the god Erlang. It has long since been transformed into a very Western, Gothic-style church. Front of the church, one giant stone statue after another had its hands tied behind its back. Humiliated, he knelt in front of the Erlang Temple as if confessing his sins. It was as if these stone statues possess life, anger, unwillingness and killing intent, exquisitely presented on their faces. What the hell is going on here? Look at the pile of stone statues. Even though Fan Dong considered himself mentally strong, the moment was still not free from murmuring out of shock. Simply because these stone statues are exactly 1206. It corresponds exactly with the 6 saints of Maishan and the 200 straw-headed gods. Evil god, deserve this judgment. Just as Fan Dong was plunged into disbelief, a voice filled with disgust suddenly rang out, just outside the Erlang Temple. In addition to these 1206 stone statues, there are also Chinese people coming and going. These Chinese people are dressed in ancient costumes though, but all of them are either holding a crucifix or have Buddha beads flowing in their hands. They spit and threw rotten eggs at the 1206 stone statues. It seems that these 200 grass-headed gods guarding the mouth of the irrigation river and the 6 saints of Maishan. It's the evil people who make them suffer. Fan Dong fell into a momentary trance. The scene outside the Erlang Temple was beyond his knowledge, and the Chinese outside the national luck space were silent. They watched the bizarre scene in the mouth of the irrigation river in silence. An oppressive air current swam through the Chinese audience. What is happening here? This is obviously the mouth of the irrigation river. But why has the Erlang Temple been transformed into a church in the West? And what the hell are these Chinese people? How come they're dressed in ancient clothes but holding the magic weapons of Western religions in their hands? It's so weird. This is all too weird. Suddenly there was trepidation surfacing within the hearts of the Chinese people. It always seemed like this belonged to Erlangshin's dojo, but it was adding to the power of the Archangel Michael. The Chinese cannot understand what is happening at the mouth of the irrigation river, not to mention the masses in the West. The faces of these Westerners, though, were tinged with joy because of the eeriness of the dunking of the river. But again, he couldn't help but wonder out loud and ask, Erlangshin suspended in the sky at the mouth of the irrigation river. It was as if he had already anticipated the voices of doubt within the national luck space. After he laughed coldly, his slender fingers, pointing straight at Michael in front of him, opened his mouth with a cold drink. Ha! What in the world is going on? Why don't you guys ask the angels that you claim represent justice? Chapter 57, Judge me? Kneel down first. What's there to explain? Isn't it right for these Chinese to reject darkness and embrace light? A wisp of an evil smile crept across Michael's face. He didn't seem to care about Erlangshin's questioning and spoke indifferently. Righteous solemnity and evil spontaneity were intertwined in his seemingly compassionate face. A sense of cutting surfaced in everyone's mind. And then Michael's form slowly descended, his 6 wings stretching as he stood atop the church's spire. The dazzling light is all the more sacred against the backdrop of the church. Michael spoke solemnly to the thousands of Chinese in front of the church. Offer your worship and the Lord will bless you. Michael's magnificent voice echoed around the church. The Chinese people around the church froze in their figures. The atmosphere of shouting and cursing at the stone statue fell into an eerie silence for a moment, accompanied by the eyes of the road all gazing at the top of the church. Strand after strand of frenzy gradually climbed up their faces. This is Lord Michael. Welcome to the coming of Lord Michael. In the silence, an excited shout suddenly rang out. The cry was like a tidal wave that quickly spread through the crowd around the church. Whether they were holding Buddha beads or wearing crosses, all the Chinese knelt down in unison toward Michael. A miracle has come. God does exist. Lord Angel, send down your gifts and take us out of the misery of this world. I am willing to follow my Lord, so send down your will. The frenzy on the faces of these Chinese people, more so than the Eagle Country crowd. They threw themselves on their faces, and on their lips they shouted even louder to Michael, who stood at the top of the church, I have come with the gift of the Lord, and would have purified your hearts. But among you, the irreverent exist, and blasphemy will keep you from the gifts of the Lord. Michael's eyes were like looking at a mole cricket, looking down on tens of thousands of Chinese people. His voice was even higher, and his words made the hearts of the kneeling Chinese terrified. One head lifted anxiously, its blank gaze scanning everything around it. It was only seen among the 10,000 kneeling Chinese. Fan Dong was the only one, standing out of place and proud. These Chinese people were like children who had been robbed of their beloved toys, and their pious gazes were filled with hatred for Fan Dong. One gaze after another filled with hatred stabbed straight at Fan Dong's body. Dao's voice with a killing sound rang out along with his gaze. Infidel, how dare you not kneel? Kneel, accept the Lord's gift. On your knees. Tens of thousands of Chinese faces twisted as they loudly rebuked Fan Dong. 10,000 gazes as well as the reprimanding sounds that shook the world poured out towards Fan Dong. If it's the average person, the hue and cry was enough to make him weak in the knees and submit. But Fan Dong is not an ordinary person. His knees do not kneel to heaven or earth, but only to his ancestors and his parents. The district is a miscellaneous little god of the West. How could he be worthy to make him submit to Fan Dong? Enduring 10,000 vicious gazes, Fan Dong's figure stood up even more like a strong pine. Purge the heathen. The gift of the Lord will come for you. The rebukes that echoed around the church were muffled by Michael's aphorisms. The kneeling Chinese seemed to be lost in this aphorism. One by one, the Chinese people were like manipulated puppets as they climbed up and forced their way towards Fan Dong, though they boast of mercy and justice. But the twisted and evil face looked as horrible as a demon crawling out of hell. Kill him. Trial. Trial. Meet the Lord's gracious coming in the blood of the heathen. The hooting and hollering swept neatly around the church. Tens of thousands of people were like ants, densely surrounding Fan Dong. The dense footsteps were getting closer and closer to Fan Dong. Every step that fell seemed to fill this space with a heavy oppression. The air around Fan Dong was clogged with these people. The murky breath made it a little hard for Fan Dong to breathe. It's just slightly hard to get through except for the slightest bit. No emotion flooded Fan Dong's face, watching the Chinese people who were like walking corpses squeezing towards them continuously. Fan Dong's eyebrows even furrowed from the wicked cold. He couldn't be bothered to consider whether or not these Chinese people could still be considered compatriots, and spoke faintly. Get on your knees. The not-so-big voice carried the might of the heavenly emperor. With Fan Dong as the center, the pressure spread out like a tidal wave. Wherever this voice passed, the Chinese people who squeezed towards Fan Dong, without exception, all froze in their figures. Subsequently, a crunching sound of bones breaking exploded one after another like firecrackers on their bodies. The bodies fell one by one as if they were wheat for the fall harvest. As the sound reached the outermost group, none of the surrounding tens of thousands of Chinese people could still stand. The wailing and screams were endless. This group of Chinese who had just been about to judge Fan Dong fell to the ground and rolled all over the place. Looking at the miserable appearance of these Chinese people, Fan Dong's face did not have any pity flooded on it. Today he would not have been a foolish saintly mother, and the attempts of these wasps to judge him, even more, it expelled the last trace of mercy from Fan Dong's heart. These Chinese people ended up with broken bones solely because this group of people believed in God and were to blame. But the brain-dead fans of Wang Qin within the national fortune space didn't understand this. Their eyes only saw Fan Dong unceremoniously suppressing these Chinese people. Is Fan Dong still a ing Chinese? It's the same Huaxia. The Huaxia people in the irrigation river mouth may even be our ancestors. How did he dare to suppress them? Humph! How can you expect Fan Dong, a self-serving villain, to honor his ancestors? That is, a despicable villain. Fan Dong should have been blocked by the state a long time ago. Seeing Fan Dong's public opinion in China gradually improving, this group of Wang Qin fans were unwilling to let go of any opportunity to falsely accuse Fan Dong. It's just that their rebuke of Fan Dong didn't resonate with the rest of the Chinese. Quite a few sensible Chinese people looked at this group of Wang Qin fans with disgust, muttering openings under their breath. What more do you want from Fan Dong? Is it better to lose this deadly battle with your hands tied? I really don't know if these people's brains are up their asses. Why do they have to want to put Fan Dong to death? That's right, as the same Chinese, are they only happy when Fan Dong loses? Even though sensible Chinese people constantly rebuked Wang Qin's brain-dead fans, unfortunately, Wang Qin's brainwashed fan base is too large. In the situation where they thought they were occupying reason, they didn't want to give up attacking Fan Dong. Cut. If it was my brother Wang Qin facing these people, he would definitely reason with them. How could he be as rude as Fan Dong? That's right. Brother Wang Qin wouldn't be so violent against the ancestors. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans' unthinking retort left many sensible Chinese speechless. They no longer paid attention to Wang Qin's brainwashed fans and turned their attention to the irrigation river mouth once again. After Fan Dong suppressed the 10,000 people, Michael's face, likewise, showed no pity for his followers. He raised his right hand, which was glowing with a faint holy light. Slowly, a radiant holy sword like stars slowly coalesced in the sky. Infidel, be judged. Micah throws a hard right hand. The radiant holy swords were like meteorites from the sky, densely smashing towards Fandong. A radiant holy sword crossed the sky like a meteor. The sharpness that it carried left a sword trail in the sky and earth. The thousands of radiant holy swords grew larger and larger in Fandong's eyes, but the look in Fandong's eyes was still as calm as an abyss. Just as the holy swords were all stuck in Fandong's body, the space around Fandong suddenly distorted. Erlangshan's voice came from the distorted space. Have you forgotten about my father? Chapter 58, The Mundane Divine Realm. Michael has become a demon. The sound tore the void apart. A streak of ink-colored light shot out from the void, transforming into an ink painting that hovered above the sky. This ink drawing slowly unfolds. The 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains within the scroll were presented before everyone's eyes. And after, a swirling mass appeared on the ink drawing. The vortex was like a black hole, devouring the densely packed holy swords that looked like locusts in transit. Mountains and rivers. The Chinese audience. A gasp of surprise detonated the Wahini crowd. The legendary supreme treasure given by the great god Manhwa is truly extraordinary. What a blazing angel. What an archangel. Even God wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of the supreme treasure bestowed by the great god Manhwa. Audience. One exclamation of surprise after another rang out. The mystery of the mountain, river and Jigong diagram shocked all the Chinese people. After the golden holy swords that looked like locusts were all absorbed by the mountain, river and Jigaku diagram, ink and water luster flow on the picture of mountains and rivers. A gust of might that seemed like the origin of heaven and earth escaped from the scroll. Trance. The fear from the might quelled the wailing that resounded at the mouth of the irrigation river. A clanging sound of metal hitting the ground rang out in the silence. The body of the gun was like ink, with the three-forked two-bladed gun with blood-colored inscriptions climbing over it. It was suddenly inserted not far in front of Fandong. The lance seemed to be transformed by a 10,000-year-old dragon. The ferocious aura emanating from it was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. The devil has appeared. The devil has appeared. Lord Michael, send down your divine power and judge this demon. Beat this demon back to hell. The appearance of this three-pronged, two-bladed gun. It made the Chinese with awe and pain mingled in their eyes. The heart is taken over by hatred. As if forgetting the shattered leg bone, they did their best to climb to their feet, pointing and roaring at the lance. Fandong's heart shook once again. The world knows that Erlangshan is the guardian deity of the irrigation river mouth. How did it get to the mouths of these weirdly dressed Chinese people? But Erlangshan has become a demon that harms the earth? It was just that Erlangshan seemed to have gotten used to the accusations of these Chinese people. Amidst the constant sound of wailing hatred, Erlangshan stepped out of the void and easily pulled up the three-pronged, two-bladed spear that was stuck in the ground. The black as ink lance in his hand was pointed directly at Michael, who was high atop the church tower. Cold light flowed through the body of the gun and converged on the tip. The entire space seemed to be enveloped by sharpness due to the bloom of cold light. Feeling the stinging pain coming from his skin, Michael's solemn and righteous face was slightly gloomy, but then he dispelled the gloom from his face. The lofty contempt and arrogance was once again restored in his eyes. The unjust are burned with fire, and those who grieve for the sorrowful soul deserve death. Fraudulent I sentence you to impotence. Disobedient the flames add. The fallen are unforgivable, the greedy are overthrown, and only those who are good enough survive. Michael's voice, solemn and impenetrable. As the sound exploded, the already high aura climbed. As the solemnity reached its peak, Michael spoke again, in the voice this time, carrying an irresistible heavenly might. Demon, on behalf of the Father, I condemn you to death by the sword of the Holy Spirit through the heart. The voice seemed to mobilize the power belonging to heaven and earth. A golden magic formation slowly floated on the soles of Erlangshan's feet. Bang! 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 A muffled sound rang out. Several handles emanated a divine light. A cross as lofty as a mountain descended from the sky and arrayed themselves around Erlangshan. The smoke that splattered out could not hide the glory of the cross. The rays of light linked together and turned into a prison, imprisoning Erlangshan in a space less than 10 meters in circumference. Immediately after, Michael's lips parted lightly and spat out aphorisms that contained the greatness of heaven and earth. Holy Sword Judgment. This motto caused countless golden holy swords to emerge from the cross. The roiling holy swords surrounded Erlangshan, and the sharp tips of the swords faintly flashed with holy light. Does Michael remembers what he eats but not what he fights? Can't you see that the mountain and river map is still suspended in the sky? A minor god in the district. How intelligent can you expect him to be? The Chinese audience. One taunt after another came out leisurely, causing the Eagle Nation crowd to look gloomy. Micah made this move. It was no different from the attack just now. Since the mountain, river and Jigaku diagram was able to absorb the golden sacred sword once, then it can be absorbed a second time. Just this once. Erlangshan had no intention of activating the mountain, river and Jigaku diagram. The corner of his mouth smiled slightly, and the pitch-black lance in his hand slammed into the ground. The lance transformed into a black dragon with pitch-black scales and without any mixed colors, and rose up into the sky. The black dragon carried divine power that could shatter space. It swept apart one of the golden holy swords that filled the air. Not only that, the cross that looms as high as a mountain cannot lock the black dragon that roams heaven and earth. The black dragon let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, charging up into the sky towards Michael, who was high on top of the church. To kill him, Michael kept his solemnity and dignity for a long time, finally disappeared. The grimace that this black dragon brought to his face exposed the uneasiness that Michael felt at the moment. The black dragon broke through the sound barrier, gaining speed. A dark residual shadow surfaced in the air. When the black dragon charged before the church, there was a hint of determination welling up on Michael's face. In the midst of his determination, Michael spoke through gritted teeth. Mundane divine realm. The voice popped out of his teeth and erupted in a flash of divine light. The light transformed into a barrier, enveloping the space of the church in a radius of 1,000 meters. Boom! The moment the barrier formed, a boom exploded. The mighty and ferocious black dragon crashed fiercely into the barrier. Michael stifled a grunt, and there was golden blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. In the meantime, the barrier cracked with a sinuous crack. A dull glow showed that the barrier was severely damaged. However, the continued expansion of the barrier demonstrated the power contained in the mundane divine realm. The mundane divine realm gradually enveloped the Chinese lying on the ground. The wailing and screaming subsided, but the HWA was not cured by Michael. What was left of his vitality was devoured by the mortal dust divine domain, and a surge of power infused into Michael's body. Shock gradually crept over everyone's eyes, but what shocked everyone even more was this. Michael raised his flawless right hand high and plunged it hard into his chest. The 6 beautifully stretched feathers stiffened violently. The golden flames burning on it also faded in a flash. The heart that flowed with strange light was held in Michael's hands and held high toward the vault of heaven. I shall be judged. The sound exploded. A kindly old man with a pale beard and hair, floating vaguely in the depths of the sky. This old man, Hierophant, is the omniscient and omnipotent God. God looked at Michael with a calm gaze. The heart, held aloft, as if guided by a marvelous power, did not enter into the shadow of God, and in exchange, the shadow of God then turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Michael's body. The stream of light did not bring life to Michael. Instead, it swallowed the last glimmer of light from Michael's eyes. Michael, who was high on top of the church, went limp and planted himself straight toward the ground. Inside the national transportation space, the Eagle Nation crowd watched the sudden drastic change with frozen faces. Even the appearance of God, neither caused any emotional ripples in their hearts. All the acts that Michael did confused everyone within the space of the state's fortunes. The minutes ticked by. Fear began to spread through the Eagle Nation audience. The will of heaven, however, never pronounced a victory for Huaxia. In the long silence, a creak of misaligned bones suddenly sounded. At the mouth of the irrigation river, the Chinese man who had just lost any chance of life suddenly rose to his feet. They had the blood red in their eyes that was unique to demons, the body because of the twisted bones, and presenting an extremely odd posture. Ho! One low ho after another came from the mouths of these demons. The body bent low and crawled towards Michael at a great speed. Michael's lifeless body seemed to have become a vessel for demons. These demons turned into eerie black light and melted into Michael's body. Gradual gain. The 6 wings behind Michael seemed to be tainted with evil. Wisps of black mist lingered within the white feathers. The tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Original golden sacred eyes. At this moment, it was also tinted with the blood red that belonged only to demons. Chapter 59. Who says demons aren't demons? The body that fell to the ground was pulled by an inexplicable force. Michael's figure slowly stood up, and the towering impenetrability in his eyes converged once more. And then, as a black flame swept Michael's body, the sacred white holy robes were burned away by the flames, and the half-naked, stout body was covered with bizarre and twisted blood-colored patterns. At the same time, the 3 pairs of clean white feathers on his spine shed feather after feather. After the feathers completely disappeared, 12 wings burning with black flames suddenly unfolded. To fall into darkness is also to embrace the light. There were blood-colored patterns climbing up Michael's solemn, righteous face. He spoke faintly, tugging at facial muscles that made the patterns look even more gruesome. Inside the space of the national luck, the joy of the masses of the Eagle Kingdom because of Michael's resurrection from the dead had been rubbed out by fear. They murmured with disbelief on their faces. Lord Michael turned into a demon. Impossible. Michael is an archangel, a blazing angel who is at odds with demons. How could he have become a demon? I don't believe it. Is Lord Michael abandoning us? Fear and confusion spread through the Eagle Nation audience, their worldview crumbling into powder from what was happening in front of them. Ha! What's not to believe? Wasn't Satan once an angel? Angels defecting to demons? Your gods are really a bunch of twofers. The Chinese crowd didn't panic too much even though they saw Michael come back from the dead. Erlang Shun, as the god of war in heaven, is not some cat or dog that can touch the porcelain. Angels defected to demons? I'm afraid it's not true that angels are originally demons. Fandong within the river mouth seemed to have come to a realization as he spoke faintly to Michael, who was once again high in the sky. This voice reached the national fortune space, causing everyone to freeze for a moment. Who would believe in God if there were no demonic encroachments in the world and no catastrophes? Fandong inside the river mouth continued to speak. The words spoken were even like a bomb that could explode a huge mountain, making everyone boil. So the people of Eagle Country are plagued with demons because God directed them? Now it seems that God is not all-knowing, and he has things to fear. Fandong's words were simple and direct, and even those with a low IQ could understand the meaning of his words. Insult my lord. I'll fight you all, believe it or not. Lord, please show your divine power. This group of Chinese people have humiliated you and falsely accused you. Please send down your divine punishment. So what if the angel fell into darkness? That's a 12-winged fallen angel, an existence one level higher than a 6-winged angel. And as long as he still believes in our Lord, then he's the patron saint of my Eagle Kingdom. Michael's descent into darkness nearly broke the spirits of a number of Eagle Nation though. But Fandong's speculation about God touched their scales even more. The Eagle Nation put their hands over the area of their hearts and prayed to God, but it was Michael's voice that answered them. Justice does not distinguish between light and darkness. What harm is there in falling into darkness as long as you can shelter your people? In Michael's hand, a blood-colored scythe slowly formed. The ferocity that escaped from the scythe consumed the last vestiges of sanctity remaining in Michael. He scorned Fandong and continued to speak. Infidel, you have bewitched the Lord's people, and now I will judge you in the Lord's place. The blood-colored giant sickle in his hand was slowly raised, and above the giant sickle, a huge evil wolf silhouette howled to the sky. I sentence you to death for your evil deeds. A voice without a trace of emotion pronounced the death sentence for Fandong, and the vicious wolf accompanied the slash of the blood-colored giant scythe as it viciously ran towards Fandong. The charge from above made the bad wolf's already ferocious aura take on an even fiercer might. A spatial fluctuation that flooded the void that his limbs stepped on showed the great power that the evil wolf possessed. The evil wolf was getting closer and closer to Fandong, and Langshan's figure distorted in space for a split second, instantly appearing between Fandong and the evil wolf. Langshan faced the evil wolf straight on, the ink-black lance in his hand pointing straight at the evil wolf as he let out a cold snort and spoke indifferently. Humph, how can a mere hairy god be worthy of judging the people of Manhwa? As the voice fell, the stern spear intent suddenly stabbed out in Langshan's hand. This spear intent seemed to pierce through the heavens and earth, and the accompanying cold aura blossomed in the world. A tiny hollow appeared on the head of the giant evil wolf silhouette. The evil wolf silhouette was like a balloon being pierced by a needle, and powerful airflow jetted out along the cavity. The speed of the run didn't slow down in the slightest though, but when the vicious wolf pounced in front of Fandong, it had long since lost any of its might. The seemingly unstoppable vicious wolf passed through Fandong's body. It then turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated between heaven and earth. Michael's face with its evil smile froze abruptly. Long after his fall into evil, his strength had increased like never before, but even so, his nearly all-out strike was still easily parried by Langshan. Humph, sheltering sinners, you shall also be judged. Michael forced down the panic in his heart, and his voice, carrying the anger of the gods, resounded in the mouth of the irrigation river. Along with the voice, he suddenly raised the blood-colored scythe in his hand high. Scarlet cold light converged on the tip of the blade, and behind Michael, a black door filled with coldness and evil, steeply emerged out of thin air. The gates were carved with hideous ghostly faces, and behind them hooted weeping and screaming. The door, which was glowing with an eerie aura, sent chills down Fandong's spine, and he couldn't help but murmur softly in his mouth. Hellmouth? The murmur fell, and the door snapped open as if blown open by a gale. Coldness and evil whistled out along with the opening of the black gate, and a strange-shaped demon and a wronged spirit likewise appeared from the depths of the gate. Flesh and blood. Flesh and blood. I want fresh flesh and blood. After 1,000 years of starvation, I want flesh and blood. The hoarse voice echoed back and forth between the thousands of demons and wronged souls. The densely packed demons were like sharks that smelled blood, crazily crawling towards Fandong and Langshan. These demons have been dusted off by the gates of hell for untold ages. The two flesh and blood of Fandong and Langshan were simply not enough to satisfy them. Looking at the demons that kept climbing out of the hellgate from afar, Fandong's scalp tingled slightly, and Langshan was also surrounded by many powerful demons at the moment, without the ability to shelter Fandong. However, it was fortunate that most of the demons were attracted by Langshan's abundant chi and blood, and the demons that pounced on Fandong were merely a handful, eyes fearlessly looking at the hundreds of demons rushing towards him. Fandong did not panic. Under the shock of the Heavenly Emperor's might, most of the demons had already dissipated before they even got close to Fandong. As for those demons that could barely withstand the pressure without dispersing, they were also lightly suppressed by Fandong with his fists. There are just too many demons, so much so that Fandong would have a strong sense of powerlessness in his heart just by looking at it. Fan Dong was exhausted from the forward and backward movement of this group of demons, and Erlangshen's situation was not looking good. The demons within the gates of hell are as endless as they come. After killing this batch, another batch swooped in immediately after. Erlangshen's afterglow glanced at Fan Dong. Fan Dong's slightly pale face made it possible for Erlangshen Fan Dong to soon be wiped out to the point of death by these demons. A trace of worry flashed across Ingwu's face, but then the worry on his face turned into a cold light in his eyes. Erlangshen once again heaved his three-pronged, two-bladed spear into the ground, and then with Erlangshen as the center, a stream of air violently shook out. All of the demons in a 100-meter radius around them were shaken apart, and a vacuum appeared around Erlangshen. After clearing out the surrounding demons, Erlangshen's body stood upright, snorted coldly, and spoke faintly. "Humph, who says demons aren't demons? Demon binding rope, out." As the voice fell, a golden light flew out from Erlangshen's waist. Chapter 60, Regeneration of the Faithful. The speeding golden light gradually revealed his true colors. A rope that looked like a golden dragon swept past the demons that covered the sky, and with a swift and thunderous momentum, it bound towards Michael. Michael's pupils subconsciously dilated, and an overwhelming horror flooded his heart. Facing this golden rope, as the first god under God, he surprisingly didn't have any certainty of dodging through it. Off. Michael's 12 feathered wings burning with black flames flapped in unison, bursting out with air currents that seemed to be able to blow away everything in the world. However, the demon binding cord was not affected at all. It was as if it carried the rules of the world and would not be hindered by any means. After not having any means to stop the demon binding rope, Michael could only watch as the demon binding rope bound him into a dumpling. The feathers, which had just been fluttering, were firmly tied to Michael's torso by the demon binding cord. After losing the maintenance of its feathered wings, the body, which was hanging high in the sky, fell hard to the ground in a kind of free fall. Muddy water stained Michael's handsome face, and the towering angel became a beggar who fell into the muddy water. Put! Ha ha ha! The angels of the Eagle Kingdom have become mudslingers rolling in the mud from the muck. That's yet another supreme treasure bestowed by the great god Nuwa, and a tiny 12-winged angel dares to disobey the constraints of the supreme treasure? What a 12-winged fallen angel! Just a stinking piece of that fell into the mud. All the Chinese people in the Chinese audience inside the National Games space were amused by the image of Michael's mouth full of mud and water. That condescending and arrogant expression had long since upset many people's hearts. Now that they see Michael, who doesn't take anyone for granted, fall into the mud, they naturally want to laugh hard. The face of the Eagle Nation, on the other hand, was already ironic. The sacred and inviolable image of Michael in their eyes shattered with a bang. Michael, once an archangel, now only bores and humiliates them. Damn Chinese god, I'm going to tear you apart. Michael, who had fallen in the quagmire, struggled frantically with his body, and his mouth was even letting out harsh words to Erlangshen moment after moment. However, how could a mere 12-winged angel break free of the demon binding rope? Michael couldn't break free from the demon binding cord in the slightest at all, other than being able to eat a mouthful of mud. My people, tear this Chinese god apart for me. Realizing that with his own strength alone, he was unable to break free from the demon binding cord, Michael's bloodshot eyes became even more bloodshot. He hissed and yelled at the countless demons pouring out of the Hellgate, the endless killing intent bursting from his body driving even more madness. All the demons seemed to be manipulated by Michael, and the demons that surged towards Fan Dong turned around in unison and surged towards Erlangshen. Michael attempted to wash away his shame by piling up Erlangshen with a sea of men, yet how could any more ants slaughter the god? Erlangshen didn't care about these more ferocious demons. Facing the demons surging towards him, Erlangshen shed the three-pronged, two-bladed spear in his hand. The black as ink trident two-bladed gun was thrust heavily into the ground by him. A slingshot, which was golden in color and resembled a longbow, emerged in his hand. Erlangshen slowly pulled his golden bow open. The bow was like a full moon, and the taut bowstring condensed a great power that was enough to shatter the sun and the moon. And then all the power between heaven and earth converged towards Erlangshen. With all the power gathered together, a silver-white bead slowly formed at the taut bowstring. Golden bow and silver bullet. That's Erlangshen's surefire technique. Someone in the Chinese audience cried out in shock, and the cry of surprise drew everyone's attention to the golden bow in Erlangshen's hand. What does he want? To just shoot Michael? The Eagle Nation audience was slightly stunned, somewhat unable to believe it. This golden bow in the hands of Erlangshen did indeed gather up the energy of warping the heavens and the earth, but it's still a bit too whimsical to try to shoot Michael. And for Michael today, wherever the light shines, that's where his form is. If this strike struck Michael's body, it was just enough to allow Michael to get out of the predicament of being bound by the demon binding rope nowadays. Boom! A roaring sound exploded from Erlangshen's hands, and the taut bowstring on the golden bow was violently released by Erlangshen. The silver bullet that carried the power of destroying the sky and earth shot towards the Hellgate in the sky. Bang! silver bullets were fired into the gates of hell, and the open doors closed as if blown by a strong hurricane, and then thumped shut. The demons that had just rushed to the gates of hell were caught in two by the suddenly closed gates. Blood with corrosive properties volatilized in midair, rising in a stream of hot smoke. No, I don't want to go back. I've just seen the light of day again, and I haven't tasted an ounce of flesh and blood yet. After the closing of the hell gate, the demons that stayed at the mouth of the river lost their source of power and wailed and dissipated between heaven and earth. Tens of thousands of demons dissipated one by one, making Michael's face more and more ugly. Now, who is judging whom? Fandang looked down from afar at Michael, who was lying in the muddy water, his voice bland and without a trace of emotion. It was as if Michael, who had once stood tall, had become an ant that could be crushed with his hands. True Lord, use the mountain-catching whip. Suppress Michael at the bottom of the mountain. With a mocking roar at Micah, Fandang did not forget that the deadly battle was not yet over. He spoke respectfully to Erlangshan, requesting that Erlangshan suppress Michael. After all, wherever the light goes, it can be transformed into Michael's body. Only by relying on the power of heaven and earth could Michael's body truly be suppressed. Yes. Upon hearing this, Erlangshan nodded his head gently, and once again, a ray of golden aura flashed in his hand. An ancient and simple long whip with a thick aura appeared in the golden aura. This long whip was the same as the god-binding rope, also carrying strands of rule power. Each lash of the long whip caused the earth to ripple like a lake. Drink! Every time Erlangshan swung his long whip, he let out a soft cry. It was as if merely waving the long whip had utilized his entire body. Snap! The long whip lashed the ground again and again, and the ground suddenly rumbled where Michael was. The bulging ground is getting higher and higher, until finally, two mountains that towered straight up into the clouds rose up out of the ground. Hop! As Erlangshan's light drink rang out once more, the mountain-catching whip whipped heavily on the ground. The two towering mountains shook violently, and a huge piece of debris fell from above the mountains. Immediately afterward the earth shifted and the two mountains merged together, engulfing Michael in the center. Just suppressed? Someone in the Eagle Nation audience murmured softly in resignation, apparently unable to believe that after Michael fell into evil and transformed into a 12-winged fallen angel, he was still no match for Erlanggod. What's there to be surprised about? Although the mountain-catching whip is not a magic weapon given by the great god Manhwa, as a magic weapon given by the Jade Emperor, the Lord of Heaven, it's not something that a mere Michael can resist. Some knowledgeable Chinese shouted toward the Eagle Nation crowd, but without waiting for his voice to fall, the high mountain that had suppressed Michael suddenly shook violently once again. Shattered rocks crashed down above the mountains, cracks spreading from the bottom to the mountainside. This mountain, which is 10,000 feet high, seems to have trouble suppressing Michael at the bottom of the mountain. And while the mountains shook violently, the wind and clouds in the sky likewise changed. God's kind and amiable massive face was made up of white clouds, and his indifferent eyes looked at everything in the mouth of the irrigation river before he spoke faintly. Grant believers regeneration. Michael's heart with its strange flow appeared out of nowhere and merged into the mountains. And then a large eye with 6 white feathered wings broke out of the high mountains. The large eyes glowed with an eerie holiness, and the wings had a glowing light running through them. Upon closer inspection, all of these glowing lights spread across the wings, densely packed, were eyes. Chapter 61, My Blood, Kill the Demon. After transforming into big eyes, Michael's 6 wings are enough to cover the sky. Every vibration of the white feathered wings would cause a resonance from heaven and earth. Inside the national transportation space, behind Michael's 6 white wings, densely packed with tiny eyes, made everyone's heart involuntarily give birth to chills. Instead, the Eagle Nation, who had just been in a trance, looked uplifted. It was as if they had seen God come into the world, and they raised their hands and fell on their faces and knees, shouting in unison, "Praise be to my Lord." This bizarre scene caused the bodies of all the country's masses to faintly freeze. Some sensible Chinese even couldn't help but open their mouths in a suspicious voice because of the shock. Do these Eagle Nation people mean that this big eye is their god? What the hell? First the angel Michael, then the demon Michael, and now a god Michael. Are all the gods of their Eagle Kingdom just one person? Put. Laughing my ass off. Worthy of being God, omniscient and omnipotent. Even to participate in the battle of nations, one person has to play multiple roles. Ha ha ha. The casual banter of the Chinese crowd reached the ears of the kneeling Eagle Nation crowd. The faces of these Eagle Nation masses went from white to green and then from green to red. In the end, he couldn't help but directly yell angrily at the Chinese audience. A bunch of ignorant fools. This is Lord Michael's true form. The previous body was just a shackle to limit his power. My Lord has said that Lord Michael, who commands the legions of angels, possesses 1/3 of my Lord's power, and that heaven and earth could not carry his divine power without his person as a yoke. Now that Lord Michael has unsealed the seal, foolish Chinese, tremble and obediently accept my Eagle Kingdom's servitude. The angry shouts from the crowd in the Eagle Kingdom caused the atmosphere in the Chinese audience to fall into silence for a while. After the Bible spread throughout the world, the Chinese knew that the words of the Eagle Nation were not made up. Michael, who possessed 1/3 of God's power, wasn't as bad as they thought. On second thought, Michael at the mouth of the irrigation river, as if catering to the Eagle Country crowd, a voice that seemed to contain the greatness of the world rang out abruptly. Praise my Lord, follow my Lord forever. The voice seemed to come from anywhere in heaven and earth. It was like ripples, from all directions toward Erlangshan and Fandong, madly squeezing. Though Erlangshan had resisted most of the power carried in the sound waves, but just the residual power that escaped still made Fandong's mind soar. A trance invaded Fandong's mind. The ensuing heavenly rotation nearly made Fandong collapse to the ground. The tenacity of willpower supported Fandong's upright body. After the celestial rotation disappeared, Fandong arched his back and gasped for air. Just a sound into his ears. He felt in a trance that the 5 viscera and 6 internal organs in his body were vibrating with the sound. Next, I couldn't care less about you. Erlangshan lowered his voice, losing the casualness and contempt in his deep eyes. Wariness rose in his eyes, and gravity crept into his eyes little by little. Ha! Can't take care of him anymore? You take care of yourself first. Michael's 6 wings shook as if he had heard the most ridiculous words in the world. Soft whispers squeezed past from all parts of the world, towards Erlangshan, and a golden flame, too, swept out from behind the great eye. The flames transformed into a shocking wave in the deep sea, descending from the sky with an air of 10,000 horses. Erlangshan heaved his 3-forked, 2-bladed spear in front of his body, a pitch-black barrier that unfolded from the tip of the spear. Yet even though the flames couldn't penetrate the barrier's barrier, but this golden flame that filled the sky could still isolate all of Erlangshan's senses. Miso. The sound of sharp blades slicing through the air was especially piercing over the crackling of the flames searing the space. Before the sound of cutting through the air fell, a golden holy sword killed out of the flames. The holy sword pierced through the barrier, and after slicing through Erlangshan's body, it once again disappeared into the flames. Watching the wounds on Erlangshan slowly bloom, Fandong's pupils shrunk violently. If that sword had just come at him, he was afraid that even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Heretic, when I have cut down this evil god, then I will bring you to judgment. Michael seemed to sense the horror in Fandong's heart, and countless pairs of eyes gazed at Fandong in unison. The dignified voice with majesty in it was even more so as it hammered on Fandong's body in wave after wave. Following Michael's gaze, the rest of Erlangshan's eyes glanced to Fandong, his attention slightly distracted. But it was this slight distraction of attention that a tiny holy sword, like a poisonous snake, sprang out of the flames. Tiny sword marks densely covered Erlangshan's body, and the pitch-black mysterious armor was likewise gradually dissolved by the small golden sword. Thumbs up. Seeing Erlangshan's blood flowing under the golden holy sword's attack, Fandong's gaze was firm, unwilling to drag Erlangshan's leg any further. His left hand merged into a sword finger and made a bone-deep wound on the palm of his right palm before speaking loudly. I sacrifice my blood to help true Lord kill the demons. The blood flowing from the palm of his right hand seemed to resonate with heaven and earth. A power originating from heaven and earth, along with Fandong's blood, merged into Erlangshan's body. Fandong was as if he had been drained of all the strength in his body. Although the blood and flesh had not dried up, his face was pale and his pace was a bit weak. After the divine ability was added to his body, Fandong's chi and blood were no longer in the realm of mortals. Sacrificing blood for the gods would only damage a portion of one's qualifications. But that said, the harm caused by sacrificing blood is not something that can be covered up by a sentence about damaging qualifications. A hint of complexity flooded Erlangshan's gaze. As a Chinese god, he was unable to protect his people. Thinking of this, a bloody crimson redness gradually crept over Erlangshan's eyes, and the power that came from being augmented by heaven and earth converged on his hands. The long spear as black as ink was danced by Erlangshan to his heart's content, and the flames around his body into a long dragon as he danced with the spear. Break! The soft bellowing voice seemed to be guiding the divine dragon made of flames. After the divine dragon let out a dragon roar, the flames counterattacked the heavens and fanned out towards Michael. However, in the face of this monstrous might, Michael did not panic in the slightest. The huge eyes kept flickering as if mocking Erlangshan's mayfly. The speed of the flame god dragon further accelerated. Just as it was about to devour the big eye, golden light suddenly shot out of it. This golden ray pierced through the monstrous flames before projecting itself onto Erlangshan's body. Erlangshan's mind was like sinking into an abyss, and his body froze at an extremely bizarre angle. The magic eye on his head snapped open as if it possessed self-awareness. The hideous demonic eyes turned frantically, seemingly doing their best to try to wake Erlangshan up. Just facing the confinement of this golden ray of light, any struggle of the demon eye had no more effect than it should have. Humph, why aren't the Chinese complacent anymore? Where is your previous arrogance? A bunch of jumping clowns. Before the result of the deadly battle is out, you should jump face to face and taunt. What do you Chinese people have to be so bullish about? Seeing Erlangshan being held up by Michael, the arrogance on the face of the Eagle Nation could not be concealed at all, and he loudly taunted at the Chinese. I knew Fandong was useless. If only my brother Wang Qin were here. That's right. Why isn't brother Wang Qin's injury healed yet? If we keep letting Fandong fight, my Huaxia will definitely lose. Wang Qin fans also seem to be colluding with the Eagle Nation, taunting Fandong with disdain, even though the other sensible Chinese had the intention to retort. The scene in front of them of Erlangshan being immobilized was, however, preventing them from opening their mouths. Even though the mythology of the Eagle Kingdom was far inferior to that of China, Michael was at least the first god under God. I'm afraid it's still a bit arrogant to take Erlangshan against Michael, right after everyone in the space of national fortune had pronounced the defeat of China. All of Michael's eyes locked together. In the midst of the intertwined gazes, a light cluster that was like a convergence of power as vast as the sun slowly emerged. Demon, meet the baptism of death. Michael's voice once again poured out from anywhere in heaven and earth, just as the light mass was about to overwhelm Erlangshan and Fandong. The 206 stone statues suddenly shook in unison. Piece after piece of debris came off, revealing the true nature of the stone statue's interior. Chapter 62, Turning the Tables. Open. The faces of the 1200 grass-headed gods and the 6 saints of Plum Mountain appeared in everyone's eyes. Their faces were solemn, their eyes tightly closed, and they had long since turned into withered corpses, no longer alive. Boom, boom, boom. Stone statues as tall as 2 or 3 meters were all shattered, and countless spiritual lights rose up in the middle of heaven and earth. These spiritual lights merged into the withered bodies of the grass-headed god and the 6 saints of Plum Mountain. Strange light flowed over these 1206 bodies. The tightly closed eyes of the grass-headed god and the 6 saints of Plum Mountain suddenly opened. Thousands of rays of light that had gathered thousands of years of power shot out from eyes that hadn't been opened for a long time. The grass-headed god and the 6 saints of Plum Mountain had already fallen, even though their souls had been sacrificed by them. But when Erlangshan was in a critical situation, this group of Erlangshan's own soldiers jumped out of the wheel of reincarnation and rushed out of the hell, and their tattered souls returned again to the mouth of the irrigation river. The kneeling body that had been on the ground for 1,000 years emitted a decaying and mournful sound, and a roar that shook the heavens and earth came out from Yuan Hong's mouth. Protect the true Lord. Bless China. The roar echoed between heaven and earth, causing all the grass-headed gods to resonate. Protect the true Lord. Bless China. Protect the true Lord. Bless China. One lost-voiced roar after another came from the rubble, sounding straight into the depths of the sky. The Chinese people in the Chinese audience shook inwardly, and the sound of anger infected them, causing uncontrollable fervor and excitement to rise in their hearts. Protect the true Lord. Bless Huaxia. My Huaxia sons and daughters will not be afraid of conquest. Crush the gross gods of the Eagle Kingdom and show them the power of my Chinese gods. The tide of sound from the Huaxia crowd that shook the sky and called out to the ground caused the arrogance on the faces of the Eagle Nation crowd to suddenly freeze. There was an unrepairable wavering of confidence in Michael, although Erlangshan's body was still immobilized. But these 200 spirits of the grass-headed god and the 6 saints of Plum Mountain still carried unrivaled power. Yet it was as if Michael did not care about these 1206 gods. The 6 clean white feathered wings behind him stretched out randomly, and the eyes densely covered on the feathers suddenly opened in unison. Protect the true Lord? You couldn't protect it 1,000 years ago. Can you protect it 1,000 years from now? Voices originating from all parts of the world revealed news that shocked everyone. There was horror welling up on Fandong's pale face, and a hint of shock flooding his pupils. Could it be that God conquered the mouth of the irrigation river 1,000 years ago? He hung his head down, mumbles spilling out of his mouth. You guessed right. This world has long since been turned into my lord's hunting ground. Fandong's thin, mosquito voice was heard by Michael. His voice was steeply high, and his 6 feathered wings stood up like blades, filled with majestic power. Then the tiny eyes, always open, detached themselves from the feathers and transformed into stars in the sky, reflecting a bit of fluorescent light. These fluorescent lights were linked together, and the scene inside the mouth of the irrigation river was completely obscured by the fluorescent lights. After the fluorescent light gradually dissipated, the scene inside the mouth of the irrigation river seemed to have returned to 1,000 years ago. The big eyes in Erlangshan's figure that Michael had taken on disappeared, replaced by thousands of points of light. The points of light gradually drew closer, and angels, like stars, stood densely in the sky. Before the thousands of angels, the figures of the 4 archangels Michael and Gabriel, as well as Uriel and Raphael, stood proudly above the void, and opposite them were the grass-headed god and the 6 saints of Plum Mountain, who were protecting the front of the Erlang temple. This world has been corrupted by darkness. I will bring light on behalf of the Lord. The golden holy sword in Michael's hand pointed directly at the 1200 grass-headed gods and the 6 saints of Maishan below. The words were as lofty as they are today. Within the national luck space, there were puzzled voices ringing out from the Chinese audience. Is this an illusion? Why have Erlangchen and Michael, who showed his true form, all disappeared? What's shown here is the Gujianku of 1,000 years ago, and I'm afraid the truth will soon be revealed as to why the Gujianku was invaded by the West. A Chinese man spoke in a condensed voice, predicting what would happen next. And what happened next was just as the voice had predicted. The 6 saints of Plum Mountain and the grass-headed god's eyes were slightly red as they looked at the illusion that Michael had conjured up. 1,000 years ago, when the true Lord left the mouth of the irrigation river, the Western Mao gods took advantage of this opportunity to spread their beliefs and dishonor the gods of our Chinese nation. At that time, although we killed the 3 Mao god leaders, we did not last until the return of the true Lord, and the beliefs of Gujianku were changed, and the people were not happy. This time, even if our flesh is destroyed, we will definitely protect the true Lord. Yuan Hong spoke while holding the black as ink iron rod in his hand. Battle intent and hatred raged on the bodies of the gods, and the sharp edges of their weapons pointed remotely at the thousands of angels in the sky. The Chinese people within the national fortune space were mind-blown. From Yuan Hong's narration, the great stature of these gods who had returned from a bloodbath of deadly battle and killed the 3 archangels seemed to emerge in their eyes. Ha! There's no point in talking too much. Be judged again. Michael doesn't deny Yuan Hong's voice. He laughed coldly twice, and the golden holy sword in his hand swung violently towards the bottom. 10,000 angelic shadows swarmed toward the 1,200 grass-headed gods like locusts crossing the border. Even these thousands of angels are only the embodiment of Michael's power. However, the souls of the grass-headed god and the 6 saints of Plum Mountain were shattered and their flesh was crippled, so they were simply unable to match these angels. The spears in the grass-headed god's hands were glowing with a harsh and cold light, and the martial spirit silhouettes of the 6 saints of Plum Mountain also emerged from above their heads. Yet it was as if the thousands of angels could not be killed, and a steady stream of them emerged from the sky, out of thin air. This is the true realm of the mortal gods. My divine power is undying, and the dead gods live forever. The arrogance on Michael's face couldn't be hidden, and the golden longsword in his hand grew more brilliant. The waves of angels were like shocking waves, lapping at the walls of the city that the grass-headed god had transformed into one wave after another. The straw-headed gods, arrayed in rows, were engulfed by the waves made by the angels. The tattered flesh of the 6 saints of Eyebrow Mountain had also reached the point of running out of gas. True Lord, wake up! Yuan Hong's body was cut off by the angelic sword, thrown high into the air. The upper body burned out what was left of his life force, and a final roar erupted with his chest. The roar seemed to pierce the illusion set up by Michael and reached the ears of Erlangchen, who was still imprisoned by the abyss. Erlangchen, who was fixed by the brilliant golden light, slightly moved his fingers, and the hideous demonic eye on his forehead violently blossomed with a flash of bloody light. This smear of bloodlight seemed to be able to tear through space and annihilate everything. Within the illusion, Michael sensed Erlangchen's movement. The exaltation in his face was replaced by panic and haste, and a more frantic drive toward the thousands of angels. A head of angels, as if transformed into demons, hissed and roared as they lunged towards the remaining grass-headed god and the 6 saints of Plum Mountain. The suddenly intensified offense caused the already struggling grass-headed god and the 6 saints of Plum Mountain to be blown by the storm like a boat that could capsize at any time in the midst of the waves. The only remaining grass-headed god and the 6 saints of Plum Mountain were already desperate. This despair was not because the flesh would be destroyed, but because once again they had not lasted until the return of Erlangchen. Give it 1,000,000 more times and you won't save anyone. The madness on Michael's face was at its peak. Just as he was about to use his strongest power to pronounce the death sentence on these straw-headed gods, a voice steeply pierced through the illusion. Turn the tables on the big picture. Open. Chapter 63 Micah. Can a god live without a heart? Outside the illusion, the aura on Erlangchen's body couldn't stop growing like weeds. The hideous demonic eyes were like a devil devouring everything, greedily sucking the world's aura. As the world's aura continued to sink into the devil's eye, the bloodlight that bloomed in the devil's eye became even more dazzling. Ancient trees that have been growing around the mouth of the river for thousands of years have been cut off. The Gothic church that replaced the Erlang temple even collapsed at the same time. The cross on the top of the tower, tipped over among the ruins, seemed to herald Michael's demise. Burn my divine blood and slay the demons. In the dust stirred up by the collapse of the ancient trees and buildings, Erlangchen's eyes similarly shot out a brilliant light. Black with wisps of blood-red vapor rose from Erlangchen's body. On the ink-black spear in his hand, there was even a dragon's chirping sound echoing. Immediately after that, Erlangchen held the ink-black lance with both hands. The long spear was like a dragon coming out of the sea, and the shadow of the spear that contained the color of blood in its pitch blackness blossomed steeply. Snap! The illusion created by Michael crumbled like pieces of glass. However, Erlangchen woke up still too late. The moment the illusion shattered, the bodies of the remaining grass-headed god and the 6 saints of Plum Mountain were engulfed by the golden flames transformed by the angels in the sky. At this point, the grass-headed god and the 6 saints of Plum Mountain sacrificed all their souls, burned out their bodies, gave up their divine positions, and did not enter the wheel of reincarnation, just to guard China and make up for the guilt of not guarding the mouth of the irrigation river 1,000 years ago. How dare you break free of my bonds? After the illusion shattered, scarlet blood crawled over the big, holy eyes, and cries of incredulous astonishment came from all parts of the world. You will pay in blood for the crimes you have committed. Watching the souls of the grass-headed god and the 6 saints of Plum Mountain break down and their physical bodies destroyed, Erlangshan was expressionless and his voice was silent though, but his trembling body was showing the uncontrollable anger in his heart. Demon, do you think you can escape my lord's judgment by breaking free of my bonds? Go to hell. After the initial shock wore off, the large, bloodshot eyes in the sky regained their composure, and voices once again resounded from all directions, and then the clean white 6-feathered wings, at the same time, violently vibrated. Little eyes like stars darted around, gradually converging on Erlangshan's side. The thousands of heavenly eyes flickered with crystalline light, and each flicker was accompanied by a golden holy sword flying out. These golden holy swords carried a heaviness like mountains and a lightness like flowing water. Between the mingling of thickness and lightness, the holy sword seemed to have a constant flow, and it was as if it could penetrate space. Ha! It was just that the long river gathered by the golden holy swords could not cause fear in Erlangshan's heart. He sneered, his eyes holding contempt and disregard for circus tactics. The lance in his hand stabbed out quickly towards the tiny eyes that were like stars. The shadow of the Daogun was etched into the void, leaving behind proof of piercing through the stars. Break! As a spear shadow that seemed to be able to tear through space and penetrate the stars stabbed out, a violent shout slammed down heavily from Erlangshan's mouth. The bellowing voice seemed to possess the divine power of words. The stars that were densely covered in the sky emitted a burst of roars one after another and exploded with a bang. The shadow of the gun that runs through the stars. Erlangshan is going to win. The gods of the Eagle Kingdom are despicable and shameless villains, taking advantage of the true Lord's absence to invade my irrigation river mouth. Will this know retribution? Judge Huaxia? These bull angels don't look at their own weight. What qualifications do they have to judge Huaxia? The great power displayed by Erlangshan after he broke free from his bonds boosted the confidence of the people in the Chinese audience. The mood among the Eagle Nation, on the other hand, was a bit depressed. How is that possible? How did Erlangshan's power become so much stronger? What kind of skill is power gained by burning divine blood? And it's not like you Erlang gods are the only ones who can burn divine blood. Some of the Eagle Nation's faces were a bit terrified, but they still spoke disdainfully. In the mouth of the river, the majestic power of Erlangshan after burning his divine blood terrified Michael's heart. The pupils in his enormous eyes suddenly narrowed. The 6 white feathered wings curled up at the same time, turning into a white holy shield that protected the huge eyeball. Erlangshan's terrifying power was no longer something Michael could fight against. Perhaps only by similarly burning the blood of a god would Michael be able to contend with the current Erlang god. The terrifying pressure behind the white feathers gradually escaped above the sky. Once again, a trace of horror flooded out of Fandong's pale white face. Michael, who possessed 1/3 of God's power, was already incredibly strong. After burning the divine blood, it would be even more terrifying. Erlangshan didn't dare to be arrogant, and the eyes that looked at Michael reeked of undisguised caution and gravity. Facing Michael after burning the divine blood, he didn't dare to say that he had a certainty of victory. The blood-red vapors on his body boiled more and more, while Erlangshan's hands grew steadier and steadier. After a few seconds had passed, the 6 clean white feathered wings, curled up into a ball, snapped open. A vast stream of air swept heaven and earth. Received for review. The arrogance in the large eyes became even more intense, and the voice that was just about to come out came to a screeching halt. It was only because in the moment of his arrogant carelessness, an infinite pressure suddenly escaped from Fandong's floating body. A figure like that of an emperor once again broke through the clouds and appeared in the eyes of the world. The emperor sat high above the throne, and his right hand, which was always resting on the throne, was suddenly raised. His right hand gripped towards Michael, while a voice carrying brilliant heavenly might came out of his mouth. You are worthy to judge my nephew? As the brilliant heavenly might fell, Michael's figure steeply froze for a moment, and it was during this moment of stagnation that the gravity in Erlangshan's eyes was replaced by a sharpness that pierced the heavens. Go to hell! A violent shout that shook heaven and earth exploded from Erlangshan's mouth. A gunblade so fast that it left no traces in the world shone with the heavens and earth. This spear-on was like a thunderbolt, and it disappeared in an instant after blossoming into a dazzling light between heaven and earth. Thunder dispersed all the clutter. No cicadas chirping, no birds chirping, the sky and earth suddenly silent. Subsequently, it was as if the mouth of the irrigation river was sunk by this shot. The earth cracked, the sky dome crumbled, and everything in the world shattered in an instant. The figures of Fandong, Erlangshan, and Michael reappeared above the National Games ring, with the help of a heavenly emperor's shadow. How dare you come to intimidate me? Now, let me bring down divine punishment on behalf of the Lord. Michael laughed out loud. a sound that resounded in all parts of heaven and earth, carrying a pressure that brought the hearts of the crowd close to exploding. Contempt and playfulness raged in his large eyes, looking at Fan Dong as if he was looking at a bug, dancing with its ferocious-looking weapon. Just the ease in Micah's voice and not a hint of joy on the faces of the Eagle Nation crowd. Endless panic made their bodies stiffen, and the finger pointing toward Michael seemed to have the weight of 1,000 pounds. Michael, can God live without a heart? Erlangshan's hand lance pointed at Michael, the cold aura on the tip of the lance. Let Michael's heart inexplicably born strands of coldness. Chapter 64, Michael dies. Pause the battle. Michael seemed to sense something and spoke coldly like a manipulated robot. A man cannot live without a heart, nor can a god live without a heart. After his voice fell, a piercing light lit up from the depths of the great eye, then shot out steeply. Wait for the glow to subside. Only where the light had shot out, at Michael's heart that flowed with a strange light, there was a hollow that displayed the scene after the big eye. How is that possible? Michael seemed resigned and remorseful, except that whether it's resignation or remorse, it's too late. The huge eye suspended in the sky was like a balloon, and raging energy poured out of the hollow. Immediately afterward, after the airflow fell silent, the eye suddenly swelled up and erupted with a shocking roar. Berserk energy raged above the national fortune ring. Under the outpouring of energy, the boundary set up by the heavenly Tao's will was like light paper, easily pierced through. The airflow was like waves, spreading in layers around the ring. Under the waves of this airwave, many of the figures of the spectators in the audience of the national fortune space flew backwards out of their seats. Only in the Chinese audience, it was as if there was a barrier protecting it, blocking all the airwaves. What happened? What's going on here? Michael's body exploded? This air current is too terrifying. Under the ravages of the air currents, the entire national fortune space was plunged into the darkness of the sky. In the midst of the panic, the masses of the country shouted loudly, and the cacophony filled the space of the national transportation in an instant. The unaffected Chinese masses, on the other hand, had a clear view of everything that was going on in the national fortune ring, only to see the big eye hanging high in the sky and the national games ring explode. White feathers fluttered wildly in the ring, and golden blood splashed across it. The sturdy ring was corroded with tiny crater after tiny crater by the golden blood. Erlangshan's proud stance stood upright in the national games ring. As for Fan Dong, who had created this excellent opportunity for Erlangshan, his figure was swaying slightly. After using the last of his strength to execute the heavenly emperor's might, Fan Dong was close to his limit. Thousands of years ago, the Christ God lineage overthrew me at the mouth of the river. After 1,000 years, Michael's death is just a bit of interest. In the future, I, Erlangshan, will fight my way into the Garden of Eden and have a moment with God. After the commotion in the audience had subsided a bit, the ink-black lance in Erlangshan's hand was pointed straight at the Eagle Kingdom audience. The gun intent that rose up to the sky made everyone in the Eagle Kingdom feel as if they were on their backs, and their hearts even stopped beating for a moment. It wasn't until Erlangshan's figure dissipated in the National Games ring that the Eagle Nation dared to relax their bodies slightly. Their faces were incredibly blue, and the eyes that looked at the Chinese audience were filled with infinite hatred. This hatred was not just because of the victory of Huaxia over the Eagle Kingdom, which led to the decline of the Eagle Kingdom's national fortunes, even more so because of the words that came out of Erlangshan's mouth, the words that were disrespectful to God. In the hearts of all Eagle country people, God is the irreplaceable Heavenly Father. Whoever is insulting God is touching their scales. What are you looking at? To look at your Chinese father with such eyes, you are truly some treason. Are these Eagle Nation people elementary school students? Don't have the strength to win a deadly battle and know how to stare at others with their eyes? Too stupid. Feeling the hate-filled eyes of the Eagle Nation, the Chinese didn't care in the slightest about the Eagle Nation's emotions. Not only are they rubbing salt into the scars, they're even going to add a few new ones. The Eagle Nation crowd's blood was hot, their faces red, and the hot blood stained their skin all over. Some of the irascible Eagle Nation crowd even raised their weapons, intending to cross the audience and reason with the Chinese, but without waiting for them to go over the parapet. The heavens will directly wipe these people out of the national fortune space. The fifth game of the deadly battle. Huaxia wins, the national fortune is raised by 10%. If the Eagle Kingdom loses, its fortunes will be reduced by 10%. The voice of the heavenly Tao fell, and rare mineral veins appeared one after another in the territory of Huaxia. On top of that, many extinct creatures have even reappeared within China as well. An Eagle's Nation, the Statue of Liberty, which represents the will of Eagle's Nation, shattered with a thud. The collapsed Statue of Liberty also seemed to signal the downfall of Eagle Country. 10 deadly battles. Huaxia has already won 3. If Huaxia wins 3 more, it will win the final victory of the deadly battle. After the rewards of the national fortune as well as the punishments were handed out, the voice of the heavenly Tao resounded once again from the depths of the heavenly vault. This time, it wasn't just the people of the Eagle Kingdom who had ugly faces. All the masses of the deadly battle initiating kingdom were grimacing. If we really let Huaxia win the dead war, then these dead war initiating countries would be completely lifting a rock and stoning their own feet. Not only will their national fortunes be somewhat weakened, the national fortune of China will even reach a level that has never been seen before or even since. Thinking of this, all the masses turned their attention to the Tianzhu kingdom at the same time. Within the entire national space, only the Celestial Kingdom still had the strength to stop Huaxia. The confidence that he had before was no longer present in the complexion of the holy hero of the Celestial Dharma Kingdom, Gan Tian. Michael's strength as the first god under God could already be called top-notch, yet it was such a top god that had lost miserably to Fan Dong. Facing Fan Dong, a player who didn't know how much untapped potential he had, Gan Tian was no longer sure of victory. The eyes in his pupils spun rapidly. After weighing the pros and cons against the size of his chances of victory, Gan Tian suddenly opened his mouth at the national fortune ring. The Celestial Kingdom requests to move for a deadlocked pause opportunity. Without consulting any country, Gan Tian used the only pause that belonged to the country that initiated the deadly battle. It wasn't that Gan Tian was overly dictatorial. Rather, the probability is that all future deadly battles will be fought by him. The Celestial Kingdom. There is no use in consulting with other countries. Request established. Deadly war is suspended. Deadly war initiating nations pause count is depleted once. Remaining count is 0. The will of heaven allowed Gan Tian's request. The voice of the heavenly Tao fell languidly, and in each eye a tide of white water flooded all the scene in the eye. After the feeling of heavenly rotation disappeared, everyone returned to the outside world at the same time. Back to the hospital. After experiencing the space leap, Fan Dong, whose strength was already depleted, could no longer stabilize his body. He stumbled and staggered, holding himself just above the window. Through the glass, only 2 major waves of people were seen outside the hospital. A few voices were faintly audible amidst the noise. So what if Fan Dong is great? Does it cover up the fact that he is a bad human being and massacred his compatriots? If my brother Wang Qin were to take the field, he would definitely not be much weaker than Fan Dong. Wang Qin? That punk who lost 3 matches in a row? I'm afraid he's still lying in a hospital bed now. Fan Dong was slightly surprised by the noise coming from the crowd. In the midst of Lu Hualiang's overwhelming marketing of Wang Qin, he didn't expect that there would also be Chinese people who would support him. But it's not hard to understand. After all, with Fan Dong's stunning performance in the National Games ring, he was bound to conquer a lot of Chinese people who admired strength. Thinking of this, Fan Dong no longer cared about the noises outside the hospital and struggled to sit on the chair next to the hospital bed. Right after he sat down on his butt in the chair, a group of people suddenly flooded into the hospital room. At the head of the group was the same spirited nurse who had previously tried to drive away Fan Dong and Fan Dong's mom. Chapter 65, These Crazy Fans. Seriously sick? The spunky nurse walked into the hospital room with a timid step and a trembling look on her face. Behind them, 7 hospital leaders in suits and fatheads with fawning and ingratiating faces. 8 people poured into the hospital room in unison. The not-so-large ward became crowded in an instant. Fan Dong's pale face caused several leaders to freeze in their stature, their faces stunned. But the consternation quickly disappeared, and a leader, like a pug, smiled at Fan Dong. And then this chubby leader's small eyes looked at the spunky nurse. The fawning and servility in his sight was replaced by viciousness in an instant. He shoved the spunky nurse hard to the ground with a low, repulsive growl. On your knees. Apologize to the hero. The harsh voice made the spunky nurse so fearful that she was physically helpless. After her legs went limp, the ragged nurse fell to her knees in front of Fan Dong. Fan Dong, the previous decision to expel you and your mother was entirely made by this nurse privately. We, as leaders, had no idea. Seeing the shrewish nurse obediently kneeling on the ground, the hospital's director bowed his waist and spoke with a fawning smile. He had an innocent look on his face, as if he really didn't know. But Fan Dong will not be like a little cute, generally good at fooling around. His eyes looked indifferently at the 7 leaders in front of him in human form, and he laughed coldly in his heart. Without the instruction of this group of hospital leaders, how could a small nurse have the guts to expel Fan Dong as well as Fan Dong's mother? Now the reason why this group of leaders to his Fan Dong's attitude, there is a 180-degree turn. It is not because he won 3 games in a row in the dead battle, regained his fame, want to continue to use his Fan Dong's fame to make money. Thinking of this, Fan Dong, who had taken the initiative, casually sat in a more relaxed position. He looked contemptuously at the few leaders in front of him. The ridicule in their eyes seemed to turn into a sharp sword, piercing straight into their hearts, causing a few moments of anxiety to rise in their hearts. According to you, then I have to thank you? When the inner uneasiness of this group of leaders gradually manifested itself on their faces, Fan Dong coldly opened his mouth. This voice did not carry any emotion though it was flat, but to the ears of the leaders, it was as if there was a big stone blocking their hearts. Don't dare! Don't dare! The leaders' figures froze again, their faces flushed, and although the dean had a hint of sulking on his face because of this sarcastic voice from Fan Dong, However, thinking of the huge benefits that the word Fandang could bring them, the dean still had the courage to open his mouth. We don't have anything else to say, but we would like to ask your mother to continue to be treated at this hospital. If your mother can continue to be treated in our hospital, we will use the most expensive medicines and the most advanced instruments to rescue your mother, and all you have to pay for is just to publicize our hospital. The dean hid the sulk on his face well, and his voice seemed extremely sincere as he apologized towards Fandong. But by this group of moralistic beasts, deceived Fandong for many years, now how will fall into the trap of this group of beasts again? Once upon a time, this group of beasts had used the same words to deceive the socially inexperienced Fandong. Fandong had thought that as long as the contract was signed, the commitment of this group of leaders would inevitably not be changed. But the contract is a scrap of paper with no validity for these beasts. They are crazy to use Fandong's name to gain benefits. The treatment given to Fandong's mother consisted of ordinary drugs with expensive price tags. If you want to use expensive medications, Fandong still needs to pay for them. Not only that, when he, Fandong, was being suppressed by Lu Hualiang, this group of hospital leaders also took bribes from Lu Hualiang and did not give Fandong timely treatment. Some minor injuries were dragged into major injuries by a bunch of doctors with no medical ethics. As for major injuries, they are treated directly without any certainty. Fandong fell to the point where all 9 gods died out, and it can be said that this group of profit-oriented leaders cannot get out of any responsibility. Scoff. Do you guys think that the current me is still something you can hoodwink at will? Fandong scoffed at the dean's moralizing, and the words he uttered, even more so, did not take into account the face of this group of leaders at all. The fawning smiles on the faces of the leaders, led by the dean, froze abruptly. Wisps of gloom after wisps of gloom surfaced, if only faintly, in the fawning smile. It's just that in the face of great benefits, any awkwardness and embarrassment can be dissolved. After hiding the gloominess on his face, the dean's face, once again, put up fawning and currying favor. Fandong, let bygones be bygones. In the future, I promise that everything I promise is not false, and your mother has been treated at this hospital. You don't think transferring is that easy, do you? The dean appeared to have a sincere face, but the words he uttered carried a clear threatening undertone. The casualness on Fandong's face was gradually replaced by icy cold. The past cannot pass. As for the ease of transferring hospitals, that depends on the strength of these leaders. The physical exhaustion was forcibly expelled by Fandong, and one icy killing intent after another surged out along with Fandong's body standing up, bearing the assault of icy killing intent. The bodies of these leaders couldn't help but retreat towards the entrance of the ward. It's not up to you to decide how easy it is to transfer hospital capacity. When the killing intent on Fandong's body was about to stab these few leaders, a voice, suddenly, came from outside the intensive care unit. Then, a soldier with an upright, unruffled body strides into the hospital room. The Chinese Army Hospital, received an order from the chief to come and pick up Fandong as well as his mom and go to the Chinese Army Hospital for treatment. The soldier scanned the crowd present and spoke solemnly to the dean. His voice brooked no disobedience from Dean. It was as if he dared to put the bald Dean on the spot if he dared to disagree with him. At those words, a hint of decadence spilled out of the Dean's eyes. Even if he was arrogant and domineering, how could he dare to fight against the officials? And this official, on the orders of the head of China, orders from the Dragon Chief? While the hospital leaders were silent, Fandong was somewhat elated. The medical standard of the Chinese Army Hospital is second to none in the whole of China. It would be a blessing for him, Fandong, as well as his mother, to be able to enter the Chinese Army Hospital for treatment. Upon hearing Fandong's question, the soldier's sullen face brought up a hint of admiration and nodded heavily, and the disheveled look on the faces of the hospital leaders intensified when they saw the soldier's movements. In China, the dragon head could only refer to one person, Long Baichuan. Long Baichuan is the highest chief of China, not to mention just picking up Fandong. Even if they were to make this hospital of theirs simply disappear, it wouldn't be that difficult. It is important to realize that this hospital is not exactly legally compliant. They've driven a lot of people to their deaths just by virtue of messing with medical bills. Thinking of this, the hospital director's regrets about losing Fandong evaporated, and all he had in his heart was the celebration of not being pursued to the end. Unfortunately, this glimmer of celebration will also soon dissipate. After answering Fandong's query, the soldier spoke coldly to the hospital director. Your hospital is suspected of illegal and disorderly behavior, and now, we will investigate according to the law. The cold voice made the bodies of these few hospital leaders as if they were plunged into an ice cave, and the extreme fear made their hands and feet go cold. After all, once they are investigated, it is simply impossible to cover up those illegal and disorderly acts they have committed. A single piece of evidence of the crime of hurting people is enough to sentence these hospital leaders to death. Fandong, intercede for us. Fandong, please, please, I have a family. I can't go to jail. These few leaders thought of the consequences of being arrested. Their bodies shook like chaff, kneeling down and kowtowing desperately toward Fandong. But Fandong was just like looking at a mole cricket, indifferently looking at these leaders who had just been human. The death penalty is the greatest forgiveness for these animals. Fandong pushed his mother and boarded an ambulance bound for the Chinese army hospital. The ambulance drove slowly out of the hospital, even though there were a number of soldiers in front of them to open the way. The fans who were overcome by Fandong's powerful strength were still launching wave after wave towards Fandong, either to follow the trend, or to express their fondness for Fandong. They were like Wang Qin's brain-damaged fans, shouting madly at the ambulance where Fandong was. Fandong, come out and see us. Fandong, I divorced my husband and sold my house in order to come to Imperial City to see you, so come out and see us. Irrational fans crowded the path of the ambulance's progress, making it almost impossible for the ambulance to move an inch. Even the long fingernails of some fans scratched bloody marks on the faces of military personnel who were evacuating traffic. The group of fans who were lying on the ambulance window like zombies made Fandong's mood a bit annoying. Not long ago, he was obviously still madly abusive to him Fandong because of Wang Qin, and now he is acting as if he is madly fond of him Fandong. The brains of these people, aren't they a little big sick? And the conditions inside the ambulance were such that it could only keep his mom barely alive. Fandong would never allow his mom's treatment to suffer because of these crazy fans. Thinking of this, Fandong no longer hesitated and walked out of the ambulance. The figure of Fandong stepping out of the ambulance made the group of fans even more frantic. Even the human wall formed by the soldiers was a bit unable to carry the rush of the group of fans. Brother Fandong, say something. Fandong, say something. Crazy fans, expecting Fandon to speak up, and Fandon is doing just that. It's just that the words he's about to say aren't what this group of fans is expecting. Chapter 66, Cutting with Brainwashed Fans. My mom is in a very precarious situation, so don't block this place, people. Fandong's face carried indifference on top of it, and his tone was even a bit hard. His mom's life was in danger and the situation didn't allow him to be in a calm mood. However, Fandong's rawness didn't calm this group of fans down. They're like masochists. Not only did he not get a little bored because of Fandong's cold and raw demeanor, but he was even more frantic. Brother Fandong is so cool, please accept my gift. Ah, Fandong. Brother Fandong, look this way. I love you. I want to give you monkeys. Fandong. This group of crazy fans desperately squeezed towards Fandong, not paying the slightest attention to Fandong's words. Or rather, they don't care if Fandong's mom lives or dies. All they care about is their own feelings. The group of crazy fans rushed harder and harder, making Fandong's face even more gloomy. When the anger in his heart rose to the extreme, Fandong was like a furious lion, roaring towards the surrounding crowd. Get out of my way, all of you. The players in the Battle of Nations are not stars, and I don't need your crazy likes. Keeping your sanity and supporting Wasia is what you should do. The sudden explosion of sound made everyone freeze in place, not knowing what to do at all for a moment. These people obviously did not expect Fandong to reject their support so decisively. Are these the words coming out of Fandong's mouth? How could he do this? How could he do this to our support? After a few breaths had passed, some people came back to their senses. They opened their mouths incredulously, with a distinctly sobbing tone in their voices. In their eyes, they really liked Fandong, but Fandong's voice poked them hard. It's just that Fandong doesn't care about these people's moods. Now these people seem to be crazy about him. Fandong, but if he, Fandong, once loses the battle of national fortunes, then everything he likes now will be turned into sharp arrows shot at him. These people will never understand this though. They never think they are right. Humph, you guys like Fandong, but I haven't seen Fandong like you guys either? Ha, didn't you guys rebuke Brother Wang Qin for Fandong? That's how Fandong responded to your support. Laughing to death. Wishful thinking to support Fandong, but he doesn't even need the support of you clowns. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans saw Fandong cutting away from these crazy fans. They laughed and laughed, recklessly mocking these people who had once quarreled with them verbally over Fandong. The faces of the fans who had just been shouting madly at Fandong became extremely ugly. They were originally fans of Wang Qin, and now Fandong has cut the ties between them. These irrational fans naturally returned to the camp of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans. I don't like Fandong anymore. He makes me sick. It's still Brother Wang Qin who's good. At least he won't fail us. Fandong is still that despicable and shameless villain. I'm a dog for supporting him again. This group of people who had just been liking Fandong were cursing at him in an instant. Some of the signs that had words written in support of Fandong were also thrown on the ground by them ruthlessly, like garbage that they trampled on at will. As for some of the gifts that were prepared to be given to Fandong, they were even used as weapons and thrown fiercely at Fandong. The crowd in full fury became more and more tumultuous, and not only did it not tend to disperse, instead, he became more agitated because of Fandong's unflinching words. They were like horrifying waves, wave after wave hitting the human wall made up of soldiers. Even though the willpower quality of all these soldiers is unbelievably tough, but facing a mass of people who could not fight back, they still staggered under the impact of the lurid waves. Phew! The look on Fan Dong's face grew colder and colder, and after he exhaled a breath, he spoke again in a raw manner. Get out of the way, all of you. Don't make me do it. The raw sound still didn't make the group of crazed fans think about dispersing. An even more vicious taunt popped out of their mouths. What? You're going to do it to us again? Just like you massacred our compatriots in the national space? Truly worthy of being an executioner. Letting you replace Brother Wang Qin in the death battle was the most wrong decision in Huaxia. You Fan Dong will never be able to compare to my brother Wang Qin. The frantic fans pointed at Fan Dong and cursed angrily in order to regain face. And Fan Dong was really angry at the moment. He stopped speaking, realizing that any words would just be talking to a bull to this group of brain-dead fans. Indifferent eyes scanned everyone around them, then spoke softly. The might of the Heavenly Emperor. As the voice fell, majestic pressure surged out from Fan Dong's body, turning into waves that spread out towards the surrounding layers. Under the wave of this pressure, the brainwashed fans who had just lost their minds fell heavily to the ground with both knees. This oppression is only for brain-dead fans. The sensible fans who were just standing on the side of the road looking at Fan Dong from a distance were not affected by any of the ripples. Scatter! Fan Dong let out a furious shout, and the pressure spread once again along with the powerful airflow. The crowd that had crowded around the ambulance was likewise swept away abruptly by the current of air. Phew! A mouthful of cloudy air was exhaled again. After releasing the Heavenly Emperor's might, Fan Dong's originally pale face was even more bloodless at this moment. Perseverance supported Fan Dong's body from collapsing, and he walked into the ambulance after coldly scanning the surrounding crowd. Immediately afterward, the ambulance departed from the empty road. Only a bunch of brain-dead fans were left lying on the ground, wailing in pain. After Fan Dong left from the crowded crowd, inside a towering building, Jing Qing was filled with sadness. Sis, Jinhua just sent a message that they want to cancel our contract. To the side of Jing Qing, the feminine-looking Chen Tian spoke through gritted teeth at Jing Qing. Chen Tian was Jing Qing's cousin and was in charge of Jing Qing's external procurement. What's the reason? Jing Qing seemed to be extremely tired as she rubbed her brow with both hands, and there was an undisguised sense of powerlessness in her voice. Like the rest of the company, it's all because of Fan Dong. In Chen Tian's narrow eyes, he had a deeply hidden resentment towards Jing Qing. He used to be in charge of the company's purchasing business, from which he could make a very substantial profit. But as Jing Qing's relationship with Fan Dong breaks down, one company after another cuts off cooperation with their company. The amount of oil he can get is not even a tenth of what he had before, although it was Jing Cheng who made him, a rural boy without any education, rich overnight. But if Jing Qing hadn't cut ties with Fan Dong, how could he have ended up in imminent bankruptcy when he should have been more affluent? Thinking of this, after a hint of hesitation flashed across Chen Tian's face, he gently inquired to Jing Cheng, who still had her brows lowered. Sis, don't you have a single hope of getting back together with Fan Dongjin? Chapter 67, Getting Back Together? Fan Dong is my brother-in-law. When Jing Qing heard this, her soft body trembled steeply, and fear and hesitation flared above her cold and clear face. I spoke heavily that day, and there's a big chance that Fan Dong won't get back together with me. Rubbing his aching head, Jing Qing's voice was a little hoarse. Once the words of that day were spoken, there was no room for maneuver in the relationship between her and Fan Dong. Going to find Fan Dong to get back together now is like going to ask for humiliation. However, Chen Tian did not know exactly what Jing Cheng had said to Fan Dong. All he knows is that today's status quo is not going to change if he doesn't get a change. Then there is a high probability that life after that will go back to the poverty of the past. Therefore, Chen Tian quickly walked to Jing Qing's side, holding Jing Qing's shoulders with both hands, his eyes staring straight at Jing Qing as he opened his mouth. Highly probable doesn't mean there's not a glimmer of hope. How do you know Fan Dong won't get back together with you if you don't give it a try? This voice that consoled Jing Qing did not carry any cracks, as if Chen Tian was really just looking out for Jing Qing. Chen Tian's compulsion caused Jing Qing's originally tired eyes to bring up a ray of hope. Still, the words that came out of her mouth when she broke with Fandon made her hesitate a bit. Don't hesitate. Do you still want to live the poor life you had before? Seeing the hesitation in Jing Qing's eyes, a trace of anxiety flashed across Chen Tian's face. The hands holding Jing Qing's shoulders shook, and his tone became somewhat harsh. Jing Qing looked at the look on his cousin's face, which no longer had the good behavior of before. Instead, it takes on the fear and viciousness of a life of poverty. In Jing Qing's heart, there was a trace of a strange feeling that flooded his mind. Just in the thought that after the company went bankrupt, life would return to poverty. Jing Qing's face, the same fear was born. The hesitation in her eyes was replaced by a dash of determination as she nodded heavily at Chen Tian. Good, I'll go. The current Jing Cheng, although noble as the president of a large company, but she's still just a stupid woman who started out with Fan Dong's reputation, Driven by fear, she actually believed in Chen Tian's compulsion, thinking that Fan Dong can get back together with her. Ha! The emotions that had been suppressed for a long time within Chen Tian's heart were finally vented. A relaxed smile rippled across his face, and the pace at which he accompanied Jing Qing to find Fan Dong had an unprecedented ease. After Jing Qing made the decision to find Fan Dong to get back together, Chen Tian and Jing Qing, the two of them, soon arrived at the Chinese Army Hospital. For once, they didn't make a big deal out of it, dressing to match as complete passers-by. Stepping out of the car, Chen Tian and Jing Qing, the two of them, walked quickly towards the Chinese Army Hospital. Just as they had just reached the entrance of the hospital, the two soldiers at the entrance suddenly blocked their way in unison. Comrade, this is a military site. If you don't have permission to pass, please leave. The Chinese Army Hospital was the best hospital within the Chinese military, and many big names convalesced here. Therefore, it's not like this hospital is accessible to just anyone. Being blocked by two soldiers at the entrance of the hospital, both Chen Tian and Jing Qing were stunned. No one had dared to stop the two of them like this since they had developed a reputation by virtue of Fan Dong's fame. Do you know who we are? How dare you stop us? Chen Tian's face was arrogant and domineering, his index finger pointing at the two soldiers as he arrogantly opened his mouth. Whoever you are, if you don't have a pass, please leave immediately. If it were the average person, they might really be scared. But the soldiers are backed by the whole of China, and the steel guns in their hands are slightly raised. With a slightly threatening voice, he relentlessly told the duo of Jing Qing and Chen Tian to leave. Okay, I won't argue with you two big-headed soldiers. Can't we even go in to visit our hospitalized relatives? Chen Tian forced down the irritation and anger in his heart, thinking that he was at peace with himself as he opened his mouth to the two soldiers. No, however, soldiers only obeyed orders as their vocation, and they didn't care what Chen Tian's duo wanted to do. Chen Tian was already annoyed by the company's declining earnings, and the stubbornness of the two soldiers at this moment had directly enraged him. As soon as he pulled off the hat that hid his face, he threw peace of mind out the window and pointed his index finger in the faces of the two soldiers and shouted, "Do you know who my brother-in-law is? My brother-in-law is the great hero Fan Dong who just won 3 deadly battles for China." Chen Tian's shameless voice caused Jing Qing's face under the mask to redden slightly. She was the one who initiated the breakup with Fan Dong before, but now she had to borrow the name of Fan Dong's girlfriend in order to enter the hospital. Unfortunately, even though Chen Tian presented himself as Fan Dong's brother-in-law, the two soldiers were still dead set on not letting the two of them pass. And not only that, Chen Tian's act of blowing his own cover attracted a lot of people who were eating it. Fan Dong's brother-in-law? Hasn't Fan Dong severed his relationship with Jing Qing? When did he get a brother-in-law again? Is the dream of marrying Fan Dong so broken? Who in the world shortchanged Fan Dong? Ha! Isn't this Chen Tian? He's a fart. Fan Dong's brother-in-law. His cousin Jing Qing broke up with Fan Dong a long time ago. Crowds from all around continued to converge at the entrance of the Chinese Army Hospital. The taunts and finger-pointing that rang out one after another caused Jing Qing's face under his mask to burn. Even Chen Tian, who thought that his skin was thicker than a city wall, couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed at this moment. Chen Tian forced himself to endure the embarrassment and just stood at the entrance of the hospital. And the crowd was attracted more and more by Chen Tian. The noise of the people made the whole hospital noisy, and the crowded traffic added a bit of clutter to the noise. Seeing that the situation was evolving towards an uncontrollable situation, the faces of the two soldiers brought up panic. However, facing the ordinary people of China, the duo, who were soldiers, did not dare to use force to drive them away. As they watched the crowd's clamor intensify, the two soldiers were at a loss for words. Luckily, Fan Dong slowly walked out from inside the hospital. Fan Dong's figure was exposed in the eyes of the crowd, and the entire crowd around the hospital suddenly became even more boisterous. Fan Dong is out. This is going to make things fun. Before Fan Dong, everyone shouting when Jing Qing and people Fan Dong cut off relations. Now people Fan Dong good up. He Jing Qing and no Fan Dong good? Also all achievements are the result of their own efforts. By their own efforts do not come to Fan Dong. A mocking voice was like a sharp silver needle, piercing out bloody holes that surfaced on Jing Qing's heart. However, Chen Tian seemed to be not even aware of the fact that Jing Qing had severed his relationship with Fan Dong. He tightly grasped Jing Qing's sleeve, and with a thick skin, he opened his mouth remotely to Fan Dong. Brother-in-law, these two soldiers won't let us in to visit Auntie. You must punish them severely. Chen Tian is more of a laughingstock than a clown. A mere shout caused the surrounding crowd to roar with laughter. Still, brother-in-law, this Chen Tianjin doesn't know shame. Cut. You have to know that Fan Dong is now the hero who won 3 deadly battles for China. If he can get on Fan Dong's good side, this kid Chen Tian can continue to soar. No wonder people can get rich. With this kind of cheek thicker than the corner of a city wall, going to sell assholes can make something of it. In a moment of mockery, the teasing taunts grew more vicious. Jing Qing's face was as hot as coals of fire, and if it wasn't for Chen Tian's death grip on her sleeve, I'm afraid that she would have already fled in a mess. With his feet trampling on countless taunts, Fan Dong took one step at a time and walked to the entrance of the hospital. Looking at the once high and mighty Jing Qing, who could now only endure unbridled mockery, Fan Dong's face did not have any ripples born. He had already predicted what would happen to Chen Tian and Jing Qing. Jing Qing was just a little cutie without any powers, and Chen Tian is even a greedy little man who only cares about his own interests. With the merger of the two, even the top 100 companies in China would not be able to withstand the operation of these two crouching dragons and phoenixes. Brother-in-law, mind these big-headed soldiers. Watching Fan Dong slowly walk to the entrance of the hospital, Chen Tian spoke petulantly to Fan Dong. The two soldiers at the door had their hearts skipped a beat, fearing that Fan Dong would really listen to Chen Tian, but Fan Dong just had a vicious chill in his heart. He looked at the innocence feigned on Chen Tian's face and spoke in disgust. Chapter 68, Fan Dong is still a waste of space for everyone. Do you deserve to be called brother-in-law? Fan Dong's cold voice caused the smile on Chen Tian's face to freeze. At the same time, it also made the hint of hope on Jing Qing's face disappear. Is it difficult? Is it true that you and my cousin do not have the slightest affection? Chen Tian was somewhat unable to believe it, his eyes glaring round and wide as he spoke with difficulty to Fan Dong. Affection? If there were true affection, how could I be unworthy of being compared to Wang Qin in your cousin's mouth? Fan Dong's voice did not carry any emotion, and the words he uttered even made Jing Qing's heart fall into an ice cave. But Chen Tian still fought about pursuing that vain hope. After hearing Fan Dong's words without any emotion, Chen Tian's excitement drowned out the rationality in his mind. He grabbed Jing Qing's arm fiercely and dragged Jing Qing to Fan Dong's face. Didn't you not even touch Jing Qing's body? As long as you promise to get back together, Jing Qing is yours. Under the fear of a poor life, Chen Tian was like a mad beast. He disregarded the eating crowds around him and gave up Jing Qing's face and dignity as he hissed his voice towards Fan Dong and opened his mouth. Chen Tian's rough movements caused Jing Qing's fair white arm to be imprinted with a bloody bloodstain. The double oppression of pain and shame, moreover, caused Jing Qing's eyes to have crystal tears swirling in their sockets. Pity mixed with coolness, just by looking at it, I feel sorry for it. However, Fan Dong's eyes still didn't have any waves rising from them. The more pitiful Jing Qing acted, the more disgusted he felt. Ha! Get the hell away from me. You'll only make me sick now. Fan Dong sneered twice and spoke faintly, not caring at all about Chen Tian and Jing Qing's pleas. Ha ha ha, the duo of Chen Tian and Jing Qing are really clowns. What a joke. I used to think Jing Qing was a goddess, but now it's really cheap. It's all upside down. Stinking. Fan Dong doesn't care about you, but you can stick it to me. Fan Dong's unflinching words caused Chen Tian's mind to fall into a momentary trance, and a feeling of fainting hit him, which caused his confinement of Jing Qing to relax slightly. The vicious taunt caused Jing Qing to struggle away from Chen Tian's restraints. Covering her face and not caring to keep up her image as a goddess, she pushed her way through the crowd and ran back to the car. Red eyes stared dully at the steering wheel. From the steering wheel, Jing Qing seemed to see the headlines after today. In order to get back together with Fan Dong, Jing Qing, who is leading the trend of women in the new era, goes so far as to sell her body. This kind of explosive news will definitely set China off like a dynamite barrel. Chen Tian, who had been thrown in the crowd by Jing Qing, was now slowing down. There was no longer the pleading and misery in his eyes that had just been there. The eyes that looked at Fan Dong were filled with ferocity like that of a wild beast, as if they wanted to eat Fan Dong alive. Good. Since you, Fan Dong, are so ennobled, don't blame us for being heartless. Chen Tian acted like a punk and put down harsh words to Fan Dong, his comical appearance once again causing the crowd to burst into laughter. Fan Dong even felt that Chen Tian was like a mosquito fly, constantly clamoring in his ears. Realizing that Fan Dong didn't care about the harsh words he had laid down, Chen Tian snorted coldly, vented his anger and generally peeled away from the crowd, and quickly stepped back into the car. Inside the car, Jing Qing and Chen Tian were speechless for a long time. Not only did the farce that just happened not save their soon-to-be bankrupt company, even Jing Qing's image of that alpine beauty shattered in the blink of an eye. I'll help you contact Lu Hualiang. The only way now is to defect to Lu Hualiang. After a long period of silent speechlessness, Chen Tian was the first to speak. His voice was cold, no longer having the respect he had for Jing Qing before. It was as if the current Jing Qing was just a tool to help him maintain his affluent life. Lu Hualiang? The three words Lu Hualiang were like the name of the devil, causing a ray of fear to creep into Jing Qing's eyes. Lu Hualiang attempted to get Jing Qing's body more than once. Now take the initiative to rely on Lu Hualiang, then waiting for Jing Qing's only endless abuse and toying. Other than defecting to Lu Hualiang, do you have any other way? The only advantage you have now is your skin. After his nature was exposed, Chen Tian's shadowy eyes were laced with ferocity. After glancing coldly at Jing Qing, he drove in a direction. Although the demise of Jingqing Corporation was largely due to Chen Tian's greed, but Chen Tian won't review himself. He would only be bent on using Jingqing to make up for the faults he had committed. The shade in Chen Tian's eyes caused an irrepressible fear to arise in Jingqing's heart. At this moment, Jingqing finally knew regret. She regretted breaking with Fandong, regretted thinking she could control the company with her own strength. As Chen Tian and Jingqing decided to defect to Lu Hualiang was casually sitting in front of Wang Qin at the moment. Wang Qin, on the other hand, looked trembling. After healing from his serious injuries, there was no longer any arrogance on his handsome face. The gloom made him seem a little more mature and stable. Fandong's reputation in China is not much worse than yours. Lu Hualiang's face carried no emotion. However, the pressure that filled his words caused Wang Qin to feel the pressure multiply. If it wasn't for those brain-dead fans interfering with me, I would have definitely won that death match. A hint of viciousness drifted up on Wang Qin's coy face. The slightly indignant tone is full of complaints and hatred for brain-dead fans. In that fight with Apollo, he had originally had the upper hand. If it wasn't for the self-righteous interference of that group of brain-dead fans, how could he, Wang Qin, have been seriously injured and dying, allowing Fan Dong the opportunity to take the field? Don't give me these reasons. If I give you another chance, I'll ask you if you can win a death match. Hearing Wang Qin's sophistry, a hint of huffiness welled up on Lu Hualiang's ancient and unperturbed face. He slapped his big hand hard on a side table and shouted angrily at Wang Qin. The loud noise made Wang Qin's whole body tremble, and Lu Hualiang's anger forced him to hurry up and make assurances. Yes. Wang Qin bent over and held his breath for fear of disturbing Lu Hualiang. At those words, the anger in Lu Hualiang's heart gradually subsided. He played with the curio in his hand and spoke softly. Let Fan Dong win this deadly battle first. After Fan Dong wins the deathmatch, I'll add an extra round to the fight against the Nordic Empire, whose national power has been minimized. When the time comes, you have to win it for me. Lu Hualiang turned the curio back and forth in his hand. Although his figure looked cozy and relaxed, Wang Qin knew what would happen if he couldn't finish Lu Hualiang's request. This time, even if I die in the National Games ring, I'm sure I can win the extra match. Thinking of Lu Hualiang's vicious methods, Wang Qin's whole body shivered and hastened to solemnly assure Lu Hualiang, as long as you can win this extra match, I'll get someone to market you heavily and give you credit for winning the death match. When the time comes, you, Wang Qin, will be the biggest contributor to Huaxia, while Fan Dong will still be that trash that everyone shouts at. Lu Hualiang looked calm, but the words he uttered were filled with a venom and viciousness that made Wang Qin's heart tremble. Understood. Wang Qin lowered his head. Lu Hualiang's tactics made him not dare to give birth to any thoughts of disobedience. While Lu Hualiang and Wang Qin were plotting against Fandong, Tian Zhuguo was also looking for a player who could win against Fandong. Under a Bodhi tree that covered the sky, a monk with a slim figure was suspended in midair. The monk pointed one finger to the sky and the other to the earth, and a domineering aura of soul dominance escaped from his body. In front of the monk, the holy hero of the celestial kingdom, Gan Tian, bent over and spoke respectfully to the monk. Chapter 69, The Merit of the Sutra and Accomplishing the Victory of the Buddha. World Honored 1. Huaxia has already won 3 consecutive matches in the deadly battle. I'm afraid, only your appearance can contain Huaxia. Gan Tian's voice was so humble that it seemed to sink into the mud. Facing the monk, Gan Tian, who was the holy hero of the celestial kingdom, did not dare to carry a trace of disrespect on his face. However, Gan Tian's humility did not cause the monk known as World Honored 1 to make any moves. His holiness' eyes were slightly closed and he did not even open his mouth to speak. The only thing was that the aura of the body gradually climbed up, causing the air around him to turn into a vortex that swept up the linden leaves. The gradual climb of the aura made the surrounding atmosphere gradually heavy. Bean-sized sweat dripped from Gan Tian's cheeks, and his slightly obscene body couldn't help but tremble from exhaustion. Even at this moment, Gan Tian's entire body was sore and aching, but he didn't dare to straighten up or have any complaints on his face. While Gan Tian's body was shaking, a magnificent voice suddenly came out from the world-honored one's thin body. Under the encroachment of the Buddhas, most of the Chinese faith has been lost. Can't you even defeat China, which has lost most of its faith? Under this magnificent voice, Gan Tian's heart shook as his trembling body froze in place due to extreme fear. I'm sorry, world-honored one. We somewhat underestimated the strength of Chinese player Fandong. The fear of the world-honored one caused the soreness in Gan Tian's body to subside for the most part. He opened his mouth shakily, trying to explain what had allowed Huaxia to win 3 games in a row. It was just that world-honored one didn't care about Gan Tian's explanation as he snorted coldly and spoke faintly. What's there to explain? A loss is a loss. For the next battle, there's no need for my father to appear. Monk Jiado will suffice. The world-honored one's voice that seemed to be filled with the might of heaven and earth fell. A tall monk with a standing palm in his left hand and a long, dark stick in his right. Like a ghost, he suddenly appeared in front of Gon Tian. Gon Tian raised his head slightly, his pupils suddenly shrinking. From this monk's body, he could feel as thick as a mountain. But even though the monk was strong, he did seem strong enough. However, when he thought of Fan Dong's seemingly invincible figure on earth, Gon Tian's heart was a little hesitant again. World-honored one, Fan Dong's strength may exceed your imagination. Doubts in his heart drove Gon Tian to harden his head and speak softly to the world-honored one. Ha! Do you know which god Gideon can summon? A light smile appeared on the world-honored one's dry face, and his magnificent voice carried an unprecedented pride. The god he can summon is Hanuman the god monkey. At those words, the hesitation on Gon Tian's face did not diminish in the slightest. Instead, it's a lot thicker. Hanuman is both the son of the god of winds and the patron deity of Lord Shiva. He received the true teachings from the originator, the great Brahma, and specializes in eliminating evil and promoting good in the three realms of heaven, earth and the underworld. But what can Hanuman do with all those titles? Which of the gods summoned by Fan Dong was weaker than Hanuman? The world-honored one's calm eyes saw the hesitation on Gon Tian's face. He laughed softly again and spoke faintly. Do you think Hanuman is still the Hanuman of old? You should know that the Sun Wukong traveled westward to seek the true scriptures and universalize the heavenly merits of thousands of beings, but it was added to Hanuman's body. The world-honored one changed his previous mysterious and dignified manner, and his words were laced with endless mockery and teasing. A hesitant look froze on Gon Tian's face, which was then replaced by joy. Although the journey to the west to obtain the scriptures is a farce of the Buddhas, but the merits and beliefs are real. If the heavenly merit of Sun Wukong's journey to the west to fetch the scriptures was added to Hanuman's body, that Hanuman, who was ordained as the Buddha of victory, the strength was still not top-notch, but it was still far more than the average powerful deity. Gad, show him what you're made of. Looking at the joyful Gon Tian, His Holiness flatly whispered instructions to Monk Jiade. Upon hearing this, Monk Jiade nodded respectfully at His Holiness. After the ebony iron club in his hand danced out a club flower, it plainly slashed heavily in front of Gon Tian's eyes. The violent wind swung Gon Tian's obscene figure over 10 meters. The iron rod that smashed on the ground even made the Bodhi tree, which had grown thousands of years ago, stop trembling. The linden leaves, which were like banana fans, turned into golden rain and fell to the ground with a crash, bathed in the golden rain transformed by the Bodhi leaf. The last wisp of hesitation in Gon Tian's heart was knocked away by this stick. The strength of a god summoner best reflects the power of the gods it can summon. Not all of the powerful gods' evocators were powerful and incomparable, but it was absolutely impossible for a powerful and incomparable god summoner to summon weak gods. But the worry disappeared from Gon Tian's face. The world-honored one's face, which was originally as calm as an abyss, inexplicably gave birth to a few moments of worry. He flicked his right hand that was pointing to the sky. A Bodhi leaf that flowed with a strange luster fell from the Bodhi tree and slowly floated towards Gon Tian. If Hanuman is truly defeated in battle, this linden leaf may be able to help you. His Holiness' voice made the already confident Gon Tian even more confident. After carefully receiving the Bodhi leaf, he bowed respectfully to His Holiness and turned away. Fan Dong didn't realize that Gon Tian had already searched for a god to deal with him. At this moment, Fan Dong was inside the Chinese army hospital, tired of all kinds of boring visits, after he won 3 death matches in a row. Although many Chinese people still have a distaste in their hearts for Fan Dong, but some officials in high positions are keenly aware of the value contained in Fan Dong. Inside the conference room of the Chinese army hospital, 7 or 8 old men in military uniforms, pulling Fan Dong constantly talking. On the shoulders of these old men, all of them were topped with 5 golden general stars. The only one who was younger was Tu Zhengqing, who had once appeared at the highest level of the Sky Dragon Tower. Tu Zhengqing sat down next to Fan Dong. He took Fan Dong's hand and opened his mouth with a backward look on his face. Fan Dong, you are now a great hero of our Huaxia. You must give us a word if you encounter any difficulties in the future. Tu Zhengqing's voice resonated with this group of old generals almost instantly. Fan Dong was a unique treasure of China, and they would not allow anyone to dare persecute Fan Dong. That's right, as long as we are in the right, we old bones can still do you justice. Even if we can't do you justice, let Xiao Tu report directly to Elder Long. I don't believe that Elder Long still can't do you justice. Fan Dong's gaze flickered slightly, but he had no intention of exposing Lu Hualiang. Not that he had forgiven Lu Hualiang. Rather, Lu Hualiang simply didn't leave Fan Dong with evidence of his crimes. Even if Fan Dong exposes Lu Hualiang, I'm afraid it won't do much good. Elder Tu, all the old generals, Fan Dong, thank you seniors. Fan Dong solemnly bowed toward the several generals, regardless of whether or not they could help themselves. This heart of theirs was enough to move Fan Dong. Just as Tu Zhengqing's few people wanted to say something else, a mysterious and grandiose voice suddenly echoed out from the depths of the sky. The pause is over. The deadly battle is about to begin. Chapter 70, a gerontocrat impersonating a human being. The voice of the heavenly Tao fell, and Fan Dong was too late to say goodbye. A white light then flooded into his eyes like a tidal wave. Comes with the territory. It is the feeling that the sky is spinning. When the sensation of the sky spinning disappeared, the tide receded in his eyes. What comes to mind is still the unchanging scene of the national transportation space. The only difference, only on the Huaxia bench, Wang Qin's figure appeared. Fan Dong's eyes swept over the bench. Wang Qin's change surprised him a bit. If once Wang Qin was a sharp sword without a scabbard, arrogant and sharp, then the current Wang Qin is a dagger hidden in the shadows. A deadly edge lurked in the gloom. Quickly look, brother Wang Qin is back. Ha ha ha. With brother Wang Qin returning to the national fortune space, I'll see how arrogant Fan Dong can still be. The reason why Fan Dong won the 3 deadliest battles was entirely because of the light of Wang Qin's brother's serious injury. Now that brother Wang Qin has returned, Fan Dong, who slaughtered his compatriots, is definitely not qualified to take the field anymore. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans saw Wang Qin rejoining the national game space, and one by one, they climaxed once again. Fan Dong condoned Tang San Burial's massacre of his compatriots. It was as if it was a stain that could never be washed away and was seized by this group of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans. Not only that, but these brain-dead fans are even trying to capitalize on the huge fanbase, take credit for Fan Dong and transfer it to Wang Qin. Yet their self-righteousness is impossible to realize. The current Fan Dong had long since changed from the Fan Dong that everyone shouted at before he participated in the deadly battle. There were already many people in Huaxia who recognized Wang Qin's true strength. The number of sensible wasps is also growing. Wang Qin still has a face to play? Losing to Sakura Nation aside, losing 2 death matches in a row is enough to nail him to the pillar of shame. Exactly. Not to mention creating a precedent of gods fleeing in fear of battle. He's a complete disgrace to Huaxia. I really don't know what this group of Wang Qin fans are thinking. Is the person who put Wang Qin on the court too smooth for Huaxia to win? Amidst the shouts of Wang Qin's fans in the sky, the rebuttals of these sensible Chinese were like a few bombs exploding in the middle of the night. The flickering of the fire, though it could not dispel the darkness, was enough to make the light, for a moment, flicker in the world. In the midst of the heated argument, Lu Hualiang's face, calm as water. Before returning to the national fortune space, he had already made plans in his mind. Although Wang Qin had returned to the national space, he would never send Wang Qin to continue fighting. Losing 2 deadly battles in a row had already caused Wang Qin's reputation in China to plummet. If after returning to the space of the national fortune, Wang Qin still continued to lose the death battle, then his reputation in Huaxia would certainly collapse and fall to the abyss. The only way to steadily raise Wang Qin's reputation now, it would only be after Fan Dong crippled each country. In the name of the challenged country, an extra match is proposed to the country that initiated the deadlock. Then, it was up to Wang Qin to defeat these countries that had already been crippled by Fan Dong. Thinking of this, Lu Hualiang turned his gaze to Fan Dong. He pretended to be extremely favorable towards Fan Dong and spoke aloud. Fan Dong, you'll still be the one to fight in the next deadly battle. The undisguised voice echoed over the Chinese audience. The anticipation on Wang Qin fans' face suddenly froze. No, why doesn't Lu Hualiang let Wang Qin play? Brother Wang Qin is still waiting to win the deathmatch to prove himself. Brother Wang Qin is too miserable. Do you guys have to target brother Wang Qin like this? Even if you guys keep promoting Fan Dong, he'll never get our approval. Brother Wang Qin, say something. Be brave and speak up for yourself. Wang Qin brainwashed fans seem to be speaking for Wang Qin. However, Wang Qin's face turned ironic because of the hoots and hollers of this group of brainwashed fans. The earth-shattering hooting brought a tease to Fan Dong's face. He turned slightly sideways and spoke faintly to Wang Qin, who was not far behind him. Since your fans want you in the ring so badly, why don't you do it? Although Fan Dong's voice did not carry any mockery, the teasing on his face made Wang Qin's face even more ironic. Unsurprisingly, the country that will go to war this time will be the powerful Tianzhu Kingdom. Wang Qin couldn't even win against the weak Cherry Blossom Kingdom, so what could he take to face the Tianzhu Kingdom? The fear in his heart made Wang Qin decide not to be silent anymore. He stood up, pretending to be righteous, and spoke loudly to his fans. Everyone stop arguing. It's all for the sake of Huaxia. Who goes to war is not going to war. And brother Fan Dong's strength is obvious to everyone. I recognize brother Fan Dong's strength. Brother Fan Dong will definitely be able to win the battle to the death for our Huaxia. Wang Qin's words, seemingly regardless of his own gains and losses, instantly moved the brainwashed fans to tears. It was only the teasing on Fan Dong's face that was intensified by the words. Wang Qin was just a loser who hadn't won a single battle of national fortune. And worthy of recognizing him as a strong man who won 100 battles of national fortune? Fan Dong shook his head and slowly mounted the national luck ring, no longer tangling with Wang Qin and his brainwashed fans. After he ascended to the national luck ring, the stout monk Jiade, who had a standing palm in one hand and an ebony iron rod in the other, likewise walked slowly up to the ring. Monk Jia De and, his face full of incomprehension. Are you Chinese so pathetic? A bunch of women are also qualified to decide on the candidates for the deadly battle? He, who had been in the celestial kingdom, obviously did not expect the outside world to be so open. Women who were worse than dogs and pigs within the Dzungarian nation were allowed to hurl insults at men at will in the outside world. The men of China are a bunch of cowards. Men who can't even control a woman deserve to be men. It is said that quite a few men in China are afraid of women. What a bunch of sick East Asians. I really don't understand how men can be afraid of women. Aren't they all supposed to be men's playthings? Monk Jiada's words were unanimously embraced by the people of the celestial kingdom. This group of people who see women as pigs and dogs never get it. It was obvious that Chinese men were far more majestic than their men in the Tennessee. But why were they afraid of those Chinese women? You know that under the nourishment of a huge national fortune, Chinese women are far more delicate and charming than women from other countries in the world. In the eyes of this group of Tennessee men who can even lay their hands on lizards, there is no difference between a Chinese woman and a dainty white rabbit. What's the point of caring so much? Since they Chinese men are losing their virility, we'll be the ones to temper them when we win the deadly battle. Ha ha ha. Those women in our country are so ugly. Not at all like these Chinese women who are beautiful and good-looking. All of the people in the Dharma kingdom are a species that relies on the lower half of the body to think. Even Monk Jiada, who was about to fight Fan Dong, breaths were shortened by the desire for Chinese women. Fan Dong looked at the dirty faces of this group of Tianzhu people, and after suppressing the nausea in his heart, he spoke in disgust. You guys who can even lay your hands on lizards and car exhaust pipes deserve to be called humans, so stop pretending to be humans here, okay? With just one straightforward sentence, Fan Dong directly made the Tianzhu people break their defenses. The face, which had fallen into a flush at the thought of a woman, turned a shade of green and white, crossed with a lizard as well as a car exhaust. Indeed, it is a travesty that they, the Tennesseans, have done, but they are not going to recognize the shame, only to cover up the scandal by pouring out even more vitriol at Fan Dong. The vicious sound of the attack made Fan Dong's contemptuous look even more contemptuous. Under Fan Dong's insults and contempt, Monk Jiada also turned pale. He stopped talking nonsense, and the ebony iron rod in his hand slammed heavily on the ground as he spoke loudly. Tianzhu Kingdom's contestant, Jiada, summoned the god Doujinshi Buddha Hanuman, rank SSS. The rough voice made all the Chinese people freeze in unison. The four words fighting Buddha caused their memories to fall into a blur for a moment. If Hanuman is the Buddha, then who is my monkey? Chapter 71. How can a monk who indulges in indolence be worthy to ferry all sentient beings? In the hearts of all the Chinese people, they were all filled with doubts. On the national luck ring, a blinding golden light penetrated out from the clouds. Immediately afterward, the golden light suddenly dimmed. A hideous and terrifying tiger's head broke through the clouds and exposed itself to everyone's eyes. This horrible tiger's head is like coming from hell. The mere fact that it was visible from the clouds was already chilling. Isn't Hanuman a monkey? How did a tiger come out? What Hanuman? I guess it's the Tennesseans trying to bluff us. The hideous tiger's head is terrifying though. However, there are no powerful deities in the kingdom of Tenzin who show themselves in the form of tigers. As a result, most of the Chinese masses were somewhat relaxed after the initial shock. The relaxation didn't last long, however, only because after the tiger's head, a giant gilt pillar that seemed to be big enough to stand on top of the sky slowly revealed its true face. This gilt giant pillar carried a majestic and thick pressure that disturbed the clouds. With a titanic might, he crashed down into half of the national fortune ring. Rumble! The moment the giant pillar landed in the ring, a roaring sound rang out. The seemingly impregnable ring of national fortune actually crumbled inch by inch like tofu dregs. Amidst the scattered smoke and dust, the full face of the giant pillar was finally exposed to the incredible eyes of the crowd. Only the lower end of the giant pillar is decorated with a hideous tiger's head, while the upper end is carved with a flower pattern representing good luck and prosperity. Beyond that, at the top of the giant pillar, a monkey with 4 faces and 8 waving arms sat cross-legged. On the monkey's body, Buddhist intent and battle intent were intertwined, and the 4 ruby-like faces revealed the kindness belonging to a Buddha. Buddha's light shines throughout the national space. Everyone was quiet for a moment. As for the Huaxia people, their eyes slightly dilated and their figures involuntarily trembled slightly. Hanuman's powerful and peerless figure was deeply etched in their eyes. The long tail, not dissimilar to an iron whip, lashed out a crunching sound that struck the hearts of the Chinese people again and again. Hanuman, who had the beliefs of Buddhism and the beliefs of Tianzuism together, had strength beyond the imagination of all Chinese people. If there is no Fan Dong, the Chinese people simply can't imagine in today's China. In the end, who else can defeat this mighty Hanuman? The fear on the faces of the Chinese masses was clearly displayed in the eyes of the Tianzhu masses. Seeing this, The vile and obscene Tianju crowd laughed loudly and couldn't help but open their mouths to taunt the Chinese crowd. Unbelievable. We also have Buddhas in the Celestial Kingdom. And it's even more powerful than your Buddha. It's so exciting to see these Chinese women scared. I want to abuse them so badly. Ha ha ha. You guys are too barbaric. And I'm different. I'll love these poor Chinese women. The people of the Celestial Kingdom speak foul language and don't care about the image of their country. One vicious taunt after another was like a poisonous needle stabbing at the Chinese masses. The fear brought on by Hanuman was gradually replaced by the fire of anger caused by the mockery. One by one, the Chinese people's faces turned red. The eyes that looked at the Tianju nation's crowd were even more furious with the anger of a volcano that was about to erupt. It was only in the midst of the boundless anger that a touch of doubt still held a place in their minds. That's the Buddha. Why did he help the Celestial Kingdom? Isn't Buddhism our native religion in China? Why would Buddha help the Celestial Kingdom? Doubt temporarily suppressed the anger, and a Chinese man suddenly opened his mouth in a suspicious voice. This puzzled voice quickly spread amongst the Chinese masses, causing almost all of them to be unable to stop themselves from opening their mouths. Indeed, Buddhism clearly belongs to China, so why would it help the Celestial Kingdom against China? Could it be that Buddha is not a native deity of China? In the crowd, a voice made the hearts of all the Chinese people tremble. If Buddhist gods are not Chinese gods, then this represents their huge faith, all of which has been added to the gods of other nations, enhancing the power of other nations. The catastrophe that belief in other gods would bring to Huaxia sent all Waxians into a moment of trepidation. In the midst of the trepidation, Qin Boxue, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke in a loud voice. The teaching of Buddhism is to teach all beings. Isn't it in line with China's idea of a world community for some benevolent Buddhas to help other countries? The words of Bo Xueqin seem to be very reasonable, but in fact, they are stealing concepts. By helping other countries, Buddha is actually damaging the interests of Huaxia. When did the idea of a world community have to be based on a situation where the interests of China are jeopardized? It's just that this obvious misrepresentation of the facts is still being believed. Without thinking, the stupid Wang Qin brainwashed fan loudly echoed Qin Boshue's words. If the Buddhist gods are not native Chinese gods, can my brother Wang Qin summon a Buddhist god? That's right. If you don't know anything about theology, listen to the theological researchers, okay? Don't pretend to know anything. The gods that Wang Qin could summon were almost exclusively Buddhist gods. If it is recognized that the Buddhist gods are not the native gods of China, this meant that their brother, Wang Qin, would retire from the game. A voice that inverted black and white caused Fandong's face to bring up teasing and mockery. Just before he could utter any words, Monk Jiade suddenly opened his mouth. Ha! Do you still want to be recalcitrant in front of the fighting Buddha? Monk Jiade's face was devoid of the compassion that belonged to Buddha. There was only lechery and arrogance. Zhang Yang's lechery and arrogance made Fandong's heart extremely uncomfortable. But just as he was about to open his mouth to angrily rebuke Monk Jiade, the Black Myth Heavenly Book suddenly pulled his mind. Into his mind. One could only see that the Black Myth Heavenly Book, which was originally quietly suspended in his mind, was currently trembling violently. And after Fandong's mind was immersed in the Black Myth Heavenly Book, the Black Myth Heavenly Book, which was shaking violently, was windless. The paper, made of special material, flipped wildly. Pages and pages of images with the figures of God swept before Fandong's eyes. The flipping speed of the Black Myth Heavenly Book gradually slowed down, eventually settling on a large mountain that had been turned into scorched earth. The big dark hill. A monkey's head hung low, its slim body, bound by thousands of arm-thick chains. There was a strong Buddhist intent lingering on the obscure and complicated Buddhist texts inscribed on the chains. However, the strong Buddhist intent did not expel the grievous souls surrounding the monkeys. Countless unjust souls haunted the monkey, greedily gnawing on its flesh and blood. Enduring unimaginable pain, the monkey seemed to sense the arrival of Fandong. He slowly raised his drooping head. The unrelenting erosion of his grievous soul had covered his eyes with thousands of bloodshot eyes. On the road to the west, he replaced my old grandson. This time, my old grandson. It is necessary to take back everything that belongs to me. The monkey's hoarse voice echoed within the Black Myth Heavenly Book, pulling Fandong's mind back to reality. In the National Games ring, Monk Guardian realized that Fandong seemed to be in a daze for a moment. He laughed softly and the look on his face became even more arrogant. What? Dumbfounded by the name of the Holy Buddha of Battle? Then obediently submit to me. Monk Chiada's nostrils turned upwards, and there was a smug arrogance in his voice. It was just that not only was there not a hint of submissiveness in Fandong's eyes, it was even filled with endless icy killing intent. The so-called Buddhists are all a bunch of moralistic beasts. The world is asked to observe the precepts, but they themselves are slack and indulgent. How do they deserve to call themselves universal? Thinking of this, the killing intent in Fandong's eyes became even more intense, so he waited no longer, and his voice sounded as if from the midst of hell. Chinese player Fandong, summoned the god Hellfire Sun Wukong, Level Unknown. Chapter 72, With the Fire of Hell. Slaughter the Buddhas. The voice that sounded like it was ringing from hell caused Monk Jada to freeze abruptly. There was a wisp of incredulity in his eyes, but then the incredulity turned into a mocking smirk. As an evoker who can summon Hanuman, he naturally knew the hidden secret of Sun Wukong's imprisonment by the Buddha. Now he heard Fan Dong say that he wanted to summon the Monkey King. Monk Jada did not believe that the Monkey King could break free from the Buddha's captivity. One thought in this. Monk Jada's frozen form once again relaxed, and there was even more unconcern in his eyes. But the Chinese masses are not aware of the hidden secrets. Hearing the words Monkey King, many Chinese people's complexions were shaken. In their eyes, no matter if it was the great sage of Qi Tian or the Hellfire, the three words Sun Wukong represented invincibility. Brother Dong is awesome. As long as we can summon the great sage of Qi Tian, it doesn't matter if that Hanuman is a Buddha or a ghost. He can be destroyed at the snap of a finger. That's right. This is the Monkey King. The Monkey King who once wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Palace. The cheers of the Huaxia crowd boiled over in the national luck space for a while. This boiling, however, lasted only for a moment. After Fan Dong's voice fell, a large mountain that had been turned into scorched earth suddenly appeared in the sky. This great mountain was pitch black, and an endless stream of unjust souls filled the mountain. Gradually, the injustice dispersed. In the eyes of the crowd, the Monkey King, who was chained by countless chains, appeared. The Monkey King, who had stood tall in the hearts of the Chinese people. Not only did he not have a trace of his heroic appearance at this moment, it even looks like a miserable prisoner who has been held captive for millions of years. The excitement and thrill on the faces of the Huaxia crowd froze. Sun Wukong's miserable appearance shattered the Qi Tian de Shang filter in their hearts. Impossible. This is not the Monkey King at all. The Monkey King in my mind is a hero who stands on top of the world. It's fake. I don't believe it. Some Chinese who idolized the Monkey King saw their faith crumble and fell into almost uncontrollable madness. Don't believe it? The Monkey King is a demon. Isn't it right to be imprisoned? Enjoying the crumbling yells of the many Chinese people. Smugness filled the face of Monk Jada. The gloating in his voice could not be concealed, and his words were like fine salt, scattered in the wounds of the Chinese. The Monkey King, who was far away in the sky, seemed to have heard the mocking words of Monk Jada. The lowered head snapped up, as if he wanted to flay Monk Jada alive with his eyes through the void. The ferocious sight of the Monkey King was like piercing through Monk Jada. Even though Monk Jada did not believe that the Monkey King could break free from the Buddha's bonds, but he still couldn't help his body shaking. Phew! Strongly suppressing the fear brought on by the Monkey King, Monk Jada exhaled a ragged breath. He calmed down before speaking once more. The tone of voice was still eerie though, but there was no longer the arrogance and assertiveness of before. Humph! Imprisoned by the Buddha and still thinking of breaking free? You want to eat farts? Monk Jada's voice echoed in the sky of the national luck space. Almost all of the Chinese people were enraged in their hearts because of this taunt from Monk Jada. Buzz! Monk Jada was still reveling in the pleasure of mocking Huaxia. However, on the large black mountain that imprisoned Sun Wukong, there was a buzzing sound that suddenly came out, only to see Sun Wukong's body, which was bound by thousands of chains, struggling to stand up. The inscriptions inscribed on the chains glowed with a holy Buddhist light that seemed to suppress all of Sun Wukong's movements. Ha! You don't think that with your power, you can break free from the bonds set by the Buddha, do you? The buzzing sound caused Monk Jada's expression to be grave. However, the inscriptions that glowed with holy Buddhist light caused his gloomy expression to return to playfulness once again. In his eyes, all of Sun Wukong's struggles were just futile. Oh, yeah? Fan Dong's expression, however, was even more teasing than Monk Jada's. He looked at Monk Jardine with playful eyes. Although the voice was questioning, it caused a strong sense of uneasiness to arise in Monk Jada's heart. Snap! No sooner had the question fallen than a crisp ringing sound came from the great dark mountain. The mockery within Monk Jada was finally replaced by the uneasiness that had been brewing for a long time. He snapped up his smooth head without a single hair, and his eyes looked horrifiedly up at the great dark mountain in the sky, only to see that one of the endless chains that bound the Monkey King had crumbled apart. It was as if the crumbling chain was a key that unlocked the door to the crumbling chain. Pop, pop, snap, accompanied by sounds like firecrackers exploding one after another. Countless chains also crumbled at the same time. The Buddha's intent carried on the iron chain dissipated on the big dark mountain. The ferocious intent that seemed to have been suppressed by chains for thousands of years gradually spread out. Sun Wukong looked down at his hands as if he was reminiscing about the taste of freedom. Immediately after, his bloodshot eyes looked down at Hanuman, and a rushing battle spirit instantly blossomed from his slim body. Black flames that seemed to be able to burn out the world and space rose above Sun Wukong's body. With each step, heaven and earth changed, and yin and yang reversed. The sun and moon change back and forth, and the stars in the sky fall into disarray. The void carried Sun Wukong's body, and the flames from hell became even more ferocious on him. when yin and yang are reversed, when the sun and moon are misplaced, the fires of hell follow me, carrying with them the annihilation of the Buddhas in the heavens, accompanied by a sound that made the hearts of the crowd tremble. The black flames that intensified swept Sun Wukong's body. When the Sun Wukong's slimmed-down body was reborn in fire, a pitch-black long stick with blood-colored pattern inscriptions appeared in his hand. Hanuman, is my old grandson still sitting comfortably in his position as the Buddha of victory? Sun Wukong's thin body stood proudly above the void, looking down at Hanuman, who was sitting on top of the giant pillar. The brutal questioning voice fell, and the raging fury and battle intent on Sun Wukong's body once again suddenly climbed. Demon, die! It was just that Hanuman didn't answer Sun Wukong's questioning at all. One of his four kindly faces took on a fierce intensity. As the sound exploded, Hanuman leapt from atop the giant pillar. It was as if Hanuman had driven the giant pillars that topped the sky and gradually tipped in the direction that Hanuman had leapt down. As it poured, the giant pillar shrank in size, until finally, the giant pillar that supported the heavens and the earth was reduced to a long stick of less than 2 meters. Hanuman grasped the end engraved with auspicious patterns, while the end with a hideous tiger's head slashed ferociously towards the Monkey King. That's it? Hanuman's strength isn't that great. Humph. Thought how strong it was? Turns out this is it right out of the gate. Some Chinese people saw the giant pillar shrink to less than 2 meters in Hanuman's hands. On their faces, they couldn't help but have contempt showing. But while they were still trying to continue taunting, on the long stick in Hanuman's hand, there was suddenly a huge shadow appearing that covered the sky. This giant pillar's shadow disturbed the clouds and crushed space. On the hideous and terrifying tiger head, it even carried a ferocious might like that of an ancient beast. Under the shock of this gigantic column shadow, the faces of those Chinese who had just been taunting abruptly froze. Just the might that escaped from the pillar's shadow caused their bodies to tremble continuously. Ha! Seeing this, the corner of Monk Jiada's mouth curved up into a smile. Even if Sun Wukong could break free from Buddha's bondage, what could he do? Hanuman, who was empowered by the beliefs of the two religions, was still no match for the Monkey King. Boom! The tiger-headed Rui stick in Hanuman's hand slashed violently on the ground. The huge silhouette erupted with a roar at the same time. Only half of the remaining national luck ring turned into powder in an instant. The dust that splashed up in the sky covered Fandong as well as Sun Wukong's figure. How's it going? How's Sun Wukong doing? How could Hanuman's strength be so terrifying? How could it be so terrifying? This shocking scene caused many Chinese people to cry out in shock, with a crying tone flooding out of their voices. Yet what responded to them was only the echo of the voice of the heavenly Tao. In view of the fact that the national fortune ring cannot carry the gods' battles, the battlefield is transferred to the middle of the mountain of flowers and fruits. White light flickered where the national games ring was located. Immediately after, the large black mountain that had just imprisoned the Monkey King once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 73, How can a few chains lock me up? As for Fandong, who was in the national luck ring, he felt a sense of weightlessness come over him. The weightlessness disappeared as the sky spun around, but immediately afterward, there was a strong scent of blood that followed. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood accompanied by the scent of blood broke into Fandong's mind. The scenes of countless living souls on the mountain of flowers and fruits seemed to float in his mind. Drink! Fandong gulped softly and forced his eyes open, dispelling the images in his mind that were like hell. Only after opening his eyes, what came into his eyes was an even more bloody and horrifying image. On the so-called mountain of flowers and fruits, the ground had all been turned into scorched earth. When you look at it from a distance, you can't really see the mountain of flowers and fruits, but when you stand on the mountain of flowers and fruits, you can clearly see it. The dark soil was an eerie color of blood. It was as if the sky was splattered with blood, coloring the entire mountain red. On top of that, there are thousands of large, strangely shaped trees growing on Mount Huagua. The branches of these large trees were disjointed, and the branches that stretched out were even more like demons with teeth and claws. And above the branches, the leaves all disappeared. In their place were monkeys that were also densely packed with chains inscribed with Buddhist scriptures and bound. The monkeys are long gone. Only the soul remains trapped within the tattered body, suffering the pain of sutra chanting. This is the mountain of flowers and fruits? How did the beautiful flower and fruit mountain become like this? Wasn't the great sage just imprisoned on the mountain of flowers and fruits? How did the will of heaven imprison him back again? This cage, the mountain of flowers and fruits, won't still be imprisoning the great sage. The images shown within the mountain of flowers and fruits made many Chinese people's hearts feel as if there was a large stone hanging in the air. Among the gods that had been summoned by other countries, Hanuman's strength definitely ranked in the top 3. In the face of Hanuman, whose strength was terrifying, if the mountain of flowers and fruits would still weaken the great sage, that Monkey King, who has been imprisoned for thousands of years, really can't beat Hanuman. The Chinese masses were thrown into a state of trepidation because of their inner thoughts. The scene within the mountain of flowers and fruits had developed according to their expectations. Ru Lai, You've trapped my old grandson for 1,000 years. Do you think you can still trap me? Sun Wukong's unruly voice exploded steeply on Mount Huagua, attracting everyone's attention. Only where the Monkey King was, the chains that had just been broken transformed into a giant python that shone with Buddha's light. The Buddhist scriptures inscribed on the chains seemed to be chanted by the sounds of heaven and earth. The melodious Buddhist sound invaded Sun Wukong's mind while the python wrapped around towards his body. The echo of the Buddha's voice seemed to give the Monkey King a splitting headache. The long stick inscribed with bizarre blood-colored patterns in his hand subconsciously waved a trail of residual shadows. However, the Buddhist sound of the old monk reciting the sutra weakened the power of the Monkey King. The chain that was as soft as a python also happened to restrain the rigidity of the pitch-black long stick, enduring Sun Wukong's heavy blows one after another. The iron chain was only slightly bent, and then it twanged towards the Monkey King once again. Inside the national luck space, the hearts of the Chinese masses were already going up their throats. If Sun Wukong is once again bound by these chains, the outcome of this deadly battle, then, was entirely predictable. Don't be afraid, everyone, that's the great sage of Qi Tian, Sun Wukong, the one who used to wreak havoc in the sky. The great sage was just able to get out of captivity, and he certainly won't repeat the same mistake now. Is Buddha Rulai a Chinese god or not? If so, why did he imprison the great sage? The sensible Chinese prayed for Sun Wukong wholeheartedly, and at the same time, they were also in a daze because of the words that Sun Wukong roared out. Only Wang Qin's brainwashed fans didn't care if the Monkey King would be bound. They were like foreigners who were not affected by the Chinese national fortune, and their words were thick with mockery, both explicitly and implicitly. Of course Buddha Rulai is a Chinese god. There must be a reason why he imprisoned the Monkey King. Tang San Burial, a mythological coward to the core, all evil enough to slaughter his fellow man. Sun Wukong is already a vicious demon. Isn't it normal for him to be imprisoned? Indeed. After all, the mythical Monkey King never did anything to hurt the world. Wang Qin brainwashed fans carelessly smeared Sun Wukong. It is as if the Chinese gods are far from being comparable to the Buddhist gods. But the idol of most sensible Chinese people from childhood to adulthood is the Monkey King. How could they stand by and watch their idol be smeared at will by this group of brainwashed fans? A voice angry to the extreme rang out from the mouths of the sensible Chinese audience. Shut the up. It's not clear if Rulai is a Chinese god, but Sun Wukong is a Chinese god on the board. Do you guys like smearing Chinese gods so much? A bunch of crooked-ass assholes. China is already the world's hegemon, and you guys are still thinking about pandering to foreigners? A kneeling body just can't stand up, can it? Facing the anger of the rational Chinese people, Wang Qin's brainwashed fans also knew that they had provoked the anger of the public, and did not dare to open their mouths for a while. At the same time as there was a heated argument ringing out from the Chinese audience within the national luck space. On the mountain of flowers and fruits, Hanuman took one step at a time towards Sun Wukong. Compared to Sun Wukong's power being weakened by Brahma, the aura on Hanuman's body, however, gradually climbed under the reverberation of the Sanskrit sound, like rubies on four faces. Aside from the face with a furious scowl, the rest of his three kindly faces had teasing flooding out of them. The 8 eyes silently watched the Monkey King struggle through the endlessly waving chains with the playfulness of a cat catching a rat. As for taking the opportunity to strike against Fan Dong, Hanuman never thought about it. To strike out against an ordinary person was a disgrace that belonged to a powerful god. Hanuman's figure kept closing in towards Sun Wukong, but Sun Wukong was tired of dealing with the chains that were like a giant python. Watching as Hanuman and the Monkey King grew closer to each other, a hint of determination flashed through Fan Dong's eyes. He believed that Sun Wukong could break free from the chains, but he was afraid that Hanuman would take this opportunity to strike at Sun Wukong. Therefore, Fan Dong couldn't care less whether he would anger Hanuman or not. He just spoke loudly. The might of the heavenly emperor. As the voice fell, the shadow of an emperor emerged behind Fan Dong. This emperor's silhouette resided high in the depths of the celestial dome, his eyelids slightly raised, and his sight with the might of heaven and earth was fixed on Hanuman's body. Hanuman's body, which was walking towards the Monkey King, suddenly froze. The expressions on the four faces transformed into fear in unison at the same time, simply because the sight that stared at him carried a greatness that could crush him into a froth of flesh. But let Hanuman be thankful. This line of sight that carried majestic greatness lasted only for an instant. After an instant, the emperor's shadow shattered like glass. Hanuman's four faces carried the celebration of the aftermath of the robbery above them. After exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, 8 sharp gazes snapped above Fan Dong's body, though he didn't care to take a shot at Fan Dong. But if a mole cricket dared to provoke him, then he wouldn't mind getting the mole cricket killed with his hands. 8 sharp gazes pierced heavily on Fan Dong's body. Fan Dong's body was like being rammed by a truck, flying tens of meters backwards and smashing into a huge rock. It was a good thing that Fan Dong's physique had long since exceeded the ranks of ordinary people. This seemingly ferocious strike did not cause a fatal injury to Fan Dong. Seeing Fan Dong being struck by one of his gazes, he flew tens of meters. Hanuman also stopped caring about Fan Dong's death and continued to walk towards Sun Wukong. It was only when Hanuman shifted his sight to Sun Wukong that the scene reflected in his eyes made him unable to help but be stunned. From Fan Dong blocking his steps to him knocking Fan Dong away, only a brief moment had passed during that time. But it was this momentary gap that Sun Wukong had actually already torn apart the thousands of chains. The thousands of chains inscribed with Buddhist texts had long since lost their flickering Buddhist light. It transformed into an ordinary chain and lay quietly at Sun Wukong's feet. As for Sun Wukong's body, although there were channels of wounds appearing, but his aura was far higher than before. The bowed body contained earth-shattering power. The voice that erupted was carrying an undisguised arrogance. How can a few chains lock up my old son? The unruly voice exploded in the national luck space, and the tension in the Chinese audience was instantly filled with jubilation. Some sensible Chinese people, at this moment, could no longer keep the sanity in their hearts and shouted at the mountain of flowers and fruits. Chapter 74, Reversal. The absolute demon king reappears. The great sage is mighty. I knew that just a few chains wouldn't be able to lock you up. Ha ha. Rolai broke off his 5 fingers and failed to suppress monkey. How can a few chains still try to lock up my monkey? Hanuman was shocked by Fandang, and Sun Wukong broke free from his chain bindings. The greatness within the mount of flowers and fruits is a source of delight for the sensible Wahini. Only Wang Qin's brainwashed fans had their mouths slightly turned away, as if they were very reluctant to see a situation where Hua Xia had the upper hand. Unfortunately, what these sensible Wahhabis think is a great deal is only on the surface. Hanuman's next voice made everyone's expression, at the same time, stiffen. Ha! If it's just this kind of strength, I advise you to kneel down and submit before it's too late. The consternation on Hanuman's face slowly disappeared, and there was undisguised teasing and mockery in his tone. After the voice fell, the kindness on his second face abruptly converted into arrogance. Immediately after, the powerful and raging battle intent was once again elevated, and the aura that was drummed out swept away all the surrounding debris. In the horrified gaze of the sensible Chinese, Hanuman lifted the tiger-headed Rudraksh stick in his hand, diagonally to his side, and, after depressing his body, galloped out. A sound exploded and was left far behind him. Wherever it passed, it stirred up blood-colored dust in the sky. The 100 feet of distance that separated him from Sun Wukong had been swept away in the blink of an eye. Sun Wukong looked at Hanuman, who had appeared before his eyes as violently as if he had crossed the void. His bloodshot pupils suddenly shrunk, and the muscles in his entire body tightened in an instant. Know the gap? Hanuman's haughty face brought up an even more intense teasing. At the same time, the tiger head Rui stick, which was carried diagonally in his hand, broke through space and smashed towards the Monkey King. The iron rod that swung out of the residual shadow made it difficult for the Monkey King to see the trajectory of the incoming attack. We can only use our muscle memory to defend ourselves. Bang! A crunching sound of blades clashing exploded. The long stick inscribed with bizarre blood patterns in Sun Wukong's hand was able to deflect the heavy blows of the tiger head Rui stick. The blood-colored soil underneath his feet was as if it had been tamped down by a pressurized bulldozer. Bubbling blood was squeezed out of the soil. The eyes on Hanuman's furious face grew more and more furious, while the corners of the mouth on his haughty face were covered with a contemptuous smile. As the force on the tiger's head Rui stick became heavier and heavier, the scars left when he was suppressed by the chains crumbled open once more. The hands that were holding up the tiger head Rui stick were also trembling from the heavy force. The Monkey King had originally been imprisoned by Rulai for thousands of years. He, who had lost most of his power by time, was simply unable to face Hanuman, who was empowered by the beliefs of the two religions, Tianzhu and Buddhism. But Sun Wukong was a ruthless man who dared to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace after only a few decades of cultivation. Even though he knew he was no match for Hanuman, how could he be the kind of coward who would give in without a fight? In Sun Wukong's blood-covered eyes, a black flame that was lit from hell suddenly appeared. The black flames grew hotter and hotter, and then 2 flames that seemed to devour space and time shot out from the eyes. Wherever these 2 rays of light passed, space was silent. Even Hanuman didn't really dare to touch it. The complexions on the 4 faces changed in unison, and between the shaking of their figures, they violently withdrew tens of meters away. 2 silent rays of light slowly dissipated in Sun Wukong's eyes. The blow misses, but manages to force Hanuman back. Ha! Ha! Sun Wukong looked at Hanuman, who stormed out dozens of meters away, his chest heaving like a broken bellows. It was as if his entire body's strength had been drained by these 2 rays of silence. The originally upright body was now hunched over. Between the flashes of his figure, Hamanu was suspended above the void. The gaze that looked down at Sun Wukong finally took on an unprecedented gravity. Even though Sun Wukong's strength had been largely sapped by the Buddha's power, however, facing Sun Wukong's thousands of godly means, Hanuman didn't dare to be careless. Inside the national transportation space, the Huaxia crowd saw destructive rays erupt from Sun Wukong's eyes. Their hearts were uplifted, and a cheer echoed among the audience once more. Fire eyes and golden eyes. Monkey has finally cast his divine ability. I knew Monkey wouldn't let us down. Hanuman is definitely no match for Monkey. However, the cheering of the Chinese masses did not cause any frustration in the hearts of the Tianzhu country's masses. They seemed to have absolute confidence in Hanuman's strength. As a result, the Tianzhu crowd didn't care at all about the cheers of the Huaxia crowd. It's just all about China, pouring out insults and mockery. Can't you guys see that Sun Wukong's power is about to run out? What's he going to fight with the fighting Buddha with? A bunch of stupid Chinese always like to deceive themselves. Is being enslaved by us, the celestial kingdom, really so terrible? Don't worry, I will love you Chinese women well. The taunts of the Tianzhu kingdom's crowd seemed to have reached within the mountain of flowers and fruits. Hanuman's third face had an uncomfortably lecherous reveal. After the change of expression on the third face, the battle intent on Hanuman's body had completely overshadowed the holy Buddha intent. Even amidst the intertwining of battle intent and Buddha intent, a wisp of evil was mixed in. Be a good boy and give up your struggle. This Buddha can give you a pain in the ass. The desire for lust seemed to make Hanuman lose his mind. The lechery on his third face grew thicker as he spoke eagerly to Sun Wukong. But how could Sun Wukong do what he wanted? Calming down his violent gasps, Sun Wukong's wild eyes were suddenly as calm as an abyss. And after, Sun Wukong opened his mouth indifferently. His voice actually restored the confidence and arrogance he once had. Great heavenly immortal decree. Open. Jie's voice echoed on the mountain of flowers and fruits. The Sun Wukong's slim body was as if it had transformed into a vortex, absorbing the aura on the mountain of flowers and fruits like a whale swallowing a cow. The spiritual chi in the heavens and the earth continuously poured into Sun Wukong's body, a vajra that has been hidden because of the depletion of spiritual energy. At this moment, it was finally nourished by the aura and once again blossomed with luster. It was a pity that the mountain of flowers and fruits, which had been turned into scorched earth by the Buddha, was already extremely lacking in aura. A large amount of ferocity and blood mixed in with the aura was absorbed into Sun Wukong's body. Ferocity and blood infested Sun Wukong, bursting forth with an aura filled with chaos and destruction. Hanuman's brain, occupied with lust, gradually returned to the manipulation of reason. The desire for beauty in his eyes was also taken over by gravity. After Sun Wukong activated the great piece of heavenly immortal determination, all of the aura on Mount Huagua was absorbed by him. The ferociousness and blood mixed in the aura even made the Monkey King once again transformed into the absolute demon king who ruled over 10,000 demons. The vortex that had formed because of the urging of the great piece of heavenly immortal resolve gradually dissipated. The luster that had blossomed from the Vajra unbreakable body was also replaced by a bizarre bloodlight. The black mist in the sky floated within the bloodlight. Compared to before being eroded by the fierce fury and blood, Sun Wukong's strength was more than 10 times stronger. Demonic means, watch me take you in. Sun Wukong's change caused Hanuman's heart to give birth to a slight tremor. Even the most contemptuous and arrogant face now had an undisguised gravity that appeared. But Hanuman still wants to maintain his seemingly imperious demeanor. He did his best to keep his words haughty, but he couldn't help the trembling of his voice that revealed his fear and discomfort. A slightly trembling voice fell, and Hanuman's figure, suspended in the sky, flashed steeply. The tiger head Rui stick in his hand came down from the top, and with the swiftness of a thunderbolt, it slashed down towards the Monkey King's head. Compared to before, this strike was powerful by an unknown amount. However, Sun Wukong's face did not change at all. His left hand lightly lifted the long stick inscribed with blood-colored patterns, while his dry right hand slowly grabbed towards the tiger head Rui stick. The grabbing action seems extremely slow, but what shocked Hanuman was this. No matter how he changed the angle at which the tiger head Rui stick smashed down, he was never able to avoid the Monkey King's right hand. Bang! As a muffled sound exploded between the two, Sun Wukong's body sank. Then the blood-colored dust under his feet, stirred up by the violent air currents, obscured where he was. Chapter 75, All Justice is Predicated on Strength. This muffled sound that made the heavens and earth tremble caused the Huaxia people within the national fortune space to tremble. The tension in their hearts made them unable to resist staring their eyes dead on the mountain of flowers and fruits. How is the great sage doing? Can he resist this blow? That's a great saint. How could he not be able to resist this strike? That's right, and I seem to have noticed that the great sage's strength has suddenly increased quite a bit just now. Many of the Chinese masses subconsciously opened their mouths. There was some concern in his voice, but he still maintained an indelible confidence in Sun Wukong's strength. But the people of the Celestial Kingdom simply did not understand the position of the Monkey King in the hearts of the Chinese. They looked at the Chinese who had worry mixed with confidence on their faces and opened their mouths to taunt without mercy. In the face of a blow from the fighting Buddha, you great saints still want to survive? Think of farts to eat. Do you know what it means when Hanuman, the Doji Buddha, changes the color of his third face? This means that he has used 80% of his power. This strike that is enriched with thousands of beliefs. Your great saint, what will you take to resist? The mocking voices of the Tianzhu people made the hearts of the Chinese people heavier and heavier. It was just that Sun Wukong seemed to intentionally slap this group of Tianzhu kingdom people in the face. After the blood-colored dust gradually dispersed, Sun Wukong's body stood upright. Above the thin face, there was disdain and contempt for Harmanu, and the right hand that tackled the tiger head Rui stick suddenly clenched. As a thick green vein protruded from Sun Wukong's arm, he grinned at the corner of his mouth. Between twisting his waist and turning his hips, Hanuman's figure was thrown up high like a toy. Sun Wukong's legs were slightly bent, and his upright body was like a cannonball, directly catching up with Hanuman, who was thrown up high. The pitch-black long stick inscribed with blood-colored patterns in his hand was tigerish, with a trail of blood-colored residual shadows showing the strength of the stick's shadow as it was swung out. Bang! 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 The muffled sounds of sticks reaching flesh rang out on Hanuman's body one after another. Pale golden blood oozed out of the 28 orifices of his 4 faces. Monkey is awesome. This is the power of the great sage. Scream again, the bastards of the celestial kingdom. Why don't you scream anymore? The strong emotions that had been building up in the Chinese people's repression suddenly erupted under Sun Wukong's airtight suppression of Hanuman. The previous bragging about Hanuman caused ironic colors to converge on the faces of the Tianzhu masses. But this wisp of an ironic look didn't last long. Inside the mountain of flowers and fruits, with Hanuman's 4th face, endless killing intent surged out. The battle intent that had gradually worn away under the Sun Wukong's suppression suddenly rose up to the sky. This battle intent was like a volcano erupting, burning away the Buddha intent in him, and as the battle intent gushed out, it was the raging fury that was drummed up in the battle intent, with the killing mixed with the drenching blood on his face. Hamano looked as if he was a madman who had lost his mind. The sudden change caused Sun Wukong to lose his concentration slightly, but the wind of the stick in his hand did not diminish its ferocity. However, Hanuman, facing a still vicious blow, gave up his defense. The 4 pairs of light golden eyes became extremely scarlet at this moment. The tiger head Rui stick was raised high in the air, and then it slashed fiercely towards the Monkey King. Under Sun Wukong's airtight suppression, Hanuman had to regain the initiative even if he traded injuries for injuries. Bang! The 2 rods, one black and one gold, ruthlessly smashed onto the bodies of both parties at the same time. Sun Wukong spewed out a mouthful of dark golden blood. His body flew backwards and smashed into the mountain of flowers and fruits. Hanuman is even more miserable. The holy Buddhist robes he wore had exploded into pieces. The dense tattoos on his torso were revealed to the crowd. These lifelike tattoos depict both evil spirits devouring people and ferocious beasts wreaking havoc. Only the so-called Buddha is not portrayed to universalize the people. Inside the national luck space, the Huaxia people were once again at a loss. This so-called fighting Buddha was now as if he was a demon that had crawled out of hell. The slightly bowed form made the tattoos frighteningly unusual, while the revealed fangs made the blood rain down. Is this still Buddha? This is totally evil. How does Hanuman deserve to be called the fighting Buddha? Where is he even remotely like a Buddha? If an orange is born in the north of Huai, it becomes a hedgehog. The Buddha who protects other countries is indeed no longer the Buddha of our China. The hideous appearance of Hanuman's fangs showing made the Chinese tremble in fear to the point of shaking their forms. The people of the celestial kingdom, however, are not ashamed, but are honored. What orange is born in the north of Huai is Hovenia. Buddha is just a weak coward in your China. Only the Buddha who protects our Tianzhu kingdom is the most powerful one in the world. Where in this world is there any evil or justice? Whoever wins the battle to the death is the true justice. The Tennessean raised his head proudly and scanned the Chinese audience with a blank stare. With an extremely low moral bottom line, they are the first to discover the truth that keeps this world running. That is, all justice is predicated on one's own strength. If you can't even win the battle of national fortunes, if you can't even protect your own country, and on what basis can justice be proclaimed? Naive Wang Qin brainwashed fans, however, did not agree with this reasoning. After all, representing justice is where Wang Qin can be touted the most. That even laid hands on a lizard is worthy of talking about justice? You guys should mind your own lower bodies first. Morally inferior, you can shut up. The battle-hardened Wang Qin brainwashed fans were frantically outputting insults at the Tianzhu people. Vicious words and unrivaled fighting skills. Even the Tennesseans, who have very low moral standards, can't talk back. They could only iron their faces and silently continue to cast their eyes toward the mountain of flowers and fruits. Just see inside the mountain of flowers and fruits. The scene, which had just calmed down, changed colors in heaven and earth in the next moment. The earth shook and the mountains crumbled. Blood pumped out of the soil like a fountain. Hanuman 4 faces, each different colors changed. The figure storm also withdrew 100 feet away. In the instant that the figure retreated violently, where he had just been, a large hand that covered the sky broke through the ground. Sand flew and debris crumbled. With his large hands propped up on the ground, slightly exerting force, the Monkey King's body, which stood 10,000 feet tall, climbed out of the mountain of flowers and fruits. The mountain of flowers and fruits stretches for untold tens of thousands of miles, but the body of the Monkey King managed to take up 1/10 of the mountain of flowers and fruits. Hanuman, die! After Sun Wukon's body climbed out, his towering head lowered slightly. The huge head disturbed the clouds, as if it carried a sense of oppression that could devour heaven and earth in one bite. Hanuman's sudden change in demeanor calmed down. He looked at the Monkey King, whose every move could cause heaven and earth to tremble, and a wisp of contempt flooded his arrogant face. Hanuman then heaved the tiger-headed Rudraksh stick into the ground. The hideously tattooed body also drew up in a flash. Boom! As Hanuman's body drew up to the level of the Monkey King, a boom resounded from the depths of the sky. Two bodies that were 10,000 feet tall collided fiercely in the depths of the sky dome. The mere drumming of air currents shook Fandong's figure out. After barely maintaining his stance, Fandong watched in horror as Sun Wukong and Hanuman froze together. The shock from the two behemoths nearly overwhelmed him. The fierce collision made Fandong's world all occupied by the roaring sound. As the perception of the outside world was minimized, a sense of oppression steeply surfaced in Fandong's heart. Immediately following the ensuing sound was the sound of breaking air coming from behind them. Chapter 76 Fake Monk. The 72 changes show their power. The muscles of Fandong's entire body abruptly stiffened, and he subconsciously turned slightly sideways. The stiff, powerful wind brushed against his face and slammed into the ground. On his face, a bloodstain was scraped out. Bang! The muffled sound banished the afterthought from Fandong's mind. He looked at the ebony iron rod that had smashed a large crater in the ground, and a blazing fire ignited in his heart. It's just that the volcano that's been building up hasn't erupted yet. A light smile blossomed on Monk Jada's lecherous face, and the ebony long stick in his hand once again swept towards Fandong. Clenching his teeth in haste, Fandong raised his arms and used them to block Ke's powerful strike. Bang! Another muffled sound rang out. Fandong, who had carried the sweep of the iron rod with his flesh and blood, had his arms trembling violently. The muscles on his arms crumbled from the intense impact. The blood that flowed down his arms and onto the soil was absorbed by the soil as much as possible. Fandong forced himself to endure the piercing pain coming from his arm, eyes raging with infinite killing intent. He looked at the Monk Jada in front of him. Monk Jada grinned, not the least bit ashamed of the sneak attack. Since the gods can't tell the winner from the loser, it's up to the poor monk to subdue you. The demon. Monk Jada spoke faintly. If not for the lechery still on his face, he truly seemed like a holy Buddha who saved suffering and manifested on earth. Monk Jada? You're a fake monk, aren't you? Fandong's viciously cold voice seemed to have touched Monk Jada's bottom line. Monk Jada didn't say anything, just the ebony iron rod in his hand, slamming towards Fandong. The roiling shadow of the stick caused Fandong's heart to sink. Just now, in order to stop Hanuman, he had used his full power to catalyze the might of the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor's might, which was fully activated, consumed most of Fandong's power. Compared to his full strength, I'm afraid that only less than 50% of his strength remains. Moreover, Monk Jada wasn't as weak as the other god evocation masters. He had practiced in the Celestial Kingdom for many years and had the blessing of a powerful god like Hanuman. I'm afraid that Monk Jada is not much weaker than Fandong in his heyday. With this thought in mind, Fandong's body was like a ghost prancing around one after another, dodging the heavy iron rod wielded by Monk Jada. Although Fandong looked like a swimming dragon, extremely dashing. However, the rational Huaxia people within the national Luxpace were extremely pessimistic about Fandong's situation. Monk Jada's moves carried the might of shattering space. Fandong, on the other hand, had a disorganized breath and an extremely obvious weakness. I hope Fandong can hold out a little longer. As long as he can hold out until the Monkey King defeats Hanuman, then our China is a sure winner. That's right, I don't question Fandong's strength, but Fandong's situation at this moment is really not optimistic. The sensible Wahini man's face was bitter. Only the face of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans had a deeply hidden elation flooding out. They couldn't wait for Fandong to lose the battle. Can't wait for Fandong to be beaten to a pulp by Monk Jada. After all, only Fandong fell. It was their brother Wang Qin who had the chance to become the savior of China. Fandong, die for me. Don't hold on hard. My brother Wang Qin can save China. Wang Qin brainwashed fans watched Fandong gradually fall into a wretched state, and his deeply hidden joy gradually shed its disguise. The words that roared out of their mouths in a low voice revealed even more of their inner excitement. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans didn't dare to loudly vocalize their curses against Fandong. The Tennesseans, however, had no scruples. One vicious word after another rang out from the audience of the Tianzhu Kingdom. Hold on a little longer? Do you guys mean to let Monk Jada abuse Fandong? Ha ha ha. Does becoming our slaves really make it that hard for you? A bunch of stinking insects. Submit to the Celestial Kingdom. The taunts from the audience of the Celestial Kingdom seemed to have reached within the mountain of flowers and fruits, and there was a slight anger welling up on Fandong's face. Even a mudblood who has been pinned down for so long deserves a little fire. not to mention Fan Dong, a ruthless man who was already vicious to the core. As Monk Jiada's heavy, ebony iron rod smashed down once again, Fan Dong didn't flash or avoid, and a fierce color flashed in his eyes. A fierce color flashed, and a majestic pressure followed, extruding in the space around Monk Jiada. Fan Dong's power had been mostly weakened though, the might of the heavenly emperor that might have shocked Hanuman, even if it was only slightly catalyzed. It was also enough to embolden the Monk of Jade. The ebony iron rod that smashed down towards Fan Dong abruptly froze for an instant. Fan Dong seized the opportunity and poured out both fists like a blistering wind and rain towards Monk Jiada. In an instant, the residual shadow left by the fist swinging out was imprinted on top of Monk Jiada's chest cavity. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds rang out one after another like gunshots. Monk Jiada's strong body was strangely stagnant in the air, and his bulging chest was gradually collapsing. Drink! It was accompanied by a bellowing explosion from Fan Dong's mouth. The punch that gathered the strength of his entire body heavily smashed into the face of Monk Jiada. Monk Jiada's body flew out like a kite with broken strings. The teeth set in the Monk Jida's mouth, however, remained stagnant in the position they had just been in. This steep reversal of the situation left everyone stunned. Monk Jiada, who had just been gaining the upper hand, was seriously injured by Fan Dong in an instant. The bitterness on the faces of the Chinese masses was taken over by elation. The excitement that followed the dissipation of depression drove them to yell at the Tennessee audience. Scream! Scream again! Isn't your Monk Jiada powerful? Why are you like a dead dog now? Fan Dong is invincible. Tianzhu Kingdom is a bunch of trash. The roar of the Chinese crowd made Wang Qin fans feel as if they had eaten a turd. More than that, it brought panic and trepidation to the faces of the Tianzhu country's masses for the first time. Fear filled his eyes like a tidal wave as he looked at the flower and fruit mountain. Impossible! How could Monk Jiada not be able to defeat Fan Dong? So disappointing. The entire female family of Monk Gideon must be sacrificed to every man in the country. By now, all the masses of the Tennessee care about is still women, inside the mountain of flowers and fruits, while the Tennesseans were deciding the fate of the women in the family of Monk Gideon. Monk Jiada, however, lives and dies for the sake of the Tianzhu Kingdom. Ho! 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 His body rolled over on the ground in an unknown number of circles. Blood, uncontrollably, gushed out of his mouth. Inside the tattered chest, breath was only exhaled, not exhaled. The scythe of death, though, could reap the life of Monk Jardine at any time, but the tenacity of the cockroach-like life force still kept the scythe from cutting down immediately. Step by step, Fan Dong walked towards Monk Jiada, whose figure flew tens of meters away. Soon he was standing beside Monk Gideon. Eyes that carried infinite contempt looked down on the Monk Jiada, who was as if he were a dead dog. A big 42-yard foot stomped down hard toward the head of Monk Jide. Bigfoot and the head, getting closer. A roar carried ferocity and killing. It suddenly emanated from the 9 heavens above and shook Fan Dong away from Monk Jiada by more than 10 meters. Demon! How dare you! As the bellowing sound exploded, Hanuman's 10,000 feet tall body gradually shrunk. He transformed into a streak of light and flew towards Fan Dong's backwards flying form. At this moment Hanuman no longer cared about the dignity of a powerful god. He only wanted to quickly kill Fan Dong with the most powerful force. The stream of light carried brilliant divine might and was about to catch up with Fan Dong's figure. Sun Wukong's body, which was as high as 10,000 feet, similarly shrunk in an instant. There was no movement from the Monkey King. With a crunching sound, Hanuman's body was sent flying. Sun Wukong's figure then disappeared within the mountain of flowers and fruits. The eyes on Hanuman's 4 faces swept towards any part of the mount of flowers and fruits. He could clearly feel Sun Wukong's aura, but he couldn't find where he was at all. Humph! Hanuman snorted coldly and no longer cared about Sun Wukong's position. Killing Fan Dong was his first priority now. But the moment Hanuman's body was just about to charge out towards Fan Dong, a stone on the ground steeply emerged as the shadow of the Monkey King. And after, the iron rod inscribed with blood-colored patterns quickly zoomed in Hanuman's eyes. Chapter 77, Heart Ape appears. Awaken the pain of the Monkey King. Crunch! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Hanuman's body, like a battered baseball, was smashed out by the iron rod inscribed with blood-colored patterns. Sun Wukong after a hit, and does not bully an up. The figure steeply in the flower and fruit mountain again disappeared. Seeing this, the Chinese masses within the national fortune space were abuzz for a moment. Excited hoots and hollers rang out at the same time. 72 changes. This is Monkey's 72 changes. Monkey has finally performed the 72 changes. This is the stunt that Monkey became famous for. The Chinese crowd gazed wildly. The excitement brought about by witnessing Monkey perform the 72 transformations made their faces redden. The Tianzhu people's already ironclad faces became even more ugly. They could only pray that Hanuman was far more powerful than they had ever imagined. Inside the mountain of flowers and fruits, One of Hanuman's arms drooped helplessly at his side, and his figure flew backwards hundreds of meters before he managed to stabilize. His 4 pairs of sinister eyes swept over any part of the mountain of flowers and fruits, but the figure of the Monkey King could never be captured. Sun Wukong, 1,000 years have passed, and you've become a despicable and insidious rat. A low, sinister voice was spat out softly by Hanuman. As the essence in his eyes shot out, his figure swept towards Fandong once again. The tiger-headed Rui stick in his hand seemed to have transformed into a ferocious and vicious tiger that could devour thousands of flesh and blood. The vicious tiger raised its tiger roar to the sky, carrying thunder on its body as it pounced towards Fandong, stepping through the void. Just as the vicious tiger's bloody mouth was about to devour Fandong, a wee beside Hanuman's body steeply transformed into the form of the Monkey King. The iron rod inscribed with blood-colored patterns whistled up to break through the air and quickly zoomed in Hanuman's eyes. A cruel grin suddenly appeared at the corner of Hanuman's mouth. Neither dodging nor defending, he just watched the iron rod smashing ferociously towards him. Hanuman's action sent a shiver down everyone's spine, and a terrifying thought came to mind. That's why Hanuman shot at Fandong, totally to draw out the Monkey King. Soon, this horrible idea was then confirmed by Hanuman. Inside the mountain of flowers and fruits, the sardonic smile at the corner of Hanuman's mouth grew creepier and creepier. The arm that had recovered after the break tightened its grip towards the iron rod inscribed with blood-colored patterns. Mouse, gotcha! Hanuman's sound of triumph at the success of his scheme muffled the sound of breaking bones. His eyes followed the iron rod inscribed with blood-colored patterns and looked towards Sun Wukong. Bloodlust and killing were equally pounced towards Sun Wukong, although hard against the Sun Wukong after a blow. Pouncing on Fandong evil tiger has disappeared, but then an endless stream of demons poured out of the eyes on Hanuman's 4 faces. Nightly ghosts, evil scale, fierce tigers, shadow after shadow of the demonic creature bore out of Hanuman's eyes. Sun Wukong would have been close to Hanuman. Almost instantly, these demons swept through Sun Wukong. Endless demonic creatures enveloped Sun Wukong's surroundings. Yet Sun Wukong did not see any panic, even grinned cozily at Hanuman. Hanuman's smile, frozen on his face. A bad premonition rose even more in his heart. In disbelief, Sun Wukong, along with the long stick in his hand, turned into green smoke and disappeared from his sight. Hanuman stood frozen in place. The surrounding demons hissed as they lost their target, as well as an arm that was constantly trembling from a serious injury. It left Hanuman in a daze. Hanuman, if it wasn't for old man Rulai suppressing my old grandson, how could you be worthy of replacing my old grandson and intercepting the heavenly merits? Sun Wukong's voice, which seemed to resonate from anywhere in the mountain of flowers and fruits, was like a tidal wave that squeezed towards Hanuman. Immediately after that, his slimmed-down figure continuously manifested from the mountain of flowers and fruits. That accompanies each manifestation. It's the more exuberant wariness. It was the shadow of a broken stick. It was a succession of broken bones in Hanuman's body. Only a few breaths passed. There was no longer any part of Hanuman's original sacred and inviolable body that was intact. All of the hard bones were shattered, and the torso was strewn with streaks of ebony club marks. Hanuman had panic in his eyes, and his life force poured out like a floodgate opening. In his eyes, a blade of grass, a tree, and a rock on Mount Wagwa. Even a grain of sand and dust may change into the Monkey King. Under Sun Wukong's endless infestation, Hanuman's eyes were filled with a rich blood-red color, and his aura suddenly climbed like a rocket. Instead of watching the life force fade away for nothing, he decided to burn his life away and fight one last time. Get the hell out of my way! Hanuman roared up to the sky. The different looks on the 4 faces all turned in an instant into fury like a volcano about to erupt. Berserk air currents raged around him as he roared. All the debris around them were all blown out by the airflow. Among the uncountable clutter, a drop of muddy blood exploded on its way to crashing away, revealing the Monkey King's form, just facing Hanuman, whose strength had further risen. Sun Wukong's face still didn't see any fear. It seems to have anticipated today's scene. The backward flying figure stopped hard, and the Monkey King held the ground with one hand while plucking a tuft of hair casually with the other. He put the hairs to his mouth and blew gently. The blood-colored hairs then flew towards Hanuman like a steel needle against the raging air currents. Sculpture. The rapid loss of life force sent Hanuman into a frenzy. But before the words in his mouth were finished, the hairs transformed into thousands of monkeys that pounced on his broken body. The monkeys were extremely weak, but they couldn't afford to be numerous. A mouthful of spittle from each of the thousands of monkeys was also perfectly capable of drowning Hanuman. Phew! Until the endless monkeys crushed Hanuman in layers underneath his body. Only then did Sun Wukong exhale a mouthful of turbid air, his figure relaxing slightly. And the monkeys on the mountain of flowers and fruits who were hanging from the withered tree saw this. Thousands of years of numbing pain from torture seemed to be swept away. For the first time, the soul, imprisoned in a dead body, exhibited a leap of joy. As for the Chinese people within the national fortune space, Other than Wang Qin's fans, their hearts and minds were uplifted. Of the 8 countries that initiated the deadly war, Tianzhu is deservedly the strongest country. Fan Dong defeated Hanuman and crossed the great mountain of Tianzhu Kingdom. This means that Xia has won all the deadly battles. The masses of the 8 nations that initiated the deadly battle realized this as well. The masses of Olympus, the Eagles, and the Nordic Empire were all terrified. Even the ghosts of the Sakura country turned their resentful gazes on the Tianzhu country masses. The reason for losing the deadly battle was unanimously recognized by the masses of these nations as becoming the culpability of the Celestial Kingdom. Facing the thousands of resentments from the masses of various countries, Gan Tian similarly did not have the same kind of cloudy confidence he had before. His face was a bit ugly, but he still thought about stabilizing the army. Humph, what are you afraid of? Who said Lord Hanuman lost? And so what if Lord Hanuman loses? It's not like I don't have any other gods left in the Celestial Kingdom. Gan Tian's forced calm voice made everyone's hearts slightly calmer. The scene within the mountain of flowers and fruits also precisely echoed Gan Tian's voice. Just see inside the mountain of flowers and fruits. Once again Hanuman burst into a violent stream of air. This stream of air caused the monkeys that were stacked on top of his body in layers to suddenly collapse, and then Hanuman got up with difficulty. The 4 pairs of eyes that looked at Sun Wukong flickered with a compelling and eerie light in unison. The strange light caused Sun Wukong to suddenly have a splitting headache. 500 years under the 5 Fingers Mountain. The heavy trials and tribulations on the way to fetch the scriptures. A picture of what he had experienced once kept surfacing in front of his eyes. Looking at the Monkey King who was in agony, Hanuman laughed and spoke ruefully. Actually, I have another name. That's the Mind Ape. Chapter 78, The Legend of the Monkey King's Loneliness. Hanuman's voice fell. A loud bang suddenly exploded, shaking the towering Huagua mountain. The monkeys that went forward and backward towards Hanuman dissipated all of a sudden. Hanuman's 4-headed, 2-armed body had only 1 head and 2 arms left. The 3 faces crumbled at the same time, disintegrating into a mist of blood that enveloped Hanuman's side. At this moment, Hanuman could no longer be called a Buddha. Now he had completely transformed into a demon that had crawled out of hell. Hanuman chipped 3 faces on his own, certainly not to admit defeat. A wave of blood-colored light surged out amidst the blood mist around him. At an extremely fast speed, it spread towards Sun Wukong as well as Fandong. Hanuman's hideous, bloodthirsty eyes glowed with sadistic pleasure. With a frantic voice, accompanied by waves of light, it drowned Fandong as well as Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, feel the pain you once felt. The light that carried the epileptic voice rippled to Fandong as well as Sun Wukong. The waves of light seemed to carry the 3 to a fantastical space. On the mountain of flowers and fruits, there was only one still lingering monk Jiada left behind. Inside the national transportation space, everyone looked at the mountain of flowers and fruits, where only monk Jiada was left alone, and fell into a daze. But the confusion lasted only a moment. The bloodlight that spread out similarly obscured the curtain of light within the national fortune space. The dazzling light caused by the bloodlight gradually subsided. What entered the eyes of the crowd was the Monkey King who was crushed under a 5-fingered mountain. The 5-fingered mountain was so lifelike that the veins on the back of the hand were even clearly visible. Beyond that, at the wrist of the 5-fingered mountain, a piece of yellow paper with Buddha's intent permeating it was fluttering in the wind. Whenever the Monkey King mustered his strength to topple this great mountain, a line of Buddha's text on the yellow paper then had a dazzling Buddha's light blossoming out. The Buddha's light seemed to add 1 billion pounds of weight to the 5-fingered mountain. Under the suppression of the Buddhist scriptures, any effort made by the Monkey King became a useless struggle. What's going on? Didn't the great sage have the upper hand? How come he was crushed under the 5 Fingers mountain in the blink of an eye? Did Hanuman use his means? Or did Buddha really step in to help the celestial kingdom? It's impossible. The death battle strictly forbids other gods to intervene. Even if Buddha betrayed China, there's no way for him to step in and help the celestial kingdom. The scene that appeared in the light curtain caused all of the Chinese people to fall into a panic. Even Fan Dong, who was in front of the 5-fingered mountain, was not an exception. Fan Dong looked at the Monkey King, who was crushed under the 5-finger mountain, and bewilderment and trepidation welled up in his heart. The scene in front of him made him unable to tell whether it was real or an illusion. Sun Wukong, so what if you're powerful and peerless? If Buddha can suppress you once, he can suppress you a second time. At the same time that Fan Dong was confused in his mind, Hanuman's head and 2-armed body similarly manifested from in front of the 5-finger mountain. He was 100 meters away from 5 fingers. The breath that escaped was still depressing to Fan Dong's heart even though it was already 100 times weaker. I heard the word Buddha. The Monkey King seemed to recall once again the 500 years of solitude under the 5-finger mountain. Fear and anger were intertwined on his face, and his fierce and vicious aura caused the 5 Fingers mountain to tremble. Don't bother. You couldn't even break the 5 Fingers mountain's confinement when you were in your heyday. So how dare you presume to break free from the 5 Fingers mountain's suppression now? Hanuman's one remaining face was finally no longer just a monotone of emotions. Arrogance, viciousness and murderous intent were intertwined in his one remaining face. The blood-red eyes made him even more terrifyingly hideous. And after, Hanuman walked slowly towards Sun Wukong. With a single step, a pouring rain of blood suddenly drifted between this heaven and earth. Fan Dong tilted his head back to look at the rain of blood falling from the depths of the sky, and his pupils couldn't stop dilating. It was only because in the rain of blood spilling from the sky, images of what the Monkey King had once experienced surfaced. And these images are not the same as what the legends say. The so-called Great Disturbance in the Heavenly Palace was actually the slaughter of the Spirit Mountain. Sun Wukong's heroic and extraordinary body stood in the hall of the Spirit Mountain, killing the Spirit Mountain chattering blood, and all the Buddhas chilled. The so-called Rulai's overhand suppression of the Monkey King actually took a lot of effort. It was only after Buddha broke his own palm and gathered the strength of all Buddhas that he managed to crush the Monkey King at the bottom of the Five Fingers Mountain. The so-called real or fake Monkey King is a farce orchestrated by Rudra, in order to steal Sun Wukong's heavenly merit and fulfill Hanuman, a hypocritical sinful beast. As for the journey to the west to fetch the scriptures, it was an elaborate game designed by all the Buddhas. Which of the demons raging at the foot of the Spirit Mountain and the many Buddhas' mounts privately descending to the earth reflects the Buddha's compassionate heart? Scene after scene of gruesome images were revealed amidst the rain of blood. The scenes presented in each scene are enough to depress one to the point of heartburn. The sensible Chinese who witnessed the change of scene were stony-faced. Buddha's glorious image of compassion shattered in their minds. Is Buddha really as evil as he appears in the rain of blood? The oppression monkeys suffered has been clearly presented in a rain of blood. So what on earth is there that can't be believed? What's questionable now is whether or not Buddha is a god in my China. If so, why on earth would they be so cruel? Low murmurs rang out one after another from the Chinese audience, cluttering the entire space of the national games. Humph! Sun Wukong has killed all the Buddhas in Spirit Mountain and fallen. Do we still want Buddha to have mercy on Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong is a ferocious demon. Isn't it right to be targeted by the Buddhas? Just as the people of the celestial kingdom say, the Buddha's compassion for people depends on the situation. Sun Wukong, does he deserve the Buddha's compassion? The low murmur caused Wang Qin's brainwashed fans to retort loudly at the first opportunity. They are like a herd of angry bulls who will not allow anyone to disobey them, to the point where this is happening now. Sensible Huaxia people no longer have the desire to refute Wang Qin's brainwashed fans. A succession of doubts left their brains in complete blankness. It wasn't until another voice rang out in the middle of the heaven and earth that Sun Wukong was in that they came back to their senses. 1,000 years ago, the golden cicada, a fool, was willing to save you with 10 reincarnations. Now, who will be able to uncover this Buddhist scripture seal of law for you? Where Five Fingers Mountain is located. The distance between Hanuman's broken body and Sun Wukong was already less than 50 meters. He looked down at the Monkey King, who was firmly imprisoned by the Five Fingers Mountain, and in the depths of his eyes, there was a strong sense of teasing and mockery. Hanuman, who was seriously injured, wasn't moving very fast, but hobbling across a distance of 50 meters wouldn't take very long at all. So, Hanuman was confident that the life and death of the Monkey King was in his hands. The Monkey King, imprisoned by the Five-Finger Mountain, bared his teeth towards Hanuman. Although his face was filled with unwillingness and grief, his eyes had a calmness like that of an abyss. Ha! Who can come to your rescue when you're pretending to be blasé at the end of your life? The teasing and mockery on Hanuman's face did not diminish, but a wisp of doubt flooded his heart. Sun Wukong's eyes, which were as flat as an abyss, moved slightly. The face that was intertwined with unwillingness and grief suddenly had a wisp of a smile spreading out. Once, I had a good master. Now, I have a good junior. The proud voice shook Hanuman inside. The disappearing figure of Fan Dong in his line of sight caused a feeling of uneasiness to rage in his heart. And then he looked up. Only Fan Dong's figure was seen to be close to where the sutra was located. Chapter 79, Revealing the Scriptures. Saving the great sage, Hanuman dared not taunt anymore. Fan Dong's body, which was more flexible and agile than an ape, made his insides tense up, dragging a body as mangled as a scrap truck. Hanuman used all his strength and trudged towards Sun Wukong, one heavy step at a time. The distance of 50 meters that used to be reachable by lifting a step is now as insurmountable as crossing a mountain or an ocean. Fandang who nimbly leaps on the Five Fingers Mountain. It's not as easy as it looks either. The Buddha's light emanating from the yellow paper contained infinite pressure. Like a shocking wave, it seemed to slap him to death on the Five Fingers Mountain, and the sutras printed on the yellow paper. It was even as if it was being sung by thousands of monks, echoing in Fandong's mind. The Buddhas sound like an old monk reciting sutras drilled into Fandong's mind in a steady stream, as if it was going to burst his head. Phew! Phew! Sweat oozed from his forehead and his breathing was as ragged as a bellows. The endless pressure on his body, along with the lingering Buddhist sounds in his mind, caused Fandong's body to approach its limits long ago. But the sutra was already close at hand, and it was impossible for Fan Dong to give it up. His voice hissed, and with every step he took, there were extremely deep footprints left on the Five Fingers Mountain. Fan Dong, go for it, it's so close, hold on just a little longer, don't give up, don't give up. Regardless of whether Fan Dong could hear it or not, the rational Chinese shouted vigorously at Fan Dong. A protruding vein on their arm showed the tension in their hearts, although the Chinese audience, which occupied the majority of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans, was silent. But with only a small half of the cries of the rational Chinese, the voices were enough to converge into a torrent within the national space. Between the floods raging, the tension in the hearts of the Tianzhu people was not much less than that of the Chinese. Their eyes, even though they had become extremely dry, still did not dare to blink frequently. It was only because the distance between Hanuman and the Monkey King was down to the last 5 steps. Hanuman looked at the Monkey King who was right in front of him. The only trace of strength left in his body converged above his arms. The tiger head Rui stick was similarly raised high above his head, just short of smashing into the Monkey King's exposed head. However, Sun Wukong looked at the tiger head Rui stick that was raised high in the air, eyes as calm as the abyss, still without a single fluctuation. The people of the Celestial Kingdom within the national luck space held their breath. The body was as frozen in time, not daring to make any movements. They were afraid that because of their actions, they would lead to a reversal of the situation within the mountain of flowers and fruits. As for the sensible Chinese, the cries of outcry have subsided. Many people covered their hands in front of their eyes, not daring to watch the scene of Sun Wukong being executed by Hanuman. The tiger-headed Rui stick raised in Hanuman's hand slammed down heavily towards the Monkey King's head. The air currents disturbed by the slamming down of the club caused Sun Wukong's blood-red fur to flutter. Go to hell! A grim smile flashed across Hanuman's face as the tiger-head Rudraksh gradually drew closer to the Monkey King's head. Only this grimace didn't last long. A golden wave of light suddenly spread out from the top of the Five Fingers Mountain. The tiger-head Rui stick, which was just a millimeter away from Sun Wukong's head, came to a steep stop. It was as if time around Hanuman had been stilled by waves of golden light, and it was difficult for the tattered body to make any movement at all. Looks like you're still late. Tilting his head to look at Hanuman, Sun Wukong spoke faintly, like the eyes of an abyss. Killing intent soared out of it like an evil scowl. As the voice fell, the gigantic Five Fingers Mountain gradually began to vibrate. Immediately after that, the sky shook and the ground shook, and a piece of debris rolled down from the Five Fingers Mountain. Between the sky collapsing and the ground falling, everyone only felt that the blood-colored wave of light in front of them suddenly tore apart. The scene on the mountain of flowers and fruits was once again revealed to the eyes of the crowd. After the blood-colored light wave ruptured, only Hanuman's tattered body was actually standing dumbfounded in front of the Monkey King at the moment. His face was distorted from the desperate mobilization of power. However, no matter how much power was mobilized within his body, the tiger head Rui stick, which was resting on top of Sun Wukong's head, was never able to advance an inch. It's not I, Lao Sun, who's going to die. It's you. Sun Wukong lifted Hanuman's broken body with one hand. Then it sent Hanuman flying hundreds of meters. After Hanuman's body rolled over an unknown number of times, like a dead dog, he lay down with Monk Gideon. The tense and depressing atmosphere within the national luck space was broken in an instant. The atmosphere of despair that permeated the Chinese masses suddenly shattered. In its place, there was a vast sea of cheering. Even this is worthy of being called the Fighting Buddha. It's not even as good as a hair on Monkey's head. If a more powerful god enters a trashy country, then that god will become equally trashy, unconsciously launching a deadly war towards Huaxia. Then I, Huaxia, have no choice but to thank you for your national fortune. Ha ha ha. After winning the Tianzhu kingdom, the Chinese people's confidence in winning the deadly battle was at its peak at the moment. The Celestial Kingdom is the strongest country among the 8 countries that initiated the deadly battle. If even the Tianzhu kingdom could not defeat Huaxia, then there was even less to expect from other countries. The tension in the Tennessee audience was similarly shattered. The Tianzhu people whose bodies were tense saw Hanuman dying of serious injuries, and their bodies were as limp as if they had been deflated. They sat disheveled in their seats. The despair that once filled the Chinese people was now transferred to their eyes. Nowadays, Hanuman was already the strongest god they could summon within the space of the national fortune. If Hanuman, who had the dual beliefs of Buddhism and Taoism, was unable to defeat Huaxia, what makes other gods, even weaker than Hanuman, qualified to fight against Huaxia? Is that how you, the Celestial Kingdom, guarantee that you can deal with Fandong? Wasn't it said that Fandong could only summon 13 gods at the end of his days? How many deadly battles has he won here? Your Tianzhu kingdom has an unshirkable responsibility for the defeat of this deadly battle. The despair of the people of the Celestial Kingdom, along with the atmosphere of the masses of the other 7 countries, fell into heaviness. The unwillingness in the hearts of the leaders of the various countries regarding the fall of their national fortunes drove them to shout accusations at Gontian. The successive accusations caused Gontian's complexion to turn ironic. It was not that he did not anticipate Hanuman's defeat, but when defeat actually came, he was still terrified. Humph, who said that my Tianju kingdom has lost? How do you all know that we have no more means of turning the tide? Gontian snorted coldly, unwilling to recognize the defeat of the Tianju kingdom. After all, if they lose the deadly battle because of them, the celestial kingdom, then, not only would the kingdom's fortunes drop by 10%, but its position in the international arena would also be drastically weakened. The leaders couldn't help but snort out a laugh at that, but before they could open their mouths to mock, Gontian pulled out the golden Bodhi leaf that world-honored one had once bestowed upon him. Once the golden Bodhi leaf was pulled out, Buddha's light suddenly filled the entire space of the national fortune, and then the linden leaves were windless and automatic, as if they had a consciousness, actively drifting towards the light curtain that revealed the mountain of flowers and fruits. The golden linden leaf shook, but it blended into the light screen with precision and accuracy. Immediately after that, the golden Bodhi leaf appeared in the mountain of flowers and fruits. Chapter 80. How did my good disciple become a monkey? Inside the mountain of flowers and fruits, the monkey's soul imprisoned in the dead body was like meeting a natural enemy. Their bodies huddled together, their eyes staring in horror at the golden Bodhi falling from the depths of the sky. Sun Wukong's figure, which had just relaxed, likewise suddenly tensed up again. Even when he was nearly suppressed by Hanuman, the gravity of his eyes had never been as intense as it was now. The golden linden leaf slowly came to a standstill in midair. The linden leaf, which had just been the size of a palm, suddenly became large enough to cover the sky. Sun Wukong's expression became agitated. His legs were slightly bowed, and then he snapped. The ground under his feet cracked out a spiderweb-like crack. The figure was even like a cannonball, quickly rushing towards where Hanuman was. This Bodhi leaf caused an uncontrollable fear to arise within the Monkey King's heart. The only way to truly reassure him was to cut Hanuman down as fast as possible and win the battle to the death. Sun Wukong's figure sped out, pulling out a trail of residual shadows. The iron rod inscribed with blood-colored patterns in his hand heavily smashed into Hanuman. However, as the iron rod was about to hit Hanuman's body, the entire time and space of the mountain of flowers and fruits seemed to be stilled by this Bodhi leaf. Sun Wukong's figure was fixed in mid-air, and Fan Dong was likewise unable to move at all. In Fan Dong's horrified gaze, the golden light emanating from the Bodhi leaf became more and more prevalent, as the golden Buddha light shone until it filled the entire heaven and earth. The Bodhi leaf gradually transformed into a huge human figure. This silhouette was sitting on a lotus platform. The golden Buddhist light transformed into a halo that hovered behind the figure. In the meantime, the silhouette pointed to the sky on one hand and the earth on the other, and his mouth was even chanting words that were overbearing to the extreme. In heaven and on earth, I am the only one. The voice fell, and the figure revealed his majestic and solemn face. Siddhartha Gautama, Rudraksh. The silhouette made Fan Dong's heart tremble, and the two names circled back and forth in his mind. Although Sun Wukong was fixed in midair, his consciousness was not imprisoned. Anger spewed out of the pupils that burned with black flames. 500 years under the Five Fingers Mountain. The Buddhas playing on the westward journey. Thousands of corpses on the mountain of flowers and fruits. All the pain that Sun Wukong had suffered drove him to break the confinement. But Sun Wukong's power was still too weak. 1,000 years of imprisonment as well as fierce battles had long ago left him with 10% of his strength. Even though anger was like lava churning in Sun Wukong's chest, he simply could not break free from his confinement. Inside the national luck space, the ecstatic faces of the Huaxia people suddenly froze. How could they not expect Sakyamuni, who was the Buddha, to appear within the mountain of flowers and fruits and help the celestial kingdom suppress the Monkey King? Everything is clear. Buddha is not our Chinese god at all. How can Buddhism be considered the native religion of China when the Buddha helped the celestial kingdom attack China? We've all been tricked. The Buddha won't bless us at all. Sensible Chinese who once believed in Buddhism are broken inside. What happened in front of their eyes made their faith collapse and their three views shatter. However, the Buddha within the mountain of flowers and fruits seemed to have heard the wailing of these Chinese people. As if in self-justification, the voice came out languidly from his mouth. Shrewd monkey, you have done many evils and slaughtered the world. But this Buddha's heart is compassionate and has forgiven you many times. But you still don't know how to repent. This time, even if this seat represents the heavenly Dharma kingdom, I will suppress you forever in the mountain of flowers and fruits. Rudra's voice reached within the space of the national fortune. The eyes of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans, who had just been unable to find a reason to excuse Buddha, suddenly flickered as if they had been wiped. They were the first to explain to the crowd, their voices carrying a dominance that could not be disobeyed. Hear that? Buddhism is still our native Chinese religion. Just because the Monkey King is so evil, the Buddhas are so compassionate. How could they tolerate the Monkey King doing wrong here? That is, do you think all gods are as evil and bloodthirsty as the ones summoned by Fandong? The voices of Wang Qin's brain-dead fans did not make sensible Chinese people change their minds about Buddha. They looked at Lord Ka in grief. Suddenly it was realized that this deadly battle had been interfered with by external factors. And so, not caring if they would anger the heavenly Tao will, they shouted towards the national fortune ring in an attempt to make the heavenly Tao will preside over justice. It's not fair. This deadly battle was interfered by the Tianzhu kingdom. It should be terminated immediately and the Tianzhu kingdom should be judged to have lost the battle. I am not convinced. The will of heaven favors the celestial kingdom. Terminate the deadly battle immediately. My Huaxia has already won. These sensible Huaxia people put their fear of angering the will of heaven behind them and swore to fight to the death for the rights and interests that belong to Huaxia. To everyone's surprise, the will of heaven not only did not become angry because of the Chinese people's angry rebuke, the voice of the heavenly Tao even brought a few apologies and helplessness with it. This deathmatch cannot be terminated due to force majeure. If Huaxia can still win the deadly battle with outside intervention, regard Huaxia as having won 2 deadly battles. The voice of the heavenly Tao silenced everyone. Everyone, including the masses of the nations, did not expect the power of Ka. It was so powerful that it could hinder the will of the heavenly Tao to end the deadly battle. Only the faces of the Tennesseans wore an elation that almost overwhelmed them. The appearance of Rudraksh Buddha gave them the hope of reversing the Huaxia. The rational Chinese, on the other hand, are in utter despair, even though the Monkey King dared to fight against the sky and the earth. However, facing Rudraksh, they still could not see a single chance of being able to win. Go face your monkey grandson and repent. Inside the mountain of flowers and fruits, high in the sky, Rulai, intending to make quick work of the battle, issued a judgment against the Monkey King. With the sound of voices, a large hand that covered the sky and the sun broke through the clouds and suppressed towards the Monkey King. Sun Wukong's unruly eyes watched as the large hand covered towards him. The 500 years of scruples under the 5 Fingers Mountain appeared once again within the Monkey King like a grievous spirit that could not be gotten rid of. Even though his muscles were broken and his bones shattered, Sun Wukong's imprisoned body was still struggling as hard as it could. But all of Sun Wukong's struggles only made himself bloody. The large hand that appeared in the depths of the heavenly dome was still overriding towards him without any hindrance. The despair of 1,000 years ago came back again. Sun Wukong stopped struggling and quietly waited for the doom to come. However, after a long time, the suffocating feeling of being suppressed by a large hand did not come. Instead, a warm force gradually converged around him. Click. Time, which was as still as ice, seemed to be melted away by the power of warmth. After time and space get past, the iron rod inscribed with blood-colored patterns in Sun Wukong's hand violently smashed Hanuman into a puddle of flesh. The blood traveled along the iron rod and pooled into the Monkey King's body. The power that had almost been sapped away filled up at an incredible rate. The Monkey King, whose strength had been restored, did not have any joy on his face. Instead, the first thing he did was to turn his gaze to the place where the warmth of the power was coming from. Just a figure that wasn't very tall, but the familiar back that calmed his restless heart, appeared in his eyes. Immediately after that, a voice rang softly between heaven and earth. How is it that in your Rudra's mouth, my lively and upright disciple has become a shrewd monkey? Chapter 81, Goku, I'll do it for you. The voice fell. The large hand that covered the sky suddenly shattered. It turned into a roiling starlight and merged into the mountain of flowers and fruits, and then bathed in the starlight of the sky. An immortal figure with a full head of white hair. Although wearing a scarlet blood robe, it was hard to hide his immortal style. It slowly appeared in everyone's eyes. The figure was reflected in Sun Wukong's eyes. Gradually it overlapped with a figure in his mind. Master, Master, Sun Wukong's voice mumbled, and in his bloodshot eyes, there were crystallized tears swirling. The moment. He was no longer the overwhelming demon king who once ruled over all demons. Neither is the Qi Tian de Shang who once killed the spirit mountain stained with blood. Now him. It's just the poor rats in front of the 3 stars of the slanting moon cave. Seeing this, Fandon's tense body relaxed at the same time. Since Ancestor Bodhi has manifested on the mountain of flowers and fruits, then even if one was facing the Buddha, there would be no need to worry. As for the Chinese viewers in the national luck space, it was as if they had taken a step from the abyss of despair to the paradise of bliss. The surprise in their eyes was more than enough to make them stammer for words. Wukong, after all these years, it's been hard on you. Ancestor Bodhi turned his back to the Monkey King, and there was a strong sense of guilt in his voice. If he hadn't expelled Sun Wukong from the mountain back then, if he hadn't warned Sun Wukong not to rely on his name, his good disciple, the Monkey King, would not have been subjected to so many trials and tribulations. Master, the apprentice is not bitter. I'm not bitter. Ancestor Bodhi's guilty voice caused tears to pour out of Sun Wukong's eyes as if they were breaking the dam. Ever since the mountain of flowers and fruits was massacred by the Buddhas, the Tang Sanzang, Pigzi, Sha Wujing, and the little white dragon suffered the poisonous hand of Rulai. He, Sun Wukong, has been alone for thousands of years. Under Sun Wukong's cries that bared his heart, Ancestor Bodhi's body actually trembled slightly. The heart that hadn't had waves for 10,000 years was even more like being cut back and forth by a blunt knife at this moment. Ancestor Bodhi forced down the guilt and heartache in his heart. His eyes, which seemed to be unchanging for eternity, looked toward Rulai, and the aura that blended with heaven and earth brought up a stirring killing intent. Goku, Master will do it for you. As the voice fell, the laws of space around Rudra seemed to be interfered with by Ancestor Bodhi. A cold light strangely emerged from the void, and then it poked straight at Rudra's neck. The once reclusive and noble Bodhi ancestor, who was kind to others, now makes a move that takes the life of Rudra. Yet Ka does not dodge. This ray of cold light slowly dissolved under the illumination of his Buddha's light. Subhutu, you're already on your own and you're still thinking of protecting the Monkey King? Rudra's precious and dignified face was now cloudy. There was undisguised surprise in his eyes, as if Subhuti wasn't supposed to be alive. Ha! Taking advantage of my traveling far away from the heavens, your Buddhist sect has poisoned my thousands of disciples. This last disciple, and how can I allow you, the Buddhist sect, to act recklessly? Ancestor Bodhi sneered twice when he heard Rudra's voice. The scarlet blood robe on his body seemed to be even more blood red. His voice was as cold as 10,000 years of ice, and the words he uttered shook the hearts of the crowd. Fandong's mouth widened slightly, equally hard to believe. The Dharma of the Bodhi ancestor is boundless. Among the thousands of gods in China, his strength could also be ranked in the top 10. But even so, the Buddhist sect dared to kill all of Master Bodhi's disciples. What are these so-called Buddhists plotting? All of your disciples are unforgivable demons. What is so unbridled about my Buddhist sect protecting the living and killing demons? Ka is still using that Buddhist rhetoric of mercy to hoodwink the crowd. Only the Bodhi ancestor had only scoffed at this. Just as Ancestor Bodhi was about to speak again, Rulai's complexion, cold to the extreme, his body's monstrous might violently poured toward Ancestor Bodhi. The might was like a horrifying wave, and wherever it passed, everything in the world was reduced to pieces. Even space collapsed inch by inch under the pouring of might. The words that Ancestor Bodhi was about to utter were blocked in his throat. He let out a cold snort, and his aura that blended with heaven and earth blossomed once more. Rudra took that seemingly unstoppable mighty outpouring and was abruptly stopped by an invisible wall. The lurid waves transformed by the might lapped at the invisible wall in layers. The wall seemed to be a moat separating heaven from hell. Where the might poured out, the void shattered. An astral wind from the depths of the void tore at everything around Rulai Buddha. And where the Bodhi ancestor was, the wind was calm. It was as if all the horrible disasters could not reach him. A mere avatar. How dare you be so reckless? The killing intent in Ancestor Bodhi's eyes became even more intense. After the voice steeped in ferocity, this heavenly rift that stood before the catastrophe pushed slowly toward the place where Rudraksh was. Wherever the rift valley passed, space was restored and all disasters were calmed. Watching the monstrous might that he had unleashed, it was gradually dissolved by Ancestor Bodhi. Buddha Rulai's face changed from gloomy to calm. The dignified appearance of his precious face restored once again. Rulai's eyes were as flat as deep pools as he spoke faintly to Ancestor Bodhi. Subhuti, when we meet again, it will be the moment of your fall. The flat voice fell, and the heavenly rift valley engulfed Rulai Buddha at the same time. The Buddha's light that blossomed in heaven and earth was eaten away little by little, and the Buddha's intent gradually disappeared on the mountain of flowers and fruits. After the Buddha's light fell silent and the Buddha's intent dissolved, Rudraksh reappeared as a palm-sized golden Bodhi leaf, silently suspended in the sky. Ancestor Bodhi silently looked at the golden Bodhi leaf that Rudra had transformed into and gently waved his right hand. Under his movements, the Bodhi leaf floated towards the Monkey King as if summoned. Wukong, this Bodhi leaf is enough to restore your strength. Ancestor Bodhi turned around and looked at Sun Wukong heartily. My disciple thanks Master. Sun Wukong bowed respectfully and the Bodhi leaf merged into the back of his head as he bowed. The golden light fueled Sun Wukong's ferocious power, and his dry fur gradually became soft and shiny. Little friend Fandong, the future of China is in your hands. Watching Sun Wukong's strength gradually recover and even go to the next level, Ancestor Bodhi nodded before turning his gaze to Fandong. The words he uttered flattered Fandong, but he didn't wait for Fandong to have the time to bow respectfully to Ancestor Bodhi. Grandmaster Bodhi then took the Monkey King, whose strength had been restored, and disappeared into the mountain of flowers and fruits on a seven-colored auspicious cloud. In the meantime, Monk Jiada's breathing, which had been lingering for a long time, also stopped in an instant. Accompanying the cessation of breathing was the gradual collapse of the mountain of flowers and fruits, as well as thousands of monkey souls freed from the dead bodies. They kneeled to Fandong from a distance. Between the shaking of the ground and the shaking of the mountains, the light in front of Fandong's eyes changed. By the time he could see things clearly, the mysterious and majestic voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in his ears. Chapter 82, Women's Respect for Men's Inferiority to Men. The 1,000-year-old wager continues. The fourth death match is over. Wasia is victorious. Whereas this death match has been effected by force majeure by the Celestial Kingdom, This deadly battle is considered a victory of 2 games for Huaxia, and Huaxia can choose any one of the following 3 words as a reward. Word 1, quality fertility. For babies born in China, the rate of genetic diseases and deformities is reduced by 50%. Word 2, strengthening the body. All citizens of China's physical fitness is doubled. Word 3, heavenly blessing. Arbitrarily select an area and send down the gifts of heaven, making the area mountainous and mineral rich. With Fan Dong's figure once again appearing in the national fortune space, the voice of the heavenly Tao also awakened most of the Chinese people from their shock. The appearance of Bodhi Laozu shocked almost all sensible Chinese into ecstasy. On the contrary, the 3 words and phrases spoken by the will of heaven did not bring much sense of surprise to the Chinese masses. Ancestor Bodhi was one of the top gods in China. His appearance made Huaxia's intimidating power in the ring of national fortunes more than just pull up a notch. Compared to Old Man Bodhi, the 3 words given by the will of heaven could only be considered average. I didn't expect Fan Dong to be able to summon Old Man Bodhi. Ancestor Bodhi, who can teach the Monkey King, is truly powerful beyond compare. Even Ho Yi's strength, I'm afraid it's not as powerful as Ancestor Bodhi's. The exclamations of the sensible Chinese and the Chinese audience came out one after another. Only Wang Qin's brainwashed fan's face was a bit gloomy. The more powerful Fan Dong showed, that meant the slimmer the chances of their Wang Qin brother coming out on top. Although Fan Dong's power would bring unimaginable benefits to Huaxia, but if Fan Dong's power would make their Wang Qin brother never get a chance to make a name for himself, then they'd rather HWA didn't have those benefits. The masses of the Tianzhu kingdom, which was already hostile to Huaxia, and the other 7 countries that had initiated the deadly war, were even more desperate. The appearance of the Bodhi ancestor caused their fear of Fan Dong to peak. It's as if as long as Fan Dong is still standing in the HWA starting position, then they, the countries, will never have the possibility of defeating Huaxia. The sights of everyone in the national fortune space constantly swept over Fan Dong's body. As the center of attention, Fan Dong had just come back to his senses from the heavenly whirlwind of spatial transformation. He recalled the 3 phrases given to him by heaven. Without much hesitation, he chose heavenly blessing. For China, where the country's fortunes are in full bloom, the newborns were originally far more physically powerful. The only purpose of the phrase, quality births, is to attract the masses from other countries to come to China to give birth. And the strengthening the body phrase is for Chinese people whose physical fitness is far superior to that of other countries. It's even less necessary. The only one that was somewhat useful to Huaxia was heaven's way of blessing. After all, with the exception of the Cuisinert province, which was blessed by the heavenly Tao last time, there are still many areas in China that are in poverty. I choose to use the Western province as the location of the heavenly blessing. With this in mind, Fan Dong chose the location of the heavenly Tao blessing to be in the Western province. As the voice fell, the light screen displaying the Western province appeared within the national fortune space. The light curtain, points of starlight fell like rain in the map where the Western province was located. Strange rhythms of light flowed throughout the Western province. Under the light rhyme, the Western province, which was already full of mysterious colors, was even more mysterious at this moment. And while the crowd reveled in the great changes in the Western province, the heavenly Tao will once again let out a majestic voice that could not be questioned. In view of the fact that the celestial kingdom interfered with the conduct of the deadly battle by force majeure, it is now penalized for obtaining the male inferiority and female superiority phrase, and within the Tianzhu, male physical fitness is weakened by 50%, and female physical fitness is increased by 100%. As the voice of the heavenly Tao fell, the curtain of light that showed the territory of China was abruptly replaced by a scene within the Tianzhu country. The women within the Dharma, who were being bullied and humiliated at all times, suddenly felt a sense of strength in their bodies. The status of women in the celestial kingdom, which has been humbled for thousands of years, is beginning to falter. There is a constant wave of Tennessee women rising up against the men. Looking at the riot that was revealed within the light screen, the man from the Tianzhu kingdom within the national fortune space had an iron expression. The women of the celestial kingdom, on the other hand, were equally happy with their faces. Even within the space of the national transportation, these women of the geranium kingdom have not been spared from being abused in public by the men of the geranium kingdom. There have even been tragic cases of a woman being abused by dozens of men at the same time. Now these abused women gained strength enough to fight men. They disregarded the rule that fighting was not allowed within the space of the national fortune. The first thing they did was to beat up the Tennessee men who were abusing them. The audience of the Tianzhu kingdom was in a state of chaos. Mahatma Gandhi looked at the chaos in the country. The heavy heart of defeat in a deadly battle was instantly overshadowed by the anger of a woman who dared to defy a man's rule. Order after order came from his mouth to the outside world. An unarmed woman can't stop a steel beast with her flesh and blood. The army marched into the city, and all uprisings were quickly suppressed. Yet the women of the Celestial Kingdom have awakened to a revolt against the men of the Celestial Kingdom that will never end. The riots in the Celestial Kingdom did not give birth to any gloating mood in the hearts of the masses of the other countries. Faced with a dead heat that was almost 100% lost, there is no country that wants to go out and fight this last battle that must be lost. The biggest reason for the defeat in the deadly war is because your Tianzhu Kingdom did not defeat Fandong. This last battle to the death will be borne by your Tianzhu Kingdom, swearing assurances before the deadly battle, but showing their true colors afterward. The Tennessee is really as disgusting as the men of their country. The leaders of the countries are paying lip service to the Celestial Kingdom. The powerful national strength of the Tianzhu Kingdom could no longer give them fear, simply because the fear that Fandong brought to them far exceeded the strength of the Tianzhu Kingdom. These leaders' snowballing angry voices made Gon Tian's ironic complexion even more difficult to see. But the uproar in the country had long since put him out of the mind of arguing with this group of leaders. With a heavy heart, he spoke faintly to a man whose looks were even more obscene than Gon Tian's. Huang Mei, you come out to fight this deadly battle. Gon Tian's expression was slightly despondent, as if he didn't have any confidence in this man. Above Huang Mei's face, trepidation filled the air. Facing Fandong, he naturally knew that he didn't have any chance of winning to speak of. However, he didn't dare to disobey Gon Tian and could only walk up to the national fortune ring with trepidation. The man's eyes cringed as he looked at Fandong, and his voice spoke in a vapid manner. Tianzhu Kingdom's player, Huang Mei, summoned the deity Yellow Eyebrows Great King, rank SS. The voice fell, and boos rang through the audience. None of the SSS class gods could defeat Fandong. An SS class god could only be considered a toy to Fandong. However, after Huang Mei's voice fell, Fandong's body suddenly had a fierce aura surging out uncontrollably. The white bones in the sky were once again raging in the sky of the national fortune space. Immediately afterward, Tang San Burial's voice, which seemed to emanate from the 9 hells of hell, resounded in everyone's ears. Yellow Eyebrows, does the bet from 1,000 years ago still dare to continue? Chapter 83, Golden Cicada. The betting game has begun. A cold and stern voice slowly resounded within the national fortune space. The white bones in the sky gradually converged into the appearance of Tang San Burial. Tang San Burial's lonely body stood forlornly on top of the waves made of white bones gathered together. The cold face was hidden under the black robe, and there was no emotion in the icy eyes. At the same time, the fury on his body rose to the sky. Fandong felt the majestic aura of the 3 burials evil monk Tang San Burial and spoke proudly. Chinese player Fandong, summoning the 3 burials evil monk Tang San Burial. Level unknown. Fandong's voice was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of everyone around him one after another. Everyone was silent throughout the entire national fortune space. The scene where Tang San Burial subdued the 8 gigantic Orochi as well as Susanoo was still vivid in his mind. No one dared to question his strength. Only the crowd would not forget Tang San Burial's ferocity. But the scene where Don Samuel massacred thousands of people, likewise it will not fade in the memory of all. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans' face flushed red as he looked at Tang San Burial's raging figure. They raged loudly at Tang San Burial in the national fortune ring, saliva spewing out from their excitement. Tang San Burial, you still have the face to appear in the national fortune ring again. Have you forgotten the massacre of thousands of people? Fandong is also stupid. Why does he still want to summon Tang San Burial to come? Does he really want to make enemies of the likes of us? Tang San Burial just lifted his ban, and Fandong summoned Tang San Burial. The executioner? He's deliberately trying to disgust us people. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans were pouring out vicious words madly at Tang San Burial, but all the abusive voices dared not relate to the Daughter Kingdom's lord. After all, the group of people who had previously insulted the Daughter Country's state lord had probably grown grass in their graves. Humph! Wasn't it because you people took it upon yourselves to satirize Tang San Burial when he massacred the masses? That so-called crowd just deserved to die. What qualifications do you have to accuse Tang San Burial and Fandong? The accusing voices of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans made the sensible Huaxia people blush with indignation. They loudly rebutted the accusations of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans and fought for Tang San Burial. How could Wang Qin's brainwashed fans allow anyone to disobey them? But just as they were about to raise their voices in anger again, Tang San Burial's cold eyes suddenly glanced at the audience. Like a monstrous wave of qi, it passed through the boundary set up by the heaven's will, toward the brainwashed fans of Wang Qin in the audience. He lunged. The suffocating feeling of being poured over by the endless sea made Wang Qin's brainwashed fans in the audience not dare to speak. It was as if they dared to continue speaking, the next moment, Tang San Burial would pulverize them. The words that were already on his lips were swallowed into his stomach. There was a strong fear mixed with the anger on his face. As the arguments in the Chinese audience died down, the masses of the Tianzhu Kingdom, as well as the other 7 countries, looked desperate and disheveled. The oppressive feeling brought about by Tang San Burial's terrifying aura haunted their surroundings like a ghost. Though long ago, there was no hope of victory in a deadly battle, But when actually confronted with the fiasco of a deadly battle, the feeling of helplessness is still something that brings this group of viewers inside, close to despair. A miserable wailing voice echoed through the audience. The yellow-browed Great King is just an ordeal on the road to the west. How can he beat Tang San Burial? The yellow-browed king is just a servant boy of Mithraya Buddha, while Tang San Burial was once a personal disciple of Buddha Rulai. The difference in status between the two speaks for itself. Miserable wailing sounds resounded endlessly within the national fortune space. Amidst the wailing, Huang Mei's face became even more terrified. The body trembled uncontrollably. It wasn't until a golden light blossomed from behind him that he managed to stabilize himself. The golden Buddha's light grew more and more exuberant behind Huang Mei. The brilliant light of the Buddha caused despair to melt away among the masses of the celestial kingdom as well as the other 7 nations. Immediately afterward, amidst the golden light, the sound of a Buddhist voice that carried a majestic pressure in its grandeur resounded steeply. Kill, and hatred never ends. Steal, and be as strong or as weak as I am. Evil lust, all sentient beings are sinful. Delusion, dreams and bubbles are empty. Delight is but a moment of splendor. Lust is but a moment of life. Golden cicada, farewell. In the midst of the restored voice, the figure of the yellow-browed Great King, clad in Buddhist robes, gradually manifested. He sat cross-legged on the lotus platform, his body filled with Buddhist intent, and Buddhist light shone behind him. If it were not for the defiant lewdness showing in the solemn countenance, everyone would even think that Yellow Eyebrows was the Rudra who had just appeared. Senior brother, hello again. Tang San Burial looked at the yellow-browed Great King who had a bizarre kindness in his demonic countenance, and a faint sneer was brought up on his cold face. Oh, 1,000 years ago, you lost to me countless times. Now, what makes you think you can outsmart me? The corners of the yellow-browed Great King's mouth similarly contained a smile. The words that were spoken, on the other hand, gave rise to a ray of hope in the hearts of the audience of the celestial kingdom. In terms of strength, the yellow-browed Great King was indeed no match for Tang San Burial, but listen to the yellow-browed king. The winner of this deadly battle seemed to have an unknown suspense. Senior brother, it's not 1,000 years ago anymore, and I'm long gone from the golden cicada of 1,000 years ago. Tang San Burial never had any expression on his face, but at this moment, he brought up a chesty confidence. The eyes as deep as the abyss of 10,000 fathoms seemed to have seen the victory or defeat of this bet. The chesty confidence on Tang San Burial's face caused the yellow-browed Great King's brows to wrinkle slightly. His face was heavy, and there was suddenly a big stone hanging in his heart. With Tang San Burial's confidence, he had won countless bets before. Surprisingly, there was no more victory this time. The yellow-browed Great King put the worries in his head behind him. With a wave of his big hand, a cage appeared in the center of the ring. In a cage, thousands of ferocious Tennesseans looked at the scene around them in horror. Some of these pugnacious people even cursed loudly and angrily towards the yellow-browed Great King. Let me out. I'm innocent. Who are you to arrest me? Let me out. Yellow Eyebrows, you're just a mere servant boy. How dare you impersonate the Buddha? This group of extremely fierce-looking Tennesseans looked like they had suffered a great injustice. However, the Great King of Yellow Eyebrows didn't care about the hoots and hollers of this group of Tianju Kingdom people. He simply turned to Tang San Burial in front of him and spoke faintly. There's no point in talking more. Let the betting begin. This cage is filled with thousands of vicious Tennesseans. Next, I'll erase their perceptions and release the searing fire. If these people are good at heart and selfless, then only half of them need be sacrificed to preserve the other half. And if these men are evil in heart, they think only of themselves, then all these thousands of people will die without a burial place. Since you believe that human nature is good, guess if these people would give themselves for the sake of others? The yellow-browed king's teasing voice made the surrounding audience's hearts heavy. Although these people are the poor and vicious people in the mouth of the yellow eyebrow king, you can watch thousands of people die from the flames. The loss of life is also enough to make anyone with a conscience feel pain. Golden Cicada. The bet is on. Chapter 84, Golden Cicada. I win again. The yellow eyebrows looked at Tang San Burial with a strange gaze, and his voice seemed to be suddenly far away and near. After his voice fell, in the middle of the cage holding thousands of Tianju nation's masses, a black flame suddenly rose up. This black flame was not exuberant. However, the fiery aura it emitted could scorch space to the point of distortion. The Tianju people who were imprisoned in the cage looked at the rising black flames with horrified gazes. Even if it only takes the sacrifice of 1 or 2 people to extinguish this black flame, but of the thousands, none dared to make the sacrifice. Everyone was crowding frantically toward the back. It was as if this black flame was a contagious disease that made people die at the touch of it, and could not be avoided. Watch as these imprisoned Tennesseans desperately crowd toward the back. The faces of the Chinese people fell into fear at the same time. In terms of strength, they certainly wouldn't be afraid of Tang San Burial losing the battle, but since he chose to use the win or loss of the bet as a condition for deciding the deathmatch, then they really didn't necessarily believe that Tang San Shui could win. The rational Chinese didn't understand why Tang San Burial chose to decide the winner in a place where he wasn't very good at. They shouted at Tang San Burial, trying to get Tang San Burial to suppress the yellow-browed Great King by force. Tang San Burial, forget about winning or losing the bet. Directly strike to suppress Yellow Eyebrows, straight up crushing the Yellow Eyebrow King. What a last match for the death match. Feel free to win it. The anxious shouts of the rational Huaxia people filled the space of the national fortune. Those brain-dead fans of Wang Qin were even directly cursing at Tang San Burial as well as Fan Dong. It's been said that Fan Dong is playing a fake match, seeing that he's going to win the death match soon. He's not even pretending now, is he? Tang San Burial was able to do things like massacre the crowd before, so it's not unbelievable that he's making a fake match now. Humph, I told you that you shouldn't trust Fan Dong, right? At the end of the day, it's still my brother Wang Qin who has to save China. The chants of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans reached the National Games ring. However, no matter if it was Fan Dong or Tang San Burial, their complexion was not affected in any way because of these voices. Fan Dong's eyes were flat as he looked at the Tianzhu people inside the cage who were gradually falling into madness. He couldn't help the waves that surfaced in his mood. This gambling game that had lasted for 1,000 years. Tang San Burial was already at a disadvantage. Good is to give, but evil is to take. As long as there is one evil mixed in with 100 good, this evil, then, will be able to stir up 100 good, and turn them upside down. Not to mention that most of these thousands of Tennesseans are evils that only know how to take from others. Thinking of this, the waves in Fan Dong's heart became even more turbulent. However, after he gazed at Tang San Burial's still chesty confidence put his heart at ease slightly. Golden Cicada. It looks like I've won this time after all. The yellow-browed Great King looked at Tang San Burial's always proud and upright body, laughed, and spoke with the same chesty confidence. As this voice rang out, the faint flames within the cage suddenly rose up. The black flames that were just as faint as a glowing fire were now spitting out long tongues of fire. Each lick and kiss of the tongue of fire swiped away the lives of dozens of Tennesseans, and the dissolution of the lives of these dozens of Tennesseans would make this tongue of fire, in turn, even thicker. Help! I don't want to die. Somebody help me. Get over there and block the flames for me. Get out of here. I don't want to go near the flames. I want to live too. The crowd of Tennesseans inside the cage yelled at the top of their lungs. Some of the ferocious Tianzhu masses even drove the weaker Tianzhu masses to pounce on the growing flames. If just now, these masses of Tennessee who were thrown into the flames will successfully extinguish the flames, but after the flames have flourished, the behavior of the vicious Scandinavian masses, who threw some of the weaker Scandinavians into the flames, no different than pouring fuel into a flame. It only fuels the flames. The brutal behavior was watched with furrowed brows by the Chinese crowd. The black flames that were getting more and more intense seemed to be searing their hearts as well, and the despair of the Tennessee masses melted away completely under the light of the flames. Continue with this momentum. Then they, the Tianzhu kingdom, would have a great chance of winning this deadly battle. Make the flames a little brighter. Burn them to death and we, the celestial kingdom, will be victorious. If the yellow-browed Great King can win this battle, I will mold a golden body for the yellow-browed Great King and enjoy offerings forever. The Tianzhu Nation crowd lost their voices and yelled at the National Games ring because of their excitement. It was as if the Tianzhu crowd in the ring, caught up in the pain of searing bones and devouring hearts, were not their compatriots at all. The roar of the crowd in the land of heaven was like a steady stream of firewood thrown into the flames. Under the added weight of the great roar, the black flames that grew more and more intense soon filled the not-so-large cage. A mournful wail in the black flames. It was like the screams of the wronged souls in hell who were being cooked in oil and burned in fire, which gave people goosebumps all over their body after listening to it. The Chinese spectators' faces were wickedly cold, their brows furrowed from the miserable screams. Yet in the face of the mournful cries of their compatriots, the Tennessee crowd showed no sorrow. Even the look appeared to be more agitated. The miserable cries within the cage gradually subsided. The breeze was blowing on the national luck ring, piles of ashes, wandering in the wind in the national luck space. Black ashes laced with the scent of roasting meat drifted before the eyes of the Chinese masses. Physical discomfort that was about to make them vomit. Golden Cicada. I won again. Watching the masses of the celestial kingdom inside the cage, turned into ashes. The yellow-browed Great King wore a weird smile on his face and spoke faintly. Under the voice, the crowd in the audience, the Tennessee crowd, like a smoker with an unquenchable addiction, greedily sniffing the ashes floating in the air. Soothing sounds, emanating from the mouths of the Tennessee crowd, as if the ashes of their compatriots were refreshing them. After being refreshed, the Tianzhu Nation's crowd excitedly stood up and shouted angrily at the nation's fortune ring. Winning! Our celestial kingdom has won. Human nature is indeed inherently evil. Tang San Burial is being abused by so many people and still thinks that human nature is inherently good. He's completely adorable. Ah, if we were to compete in strength, the yellow-browed Great King really isn't a match for Tang San Burial. but Tang Sanburo gave up his advantage. That's not being a cutie. What is it? The faces of the Tianzhu Kingdom's crowd were filled with madness. Winning a battle, though, is not enough to undo the end result of a deadly defeat, but the thrill and excitement of defeating Huaxia still made them temporarily forget the consequences of losing a deadly battle. Amidst the frantic shouts of the Tianzhu crowd, the faces of the sensible Chinese regained their composure. After all, a defeat in one battle couldn't change the end of China gaining the ultimate victory. It's just that Wang Qin's brainwashed fans simply ignored it. They seized on Tang San burial as well as the result of Fan Dong losing a battle and didn't let go. A delusional attempt to discredit Fan Dong by losing a fight. However, just as they were about to open their mouths to angrily rebuke Fan Dong, Tang San burial looked at the empty cage and suddenly raised his head to speak faintly to the yellow-browed great king. Woe to the hearts and minds of the people. Inverted consequences are the cause. Senior brother is so obsessed with winning and losing. Pathetic. Ridiculous. Tang San burial's voice was laced with mockery. It made the yellow-browed great king's face, which was filled with joy, suddenly turn iron blue. He turned his eyes toward Tang San burial's face that was tinged with pity and mockery. The uneasiness in his heart raged to the extreme. Senior brother, so what if I lose? This battle isn't over yet. Tang San burial looked at the yellow-browed great king whose body gradually became trembling. The teasing in his eyes intensified. As for the voice that was mocking in its blandness, even more so, it caused the great king of yellow eyebrows to fall into extreme fear. The Chinese masses who had already given up on this deadly battle in their hearts were shocked at the words. So what if I lose the bet? Tang San burial had never said that the winner of the battle would be determined by the win or loss of the bet. Chapter 85, My Strength. You can't imagine. Tang San burial's teasing voice caused the expression on yellow-browed great king's face to gradually freeze. The endless white bones in the sky of the national fortune ring suddenly fell like rain. Bang! 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 The muffled sound of white bones smashing on the ground grew more and more violent. Until the end. This muffled sound seemed to echo in everyone's heart. Gradual gain. The muffled sound of falling white bones disappeared. Endless white bones were piled up into a small hill on top of the national fortune ring. As the harsh cackle of bones rubbing together slowly sounded, the densely packed white bones on the national games ring transformed into skeletons and stood up. These skeletons are dull. Two strands of ghostly fire that glowed in eerie green color were in the middle of the empty skull, showing that they are not mindless dead things. It's just that these scary and horrible-looking skeletons can only scare ordinary people. The fear on the yellow-browed great king's face slowly receded, and his stiff body, too, suddenly relaxed. He looked at Tang San burial who was like a monarch, manipulating endless skeletons. It was hard to hide the mockery and joy in his eyes. Golden cicada. It seems I overestimated you. After not seeing you for 1,000 years, not only has your strength not grown, but it has even regressed a lot. The yellow-browed great king had a frown on his face, and joy was about to make him laugh. But Tang San burial didn't care about yellow-browed king's taunts. Endless skeletons, just crawling towards the yellow-browed king in a single direction. The corner of the yellow-browed great king's mouth lifted up in a smile. A worn-out yellow cloth bag appeared steeply in his hand. The spectators around the national fortune ring were almost confused by the means of these two gods. Yellow-browed great king even if he was just an SS-class deity. But he was at least a servant of the Maitreya Buddha, and his strength was not considered weak. Tang San burial even had the terrifying strength to kill Orochi in seconds, as well as Susanoo. Yet it was such two powerful gods, one that summoned thousands of skeletons that even ordinary people couldn't beat. One even took out a ragbag that beggars don't even bother to use. Could it be that Yellow Eyebrow King and Tang San burial have rekindled their old feelings and want to play fake matches at the same time? Thinking about this, the rational Chinese masses were a bit confused and subconsciously muttered their mouths. It's just as well that Tang San burial summoned a skeleton that can't even defeat me. This Yellow Eyebrows even wants to confront Tang San burial with just a ragbag? He's too much of a disdainer of Tang San burial, isn't he? That's right, even if these skeletons are no longer weak, by virtue of their numbers, they can still pile up Yellow Eyebrows to death. One doubtful sound after another rang out from the Chinese audience. These voices of doubt sound reasonable. Fan Dong, who was in the national games ring, didn't share the views of these Chinese. This cloth bag may look tattered, but it's actually a big-name seed bag. As the Dharma treasure of the Maitreya Buddha, the bag of human race once contained the Monkey King, the 28 Starry Nights, and the 5 directions of the unveiled shimmy in one breath. In the presence of a human seed bag, these tiny skeletons were not enough to be feared. The proud record of the human seed bag couldn't help but make Fan Dong's heart hang in the air. Worried and cautious gazes were directed towards Tang Sanjun, who was floating in the sky. With Tang San burial's true strength, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of a small human seed bag. However, if the enemy is still reckless and careless, there is no guarantee that unexpected accidents will not occur. Tang San burial felt Fan Dong's gaze. He gave Fan Dong a reassuring look after bowing his head slightly. Seeing this, Fan Dong's heart was clear. Even a few self-deprecating smiles could not help but grow on his face. It wasn't as if Tang San Burial, who had experienced 991 difficulties, hadn't seen the power of a human seed bag before. His Fan Dong's reminder was somewhat superfluous. Ha ha ha, a rag bag? A bunch of ignorant fools. Then let's show you the true power of this rag bag. The jeers from the Chinese audience also reached the ears of the yellow-browed king. The laughter that had long been brewing in his heart for a long time was finally unable to resist being vented at this moment. Accompanied by a maniacal laughter, the yellow rag bag was opened violently by him. The rag bag, which looked plain and ordinary on the outside, suddenly poured out dazzling Buddhist light after it was opened. When the Buddha's light was poured out, a black hole that seemed to swallow even space and time appeared in the mouth of the rag bag. Suck me. The madness made Yellowbrow's kind face look even more bizarre. The roar that hissed out then added a bit of ferocity to him. The roar seemed to be transformed into a swastika on a human seed bag, and the Buddha's light appeared to make the swastika sacred. And after, the black hole that could swallow everything seemed to start spinning. The wind and sand filled the National Games ring once again. The sturdy ring of national fortune was stripped of chunks of debris by the black hole, pouring into the interior of the human seed bag. The skeletons made of those endless white bones were even more unable to resist the devouring of the human seed bag. They were pulled by an invisible force, converging into a torrent of white bones that surged towards the human seed bag, with which it was inhaled at the same time. And the contempt and jeers from the Chinese audience. The Huaxia crowd watched everything in the National Games ring as if they had been inhaled by a seed bag. Their faces were dumbfounded, unable to believe what was happening in front of them. Ha ha ha, broken bag? You Chinese people don't seem to have a good eye, either. Laugh me to death. Where is your Chinese arrogance and mockery? Although the yellow-browed great king's strength isn't good, it can't help that he has many treasures. The voices from the Chinese audience were replaced by the crazy mockery and arrogance of the Tianju country's crowd. Look at the might of the human seed bag as if it could swallow everything in the world. In the hearts of the masses of the celestial kingdom, the hope of defeating Huaxia rose once again. Ha! Golden cicada. If you have any more tricks, just use them all. Cleaning all the skeletons on the national luck ring, the yellow-browed big man opened his mouth with a sneer at Tang San Burial. He carried the human seed bag arrogantly in his hand, and his face had the arrogance of a sightless man. It was as if the human seed bag in his hand alone could dissolve any of Tang Sanjuan's tactics. Oh, you trust this broken bag that much? Looking at the yellow-browed great king's arrogance, Tang San Burial let out a light laugh, the confidence of having everything under control on his face, and the voice with a teasing tone. It made the yellow-browed great king's heart bump, and the gaze that was fixed on Tang San Burial's body shifted steeply to the human seed bag. The only thing I saw was that the broken bag, which looked flat and uninteresting, suddenly began to bulge. It was as if something was struggling madly in this bag. Impossible. This is ancestor Maitreya Buddha's innate treasure. How could it be broken by a bunch of skeletons? Realized that something seemed to be breaking out of the human seed bag. Panic and trepidation filled the yellow-browed great king's eyes. He shouted frantically in disbelief. What was happening in front of him had long since exceeded his cognizance. After losing everything, my strength is no longer something you can imagine. Tang San Burial's expression once again returned to indifference, as if the yellow-browed great king was just an ant in his eyes. Break! Immediately afterward, he coldly spat out the word broken from his mouth. The word broken carried the force of 1,000 pounds and slammed heavily into the National Games ring. And after, the human seed bag suddenly broke open with countless holes, as if the gloomy and cold aura that came from beneath the 9 hells surged and dispersed from it. Chapter 86, If you see the future, why don't you worship it? The gloomy breath that gushed out became more and more intense. When the human seed bag was pounded by the breath to the point of being full of holes, the bag violently collapsed. Like a cistern collapsing, the gloomy breath turned into a flood of fierce beasts, galloping in all directions. At the same time as it galloped through heaven and earth, there was also a huge dragon made of white bones. This giant dragon's body was hundreds of meters long. 2 exuberant green flames became its eyes, scorching the space around it. The blazing heat of the green flames could not dispel the chill it brought. The white bones that constructed its body caused the entire space of the national fortune to fall into an icy cold for a while. The yellow-browed great king looked at the human seed bag that had broken a big hole. The whole group had been frozen in time. The ethnobag once held a multitude of gods without fail. How could he believe that the human seed pouch would be held up by a mere white bone? Dumbfounded, he looked at the white bone dragon roaming the national fortune ring, and the yellow-browed great king's figure trembled slightly. This white bone giant dragon was merely transformed from the white bone summoned by Tang San Burial, but then it already has the power to break the human seed bag. That Tang San Burial's original body that summoned this white bone dragon. And what kind of terrifying strength? The yellow-browed king didn't dare to think about it. He was afraid that if he thought about it any further, he wouldn't even be able to raise the courage to face Tang San burial in his heart. The Tennessee audience. The gigantic bone dragon that kept roaming around held back the arrogant words that the Tianzhu people had yet to spit out. The fact that the human seed pouch had been swollen by the bone dragon made their faces turn red and they lost the courage to continue speaking. But the Chinese crowds didn't take the opportunity to taunt these stupid Tennessee spectators, simply because they were similarly immersed in the shock of Tang San burial breaking the human seed bag. Watching the national fortune space fall into silence due to the shock, the corner of Fan Dong's mouth slightly curved up in an arc. The others couldn't understand Tang San burial's strength, why it was so terrifying. But he, Fan Dong, as the god summoner who summoned Tang San burial, he had personally witnessed Tang San burial's tragic experience within the Black Myth Heavenly Book. In his 9 reincarnations, Tang San burial had witnessed too many tragedies. On his journey to the West, he witnessed even more of Buddha's meanness. The sufferings of the world made him set up the grand wish of universalizing all sentient beings. But the Buddha told him that universal life was just a front for harvesting faith. The feeling of helplessness of watching all the suffering happen at one time, but not being able to do anything about it, tops 100 years of hard work. As for Tang San burial, he had gone through it 10,000 times. Yellow eyebrows, your wolf tooth stick, your golden symbols, make them all come out. The pride that came with powerful strength caused Tang San burial to not take advantage of the yellow-browed Great King's lull and ride out the attack. His figure stood proudly above the void, and he spoke faintly to the hunched yellow eyebrows. The words carried the confidence and arrogance of not being afraid of any of Yellow Eyebrow's tactics. Tang San burial's somewhat conceited-sounding voice roused Yellow-browed Great King from his stupor. The yellow-browed Great King looked at Tang San burial, who didn't even put him in his eyes. The fearful face steeped into an anger that wanted to prove itself. Golden cicada, do you think that with an increase in strength, you can deal with my other 2 magic treasures? You're too cocky. Yellow-browed Great King rose red in the face, pointing at Tang San burial in anger. The contempt in Tang San burial's eyes made the yellow-browed Great King look like he had lost his mind. But even though the yellow-browed Great King showed extreme anger, Fan Dong, however, clearly perceived the deeply hidden gloom and viciousness in his eyes. The gloominess and viciousness caused alarm bells to ring in Fan Dong's heart, and his gaze spread out towards the surroundings. Only a wolfsbane without any breath appeared behind him out of nowhere. This wolf's toothstick was not hard, as if it was as soft as a viper. But Fan Dong didn't doubt the power of this wolf toothstick in the slightest. Discovered by you? Too bad it's already too late. On the yellow-browed Great King's face, the anger quickly faded. In its place, there was a smirk of calculated success. As the sinister voice fell, the wolf toothstick, which was like a giant python, fiercely wrapped around towards Fan Dong. The soft wolfsbane carries a root of raised steel spikes. The flickering cold on the steel spikes shone a shadow of death's descent. It's just that the python is close at hand though. However, on Fan Dong's face, there was still no trace of panic appearing. It was only because Tang San burial's large hand stopped at Fan Dong's side. Tang San burial's right hand swelled 100 times, and as soon as he did so, he scooped up the soft wolfsbane. In Tang San burial's hands, the tough to indestructible wolf tooth rod was like a toy. He casually rubbed it twice, and the wolfsbane fell into pieces in no time. The yellow-browed Great King's wily smile once again froze on his face. The color of iron greenery crawled up his face like a centipede. Yellow eyebrows, you're getting weaker and weaker. The large hand that had swelled 100 times slowly shrunk, and Tang San burial's gaze teasingly looked at the yellow-browed Great King as he opened his mouth. Golden cicada, how dare you be so arrogant? Facing Tang San burial's teasing gaze, Huang Mei's iron face was so angry that it twisted. A golden symbol glittering with dazzling Buddhist light appeared behind him. The gold symbols gradually grew in size as they floated upward toward higher ground. The resounding blows echoed through the space of the nation. The sound of striking carries the Buddha's will though, but it's on the verge of making anyone who hears the blows lose their mind. Because of the sound of the blow, the ordinary man's breathing was as ragged as that of an enraged bull. Even Fan Dong, who was in the national luck ring, had his gaze become vicious due to this voice. Suppress me. As the voice lilted to its extreme, yellow eyebrows once again roared violently towards Tang San burial as well as Fan Dong. The golden symbol was like a flying saucer, hovering over Tang San burial as well as Fan Dong's head. An invisible force shot out from the golden symbol, enveloping Tang San Jun as well as Fan Dong. Fan Dong only felt as if his body was confined by a huge mountain, unable to make any movements. But even so, the cold smile on Tang San burial's face still hadn't disappeared. After another cold laugh exited his mouth, he spoke faintly. Scatter! The voice was like a sharp sword, cutting this projected power off at the waist. The great mountain that imprisoned Fan Dong violently crumbled, and power surged out of every part of his body. The yellow-browed Great King's face was becoming more and more unsightly, but he didn't want to admit defeat, and the golden symbol rose to its last strength, covering towards Tang San burial as well as Fan Dong. The golden symbols grew larger and larger in Fan Dong's eyes. The same sense of suffocation accompanied the pressing down of the golden symbol. Tang Sanboru smiled coldly, and in his eyes, 2 auras of essence shot out. The essence mantle tickled the bone dragon that roamed between heaven and earth. The bone dragon roared recklessly, its body bringing up wild winds and lightning as it impacted on top of the golden symbol. Knock out! Like the sound of a Buddha's bell being rung, it resounded in the ears of the crowd. In a long echoing sound, a piece of debris formed after the gold symbol exploded, smashing on the ground with a muffled sound. You don't even have what it takes to make me enjoy myself. The golden symbol fragments seemed to deliberately avoid Tang San burial as well as the Fan Dong duo. In the midst of the golden symbols falling from the sky, there was no more playfulness on Tang San burial's face. The yellow-browed Great King's 3 magic treasures were all shattered. Tang San burial also lost interest in playing around with him. The bone dragon engulfed towards yellow eyebrows after roaming in a circle. The air behind him was compressed into the shape of a necklace by the extreme speed. Golden cicada, you forced me to do this. The yellow-browed Great King's scalp tingled, and the determination of a fish dying in the net flashed in his eyes. Subsequently, the flesh and blood on his body gradually dried up. The already lewd face was even more lewd after the blood and flesh had dried up, yet the Buddha's light above the body shone even brighter. Along with a big Buddha with bare chest and breasts, it emerged behind the yellow-browed Great King. Yellow eyebrow lewd face with solemnity and majesty. Brilliant Buddha way in his mouth appeared. If you see the future, why don't you worship? Chapter 87, The Future is Dead. Why worship? Rumble. This voice that carried endless majesty in its greatness stirred in everyone's minds. The feeling of shock made everyone's whole body go limp. The fear that comes from deep within is more than anyone can say. After a long time of shock, in the audience, the spectators of the Eagle Kingdom let out cries of fear as if they were seeing evil spirits from hell. What kind of god is this? How can the pressure be so strong? Isn't the yellow-browed Great King just a demon? How can it be so powerful? No, this is Maitreya Buddha, that Maitreya Buddha known as the future Buddha. It was as if there was an untamable wild horse galloping back and forth in the heart of the Eagle Nation. It was thought that the gap between their Eagle Kingdom and the Celestial Kingdom was not that big. But after this Maitreya Buddha's shadow appeared, they then realized that the gap between the two countries was like a chasm. In the Maitreya Buddha void summoned by the yellow eyebrow Great King, the strength was not as good as Michael though, but it can at least rival one of the other 4 archangels. Sounds like the yellow brow king brings the oppression. It doesn't seem to be as strong as these eagle staters are showing, but it was important to realize that the 4 archangels represented almost the strongest fighting force of their Eagle Kingdom. And this yellow-browed king, it was merely a god that the Celestial Kingdom had sent out at random without hope. The exclamations of shock from the Eagle Kingdom made the masses of other countries also realize the terror of the Celestial Kingdom. What scares them even more is this. In the face of Fan Dong, as powerful as the Tianzhu Kingdom, it was still unable to match it. And the masses of the Celestial Kingdom saw that just one yellow-browed king had shaken the nations of the world to the point of heartfelt fear. They forget the deadly battle of the moment, forgetting that the yellow-brow king is actually still at a disadvantage. The lewd to the core faces brought up mockery, and their arrogant voices exposed their low moral standards. From the yellow-browed king's scowl, do you feel the terror of my Tianzhu Kingdom? The loss of the deadly battle has nothing to do with our Tianzhu Kingdom. That's right, if the gods you sent out were half as strong as the gods of my Tianzhu Kingdom, would Fan Dong have won so well? To ally with you is simply the most irrational decision my Tianzhu Kingdom has ever made. The Tennessee crowd seized this opportunity to set aside the responsibility of losing a deadly battle. The insane humiliation directed at the masses of the nations has further thrown them into a state of extreme rage. But the extreme anger, though it had been brewing, had no outlet to pour out. After all, there is indeed a gap like a chasm between the strength of various countries and the Tianzhu Kingdom. But they didn't dare to refute it. Someone else would have done it for him. State of the Union Ring. Tang San Burial looked at the Maitreya Buddha ancestor who had a dignified and benevolent appearance. Not only was there not a single fluctuation in his expression, there was even contempt and disregard in his voice. Even if Maitreya comes in person, I am not afraid. Not to mention that this is just a mere shadow. The voice of contempt and disregard caused the yellow-browed Great King's face, which had just gained some excitement, to once again become ugly and gloomy. He looked up at Tang Sanjun, and with a voice of raging anger in his heart, he spewed towards Tang Sanjun, Golden cicada, give me obeisance. The voice of the angry rebuke was laced with a vast Buddha's might. Ancestor Maitreya Buddha's kind face steeply brought up anger to the sky. The thick right hand, at the same time, manifested a palm shadow that could cover the sky. This shadow was as if it could tickle the power of heaven and earth, disturbing the wind and clouds as it slowly lifted up. And then the vast might accompanied by the greatness of heaven and earth overpowered towards Tang Sanjun in Fandong. The Chinese masses, who had just maintained a cloudy demeanor, gradually became heavy. Tens of thousands of gazes followed the large hand, their moods hanging in the air as it fell, facing the Maitreya Buddha void. The hearts of all Chinese people, a strand of familiarity suddenly arose. It seemed that Rudraksh, who had struck out at the Monkey King, was once again an enemy of the Chinese. Wait, the Maitreya Buddha is a Buddhist deity too? Why is he also helping the Celestial Kingdom against China? Indeed, is Buddhism really not a native religion of China at all? As Fan Dong said, so what if Buddhism is the native religion of China? With so many Buddhist gods helping out the Celestial Kingdom, they don't deserve to bless our Huaxia anymore long ago. In the midst of the fear brought about by the giant palm that covered the sky, the rational Huaxia people suddenly perceived a blind spot. That is, not only Rudraksh is helping the Celestial Kingdom against China, even now this Maitreya Buddha is taking a shot at China. Uncontrollable shock suppressed the fear brought on by the Maitreya Buddha. Sensible Chinese people looked at each other one by one and remained skeptical about whether Buddhism was a native Chinese religion. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans heard question after question coming from the Chinese audience. Their faces, too, became as ugly as the yellow-browed king. But these brain-dead fans, since they can use the fact that the Monkey King is a demon of 10 evils to explain Rudra's outburst against China, then they could also use the reason that Tang San Burial had slaughtered many masses to brand Tang San Burial as one of the 10 evil demons. Thinking of this, Wang Qin's brainwashed fans retorted loudly once again at the sensible Chinese, defending the already shaky faith of Buddhism in China. How many times has it been said? The Buddhas are compassionate and cannot see demons plaguing the world. Shouldn't Tang San Burial, a demon who wantonly slaughters the masses, be suppressed? In terms of seniority, ancestor Maitreya Buddha is Tang San Burial's senior uncle. And not only did he not worship in the face of his senior uncle, but he even spoke out to provoke him. Is there a need for such a god to exist? As a Chinese, I'm even ashamed that he won the death match. This group of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans smeared Tang San Burial profusely. It was as if they would only be satisfied if Tang San Burial knelt in submission towards the Maitreya Buddha ancestor. Golden Cicada, do you hear me? The masses of China, whom you have so painstakingly sheltered for so long, still can't see the good in you. The shouts of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans put the yellow eyebrow king in the ring in a happy mood. He even had the leisure to make mocking remarks at Tang San Burial. Of course, the yellow-browed king's voice wasn't just mocking. His main purpose was to disturb Tang San Burial's mind. It was only because as the voice fell, the large hand that covered the sky also arrived above Tang San Burial's head. The center of the big hand, a swastika flickered with golden light, filling the entire space of the national fortune with Buddhist intent. Vast oppression was about to descend over Fandong as well as Tang San Burial's head. The shadows that came out of the cover were more than enough to cast a shadow in Fandong's eyes. But even though the yellow eyebrows taunted and the Buddha's palm was about to fall, the world-beating confidence on Tang San Burial's face still hadn't receded in the slightest. Instead, the battle intent to fight with the heavens and the earth once again rose up to the sky. He looked at the complacent yellow-browed great king, as well as the Maitreya Buddha void whose face was raging with killing intent. After a snort came out of his mouth, he opened his mouth proudly. The future? Where does Buddha have a future? I cannot see the future of the Buddha, so why should I worship? This voice exploded in everyone's ears, a sound echoing for a long time in the space of the national fortune. The yellow-browed great king's smug expression suddenly froze. Only behind Tang San Burial, there were waves of white bones rising up like an ocean. Chapter 88, Deadly Battle Ends, or continues. This wave of white bones was seemingly endless, making all those who saw it only feel small. The rational Chinese saw Tang San Burial standing on top of a wave of white bones, riding the wave. His body turned into a sharp sword and stabbed straight towards the large hand that broke through the clouds. Their faces were shocked, and the excitement that drummed up in their hearts made them shout out. Tang San Burial is finally no longer that cowardly Tang monk. He's now the three burials god of murder who kills gods and Buddhas. The strength Tang San Burial displayed before was simply less than 1% of his current strength. The current Tang San Burial is the real Tang San Burial that can bury heaven, earth, gods and Buddhas. Wave after wave of chants poured out from the Chinese audience. Even Wang Qin's brainwashed fans who had always regarded Tang San Burial as an evil demon. At this moment, he also had to be convinced by Tang San Burial's strength. Wang Qin's brainwashed fan's body couldn't stop trembling because of Tang San Burial's terrifying strength. The fear on his face also became thick as hell for a moment. It was as if the great tide of white bones summoned by Tang San Burial, both slapped on top of the national luck ring and welled up in their hearts. The Chinese people were all shocked by Tang San Burial's strength. As for the masses in other countries, it's even worse. The Eagle Nation crowd witnessed a tidal wave of white bones raging in the national luck ring. The heart that had just been shaken by the Tianzhu kingdom was now overwhelmed by horror at Tang San Burial. The faces of the Sakura nation's masses were equally appalled. Judging from the strength Tang San Burial was showing right now, the power of their Sakura nation's gods wasn't even enough to make Tang San Burial take interest. And directly in front of the masses of the Tianzhu kingdom where Tang San was buried, many of the masses were even paralyzed in Ting themselves because of the vastness of Tang San Burial's oppressive feeling. The stench of feces mingled with the fishy odor of urine in the Tennessee audience. But there is no mass of people from a single country that launches a taunt against the celestial kingdom. Simply because Tang San burial brought more than just oppression in terms of strength. The coldness and ferocity that permeated its surroundings impacted everyone's mind even more. State of the Union Ring. Tianzhu Kingdom summoner Huang Mei watched as Tang San burial stepped on a wave of white bones and stabbed toward the large hand that pressed in from the depths of the sky. His face was pale and his lips shivered, as if he had already seen the scene of Tang San Jun piercing through the big hand. The truth, too, was just as Huang Mei expected. Tang San burial rode the great tide of white bones, his figure standing proudly upright. As he was about to make contact with the large hand, 2 streams of brilliant light burst out from his eyes. These 2 streams of refined light cleared the way for him, and the giant hand blocking the sky above him exploded with a thump. The golden swastika shattered, and a rich Buddhist intent spread out with the swastika as its center. The Buddhas will gradually fell silent in the space of the national movement. The dots of starlight that were transformed from the large hand blowing up were like light rain, sprinkling down on the ring, bathed in a bit of starlight transformed by the giant hand that covered the sky. Tang San burial's figure stood at the supreme height of the national fortune ring. He looked down at the opposite side of the yellow-browed great king with the contempt of looking at an ant in his gaze. This scorn that seemed to come from a king from another dimension caused the yellow-browed great king to tremble inwardly. The illusory Maitreya Buddha silhouette was like a short-circuited light bulb, constantly flickering. Yellow-browed great king's body also seemed to tremble wildly like an electric shock. The corner of Tang Sanjuan's mouth hooked up in a slight arc, and then riding the even more raging tide of white bones, he poured over towards the yellow eyebrow great king as well as Huang Mei. How can it be? Golden cicada. How is it possible that your strength has increased so much? Nowadays, the yellow-browed great king has completely lost his fighting spirit. The world in his eyes was all filled with waves of white bones. There was neither place to hide nor dare to resist with his body. I would rather be weak if all that pain could be avoided. As if Tang San burial recalled the suffering he had experienced, a struggle appeared in his eyes. The struggle flashed by, and the endless pain was all turned into the power to attack. The majestic tide of white bones steeply drowned the yellow-browed great king as well as Huang Mei. Boom! The tide of white bones still hasn't stopped after drowning the yellow eyebrows as well as the yellow plum. It wasn't until it hit the boundary around the national fortune ring and let out a loud boom that it managed to stop the momentum of the surge. Tang San burial's figure leapt up from the great tide of white bones, his feet stepping on the void and standing above the national fortune ring. He swept his gaze around the audience. The sharp gaze that shocked all the crowd dared not speak. 1. Tang San burial has won. The 6th death match was won. We won. It's worthy of Fan Dong. If Wang Qin hadn't lost the 2 death matches, then Fan Dong would have won 6 matches in a row, and our Huaxia would be even stronger. In the midst of the crowds of various countries, there was a loud cheer that rang out from the Chinese audience. These cheers grew louder until they boiled over. Only the huge space of the national movement, only the Chinese audience was full of people. The audience of other countries was like lifeless stagnant water. No sound rang out. Every one of them was blue in the face and hanging their heads. This deadly battle is the best chance to change the landscape of the world. Losing this deadly battle would mean that in addition to the Celestial Kingdom, any other country in the entire world is no longer in a position to challenge the hegemony of China. Not even just out of the challenge. These countries even had to worry about whether or not Huaxia would attack them because of this deadly battle. The faces of the leaders of the countries no longer look as spirited as they did when the deadly war had just begun. Compared to the hanging heads of the masses of the countries, the faces of this group of leaders were even more ashen. A leader of a country is supposed to lead the country to prosperity, but under their leadership, the country is not only on a downhill path, there is even the risk of extinction. If their names will be recorded in the history books in the future, the evaluation will definitely not satisfy them personally. While the atmosphere in the audience of various countries became more and more subdued, the atmosphere in the audience of China became more and more enthusiastic. But in the midst of the fervor, gloom and anger were equally mingled. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans didn't look as excited as the other Chinese people. A wisp of indignation even escaped from the corners of his mouth. Fandon won the luxury of 6 straight dead heat battles. It was a stark contrast to the misery of Wang Qin, who had lost 2 deadly battles in a row. It's conceivable. After this deadly battle, Wang Qin's popularity in Huaxia would drop even further, and Fan Dong, who had been suppressed by them for a long time, would plunder all the popularity that Wang Qin had lost. The masses of the countries within the national luck space looked different, but the voice of the will of heaven does not stop there. A mysterious and majestic voice of the heavenly Tao resounded from the depths of the heavenly vault. Death Match 6. Huaxia wins. 10 deadly battles. Huaxia won 6 of them and managed to win the final victory of the deadly battle. Now Huaxia can make the following 2 choices. Number 1. End the deadly battle here and receive the deadly battle reward. Second, choose your own opponents and continue to fight to the death, with each victory in the death battle plus doubling the reward. The voice of the will of heaven made the already disheveled masses of nations even more disheveled, especially those countries that are already weak. They fixed their gazes on Fan Dong's body, quietly waiting for Fan Dong's choice. Chapter 89, Whether to continue the battle or not. You should ask Lu Hualiang. Fan Dong, choose the extra match. We, Huaxia, are in the midst of a great momentum, so let's directly cripple these unsuspecting countries in one fell swoop. Dare to launch a deadly war against Huaxia? I really don't know how to write the word death. Let the masses of trash from this trashy country feel true fear. Most of the Chinese audience was calling for Fan Dong to choose to continue the deathmatch. In this deadly battle, Fan Dong had won 6 games in a row, and had long ago broken the hearts and minds of these countries that had initiated the deadly battle. If the deadly battle still continues, the odds are that the Dead Heat playoff game will be a Wahoo victory as well. At the thought of this, excitement raged even more in the hearts of the Chinese. Even Wang Qin's brain-damaged fans were fighting to hoot and holler. It's not that they also want Fan Dong to continue to win death matches and boost his appeal in China. Rather, their brother Wang Qin is in a dead heat and has yet to win a match. The only option was to continue to fight to the death and put Wang Qin in the ring, and then win in a dead heat playoff. That's what barely justifies his strength. The hue and cry of one Wang Qin brainwashed fan was far more passionate than the appeal of 10 sensible Chinese. The entire national fortune space was occupied by the hoots and hollers of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans for a while, listening to the shouts coming from the Chinese audience. The masses of the various dead war-initiating countries looked fearful. The deadly battle proceeded to this stage. They've lost their only timeout. And after the top gods of several powerful countries all failed miserably at the hands of Fan Dong, the divine evocation master who was now in the space of the national fortune, only weak gods can be summoned. None of the powerful gods could defeat Fan Dong. These weak gods had even less possibility of defeating Huaxia. Deadly battle if it still continues. They, the nations, are like levees broken by a flood. The flood of national decline will come in torrents. Think of the even worse disasters that will follow the decline of the nation's fortunes. The masses of the Sakura country and other small countries were so scared that their legs went weak and they involuntarily paralyzed to the ground. There is a bitter blood feud between the Sakura country and China. They, who had the most contact with Huaxia, also knew the terror of Huaxia's strength better than anyone else. Once Huaxia continues to fight to the death and uses their Sakura country as an opponent, with the weak strength of the Sakura nation's gods, there was no way to stop Fan Dong in the slightest. The endless fear raging in their hearts made the eyes of these cherry blossom country ghosts redden. They were bent on kowtowing to the Chinese audience and admitting their mistakes, their mouths screaming words that gave up their dignity. Spare us. Our cherry blossom country is just a vassal state of the Chinese, and the masses of our cherry blossom country are even more just slaves of the Chinese. Let us go. All the Sakura countrymen are useless stinkers. Chinese people are generous. Don't bother with us stinkers. It's all the fault of the Zhuzhu kingdom. It's the gerontocracy that incited us to target China. Otherwise, with the strength of our Sakura country, how could we dare to go against China? The brats of the Sakura country are a bunch of weak-spined losers. Whether or not the deadly battle continues is yet to be determined. Whether or not the opponent selected for the playoffs is Sakura Nation is something even more unpredictable. But that's all. This group of Sakura country brats had then gotten so scared that they were on their knees to Huaxia, begging for forgiveness. Emperor Xingren of the Sakura kingdom watched as his own nationals, devoid of dignity, begged for forgiveness and humiliation to the Chinese. His face was red with shame, and there was a hateful anger flooding out of his eyes. Except he didn't really dare to shout a rebuke at these crowds either. It's not just for fear of losing the hearts and minds of the people. All the more so because Emperor Hinjin was also afraid that Huaxia would choose to add a match and use the Sakura country as his opponent. The cries and wails of the masses of Sakura Nation were like a tidal wave. It spread quickly through the audience of nations. People are very submissive. Watching the masses of the Sakura country surrender on their knees towards the Chinese without any dignity. Some of the masses in other countries were likewise a little shaken in their minds. Hesitation hung on their faces. The legs were slightly bent before, and then jerked straight up. The moral ground of these people, though, is not exactly high. But compared to these softies in the Sakura country who don't have any hard feelings, they kind of have a few backbones. The leaders of the countries watched the spineless masses of the Sakura Nation kowtow to China and beg for forgiveness. The ugly look on his face from the decline of his country's fortunes was replaced by a bittersweet mockery, and Emperor Hindon's face of fear mixed with anger. More so, the leaders spoke faintly with teasing at the corners of their mouths. Your crowd has some backbone, not a hard bone in his body. No wonder the domestic custom industry is so developed. Aligning with the Sakura country is truly a shame for my eagle country. I miss the old days when I was stationed in the Sakura country. The leaders of the countries poured out all the fear brought on by Huaxia onto the masses of the Sakura country. It was as if the only way to see this clown-like group of Sakura Nation people, it is only then that they can forget the oppression that HWA brings. Emperor Xingren's face became more and more ugly, but as the emperor of the Sakura country, He also couldn't see other countries humiliate the Sakura country. Looking at the masses of people whose figures were similarly shaken in each country, Emperor Hinjin spoke coldly to the leaders. We, the masses of Sakura Nation, don't have hardcore bones, but do you, the masses of these countries? The cold voice echoed in the ears of the leaders. After a stunned look into his own audience, the mockery on the faces of these leaders steeped into irony as well. They don't have the face to taunt Sakura Nation anymore, simply because their crowd is no better than the Sakura Nation crowd. Mocking Sakura Nation is nothing more than a 50-step laugh at the stupidity of a 100-step laugh. One leader's face was ironic. After they looked at each other in dismay, they could only aim their spearheads at sacred hero Gon Tian of the Tianju Kingdom. Before the deadly battle, Don Tian swore the Tianju Kingdom could win Fandong, but after the deadly battle opened, Don Tian failed to fulfill his promise. Gon Tian, if it wasn't for your Tianju Kingdom not winning Fandong, how could this deadly battle be lost? That is, if the deadly battle continues, I urge you, Tianju Kingdom, to take the initiative to answer the deadly battle and make up for your faults. The cynical voices of the leaders of the nation sent shivers through Ganji's entire body that he couldn't stop. It was indeed their Tianju Kingdom's responsibility for not winning Fandong, but he was also definitely not willing to take the initiative to meet Hua Xia. At the moment, within the space of the national fortune, the Celestial Kingdom was similarly unable to summon a powerful deity that could potentially defeat Fandong. Once they took the initiative to meet China, it would be their Tianju Kingdom's national fortune that would be sapped. The cacophony of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans in the Chinese audience was almost on the verge of filling the national space. However, facing the hoots and hollers of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans, Fandong, who was in the national games ring, acted like he didn't care. The indifference on his face, hanging without a care in the world, said faintly, whether or not to continue to fight to the death. You guys go ask Lu Hualiang. Don't you guys forget that Fandong, retired a long time ago. What does it matter to him, Fandong, to continue or end the deadly battle? Even though he retired, he, Fandong, still won 6 death matches for Wachovia, but a retired player can only be considered a mass in China. Fandong neither wanted nor was qualified to represent Huaxia and decide whether the deadly battle would continue. Lu Hualiang gave him Fandong how much money? Fandong will do how many things? As for whether or not to continue to win the country for this group of Wang Qin brainwashed fans, that depends on Lu Hualiang, whether he can give conditions that satisfy him again. Fandong turned his gaze to Lu Hualiang and waited for him to make a move. Only after Huaxia won the death match, Lu Hualiang's expression was joyless and sad. The indifferent face was even laced with a gloom so thick that it could not be concealed. After feeling Fandong's gaze, Lu Hualiang smiled wryly towards Fandong before speaking loudly. Hua Xia chooses to continue to fight to the death. Chapter 90, is Fandong just a profit-oriented villain? Lu Hualiang's voice was like a stone hitting the water. All the ripples on the water were smoothed out by a wave induced by the stone. Immediately after the first wave, wave after wave disturbed the calm waters of the lake once again. No, don't keep fighting to the death. Don't choose Sakura Nation. We're just a bunch of trash. Choose the Tianju Kingdom. The Celestial Kingdom is the one to blame for launching a deadly war toward China. In the audience of each country, Sakura Nation's already kneeling body became even more hunched for a moment. The masses in other countries who were still hesitant were crushed to the ground by this one voice. Their looks were no different from the Sakura Nation crowd. Fear and despair caused them to paralyze their knees towards the Chinese audience in their next conscious moment. As for the leaders of the various countries, their hearts were equally shaken though. It can be used as the head of a country. They can't show any weakness. Even prayers can only be done silently in the mind. Fandong, who was in the national games ring, heard Lu Hualiang's mid-air voice and his face was surprised. He didn't understand where Lu Hualiang got his confidence. Consider that under bottomless suppression and oppression, he, Fandong, will also continue to finish the next deadly battle for him. Lu Hualiang. Or maybe Lu Hualiang wanted to involve Wang Qin in the next death match? Fandong slowly shifted his gaze to Wang Qin, whose character had become introverted and gloomy. Only Wang Qin's demeanor had a chesty look. It seemed that Lu Hualiang's decision had already been anticipated. Wang Qin's appearance made Fandong's mind clear. After he won 6 death matches in a row, the various countries within the national fortune space no longer had any gods that they could take out. Even though Wang Qin summoned a Buddhist deity belonging to the Celestial Kingdom, however, he still had a good chance of winning the deadly battle against the remaining gods of the kingdom. Only Fandong, although Lu Hualiang's plan, already have a rough guess. But the general public does not realize this awakening. After hearing Lu Hualiang's voice announcing that the deadly battle would continue, the rational Huaxia's face was agitated. It seems to have seen after dozens of consecutive dead heat playoff wins at Wachovia. Scenes from countries around the world that are on the verge of extinction due to the decline of their national fortunes. They cheered loudly at Fandong in the ring, expecting him to blow the gods of the nations out of the water again. Fandong, Cheer up, win dozens more deadly battles for Huaxia. Let these unsuspecting countries go to their graves. Let them see how powerful my Huaxia is. The supportive voices of the sensible Huaxia people caused the looks of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans to fall into dissatisfaction. What they expected was for Wang Qin to win the deathmatch and wash away the shame. Instead, Fan Dong won death battles one after another, continuing his path of invincibility. Coach Lu Hualiang, it's time for my brother Wang Qin to come out. Fan Dong, a guy with a corrupt moral character. To be able to participate in so many death battles is already very much giving him face. Hurry up and let him roll down. If Fan Dong can win the death battle, my brother Wang Qin can do the same. Let my brother Wang Qin participate in the next death battle. Chant after chant came from the mouths of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans, forcing Lu Hualiang to send Wang Qin out to fight. The crowds from other countries, on the other hand, didn't care whether Fan Dong or Wang Qin fought, regardless of whether they were facing Wang Qin or Fan Dong. There was no possibility for them to win a deadly battle nowadays. Masses of people in every country prayed in their hearts, praying that Huaxia doesn't pick their country as a rival. The sounds of heated arguments in the Chinese audience did not make Fan Dong's face change in any way. For any contestant in China, none of the deadly battles that followed were difficult. Only for this group of juniors. They are not strong enough to support them to win too many deadly battles for China just. Fan Dong's bemused gaze continued to look at Lu Hualiang, quietly waiting for Lu Hualiang's next words. And Lu Hualiang didn't make Fan Dong wait too long. He coldly glanced at Fan Dong, and the wry smile at the corner of his mouth became even more intense as he spoke loudly immediately afterward. Huaxia has chosen to replace its contestant. Huaxia's player, Wang Qin, will fight the next death match. Lu Hualiang's voice seemed to be a good medicine for Wang Qin's brain-damaged fans. Likewise the arsenic of the sensible Wahini. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans cheered wildly. Neither minced words of loud praise for Lu Hualiang. Also, as from the bottom of his heart, he cheered and shouted at Wang Qin. Coach Lu Hualiang is really wise. Garbage like Fan Dong who condones the gods to slaughter the masses just shouldn't be rehired. My brother Wang Qin won't let everyone down. He's a genius who can summon 3 SSS class gods. After such a long break, I believe that brother Wang Qin has adjusted his form back, and he will make everyone lose sight of his taillights. While Wang Qin's brainwashed fans cheered, the sensible Wahini's face froze in an eerie silence. Though with Wang Qin's far lesser strength than Fan Dong, he could have won the death battle for Huaxia, but Wang Qin could only summon 7 gods. It's only 7 wins for Wachovia at full strength. As for Fan Dong, the gods he was able to summon were like a bottomless abyss, simply beyond one's guess. Lu Hualiang, are you going to ruin Huaxia? Fan Dong can obviously win more for Huaxia. Amidst the roaring cheers of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans, a grating, shrill voice rang out abruptly. Immediately after, the sound was like a piercing through a barrier. A stream of voices, blocked by the barrier, roared out, strictly investigate Lu Hualiang. He has definitely been bribed by other countries, not letting Fan Dong play, but instead letting a Wang Qin, who hasn't won a single battle of the national games so far, play. Lu Hualiang is out of his mind. Investigate Lu Hualiang severely. Let Lu Hualiang go to jail. The loud roar of the sensible Wahhabi carried a full-blooded rage. The vastness of the voice. It even overshadowed the cheers of the huge number of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans for a while. Just facing the scene, not only was there not a trace of panic on Lu Hualiang's face, the wry smile at the corner of his mouth once again grew even more intense. A slight frown creased Fan Dong's bland face. Lu Hualiang's old cunning has long been deep in Fan Dong's heart. Now seeing Lu Hualiang's wry smile intensified, there was a hint of uneasiness rising in his heart. Sure enough, after a flash of unease in his mind, Lu Hualiang suddenly turned around and faced the Chinese audience. He acted painfully and spoke loudly to all the Chinese people. Compatriots, comrades, I can understand your feelings. I want to send out Fan Dong as well. However, because I mistakenly placed Fan Dong on the bench before, it led to Fan Dong choosing to retire afterward. Fan Dong, long gone are the heroes who selflessly served their country. In order for him to take part in the deadly battle and save China from the flames, China has paid huge resources that are unimaginable to ordinary people. And now that Huaxia has safely survived the deadly battle, will he, Fan Dong, be willing to fight for Huaxia? Fan Dong, just a profit-oriented villain. Faced with the gradual return of Fan Dong's prestige in China, Lu Hualiang never mentioned why Fan Dong wanted him. Lu Hualiang, to pay the price. Taking things out of context just smears Fandon. Both wanted to use this opportunity to salvage his reputation in China, and also wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to send Fan Dong's reputation to the bottom. Chapter 91, How much treatment? How much obligation? Lu Hualiang's voice caused the noise in the Chinese audience to suddenly subside. The Chinese people who had some good feelings but did not know Fan Dong well, their pupils narrowed and their mouths grew. The voice that revealed Fan Dong's evil deeds was like a roar that reverberated in their minds. In their conception, A Chinese man fighting for his country should have been natural and rightful. So, they simply couldn't believe that Fan Dong would be unwilling to fight for his country because of the benefits. With a bit of hoodwinking from Lu Hualiang, the tall image of Fan Dong in their eyes collapsed abruptly. Wang Qin's brain-dead fans talk about Fan Dong fighting a fake match. It is also gradually gaining the trust of these people. Ordinary Chinese people have vaguely begun to bash Fan Dong. And how could Wang Qin's brainwashed fans let go of this opportunity? With the blood rushing wildly upwards, the look of excitement from Wang Qin's appearance in the battle was as red as a monkey's. But at this moment, looking at Fan Dong, who was still standing proudly in the ring, they simply couldn't restrain their hearts from falling into a well, and they were furious at Fan Dong. I really wasn't wrong about Fan Dong. He's just morally corrupt, profit-oriented trash. Even though my brother Wang Qin was severely injured, he still had to praise for his country after he was healed. Fan Dong is simply no match for a single hair of my brother Wang Qin. Fan Dong, you're a national sport player. Do you still remember your obligations? Can you learn from brother Wang Qin's selflessness for the country or not? Wang Qin's brainwashed fans' cry of rage was like 1,000 heavy hammers, hitting Fan Dong's body one after another. It was only in the face of the countless heavy hammers falling that Fan Dong's expression remained flat. Even amidst the blandness, there was a faint outflow of mockery. Obligations? Haven't I been forced to retire by you guys? With great enjoyment comes great obligation. Since Lu Hualiang enjoys the rights I've been given, the responsibility is naturally Lu Hualiang's to bear. The corners of Fan Dong's mouth curved into a smile, his voice teasing. He, Fan Dong, had been fighting in the national games ring for 10 years. All the rights and interests acquired during the period were deprived of by Lu Hualiang by taking advantage of his position. Since Lu Hualiang deprived him of all treatment, then Lu Hualiang, naturally, has the responsibility to take up his Fan Dong's obligations. As the voice fell, Wang Qin's brainwashed fans' lips slightly opened, and for a moment, he didn't know how to retort. And Lu Hualiang was even more unsightly. Fan Dong's words were almost an explicit statement that he, Lu Hualiang, had stolen Fan Dong's rights and interests. Even if you're not a national sport player, aren't you a Chinese? Shouldn't you fight for your country? After a moment of dumbfoundedness, the quick-reacting Wang Qin brainwashed fans once again angrily rebuked Fan Dong. The voice inspired other Wang Qin brainwashed fans, just as the wave of attacks on Fan Dong for being unworthy of being a Chinese was about to rise. Those Chinese who had known Fan Dong intimately suddenly nipped the sound wave in the bud. Do you guys still have a conscience? Fan Dong has won 6 consecutive deadly battles for Huaxia. It's not too much for him even if he wants 10 billion. 100 billion. If it wasn't for your brother Wang Qin losing 2 death battles in a row, the benefits that Fan Dong winning 6 death battles in a row would have brought to Huaxia would have been more than $1 trillion. Wasn't it you who forced Fan Dong to retire? And now you're shamelessly asking people to risk their lives fighting? These Chinese are well aware of the suppression Fan Dong has suffered over the years. Therefore Fan Dong demanded a price from Lu Hualiang. Not only do they not think it's excessive, even thought it was what Fan Dong deserved. It's Lu Hualiang who should compensate Fan Dong. These Chinese people argued with Wang Qin's brainwashed fans, just facing the huge number of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans. Even though these Chinese people tried their best, the sound was still drowned out by the wave of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans. Watching these Chinese people gradually fall into the wind, he was even put in a dangerous situation for speaking up for him. Fan Dong no longer had any thoughts of retort. He didn't want to do it on his own account, and it made those Chinese who supported him suffer. Ha! Fan Dong sneered twice, shook his head, and took a step down to the national fortune ring. The brainwashed fans of Wang Qin who had just rallied against the sensible Chinese saw this. They immediately turned their guns, raging curses and humiliation, once again raging towards Fan Dong. The sensible Huaxia man let out a mouthful of turbid air after breaking away from Wang Qin's brainwashed fans. In the meantime, Wang Qin, whose face was grim and vicious, also walked towards the national games ring from the bench. Fan Dong rubbed shoulders with Wang Qin. Fan Dong's eyes, blandness mixed with hidden mockery. Wang Qin saw this. Uncontrollable hostility welled up in his gloomy eyes. Even if Wang Qin had become quite deep in the city, but Fan Dong was still a dark cloud that had been coiled inside him for several years. Fan Dong's every move caused a change in his state of mind. Wang Qin repeated inhaling and exhaling to calm down, and then his figure stood upright in the center of the national fortune ring. After a long time, Wang Qin's mindset had changed drastically. At this moment, he had long since lost the ignorance and fearlessness he had felt when he first ascended to the national fortune ring. Nowadays, he is even facing countries that have been crippled by Fan Dong. The mind remains steady and cautious. After Wang Qin Guiyun stands in the ring, the voice of the heavenly Tao carrying the will of the heavenly Tao leisurely resounded in the depths of the heavenly vault. The deadly battle continues. Please Chinese contestants, choose the opponent you're about to fight. The sound of the heavenly Tao rang out, making it seem as if time stood still within the national fortune space. Everyone froze for a moment, but moments later, the stillness was then broken by wails that rang out at the same time. Lord Wang Qin, don't choose Sakura country. We, the Sakura country, are willing to offer 10,000 women of the highest caliber to China. Let's choose the Tianzhu Kingdom. The Tianzhu Kingdom is the country that poses the greatest threat to China. Must not choose the Nordic Empire. Must not choose the Nordic Empire. Prayers and wails resounded in the stands of every nation. The mournful cries and screams seemed to turn the national fortune space into a purgatory. When had Wang Qin, who had lost several matches in a row in the national games ring, ever seen the scene of countries begging for mercy towards him? The arrogance and haughtiness that had been suppressed deep inside was gradually evoked by these cries for mercy, and the screams that rang out from the audience of various countries made the rational Chinese people fall into a deep thought. Within today's national space, no country could summon a god that could rival Huaxia. In such a situation, it is not helpful to take advantage of the situation against a small country. The most favorable option for China would be to take the opportunity to weaken the power of the Celestial Kingdom. After all, even if the deadly battle was a fiasco, the Celestial Kingdom still had the strength to threaten China. Think of the damage that the Celestial Kingdom could do to China. Even though the rational Chinese people loathed Wang Qin, they couldn't help but shout at Wang Qin in the ring. Wang Qin, choose the Celestial Kingdom as your opponent. The Tianzhu Kingdom is too strong. Hurry up and minimize the power of the Tianzhu Kingdom. While they can't summon a powerful god, the sensible Chinese man's yell that rang out violently made the arrogance that had just flared up on Wang Qin's face disappear in a flash. Though the current Celestial Kingdom summoned no powerful gods, but even so, the remaining gods of the Celestial Kingdom were still not to be underestimated. If he, Wang Qin, wanted to salvage his reputation in China, he had to win the fight in a clean manner, and against the Tennessee, the battle is likely to be very lopsided. Faced with the anticipation of the Chinese audience, Wang Qin's face was tinged with entanglement and difficulty. Only as he swept his hesitant gaze to where Lu Hualian was, the face that had just been in a dilemma between left and right became steadfast in an abrupt manner. Chapter 92, The Nordic Empire as the Opponent of Death. Only the underside of the ring was visible. There was an unprecedented severity in Lu Hualiang's eyes. Wang Qin will be unaware of the sky due to the bragging rights of his brain-dead fans, but the cunning Lu Hualiang is always cautious and sensible. After Fan Dong won 6 in a row, he and Wang Qin were walking on thin ice every step of the way. If it was because of Wang Qin's arrogance and carelessness, it resulted in this opportunity being lost in vain. Then what awaits him? Lu Hualiang will be a situation of no return. Feeling Lu Hualiang's stern gaze, the arrogance and complacency that had flooded Wang Qin's mind because of the fans' boasting collapsed. A faintly imperceptible trepidation crept into his face. The firmness shining in his eyes seemed to express his determination to Lu Hualiang. After receiving a gentle nod from Lu Hualiang, Wang Qin's heart, which seemed to be pressed down by a high mountain, suddenly loosened. He didn't have time to take 2 more breaths before he spoke aloud to everyone within the national fortune space. China's player, Wang Qin, has chosen the Nordic Empire as his opponent for the deathmatch. The voice fell. The voices of those who had come back from the dead, as well as those who were weeping with joy, rang out intermittently from the audiences of the various countries. Only the masses of the Nordic Empire had disheveled faces. Their bodies trembled violently without being able to control it. In this deadly battle, their Nordic Empire has lost close to half of their nation's fortunes, and Wang Qin used the Nordic Empire as his opponent of choice. It could be said to have sent the Nordic Empire straight to hell. Churchill, the Prime Minister of the Nordic Empire, turned pale at the thought that the Nordic Empire might well fall, even though still trying their best to keep their dignity intact. But the staggering steps and the constantly sweating forehead still he lost his poise as a leader of a nation. However, the Chinese audience did not fall into any excitement because of the tragic situation of the Nordic Empire. After Fan Dong won 6 straight death matches, the Nordic empires are no longer a threat to China. As opposed to waging a deadly war against the decaying Nordic Empire, reasonable Huaxia people would prefer Wang Qin to choose Tianzhu Kingdom as his opponent. To know, the Tianzhu Kingdom, whose strength is barely weaker than that of China, is the biggest enemy of China? The more these sensible Chinese people thought about it in their minds, the more they felt stifled. Putting aside the Tianzhu Kingdom, which is the biggest threat to China, is not an option. Instead, they chose a Nordic empire whose national power might not even be as good as Sakura's. They had no idea what Wang Qin was thinking. The pent-up frustration was building up in his mind. By the end of the day it had gotten to the point where you couldn't spit it out. One by one, the sensible Chinese people could no longer keep the peace in their hearts. They snapped to their feet and shouted angrily at Wang Qin in the national fortune ring. Wang Qin, why don't you choose the Tianzhu Kingdom as your opponent? The Tianzhu Kingdom is the #1 enemy of Huaxia. The Celestial Kingdom has summoned powerful gods. It's not like you can't win against them. The angry shouts of the sensible Huaxia people vented their dissatisfaction with Wang Qin's decision. Fan Dong, however, uncharacteristically favored Wang Qin's decision. Wang Qin could only summon Buddhist gods. If you really see the Tianzhu kingdom as a deadly opponent, then, using the native gods of the celestial kingdom against the celestial kingdom's Wang Qin, he would surely fail miserably. Only Wang Qin didn't know this, and his face fell into an ugly expression due to the Chinese man's angry rebuke. It's a good thing that his brainwashed fans have always been the most vocal ones. Facing the wrath of the sensible Chinese, Wang Qin's brainwashed fans launched a fierce rebuttal at the first opportunity. So what if the Tianzhu kingdom is the #1 enemy? With my brother Wang Qin here, you still need to fear the Tianzhu kingdom? Any country makes no difference to my brother Wang Qin. My brother Wang Qin will not fear any enemy. And my brother Wang Qin is the one who will be the contestant in the death battle. If you want to choose the Tianzhu kingdom as your opponent, go and participate in the death battle yourselves. Sensible Wahhabis are people who really want Wahhab to be strong. So, these Wang Qin brain-dead fans don't care about words of national interest. Exasperated, their faces were like volcanoes about to erupt. After Fan Dong heard the voices of these brainwashed fans of Wang Qin excusing Wang Qin, the same anger flooded out of his heart. As a player who won 100 straight games at the Battle of the Nations, he, Fan Dong, didn't even dare to say that he could securely win against any of the gods of the Tianzhu kingdom. Shiva, Vishnu, Brahma, Siddhartha, Indra. How could any cat or dog be taken lightly by this terrifyingly powerful heavenly Dharma kingdom deity? But no matter how reluctant the Chinese are, deadly battles don't stop for anyone's sake. The voice of the heavenly Tao accompanied Wang Qin's selection of an opponent to fight to the death, once again resounding from the depths of the heavenly vault. The opponents for the deathmatch have been chosen. So please, the players from Huaxia and the Nordic Empire, ascend to the ring as soon as possible. The voice of heaven did not pull Churchill back from his decadence. Instead, a cloaked, sludge-covered man who looked like a savage rose from the bench. He forced down the fear in his heart and ascended the national fortune ring on his own. Wang Qin watched as the man mounted the national luck ring. He didn't look as unimpressed as he had before, merely speaking aloud. Chinese player Wang Qin, summoning the god Dashesha Bodhisattva, rank SSS. Wang Qin's voice fell. Once again, the great potentate Bodhisattva was bathed in Buddha's light and hovered above Wang Qin's head. Under the illumination of the Buddha's light, the fear in the man's heart was once again aroused. Yet he did not lose his will to fight. The eyes, hidden by stray hairs, rose to the point of death. The hoarse voice carried despair and resounded over the national luck ring. The Nordic Empire's player, Delin, summons the nature god Valley. Rank S. Darren's despairing voice had the courage to die, just in anyone's eyes. This courage to die is even more intense. But the gap between S-Class and SSS Class was tantamount to a heavenly rift, and it was impossible to cross over. But Darren didn't care about that. As his voice fell, a wave of battle intent burst forth from his body. And then as the breeze came, the wariness filled the space of the national fortune. The breeze was suddenly fierce, blowing up flying sand and stones, obscuring all scenes in the ring. Wait for the flying sand to die down. A man with a tall figure, dirt covered on both, and hair that looked as if it hadn't been washed in 1,000 years, slowly appeared. This man, it was clearly Valley, the god of nature. The aura of the god of nature, Valley, caused Fan Dong to be slightly surprised, but only slightly surprised. No matter how much the SSS-ranked Dashesha Bodhisattva let go of the water, the outcome of the deadly battle would not change in any way. The only difference between releasing water and not releasing water may also be just the difference in the length of the fight. Fandon was previewing the fight in his head. The scene in the National Games ring was also almost identical to what he had previewed. Valley, the god of nature, faced the Dashesha Bodhisattva without any ability to fight back. Only what made Fan Dong speechless. Facing the god of nature who was weaker than himself by an unknown number of levels. The performance of the Dashesha Bodhisattva, after all, did not look easy. Boom! After close to half an hour had passed, with a loud bang, Valley, the god of nature, was easily decapitated by Dashek. However, Wang Qin faced the victory without a trace of joy rising above his face. Winning a dead heat is just the bare minimum. Getting the win by crushing was his ultimate goal. Wang Qin's face was unsightly, and Lu Weiriang looked equally bad. Yet there was nothing else Lu Hualiang could do. After all, Wang Qin's strength seemed to be only at this level. The only people who would be truly happy would be Wang Qin's brainwashed fans. They cheered loudly at Wang Qin. Both celebrated the fact that Wang Qin had proved himself by getting the victory. It was also expecting Wang Qin to continue to fight to the death and continue to show his potential. It was just that Wang Qin didn't seem to care about their expectations. With a gaze of deeply hidden disgust, he swept a circle around the surrounding crowd, the expression on his face growing more and more indifferent. And then he didn't stop. Suddenly, he spoke loudly to the will of heaven. The words that were uttered, moreover, caused all the masses in Huaxia to freeze violently. Chapter 93, The End of the Death Battle. Bountiful Rewards. China's player, Wang Qin, chooses to end the death match. This not-so-deafening voice echoed within the national fortune space. It likewise shook the hearts of all. The Chinese people other than Wang Qin's brainwashed fans were staring blankly. It was as if there was a heavy hammer, hammering hard on their minds. The violent turbulence sent a constant roar through their ears. The pounding of heartbeats filled their world. The leaders of the other countries let out a long breath of relief when they heard Wang Qin's choice to end the deadly battle. The heartstrings that had been taut for so long were finally relaxing. And the masses of the rest of the country, after a moment of dumbfoundedness, the trepidation and nervousness on his face transformed into ecstasy immediately afterward. A loud, uncontrollable celebration jumped out one after another from each country's gallery. Dead war is over? Great! That's great! The deadly battle is over. My Sakura kingdom has not been destroyed. My country has not been destroyed. The deadly battle is finally over. In the future, we must wash away the shame brought to us by Huaxia. The masses of the nations were as if they had suddenly won the jackpot of $100 million. The ecstasy washed them out of their minds. These words, which seemed to be shouted with all their might, resounded through the space of the national movement. It also roused the stagnant Wahini from their bewilderment. One by one, the Chinese people looked back at Wang Qin with confused eyes. They couldn't understand why Wang Qin wanted to end the deadly battle. Today, within the space of the state's fortunes, the nations can no longer summon any powerful gods. Huaxia can completely take this opportunity to ruthlessly weaken these countries. Wang Qin, on the other hand, he chose to end the deadly battle. Little by little, time passed, and the bewilderment in the eyes of the Chinese people faded away. To think that Wang Qin had wasted such a great opportunity to weaken the power of other countries. The eyes of the sensible Chinese erupted with enough fury to burn the world. A violent roar that vented the anger in his heart was even more as if he was roaring out with the strength of his entire body. Wang Qin, are you a traitor? Why do you want to end the deadly battle? You can't do it yourself, you replace someone else. Do you know how important this deadly battle is for Huaxia? Traitor! Spare these countries for nothing. What favors have these countries given you? Strictly investigate Wang Qin. Block Wang Qin. The monstrous anger had already made these sensible Chinese lose their minds. A fierce rebuke came out of the national luck ring. Like a sharp blade, the sound pierced Wang Qin's inner heart. He's ultimately just a loser who got to the top by virtue of his marketing talents. His mental capacity is far inferior to even Lu Hualiang. Faced with an overwhelming outpouring of anger, Wang Qin's face was pale and terrified, and his legs were even trembling with residual shadows from fear. But the good thing is that he has gained so many fans through marketing. Even a discerning eye can see the disadvantage of ending a deadly war for Huaxia. But these brain-dead fans, they don't care about that. They seem to regard Wang Qin as their everything. Recklessly and defiantly defended Wang Qin out loud. You guys don't trust Wang Qin that much? You want to make Wang Qin lose his reputation? Do you have to take advantage of people's danger? Do you have so little faith in the strength of China? Do you have so little faith in brother Wang Qin's strength? With brother Wang Qin's strength, do we need to take advantage of people's danger to fight these countries? Taking advantage of someone's danger, that's something only a despicable person can do. Wang Qin brainwashed fans put themselves on the moral high ground. In one fell swoop, he labeled those who wished to let Wang Qin continue to fight to the death as despicable and shameless. Sensible Chinese faced the nonsense of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans. The feeling of powerlessness that comes with extreme anger gives them a dishevelment that they can't hide. The entire Chinese audience. Fan Dong was the only one with a flat gaze. He had already anticipated Wang Qin's choice to end the deadly battle. You have to realize that Wang Qin summoned a Buddhist deity. Even if Wang Qin chooses to continue to fight to the death. But the Buddhist gods who are the native gods of the celestial kingdom. And how can you be willing to win more deadly battles for HWA? The Chinese within the space of the national fortune did not understand why Wang Qin chose to end the time of the deadly battle. The Chinese outside of the national transportation space had an equally difficult time accepting it. Long Baichuan stayed seated at the highest level of the Sky Dragon Tower. Slightly cloudy eyes, stunned, looked at the scene of the national fortune space that was revealed in the light curtain in the sky, even at the highest level of China. But Long Baichuan still couldn't understand this choice of Wang Qin. What exactly are the aspects in favor of HWA? The already wrinkled forehead was now even more wrinkled. This choice by Wang Qin, it even made him also wonder if Wang Qin, in the end, was a spy from another country. There was just no way to blatantly investigate Wang Qin even if he was suspicious. After all, Wang Qin's brainwashed fans were just too many. Disposition of Wang Qin once there is any wrongdoing. These base number of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans would definitely cause social unrest. So, not only could he, Long Baichuan, not punish Wang Qin for choosing to end the deadly battle, there was even going to be a commendation for Wang Qin for winning the deadly battle. even though Wang Qin had lost successive battles of national fortune. The anger and skepticism of any Chinese in or out of the national luck space could end. OT changed the fact that the deadly battle was over. In the midst of the intense bickering in the Chinese audience, the voice of the heavenly Tao steeply and leisurely resounded. Deadly battles are over. Huaxia has won a total of 7 deadly battles, rewarded with access to 9th generation fighter technology, perfected controlled fusion technology. The rewards bestowed by the heavens will cause the Chinese audience, which was caught in a heated argument, to fall into a heated argument. Finally, it was slightly calmer. 9th generation fighters are 2 generations ahead compared to today's state-of-the-art fighters. Once a 9th generation fighter is built based on this technology, that's even if Huaxia falls short in the Battle of Nations. Other countries would definitely not dare to drive China to extinction. Just because of a single 9th generation fighter, you can achieve a descending strike against any country. Just because of a single 9th generation fighter, controlled nuclear fusion technology, on the other hand, will allow China to have an inexhaustible and endless source of energy, invincible in the world. The rewards bestowed by the heavens will cause the breathing of all the Chinese people to gradually become ragged. At the same time, I can't help but feel even more sorry for them. Winning 7 deadly battles brought Huaxia such unimaginably rich rewards. If we can win more deadly battles, the benefits gained by Huaxia will definitely be 10 times and 100 times more abundant than it is now. Thinking about missing out on a large amount of resources for nothing, the sensible Huaxia's resentment towards Wang Qin grew even heavier. And Wang Qin brainwashed fans are very happy. They thanked Wang Qin gratefully for his pitifully small contribution. It was as if the credit for Huaxia being able to obtain the deadly battle reward was all on Wang Qin's shoulders. Just as the rational Chinese were getting even angrier because of the shamelessness of these Wang Qin brainwashed fans, the sound of the heavenly Tao's voice sounded again, calming their anger. In addition to the above rewards, Huaxia can choose one of the following 3 words as an additional reward. Please send the player who can represent China to choose the reward. As the voice of the heavenly Tao fell, almost all of the sensible Huaxia people cast their eyes on Fan Dong's body. Although Fan Dong claims to be long retired, it can be in this national space. Perhaps only Fan Dong, who won the 6 death matches, can represent Huaxia. Yet Wang Qin, and his Wang Qin brainwashed fans, did not have this realization. Wang Qin raised his head with a haughty expression and spoke arrogantly to the depths of the sky. Chapter 94, A Great Nation Style. The unrecognized Wang Qin. As a contestant in the finale of the death battle, I think Wang Qin, can represent Huaxia. It was as if Wang Qin didn't even know what shame was. With a face of rightfulness, he swallowed the battle won by Fan Dong. The Wang Qin brainwashed fans were equally shameless, and Wang Qin's expression of pretentiousness made them cheer wildly. Brother Wang Qin is so handsome. The strongest person usually comes out in the finale. Only the strongest people are qualified for the finale. China can't really do without my brother Wang Qin. It's just that brother Wang Qin was accidentally seriously injured. Otherwise in this deadly battle, where could it be Fan Dong's turn to be arrogant and complacent here? Wang Qin's brainwashed fans echoed Wang Qin with a face of adoration. The cheering and applauding without any regard for the facts, even more so, made Wang Qin's confidence blindly inflated. However, Lu Hualiang watched Wang Qin take it upon himself to try to represent Huaxia, and his eyes glittered with gloom and viciousness. The matter of receiving a reward for a deadly battle on behalf of Huaxia was of great significance. If Lu Hualiang can collect the deadly battle reward on behalf of Huaxia, then with his status as the coach of the Huaxia warriors, along with a lot of money in marketing, Lu Hualiang can definitely swallow the credit that Fan Dong has fought down. In time, with the credit of winning the death match added to his name, Lu Hualiang's status in Huaxia will be elevated once again. But it all went up in smoke when Wang Qin smugly chanted that he could represent China. The gloom and viciousness in Lu Hualiang's eyes almost took over his entire being. The bragging of this group of brain-dead fans made Wang Qin become more and more floating. However, Wang Qin, who was immersed in the bragging rights of many brain-dead fans, did not notice the indignation that lingered around Lu Hualiang. He eyed the depths of the sky, waiting for the voice of the heavenly Tao to ring out again. Word 1, Great Power Style. China shows its great power style. Give the heavenly blessings to the 3 weakest nations of the world to enhance their prestige among the masses of the world. Word 2, Heavenly Blessing. Huaxia receives heavenly blessing, randomly selecting locations within China and placing the blessings of the heavenly Tao, making the area mountainous and rich in minerals. Word 3, Body of the Ancient God. The word selector gains the body of a god, dramatically enhance the player's physique so that they can match the gods. 3 words given by the will of heaven, but they don't look very impressive. However, it was only because the chooser was Wang Qin. The praises and cheers never stopped. Words chosen by my brother Wang Qin are just fine. Great country style, can show the strength of our Huaxia, and Heaven's way bestows blessings, can benefit the people of our Huaxia, and Ancient God's body, can even allow Brother Wang Qin to obtain a body that is comparable to a god's. All good phrases. Brother Wang Qin is simply the lucky star of Huaxia. It's not at all comparable to Fan Dong, this bogeyman. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans' double-standard words made the corners of Fan Dong's mouth unable to restrain themselves from rising. Not to mention that out of the 3 phrases, other than, body of the ancient god, the other 2 weren't really good. What if all 3 entries are good? How could Wang Qin, who had only won a deadly battle, be qualified to choose words on behalf of Huaxia? The will of heaven wouldn't be because of what Wang Qin had said. Just think of him as someone who can represent HWA. Within the entire space of national fortune, only he, Fan Dong, could represent Huaxia. Fan Dong is cognizant of this point emotionally, but Wang Qin does not have this realization. There was a hint of dissatisfaction flashing across his face as he heard the 3 words bestowed by the heaven's will. Of the 3 phrases, the only one that could benefit him was, ancient god's body. It was also for this reason that Wang Qin most wanted to choose the body of the ancient god phrase. It's just that his base of braindead fans are both protecting his screen. It's also the biggest shackle that limits him. The body of the ancient god can only benefit him alone, and to continue to maintain the support of many fans. Then he can't show an ounce of selfishness. Thinking of what would happen after losing the support of his fans, a trace of dismay flashed through Wang Qin's eyes. The resentment in his heart towards this group of brainwashed fans was even more almost overwhelming. However, Wang Qin had no other way. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and forced down the resentment in his heart. And then the disenchantment in his eyes was replaced by selflessness as he spoke loudly to the Chinese audience. Huaxia dominates the world and is a well-deserved great power. For the sake of the common progress of the nations of the world, we can only condemn our families. So, I choose the word, great country style. Wang Qin acted with great righteousness. It was as if everything he did was for the sake of Huaxia. The arc raised at the corner of Fan Dong's mouth became steeper and steeper. The words that Wang Qin chose were even more disdainful and contemptuous, filling his eyes. Huaxia is already the world's hegemon. Though, however, there are still many people in the territory who suffer from poverty and hardship. It was just as well that Wang Qin chose the body of the ancient god phrase. After all, the improvement in physique could also help China win more battles of national fortune. But what Fan Dong didn't expect, Wang Qin preferred to give heavenly blessings to other nations. Nor do they want to benefit the people at home. Realize that the world has changed now. Bailing out the masses of other countries does not enhance the prestige of Huaxia in those countries. The only way they will respect you is if you have the power to make other countries fear you. Wang Qin's act of granting heavenly blessings to other nations. It is completely on the opposite side of the millions of Chinese people. But Wang Qin's brain-dead fans don't think about it that much. Wang Qin's words of great righteousness. It moved this brainless group of fans to tears. Brother Wang Qin is just too good. Who the hell cares about our feelings in this world? He obviously could have just chosen the great country style phrase, but he had to comfort us. I'm really going to cry. I will always support all decisions made by Brother Wang Qin. Brother Wang Qin will never victimize us. Fan Dong listened to the supportive voices of the brainwashed fans. The mind has once again taken a new lower limit to the stupidity of this group of brain-dead fans. Wang Qin, on the other hand, enjoyed it immensely. He struggled to keep his body upright, quietly waiting for a reply from the heavens' will. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, several minutes passed, and what the will of heaven responded to Wang Qin was only a silence and stillness. Wang Qin's body, which had been erect for a long time, was a bit tired. He looked blankly into the depths of the celestial dome for a moment of embarrassment. I choose the great country style phrase. Wang Qin was slightly uneasy in his heart, and once again tilted his head and repeated his words, but there was still no movement coming out of the clear, cloudless sky. What? The will of heaven didn't hear my brother Wang Qin's voice? Trying to play favorites? Obviously allowed to choose a word as a reward, and now you're backtracking? If you can't afford to play, don't play. The will of heaven can deceive our feelings? Wang Qin brainwashed fans are outraged. A brain that basically doesn't use much, doesn't want to think about the reasons for it. The only one pondering the reasons for this was the old and cunning Lu Hualiang. Lu Hualiang was very dissatisfied with Wang Qin's unauthorized representation of Huaxia, though, but he and Wang Qin were still in the end a grasshopper on the same line. At this moment, the will of heaven did not respond to Wang Qin's choice. In Lu Hualiang's heart, the same rich uneasiness was born. He vaguely guessed what was going on. His face became extremely ugly for a moment, and he couldn't help but mutter out of his mouth. Could it be that the will of heaven doesn't recognize Wang Qin as being able to represent Huaxia? Even though Lu Hualiang didn't want to believe it at all. But the voice that suddenly came out of the heavens will confirmed his heart. Chapter 95, the only one who can represent China is Fan Dong. China's player, Wang Qin, is unable to represent China, and the choice he made is considered invalid. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans froze in place as the sound of the heavenly Tao echoed, the soft tears that had just fallen from being moved. In the blink of an eye it became vicious enough to pierce anyone's defenses. Wang Qin can't represent Huaxia? What the hell? Why can't Wang Qin represent China? Did he not fight for HWA? Hasn't he been seriously injured because of Huaxia? Why wasn't Wang Qin allowed to represent Huaxia? I'm not convinced. This is naked discrimination. This is naked favoritism. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans couldn't care less about the consequences that would come from angering the will of heaven. Sound after sound of anger erupted from their chests. It was as if he was fighting a battle and venting the emotions in his heart. These storming Wang Qin's brainwashed fans suddenly made Fan Dong lose his thoughts of mocking scorn. Seems to count with this bunch of dumbass with negative IQs. It's also pulling down his IQ. Yet Fan Dong's silence didn't keep him out of it. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans wanted to target Fan Dong every now and then. Besides Wang Qin, who else can represent Huaxia? Fan Dong, that villain with a corrupt moral character? All of my Chinese people know about propriety, righteousness, integrity and shame. How can Fan Dong, a punk who condones the god's slaughter of his compatriots, represent China? Wang Qin's brainwashed fans' words launched a vicious attack on Fan Dong. Just these vicious attacks. Not only did it not make Fan Dong produce any emotional ripples, it even made their brother, Wang Qin, look gloomy and disheveled. Wang Qin turned his gaze to Fan Dong on the bench. The sightlessness in his eyes just now was replaced by resigned gloom. He couldn't believe it. He was also unwilling to believe that Fan Dong was the one who could represent Huaxia in the eyes of that heaven's will. Only no matter how much he couldn't believe it, the voice of the will of heaven was not going to change because of his disbelief. The only one who can represent Huaxia within the national luck space is Fan Dong, who won 6 deadly battles for Huaxia. Please invite Fan Dong, the Chinese player, to come on stage and choose the words. The voice of the heavens was as if it was awarding Fan Dong, causing Wang Qin's brainwashed fans to completely break their defenses. Wang Qin's lack of recognition is certainly terrible. However, Fan Dong was recognized by the will of the heavenly Tao, which made Wang Qin's brainwashed fans even more disturbed. A roar of mind-exploding fury was emitted from the bottom of this group of brain-dead fans' hearts. The roars vented the dissatisfaction in their hearts, with their anger towards the will of the heavenly Tao. Fan Dong, who is he to represent Huaxia? I protest. I protest. Could it be that I'm not a Chinese? What qualifications does Fan Dong have to replace me? The whole world is targeting my brother Wang Qin. All of you are evil people who can't see the good in my brother Wang Qin. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans cried out in tears. It did not flood the hearts of sensible Chinese with pity. From Fan Dong walks down to the State Games ring, to now mount the ring to choose the heavenly reward. Sensible Chinese who suffer from the disgust of Wang Qin's brain-dead fans. It was finally the chance to raise an eyebrow. The humiliation and disgust once suffered was returned by the rational Chinese with a bang. A bunch of brainless fools. How many death battles has Wang Qin won? What makes him representative of the Chinese? Fan Dong won 6 deadly battles, and your family's brother Wang Qin won 1 and wants to deprive Fan Dong of the contribution he made? If even Fan Dong can't represent Huaxia, then what is Wang Qin? The sensible Wahini poured out a frenzy of disgust at what they had been subjected to. The voices in support of Fan Dong overshadowed the cries of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans for a while. Fan Dong faced the sound of support that was like a wave. He was not arrogant, and his face remained calm and bland. And then he stood up and slightly lowered his hands to all the sensible Chinese. The sensible Chinese and the entire Chinese audience, as if they were being manipulated, left the sound they were about to spit out in their mouths. The yells of aggression pouring out of the room stopped abruptly in the space of the state's fortunes. The brainwashed fans of Wang Qin who were arguing fiercely with the sensible Chinese people saw this, and their hearts and minds were shaken. The quarrel also subsided unconsciously in the silence of the sensible Chinese. Lu Hualiang was even more shocked by Fan Dong's appeal. The dissatisfaction with Wang Qin in his eyes was replaced by a strong scorn mixed with envy. The pinnacle produces false champions. The twilight witnesses true apostles. He, Lu Hualiang, spent a lot of human and material resources as well as financial resources. That's what amassed hundreds of millions of fans for Wang Qin. And of those hundreds of millions of fans, the ones who could really be called upon by Wang Qin were pitifully few. Fan Dong endured their suppression and suffered from their slander. But his supporters are pretty much at his beck and call. This kind of appeal was not at all comparable to Wang Qin's fans who came through marketing. While Lu Hualiang was shocked at the appeal that Fan Dong possessed, step by step, Fan Dong makes his way to the National Games ring. He tilted his head slightly, though he was looking up at Wang Qin, who was unwilling to step down from the National Luck ring. But in the eyes of everyone including Wang Qin's brainwashed fans, Fan Dong, who was in the lower position, seemed to be looking down on Wang Qin as if he was looking at a mole cricket. Fan Dong, on what grounds? Why can't I represent Huaxia and why can you? Wang Qin's eyes raged with the derangement that had taken over his brain. Thought he was in the shadow of Fan Dong for several years. Wang Qin's psychological defense had long been close to collapsing, and the will of heaven only recognizes the actions of Fan Dong in order to represent Huaxia. It was more like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely making him despair. You tell me, on what grounds? Wang Qin, like an unenlightened beast, let out a dangerous low growl from his throat. Just how could Fan Dong be afraid of the threat of the district's Wang Qin? His gaze was like a black hole that could devour any light as he flatly looked at Wang Qin, who had broken his defense. There was even less emotion coming out of his voice. On what basis? Probably on the basis that I can win 6 death matches and you can only pick up the leftovers I don't want. This casual voice with a strong sense of irony was like a piercing chirp, causing the tympanic membrane in Wang Qin's ears to tremble. At the irony of the voice, Wang Qin, who is inferior to Fan Dong in every way, has fallen into an inferiority complex. Now it's even more low self-esteem to the point of being overwhelmed. He could only declare his monstrous anger with the killing intent that slowly escaped from his body. Under the ring, Lu Hualiang looked at Wang Qin, who was already in an incorrect state, and an unpleasant premonition once again appeared from his heart. Fan Dong was representing Huaxia to receive the deadly battle reward. If Wang Qin had struck out at Fan Dong in public in the ring, win or lose, it is a provocation to the image of the Chinese nation. What's more, Wang Qin simply didn't have the strength to be able to win against Fan Dong. Thinking of this, Lu Hualiang's heart tightened. He no longer counted Wang Qin's unauthorized representation of Huaxia. Instead, he hurriedly shouted out his dissuasion to Wang Qin. Wang Qin, think about what you're going to do. Lu Hualiang's roar caused Wang Qin's body to slightly stall. The killing intent that had escaped was also slightly dissipated, but now he couldn't hear any more words. Wang Qin only wanted to prove that he wasn't inferior to Fan Dong in everything. Chapter 96 Wang Qin, you'd better go down and sink your teeth into it. All the distractions of the outside world were put behind Wang Qin. One ragged breath after another resounded in his ears. With pounds of power in a taut body, Fan Dong's figure slowly enlarged in Wang Qin's focused eyes. At this moment, Wang Qin had never been as focused as he was now. The strength that was already not too weak was even more as if it had been activated by 200%. Fan Dong, at one time I may have been inferior to you in every way, but now, I, Wang Qin, am no worse than you. Wang Qin hissed his voice at Fan Dong and spoke. The tense figure violently spewed out its pent-up strength after the voice fell. Under the burst of extreme power, the national fortune ring underneath his feet opened up with cracks that were like spiderwebs. Its might was even greater than that of some gods, and not in the least. Looking at Wang Qin, who had suddenly ejected, Fan Dong's gaze was slightly gloomy. Now Wang Qin, the whole body seemed to be haunted by Buddha's light if anything, and dots of Buddha's intent also permeated its surroundings. He was more than 10 times stronger than before. Wang Qin's amazing strength that had erupted made his brainwashed fans excited to the point of yelling. Wang Qin, show Fan Dong, this despicable and shameless villain, what you're made of. Prove it to them. Brother Wang Qin is the strongest player in China. Let them know that without Fan Dong, our brother Wang Qin can win the battle to the death. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans were totally unconcerned about whether or not a fight between the two Chinese would make other countries look at them funny. He was even encouraging Wang Qin to use his strongest power. And when the rational Chinese saw Wang Qin steeply strike towards Fan Dong, his pupils shook as violently as an earthquake. They neither understood how Wang Qin dared to take a shot at Fan Dong in public, and I don't understand how these Wang Qin brainwashed fans hate Fan Dong so much, but the intense roar of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans did not affect Fan Dong. The stony gaze was always locked on Wang Qin's body. The Buddha's light that shone more and more on Wang Qin's circumference was such that he couldn't help but speak in a low voice. Want to use Wang Qin's hand to get rid of me? From the Buddha's light lingering on Wang Qin's body, Fan Dong had gotten a clear picture of what the Buddhist gods intended to do. Yet even though Wang Qin had drawn on the power of the Buddhist gods, Fan Dong remained undaunted by Wang Qin. No matter how powerful the Buddhist gods are, Wang Qin was merely a mortal flesh body. His weak body could only carry very little divine power. One thought in this, under the weight of the massive divine power, Wang Qin's skin, which was as delicate as a toddler's, cracked inch by inch. The blood that gurgled out like a fountain pulled out a scarlet line of blood behind him. Fan Dong, go to hell. If you die, I'll be the only hope for Huaxia. When Wang Qin was less than 10 meters away from Fan Dong, Wang Qin's voice came out and the strong wind brought out from his figure. The voice was extremely dry, as if displaying the pain that Wang Qin had endured. The only hope? You deserve it. Unfortunately, in Fan Dong's eyes, endless pain gave Wang Qin a strength boost, simply taking him from a mole to a slightly stronger mole. A mockery with infinite contempt was softly emitted from his body that was as steady as a mountain. The taunts seemed to tickle heaven and earth. The shadow of an emperor once again surfaced in the sky above the national fortune ring. The emperor's body broke through the clouds. A pressure filled with an unappealing might nearly swept towards the ring. It then made it seem as if heaven and earth were tilting towards the national fortune ring. Immediately after, The seemingly mighty and invincible Wang Qin was struck by lightning. His movements suddenly froze. However, the body shape could not stop rushing towards Fan Dong because of inertia. Bang! With a muffled sound, Wang Qin's brainwashed fan's voice that was about to be exhaled was clogged in his mouth, and the other sensible Wahini had just subsided into a daze. In the twinkling of an eye it was replaced by consternation again. Only because of the national luck of the ring, Fan Dong reached one hand toward his body and gently pressed it against Wang Qin's head, and Wang Qin, who had just rushed towards Fan Dong like a cannonball. At this moment, the body stopped and knelt straight in front of Fan Dong. The Buddha's light lingering on his body had gone out. The unstoppable blood on his body spoke of the tragedy that had just occurred. Do you really think that with the power of the gods, you can touch me? Fan Dong's right hand that was gently resting against Wang Qin's head was slightly hard, like strangling a dead dog. He slowly lifted Wang Qin from the ground. It was as if Wang Qin's entire body's strength had been drained away by Fan Dong. One can only be at the mercy of Fan Dong. Wang Qin's eyes that previously had wisps of light flashing through them, it is now as stagnant as a pool with no living water flowing into it. In fact, he didn't suffer multiple injuries. The reason that made Wang Qin unable to raise any resistance, just the strength of Fan Dong alone. It made him feel the vastness of the sea. It is difficult to cross the distance of the sea, even after a lifetime of exhaustion. Go down and sink your teeth into it again. With a cold smile on his lips, Fan Dong casually threw Wang Qin out of the ring like a piece of trash. Wang Qin couldn't lift any strength in his body, as if he was a dead man. After hitting several rolls, it rolled to Lu Hualiang's feet. Looking at Wang Qin, who was lying at his feet, there was an undisguised flow of disgust in Lu Hualiang's eyes. The situation is clearly still under control, but this cowardly Wang Qin had been scared out of his wits by Fan Dong's strength. The current Lu Hualiang was incredibly remorseful of how he had looked at such a waste in the past. Think of your future home and future. Lu Hualiang couldn't help but rub his aching brow. A slightly thin figure replaced Wang Qin in his mind. This figure was his last card, Junior Lin Gudong, who was once at the whim of Wang Qin. In addition to strength, regardless of looks or body shape, Lin Gudong was far inferior to Wang Qin. However, in today's situation, looks and body shape, factors that favor marketing, don't matter anymore. Being able to overpower Fan Dong in terms of grades is the top priority right now. Idiot! Fan Dong has the power of a god. Aren't you looking for death if you fight him? Lu Hualiang coldly glanced at Wang Qin on the ground. Although Wang Qin had let him down extremely, still, he couldn't afford to waste the resources he had poured into Wang Qin for nothing. He looked at Wang Qin, who had lost his fighting spirit, and continued speaking in a flat voice. There's no shame in losing to Fan Dong. Relying on the gods to win the battle of national fortunes is the right way to go. Your current performance is very disappointing to me, and 3/4 of the resources poured into you in the future will be handed over to Lin Gudong. Lu Hualiang's flat voice made Wang Qin's lost sanity return a little. It was then that Wang Qin realized how foolish it was to fight against Fan Dong, who possessed the abilities of a god, with the strength of a mortal body. The remorse in his heart almost drowned Wang Qin, but it was good to see that Lu Hualiang didn't give him up completely in words. It made a few rays of light shoot out of his dead eyes once again, while Lu Hualiang was conversing with Wang Qin. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans were still in shock from Wang Qin being crushed by Fan Dong. Fan Dong, on the other hand, tilted his head and looked deep into the sky. Make a choice between the 3 words given by the divine will. Chapter 97. You don't think Wang Qin can protect you, do you? I choose the 3rd phrase, body of the ancient god. Fan Dong's eyes flickered slightly as he exclaimed. After weighing the pros and cons of the 3 phrases, he still chose the body of the ancient god phrase that boosted his power. The great power style of benefiting the masses of other countries was not within the scope of Fan Dong's consideration. The heavenly blessing that improves the environment of a place is not an optional phrase, and the body of the ancient god looked like it could only boost Fan Dong's strength alone. But as long as Fan Dong can continue to participate in the battle of nations, then the strength he has raised, eventually it will be fed back to all the wasps. But Fan Dong thought himself extremely well thought out. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans wouldn't think deeply about what Fan Dong's choice of phrase would bring them. The sound of Fan Dong choosing his words awakened Wang Qin's brainwashed fans from the shock of Wang Qin's defeat. They gritted their teeth, their hearts raging with anger and indignation. Defeat and humiliate Wang Qin's old vendetta, as well as the newfound hatred of choosing words that seem to benefit only Fan Dong alone combined. It makes these brain-dead fans so angry that they lose their minds. The anger drowned out any thought of reflection altogether. One angry cry after another popped out from the mouths of Wang Qin's fans. Fan Dong, why don't you choose great country style? Are you so unwilling to raise the prestige of China in the hearts of all peoples? It's disgusting. How can someone who only cares about his own garbage be someone who represents China? I'm not convinced. I knew Fan Dong wasn't a good person when he chose words that only favored himself before. Now that you're still oppressing Wang Qin, a true hero for the sake of China, I request the expulsion of Fan Dong's citizenship. A cry of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans rose straight up into the clouds. It was both fighting for Wang Qin and venting the malice in his heart towards Fan Dong. Their will, however, changes nothing. The will of heaven granted Fan Dong's choice. A voice containing brilliant heavenly might, carrying infinite power, violently exploded from the depths of the sky. Fan Dong can represent Huaxia, therefore Fan Dong's choice is granted. The grand voice echoes through the space of the national movement. A stream of light suddenly slipped through the sky. This stream of light lingered with strange colors. The majestic power contained therein was even more jaw-dropping. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the flowing light. Streams of light seemed to glide through the depths of the void, reaching straight to Fan Dong's body. It was accompanied by streams of light that didn't enter Fan Dong's body. A flash of light with multicolored colors swept Fan Dong. The light wrapped around Fan Dong and transformed into a light mass like a cocoon. Just the dead silence of the cocoon doesn't describe Fan Dong's situation at this time. Inside the light mass, there is both the fire that belongs to the burst of energy and the green aura that represents vitality. Wave after wave of energy erupted, causing the light mass to expand afterward, and it suddenly shrunk into a ball. Fan Dong's body crumbled inch by inch from the burst of energy. Blood flowed out of the wound and pooled into a lake of blood at his feet. Only the wounds looked shocking, but the real damage Fan Dong had suffered was not serious. It was only because of the vibrant green aura that was repairing his body every now and then. Although the green aura was able to repair Fan Dong's injuries, it was unable to offset the pain that Fan Dong had suffered. Under the onslaught of pain caused by the injury opening back and forth, Fan Dong's handsome face crumpled into a tight ball, and an uncontrollable low growl escaped from his clenched teeth. Looking at Fan Dong, who seemed to be suffering from the torture of death by 1,000 cuts, the shock in his heart made everyone's mouths involuntarily open wide. Even if they were equally eager to obtain a body comparable to that of a god, but if they were to be made to suffer the kind of pain that Fan Dong endured, they would rather be just flesh and blood. Time passed by minute, and the pain that Fan Dong was enduring intensified. The shock in the gazes of the crowd gradually transformed into a fear that didn't dare to take another look. It was as if the pain that Fan Dong had endured ached in their hearts along their gazes, just as everyone averted their eyes out of fear. Where Fan Dong was, a golden flame replaced the light that wrapped Fan Dong. This golden flame carried a rich divinity that froze time and melted space, with a speed that was impossible to capture. It swept through Fan Dong, bathed in this golden flame. In just a few seconds, the wounds on Fan Dong's body, completely burned and re-healed. Burnt to a crisp, the skin comes off. The newborn skin is as rosy and full of luster as one in a million. He is like the honored phoenix of the world, reborn in the midst of the fire. The golden flames faded. Extreme pain was also gotten rid of by Fan Dong. The proud and upright body carried a divine might that was unappealing to look at. The muscles on his completely naked upper body were presented like a knife carving. Looking at Fan Dong was like a god in the world. Wang Qin brainwashed fans' faces carried awe though, but what the eyes carried was endless jealousy and disgust. They couldn't stop their voices from trembling. In the most vapid tones, the most vicious words were uttered. Fan Dong, you got all the benefits. Are you satisfied now? You have to realize that everything you've gained is based on our sacrifices. Selfishness. You think you can fight against the gods after having a godly body? You can only bully and bully ordinary people like us. Wang Qin fans portray themselves as little white rabbits to be bullied. Fan Dong, on the other hand, has become an unscrupulous villain in their mouths. Fan Dong looked at Wang Qin's brainwashed fans who had been talking endlessly since he boarded the ring. Even if he didn't put Wang Qin's brainwashed fans in his eyes at all, he couldn't help but feel annoyance and disgust in his heart. The vicious voice that seemed like it would never stop made Fan Dong's brows couldn't help but furrow. His eyes, like those of an abyss, shone with a bit of golden light. Accompanying the flashing golden light was a mighty pressure that was like the collapse of a mountain, transforming into a horrifying wave that swept over him. This lurid wave did not distinguish any audience. Under the overriding pressure of this lurid wave, everyone within the national fortune space froze in their movements abruptly. Millions of people were present, their voices subsided, and silence swam continuously through the crowd. But silence doesn't make the lurid waves subside. After the first wave washed over the crowd, a wave followed. The already unbearable pressures keep stacking up. By the end of the day, all of them seemed to be carrying lofty mountains on their backs. The lapping of the layers of waves made the Sakura nation, who was most fearful of Fan Dong, the first to be unable to support their bodies. Common, a Sakura nation's legs, snapping to their knees, made a muffled, heavy thud like a drum. The fluttering sound seemed to start the harvester for the fall harvest. The crowd spread around the national fortune space fell to their knees one after another like wheat in an autumn harvest. If it weren't for their bodies, which were trembling fiercely with shame and anger, anyone would think they were making a pilgrimage to the god they believed in. Fan Dong, do you think you can make us kneel? No way. Fan Dong, you die of this. To Fan Dong's slight surprise, under the patronage of Wang Qin, Wang Qin's brainwashed fan unexpectedly also stood proudly in the same place as the other Chinese people who were deliberately avoided by Fandong. Wang Qin's decadence that had just been crushed by Fandong had dissipated for the most part, although there was still fear and trepidation in the eyes that looked at Fandong, but the same wariness that was directed at Fandong reverberated through his body. With them looking like they were dying, Fandong seemed to have become that big villainous boss. Ha! You don't think Wang Qin can really shelter you? Wang Qin and the comical appearance of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans caused Fandong to speak faintly. As the voice fell, an even denser golden light once again shone in Fandong's eyes. Chapter 98 Deadly Battle Ends. Conflicts to be resolved? This flash of light with holiness and majesty. It was as if the world of all people was haloed in gold. Everyone within the National Fortune Space's heart was as if they had suffered a hammer blow from a heavenly god. Earthquakes are constantly moving within them. The masses of other countries such as Sakura Nation. The body, which was already kneeling, was now crushed to the ground by heavy pressure, and sheltering the many fans of Wang Qin, the battle spirit in his body completely disappeared. That flash of gold just now, it made the barrier that he had supported with his entire body's strength shatter with a bang. The vast pressure that permeated Fandong's body was like magma slowly engulfing Wang Qin. Even though Wang Qin was no longer willing, the weak flesh of his mortal body was never able to support him from succumbing to Fandong. With a bone-cracking sound that echoed within the silent space of the National Fortune, Wang Qin's leg bones were broken and his body fell to his knees uncontrollably. The majestic pressure made the ground under Wang Qin's feet, cracking out in patterns like broken glass. The blood that comes from a broken bone piercing into flesh and blood. Even more so, the pattern is colored in a weird blood color. Wang Qin has already done so. The fans he has sheltered are even worse. The mighty pressure followed the shattered barrier and penetrated into Wang Qin's brainwashed fans. The Wang Qin fans who had previously stood proudly because of Wang Qin's shelter. Now all of them are on the ground like pugs. The shame and anger brought on by Fandong's suppression replaced the fear and trepidation on his face. They tried to mobilize their entire body to break free from Fandong's bonds, but a group of ordinary people whose strength was far inferior to even Wang Qin. How are they capable of breaking free of Fandong? Unconscionable self-salvation fell in Fandong's eyes, just like ants trying to rebel against the gods. Comical and uninteresting, Fandong's indifferent gaze swept over a group of national fortune spaces, throughout the space of the state's fortunes, except for the Chinese who had never uttered an insult to him. Without exception, all of them fell to their knees. Even Huaxia's battle team coach, Lu Hualiang, was likewise kneeling on one knee. Although Lu Hualiang's peak has passed and his strength has declined severely, however, the pride of being the coach of a battle team made him not kneel down on both knees towards Fandong even if he was seriously injured on the ground. The fat on Lu Hualiang's body shook violently, maintained as the skin of a young woman in her 30s or 40s. It was now red from anger. As the battle team coach of Huaxia, Lu Hualiang was almost an infallible existence within the national game space. Fandong was nothing more than a player in the Battle of Nations, so it was just a matter of making him suffer back-to-back defeats. But to kneel and submit towards Fandong, this is something Lu Hualiang can never accept. Fandong looked at Lu Hualiang trying to resist his pressure even though he was fighting for his life, and the corner of his mouth slightly lifted up a disdainful smile. Just as he was about to turn the pressure up again, the heavens didn't give him a chance to humiliate Lu Hualiang. The voice of the heavenly Tao resounded lazily in the depths of the heavenly vault. Deadly battle is over. All spectators will leave the national space in 10 seconds. The next battle of national fortunes will soon be fought once again between China and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. The prostrate faces of the Sakura country brats once again became fearful and helpless. Though Sakurakuni can also summon superpowered gods like Amaterasu, Tsukiyomi, and even Izanagi and Izanami. However, after winning the battle to the death, Huaxia's already powerful strength had come to a point that was unimaginable. At war with HWA. This is a battle that bets on the luck of the Sakura country and has an almost zero chance of winning. The fear in the hearts of the Sakura nation drove them to want to yell, but it's the only outlet. It was also blocked because of the terrifying pressure that permeated Fandong's body. Fear made the group of Sakura nationals tremble like chaff. The suffocation was even more so that they couldn't help but hit their heads hard against the ground. Looking at the Sakura nation's self-inflicted injuries, Fandong's eyes shone with a meaningful light. The Sakura nation itself has sentenced itself to death though. However, Fandong does not think that Sakura Cookie will inevitably lose, simply because what he was doing now would cause Lu Hualiang's resentment towards him to deepen. In time, there's a big chance that he, Fandong, won't be playing against Sakura Nation. Out of the battle for Sakura Nation. Not those Chinese juniors who have never fought in a single battle of national fortunes. It's just not good enough for Wang Qin. The so-called Morning Army will win. Under Lu Hualiang's selfishness and forgetfulness, Sakura Nation, which is fighting out of desperation, may be poised to win big. The speculation in Fandong's mind was exactly what Lu Hualiang had in mind. After hearing the contents of the voice of the heavenly Tao, Lu Hualiang let out a long breath. The tightness was finally relaxing a bit. It wasn't just because he was about to get rid of Fan Dong's pressure. Even more so because of the opponents in the next battle of nations. It's the Sakura country which is not very strong. As long as he relies on Wang Chen and the other juniors to cleanly defeat Sakura Nation and carve out a victory without Fan Dong, that with a lot of money spent on his push, Fan Dong's credit for winning the deathmatch will soon be forgotten by all. At this thought, Lu Hualiang, who was under heavy pressure, had a smile at the corner of his mouth. It seemed to have seen the scene where Fan Dong was spurned by the Chinese people once again. His eyes looked mockingly at Fan Dong, and then the figure was steeply transmitted out by the heaven's will. In the meantime, there was also a white light floating in front of Fan Dong's eyes. In an instant, the white light shattered. The scene in front of Fan Dong's eyes also returned from the national luck space back within the hospital, and with everyone disappearing from within the national space, those outside of the national luck space, on the other hand, rioted in an instant. The highest level of the Sky Dragon Tower, Long Baichuan watched as Fan Dong suppressed the majority of the Huaxia crowd with the power of one person. He realized that the conflict between Fan Dong and Wang Qin's fans had reached an irreconcilable point. On the one hand, there are Wang Qin fans who are widely distributed in 80% of the places in China. On the one hand, there were the heroes of China who had won countless national fortunes for China. Long Baichuan's already wrinkled face now seemed to have several more wrinkles. He rubbed his brow with his hands as if they were dead wood, and spoke wearily to the secretary beside him. Invite Fan Dong, Lu Hualiang, and Wang Qin to a dinner party in 3 days. If there is any conflict between them, it's better to untangle it as soon as possible. After Long Baichuan's secretary answered softly, he quietly left the highest level of the Sky Dragon Tower. While Long Baichuan was worried about the conflict between Wang Qin's fans and Fan Dong, Jing Cheng wasn't doing well nowadays either. Jing Cheng and Chen Tian were seated within an opulent villa. She looked bland though. It was only the hands that clutched her gown tightly that revealed the uneasiness in her heart. When you see Lu Hualiang in a while, you put away your high and mighty coldness, no? Chen Tian seemed to have taken the initiative in his conversation with Jing Cheng. He opened his mouth coldly at Jing Cheng. The previous respect for Jing Cheng no longer present in his cold, hard voice. Jing Cheng's delicate body froze, though there was disgust in her eyes. But thinking of the consequences of the company's bankruptcy, she still nodded her head gently and hopelessly. Soon, the door of the luxurious villa slowly opened. Jing Cheng turned his gaze with uneasiness and trepidation to the entrance of the villa, only to see a tired Lu Hualiang slowly walking in from outside the villa. Chapter 99, Sakura's Backhand. Immortal Ancestor God Su Fu. Lu Hualiang slowly closed the villa door. A body of exhaustion seemed to be cut off from the outside by this door. His slightly hunched frame did its best to straighten up, like a peacock with an open screen. He sold out in front of Jing Cheng, shaking out what was left of his majesty. Seeing Lu Hualiang walk into the villa, Chen Tian stood up as fast as he could. The waist that bowed down towards Lu Hualiang was even more almost parallel to the ground. He opened his mouth as enthusiastically as a pug. The raw coldness and indifference in his demeanor was even more gone. Coach Lu. Before his voice fell, Chen Tian bent over. In an extremely comical posture, he quickly greeted towards Lu Hualiang, facing Chen Tian as well as Jing Cheng. Lu Hualiang took out the mold of being the coach of the Huaxia warriors. There was no more embarrassment when facing Fan Dong. He ignored Chen Tian's flattery, rubbing shoulders with Chen Tian, then cozying up and closing his eyes slightly. He sat comfortably on the luxuriously soft couch. Erlang's legs were casually coiled up by Lu Hualiang. It was as if Jing Cheng and Chen Tian were just heir to him. The arrogant and domineering Chen Tian was ignored by Lu Hualiang. However, Chen Tian's heart did not have any dissatisfaction rising at all. He kept his face fawning, neither dared to make a sound to disturb Lu Hualiang, nor dare I straighten my bent spine. Time passes little by little. The soreness coming from the lumbar vertebrae caused Chen Tian's body, which had been emptied by alcohol and sex, to tremble violently. Bean-sized sweat, moreover, could not be stopped from flowing out from his forehead. Something wrong with you guys? I don't know how much time has passed. Lu Hualiang's slightly closed eyes slowly opened, his voice carrying no emotion. As his voice fell, his gaze glanced at Chen Tian after. Then he projected his eyes straight onto Jing Qing's body. Lascivious eyes recklessly looked up and down Jing Qing's figure, the eyes that seemed as sharp as an eagle's. It made Jing Qing feel like the clothes on her body were being stripped off one by Lu Hualiang. Lu Hualiang's gaze sized up Jing Qing's entire body and nodded slightly. Once again, he placed his eyes on Chen Tian's body. Until then, Chen Tian felt as if he had been pardoned. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and carefully opened his mouth towards Lu Hualiang. Our company has run into a bit of trouble, and we'd like to ask Coach Lu to help us out. Chen Tian's tone was almost as humble as a slave. The gaze in his eyes, on the other hand, carried a meaning that men understood. Lu Hualiang sniffed, his right hand rubbing his chin as he gently nodded his head. He looks like he's considering the pros and cons though, but the afterglow that never left Jing Qing's body, but it has long since revealed his heart. You go. I'll take care of your company for a moment or two. After pondering for a moment, Lu Hualiang spoke faintly to Chen Tian. The flat tone hid an urgency that anyone could hear. Good Lu. Coach Lu, you busy? Upon hearing Lu Hualiang's crisp agreement, Chen Tian's face filled with ecstasy. After exchanging pleasantries with Lu Hualiang, he walked towards the outside of the villa without looking back, and Jing Cheng, who hadn't uttered a word, his body trembled. It seemed to have anticipated what was going to happen next. Bang! As the door was gently closed, the villa fell silent in an instant. In the midst of an eerie silence, Jing Qing's trembling body became more and more violent. When her legs were almost unable to support the weight of her body, Lu Hualiang faintly opened his mouth. You're Fan Dong's girlfriend, aren't you? Lu Hualiang's voice caused Jing Qing's entire body to tremble once again. No longer looking like a strong urban woman, she mumbled her words. Used to be, only I've broken with him. These words caused a pain in Jing Qing's heart that was hard to hide. How she wished now that she was still Fan Dong's girlfriend. It's just a shame that what happened can't be changed. Lu Hualiang's voice, moreover, made her recognize the reality again. Ha! If there had been no rupture, would you have come to me? Take it off. After hearing Jing Qing say that she was Fan Dong's ex-girlfriend, Lu Hualiang's voice was obviously a bit agitated. Facing Fan Dong, he, Lu Hualiang, suffered defeat everywhere. Nowadays, he, Lu Hualiang, could finally vent his heart's indignation on Fan Dong's ex-girlfriend. Although Jing Qing was just a broken shoe that Fan Dong didn't want, but in the final analysis, she and Fan Dong also have a certain relationship. One gorgeous garment after another was thrown to the ground by Jing Chang. The tender white skin reflected the slightly reddish light. Lu Hualiang's breathing grew ragged. In his late 50s, he still has the strength to gallop across the fields, away from the crowded villa. Decadent sounds replaced complete human voices. 2 or 3 minutes passed. Jing Qing was curled up on a large bed, covered with only a thin quilt. Her face was pale and her eyes were filled with pain and fear. Lu Hualiang, on the other hand, has a spring in his step. It seemed that Fan Dong brought him suffocation and anger, and just now all of it was vented by him on Jing Qing's body. Oh, don't be afraid. In 3 days, I'll take you to a dinner party. When the time comes, Fan Dong will definitely regret for abandoning you. Lu Hualiang looked at the marks he left on Jing Qing's body and laughed. Hatred for Fan Dong as well as madness raged on his face. At the time when Lu Hualiang was springing to life, the Sakura nation's top brass were similarly in ecstasy. Nestled in a laboratory in the deep unknown valley of Sakura country, a man and a woman, 2 divine evocation masters whose bodies were haunted with rich divinity, sat silently inside a glass room. These 2 divine evocation masters had their eyes slightly closed and seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. On the other hand, the top management of the Sakura kingdom outside the glass room, as well as Emperor Hinjin, brought up a strong look of joy on their faces. After sacrificing the 2 great gods Izanagi as well as Izanami, we have finally summoned the immortal ancestor god Su Fu. I hope that the ancestral god, Su Fu, will help us defeat Huaxia. Amidst the intense joy on Emperor Xingren's face, there was a hint of anticipation flowing out. Izanagi and Izanami are the supreme gods of the Takatenkara, and the sacrifice of the 2 supreme gods Sai summoned the ancestral god Su Fu. Its strength does not have to be weaker than that of Huaxia. If we can beat HWA, then the prestige of their Sakura country's position in the international arena, it can even be compared to the superbly powerful Tianju kingdom. While the entire Sakura kingdom was immersed in the joy of summoning the immortal ancestor god Su Fu, Fan Dong was talking to Long Baichuan's secretary at the moment. Elder brother Fan, Head Dragon has invited you to the Heavenly Dragon Tower for a dinner party in 3 days. Long Baichuan's secretary, a change from the high and mighty when facing Lu Hualiang, not for being Long Baichuan's secretary, and have any pomposity towards Fan Dong. Hearing Long Baichuan's secretary's voice, Fan Dong's gaze flickered slightly. In his heart, he had already guessed that Long Baichuan wanted to mediate the conflict between him and Lu Hualiang. Although the conflict between him and Lu Hualiang had long reached the point of immortality, but Long Baichuan was, after all, the supreme head of China, and the benefactor who single-handedly raised him up. Long Baichuan's face, Fan Dong had to give. Think about it. Fan Dong nodded slightly to Secretary Long Baichuan and agreed. 3 days passed in a flash. The dinner, soon enough, had arrived. Chapter 100, Fans Blocking the Road? Armored Vehicles. Fan Dong walked out of the hospital. The first thing we saw was the countless emotional crowds. These crowds didn't offer admiration for Fan Dong winning the deathmatch for Huaxia, nor did they cheer Fan Dong for winning the deathmatch for Huaxia. There was only one angry rebuke after another, ringing out from among the crowd. Profit-oriented villain. Fan Dong, you're a big liar. You didn't think we'd see you as a hero, did you? You're a total villain. Block Fan Dong. How can this kind of trash player continue to participate in the Battle of Nations? Anger erupted from the chests of the masses along with furious rebukes, and madness spread quickly through the crowd. In the perception of this group of people, it was as if the victory or defeat of this deadly battle had no relevance to Fan Dong. Looking at the madness outside the hospital, Fan Dong had already expected it, only because in those 3 days, Lu Hualian used countless financial, human, as well as material resources to buy Wang Qin overwhelming marketing and support, on all platforms capable of hosting information. Without exception, all of them were images of Wang Qin winning the deathmatch extra. As for the picture that reveals Fan Dong, there is only the scene where Lu Hualiang reveals that Fan Dong received a large amount of money. So, with the brainwashing of short videos every now and then, most of the Chinese people regarded Fan Dong as a scumbag who was profit-oriented and wanted to monopolize the credit for winning the deadly battle. Fan Dong looked at the Wang Qin brainwashed fans who crowded around the hospital with emotions that simply could not be suppressed, and his brows furrowed into a Chuan character. It wasn't that Fan Dong was afraid of the less than 10,000 people in this area. Rather, it was because these thousands of Wang Qin brainwashed fans were squeezed in front of the hospital. It was difficult for him to move an inch except by force. Thinking that Long Baichuan's dinner party was about to begin, Fan Dong's heart was a little anxious. A wisp of pressure like the vastness of the ocean spread uncontrollably around him. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans who were closer to Fan Dong felt the pressure escaping from Fan Dong's body. They were more emotional. While throwing some items in his hands at Fan Dong, he yelled at him, "What? You still want to make a move on us? Are you still a Chinese? A Huaxia person strikes at a Huaxia person. Do you deserve to be a Huaxia person? Today I'm going to die here, and I'm going to fight for brother Wang Qin." This group of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans had a big righteous face. Not only could they not hear the vile words they uttered to Fan Dong, he even went on a rampage against Fan Dong because of the aura he leaked out. The clamor of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans covered thousands of meters around. Thousands of meters away from the hospital, a luxurious car did not start. The deep darkness hid the 4 figures in the car. "Ha! It looks like Fan Dong won't be able to make it to the dinner on time." Inside the quiet limousine, Chen Tian's slightly lewd voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after, Lu Hualiang and Wang Qin's soft laughter similarly echoed within the limousine. These 4, it was none other than Lu Hualiang, Wang Qin, and Chen Tian and Jing Cheng who were about to go to the dinner. Chen Tian sat in the driver's seat with a gloatingly lewd face. Lu Hualiang and Wang Qin, on the other hand, had a bland gaze, as if they had long anticipated the current scene. As for Jing Cheng, her uninviting coldness seemed to have completely melted away under Lu Hualiang's tutelage. Still kind of a handsome face. Some of it is just vulgarly flirty and sassy. These few people looked in the direction of the hospital from afar, and there was mockery of Fan Dong in their eyes. This dinner was set up by the head of China, Long Baichuan. The main character of the dinner is even Fan Dong. If Fan Dong agreed to attend the dinner but then stood Long Baichuan up, Fan Dong's future days are obviously not going to be easy. Just when a few people thought to themselves that Fan Dong would definitely not be able to get out of the trap, a blinding light suddenly stabbed out from a street not far away. Amidst the dazed looks of Lu Hualiang's 4 men, an armored vehicle carrying a heavy machine gun slowly drove out. This armored car is like a thick fortress. The roar from the turning of the internal combustion engine made everyone's heart, as it were, stop for half a moment. Heavy machine guns swung back and forth across the top of the armored vehicle like the top predator, searching for prey, even if no one thinks bullets are spewing out of heavy machine guns. However, the shock it brought was still such that one by one, the brainwashed fans of Wang Qin who were blocking the entrance of the hospital, avoided it. The entrance to the hospital, which had just been surrounded, emptied out in a large area in a flash. Seeing this scene, the mockery on Lu Hualiang's face abruptly froze. He didn't expect Fan Dong's face to be so great. To make sure that Fandango arrives on time, the army even used an armored vehicle to clear the area. "Oomph, let's go. There's no point in watching." Lu Hualiang's face was a bit ugly as he spoke faintly to Chen Tian. Because of the arrival of the armored car, his plot to try to keep Fan Dong from arriving at the field was completely bankrupt. Hospital entrance. Fan Dong was also slightly surprised by the arrival of this armored car. But Fan Dong was not beyond comprehension. This is the Chinese Army Hospital. A bunch of idiots dared to cause trouble in front of the Army Hospital. Do you really think that the Army chiefs convalescing in hospitals are just a bunch of posers? Accompanied by the roar of the armored car, Fan Dong quickly drove towards the location of the Sky Dragon Tower. The Chinese Army Hospital is not too far from the Sky Dragon Tower. In just less than 10 minutes, Fan Dong arrived under the Sky Dragon Tower. The armored car left alone after Fan Dong arrived at the Sky Dragon Tower. Only Fan Dong was left behind looking up at the still brightly lit Sky Dragon Tower. There was no shock at the towering Sky Dragon Tower in Fan Dong's eyes. There was just the usual blandness. Just as Fan Dong took a step towards the Heavenly Dragon Tower, a luxury SUV roared to life on its gas pedal and pulled up beside him. Fan Dong's face was a bit displeased. If it wasn't clear what the SUV's intentions were, he was able to flip the buggy, which weighed a ton, over as it approached him. After casually glancing at the SUV with an unhappy gaze, Fan Dong continued to walk towards the Sky Dragon Tower. However, the slowly opening car door drew Fan Dong's eyes, only to see Chen Tian stepping down from the driver in a hurry. Without stopping his feet, he walked quickly to the back seat of the SUV, then respectfully opened the door of the car, as if greeting the most honored host. Fan Dong, farewell. Luxurious leather shoes. Stepping off the SUV, Lu Hualiang stepped down from the car with Chen Tian's humble assistance. Fan Dong's eyes brought up some doubts, not understanding how Chen Tian got mixed up with Lu Hualiang. It was just Wang Qin who had an arrogant trekking face, and Jing Chang who had a dusty and flirtatious face. As they stepped down together from the SUV, Fan Dong's mind was already clear. His eyes glanced lightly at the four men who stepped out of the SUV, and there was an undisguised disgust in his vision. And after, Fan Dong didn't want to get too entangled with these people and lifted his steps to continue walking towards the Heavenly Dragon Tower. Fan Dong's ignorance was seen as cowardice by Lu Hualiang, who did not want Fan Dong to simply leave. The large, pale hand swept Jing Qing into an embrace, and his hands roamed over Jing Qing's body wantonly. Immediately afterward, like a victor, he spoke arrogantly to Fan Dong. Chapter 101. Let's welcome the entrance of today's protagonist. If you can't even guard your own woman, do you deserve to be a hero of China? Where no one had noticed, Lu Hualiang completely tore off his mask and mocked Fan Dong without mercy. Wang Qin and Chen Tian sniffed and laughed. Both attached themselves to their master, Lu Hualiang. It was also venting the anger and shame in his heart because of Fan Dong. The three of them, Lu Hualiang, recklessly threw ridicule and sarcasm at Fan Dong. The rough gasps that Jing Cheng let out caused these three people to become more and more excited and thrilled. Fan Dong merely frowned slightly in the face of the trio's ridicule and sarcasm. Jing Cheng no longer had any relationship with him. Fan Dong, humiliating him, Fan Dong, by abusing Jing Cheng was completely boring like a jumping clown. Fan Dong looked at the three people who had been blocking his way towards the Sky Dragon Tower with boredom. Wisps of killing intent seeped out along his gaze. The mockery and arrogance on Lu Hualiang's face froze under this killing intent. Terrified in his eyes, he swept his gaze to the surveillance that was spread all over the place. Facing Fan Dong, the only surveillance that seems to be anywhere is these all over the place. It's what will give him some meager sense of security. Fan Dong, you still want to riot and kill people? The fear in Chen Tian's heart was not much less than that of Lu Hualiang. His legs were wobbling, but he still gathered his courage and spoke angrily at Fan Dong. The fear in his eyes was intensified by the roar. However, after noticing that Fan Dong didn't seem to make any further movements, Chen Tian became more and more arrogant and licentious. When I called you brother-in-law before, it was to give you face. Now, you're not even worthy of my shoes. Recalling the scene where he was once publicly humiliated by Fan Dong, Chen Tian raised his nostrils, pointed his finger at Fan Dong, and opened his mouth with gritted teeth. Ha! Fan Dong ah! Fan Dong, if you don't even think about saving your own woman's company, then Coach Lu will not be polite. Coach Lu will help Coach Jingqing earn back the clients he lost because of you. Seeing that Chen Tian, a mere mole, was able to be infinitely arrogant towards Fan Dong, Wang Qin, who was originally still a bit scared, was also bold at this moment. His narrow eyes were filled with the gloom of years of depression and his disdain for Fan Dong. The yin and yang in his mouth is even more self-righteous to poke Fan Dong inside. Fan Dong, if you see death, then I will only look for Coach Lu Hualiang. Ah! After Chen Tian as well as Wang Qin both spoke in time, Lu Hualiang avoided the surveillance and covertly slapped Jing Cheng's ass. Jing Cheng, who was already as uncomfortable as if his entire body was covered in ants, grunted lightly and opened his mouth at Lu Hualiang's instruction. The mockery in Lu Hualiang's eyes as he looked at Fan Dong grew thicker. It was as if he had finally won the battle against Fan Dong. But Lu Hualiang's behavior did not let Fan Dong heartborn any waves. The only change in Fan Dong's mind, there was only a greater distaste for Lu Hualiang as well as the Jing Qing trio. The nausea in his heart made it impossible for Fan Dong to remain silent any longer. He looked at the four people who were like jumping clowns and spoke faintly. All four kneeled down. Fan Dong's voice was dry. The voice was laced with both the heaviness carried by the body of an ancient god and the divine might contained in the might of a heavenly emperor. The four Lu Hualiangs are slightly stronger than ordinary people though, but it's not much stronger. The pressure that suddenly appeared out of nowhere caused the four to sit on their asses at the same time. Expensive western broken openings. The gorgeous gown likewise revealed Jingqing's fair skin. The four no longer had the elegance and dignity they had just before. Under the cover of dust on the ground, today they are no better than beggars. I'm afraid, Fan Dong, how dare you humiliate us? Suddenly suffered the suppression of Fan Dong. As if his brain hadn't turned around, Lu Hualian turned on Fan Dong. Ha! The corner of Fan Dong's mouth skimmed with a helpless scoff. The scorn in his eyes as if he was looking at a stupid pig was more than enough to make Lu Hualiang's 4 people directly break their defenses. Only Fan Dong didn't wait for the 4 to climb up. He turned around and continued walking towards the Sky Dragon Tower. Fan Dong, wait! And just as Fan Dong was about to walk into the Sky Dragon Tower, a voice that didn't belong to Lu Hualiang's 4 people once again called out to stop him in his tracks. Turn and look, only to see Tu Zhenqing's figure, walking quickly towards himself. The 4 people who had just risen from the ground in a sorry state similarly saw Tu Zhenqing's figure. Although Lu Hualiang is the full responsibility for the battle of the national movement of the war team coach, in the whole of China, there were only a mere 7 people with more power than him, but Tu Zhenqing happens to be one of the 7. Lu Hualiang couldn't care less about the wretchedness that Fan Dong had brought him, and greeted Tu Zhenqing with a flattering face. Commander-in-Chief Tu, greetings, hello. Lu Hualiang held Tu Zhenqing's right hand with both of his hands and warmly greeted towards Tu Zhenqing. Tu Zhenqing looked at Lu Hualiang, whose suit was torn as if he had just returned from begging, and had already vaguely guessed something in his mind. So he pulled out his right hand from Lu Hualiang's hands without a trace while speaking softly. Coach Lu is really diligent and thrifty. The suit has a big hole in it and he's still wearing it all the time. There was an obvious teasing in Tu Zhenqing's voice. The mocking intent in his words was even more so as he did not give Lu Hualiang the slightest bit of face. And then he didn't wait for Lu Hualiang to respond, and after nodding slightly, he walked towards Fan Dong. Lu Hualiang's enthusiastic smile awkwardly fell on his face, and even his body was a bit stiff. He slowly turned around. Only Fan Dong and Tu Zhenqing were seen entering the Sky Dragon Tower side by side. Phew! 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 Lu Hualiang's eyes were reddened and his breathing was as rough as that of a raging bull. He worked hard to suppress Fan Dong for what? Not just for profit. It's more about making the power go further in China by virtue of taking credit for producing a junior. Nowadays, Tu Zhenqing, who was one of the 7 people with the highest power in Huaxia, was ignoring him. It could very well mean that his Lu Hualiang's position in Huaxia would be as far as a battle team coach. After a few seconds had passed, Lu Hualiang was no less than a cunning fox. The excitement was quickly calmed by him as he led the 3 Wang Qin, followed by Tu Zhenqing, into the Heavenly Dragon Tower. The 3 people who followed behind Lu Hualiang had similarly different looks. Wang Qin's gloomy expression was mixed with undisguised jealousy. He saw everything that Fan Dong had as something that Fan Dong had taken from him. Chen Tian, on the other hand, had a complicated look on his face. He suddenly realized that leaning against betraying Jingqing only evening out his thighs. It seems that the same is just a little brother to the real big boys. And Jingqing's face carried a barely concealed remorse. Once she was Fan Dong's girlfriend, the alpine beauty in the eyes of many. But now she's fallen into the muck. No longer the goddess to be seen but not to be reached. The footsteps of the 4 sounded in an eerie atmosphere. Soon, several people arrived at the door of the place where the dinner party was held. At the entrance of the dinner party, there was no figure of Tu Zhenqing. Only Fan Dong was left behind. Lu Hualiang snorted coldly and walked calmly to Fan Dong's side. Without waiting for Lu Hualiang to open his mouth to speak, one of the waiters promptly opened his mouth to Lu Hualiang. Hello Coach Lu, please wait for a moment. You will be asked to enter later. Lu Hualiang nodded gently and stopped speaking out. Yet the waiter's face was a little embarrassed. He looked Lu Hualiang up and down twice and spoke respectfully to him. Coach Lu, may I ask if you're really going to enter in this costume? The waiter's voice made Lu Hualiang wake up like a dream. That's when he noticed his tattered suit. Panic flickered across his face. Lu Hualiang had just wanted to go and change into a costume, when Long Baichuan's voice resounded within the dinner venue. Let's welcome today's protagonists, Fan Dong, Lu Hualiang, and Wang Qin to enter. Upon hearing this, Fan Dong lightly glanced at Lu Hualiang and walked into the middle of the venue with his head held high, and Lu Hualiang was out of ideas. He could only wear this tattered suit, hardened his head, and followed closely behind Fan Dong. Chapter 102, The Cold-Shouldered Lu Hualiang. Inside the venue, dozens of scantily clad men and women fixed their eyes on Fan Dong as well as Lu Hualiang. The Fan Dong suit is simple though. It can be paired with its handsome face, which has a different and honorable flavor. Lu Hualiang's costume, on the other hand, dazzled many people, only to see Lu Hualiang although wearing an expensive suit. The big hole in the buttocks is particularly conspicuous. Dust was all over the suit, as if Lu Hualiang had been begging in it. One stunned gaze after another swept over the bodies of the 4 Lu Hualiangs. The people in the venue were all big names in Huaxia. They don't show their mockery on their faces though, but the meaningful gaze was enough to make the 4 Lu Hualiang's face redden with shame and anger. When Long Baichuan saw the wretched appearance of Lu Hualiang's 4 people, there was also a faint huff that flowed from his bland complexion. This dinner party was specially prepared by him for Fan Dong, Lu Hualiang, and Wang Qin. It's just as well that Jingqing and Chen Tianyi are not allowed to be decent, but Lu Hualiang, as well as Wang Qin, was the star of the dinner. They were dressed in rags and were completely not giving him Long Baichuan face. Long Baichuan was at least the top leader of China. He smoothed the sulk off his face and kept it even as he announced to everyone, "This deadly battle is both a challenge and an opportunity for our Huaxia to take off. I was able to win the deathmatch thanks to Fan Dong, Lu Hualiang, and Wang Qin. Now, let's toast these three together." Long Baichuan forced himself to hold back the displeasure in his heart and praised the merits of the three Fan Dongs to everyone present. And then, dozens of people present raised their cups in unison, their gazes of admiration looking at Fan Dong, Lu Hualiang as well as Wang Qin, but it was as if no one cared. Fan Dong nodded slightly towards the crowd and took the glass of wine brought from the waiter's hand, though not intentionally mindful of some of the etiquette, but his movements fell to all eyes, decent and generous. As for Lao Waliang, the embarrassment in his heart made him quickly take the glass from the waiter. With his hands so busy, the glass even almost slipped in his hands. The comical scene caused the corners of the mouths of those present to curl up slightly, and the gloom on Long Baichuan's face intensified as a result. Lu Hualiang is already like this. The psychological quality of the even worse Wang Qin, how good can it be? Wang Qin, who had seen so many big names for the first time, trembled with fear. He held his glass in both hands, but the trembling body caused the wine to spill out of the glass in his hand. Snickers came from all parts of the crowd. There was even an undisguised disappointment in Long Baichuan's eyes. The thought of China's future being placed in the hands of a young general like Wang Qin. Long Baichuan was even a bit despondent. It was just that Wang Qin's ugly appearance was still considered good compared to the duo of Chen Tian and Jing Cheng. Chen Tian is just a punk in the end, and although Jing Cheng started a company, but it's also just a vase without any power. If he hadn't climbed onto the thigh of Lu Hualiang, the duo of Chen Tian and Jing Cheng were not qualified to attend the dinner at all. So, under such a dilemma, Chen Tian and Jing Cheng were so flustered that they didn't know what to do at all. As the crowd all raised their glasses to the sky, the two just watched as the crowd drank their drinks down. Embarrassment made their faces as red as flaming clouds. All three are contributors to our Huaxia and deserve to work together for a win-win situation. But I noticed that because of irrational fans, misunderstandings seem to have arisen between the three. That's why I hope that with this dinner, I can clear up the misunderstanding between the three. Long Baichuan as the top leader of Huaxia, he naturally didn't want to see an irreconcilable conflict between Fan Dong, Lu Hualiang, and Wang Qin, thinking that the conflict between Fan Dong and Lu Hualiang can be easily solved by putting it in the open. But how could it be what he wanted? Amidst the applause of the other bigwigs, Fan Dong's expression was indifferent. Lu Hualiang, on the other hand, had an awkward smile on his face, and his eyes were even darker with disgust for Fan Dong. Lu Hualiang, as the coach of Huaxia's battle team, it's up to you to make a statement first. Long Baichuan noticed that both sides were wearing reluctant looks, and his face was a bit unhappy. He spoke faintly to Lu Hualiang. The voice didn't sound tough, but no one dared to disobey him. Lu Hualiang is very understanding. Embarrassment on his face was replaced by solemnity in an instant, and the deeply hidden disgust in his eyes turned into a convincing sincerity. Head Dragon, I promise you, when the dinner is over, I will urge the players on the team to disband their fanbase and make a complete cut with the irrational fans. Lu Hualiang's sincerity that seemed to be unfake made Long Baichuan nod slightly. But Fan Dong can be clear that the old and cunning Lu Hualiang is completely deceiving everyone here. Without those brain-dead fans to back it up, the slime he single-handedly promoted that he couldn't hold up. It is expected that their true strength will soon be revealed. It was a pity that Long Baichuan didn't know the real situation. After receiving Lu Hualiang's assurance, he spoke softly to Fan Dong. Fan Dong, since Coach Lu has also taken some steps back, you shouldn't pursue the previous matters too much. Fan Dong didn't want to refute Long Baichuan's face. He nodded slightly and didn't make a sound to agree. Since the time when Lu Hualiang stole national interests, suppressed him Fan Dong as well as tried to put him Fan Dong to death, between him, Fan Dong, and Lu Hualiang, it had reached the point of immortality, trying to get him to make peace with Lu Hualiang, unless Lu Hualiang dies or is arrested by state law. Seeing that Fan Dong seemed to have promised to make peace with Lu Hualiang as well, Long Baichuan's face, which was always somewhat gloomy, finally revealed a few smiles at this moment. He smiled at the corner of his mouth and announced to the crowd, since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, let's proceed with the dinner, and all of us promote some mutual affection. When Long Baichuan's voice fell, the venue was thrown into a commotion. If Lu Hualiang wanted to go further in China, he would not be able to do so without the support of many big names present. So even now the clothes are ragged. Lu Hualiang was still hardened and took Wang Qin and the three of them to make friends with some dignitaries. Commander-in-Chief too, just left in a hurry, now have a chat. Lu Hualiang led the three of them, Wang Qin, towards Tu Zhengqing, who held the power of the army. Once again, however, Tu Zhengqing remained nonchalant. After a brief greeting, he hurried off. Lu Hualiang's smile froze on his face once again. He grunted and walked towards another officer with a big belly. Director Li, this is Mr. Jing of the Female Power Company. I'll rely on you to take care of him in the future. Lu Hualiang took Jing Qing's hand and opened his mouth to this big-bellied official. However, Secretary Li, like Tu Zhengqing, was nonchalant in his demeanor. After a slight greeting, the same hurried towards a place. Lu Hualiang is at least a war team coach of Huaxia. The successive indifference and disregard made him lose his face completely. The demeanor he had maintained despite several humiliations was completely gone. Sinister eyes followed the direction in which the officers had departed. Just a dining room table. Fan Dong is enjoying his food like no one else. The officials who didn't give any face to Lu Hualiang enthusiastically surrounded Fan Dong. Chapter 103 Battle of Nations Preview. Luo Shu vs. Su Fu. Fan Dong, I heard you broke up. My little girl is about the same age as you. Are you interested in talking to her? From now on, all of Auntie's hospitalization will be on me. This is my name card. In the future, if there is something, Fan Dong despite find me The officials who had just treated Lu Hualiang with love and disdain were extremely enthusiastic in the face of Fan Dong, listening to the officials sell their daughters, recommending them to Fan Dong. Jing Cheng, who had taken the initiative to break with Fan Dong, had a face as red as a monkey's ass. Obviously she should be sitting next to Fan Dong, enjoying the hush of the big shots, but yet, she voluntarily gave up everything she had for the so-called power of women. The contrast between his love for Lu Hualiang and his passion for Fan Dong made Jing Qing's eyes reveal remorse. The same also made Lu Hualiang's face show untraceable anger. He gave up trying to make false pretenses with these big shots. Sitting in a seat, he quietly watched as Fan Dong exchanged pleasantries with the bigwigs. Wang Qin, I will still send you out for the next battle of national fortunes. The life and death of the two of us will depend on whether we win or lose this battle of national fortunes. The more cordial the atmosphere between Fan Dong and the big man became, the more icy the indifference in Lu Hualiang's eyes became. The anger after burning inside made Lu Hualiang subconsciously grit his teeth. However, the remnants of his sanity still caused him to lower his voice and viciously open his mouth at Wang Qin. Today's Fan Dong appears frequently in the sights of bigwigs. It was impossible for Lu Hualiang to suppress Fan Dong as he had done before. Wang Qin was able to replace Fan Dong's chances. I'm afraid that all that remains is the battle of the nation's fortunes with the Sakura Kingdom, which is soon to come. If it was when facing the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, which had already been crippled by Fan Dong, Wang Qin would still not be able to be used, then not only would Long Baichuan simply abandon Wang Qin, even he, Lu Hualiang, acted arbitrarily and kept sending Wang Qin to fight. It will also be liquidated by Long Baichuan. Feeling the trembling and determination in Lu Hualiang's voice, Wang Qin also realized that this was his last chance. I will not fail you. Wang Qin gritted his teeth and heavily assured towards Lu Hualiang. However, the fear that subconsciously showed in his eyes revealed that he wasn't sure of winning against Sakura Nation. It was just that Lu Hualiang, who was immersed in his extreme anger towards Fan Dong, didn't notice Wang Qin's fear. His ruthless eyes were still staring at Fan Dong, and there was a vein popping out of his hand that was clutching the wine glass. Fan Dong, on the other hand, was not aware of what was going on in Lu Hualiang's mind and was still caught up in the pleasantries with various officials. In the hilarity of Fan Dong and the crowd as well as the coolness of Lu Hualiang alone, the dinner gradually came to an end. Long Baichuan, who was nowhere to be found after announcing the start of the dinner, returned to the venue once again at this moment. He stood on the stage of the venue, raised his glass, and spoke loudly. First of all, I would like to thank you all for coming. The dinner is over. Let's wish Huaxia better and better. Long Baichuan's voice fell. Not a single person was born with any dissatisfaction because Long Baichuan took the initiative to end the dinner. They raised their wine cups and drank the last cup of wine with Long Baichuan before bidding farewell and leaving. Only Lu Hualiang was left alone by Long Baichuan. After all the people, including Fan Dong, had left the venue, Long Baichuan's eyes steeply became serious as he looked at Lu Hualiang. He condescendingly looked down at Lu Hualiang and spoke faintly. Lu Hualiang, you should know exactly what you've done. Long Baichuan's sudden question caused Lu Hualiang's entire body to tremble. Even with the cool air of the air conditioner, the cold sweat that flowed out uncontrollably was still wetting his dusty suit. The already dirty suit mingled with the fishy odor of sweat. It made Lu Hualiang really look as wretched as a beggar. Chief, I'm a little confused about what you mean. Lu Hualiang's legs shook out stumps, and his voice carried an uncontrollable tremor. He vaguely realized that his theft of national interests had been discovered by Long Baichuan, but Lu Hualiang didn't dare to admit it. Nor could he. What do you mean you don't understand? Stealing national interests, suppressing Fan Dong, dumping all the resources on Wang Qin. You're not clear about these things? Long Baichuan sneered and threw a pile of heavy documents, throwing it in front of Lu Hualiang. Seeing this pile of documents, Lu Hualiang's legs and feet softened, and he couldn't help but kneel down towards Long Baichuan. This thick pile of documents let Lu Hualiang know that Long Baichuan was bound to have detailed evidence. Lu Hualiang knew that there was no longer any use in sophistry. One can only pretend to make the most sincere admission of fault. After all, since Long Baichuan didn't pronounce his Lu Hualiang scandal in public, that means there's still a turnaround. And the truth is just as Lu Hualiang thought. Long Baichuan sighed after seeing Lu Hualiang's seemingly sincere confession and continued to speak. You, Lu Hualiang, are also a meritorious official who has made a lot of achievements, and for you to do such a thing really chills my heart. But on account of the fact that you've unearthed quite a few geniuses, I won't pursue you for what you did before. In the future, if you dare to suppress Fandong and do whatever you want, then wait for the law to punish you. Long Baichuan's voice gradually intensified. In the harshest tone, he warned Lu Hualiang. Upon hearing this, Lu Hualiang was relieved. His mouth was in a flurry of words though, but in his heart, he became more and more determined to continue to suppress Fandong's idea. After the scandalous discovery of the theft of the state, not only will his power, Lu Hualiang, not be enhanced, it will even be further restricted. The only way now, it is with the help of the public opinion that is still on Wang Qin's side, forcing Long Baichuan to admit that Wang Qin has replaced Fandong, and the key to all of it, all gathered on Wang Qin winning the battle of national fortune against the Sakura kingdom. The trepidation in Lu Hualiang's eyes was gradually replaced by the determination of a fish dying in a net. However, Long Baichuan did not notice the change in Lu Hualiang's eyes. He waved his hand and temporarily released Lu Hualiang. Time passes like water. The battle of national fortunes between Huaxia and the Sakura kingdom is about to begin. Inside the training base, Wang Qin's face had an unprecedented gloom and indifference. On top of that, there was chesty confidence mixed with gloom and indifference. This battle of national fortunes will almost determine whether we live or die. You must muster all your strength. Lu Hualiang glanced at the confident Wang Qin, his voice revealing a ruthlessness that sent chills down Wang Qin's heart. Understood. This time, I'll summon Azura King Law at the first opportunity. Wang Qin nodded heavily, his voice showing endless killing intent because of the word Luo. After the conversation between Wang Qin and Lu Hualiang ended, the Battle of Nations opened on time. Inside the Chinese Army Hospital, all of Fandong's sight was obscured by a white glow. By the time he could see things again, he had already arrived at the National Fortune Space. Chapter 104, One Step at a Time. Summoning Law. Why is Fandong on the bench? Does Lu Hualiang still want to send Wang Qin out? Before Fandong could return to his senses, a puzzled voice suddenly came from the audience. Fandong subconsciously shot his gaze towards the surroundings. Just see yourself with a bunch of juniors, sitting on the bench. Wang Qin, on the other hand, sits high in the starting lineup. Wang Qin's face no longer had any arrogance or haughtiness on it. The gloom made him look much more composed. Ha! Fandong couldn't help but sneer out, naturally understanding Lu Hualiang's intentions. Although at the end of the dinner party held by Long Baichuan, Lu Hualiang personally invited him Fandong to return to the Battle of National Luck. But Fandong could see Lu Hualiang's reluctance. And even though the top brass of Huaxia is already dissatisfied with Lu Hualiang, the public opinion of the society, however, is still on the side of Lu Hualiang. Lu Hualiang will certainly not give up on his Fandong suppression. Thinking of this, Fandong also didn't care at all about Lu Hualiang's next intentions. After winning the battle to the death, even if Huaxia lost an entire battle of national fortunes, it wouldn't be affected too much, since Lu Hualiang wanted to suppress him Fandong and not let him Fandong on the field. Then be prepared to meet the wrath of the Chinese High Command after losing the battle of national fortunes. But Fandong doesn't care if Lu Hualiang sends him on. But the sensible viewers of Huaxia were not willing to let Lu Hualiang lose the deathmatch at will. Sound after sound of rebuke to Lu Hualiang exploded in the Chinese audience. Lu Hualiang, do you have something against Fandong? Put Fandong on the field. The deadly battle is over. Chang'e, Hui, Erlangshun, which god can't crush this district of Sakura Nation? Do you still want to work out the juniors? The point is that Wang Qin has to have the potential to be trained too. The sensible viewers of Huaxia blushed with dissatisfaction. In the previous deadly battles, they had long sensed Wang Qin's unworthiness. So, they did not understand Lu Hualiang's behavior of still sending Wang Qin. But Wang Qin's brain-dead fans haven't disappeared into thin air. Even with Lu Hualiang's marketing, the size of the brain-dead fan base has grown a little bit more. Hearing someone humiliate their brother Wang Qin, these brain-dead fans are like barrels of dynamite. A little goes a long way. Where is my brother Wang Qin worse than Fandong? Don't talk nonsense, will you? Brother Wang Qin is the strongest person who appeared in the finale of the deadly battle, and Fandong is worthy of being compared to brother Wang Qin? The fierce rebuttal from Wang Qin's brain-dead fans made the sensible viewers in China unable to say anything, and viewers in various countries who are just coming back to their senses are delighted with the conflict within China. Only the will of heaven didn't give them a chance to fan the flames. the voice of the heavenly Tao directly announced the beginning of the Battle of Nations. Battle of Nations, China vs. Sakura country. Please have both players come on stage as soon as possible. The sound of the heavenly Tao covered all the sounds within the space of the national fortune. Under this magnificent voice, Wang Qin slowly stood up. He takes one step and kowtows as he makes his way to the State of the Union ring. This pious scene stared everyone in the face. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans were wildly praising Wang Qin. The Sakura Nation crowd, on the other hand, brought up an undisguised trepidation on their faces. They couldn't imagine what kind of gods Wang Qin was going to summon. It is only then that one needs to make the sublime ritual of a step and a bow. What's the point? Is our Sakura country so hated by China? Chinese daddies, what did Sakura Nation do wrong? Why are they being so mean to us? The battle for the nation's fortunes has not yet officially begun. The Sakura Nation crowd had been scared out of their wits by Wang Qin's behavior. Even the conviction on Emperor Xingren's face was now replaced by trepidation. The sense of impact brought about by Wang Qin's step-by-step kowtow, it made him not believe for a moment that they, the Sakura Kingdom, could win this battle of national fortunes at all. The cacophony around them drifted towards Wang Qin without stopping for a moment. Wang Qin was not affected in any way. His kowtow was not faked. Wherever they passed, the heavy kowtowing resulted in blood marks imprinted on the ground, connecting into a line of blood that stretched for 100 meters. Finally, Wang Qin knocked to the bottom of the ring. As many as hundreds of steps were seen in the eyes, as well as the countless heartfelt cries of fans heard in his ears. It didn't make Wang Qin's eyes waver in the slightest. He still bowed one step at a time, despite the pain coming from his bones knocking against the steps. As his figure gradually climbed into the ring, the atmosphere within the national luck space was also becoming oppressive and heavy. Thick clouds gradually converged in the clear, cloudless sky. A cold, harsh, cloudy wind began to blow in the calm, windless ring. This sudden change caused the voices within the national fortune space to seemingly subside in an instant. Only Wang Qin's kowtowing voice was left behind, eerily echoing in the space of the national fortune. One kowtow after another was like a knock on everyone's heart. It was so oppressive and heavy that it was hard for almost everyone to breathe. Amidst the horror of the crowd, Wang Qin bowed down for the last time. But this last bow did not give the congregation a moment's respite. It was only because after Wang Qin ascended the ring, the moon actually appeared alongside the sun in the calm sky. Immediately after, the sky is filled with stars with misplaced trajectories. Sunlight and moonlight were treacherously intertwined, causing the thick clouds, which formed a huge swirl. In the vortex, darkness poured out like ink, rapidly spreading within the space of the national fortune. The sun and the moon are not shining, and the sky is dark. As a toothsome, sharp hiss emanated from the center of the vortex. It was as if something had torn through space. My feet step out in the fire of war, and my hands clasp destruction. And after, in a lonely voice that seemed invincible to the world for thousands of years, the light reappeared. The crowd cast their eyes firmly on the place where the vortex was. Only a huge figure with 4 arms and the lower half of its body was a dragon's tail could be seen emerging from the vortex. My name, La. Feeling the gazes coming from various places, Luo's indifferent eyes swept over the people present. He spoke faintly, and his body stiffly climbed out of the vortex. The massive body brought the mist, a mixture of ghostly purple and pitch black, out of the vortex. The cold and terrifying ferocity also erupted and raged from the dragon's tail. After Luo climbed out of the vortex completely, Wang Qin raised his head, which was covered in blood from kowtowing. He looked at everyone under the national fortune ring, his eyes raging with madness and viciousness. Then looking up to the sky, he spoke loudly. Chinese player Wang Qin, summoning Azura King Luo Shua, rank SSS. The ferocious voice shocked everyone within the national fortune space. The Sakura Nation crowd couldn't stop their hands and feet from trembling. Luo's mere standing there made them want to bow down. Among the thousands of Sakura Nation masses, only one man and one woman looked normal. The two interlocked their fingers and walked out of the Sakura Nation's camp. Their eyes looked flatly at Wang Qin and Luo Shua in the national fortune ring, their footsteps calm and steady as they walked step by step into the national fortune ring. Standing in the center of the ring, these two looked at each other with affection, not caring about the thousands of spectators around them. Just as everyone was wondering why Sakura Nation had sent these two out, the imploring love in the woman's eyes was abruptly transformed into bloodthirsty killing intent. The hands that had been interlocked were also suddenly thrust into the man's chest. Chapter 105, Like Eats Like, The Secret of Eternal Life. Before anyone could react, the woman followed up by plunging her hands into the man's chest and jerking them out. A bright red heart was thumping in the woman's hand. The blood pumped out by the beating of the heart dripped and spilled into the ring of national fortune. Pop, pop, snap. The dripping blood dripped down onto the ring, making enough of a snapping sound to strike terror into anyone's heart. But more alarming, yet to come, with the horrified eyes of the crowd shining down on her, the woman transformed into a wild beast. eagerly gnawing on the flesh and blood held in her hands. This drenching of blood is as rare as the world's delicacies, and it makes a woman want to be there, watching the woman, as if seduced by a demon, frantically gnawing on her own flesh and blood. Not only was there no anger or despair in the eyes of the man whose life was dying out, instead, it was filled with relief and release. Bang! With the man's body falling heavily into the ring, the woman also happened to stuff the last bit of flesh and blood into her mouth. The woman swallowed the blood and flesh with difficulty, and seemed unsatisfied. Greedy eyes were fixed on the man's warm body, saliva secreting wildly within his mouth. The ultimate temptation is irresistible to women. After only a few moments of fighting her desire, the woman didn't hesitate to crouch down and nibble on the man's torso. After the initial shock, an uncontrollable nasty chill from gnawing on flesh and blood replaced the panic the woman had brought. Countries in the audience. The reprimand slammed toward the women who were too engrossed in the blood and flesh to help themselves, and the brats of the Sakura country. Is Sakura Nation crazy? Why did they send two crazy people on the field? Sakura Nation doesn't have to disgust us here even if they want to give up on themselves. Not bad for a bunch of despicable and shameless villains. Sakura Nation is still as disgusting as ever. The reprimands that rang out one after another silenced the Sakura Nation crowd's expression. The outrageous behavior of this pair equally confused the Sakura Nation crowd. What happened next, however, made everyone dare not make another sound. It was only because of the ghastly wind that wafted up from the woman gnawing on the flesh and blood as if from the depths of hell. A gust of cloudy wind seemed to carry the ghosts of the unjustly dead. The chirping that resounded from the ghastly wind blowing through the space was like the wailing of a ghost. Ah ha 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 ha. The mystery of immortality is all in the eating of one's own kind. The woman's sudden, insane laugh and the whistling gale startled everyone. The laugh was sharp and piercing, seemingly able to penetrate anyone's mind. After this laughter rang out, a giant ship with human skin as a sail and withered bones as a boat sailed out from the depths of the sky. The ship, made of human bones, carried a fog as black as ink. The black mist seemed to condense into water droplets, like countless arms twisting in the air. Eternal life. I want to live forever. The secret of immortality is in the eating of one's own kind. As the ship got closer and closer to the national luck ring, miserable screams came out from the unjust souls wandering in the black mist. This mournful scream pierced straight into the minds of the surrounding crowd. Enduring the pain of the steel needles piercing through, the mournful screams of the wronged souls were actually like steel marks, engraved in everyone's minds. These words, etched into the mind, shimmer with a sinking light. The desire for immortality was already in the eyes of some who were not strong-minded. Gobble, gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva resounded continuously in the audience. Everyone for a moment all understood the woman's madness for flesh and blood. Ha! I am Su Fu, and I will bring the world long life. Watching most of the people in the audience get consumed by desire, Su Fu's hauntingly bloody figure appeared on top of the ship. A mysterious and bizarre rune was inscribed on the seemingly weak body. These runes flashed with scarlet bloodlight. Every time it shone, it seemed to be absorbing the blood chi of the crowd. Sakura Nation's player, Haruki Tree, summoned the immortal ancestor god, Su Fu, rank SSS. The springwood tree that had devoured the man's torso as much as it could wipe the blood from the corner of its mouth. There was a fervent admiration in the eyes that looked at Su Fu. The Battle of Nations, China vs. Sakura Country, officially begins. After both Wang Qin and Springwood Tree reported the names of the gods they had summoned, the voice of the Heavenly Tao announced the beginning of the Battle of Nations. This sound of the Heavenly Tao appropriately dispelled the gloomy coldness brought about by the two gods, gave all the spectators in the room a moment of respite. The gradually rising fear and desire was barely dispersed after being dispelled by the voice of the Heavenly Tao. The Chinese people looked at Su Fu, who was honored as the ancestral god by the people of the Cherry Blossom Nation, with a somewhat bizarre expression. They didn't expect Su Fu, who was sent by Emperor Qin Shi Huang to find the secret of immortality. Not only did he truly gain immortality, but he also became a god of the Sakura Kingdom. The Sakura Nation is really our grandson? Even Su Fu was a Chinese. I really don't know what there is to fight for. If I had known that the Sakura Nation people were our Chinese grandchildren, I would have let them off the hook. The Chinese audience. The sound of a serious taunt caused the faces of the Sakura Nation crowd to turn red with an overwhelming redness. Even if Sakura Nation can win this battle of national fortunes, but the fact that the ancestral god Su Fu was a Chinese will always be a disgrace to their Sakura country. Ha! These Sakura Nation people are kneeling down and calling out for their father. Calling out for an ancestor isn't that hard for them. That's right, after all, it's all just a bunch of people with no sense of propriety or shame. The taunts of the Chinese masses didn't stop with the silence of the Sakura Nation. Mocking voices continued to ring out from the Chinese audience. Listening to the increasingly unpleasant taunts, Springwood Tree, who was in the national luck ring, could no longer endure it. She bowed 90 degrees to the immortal ancestor god Su Fu and spoke respectfully. Ancestral god, please behead the Chinese in front of you and find dignity for our Sakura country. Haruki Shu said as he chopped off his arm viciously and threw it into the ghost ship that Su Fu was on. This arm seemed to carry a blood chi far more dense than the flesh and blood of 1,000 people. The dead bones flailed wildly, fueled by this arm. Siofu's indifferent eyes glanced at Haruki Tree. The ghost suddenly became raging in the black mist brought by the ghost ship. Ghost after ghost rushed out from the black mist, swept past Luo and killed Wang Qin. The ghost's hissing sound was transmitted into Wang Qin's mind without any hindrance. Wang Qin, who was not firm in his will, fell into a momentary lapse of concentration. And it was this momentary loss of concentration that caused the distance between the ghost and Wang Qin to quickly close. Watching that the ghost had rushed to Wang Qin, the sensible Chinese's heart tightened. Luo's reputation sounds far more powerful than Su Fu's. But the scene of Wang Qin being reversed by a low-grade deity was not just once or twice. Reasonable Chinese have no trust in Wang Qin anymore. But this attack from Su Fu was just a test. Luo's dignity as an Azura king wouldn't allow him to last more than a single trial either. As the ghosts were about to overwhelm Wang Qin, Luo's voice suddenly rang out. Little doll, if this is all you have, you'd better hurry up and get off. Chapter 106, You seek immortality, but I will never die. The violet air current accompanied the sound, violently blowing out thousands of hissing ghosts. Even on the ghost ship that Su Fu was on, a single withered bone crumbled apart because of this airflow. Su Fu was just a square Shifu who became a god by fluke. Luo, on the other hand, is a demon god that has existed since the beginning of the birth of heaven and earth. Su Fu is no better than an ant to Luo. I'm afraid, only the huge gap between the two statuses did not make Su Fu's complexion produce any changes. There was a blood-colored barrier flashing out around him, resisting the airflow erupted by Luo. After this attack, everyone had already seen the gap that was like a chasm between Su Fu and Luo Shuo. The brainwashed fans who were originally afraid that Wang Qin would still lose the battle. The moment was finally a moment of relaxation. They let out a long breath of turbid air, and their faces once again brought up the crazy indulgence towards Wang Qin. I knew that brother Wang Qin was definitely no worse than Fandong. That's right. If brother Wang Qin hadn't accidentally been seriously injured in the deadly battle, where would it have been Fandong's turn to strut his stuff in the deadly battle? It's too bad. It's good that brother Wang Qin wasn't injured at that time. The deadly battle this has just ended. Wang Qin brainwashed fans then couldn't wait to change the history book. If it were not for the fact that many sensible Chinese had witnessed Wang Qin's misery when he lost the battle, I'm afraid there will really be a lot of Chinese people who will be blinded by Wang Qin's brainwashed fans. The crowd of Sakura Nation saw the scene in the National Games ring, but they couldn't laugh anymore. The immortal ancestor god, Su Fu, was already the strongest god they could summon. If even the immortal ancestor god Su Fu couldn't defeat Xia, then they, the Sakura Kingdom, will just wait quietly to be exterminated. Thinking about this, many of the masses in the Sakura country had bitter faces, and the blood color on their faces faded in an instant. But there were also a number of spineless Sakura Nation masses who simply accepted reality. The Sakura country was founded by Chinese anyway. Losing to Huaxia and being a grandson to Huaxia is not something hard to accept. While the crowd in the audience of both countries was in a state of disbelief, Su Fu, who was in the national luck ring, remained calm, looking at Luo's body that seemed like it could fill the entire space of the country's fortune. Su Fu's eyebrows gently raised, and the blood-colored lines inscribed on his body steeply blossomed into a dazzling bloodlight. As the crowd looked at the bloodlight shining in Yu Guoyun's ring, the desire for immortality in their hearts seemed to be magnified infinitely. The craving for flesh and blood, which had just been contained, once again took over everyone's mind. Wang Qin, who was facing the bloodlight directly in the national fortune ring, was similarly unable to avoid the effects of the bloodlight. He looked at the springwood tree in front of him, his saliva secreting frantically, and the cold light of killing raging in his eyes. The desire for blood and flesh drove Wang Qin to unconsciously take one step towards the springwood tree. His extremely weak body will soon be out of Luo's shelter. However, Luo, as a god summoned by Wang Qin, he was unable to awaken Wang Qin, simply because at this moment, Luo was not doing well either. Under the illumination of the bloodlight, his vast and infinite chi and blood seemed to be pulled by the bloodlight. Following the light emanating from Su Fu, it merged into Su Fu's body. Su Fu, who was originally just an ant to Luo, was growing in chi and blood. As for Luo's own chi and blood, it was rapidly cutting down under the illumination of the bloodlight. The faces of the masses of the Sakura Nation brought up a hint of hope after the crowd realized this. Who would want to be a grandson to HWA if they could win? As for Wang Qin's brainwashed fans, worry and fear surged on their faces though once again, but Lu Hualiang's overwhelming marketing still gave them blind confidence. Feeling his power, it drained away at an extremely fast rate. Law, as a demon in India, even if he is not willing to fight hard for China, but he would never allow that he would be easily taken by the weak gods of the Sakura country. As Wang Qin was about to step out of his shelter, Luo suddenly slightly released the restriction on his chi and blood. The vast and infinite qi and blood was like a rolling torrent, surging towards Su Fu's body with a majestic momentum. Under the pouring of majestic qi and blood, Su Fu's aura climbed at an incredible speed. The inscriptions on its body that shone with blood-colored light likewise shone more and more. Luo's move sent everyone into a daze. If all of this monstrous qi and blood poured into Su Fu's body, then Su Fu's strength would probably skyrocket more than 100 times. What is Luo doing? This is giving the other party a power boost for nothing. Even if Su Fu was once a Chinese, he's now a god of the Sakura kingdom. There's no need to enhance Su Fu's power. The Chinese man was a bit bewildered and subconsciously opened his mouth. The faces of the Sakura nation, on the other hand, had an undisguised elation. Only though Sakura nation seems to have the upper hand, but the Sakura nation didn't dare to arrogantly taunt. What's the point of beating a Wang Qin? In the eyes of everyone except Wang Qin's brainwashed fans, Fan Dong is the real bottom of Huaxia. Only by defeating Fan Dong would these Sakura nation people dare to truly laugh out loud. Amidst the cowering of the Sakura nation, the scene in the National Games ring unlocked the confusion in the hearts of the Chinese. One could only see that with the huge amount of qi and blood, a steady stream of qi and blood poured into Su Fu's body. The blood-colored inscriptions that shone more and more were like fluorescent lights with melted filaments, suddenly dimming. Yet the blood-colored inscription had dimmed though. However, the qi and blood that merged into Su Fu's body still did not show the slightest sign of stopping. The cloudiness that always remained on Su Fu's face turned into fear in the blink of an eye. Disappointment and heartache washed over his face. However, in order to stay alive, they still had their hands busy tearing the blood-colored lines on their bodies. Large swathes of flesh and blood were viciously torn off by him. Dripping blood dripped down, soaking the white, withered bones of the ghost ship. The blood that dripped down on the ghost ship was greedily devoured by the withered bones, and writhing flesh and blood appeared on the withered bones. No, how can it not stop? As the crowd was horrified by Su Fu's tearing of his own flesh and blood, Su Fu's scream woke the crowd up. Even though the blood-colored lines had been ripped from Su Fu's body, but the blood qi that belonged to Luo still continued to converge towards his body. Ha! You seek longevity, but I have lived with heaven and earth since the beginning of my birth. Luo looked at the panicked Su Fu, his voice flat. Though it's a bit of a shame to win this round of the Battle of Nations for Huaxia, but Luo had no regrets. He wanted to let the world know the majesty of the demon god. Bang! As Luo's only voice fell, Su Fu's body swelled into a balloon before exploding with a bang. The elation on the faces of the Sakura nation's masses froze before it could fade. They could no longer imagine how powerful Luo was. Just by relying on qi and blood alone, he could burst Su Fu. Then how powerful should Luo's true power be? How dare a firefly compete with the moon? After watching Su Fu's body explode, Luo once again spoke faintly. His huge right hand gently swung, attempting to gather the blood qi that had been scattered between heaven and earth. But what made it impossible for Law to believe was this. This blood qi that was dispersed between heaven and earth was unexpectedly unable to be collected by him. In the midst of surprise, Su Fu, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly made a sound in all parts of heaven and earth. Ha! Having pursued immortality for 10,000 years, how could I, Su Fu, perish so easily? Chapter 107, Can Luo Shu lose to Su Fu? The sound, making even Luo, who had lived for an unknown number of years, his eyes couldn't help but jump. As the ancestor of the demon god, Luo Shu surprisingly didn't notice that Su Fu hadn't really died either. All of Law has been so. The general audience in each country was even more blown away by Su Fu. The elation that had frozen on the faces of the masses of Sakura nation once again flowed anew, and the delight that gradually appeared on the faces of the Chinese masses disappeared in a sudden flash, even in Fan Dong's gaze. Again, with undisguised surprise, this was the first time that Fan Dong had seen such a godly and unpredictable means. To everyone's surprise, Luo's line of sight swept towards anywhere in the national fortune space. He used all his power to capture where Su Fu's figure was. After exploring the various places in the national fortune space, the surprise in Luo's heart was once again much thicker, simply because he hadn't even captured where Su Fu was. Looking down at the national fortune ring, Luo spoke faintly. If you're not dead, why do you have to act like you were killed by me? The voice had regained its composure after the initial surprise. He has been in this world since the beginning of the birth of heaven and earth. The district's means of faking death was not enough to shock him too much. Ha! If I don't fake my death, how will you completely release your control over your qi and blood? Su Fu chuckled once again. The roiling pounds of qi and blood scattered in the national fortune space suddenly flowed because of this voice. Until now, it was only then that Luo's expression finally took on some panic. The color of iron flashed across his haunted black mist face. The power of his entire body was violently mobilized by Luo. Even after the power was fully activated, the space around him kept collapsing due to the terrifying power. However, the qi and blood that had let go of its restrictions could not be controlled in any way. What have you done? The restored voice now took on a hint of trepidation. As a demon god who had survived in the world for an unknown number of years, it was the first time Luo was unable to control his qi and blood. Ha! It didn't do anything, just wanted to drain your qi and blood. Su Fu's laughter grew gloomy and vicious, after the voice fell. The majestic qi and blood that filled the space of the national fortune gradually converged towards the bow of the ghost ship. The qi and blood that gathered at the bow of the ship slowly transformed into Su Fu's appearance. Su Fu's body stood up proudly, pointing his right hand towards Luo Shujo, who was suspended in mid-air. Then he held his 5 fingers in a false grip. Thousands of scarlet bloodlines, shooting in from the ghost ship, were like giant pythons, snaking and stabbing at Luo's huge body. The bloodline greedily sucked in Luo's qi and blood, infusing it into the ghost ship. However, after calming down, Luo scoffed at Su Fu's insouciant words. Drain my qi and blood? Today's little dolls are really daring. A vast power like an ocean. It makes him confident that there is nothing in the world. It can carry all his qi and blood. Yet Law is destined to be shocked by posterity once again. As qi and blood continued to pour into the ghost ship, the dead bones that made up the ghost ship actually gave birth to flesh and blood. These flesh and blood gradually grew in size, even growing into a single human stump. These remnants of bodies danced recklessly on the hull, like oars, driving the ghost ship to slide above the void. Thousands of flesh and blood, help me live forever. The gradual plumping of flesh and blood on the ghost ship made Su Fu open his arms. He tilted his head toward the sky and shouted. The cry fell, and where his feet stood, densely packed feet of flesh, protruding from the flesh and blood, poked into Su Fu's flesh. The ghost ship is as good as a staging area. The qi and blood sucked from Luo was first stored by the ghost ship, and then it is transformed into Su Fu's lifespan. After the ghost ship transit, Su Fu no longer had to worry about qi and blood, which would burst his body. These qi and blood after being extracted by the ghost ship could be directly transformed into Su Fu's power. Under the endless pores of qi and blood, Su Fu's aura climbed upward. If once Su Fu was just a mole, but now Su Fu is the warrior with a lance, with a different fighting ability than in the past. The situation in the ring took a sharp turn for the worse. All the Chinese spectators were in a state of panic. Fan Dong was the only one who still kept his sensible thoughts. Luo's current behavior was not at all what a devil who had lived for thousands of years should look like. Not to mention whether Su Fu had the ability to devour Luo's qi and blood. Let's say that Luo is the ancestor of the demon god. I'm afraid that the body is just a carrier to him, and it doesn't matter. Now the reason why he is acting extremely weak. Maybe it's just a matter of losing the Battle of Nations in name only. At the thought of this, Fan Dong already had no desire to read on. The outcome of this Battle of Nations is nothing less than Luo's defeat, or feigned demise, and it was just as Fan Dong expected. In the National Luck Ring, Luo was shown to be extremely fearful of Su Fu. Even if Su Fu's aura was compared to Luo's, it could still only be considered a lake compared to an ocean. But facing the lake, Luo looked like he had lost the courage to fight against it. Looking at Luo who was acting coyly, the fear in Wang Qin's heart of losing the battle of national fortunes overshadowed his desire for immortality. He threw the thought of immortality out of his mind and roared loudly at Luo. Law, don't be afraid. You are a god that has existed since the beginning of the heavens and earth. How could you be afraid of a mere fengshi? Within Wang Qin's heart, a huge stone had long been hanging high. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, 10 years in fear of a well rope. After Prabhupada fled in fear of battle, Wang Qin was always afraid that the gods he had summoned would, once again, flee without a fight. And Wang Qin's concern was not without any reason. Luo had indeed already had the intention of leaving the national fortune space. Watching Su Fu after he had crazily devoured a large amount of qi and blood, his aura was more than 100 times more powerful than it was at the very beginning. A deeply hidden smile flashed across Luo's face, and then the smile, so deeply hidden, was replaced by feigned trepidation. His massive body trembled violently. After an inexplicable wail, the vortex suspended in the sky abruptly closed, along with Luo's figure. He also disappeared in the national fortune space. The severed line of blood restored Su Fu's face, which had fallen into extreme enjoyment, to its flatness. He looked at Luo, who had suddenly disappeared, and doubt filled his heart. It looks like the situation is completely on Su Fu's side. But Su Fu, who was facing Luo directly, could clearly feel Luo's terrifying strength. Relying on sucking in qi and blood, his strength had increased by more than 100 times. But even so, facing Luo, Su Fu still felt like a mountain to climb. While Su Fu was in doubt, Wang Qin, as well as all the viewers in Huaxia, were in a daze because of Luo's disappearance. Defeat? Amidst the stagnation, a voice spat out with difficulty from the mouth of a Wang Qin brainwashed fan. Wang Qin was awakened by this sudden voice. The extreme trepidation that welled up in his heart caused his legs and feet to tremble, and his gaze subconsciously looked toward Lu Hualiang in the audience. Chapter 108, Brainwashed Fans of Wang Qin who became slaves. Only Lu Hualiang's face was similarly stagnant, with an undisguised surprise on his face. Lu Hualiang had gotten to know Luo deeply before Wang Qin took the stage. He was naturally aware of Luo's lofty position among the Buddhists, and as a result, how could Lu Hualiang not believe it? As the ancestor of the demon god in Buddhist mythology, Luo Shu would be beaten by Su Fu to the point of fleeing. Feeling the gaze cast by Wang Qin, the surprise in Lu Hualiang's heart slowly subsided. What raged immediately afterward was uncontrollable anger, though he had vaguely sensed that these gods, it seemed, were deliberately losing the battle. But Wang Qin lost the battle to the death in the final analysis, lost this only chance to turn the game around. A sight full of anger was stabbed by Lu Hualiang towards Wang Qin in the ring. Through Wang Qin's panicked figure, he seemed to see the scene of Long Baichuan judging him. Anger transformed into utter and complete disappointment. Lu Hualiang no longer wanted to see Wang Qin. Wang Qin will only end up being snowed in later. While Lu Hualiang was disappointed in his heart, for the brainwashed fans who are madly addicted to Wang Qin, they remain in a state of stagnation. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Wang Qin, who they had high hopes for, lost the battle of national fortunes again and again. The only one in the Chinese audience who could still speak. Only sensible Chinese people who are able to think independently for themselves remain. Looking at Wang Qin, who stood frozen in the ring, the anger in the hearts of these sensible Chinese grew more and more exuberant. A shout of rebuke erupted from among them. Wang Qin, taking the most resources and fighting the worst battles. Are you good at it? You go down quickly. Don't hold us up any longer, Huaxia. I can no longer dare to imagine the scene after Fandong retired. Just these juniors, which one can carry the flag of China? One voice after another was pessimistic about Huaxia, making the atmosphere heavy in the Huaxia audience. Only then did Wang Qin's brainwashed fans slow down from their stupor. They were still defending Wang Qin in the face of accusations from sensible Chinese. No one wants to lose the battle of national fortunes. If you guys have the ability, you guys get on the field. No talent in the ass. And all you can do is yell from the audience. Wang Qin is already better than a lot of people if he can stand in the national fortune ring. Why are you guys still accusing him? The defense of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans was clearly not as strong as before. After all, it was their interests that were lost when Wang Qin lost the battle of national fortunes. Sensible Chinese were shocked by the anticlimactic voice of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans. Knowing they couldn't communicate with these brain-dead fans, they turned to Fan Dong and shouted at him. Fan Dong, you hurry up and get on the field. Only you can save Huaxia. I don't know how Lu Hualiang trained these juniors, totally inferior to a hair of Fandong. Lu Hualiang, hurry up and step down. If you don't have the ability, obediently give up your position. The sensible Wahini is on fire. It's both asking for Fandong to come on, and it's also forcing Lu Hualiang. Fandong raised his eyebrows slightly and turned his gaze subconsciously towards Lu Hualiang. He'd like to be on the field, but Lu Hualiang, who was bent on his status going further in China, and how would he want to leave the opportunity to take credit to him? Feeling Fandong's gaze, Lu Hualiang's mood was a bit heavy. He realized that the opinions of the Chinese masses towards him, Lu Hualiang, were becoming bigger and bigger. But don't wait for Lu Hualiang to open his mouth to calm the resentment in the hearts of the masses. The will of heaven pronounced the defeat of China. The voice of the heavenly Tao leisurely resounded from the depths of the heavenly vault. The indifferent and unfeeling voice made the Chinese masses palpitate. Battle of Nations, China versus Sakura Country. Round 1. China loses. Huaxia gains the word, lifetime slave, penalty, randomly selecting 1,000 Huaxia people to become slaves of the Sakura Kingdom. If Fandong, the 100 winning player, has no objections, the punishment will be carried out immediately. The voice of the heavenly Tao sent the Chinese people into a state of panic. Even though the probability of each person being chosen to be a slave is almost negligibly small, but no one is not afraid of that 1 in a million, which is themselves. As such, the eyes of the Chinese people within the national fortune space looked towards Fandong in unison. The phrase added by the voice of heaven's path gave them hope to change the words. Thousands of praying lines of sight converged on Fandong's body in unison. Even Wang Qin's brainwashed fans who had just had a disgruntled feeling towards Fandong. There is also hope for Fandong. Amidst everyone's prayers, Fandong's figure remained relaxed. The calm face seemed to ignore the prayers of the crowd. Time passed by, and many Chinese people had lost hope, and the brainwashed fans of Wang Qin, whose lives have not been as good as they could have been, were left distraught. Fandong, why don't you say something if you're not going to change your words? If it were brother Wang Qin, he definitely wouldn't leave us hanging like this, without benefits. Fandong, a profit-oriented villain, definitely won't change the words for us. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans prayed for Fandong while viewing him as a despicable and shameless villain. Actually, Fandong really didn't want to change the words. The phrase, lifelong slavery, has virtually no effect on the overall interests of China. But the plotting of Wang Qin's brain-dead fans gave Fandong the idea to further minimize the impact of the punishment on Huaxia. He slowly stood up and swept a glance at Wang Qin's brainwashed fans who had just been dissatisfied with him before faintly opening his mouth. I choose to change the words to, choose 1000 Wang Qin brainwashed fans to become slaves of the Sakura Kingdom. Originally, Wang Qin's brainwashed fans were a bit happy to see Fan Dong standing up. However, the voice that Fan Dong uttered to the heavens will cause their hearts to sink to the bottom. The sensible Wahhabi masses let out a long breath, while Wang Qin brainwashed fans cursed at Fan Dong. After another defeat of Wang Qin, many Chinese people who used to like Wang Qin recognized the reality. The only Chinese who still like Wang Qin today are the few truly brain-dead fans left. So, after Fandon changed the words, these small number of Wang Qin brainwashed fans, everyone's probability of being chosen as a slave of the Sakura nation will be greatly increased. The change stands, the penalty is immediate. It wasn't long after Fandong's voice fell that the will of heaven dropped the words of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans. 1,000 people who had been living a good life disappeared from the territory of China in an instant. Become a slave to the Sakura nation and be humiliated by the Sakura nation. Looking at the miserable state of this group of Wang Qin fans who had been reduced to slaves, the only remaining Wang Qin brainwashed fans, again, most of them abandoned Wang Qin. A battle of national fortunes. Wang Qin suddenly went from being liked by 10,000 people to being disliked by everyone. And at this time, the voice of the heavenly Tao sounded once again. Battle of Nations, China vs. Sakura Country. Round 2 is about to begin. Please both sides choose their contestants. The voice of the heavenly Tao awakened most of the Chinese people from the commotion they had just experienced. This time, most of the Chinese people were shouting frantically towards Lu Hualiang, forcing him to send out Fan Dong to fight. It is just the reason why Long Baichuan did not pursue Lu Hualiang's guilt too much. It was entirely in the light of Lu Hualiang's cultivation of Wang Qin, a genius who seemed to be able to carry the flag of China. Now with Wang Qin's defeat, Lu Hualiang's life-preserving shield shattered at the same time. His only hope for a turnaround was the final round of the Battle of Nations. Thinking of this, Lu Hualiang didn't care about the overwhelming cries. Instead, he turned to Lin Gudong beside him and lowered his voice to speak. I poured resources into you just for now. I hope you won't let me down. Chapter 109, Chinese young General Lin Gudong, please fight Su Fu. Lu Hualiang's voice fell. Lin Gudong's heart was filled with an excitement that could not be suppressed as it surged out. Ever, he envied Wang Qin more than once. I didn't think that he would be able to get the same treatment as Wang Qin nowadays. After nodding heavily towards Lu Hualiang, Lin Gudong stood up proudly. What greeted him, however, was not cheering or taunting. Rather, it was an ignorance that crushed him more than a taunt. The voice that still rang out from the Chinese audience was a plea to get Fan Dong in the ring. Wang Qin, come down. The next battle for the national fortune will be fought by Lin Gudong. Lu Hualiang turned a deaf ear to the public opinion in the Chinese audience. He spoke to Wang Qin, who had been slowing down in the ring for a long time, his voice carrying undisguised dislike. Wang Qin's heart trembled as despair filled his eyes. He looked at Lu Hualiang unwillingly. It was as if he was praying for Lu Hualiang to give him another chance. However, Lu Hualiang gave him too many chances. Wang Qin, however, failed to capitalize on it for once. So, what Lu Hualiang responded to Wang Qin was only as cold and hard as ice. While Wang Qin was in despair, the rational Chinese was likewise filled with disbelief. Lu Hualiang's voice put them into a momentary trance. I don't understand why Lu Hualiang, in the end, sent out Lin Gudong. It was important to realize that Lin Gudong was just a junior who hadn't even participated in a single battle of the national games. You can't exercise Lin Gudong at this time. After all, if we lose another round of the Battle of Nations, what awaits China then will be an unprecedented disaster. Think of the consequences of losing the Battle of National Fortunes. The Chinese people's disbelief was transformed into spewing anger. The accusations against Lu Hualiang were transformed into angry rebukes that vented the anger in his heart. Lu Hualiang, what do you mean? Do you want to commit treason? Why don't you send Fan Dong out? Lin Gudong is just a youngster without any experience. Quickly put Fan Dong on the field. Can you afford the responsibility of losing the Battle of National Fortunes? The outpouring of anger from the Chinese audience did not change Lu Hualiang's decision. He paid no attention to the cries of the Wahhabi crowd. In the case of Lu Hualiang, Fan Dong had nothing to do with him whether he won or lost this Battle of National Fortunes. In a situation where it was predictable that Wang Qin would be abandoned by the state, the only chance he had of not being judged was if Lin Gudong won the Battle of Nations. Outside the national transportation space, Long Baichuan's face was gloomy as he looked at Lu Hualiang's bent on having his own way. The way a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Previously, if he hadn't thought that Wang Qin could carry the banner of Huaxia, given the crimes committed by Liu Hualiang, he would have brought Liu Hualiang to justice a long time ago. Now Wang Qin has been proven to have no possibility of carrying the Huaxia flag. Lu Hualiang also dared to blatantly suppress Fan Dong. Does Long Baichuan really think he's made of clay? It would be fine if this Battle of National Fortunes was won. But if we lose, let's directly suspend Lu Hualiang. Long Baichuan from Lu Hualiang's current flaunting appearance. It was as if he had seen Lu Hualiang's previous appearance of having one hand in the national luck space. He gritted his teeth and spoke to the secretary. And while Long Baichuan had already decided the fate of Lu Hualiang, inside the national transportation space, the cacophony and anger of the sane Chinese audience has not yet fully subsided. Wang Qin's only remaining brainwashed fans also issued an angry rebuke to Lu Hualiang at the same time. Lu Hualiang, why don't you let brother Wang Qin play anymore? It's not like he can't summon another god. Everyone can at least know the power of Wang Qin's brother. What strength can this Lin Gudong have? The only remaining Wang Qin brainwashed fans are not willing to let Wang Qin be abandoned. Still fighting for Wang Qin to make an appearance. But anyone with a bit of brains knows that it's hard for Wang Qin to be reused by Lu Hualiang again. The Chinese audience was in an extremely complicated argument. Sensible Wahini demanded that Fandin get in the ring. Wang Qin brainwashed fans want to give Wang Qin another chance. Even some Chinese people with ulterior motives are still excusing Lu Hualiang, the only one that doesn't have anyone's support. Only Lim Gotong, who is about to take the stage. Lin Gudong looked at the tens of thousands of Chinese present. Not a single person even paid attention to the man who was about to take the field. The shame that came from being uninvited brought his face close to distortion. Obviously I'm the main character who's about to go on stage. Why is everyone only focusing on Fandong and Wang Qin? Lin Gedong murmured in a sardonic voice. The indignation of having been oppressed by Wang Qin surged to his heart. The desire to prove your faith to everyone. It also brought him the motivation to win the battle of the nations, where no one has noticed. Lin Gudong took one step towards the national fortune ring. Walking up to the ring, Lin Gudong looked straight at Wang Qin, who still can't believe the reality. Where's the arrogance that used to bully us? Lin Gudong's eyes raged with teasing, and his voice, which was lowered to the point where only the two could hear it, was even more full of mockery. The dull-faced Wang Qin slowly raised his head. Dull eyes, numbly, looked at Lin Gudong. He had complicated eyes. I didn't realize that the junior general who wasn't even on his radar. Surprisingly, he will one day replace him as well. Get lost. Huaxia doesn't need you anymore. Lin Gudong greatly enjoyed Wang Qin's collapse and despair at this moment. He held his head proudly aloft with a scowl on his face, as did Wang Qin, who was once similarly unimpressed. Ha! Wang Qin laughed bitterly twice. This defeat had completely smoothed out the arrogance in him. Even in the face of taunts, he couldn't muster up any desire to fight back. Looking at Lin Gudong, who was no different from when he first ascended to the National Games ring, Wang Qin couldn't even help but gently remind, in future battles, it's best not to summon Buddhist gods again. Wang Qin doesn't really qualify as a cutie. From the successive defeats, he also sensed a hint of something wrong. That's every battle in which a Buddhist god is summoned. It's a little baffling that he even lost. Maybe it's as Fandin said, Buddhist gods are not native to China. However, Wang Qin's kind reminder, when it reached Lin Gudong's ears, it became a ruse to try to make him lose the battle. Lin Gudong spoke faintly with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. You want me to lose, just say so. If we don't summon the SSS-ranked gods of Buddhism, how can we defeat the SSS-ranked gods of the Sakura country? The excitement of ascending to the National Games ring for the first time had long ago caused Lin Gudong to lose his basic ability to think. The only thing that controls his behavior is the desire to prove himself by winning battles. Seeing this, Wang Qin stopped talking, just hobbling down to the State of the Union ring on his feet. Battle of Nations, China vs. Sakura country, round 2, officially begins. As Wang Qin walked down to the National Games ring, the voice of the heavenly Dao pulled the eyes of the Chinese people, who were still arguing fiercely, to Lin Gudong's body. Looking at the arrogant and domineering Lin Gudong, who was even more so than Wang Qin, there was no anticipation flooding out of Fandong's eyes. The only thing that could bring up his interest now, there was only the god that Ring Gudong was trying to summon out. If Lin Gudong could summon the native gods of China, even if the rank wasn't SSS, then there was still a glimmer of hope of victory for Huaxia. But if, like Wang Qin, Lin Gudong summoned a Buddhist deity, then Huaxia will surely lose. With this in mind, Fandong kept his attention on the national luck ring. Only Lin Gudong tilted his head, nostrils facing the sky, and spoke loudly into the depths of the sky. Chapter 110, If Hell is Not Empty, I Will Not Become a Buddha. China's player, Lin Gudong, summoned the Bodhisattva of the earth, rank SSS. As soon as Lin Gudong's voice came out, the interest in Fandong's eyes dissipated in an instant. Although the Bodhisattva Earthstore King occupies a pivotal position in the Chinese mythology of hell, but he is also, ultimately, a Buddhist deity. It doesn't belong to Huaxia. It was impossible to fight the Sakura nation for the sake of Huaxia with all his heart. Just to this day, there are still a lot of Chinese people who still believe that the Buddhist gods will put up a fight for China. Brainwashed fans who used to like Wang Qin weren't exactly weak when they saw Lin Gudong's strength. They regarded Lin Gudong as Wang Qin's replacement and praised him wildly. I thought that Lin Gudong was just a junior general with no power, but I didn't expect him to be able to summon an SSS-ranked god as well. It's said that the Bodhisattva Earthstore King has a pivotal position in the Hellmouth, and Lin Gudong, who can summon him, is also a supreme genius. Maybe he can help brother Wang Qin avenge his victory over that Su Fu who betrayed China. Wang Qin brainwashed fan sentiment, though tempered by Wang Qin's defeat. However, the praise for Lin Gudong still took up half of the sky over the Chinese viewing gallery. Listening to the compliments coming from the Chinese audience one after another, Lin Gudong's heart was filled with the excitement of being recognized, and his face was mixed with a look of excitement. Endless power seemed to gush out from all parts of his body, urging him to be impatient to defeat Su Fu. As the battle intent surged from Lin Gudong's body, the national fortune ring cracked open like a rift in the sky. The crack seemed to lead straight to the depths of the 9 specters. The hissing of the ghosts was accompanied by a cold, harsh and gloomy wind blowing out. This is hell? The shocking scene shook everyone's heart. A bold Chinese man pointed at the crack and opened his mouth. Before anyone could answer him, a golden dazzling Buddha light shone from the crack. The Buddha's light calmed the gloomy winds and purified the ghosts, holding up a figure that slowly rose from the depths of the rift. This figure sits cross-legged on a 1,000-leaf green lotus flower, holding a precious pearl in his left hand and a tin staff in his right. All the yin and cold that passed by were dissolved by the Buddha's light that lingered around his body. The earth shook after the silhouette completely floated above the ring. On both sides of the rift that looked like a rift in the sky, the walls gradually closed. If it wasn't for the cloudy wind that gushed out from the cracks, it still made the crowd's hearts ice cold. The ground was so flat that one could even assume that no cracks had appeared. Clang! While the crowd was shaken by this earth-shattering tactic, a resounding sound of metal colliding with the ground calmed the shock in the hearts of the crowd. Only the figure sitting cross-legged on the 1,000-leaf green lotus flower stood up. The tin staff, in his hand, stood gently on the ground. This tin staff is as if it possessed the weight of 10,000 pounds. Simply by virtue of his own weight, the ground of the national fortune ring crumbled under pressure. And after, the silhouette's eyes looked towards Su Fu, who was standing on the ghost ship, and spoke faintly. If hell is not empty, I vow not to become a Buddha. Only when all sentient beings are finished will we realize Bodhi. The flat voice showed extreme dominance. As the voice fell, a stream of air violently spread in all directions with the silhouette as the center. The air currents blew away the Buddha's light and swept away the evil in the ring. Earthstore Bodhisattva's lowered eyebrows and compassionate appearance appeared in the eyes of everyone. Looking at the ferociousness that lingered around his body, all of them were washed and purified by the airflow. Above Su Fu's face, he brought up a slight surprise, but only just surprised. The moment after the fierce fury disappeared, an even more intense blood and ferocious intent once again manifested around him. Only the renewed ferocity that permeated the air did not cover up the panic in the hearts of the Sakura nation. What Su Fu relies on is only the means of ferocious evil. However, Jizo Wang Bodhisattva, as the Bodhisattva who transforms evil spirits in the earthly realm, it is precisely evil and ferocity that he restrains. A look full of pessimism and frustration was directed to Su Fu by the Sakura nation. Su Fu, however, was not affected by the pessimism. Behind his body, the scarlet threads of blood that filled the sky once again waved recklessly in the air. Su Fu intends to drain the blood and flesh of Jizo Bodhisattva by defeating Luo Shu. You won't become a Buddha until hell is empty? Then it seems you will never become a Buddha. A cold voice spat out from Su Fu's mouth. The threads of blood seemed to transform into steel wires, carrying evil and gore as they lunged and stabbed towards the Earthstore King. After sucking in Luo's massive chi and blood, the bloodline obviously looked thicker and bigger. But as the thicker and larger threads of blood stabbed around the Earthstore Bodhisattva, as if blocked by an invisible wall, even if the incoming bloodline is fierce, it is only a foot away from the Earth's Bodhisattva. And yet, all they can do is flail about in vain. Scholar, let go of your obsession and devote yourself to reincarnation. The Bodhisattva Earthstore King gently advised Su Fu. It seemed that he saw through at a glance that the long life Su Fu had gained was built from the bones of thousands of corpses. Ha! Let go of your obsession? I, Su Fu, have sought immortality for thousands of years. How can you give it up by saying let go of your obsession? Su Fu grinned. He didn't panic for a second even though the bloodline couldn't do anything against Jizo. Then the poor monk will have no choice but to send you to reincarnation. Earthstore Bodhisattva is accustomed to seeing evil spirits that do not want to be subjected to enlightenment, so he didn't give a crap about Su Fu either. The Bodhisattva's lowered brows of kindness were abruptly transformed into the Vajra fury of murderous intent rampant. The line of blood imprisoned by the invisible wall seemed to be frozen as solid ice, and then it shattered inch by inch. The shattering of the bloodline still had not caused Su Fu to panic. With a wave of his big hand, bloodlight replaced the bloodline and enveloped the Earthstore Bodhisattva. Amidst the blood and light, the severe ghosts and unjust souls raged. But the Earth Store Bodhisattva and the earthly realm specialize in transforming evil spirits. These severe ghosts and unjust souls merely touched the Buddha's light of Earth Store King Bodhisattva and changed into green smoke and dissipated. Sure, master. Stop your so-called struggle. A ray of compassion flooded out of the furious Vajra face presented on the face of the Earth Store King Bodhisattva, urging Su Fu to throw himself into the wheel of reincarnation. This ray of compassion caused the faith of the Chinese people, who had originally abandoned the Buddhist faith, to be shaken again, and the brain-dead fans of Wang Qin who were originally brainless believers in Buddhism, at this moment is even more frantic, shouting, as if to vent all the pent-up depression in the heart for a long time. I declare that Ling Gudong is the new star of Huaxia that can rival brother Wang Qin. The era of the supreme duo belonging to Lin Gudong and Wang Qin has arrived. The Buddhist gods are still the gods that blessed Huaxia. The Earth Store Bodhisattva is going to win the battle of national fortune for our Huaxia. The battle for the nation's fortunes is not yet over. Wang Qin brainwashed fans, as if he had foreseen Huaxia's victory. Their cheers also made Lin Gudong's mood even more arrogant and cocky. Not only that, but the cheering also woke up the delirious Fandong. He scanned the situation in the nation's fortune ring. The scene that entered his eyes put him in a less optimistic mood than this group of Wang Qin fans. Su Fu, who sucked in Luo's huge qi and blood. Long gone are the Xu Fu from the very beginning. Su Fu, whose strength had increased by more than 100 times, would not be able to lose to the Earth Store King Bodhisattva so easily. As soon as Fandong thought about it, the picture in the national luck ring developed exactly as he thought it would. Only the corner of Su Fu's mouth was seen, curling up into a mocking smile. The blood light that blossomed on his body almost suppressed the Buddha light of the Earth Store King Bodhisattva. Dazzling blood light, so dense that it turned into substance, became a lake of blood that appeared on the national fortune ring. Grievous souls and stern ghosts, crawling out of the lake of blood once more. A ray of helplessness surfaced in the eyes of Earth Store King Bodhisattva. It seemed to be mocking Su Fu's old trick. But soon, the helplessness in Earth Store King Bodhisattva's eyes then all froze. Even though he made a grand wish that I will not become a Buddha until hell is empty. However, the number of unjust souls and severe ghosts that crawled out of the blood lake still far exceeded his imagination. Chapter 111, Cooperating with the Earth Store King Bodhisattva, spreading the entire national luck ring over a lake of blood. It was as if the unjust souls and severe ghosts possessed entities, stacking layer upon layer towards the sky above. Just under 10 seconds later, the unjust souls and severe ghosts seemed to be stacked into a tall building that went straight up into the sky. At the top of the tall building, one after another, there were severe ghosts and unjust souls falling down. Ghosts squeezed in the middle. Some can only show their heads, others can only show their arms. Look at the tall buildings built by ghosts that tower into the clouds. Everyone in the audience was shocked beyond words. Even though the Buddha's light blossomed from the Earth Store King Bodhisattva, with the ability to transform ghosts, but under the overwhelming dump of ghosts, the ability to transform ghosts was far from being able to keep up with the speed at which ghosts were piling up. A steady stream of stern ghosts and unjust souls gushed out of the lake of blood, drowning the Earth Store King Bodhisattva. If it were not for the Buddha's light still projected from the haunted high-rise, everyone would have thought that Jizo Bodhisattva had long since been devoured by the stern ghosts and unjust souls, ghosts within a tall building. Looking at the evil spirits that were densely piled up around him, the Earth Storekeeper Bodhisattva fell into despair. The idea of not becoming a Buddha until hell is empty is the source of his whole body's strength. But faced with a steady stream of evil spirits crawling out of the lake of blood, the Earth Store King actually had a slight wavering of the philosophy he had practiced for millions of years. Just the endless evil spirits summoned by Su Fu. Just let him see no hope of becoming a Buddha. The consequence of the shattered philosophy was the rapid decline in the strength of the Earth Store King. The Buddha's light, which could still be projected from the ghostly skyscrapers, gradually dimmed. Only a faint glow remains, still fending off the nightly ghosts for the earthly Bodhisattva. Lin Gudong was not engulfed by the severe ghosts under the shelter of the Earth Store Bodhisattva, but what lingering brings is not celebration. Rather, it's extreme anger. This was his first battle of national fortunes since ascending to the ring of national fortunes. It was also the battle to prove his own strength. Lin Gudong had reasons why he couldn't lose. Thinking of the scorn and mockery that everyone had directed at him after losing the battle of national fortunes, a heaven-shaking roar erupted from Lin Gudong's chest. The roar caused the tall building, made up of ghosts, to stop trembling. The blood rushing to the sky dyed the tall buildings red. Bodhisattva Earth Store King, Kid is willing to offer his blood as a sacrifice in exchange for your protection of China without fear. Lin Gudong's nature isn't that bad. He just wants to be recognized by the Chinese. Under this roar, a hint of surprise flashed through the despairing eyes of the Earth Store King Bodhisattva. The so-called idea just broke. It's just an excuse for him to intentionally lose the battle of nations. It is important to know that he has not known how many severe ghosts and wrongful souls he has transformed within the hell. Nowadays, he would not be deterred by the evil spirits summoned by Su Fu. Under the plan of Jizo Kaijin, idea busting is a perfectly reasonable reason for him to lose the Battle of the Nations. The only variable was that he didn't expect Lin Gudong to have the bloodiness to sacrifice blood. After Lin Gudong sacrificed his blood, the Earth Storekeeper Bodhisattva put away the despair in his eyes. The light that was so faint that it had nearly disappeared, violently blossomed again. The light was even more dazzling than just now, and in an instant, all of the evil spirits were transformed. Even the lake of blood conjured up by Su Fu. It was also filled with rich Buddhist light. Lin Gudong's determined roar was heard coming out. Fan Dong's face was equally surprised, and in his heart, he also felt pity for Lin Gudong. For the sake of Lin Gudong's nature was not bad, and his qualifications were considered excellent. But it is because of the stalled Lu Hualiang such a selfish and self-serving coach. Lin Gudong, a genius with great talent, went into the evil path of summoning Buddhist gods. It was only a pity in Fan Dong's heart, but Wang Qin's brainwashed fans only saw Lin Gudong gaining the upper hand once again. A shout of support once again echoed over the audience. Lin Gudong, good job. In order for Huaxia to gain victory, he actually sacrificed blood. I'm really touched. Lin Gudong is the real patriotic hero. Fan Dong can't even compare to Lin Gudong. Wang Qin brainwashed fans seem to be really touched by Lin Gudong. Don't want the tears. Can't stop them from flowing out of my eyes. Lin Gudong, who had fallen into weakness after sacrificing his blood, sniffed. A smile of recognition tugged at his pale face. What he didn't realize, however, was this. Before long, this one compliment that recognized him would be turned into a sharp sword that would stab him. State of the Union Ring. A smile hung at the corner of Su Fu's mouth. It didn't seem to care that the Earth Store King Bodhisattva had normalized the thousands of severe ghosts he had summoned. Looking at the Earth Store King Bodhisattva, whose strength was already not weaker than his after Lin Gudong sacrificed his blood, his aura became even more exuberant. Su Fu was not alarmed and even had a guess in his mind. That is, the Buddhist gods do not want to help Hua Xiao win the battle. This bold guess caused the smile at the corner of Su Fu's mouth to intensify. His gaze was fixed on the Earth Store Bodhisattva. In the eyes of the Earth Store King Bodhisattva, the deeply hidden fullness of concern for the battle of national fortune further corroborated his speculation. Ha! Su Fu let out a light laugh as his figure leapt down from the ghost ship and spoke faintly. The Buddhist gods are really good at what they do. Su Fu's voice caused the heart of the Earth Store Bodhisattva to tighten, but it soon relaxed again. Even if Su Fu had already made a guess, Jizo Bodhisattva was confident that Su Fu would not expose the conspiracy of the Buddhist gods, simply because once Su Fu had uncovered the conspiracy of the Buddhist gods, what awaits Su Fu then will be the immortalization of Jizo Bodhisattva. Even though Su Fu's strength had increased 100-fold after sucking up all of Luo's blood qi, but it was also impossible for him to defeat the Earth Store King Bodhisattva who was at full strength. So, Jizo Bodhisattva concludes that Su Fu, who is bent on pursuing immortality, it's impossible to go out of your way to be immortalized with him. A mere grievance is not enough to drown the poor monk. If that has any other means, then hurry up and make a move. Earth Store Bodhisattva saw through Su Fu's heart and spoke faintly. The voice sounded with contempt and mockery. However, Su Fu understood that this was telling him to hurry up and use his strongest power to strike. Su Fu's mind was clear. After he let out a light laugh, his slender fingers, without hesitation, pointed straight into the depths of the sky. This finger seems to be able to maneuver a ghost ship hovering above the sky. The ghost ship, which had been stalled for a long time, began to paddle once again. The human skins that served as sails were even larger, and the skeletons that grew flesh and blood waved them with vigor. With human skin and skeletons as power, the speed of the ghost ship grew faster and faster. At the end of the day, the ghost ship seemed to sail through the void, shimmering in the air. Since you want me to make a move, then I'll just make a move. Su Fu's voice was filled with majestic ferocity and killing intent though. But it's all a play in conjunction with the earthly bodhisattva. But voices can act, and Su Fu's strikes are not subtle. Under the wave of Su Fu's fingers, the phantom ship, whose might had built up to outrageous proportions, traveled rapidly toward the Earth Store Bodhisattva. Boom! As if he hadn't reacted, Jizo Bodhisattva used his body to harden against the impact of the ghost ship. It was accompanied by a loud bang. The limbs that made up the ghost ship waved in midair. The human skin that powered the ghost ship had likewise broken through a large hole. After the limbs are scattered, what appeared in everyone's eyes was the severely injured and unconscious figure of Earth Store Bodhisattva. Once this heavily injured and unconscious figure was revealed, almost everyone was in an unavoidable daze. Especially Wang Qin's brainwashed fans as well as Lu Hualiang are the worst. Chapter 112, We Can't Let the Sakura Nation Live. Wang Qin's brainwashed fans' lips became pale and involuntarily trembled. A loud, unconscious mumble was spat out subconsciously. Even Lin Gudong lost? Why is even the Sakura Nation so powerful? Why can't even the Sakura Nation be defeated? Isn't Fan Dong a loser? How could he win so easily? the ease with which Fandang faces the world, and the wildly disparaging things they say about Fandang. Let them think that all the countries of the world are just like that. Unfortunately, the nations of the world are not as weak as they think, and Fandong, even more so, was not the trash they were talking about. The fact that Wang Qin and Lin Godong lost to Sakura Nation one after another, a great shock to Wang Qin's brainwashed fans. Lu Hualiang was equally hard to believe. His face was pale, and his entire body seemed to have aged a dozen years. The originally black hair paled at a rate visible to the naked eye. Well-maintained skin is gradually covered with crisscrossing wrinkles. The successive defeats of Wang Qin and Lin Godong pronounced the end of his coaching career. It even pronounced the judgment that he, Lu Hualiang, would suffer next. Could it be that the Buddhist gods really won't bless China? By now, Lu Hualiang has long since lost his original stubbornness. He thought back to Wang Qin as well as Lin Godong's fiasco. A bitter sound of disbelief was spat out of him with difficulty. Stupid as Wang Qin could realize that the Buddhist gods might not bless China. How could the cunning Lu Hualiang not realize it? But there was nothing he could do. Simply because all the Chinese juniors under his tutelage could only summon Buddhist gods, Lu Hualiang was now beyond remorseful. Remorse for being mesmerized by high-quality Buddhist gods. Repentance for having abandoned the native gods of China. But there are no pills of regret in the world to buy. Fandong slowly stood up and glanced at Lu Hualiang, who was caught up in chagrin. Then he swept his gaze towards the brainwashed fans of Wang Qin who were still obsessed with Buddhism and spoke faintly. Buddhism was handed down in China for no other reason than to harvest faith. How can a Buddhist god that doesn't belong to Huaxia do his best to fight for Huaxia? But you are so bent on superstitious Buddhism that you even boycott the native gods of China. I must say you are also stupid to a certain extent. Fandong's voice is both mocking these people who are addicted to Buddhism. It is also a wake-up call to those Chinese who have not practiced Buddhism. When Wang Qin's brainwashed fans sniffed, the arrogant and domineering rebellion had long since disappeared from their faces. Some are just submissive in a way that they dare not speak. But Fandong didn't care if this group of Chinese were lost or not. It didn't even matter if this group of Chinese would still see him as an enemy. After all, why would a male lion be afraid of a flock of sheep? Thinking of this, Fandong was benevolent and slowly sat down. And after Fandong's body sat down, the voice of the heavenly Tao resounded from the depths of the heavenly vault. Battle of Nations, China vs. Sakura Nation. Sakura Nation wins. Sakura Nation has been rewarded with the crustal stabilization word. The frequency of earthquakes in the Sakura country reduced by 50%. As the voice of Tendo fell, the brats of Sakura Nation wept with joy. Starting with Fandin crushing Yagi Orochi, the fortunes of their Sakura kingdom then fell all the way down, and disasters continued to befall the Sakura kingdom's territory. It was expected that Sakura Nation would still lose the battle this time, but I didn't expect to face a Huaxia who was so energized after winning the deadly battle. They, Sakura Nation, had surprisingly won an unexpected victory, and the words given by the will of heaven also happened to be what Sakura Nation desperately needed. The more he thought about it, the happier the Sakura Nation brats became. At the end of the day, the elation that welled up in their hearts once again exposed their nature. A vicious taunt was slammed into the Chinese audience by them. Thought China was so strong? Just this? Newly paved roads in China are just flat, no gravel. Old buddy, I really don't know how a Huaxia with this kind of strength can win a deadly battle. The cherry blossom country brats are infinitely more rampant. It was as if they, the Sakura Nation, could not have won the deadly battle if they had come out during the deadly battle. Huaxia could not have won the deadly battle. Listening to the taunts of the Sakura country brats, Fandong's eyes were fierce, regretting that he hadn't destroyed the Sakura kingdom before it was too late. The faces of the other Chinese people, on the other hand, were plunged into extreme unsightliness. Even the Chinese outside of the national space were not an exception. The highest level of the Sky Dragon Tower, the 7 Long Baichuan people converged once again. None of them could keep their emotions steady as they watched the Sakura Nation audience who were heckling China. Even Long Baichuan's complexion had become as gloomy as water. The veins on his arms, which looked like withered trees, stood out as he gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. As soon as Lu Hualiang is out of the national transportation space, bring him here. Turn on the real-time broadcast. I want everyone to see the scene of his trial. Also, if you run into the Sakura country again in the Battle of Nations, just can't let them live. Long Baichuan's voice, which was like a volcanic eruption, was recognized by everyone present. There was an unforgettable blood feud between Huaxia and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, but against the Sakura Nation, Huaxia lost the only battle of national fortunes. This is a shame that all Chinese people cannot erase. The thought that they might be shamed by this, and nailed to the pillar of shame in Chinese history. The 7 Long Baichuan's complexion then couldn't stop being even more gloomy, but the thing that made their faces even more gloomy was yet to come. Inside the national transportation space, after the Heavenly Will gave the Sakura Nation a reward, it announced a punishment for Huaxia. The voice of the Heavenly Tao was like a heavy hammer. striking hard on the hearts of all Chinese people. Huaxia lost the battle and gained the hurricane attack penalty. The coastal areas of China will be hit by an 18-stage typhoon. The voice of the heavenly Tao fell, and the light cluster showing the territory of Huaxia appeared in the national fortune ring, only to see a ball of frightening wind steeply appeared out of nowhere on the southern coast of China. The wind mass gradually grew larger, with violent gusts knocking down tall buildings and swirling up automobiles. Wherever they passed, ruins formed instantly. The Chinese watched the tragedy in China. The anger brought on by the little kids' taunts was replaced in an instant by fear and worry. An 18-magnitude typhoon is no longer a disaster that the existing buildings can withstand at all. Not to mention how much economic damage this hurricane will bring to China. Let's just say that the human toll of this hurricane is definitely not just in the tens of thousands. The disaster brought about by the hurricane caused the Chinese people to turn their resentment towards the three Lu Hualiangs. If it wasn't for the incompetence of Wang Qin as well as Lin Gudong, if not for Lu Hualiang not sending Fan Dong out, will China not suffer from this unwarranted disaster? Lu Hualiang, as well as Wang Qin, had long been stunned into stupefaction by the thousands of resentful gazes. Only Lin Gudong's face did not have a trace of fear. There's just the pallor and helplessness of not being able to do anything about it. In just a moment ago, he, Lin Gudong, was still being admired by millions of people, but just an hour passed. These admirations then hated to trample him underfoot. Lin Gudong, who was not yet 20 years old, felt for the first time the despair of being spurned by 10,000 people. The Battle of Nations, China versus Sakura country, ends here. All the people present will leave the national space in 30 seconds. As the Huaxia man was about to lose his inhibition to whack Lu Hualiang, the heavenly will didn't give him that chance. The voice of the heavenly Tao that repatriated everyone slowly resounded in the ears of the crowd. Only Lu Hualiang, who had avoided being rounded up by the Chinese, didn't feel a trace of joy. Trepidation about returning to China filled his face, simply because the moment he returned to China, the trial of Huaxia against him had then begun. Chapter 113, In the Witness of the People, Lu Hualiang's trial. One after another, Chinese people, one after another, disappeared within the national fortune space. Even Fan Dong is no exception. Yet the Wahhabas are disappearing. What brought Lu Hualiang as well as Wang Qin was only an even more intense fear, the upcoming Wachovia trial. It even puts them in the mood to commit suicide in the national space. But no matter how much fear of leaving the national space, the will of heaven will still send Lu Hualiang as well as Wang Qin back to China. With the white light like a tidal wave, it filled Lu Hualiang's as well as Wang Qin's eyes. A sense of heavenly spinning ensued. Wait for a breath to pass. Lu Hualiang as well as Wang Qin's figures then appeared in Lu Hualiang's remotely located villa. The villa was brightly lit at the moment. Jing Cheng and Chen Tian, sitting on the sofa. Jing Cheng's face was complicated, while Chen Tian's face was terrified. Lu Hualiang slowly moved his gaze from Jing Cheng's body to the surroundings. Only a dozen or so soldiers covered in black combat uniforms were seen. Indifferently it stood in various parts of the villa. The faces of these dozen soldiers were shrouded in combat masks though, but the naked eyes carried a sternness and solemnity that chilled the heart. When Wang Qin saw this, his heart shook. Even if his body was not that of an ordinary man, but fear still made his legs weak in the face of a dozen well-trained soldiers. And Lu Hualiang is no less than a cunning old fox. He hid the fear on his face and spoke with a fawning smile to the dozen or so soldiers. Brothers, how much money do you earn for your hard work in protecting China? As long as you let me, Lu Hualiang, leave, I'll give you all the tens of billions of dollars of assets I've saved. Lu Hualiang doesn't know whether he is smart or stupid. It's come to this. He was also thinking of using money to set up these soldiers who had supreme faith in their hearts. The faces of these soldiers, hidden under their masks, seemed to be flooded with smiles that they did not hold back. A soldier at the head of the group walked quickly to Lu Hualiang's body. He took out two handcuffs and quickly handcuffed Lu Hualiang as well as Wang Qin's hands without a word. Lu Hualiang was really overwhelmed by fear. He naively thought that these soldiers simply resented the fact that he had too few assets. So, Lu Hualiang continued to shout at the soldiers. Too little? I'm the coach of Huaxia's battle team. I can divert the funds that Huaxia used for the Battle of Nations. These funds amount to several $100 billion. Enough for you guys to have a couple dozen lifetimes of fun. Lu Hualiang lost his voice and yelled, but it still couldn't stop the dozen or so soldiers from escorting him towards the Sky Dragon Tower. Inside the lighted villa, the four of them, Lu Hualiang, were escorted by a dozen or so soldiers and got into an armored car. Without stopping for a moment, he traveled quickly towards the Sky Dragon Tower. Lu Hualiang's villa is far from the beaten track though, but with armored cars moving fast, the four of them soon arrived at the Sky Dragon Tower. Inside the armored car, Lu Hualiang didn't care if his voice ached from wailing. He kept yelling at the soldiers for a moment. I'm the coach of Huaxia's battle team. How dare you do this to me? I want to see Long Baichuan. I'm not convinced. Lu Hualiang is a dead duck. The smoke and mirrors of his position of power had driven him nearly insane. Go down! The soldiers don't care who Lu Hualiang is. The leader of the soldiers kicked Lu Hualiang out of the armored car. Under this kick that did not leave any force behind, Lu Hualiang, who was over 50 years old, fell into a dog's ass. Shame and anger caused Lu Hualiang to yell at the soldiers. You're not virtuous. Sneaking up on a 50-year-old man. Let go of me if you can. The roar had just been spat out before it came to an abrupt end. The scene around him made Lu Hualiang no longer dare to yell, simply because the Sky Dragon Tower was right in front of us. Long Baichuan is about to put him on trial. Under the finger-pointing of the crowd that had gathered around the Sky Dragon Tower, it was only then that Lu Hualiang and his party took on the appearance of prisoners. They lowered their heads and walked quickly into the Sky Dragon Tower in silence. Looking at the scene within the Sky Dragon Tower, Lu Hualiang's heart gave birth to infinite sighs. Not long ago, he had come to the Sky Dragon Tower to attend Long Baichuan's dinner as a hero of China. But now, he, the hero of China, had become a criminal who was about to be judged by Long Baichuan. The more he walked towards the depths of the Sky Dragon Tower, the heavier Lu Hualiang's footsteps became. It was as if by walking a little slower, he could still enjoy the luxurious life he once had for one more second. Until now, Lu Hualiang finally realized, how high is high status. The previous days as the coach of the Wasia warriors had been considered good. Unfortunately, Lu Hualiang realized it too late. As a date-red door opened, the light shone on Lu Hualiang's face, making him unable to open his eyes. Step slowly into the courtroom where you are trying yourself. The attachment to the past that dissipated in Lu Hualiang's face allowed him to retain the dignity he had left for himself. Yet one's dignity can be preserved. Others don't care about his dignity. Lu Hualiang turned his gaze to the judgment seat, his eyes unable to hold back his consternation. There were 7 people on the judgment seat besides Long Baichuan. There was also Fan Dong sitting at Long Baichuan's side. Fan Dong's face on the face, not in the least because of the trial of Lu Hualiang, and born of any emotion. It was as if what Lu Hualiang had suppressed was not him, but just a stranger. But Fan Dong's indifference and ruthlessness will not make Lu Hualiang think that Fan Dong will forgive him. Lu Hualiang knew that was the expression of Fan Dong not putting him, Lu Hualiang, in his eyes at all. After mockingly laughing 2 times, Lu Hualiang really came back to his senses from the despair of losing the battle of national fortune. His face regained its composure and he sat in the center of the courtroom without making any noise. Either way, it is just a death. Lu Hualiang has already given up. It's just that Lu Hualiang is over 50 years old and has enjoyed life for most of his life. But the 3 Wang Qins still fear death. Wang Qin's face was cowardly, legs trembling like a sieve from the impending judgment. Jing Cheng, on the other hand, had a complicated expression on his face, and his eyes subconsciously looked towards Fan Dong, who was sitting at the judgment seat. Being reduced to the present situation of being put on trial was entirely the result of Jing Cheng's own actions. If she hadn't broken with Fan Dong, if she is willing to live a mediocre life, Jing Cheng would not have to get involved in the muddy waters of Lu Hualiang and end up in a situation where he was put on trial. Brother-in-law, save me, brother-in-law. While Jing Cheng was thinking, Chen Tian had already opened his mouth and called on his brother-in-law. He had completely forgotten how arrogant and domineering he had once been when facing Fan Dong. He also forgot how unimpressive he was when he helped Lu Hualiang humiliate Fan Dong. The pale and vain face has the struggle and despair of being willing to be a cow and horse for Fan Dong. Brother-in-law, must help me Jing Cheng is right here. As long as you help me, she's yours Chen Tian thought that Jing Cheng's charm could impress all men. Even though the trial was imminent, he still wanted to use Jing Cheng as a bargaining chip. Looking at Chen Tian, who was as comical as a clown, the arc that Fan Dong's lips lifted up became steeper and steeper. Snap, and Jing Cheng, who had long endured Chen Tian for a long time, was finally brave enough to slap Chen Tian. First, he gave her to Lu Hualiang, and then little by little, he let her fall deep into Lu Hualiang's quagmire. It could be said that her Jing Cheng's current downfall had nothing to do with Chen Tian. Stinking, you seek death. Fan Dong's mockery and Jing Cheng's slap made Chen Tian grimace. He ignored the crowd present and tore Jing Cheng's clothes on the spot. Silence, all of you. In the midst of the chaos, Long Baichuan slapped the table heavily and spoke sternly. The voice rang out as a soldier heavily knocked Chen Tian to the ground. After order was cleared, Long Baichuan swept a glance at the 4 Lu Hualiangs and announced the start of the trial. The trial of the 4 Lu Hualiangs will now begin in the presence of the entire nation. The voice fell. The screen showing the 4 Lu Hualiangs was relayed by all the media. Chapter 114 Lu Hualiang's crime. The common people all over the country, at the same time, were in front of various electronic screens. On the screen, Lu Hualiang, paled like the face of a 60 or 70-year-old man, appeared in the eyes of all the Chinese masses. Not long ago there was a large number of Chinese people supporting Lu Hualiang, but now everyone is shouting at him. Lu Hualiang's face simply appeared in the middle of the screen. Then there were countless emotional Chinese people who broke into tears. The crowd across the screen has been so excited. The representatives of the Chinese people sitting in the audience of the trial were even more unable to suppress their emotions. A furious rebuke did not avoid Long Baichuan and echoed in the courtroom. Lu Hualiang, mutilating the nation's heroes, stealing national interests. You deserve to die. I could tell you were no good, and deserved to end up like this. If it wasn't for you brutalizing Fandong, my China's national strength would be 10 times stronger than it is now. It's all your fault, you assholes who only care about your own interests. The overwhelming sound of anger slammed hard on Lu Hualiang's body, but above Lu Hualiang's countenance, there was no remorse for changing his ways. There's just a willingness to gamble and be honest. This candor made the mood of the nation even angrier. Increasingly fierce and furious rebukes once again emanated from the trial audience. Shoot Lu Hualiang. Sentence Lu Hualiang to death. If we don't shoot Lu Hualiang, it won't be enough to spread the anger of the people. Angry voices from the gallery plunged the serious courtroom into a cacophony of noise. Long Baichuan understood the emotions of these masses though, but he also has to maintain the majesty of the court. A voice carrying a solemnity that could not be disobeyed. Z exploded in Long Baichuan's mouth. Keep quiet. The voice smoothed out the ripples that surged through the courtroom. Silence filled the crowd. When everyone had turned their eyes to Long Baichuan who was sitting on the judgment seat, Long Baichuan cleared his throat, his eyes sharply fixed on Lu Hualiang, and spoke aloud. Suspect Lu Hualiang, you as the coach of the war team in China, stealing $18 billion of the state's money to buy mansions and luxury cars, suppressing the national hero Fandong, causing his 9 gods to disappear, bribing national public officials for power and favors, forcing Chinese players to change their summoned deities so that many Chinese players can only summon Buddhist deities. Do you have any objections to the above facts of the offense? Long Baichuan listed all the crimes committed by Lu Hualiang. His voice was as if it contained brilliant heavenly might, making everyone dare not utter fraudulent words. Lu Hualiang's face was flat and he confessed to the above. I admit I did the above. As soon as Lu Hualiang's words came out, he stunned the nation's Chinese masses. These crimes listed by Long Baichuan made Lu Hualiang's already shaky persona of integrity as a public servant completely overturned. Some of the people's representatives in the trial audience, who had just remained on the sidelines, forgot about Long Baichuan's majesty. Accusations and rage against Lu Hualiang once again raged between the courtrooms. Too heartless. The crimes committed by Lu Hualiang are too numerous to mention. Lu Hualiang's crime is so heinous that he is recommended to be sentenced to death immediately. I agree. Sentence Lu Hualiang to death. The fierce and angry voices inside the courtroom still fail to show the nation's anger against Lu Hualiang. The web platform is live in the booth. A barrage of pop-ups fired, obscuring the images shown in the live stream. Let Lu Hualiang die. Originally, I thought Lu Hualiang was a good coach for the people, but he turned out to be a big corrupt official full of evil. Go to hell Lu Hualiang, the person who sent the pop-up. It is likely that not so long ago he was supporting Lu Hualiang and indulging in Wang Qin, but now, they still don't hesitate to send out vicious pop-ups. The viciousness of these pop-ups. One would even think that the text pop-ups were going to shoot through the screen and stab straight into Lu Hualiang's brow. However, while the trial of Lu Hualiang was in full swing, the rest of the world is in a state of gloating. A national battle coach. It represents the face of a country to the outside world. Huaxia's public trial of Lu Hualiang. It is tantamount to smacking yourself in the face in front of the nations of the world. The cherry blossom country, which directly led to Lu Hualiang's trial, was thrown into a frenzy, facing the Huaxia with a blood feud. They didn't just win the battle of the nations, it also made Lu Hualiang, the coach of the Huaxia warriors, subject to the Huaxia trial. This kind of proud battle record was regarded by the people of Sakura Nation as a glorious splendor. The Eagle Kingdom, which was replaced as the hegemony by Huaxia, was likewise overjoyed. Previously, they were afraid of the strength of Huaxia. The Eagle State did not dare to launch a protest against the robber baron's move to steal the hegemony from China. Huaxia is now in turmoil because of the trial of Lu Hualiang. The Eagle State has issued several centuries-late international accusations in quick succession. The Tennessee, on the other hand, is not the same as the Sakura country that celebrates the revelry of the whole country. Their populace is also overjoyed though, but Gan Tian, the holy hero of the Celestial Kingdom, was keenly aware of the opportunity to bring about the further decline of China. He turned to the secretary at the side and spoke faintly. After Huaxia's trial against Lu Hualiang is over, send someone to pull Lu Hualiang as well as Wang Qin together. I'm going to use these two to deliver a fatal blow to Huaxia. Gan Tian's voice sounded extremely flat, but the intent of the words to try to make Huaxia more chaotic was exposed. But this group of countries know what it means to try Lu Hualiang. Huaxia naturally knows better, but even if the trial of Lu Hualiang represents a slap in his own face, there is no other option for Wachovia. Without the determination to break the wrist, how can we remove the pain that has been haunting us for years? Under the vicious curses of the Huaxia crowd, Long Baichuan raised the judgment gavel in his hand high, while preparing to pronounce the punishment for Lu Hualiang. Lu Hualiang, who had been silent for a long time, couldn't help but snort a laugh. This snorting laughter caused the anger in the hearts of the Chinese masses to intensify. It also caused the judgment gavel in Long Baichuan's hand to freeze in the air. Even Fan Dong, who always maintained an indifferent demeanor, both will be slightly rippled with glances, stare at Lu Hualiang's body. He wanted to see what other excuses Lu Hualiang had to escape his crimes. Lu Hualiang, since you've already admitted your crime, what else is there to say? Long Baichuan's already wrinkled brows were even more furrowed at this moment. He slowly put the judgment hammer down and spoke to Lu Hualiang in a condensed voice. Since the trial of Lu Hualiang is in front of the whole country, then Long Baichuan is bound to ensure that this trial, fair and just. Long Baichuan's inquiry seemed to have grown Lu Hualiang's temper. He swung his body into a comfortable position, and his eyes were filled with mockery and arrogance. And then Lu Hualiang's eyes, filled with contempt, slowly swept over everyone present and spoke faintly. I did what you say I did, but I didn't admit it was a crime. Lu Hualiang's voice caused Chinese people all over the country to freeze in place at the same time. Long Baichuan's gaze gradually became harsh and cold, but he just quietly waited for Lu Hualiang's next words. Chapter 115, A Small Step Toward Global Unification. I was suppressing Fan Dong, but suppressing Fan Dong is only for the purpose of cultivating our new Chinese power. I was bribing a public official of the state, but the bribe is just to gain convenience and better train the Chinese youngsters. I am forcing the Chinese player to choose to summon a Buddhist deity, but wasn't that all about summoning higher quality gods? As for the claim that I'm stealing from the country, I have nothing to say, but I, Lu Hualiang, fought for my country at the age of 20 and won 34 battles of national fortune for China. I also volunteered to stay on as a coach after I retired. Under my guidance, Huaxia has won countless more battles for national fortune. Couldn't I, who has made heavenly achievements for Huaxia, gain a little benefit? Heaven and earth can tell. I, Lu Hualiang, dare to say that everything I do is for the sake of Huaxia. Lu Hualiang pretended to be righteous. There was a monstrous amount of grief in the words. It seems that he, Lu Hualiang, should not be judged by Huaxia. What it deserves is higher treatment. Lu Hualiang's great righteousness can fool ordinary Chinese, but it won't fool Fan Dong. Fan Dong's eyes glistened with a touch of teasing, and the corners of his mouth brought up a cold smile. Lu Hualiang is no less than a cunning fox, without a change of face. The crime, all of it, was claimed as a credit. Everything he's made. Maybe it's true that part of it is to develop the new power of HWA, but it comes down to this. Lao Hualiang's ultimate goal is still to fuel his acquisition of greater power. The most convincing lie of all. It's taking a portion of the truth and combining it into one giant falsehood. And this part of Lu Hualiang's truth, combined, it just happens to be that most convincing of lies. Under the shock of excitement brought about by the trial of Lu Hualiang, many Chinese people lost their minds and believed Lu Hualiang's lies of turning black and white upside down. Lu Hualiang's misguided behavior may indeed be attributed to the poor treatment given to them by Huaxia. Perhaps Lu Hualiang was indeed misunderstood. The viciousness faded from the live stream that had just popped up. Some Chinese people who were blinded by Lu Hualiang, even to have Lu Hualiang found not guilty. The crowd in the gallery inside the courtroom was also caught in a momentary state of turmoil. Oh, everything is for Huaxia? In the midst of everyone's faltering, Fan Dong laughed twice coldly. This cold laugh attracted everyone's attention. It also made Lu Hualiang's original color of chest instantly gloomy. The former coach suppressed me, Fan Dong? The former coach bribed a public official? The former coach forced the Chinese players to summon Buddhist gods? A former coach that lost the battle of the state? Fan Dong's eyes were fierce. For stern questioning, sound poked Lu Hualiang's heart. The Chinese who have just been hoodwinked by Lu Hualiang. The same has been true from the hoodwinking of Lao Hualiang. Looking at the demonic Lu Hualiang, many Chinese people hated it so much that they gnashed their teeth. He hated to send Lu Hualiang to the grave with his own hands. But even though these four stern interrogations have broken Lu Hualiang's inversion of black and white, Fan Dong still didn't want to let Lu Hualiang off easily. His voice continued to ring out, vowing to put Lu Hualiang to death. You said that you, Lu Hualiang, have done the country a great service, but I, Fan Dong, am lesser than you again? He fought for his country when he was a teenager and stood alone in China for nearly a decade. By now, I, Fan Dong, have even won the deadly battle that will determine the rise and fall of the future for China. With your little credit, who gave you the nerve to steal from the country? Fan Dong's voice was wordy, blocking the places where Lu Hualiang can defend himself from all aspects. Lu Hualiang's face was as gloomy as water. At this point, he was no longer as emboldened as he had been before. Panic from the depths of his heart made his body tremble. The fear of not being able to find a rebuttal angle sent his mind into a blank. While Lu Hualiang's body was shaking like a sieve due to panic, Long Baichuan's face, too, was somewhat heavy. After all, part of what led to Lu Hualiang's betrayal of the people. Indeed, it can also be attributed to the fact that WAC doesn't take the treatment of national games players seriously. Only any reason. Neither is an excuse for Lu Hualiang to jeopardize national interests. After deciding to queue up the treatment of the Wachovia players, the heaviness on Long Baichuan's face disappeared, and the judgment gavel in his hand fell heavily, with a crisp knock. Because of Lu Hualiang's sophistry and Fandong's angry rebuke, the crowd that had fallen into a cacophony of noise became silent in an instant. Long Baichuan looked at Lu Hualiang, who was in a state of panic. The intolerance on his face was replaced by indifference. Then he spoke faintly. Suspect Lu Hualiang, guilty as charged, but in view of the fact that he has made a lot of contributions to Huaxia, the punishment is lenient. Confiscate all his assets and dismiss him from all his positions without penalty of arrest. The three Wang Chins are sentenced to the same offense as accomplices. As Long Baichuan's final voice of judgment fell, Lu Hualiang seemed to have aged a dozen years once again. Eyes cloudy, palms trembling violently. Even the constantly shaking legs were having trouble supporting his body. Wang Qin, on the other hand, was dim-eyed. He who was publicly executed, even though he did not need to go to the slammer. But it's also impossible to return to the normal life you had before. As for the duo of Jing Qing and Chen Tian, Jing Qing's behavior was extremely calm, as if today's punishment was far better than she had expected. Chen Tian, on the other hand, fell into a frenzy. The company just came back from the dead because of Lu Hualiang, but Chen Tian, who hadn't enjoyed a single good day yet, but because of Lu Hualiang, he has to be deprived of all his property. Success is also Lu Hualiang, defeat is also Lu Hualiang. The despair of having worked hard for half a day but being ruined instantly caused Chen Tian to lose his mind. It was as if he had been transformed into a zombie crazed for flesh and blood. While spewing obscenities from his mouth, he lunged and bit towards Lu Hualiang. Just with the presence of trained soldiers, how could they let Chen Tian fool around? After easily subduing Chen Tian to the ground, he twisted Lu Hualiang and sent the four of them away from the Heavenly Dragon Tower. Fan Dong watched the departure of the four, without any ecstasy in his heart of having his revenge avenged. Lu Hualiang is just a national asset, though it would be detrimental to the national interest. But it doesn't put China in a position of extinction. But the rest of the world that still exists is different. These countries really want to put China to death. So, settlement of Lao Waliang. It's just a small step in the unification of the globe by Huaxia. Only beat all the nations of the world into submission. That would be a big step towards unifying the globe. After Lu Hualiang's four were twisted out of the Sky Dragon Tower, the four who once thought they could work together to win went in different directions. Jing Qing seemed to have shed her bones and her body was light. Chen Tian, on the other hand, seemed to have once again become the punk he used to be, staying away from the three Lu Hualiangs. As for Wang Qin, he followed behind Lu Hualiang like a dog's skin. Lu Hualiang and Wang Qin walked down the street without saying a word. There are a lot of Chinese on the streets though, but everyone was as far away from them as if they were avoiding the plague. Both Lu Hualiang and Wang Qin couldn't stop the desolation in their hearts. The duo, after being stripped of all their assets, there seems to be no habitat at all in this vast expanse. Just as desolation and despair were about to overwhelm the duo, a Chinese man with a weird face, suddenly stopping them both. The voice that was lowered to the point where only three people could hear it caused Lu Hualiang as well as Wang Qin to look surprised. Lu Hualiang as well as Mr. Wang Qin, want to take revenge? Join the Tianzhu Kingdom and we can help you avenge your death. Chapter 116, Treason. A gift from the Celestial Kingdom. The almost imperceptible sound made Wang Qin's dim eyes widen. He snapped his head up and looked incredulously at the Chinese man in front of him. What did you say? Are you still a Chinese? You dare to betray Huaxia? Wang Qin could hardly suppress his voice. He subconsciously opened his mouth towards this Chinese man, his voice filled with incredulity. This Chinese man's heart was shaken because of Wang Qin's loud voice. It was good that the crowd, who were far away from Lu Hualiang as well as Wang Qin, did not hear Wang Qin's shocked voice. Is it hard to believe? A good bird folds into a tree, and the treatment I received from the Celestial Kingdom was 1,000,000 times better than that of China. What's wrong with me defecting to the Celestial Kingdom? Realizing that the people around them couldn't hear the trio's conversation, this Chinese man's complexion gradually became candid. It seems to be in his case. Betraying Huaxia would not bring him any psychological burden. The shock in Wang Qin's heart was intensified by this Chinese man's candor, but the Chinese blood that still flowed through his body made him flatly reject the Chinese man's compulsion. Get out of here before I don't want to call the police and have you arrested. How could a true Chinese betray his country? Wang Qin's eyes were filled with undisguised disgust, and his voice became extremely cold. However, this Chinese man was not angry at Wang Qin's disdain. He had a mocking look on his face, and he scoffed at Wang Qin's patriotic remarks. What are you pretending to be patriotic about? Huaxia just tried you. And you dare to say you don't resent Huaxia? The Tianzhu kingdom invited you because they think highly of you. You'd better not be ungrateful. This Chinese man's words sent Wang Qin into a state of irritation. Just as a furious rebuke was about to spew from his mouth, Lu Hualiang was no longer silent and spoke faintly. The Celestial Kingdom has also felt the strength of Fandong. In the face of Fandong, what makes you guys dare to say that you can let me take revenge? After being tried, Lu Hualiang had long had the intention of betraying Huaxia. So, not only did he not resent the solicitation of the Celestial Kingdom, it even showed no small amount of interest. Sensed that Lu Hualiang had faltered, this Huaxia man's face was delighted as he continued to speak out to compel Lu Hualiang. Since the Tianzhu Kingdom dares to guarantee that it can help you avenge your deaths, it will definitely not let you down. As for the specifics of how to help you avenge your hatred, that's something you'll only know after you've agreed to join the Celestial Kingdom. And is there any other place for you to go than to defect to the Celestial Kingdom? As far as I know, Long Baichuan confiscated all of your two properties. This Chinese person did not specifically answer Lu Hualiang's question. The chesty confidence that flashed on his face seemed to anticipate that Lu Hualiang would inevitably agree to his invitation. After a slight silence, Lu Hualiang seemed to have made a great determination. He spoke heavily with a determination on his face that defied his ancestry. Good. I'll join the Celestial Kingdom. Lu Hualiang's voice caused shock to vibrate through Wang Qin's mind. Although he joined forces with Lu Hualiang to suppress Fandong, but he never thought of betraying Huaxia. It also never occurred to me that Lu Hualiang would betray Huaxia. Coach Lu Hualiang, do you know what you're talking about? Shock caused a slight tremor to rise in Wang Qin's voice. He called Lu Hualiang by his first name, and his words no longer had any respect. Ha! Of course I know what I'm doing. I've made a heavenly contribution to China, but in the end I'm reduced to sleeping on the streets. Since Huaxia doesn't treat me Lu Hualiang, it has its own place to go that treats me Lu Hualiang. Until now, Lu Hualiang still thinks he should not be punished. So, in Lu Hualiang's voice, both carried the grievance of being abandoned by HWA. It also wreaked murderous intent against Wang Qin. If Wang Qin is unwilling to join the Celestial Kingdom, then Lu Hualiang wouldn't mind taking out Wang Qin to cover up his decision to betray Huaxia. Feeling the sudden coldness of the atmosphere, fear forced Wang Qin, who couldn't help but take 2 steps away from Lu Hualiang. The Lu Hualiang of today made him feel strange. Wang Qin, I'll ask you once more, will you join the Tianzhu Kingdom with me? Lu Hualiang was indifferent above his face. The voice was as horrible and hoarse as a demon crawling out of hell. It was as if Wang Qin would be sent to hell the next moment if he still refused. The fear in his heart was about to drown Wang Qin. There were angels and demons entwined in the dim eyes. After the lips opened and reopened, as if he had made a great determination, Wang Qin spoke with difficulty to Lu Hualiang. To join. The voice seemed to have exhausted all of Wang Qin's strength. It also melted the icy killing intent that escaped from Lu Hualiang's body. The killing intent in Lu Hualiang's eyes turned into satisfaction in the blink of an eye. Wang Qin, on the other hand, was sweating profusely as if he had taken a trip from the Ghost Gate. Since both of us have agreed to join the Celestial Kingdom, now it's time to tell us how to help us avenge our deaths. Lu Hualiang shifted his eyes, which were staring at Wang Qin, to this Chinese man. The eagerness to avenge the Huaxia urged him to open his mouth towards this Huaxia to inquire. There's no hurry. Come with me to a place where you can find out. A mystery that even Lu Hualiang could not penetrate hung on this Chinese man's face. He smiled faintly at Lu Hualiang and the two of them before walking towards a place on his own. Right. Haven't introduced myself yet. You can call me Wang Weigua. The 3 words Wang Weigua caused the two Lu Hualiang to fall into a moment of bewilderment. A traitor who betrayed China and took the name of Weigua. I have to say it's also taunting La Mancha. But how can the word Hualiang not be laughable? Keep up. Wang Weigua seemed to have sensed that Lu Hualiang and the two of them were not following. He suddenly turned around, and his voice woke up Lu Hualiang and the two of them, followed by Wang Weigua. It was as if Lu Hualiang and the two of them had walked into a labyrinth. The crisscrossing trails make it difficult to remember the path. Streets with many intersections make it even harder not to get lost. But in his head, Wang Weigua seems to possess a map of this place. 10 minutes passed. The 3 stopped before a warehouse that covered an area the size of 10 soccer fields. The warehouse has a plain exterior, but when they walked into the warehouse, Lu Hualiang and Wang Qin's breaths froze at the same time, simply because the scene inside the warehouse was completely different from the ragged exterior. It's like a small national space. Heavenly might filled the air, and divinity was thick. Even the ground shimmered with a solid glow like that of the national luck ring. Beyond that, in the center of the warehouse, a statue of Buddha points to the sky with his right hand and to the earth with his left. Above the Buddha's body, a majestic Buddhist intent permeated. This kind of shocking image completely made Lu Hualiang and his duo freeze. Even if CZC builds such a venue in China, it is also bound to cost an unknown amount of human and material resources as well as financial resources. And this venue, obviously not exposed to the public eye. So even if the old hotshot like Lu Hualiang, it's also impossible to even imagine the amount of money and time that went into building such a venue. Ha! Summon your gods, the shocking ones are yet to come. Wang Weiguo saw the shock in the eyes of Lu Hualiang and the two of them and smiled. Words that come out of his mouth. It even caused Lu Hualiang as well as Wang Qin's pupils to quake dramatically. It is a worldwide consensus that gods can only be summoned in the space of national transporta. Tie-in. But now Wang Weiguo is saying that the gods can be summoned even here? Wang Weiguo very much enjoyed the fact that Lu Hualiang and the two of them had never seen the world, and once again opened his mouth. No need to be skeptical. Since you have agreed to join the Celestial Zhu Kingdom, then the Celestial Zhu Kingdom will naturally gift you with a meet and greet gift as well. Chapter 117 Totally Tianwang. Return to the Buddhist sect. Wang Weiguo's voice gradually soothed the shock in Lu Hualiang's heart. Without further hesitation, he spoke up. The sound of it blowing up inside the warehouse was as if it had revived the majesty he had felt a dozen years ago. Lu Hualiang, I respectfully request the arrival of Li Jing, the heavenly king of Tota. As the voice fell, the dense divinity within the entire warehouse converged towards Lu Hualiang in an instant. Divinity melted into Lu Hualiang's body little by little. A huge pagoda with brilliant golden light gradually took shape from the top of his head. The pagoda has 7 floors. Within each layer, it was as if a world unrivaled magic treasure had been birthed. As the golden light emanating from the pagoda became more and more brilliant, a majestic man with a majestic figure, dressed in a greenish-black 7 treasures battle armor, slowly stepped out from the interior of the pagoda. The majestic man was clearly Li Jing, the heavenly king of Tota. The pagoda quickly shrunk after Li Jing stepped out. It finally transformed into a small tower of no more than 2 feet, which was held in Li Jing's hands. After 18 years, does China still need you, Lu Hualiang, to fight? Li Jing stood in front of Lu Hualiang, his brow furrowed, clearly not realizing that this was not a national space. Hearing Li Jing's inquiry, Lu Hualiang did not know how to answer. It just turned its gaze to Wang Weiguo, who was on the sidelines. Li Jing followed Lu Hualiang's gaze. It wasn't until then that he noticed that this wasn't national luck space. Where is this? Why have I been summoned? Li Jing vaguely sensed that something was wrong. His voice became harsh like a sharp sword cutting out. The raging sense of oppression made the atmosphere in the warehouse, which covered an area the size of 10 soccer fields, depressing. Hello Heavenly King Li. This is the secret base created by the Tianzhu Kingdom modeled after the national fortune space. Facing Li Jing's oppression directly, Wang Weiguo was not afraid in the slightest. He looked at Li Jing with his torso erect, his voice undisguised. Tianzhu country? Isn't this China? How did you, Lu Hualiang, get involved with the Celestial Kingdom? Li Jing's eyes gradually became unkind. The increasingly raging pressure even made it difficult for the air in the warehouse to flow. This is Huaxia, and Lu Hualiang has defected to our Tianzhu Kingdom. Even in the face of Li Jing's raging and furious pressure, Wang Weiguo's voice remained flat. However, this bland voice directly caused Li Jing to storm out. The pressure on his body, which had gone out of control due to his anger, suppressed the 3 Lu Hualiangs on the ground. I observe that you also have Chinese blood flowing in you, but why do you have no shame? Mouthing the words that it's us, the Celestial Kingdom. A halo of light flowed rapidly from the pagoda held in Li Jing's hand. The words that carried brilliant divine might raged with insane killing intent. Although Wang Weiguo had the intention to refute Li Jing, however, he was unable to break free from the suppression of Li Jing's mighty pressure. Watching Li Jing about to destroy the 3 of them, it would be a lie for Wang Weiguo to say that he wasn't scared. But just as Li Jing was about to suppress the 3 Lu Hualiangs with his pagoda, Li Jing suddenly lost control of the pagoda. It was as if the 7 orifices Linglong Tower possessed an autonomous consciousness. It flew out of Li Jing's hand violently and rested on the head of the Buddha statue in the center of the warehouse. The flying out of the pagoda was as if it had taken away the might of Li Jing's entire body. The intimidating pressure that had originally filled the warehouse disappeared abruptly. The air, which was difficult to flow, also resumed circulation in an instant. The first thing Wang Weiguo did when he got out of the press, it was not a celebration of survival or an angry denunciation of Li Jing. Instead, he knelt down respectfully to the Buddha statue in the center of the warehouse and shouted loudly from his mouth, "Welcome to the world-honored one's arrival." Along with the fall of the chants, endless power poured out from the 7 orifices Linglong Tower. These forces converged on the Buddha statue, causing the grayish stone skin covering the statue to gradually crack. A little bit of golden light, both projected from within the cracked stone skin and caused the skin to peel off on the statue. After the grayish-white stone skin completely peeled off from the Buddha statue, exposed to the eyes of all was the dignified appearance of Rudraksha's precious face. Li Jing, meet Lord Buddha. Buddha Rulai's appearance caused Li Jing to put away the saber rattling he had just experienced. He got down on one knee and paid his respects. No harm done. The magnificent Buddhist sound gently lifted Li Jing as well as Wang Weiguo. The 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda, which had already regained its calmness, once again returned to Li Jing's hand. Looking at the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda in his hand, which no longer had any power escaping from it, the look on Li Jing's face was extremely complicated. Lu Hualiang has contributed heavenly merits to Huaxia, yet he is being judged by Huaxia. Li Jing, Huaxia is hopeless. Join Shan Lu Hualiang in committing to the celestial Shu kingdom. Only the Tianzhu kingdom represents the will of heaven and earth. Rudra looks dignified in his precious appearance, but he is also full of nonsense. Li Jing's face wore an undisguised hesitation, the tangle making his steps hesitant. Li Jing, guardian of Huaxia for thousands of years, do you think you're really the native god of Huaxia? Of the 3 sons, Jinjia studied under Guanyin and Mujia studied under Puxian. Neza, the only one who has not worshipped Buddha, has also severed his ties with you. Could it be that I gave you the 33 heavenly golden sharp 7 treasures pagoda, which is used to suppress Neza, so that you would turn your back on the Buddhist sect? Buddha Rulai's voice, amidst its majesty, also had a strong killing intent. It was as if Li Jing dared to disobey his orders, then not only is Li Jing bound to die, even his 2 sons who worshipped Buddhism, and die because of him. Sensing the threatening intent in Rulai Buddha's voice, Li Jing's struggling face was instantly filled with unwilling determination. In the eyes of righteousness, the coldness of indifference to the lives of the Chinese people also hung up. Vishaman Heavenly King Li Jing, greetings to the world-honored one. Li Jing knelt down on both knees and paid homage to Rudra once again, using the name of his dharma when he was in the Buddhist sect. After Li Jing's submission, the killing intent that permeated Rulai's body gradually dissipated. His face once again regained its compassionate appearance as he spoke faintly to Li Jing. From now on, you'll still call yourself the Toda Heavenly King. As the voice fell, the incarnation of Buddha Rulai in this place instantly broke. The Buddha's light that blossomed from the Buddha's broken body came together, and then it turned into streams of light and shot into Li Jing's body. The pagoda in Li Jing's hand brought up an aura that swallowed mountains and rivers. Along with that, Li Jing's strength had taken a flying leap. It was just that what the increase in strength brought to Li Jing was not rejoicing. Indifferent and emotionless eyes glanced at Lu Hualiang, Li Jing's figure. It then disappeared in a warehouse shaped like a national transportation space. Li Jing's strength increased. It also brought Lu Hualiang's body back to life. Lu Hualiang only felt his body now, as if he was back in his 20s. Endless vitality and vigor surged through his body. The Celestial Kingdom will soon launch a war of national destiny against China, and then it will be up to you to avenge your deaths. Wang Weiguo looked at Lu Hualiang, who was in ecstasy, and spoke at the right time. The voice quelled the ecstasy in Lu Hualiang's heart. The anticipation of crushing Fan Dong filled his eyes, and unlike Lu Hualiang's boundless expectations for the future, Wang Qin had a hard time with his face. He now finally dared to identify Buddhism. Indeed, it is not the native religion of China. Unfortunately, Wang Qin was still too late in determining this, so late that there was no turning back for him. At the time when Lu Hualiang, as well as Wang Qin's strength, had been greatly enhanced. Inside the courtroom where Lu Hualiang was just tried, Long Baichuan's face was serious as he spoke loudly to the crowd. After the trial of the Chinese team's coach, the affairs of the Chinese Battle of Nations will surely be thrown into a certain amount of chaos, in order to restore normal life to the nation as soon as possible. I declare Fan Dong as both the coach of Huaxia's battle team and a player of Huaxia. Chapter 118, Lu Hualiang, who is fighting on behalf of the Tianzhu kingdom. Long Baichuan's sudden appointment made Fan Dong couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He hadn't expected Long Baichuan to grant him the position of coach of the Huaxia battle team, but even though it happened suddenly, Fan Dong wasn't about to push back. There are very few candidates who can hold the position of coach of the Huaxia Warriors today, and at this particular time when the last Warriors coach was on trial, he was also the only one who had won 100 battles of national fortune for Huaxia. It is only with prestige that he can serve as the hot potato that is the coach of the Huaxia Warriors. Thinking of this, Fan Dong slowly stood up and bowed to Long Baichuan. The media's broadcast made the footage of Fan Dong accepting the coaching position of the Huaxia battle team presented to the eyes of all. The Chinese people all over the country were all in an uncontrollable frenzy for a while. With Fan Dong as the coach of the Huaxia battle team, then our Huaxia won't lose any more battles of national fortune at all. Just those few gods that Fan Dong summoned in the deadly battle. Looking at the world, how many countries can have them? Fan Dong is invincible. Without Lu Hualiang, this national asshat, Huaxia will be even more glorious. A chorus of celebratory voices filled the courtroom as well as the broadcast room, but as Long Baichuan's light cough rang out, after the cheering gradually subsided, after the crowd quieted down, Long Baichuan's face was slightly grave as he spoke faintly. A battle team coach is the face of a country. and now that Huaxia is judging battle team coaches, it's bound to make other countries look at the joke. It's even likely that a country will take advantage of this opportunity to launch a war of national fortunes against our Huaxia. Therefore, I, Long Baichuan, implore the people of the country to be able to unite as one and work together to overcome the difficulties of the times. Long Baichuan's body, as old as a withered pine, bowed deeply towards the crowd. The humility and sincerity carried on his face smoothed out the impatience in everyone's heart. The ring of foreign enemies united most of the Chinese masses. Of course there are scumbags who don't really care about the big foreign enemies that China faces. They can't wait for China to be in turmoil, so that they can make a fortune out of the national tragedy. And the next sound that echoed between heaven and earth gave them just that. The Celestial Kingdom consumes 1% of its national fortune and takes the initiative to launch a war of national fortune towards China. The sound of heaven and earth came lazily from the depths of the celestial vault. The vibrations shook within the hearts of all the people in China, causing the gazes of all the people in China to stutter. Long Baichuan's eyes looked straight at Fan Dong. The dry palm patted Fan Dong's shoulder. The trust and anticipation in the eyes calmed the panic that had suddenly risen in the hearts of the Chinese. Even if the Celestial Kingdom is indeed powerful, but with Fan Dong out to fight the Tianzhu Kingdom, no one believed that Huaxia would lose the battle. Looking straight at Long Baichuan's trusting gaze, Fan Dong nodded heavily, and then suddenly there was a white tide coming out in front of him. The white tide receded when the sensation of heavenly rotation brought about by the space crossing was over. The scene within the national luck space appeared in the eyes once again. Nowadays, at the Chinese camp, it is empty. Neither the presence of many juniors nor the presence of Lu Hualiang sitting on the bench. The only one left. It's just Fan Dong sitting quietly in the starter's seat. But the dwindling numbers did not cause any panic among the Chinese masses. Unprecedented peace of mind relaxed the faces of the Wahini crowd. Fan Dong alone. It is the linchpin of China. Fan Dong, the Tianzhu Kingdom dares to take advantage of the fire against our Huaxia, then let them know how powerful our Huaxia is. The countries of the world are touting the Celestial Kingdom. So the Celestial Kingdom really thinks it can stand up to China? It doesn't think it can. In the past, many people touted Wang Qin, and I haven't seen how powerful Wang Qin is. Now this Tianzhu Kingdom, I guess it's just in vain. The Tianzhu Kingdom's taking advantage of the fire caused anger to grow in the hearts of all Chinese people. A cry of contempt for the Tianzhu Kingdom came out from the Chinese audience, the Tennessee audience. The hearts of the people of the Celestial Kingdom were equally angry at this battle of national fortunes. Although Huaxia tried warriors coach Lu Hualiang, but Fan Dong, who had the most terrifying strength in China, was not affected. There is Fan Dong sitting in Huaxia. No matter which country initiated a war of national fortunes against Huaxia, it was tantamount to asking for death. In the midst of the anger of the Tennesseans, Wang Qin, who was inside the Chinese audience, had an iron expression. The contemptuous voice of the Chinese people made the guilt in Wang Qin's heart towards the Chinese dissipate. In his eyes, there was only the ferocity to prove that he was no worse than Fan Dong. In the midst of the crowd's varying demeanor, Fan Dong's face was calm. The gaze that looked toward the Celestial Kingdom, on the other hand, carried a few strands of doubt. At the Tennessee camp, except for Mahatma Gandhian, who was sitting chest-deep in his position as the coach of the Tianzhu Kingdom's battle team, behind him, there is no presence of any of the Tennessee players. Could it be that Tian was going to personally take the stage and participate in the battle of national fortunes? Before Fan Dong's doubts could be answered, the voice of the heavenly Dao changed to urge both players to take the stage. Battle of Nations, Huaxia versus Tianzhu Kingdom. Please have both contestants take the stage. Fan Dong suppressed the doubts in his heart and lifted his steps towards the national luck ring. Standing in the national luck ring, Fan Dong looked down on the Tianzhu nation audience. The might of the heavenly emperor as well as the augmentation of the ancient god's body made him appear as if he was a god on earth. Majestic might swept out, overlaying the audience of the Tianzhu Kingdom. The people of the Celestial Kingdom only felt that there was a lofty mountain tumbling down in front of them. The vastness of the sky breaking down seemed to block their breath. The majestic might of Fan Dong both make the masses of the Celestial Kingdom fearful in their hearts. It also caused the entire Chinese audience to fall into a frenzy of elation. Only Wang Qin, whose entire body was covered by his robes, had eyes that were red with envy. Fan Dong's spiritedness shattered the remaining strand of pride in his heart. All that was left behind was Wang Qin, who had an inferiority complex to the point of madness. But Wang Qin's madness didn't affect Fan Dong. Fan Dong looked down at Tian, doubt driving him to ask, "Who are you going to send out?" Tian laughed, a wry smile on his face. "Oh, it's definitely going to blow your mind." After his voice fell, a silhouette suddenly stood up in the Chinese audience. This silhouette's entire body was shrouded in black robes. A bloated frame and a brisk pace intertwined in a man who looked extremely incongruous. The figure said nothing, just a single slow walk towards the national luck ring. "Hey, what are you doing? Idle people aren't allowed in the national luck ring. Without the boundary set up by the will of heaven, The might of the gods can crush you to death. Watching the silhouette slowly walk out of the audience, step by step, he ascended to the National Games ring. Some kindly Chinese people discouraged the figure, yet it was as if the silhouette hadn't heard the crowd's dissuasion. The pace of ascending to the National Luck ring was not the slightest bit hesitant. Fan Dong looked at the figure whose entire body was shrouded in black robes. A flash of familiarity suddenly flooded his heart. Wait until the figure brushes against him. The flash of familiarity blossomed like a firework, brought in a man's name. After his thoughts were clear, the silhouette whose entire body was shrouded in black robes also stood not far from Fan Dong. The figure moved slowly to lift the hat wrapped around his head. All the voices in the Chinese audience fell silent at the same time. Incredulity surfaced in the eyes of the Chinese. It was only because of this figure who was fighting on behalf of the Tianzhu kingdom. It was certainly Lu Hualiang. Chapter 119, The Chinese Gods Will Not Betray China? The minutes ticked by. The shock brought about by Lu Hualiang's representation of the Tianzhu kingdom gradually melted away in the hearts of the Chinese people. A murmur of incredulity. It flows out like running water. Lu Hualiang is going to represent Tianzhu kingdom? Just after the trial of Lu Hualiang, he committed treason? With a sound like running water, it gradually gathered into a torrent. A sky full of angry curses rushed out from the Chinese audience in an instant. Lu Hualiang, were you bought by the Tianzhu kingdom long ago? How could you fight for the Tianzhu kingdom? At least you have fought for Huaxia in blood. How can you betray Huaxia? No wonder they've been suppressing Fan Dong and sending Wang Qin's kind of trash onto the field. So it turns out that they betrayed Huaxia a long time ago. Wang Qin? Where is Wang Qin? He must have betrayed Huaxia too. Lu Hualiang's betrayal made the Chinese audience lose their minds. One Chinese man was red-eyed and gasping for air. They both roared towards Lu Hualiang. It also swept its gaze of spewing fury towards the interior of the Chinese viewing gallery. The anger of the surrounding audience seemed to turn into substance. Wang Qin's face wrapped under his robe was covered in sweat. He buried his head and did his best to avoid the sight of the Chinese. Wang Qin's hiding caused the anger in the Chinese audience to find no place to vent. The anger that had built up was so great that it almost ignited the entire space of the country's transportation. The anger of the Tennesseans, however, was steeped in surprise. The wipe of surprise wasn't because they thought Lu Hualiang could beat Fan Dong. Instead, it was a surprise to the former coach of the Wachovia Warriors. Nowadays, they are at war with Huaxia. Ha ha ha, what do I see? Huaxia's battle team coach Lu Hualiang is fighting on behalf of Tianzhu kingdom? Tot. Huaxia isn't as noble as they say. Doesn't this Lu Hualiang not know propriety, righteousness, integrity and shame? Betraying Huaxia? How does this deserve to dominate the world? Sooner or later it will be replaced by our Tianzhu kingdom. The Tianzhu country crowd laughed, sparing no effort to taunt the Chinese. Even the crowds in other countries were watching the jokes of Huaxia. The taunts from the crowds around the world reached the Chinese audience. The Chinese man's face reddened, his eyes widened, and he couldn't stop his breathing from getting more and more ragged. And Lu Hualiang didn't care about the voices in the audience. His mind was immersed in his mind, seemingly blocking out all the cacophony of the outside world. Lu Hualiang, I used to think that everything you did was just for your own benefit, not wanting to brutalize Huaxia. I didn't realize that nowadays, you even betrayed Huaxia. Fan Dong's face carried indifference, and there was a strong disgust in his voice. It's just as well that other Chinese betrayed China. Fan Dong did not expect Lu Hualiang, a hero who once fought for his country. It also betrayed Huaxia. Ha! Betrayal of Huaxia? After Fan Dong's voice rang out, Lu Hualiang's complexion, finally, changed a little. He had a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and his face was filled with indifference. I, Lu Hualiang, went through fire and water for Huaxia when I was in my 20s, and made a great contribution. But what did Wachovia do to me? Isn't it just losing a few battles of national fortune? Isn't it just gaining a little profit? By what right does Huaxia try me? Who has the right to deprive me of all my possessions? Lu Hualiang seems to have suffered a great deal. The slightly older body carried an uncontrollable excitement. Standing in the Ring of Nations, he verbally indicted HWA for judging him. Lu Hualiang's accusing voice fell. A momentary silence fell over the Chinese audience, but Fan Dong's face remained cold. It just shifted the disgust that filled his eyes to a teasing one like looking at a clown. In his eyes, Lu Hualiang's accusation was so ridiculous. Lu Hualiang aggrieved. Then he deserves to be suppressed by Lu Hualiang? Under Fan Dong's teasing gaze, Lu Hualiang seemed to have realized his own ridiculousness. However, the heavens did not give Lu Hualiang the chance to continue speaking. From the depths of the heavenly dome came the voice of the heavenly Tao, announcing the beginning of the Battle of Nations. The Battle of Nations, China versus Tianzhu Kingdom, now begins. The sound of the heavenly Tao echoed longingly over the national fortune space, awakening the Chinese audience. They suddenly realized that Lu Hualiang was a Chinese. How can you represent the celestial kingdom in battle? Angry protests were heard steeply from the Chinese audience. I protest. Lu Hualiang, a Chinese. How can he represent the Tianzhu kingdom in battle? That's right. Since the Celestial Kingdom can't send any players to fight, the Celestial Kingdom should be declared defeated immediately. Lu Hualiang has just finished his trial. How can he change his nationality in time? Lu Hualiang can't fight on behalf of Tianzhu Kingdom. Wave after wave of protests from the Chinese audience exploded over the national luck space. The fierce protests actually drew a response from the will of heaven. Detected that Lu Hualiang resents Huaxia in his heart. He can be considered a spy of the Celestial Kingdom and enter the war on behalf of the Celestial Kingdom. In addition to this, Lu Hualiang, as a player who has represented China, if he is killed by a Chinese, that Chinese is banned for 3 matches. The Heavenly Dao Voice's explanation left all of the Chinese people stunned in place. Lu Hualiang betrayed Huaxia, but they're Chinese. Can't kill Lu Hualiang in the national games ring yet. With this blatant favoritism, it would have been better to simply award a direct victory to the Celestial Kingdom. It's just the consternation of the wasps. It can't affect the excitement of the Tennessee crowd. More vicious taunts. Once again, it swept toward the Chinese masses. Laugh me to death. In the face of a traitor, Huaxia can only treat him with respect. It's so funny. The Heavenly Dao couldn't have seen that the Heavenly Dharma Kingdom would win long ago. Why else would it take such good care of our Celestial Kingdom? It looks like Huaxia is going to be defeated by its own people this time. The mocking voice of the Celestial Kingdom exasperated the Chinese audience with a violent rise and fall of their chests. May follow. The Chinese then realized that even if Lu Hualiang could represent Tianzhu in the war, but the Huaxia gods, just as the Buddhist gods will not patronize Huaxia, nor will it necessarily help the Celestial Kingdom. Thinking of this, the Chinese audience's faces calmed slightly as they spoke faintly to the Tianzhu crowd. Even if Lu Hualiang betrayed Huaxia, you guys don't think that the gods of Huaxia would betray Huaxia as well. You guys just laugh. There will always be a time when you won't be able to laugh. The voice of the Huaxia crowd interrupted the taunts of the Tianzhu country's crowd. The arrogance that gradually stiffened on Tianzhu's face caused the Chinese crowd to stifle their laughter. Fan Dong's face, however, did not produce any joy. For Lu Hualiang, he was certainly not afraid in the slightest. But for the punishment of a 3-game ban, Fan Dong must be careful. Nowadays, it can be said that Huaxia is depleted of talents. After the trial of Lu Hualiang, the Huaxia juniors could no longer summon the Buddhist gods. There were only a handful of juniors who could summon the native gods of China. As for the veterans, they are no longer at the top of their game and have slipped badly. Therefore, Fan Dong must be careful to avoid Lu Hualiang's death in his hands. While the Chinese masses were laughing at the Tianzhu kingdom as well as Fan Dong stayed caution, Lu Hualiang suddenly smiled dashingly and spoke faintly. The Chinese gods won't betray China? Who said that? Tianzhu kingdom's player, Lu Hualiang, summoned Li Jing, the heavenly king of Toda, rank SSS. Lu Hualiang's voice suddenly stormed out. It left the Chinese audience with stunned faces. It also made the Tennessee audience blush with embarrassment. Once again, I was in euphoria. After the voice falls, a small tower emanating Buddha's light slowly floated out of Lu Hualiang's head. Chapter 120 Neza, the demonic child of the world. The small tower floated above Lu Hualiang's head at the same time. It's also getting bigger. When the small tower was suspended in the air, it was already hundreds of meters high. The tower emits both soft and brilliant 7-colored Buddhist light. It was also carved with mysterious and complicated runes. As a stream of air erupted with the tower as its center, the door to the tower slowly opened. Li Jing was dressed in ebony blue battle armor, was tinted with a divine dazzling gold color. The pattern on the battle armor, the same became a lotus flower and a dharma wheel emanating golden Buddhist light. Li Jing stepped on his feet. As he stepped out of the tower step by step, the tower gradually shrunk behind him. By the time Li Jing stood in the center of the national luck ring, towers that were hundreds of meters high are now less than a foot tall. Li Jing easily held it in his hands. The small tower slowly turned in Li Jing's hands, representing the Buddhist relics, dharma wheels, and lotus flowers. They gradually rise above the small pagoda. The Chinese audience. The mocking voice disappeared the moment Li Jing appeared. No Chinese can believe it. The fact that Li Jing could actually be summoned by Lu Hualiang. It was important to realize that Li Jing's status among the Chinese gods was not low. It can even be said that Li Jing oversees most of the heavenly soldiers and generals in the mythical heavenly court. Now Li Jing was summoned out by Lu Hualiang. Its significance is no less than that of the commander of the army of Huaxia, taking orders from the celestial kingdom. The pagoda calms the mountains and stabilizes the rivers, and blesses the family and the country with long-lasting peace. I am Li Jing, the heavenly king of Toda. While all the people in China were shocked by Li Jing's appearance, the small tower suddenly shook. The heavy and thick voice, accompanied by air currents, spread throughout the entire space of the national fortune. The majestic airflow came over the surface, waking everyone in Huaxia from their shock. This heavy and thick voice was like a steel needle that deeply pierced the hearts of the Chinese people. Anger that was even more raging than Lu Hualiang's betrayal gradually spread from his chest to the Chinese head. Wait for anger to take over the HWA's sanity. Questions and insults came out of his mouth. Stabilize the mountains and rivers? Bless the country with peace? Li Jing, are you worthy to say that? Li Jing, are you still a god of China? How could you help the celestial kingdom? Is it the stability of the mountains and rivers of Tianzhu kingdom that you are suppressing? You are a god of China. The Chinese lost all respect for Li Jing and called him by his first name. They had difficulty understanding Li Jing's behavior in helping the Tianzhu kingdom. However, the Tianzhu kingdom crowd watched Li Jing's appearance and vaguely understood something in their hearts. There was mockery on top of their faces, and teasing flooded out of their eyes. And after, disdainful and scornful voices resounded through the audience of the Tianzhu kingdom. Li Jing is a Chinese god? Not really. The things that are presented in his body, aren't those all Buddhist things? Ha! Not even sure if a god is native to your own country. You Chinese are really interesting. By now, don't you understand that Buddhism is not your native Chinese religion? The voices of the Tianzhu country's crowd caused the sanity in the minds of the Chinese people to recover a little. They looked at Li Jing, who had a Buddha's light escaping from his body, and there was decadence born on his face. The Chinese gods were worshipped among the Buddhists. This is a huge blow to any Chinese. The Long Baichuan outside of the national Lux space was similarly like this. Long Baichuan's aged face, although without any emotion. However, the gradually ragged breathing revealed the anger he was feeling at the moment. Lu Hualiang's betrayal would have had a huge impact on Huaxiao's morale already, and the fact that Li Jing, the king of Tota heaven, worshipped Buddhism, it was a further blow to the morale of HWA. Long Baichuan's anger was precisely contrasted with Gontian's stolen joy. Seeing Li Jing help fight for the celestial kingdom, Gontian's face filled with joy that was hard to hide. His nostrils were turned up and his lewd face was set off by his villainous voice. Fan Dong, isn't your China the world's hegemon? Since you do not fear any country in the world, do you fear China's own gods? Gontian's voice caused the slightly calmed anger in the Chinese audience to rise once more, but Fan Dong just smiled faintly. It's just more contemptuous. Gontian's words were nothing more than an attempt to provoke him. Fan Dong, to be the first to reveal a breach, not to mention the fact that he, Fan Dong, wouldn't even be thrilled by those words, even if Gontian managed to provoke him. Fan Dong. Could the outcome of this battle of nations have been changed? The contempt carried at the corners of Fan Dong's mouth. Let Fan Dong opposite Lu Hualiang, the heart has uneasiness produced. Even though the strength of Li Jing, the heavenly king of the Tota, had been augmented by Buddha ruler, but as the coach of the Huaxia team who had once spared no effort to suppress Fan Dong, he understood the terror of Fan Dong better than anyone else. So, Lu Hualiang didn't dare to be careless at all and spoke loudly to Li Jing. Tota heavenly king, don't wait for him to summon the gods, quickly suppress him. The slightly panicked voice caused Li Jing to be slightly surprised. Lu Hualiang had already retired when Fan Dong participated in the Battle of the National Games. As a god summoned by Lu Hualiang, Li Jing had no idea how powerful Fan Dong was. It's just that since Lu Hualiang was so flustered, there must exist a reason. Li Jing did not hesitate. The small tower in his hand suddenly flew towards Fan Dong. The small tower carried a vast might. Gale force winds, thunder, blazing fire, and heavy water lingered around the small tower. In the blink of an eye, the small tower arrived above Fan Dong's head. The wild wind, thunder, blazing fire and heavy water that lingered above the small tower poured down towards Fan Dong. The attack looked plain and simple, but just the might that escaped already caused the national fortune ring under Fan Dong's feet to crumble. The might that escaped caused the breathing of the Chinese audience to stop for a moment. Even if the one facing this strike was the invincible Fan Dong, there was some worry in their hearts. However, Fan Dong, who was facing this destructive strike directly, had no ripples in his expression. He even closed his eyes gently. But closing your eyes is not giving up the struggle. In the instant the attack poured out, a flame that burned the sky swept out from his body. Gale, thunder, fire, and even heavy water were all dissolved by this flame. Shocked cries resounded through the national Lux space, and Fan Dong still hadn't opened his eyes, only because of his mind. Long ago, he had immersed himself in the Black Myth Heavenly Book in his mind. The Black Myth Heavenly Book that was quietly suspended in Fan Dong's mind. Quick flip at the moment. As the Black Myth Heavenly Book flipped, it gradually subsided. A devil child with an untamed face appeared in Fan Dong's mind. The devil child was suppressed at the bottom of the sea by the corpse of a dragon with rotting flesh. These dragon corpses were stacked on top of each other and coiled. The dragon's eyes were dull, and a corrosive black mist lingered on its body. Through the rotting flesh and blood, the lotus and dharma wheel runes carved on top of the crystal and white bones shone with a faint Buddhist light. The golden Buddha's light intertwined with the decaying black mist, making these dragon corpses particularly eerie. And the burning flames on the demon child. Although it could steam the sea, It could not burn away the dragon's corpse that was pressing down on it. The dragon corpse subdues my body. The lotus root locks up my soul. Li Jing, all Buddhas, I want you to pay for your lives. Seemingly sensing Fan Dong's arrival, the devil child struggled to stand up with thousands of dragon corpses on his back. He looked up to the sky and roared. The brash voice vibrated in Fan Dong's head, waking him up. The return of his mind caused Fan Dong's body to shake. And then he looked at Lu Hualiang and Li Jing with disgust in his eyes and spoke faintly. China's Fan Dong, summoning the half-breed demonic child Nija, rank SSS. Chapter 121, Dragon Corpse suppresses body. Lotus root locks soul. Fan Dong's flat voice carried no authority, but Li Jing's mighty and domineering face, yet a moment of fear showed at the plaintive voice. He quickly took back the small tower hovering above Fan Dong's head into his hands. The Buddha's light that lingered on the small tower formed a barrier that protected Li Jing's left and right sides. It seemed that only with the pagoda in his hand could Li Jing dispel the panic in his heart. As the pagoda returned to Li Jing, thick clouds above the sky. The sun, which hangs high between heaven and earth, is steeply hidden. The sky is dark. The sun and the moon are not shining. As the clouds accumulated more and more, the atmosphere within the national luck space was becoming heavy and depressing. Thick clouds swept towards the national luck space in a heavenly manner. The heaviness was almost too much for everyone to breathe. Just as the Tennesseans were about to collapse from the heavy atmosphere, Li Jing's sudden roar caused the air to recirculate. Adverse sun, what are you pretending to be? The explosion of sound seemed to ignite the Buddha's light in Li Jing. The Buddha's light that shone from Li Jing's body dispersed the clouds that covered the space over the national fortune. A figure with his hands clasped to his chest and his eyes looking down on everything in the world, gradually revealing itself from the clouds. The figure was male and female, and the brashness on his clean face seemed to taunt everyone. This figure was none other than Neza. The dragon corpse subdues my body. The lotus root locks up my soul. Li Jing, it's time for you to pay for your life. Neza's feet were on a wind and fire while burning with samadhi fire. The proud and upright figure, like a long spear, pierced the sky, and like a red tassel, the mixed sky damask, embellished on top of the lance, further demonstrating its dashing and incomparable, only Neza's matchless stature. It didn't make the Wahini crowd cheer loudly. Instead, there was an unconcealable horror on his face. It was only because behind Neza, the black mist was vast, a chain glowing with Buddha's light, connecting Neza's spine to the thousands of dragon corpses with rotting flesh. These chains were no different from the chains that bound the Monkey King. The complicated Buddhist scriptures are chanted over the chains, the Buddha's light emanating from it, on the other hand, diminished Neja's power. As for the rotting dragon corpse that the chains were connected to, it was as if it possessed a consciousness. They swam above the void, dragging Neza's body. It seemed to be dragging Neza into the bottomless abyss once again. However, even if 10,000 dragon corpses were dragged together, Neza's figure, however, was as immovable as a great mountain. The cold face looked toward Li Jing, eyes filled with the scorn and mockery of looking at trash. The Chinese people gradually came back to their senses from the shock of Neza carrying thousands of dragon corpses on his back. A cheer for Neza will be late though, but never absent. This is Neza? It's worthy of being a mixed-up demon child. Those eyes look as if everything in the world is just garbage. Having died once, it's hard not to look at anyone as trash. Humph, even though Li Jing is Neza's father, Neza is far more powerful than Li Jing. The Chinese audience, all Chinese people had great faith in Neza. It's just that the Tennessee crowd never misses an opportunity to mock. They slowed down from the oppressive feeling that Neza had brought, and with disdain and mockery once again on their faces, they spoke loudly. So it's Neza. Li Jing is Neza's father. It's not easy for a father to beat his son. It looks like Huaxia is really giving up. Even Li Jing's son has been sent out. If you ask me, it's actually not impossible for a Chinese to be our Tianzhu kingdom's son. Ha ha ha. The taunts of the Tianzhu crowd were unbridled, drawing bloodshot eyes from the Chinese crowd. Even Neza turned his gaze, fierce in its indifference, toward the Tianzhu kingdom. The ferocious might on his body erupted abruptly. The boundary set up by the will of heaven was like a thin sheet of paper that could be broken with a single poke. The ferocious might was like a flood that broke out of a dam and surged towards the Tianzhu kingdom's masses. This ferocious might did not directly suppress the masses of the Tianzhu kingdom though, but it still made those mouth-breathing Tennesseans bleed from their 7 orifices and unconsciously fall on both knees. When the Chinese people saw this, their hearts were extremely relieved, but the concern for Neza soon replaced the pain. The scene where Don Samuel was banned is still fresh in my mind. If Neza were to be banned by the will of heaven as a result of this, it would really not be worth the loss. Only the sound of the heavenly Tao that rang out immediately afterward broke the doubts in the hearts of the Chinese people. Chinese God Neza, unauthorized strike towards the masses of the celestial kingdom. One warning, if you commit another offense, you will be directly expelled from the national fortune space. The voice of the heavenly Tao caused Neza's brows to furrow slightly, but then it stretched out, and the eyes that looked at the Tianzhu crowd became even more scornful. Sinful son, my father is here. Why don't you come and pay your respects? Seeing Neza's ferocious behavior, Li Jing's face was displeased and he spoke to Neza in a hard voice. The voice counteracted Neza's surging might, causing the Tianju crowd to barely brace themselves. They looked at Neza with spiteful eyes. He just never dared to mouth off to Neza again. Father? Do you deserve the word father? 1,000 years ago, I was in a lot of trouble, but I'm all for one and one for all. After cutting off flesh to return to my mother and bones to return to my father, you and I have nothing more to do with each other. But you, Li Jing, are unforgiving to me. Neza, destroy my temple and break my golden body, and even met with Buddhism to subdue my soul. Li Jing, you deserve to die. Li Jing's voice was like an iron-absorbing stone that drew Neza's gaze. Killing intent raged in Neza's eyes, wildly swirling around the national fortune ring. Under the ravages of killing intent and berserkness, the chains behind Neza that were connected to the thousands of dragon corpses chanted an increasingly loud Buddhist sound. The sound of the Buddha melted the killing intent from Neza's body. The aura that had originally bulged out also subsided under the increasingly shining Buddha's light. The fear that had just shone on Li Jing's face disappeared in the blink of an eye under the restraints of the chains. He had a look of complacency on his face as he watched with good humor as Neza was bound by thousands of chains. The Chinese masses, on the other hand, had endless anger welling up in their hearts because of Neza's words. The sacred image of Li Jing that remained in their minds shattered with a bang. The image of right and wrong and the mutilation of flesh and blood is deeply embedded in the minds of the Chinese people. Li Jing is such a tiger's venom is not enough to eat his son. How could Li Jing do such a thing to his own son? This kind of god is not worthy of blessing my China. Only the equally disgusting Tianju kingdom is willing to accept such a god. The endless anger that welled up in his heart caused the Chinese to suppress the indignation in his heart. Sound after sound of fury slammed out towards Li Jing once more. It was just that Li Jing didn't care about the wrath of the Chinese. He only spoke faintly to Neza. So what? This shamelessly rhetorical question caused the corner of Neza's mouth to hang up a cold smile. A mouthful of silver teeth was almost clenched, and the voice was as if it had been squeezed out of his throat. So what? If it wasn't for that little tower blessing you at all times, little master, I would have killed you 1,000 times over. The contempt and arrogance in Neza's voice made Li Jing look embarrassed. In his irritation, he lost his sanity and roared violently towards Neza. Kill me 1,000 times? With the pagoda in hand? How dare you be so arrogant? As Li Jing's voice exploded, the 7-treasure Linglong pagoda violently enlarged once again, and then it poured toward Neza. Chapter 122, Holding Mother and Brother Hostage? The Sanskrit sounds inscribed on the 7-treasure Linglong pagoda were chanted in bursts. Under the resplendent sound of Brahma, the thousands of dragon corpses rotting behind Neza were as if awakened. The dull dragon's eyes lit up with a scarlet color. Rotting flesh and blood spewed out corrosive black mist. The dragon corpse mindlessly roamed the sky. The astounding power that was gathered was transmitted through the chains, further limiting Neza's power. In the meantime, the 7 treasures Linglong pagoda also came to Neza's head. The lingerie tower did not enlarge. The majestic power carried on it, but it has not been reduced. Like an ocean of power, it suddenly pressed down on the top of Neza's head. Neza, like a falling meteorite, ruthlessly smashed into the ring. The sturdy ring collapsed inch by inch. The dust raised obscured everyone's view, but the dust has not obscured the events that have been going on for too long in the National Lampoon's ring. The Buddha's light that shone more and more on the 7-treasure Linglong pagoda dispersed the dust. Just see the ruins. Neza's figure still stands on top of the sky, although the Buddha's light projected from the Linglong pagoda suspended above his head, grinding away at his flesh and blood, but his body seemed immortal. At an extremely rapid rate, flesh and blood were reborn. Li Jing, didn't expect it. You think you can trap my soul with a lotus root, but after my physical body became sainted, this lotus body has likewise multiplied my strength. Neza's brash countenance held a ruthless color, while his voice was filled with killing intent. Even though the process of blood and flesh wearing out and regenerating is extremely painful, but Neza was as if he had blocked out the sense of pain. There was only hatred for Li Jing above his face. So what? The 7-treasure Linglong pagoda is specially made to restrain you. How do you break free from the confines of this pagoda? Li Jing had mockery in his eyes, and his voice was similarly filled with hatred and murderous intent towards Neza. The 7-treasure Linglong pagoda. It was originally given to him by the Buddha to suppress Neza. With the 7-treasure Linglong pagoda in his hand, Li Jing was confident that Neza could not turn the tide. After Li Jing's voice fell, the mocking voices of the Tianju kingdom's crowd echoed in time. What kind of skill is flesh regeneration? The power will eventually run out, right? The 7-treasure Linglong pagoda is the greatest treasure of heaven and earth. Its power is endless. How can Neza dare to fight against heaven and earth even if he was born and raised? It's said that Neza killed himself when he was 7 years old, so it's understandable that he's rather stupid. After the battle and the national luck ring begins, the masses of the celestial kingdom gradually forgot the lesson Neza had taught them. The mockery was once again unbridled. Mocking voices stirred within the national fortune space. But Neza wouldn't spoil this group of Tianju Kingdom people at all. There was a flash of fire in his eyes. The corners of his mouth then curled up slightly in a mocking smile. There was also a hot aura rising above his body. Boom! With the spewing of hot breath, a vastness surged out with Neza at the center. Mixed in with the breath was the burning sky flame that made space distorted. This flame swept away the smoke that still billowed. And after, the flames hovered around Neza, converging into a fire dragon that rushed toward the 7-treasure Linglong pagoda above his head. Bang! In Li Jing's incredulous gaze, the Buddha's light projected from the 7-treasure Linglong pagoda abruptly went out. The small tower was like a piece of stubborn stone as it was knocked hundreds of meters away by the fire dragon. Watch as Tar is about to fall to the ground. Li Jing came back to his senses. There was a trace of heartache flashing under his eyes, and he hurriedly took the 7-treasure Linglong pagoda back into his hands. After being roasted by the Samadhi flame, the Buddhist text inscribed on the 7 orifices Linglong pagoda became blurred. Scorched blackness left by the flames. Let the 7-treasure Linglong pagoda also no longer be sacred and exquisite. Is this your pagoda that specializes in suppressing me? Standing in the ruins, Neza looked even colder and fiercer. The teasing at the corner of his mouth was thick as he spoke faintly to Li Jing. Li Jing's heart surged with boundless anger, but he was just about to open his mouth to retort. The sound of the heavenly voice betokened his voice in his throat. Given that the national fortune ring cannot support the gods in battle, the battlefield has been shifted to Chintang Pass. The voice of the heavenly Tao fell, even with the body of an ancient god added to it. Fan Dong, who could also only watch the 2 great gods fight, couldn't help but look stunned. Chintang Pass is the dojo of Li Jing. It is also the place where Nezha cut his own throat and died. The battlefield shifted to Shentangguan. It is likely to further suppress Neza's power. At that thought, the white tide flooded Fan Dong's vision once more. After the sky spins, what came into view was a city wall that was tens of meters high. The lapis lazuli that make up the walls, glowing with antiquity, make the walls look thick and sturdy. Only the thickness and sturdiness of the walls did not protect the city inside the walls. Only silence was seen inside the Chentang Pass. It's like a dead city. It's frightening. And inside and outside the walls, a boundless flood, as if to drown the whole world. Neza, do you see? The people of Chentang Pass are all dead because of you. Li Jing's figure hung high above the city wall citadel. He looked judgmental and superior. It was as if only Neza's death. Only then can the souls of the people of Chentang Pass be consoled. Li Jing's voice fell. Lu Hualiang, who was standing on top of the city tower, similarly looked at Fan Dong with disgust in his eyes. Fan Dong, Neza killed thousands of Chentang Pass people, and you will kill billions of Chinese newcomers with her. Do you think you, Fan Dong, can guard Huaxia for millions of years? Lu Hualiang still thinks he did it all. Neither should be subjected to a HWA trial. He pointed at Fan Dong angrily, his trembling fingers showing the excitement in his heart. On top of the city wall, Fan Dong and Neza both looked up. Fan Dong's face was disdainful, and his disregard for Lu Hualiang showed his attitude. Neza had the same disdain on the corner of his mouth. He spoke faintly, poking Li Jing's lies mercilessly through. The flooding of Chentang Pass is because of me? The calamities that I, Neza, have brought upon the people of the world have long since been repaid by cutting my own throat. If you hadn't meticulously cooperated with Buddhism, you would have sworn to suppress me. Neza, and what about the thousands of people in this Chentang Pass who were flooded? Neza's voice echoed in the sky above the citadel. It also reverberated through the space of the state's fortunes. The voice seemed to make all the Chinese people see the scene that once happened at the Chentang Pass. Neza's solitude in the battle against the Buddhist Buddhas, the desperation of the people of Shentangguan in the face of the onslaught of floodwaters, and the indifference and arrogant complacency of Li Jing and the Buddhist Buddhas. Images flashed between the minds of the Chinese. It makes for uncontrollable rage. It spilled over the top of his face. However, in the face of Neza's poking and prodding, it was as if Li Jing had already anticipated the present scene. He laughed coldly before continuing to speak. Even if you can distort the truth and don't care about the people of Chentang Pass, can you stand by and watch your mother and brother die? Li Jing's voice fell. Within the city walls, 3 lotus flowers gradually emerged from the flood. Inside these 3 lotuses, Jin Jia, Mu Jia, and Nezha's mother had wounds all over their bodies. Neza, your mother as well as your elder brother are miserable today all because you victimized the people and fought for China. Cut your own throat to atone for your crimes, and your mother, as well as your brother, will be freed. Li Jing was aggressive. It made the faces of all the Chinese people have worry flooding out. Flesh and blood is thicker than water. It was inevitable that Neza would not be held hostage by Li Jing. Amidst the crowd's concern, Neza hung his head low and his figure suddenly began to shrug. And then, as if he simply couldn't contain himself, Neza laughed out maniacally. Ha ha ha, Li Jing, you're ridiculous. Chapter 123, after I pay for everything, I won't have a family. Neza snapped his head up. Insanity and killing surfaced on his face. The eyes that looked at Li Jing were filled with the scorn and disregard of looking at trash. I, Neza, have not failed the people of the world after I cut my own throat at the city hall, and after the flesh is cut to return the mother and the bones to return the father. It has even less to do with you. Where is my mother? Where is my brother? The insanity on Neza's face gradually disappeared. Jie's eyes were dead set on Li Jing's gaze. Immediately afterward, he suddenly proved to laugh. It was as if everything Li Jing did was so funny. On the contrary, you Li Jing, mouthing the blessing of the living and the love of sons and wives, but what have you done? Chen Tang Pass, forcing me to cut my own throat to protect my honor for a long time. On Su Weiping Mountain, destroy my temple to show your service to your country and your people. By now, you're even using your wife and son as a bargaining chip to blackmail me. Hero? Good father? Good husband? Ridiculous. Pathetic. Neza's face was expressionless as he stated everything that had happened. The plain words punctured the persona that Li Jing had created for thousands of years one by one. Li Jing's eyes widened and his body couldn't help but shake, though he did not open his mouth in anger, but his gradually ragged breathing revealed the anger in his heart. The Chinese masses were even more resonated by Neza's voice. The three principles of the old society should have been abandoned long ago. It is the new age of equality that is the truth of the world, but Li Jing is a remnant of the old days, still convinced that the son should obey the father unconditionally. A bellowing voice exploded from his chest, pouring out the anger in his heart. Rebellious son, reckless of human decency, he deserves death. The seven-treasure Linglong Pagoda levitated behind him. The Buddha's light shines brightly. The mapping of the Buddha's light by the boundless floodwaters has even caused the Buddha's light to flood the world. The Buddha's light shines in the midst of it. A heavy sword lingering with magnificent colors slowly floated out from within the pagoda. Li Jing raised his right hand high, his heavy sword held in his hand. Rebellious son, this crest immortal sword is your final destination. With the crest immortal sword in his hand, Li Jing's body raged with a stern killing intent. These killing intents spread anywhere in Chuntang Pass. The killing intent did not deliberately target Fan Dong, sharpness that can wander through space. It then cut through Fan Dong's body, which was enough to rival that of a god. Not only that, this sharpness also drove the thousands of dragon corpses behind Neza to become furious. Scarlet red gradually thickened in the dragon corpse's dull eyes. As the dragon corpse roamed madly, the floodwaters spreading all over Chuntang Pass were also beginning to surge. A huge wave that was more than 10 meters high slapped heavily on top of the city wall. Limestone that has been soaked and rotted by floodwaters. Ripples like cobwebs were made by the huge force impact. Floating above the floodwaters are Jin Jia, Mu Jia, and their mother, and can only drift helplessly with the water waves. The helplessness of Jin Jia's trio within the space of the national fortune caused the Chinese people to feel compassion. It's not true that Li Jing betrayed Huaxia, but it's a truism that it's not as bad as your family. A voice of anger against Li Jing took over the Chinese audience for a while. Li Jing is really a family is about to be flooded and he's still thinking about fighting Neza? Humph. Neza and Muza are both gods, yet they have been brutalized to such an extent. Is Neza the devil child? Or is Li Jing the devil? How disgusting. How does he deserve to protect the world? How does he deserve to be called the heavenly king? Even though the three Jin Jia men have long been worshipped in the Buddhist sect and are not associated with the Chinese, the Huaxia people were still fighting for the three Jin Jia people, but the so-called Tota heavenly king Li Jing. However, they did not care at all about the life and death of the three Jin Jia people. He bowed his legs slightly, as the battle armor spewed out sharp swords that pierced the sky. The murderous intent that filled any place in the world turned into a sharp sword and stabbed toward Neza together. Under the suppression of the rotting dragon corpse and the seven orifices Linglong Pagoda, Neza's power was drastically limited. So, even though Li Jing was nowhere near as strong as Neza, he still dared to fight Neza with his sword. Neza, whose power was drastically limited, was completely unafraid. As the three flavors of true flame swept Neza's body, the fire-tipped gun appeared in Neza's hand. The dense and impenetrable shadow of the gun enveloped Li Jing's charging body. The hideous sound of metal clashing resounded in the shadow of the gun. The gun blade was so powerful that Li Jing had no choice but to defend. The heavy sword was crossed in front of him, and Buddha's text flowed on the sword. Between the swirls of Buddha's light, it barely resisted the poking of the fire-tipped spear. Old piker, even though I, Neza, am carrying thousands of dragon corpses and facing the suppression of the seven-treasure Linglong Pagoda, I am no match for you. Neza's eyes were fierce. The increasingly dense shadow of the gun abraded the Sanskrit that flowed from the sword's blade. Only Li Jing's name as the Tota heavenly king was not in vain. The vibrating sword swung away the tip of the spear, and Li Jing raised the Cuisinert sword high. The crested immortal sword seemed to be held in the hands of an immortal that had been transformed by heaven and earth. The body of the sword gradually enlarged and became obscured from the sky, and then the crested immortal sword swung through the clouds and split the space. With devastating force, it chopped at Neza. This strike caused the sky to darken. causing space to collapse. Even the Tianzhu people within the space of the hit country's fortunes were agitated. The Chinese who also chopped were horrified. Rebellious son, how dare you go wild? Li Jing seemed to use his entire body. The skin on his face tensed and his veins stood out. The pressure brought about by activating the crest immortal sword. It made golden blood flow out of his 7 orifices, beneath Nez's feet. The sturdy ring also shattered from the fall of the giant sword. He stood frozen and motionless, as if he were an ant, waiting for the sanction from the immortals. But Fan Dong doesn't think Neza has resigned himself to his fate. It was only because Neza's eyes were as flat as water. In his body, there was also a majestic power convergence. The result was just as Fan Dong expected. As the giant sword was about to cut Neza in half, the burning sky flame burning on Neza's body erupted violently. This heavenly fury went straight to the sky, lifting up the falling giant sword. The force backfired, causing Li Jing to spurt out a mouthful of golden divine blood, the right hand that controls the giant sword. It also couldn't help but tremble from the backlash of power. Old piker, just who gave you the confidence to be able to fight me? The overturning of the giant sword did not stop Neza's movements. His figure erupted with the samsara fire. It similarly turned into a bright flame and swept straight towards Li Jing. The flames traced a charred mark across space. This mark caused Li Jing's pupils to shrink. Not caring about the sharp pain in his tiger's mouth, he placed the shrunken heavy sword, once again, across his body. Clang! The tremendous impact caused more blood to flow out of Li Jing's 7 orifices. Simultaneous sounds of metal clashing. It also dissipated the horror of the Chinese masses within the national space. Whether Neza could hear them or not, the cheers rang out for him. Worthy of being the marshal of the middle altar. Neza is really powerful. Behead Li Jing, the thing that abandoned his wife and son. I don't know if it was because of the cheering or Neza's still undefeated attack. Li Jing's face was ironic. His heavy sword blocked Neza's fire-tipped spear though. However, the attacks that were as dense as a rainstorm firmly suppressed him. Old piker? Blood for blood. Neza's body stiffened slightly after he struck Li Jing with one blow. The fire-tipped spear in his hand had accumulated infinite power, but just as the shot was about to be thrust out, the corner of Li Jing's mouth actually smiled slightly, and then the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda's Buddha light suddenly flourished. A pitch-black heavy ruler drilled out from within the Linglong Tower. Chapter 124, Chinese Magic Treasure. In your hands, it's changed its flavor. On top of the heavy ruler, there were densely engraved golden Sanskrit inscriptions. Sanskrit is chanted by heaven and earth. The demonic black sharpness wandered in the golden Buddha light. The moment the heavy ruler drilled out from within the 7 treasure Linglong Pagoda, where the sky meets the flood, 10,000 thunderbolts explode. Subsequently, the dryness was reversed. Floods poured into the sky, and thunder struck down in reverse. Neza's form shifted. The stabbing fire-tipped spear nailed to the ground uncontrollably. In the meantime, after the flood water poured into the firmament, the dragon corpse that roamed above the firmament seemed to be even more frantic. With might and ferocity, it gallops through the current, further limiting Neza's power. The mood of the Huaxia people in the national luck space seemed to have turned upside down along with heaven and earth. Neza's steep, slightly swaying form tugged at their hearts, but the mood of the Chinese people could not represent Neza. The discomfort induced by the reversal of heaven and earth, it was soon adapted by Neza. The corner of Neza's mouth hooked into a cold smile. A dark golden light swept out from behind him. What followed was Neza's violent roar. Old piker, my Chinese magic treasure has turned sour in your hands. The violent roar fell. Until then, the dark golden light gradually revealed his true colors. A golden brick with dark inscriptions attached to it sped towards the black heavy ruler. The less than 1 foot gold brick exploded 100 feet in response. Wrapped in the might of shattering space, it smashed into the Qiankuan ruler. The dark golden light representing the golden bricks drilled into the Buddha's light. Snap! The 2 supreme treasures collided with each other, and the crunching sound of glass shattering came out amidst the Buddha's light. And after, the golden brick violently sprang out of the Buddha's light once again. The Buddha's light disappeared abruptly, and a fragment of black glaze fell to the ground. And with that the heavens and the earth were turned upside down once more. Floods poured down from the sky above, and thunder exploded from the 9 heavens above. The shattering of the Qiankuan ruler caused Li Jing to frown. It's just the opening of the sky that the golden bricks carry, but he had to put away the ache that spread through his heart. Hostility flashed in the eyes. The 7 treasure Linglong Pagoda floated out behind him once again. This time the 7 treasure Linglong Pagoda's Buddha's light was not visible. The gloomy aura enveloped the 7 treasure Linglong Pagoda. Tian Luo umbrella. Out. Li Jing used the fingers of his right hand as a sword, pointing remotely in the direction from which the golden bricks were shooting. A large umbrella inscribed with blood-colored patterns shot out violently from within the pagoda. The heavenly Luo umbrella unfolded 3,600 umbrella bones in the thunderclouds. Each umbrella bone seemed to contain thousands of souls. The power of these spirits added to the might of the heavenly parasol. It was as if it could withstand all the attacks of the world. Bang! the skyrocket umbrella had just unfolded. The golden brick that carried the aura of shattering heaven and earth then ruthlessly crashed into the barrier supported by the heavenly Luo umbrella. The jeweled regal bells adorned at the end of each umbrella bone tinkled loudly as they were vibrated by the gold bricks. The clanking was laced with soul hissing. It actually turned the 10,000 pounds of force from the gold brick into fine rain that drifted away. Only the skyrocket umbrella looked like it was easily fending off the golden brick's attack, but the thousands of wounds that cracked out of the surface of the umbrella of the heavenly low parasol. But it presents the divine power contained in the golden bricks. Sinner son, I want you dead. The shattering and cracking of the two magic treasures caused Li Jing's heart to drip blood. He let out a yell. The seven-treasure Linglong Pagoda, which had just fallen silent, suddenly erupted with a sky-high battle intent, and as the battle spirit rises to the sky, it was a bright silver war spike shaped like a giant drill. Battle heavenly thorn, stab me through this sinful sun. The beard Li Jing left at his chin trembled violently. He pointed to Nez's arm, his skin tightening. As the voice fell, the silver aura of the battle sky spike appeared. Using the battle spirit as motivation, it went straight for Nez's brow. Pit bull, good timing. Nez's eyes were ablaze with burning flames, completely unafraid of Li Jing. When the battle heavenly thorn was about to pierce through the center of his eyebrows, monstrous samadhi flame erupted from the seven orifices. The samadhi flame that swept heaven and earth coalesced into countless fiery lotus flowers. It surged towards Li Jing in an overwhelming manner. The battle heavenly thorn, which had been aimed directly at Nez's brow, was struck by the fire lotus and no longer had any godly charm. As the battle heavenly thorn crashed down into the flood, the fire lotus was no longer hindered and headed straight towards Li Jing. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds exploded one after another as the fire lotus crashed against the barrier unfolded by the heavenly parasol. Buddhist texts surged and swirled, and Buddhist light flickered. 3,600 umbrella bones broke at the roots. Cobweb-like cracks surfaced on the umbrella. The sound of an umbrella bone breaking. It was as if thousands of souls were wailing under the scorching flames, shocking the heart. Watching the flames steam around them, Li Jing couldn't believe it for a moment. The magic treasures within the seven vessels Linglong Pagoda were out of its four. But Neza is getting stronger and stronger. Inside the national transportation space, the faces of the people of the celestial kingdom, too, did not carry the same color of joy as before, although they were not familiar with Li Jing, the heavenly king of Toda. But Li Jing is showing strength today. It can already be called powerful. But even so, Fandon can still summon a god that can match it. The depths of Huaxia made them tremble, and contrary to the concerns of the Tennessee, the joy of the Chinese, the betrayal of Lu Hualiang and Li Jing made them feel a bit forlorn in their hearts. But the power of Fandong as well as Neza has rebuilt their trust and hope in Huaxia. A cry of joy for Fandong, for Neza, and for Huaxia. It gradually boiled over in the Chinese audience. Fandong, kill the traitor and raise the prestige of our Chinese nation. Neza is invincible. Li Jing's betrayal of China is definitely the worst decision he's ever made in his life. Anyone who offends my Huaxia will be executed even though they are far away. The cry provoked the masses of the celestial kingdom within the national fortune space to look disheveled. It also seemed to provoke Li Jing, who was inside the space of the national fortune, to be in a restless mood. Li Jing put away the stunned look on his face, and his eyes became fierce once again. He scanned the Tian Luo umbrella, which had dulled under the steaming flames, and raised his right hand high once again. The seven treasures Linglong Pagoda accompanied the raising of his right hand and took the initiative to crack the barrier of the heavenly parasol. After the last umbrella bone crumbled, the thousands of souls attached to the umbrella bone hissed and dissipated between heaven and earth. Then, not waiting for the fire lotus to strike Li Jing, a dazzling Buddha's light replaced the barrier of the heavenly parasol, isolating the burning sky flame. Purifying duster, purify everything. Li Jing's open right hand clenched violently. An even more dazzling Buddha's light shone out at the place of the pagoda. The Buddha's light was like a tidal wave that filled the center of the pagoda. All the flames touched were extinguished by the Buddha's light. After the Buddha's light transformed into a lake and stopped expanding, the pure world whisk sweeps out thousands of silver threads from the tower. The flames that passed by actually condensed into ice crystals and fell. Miso, miso, miso. Silver hair cut through space and wrapped around Neza's limbs. These silver filaments were as if they were born. Even if it is broken by flames, it will recover quickly. The silver threads work together with the chains behind Neza to confine him. At the seven-treasure Linglong Pagoda, the three-legged golden crow silhouette let out a loud and clear chirp and lifted its wings to fly out. This three-legged golden crow poured down with a burning black flame. Feathered wings obscure the light of the sky, and chirps pierce space. However, in the face of this seemingly insurmountable strike, Neza only smiled faintly. Ha, Li Jing, how are you worthy to drive the divine beasts of China again? The flames that burned the heavens once again rose in Neza's eyes. The mixed sky eye wrapped around his body transformed into a curtain of fire that enveloped the world. 9 fire dragons reared their heads from the blazing flames, and their dragon roars suppressed the shrill cry of the three-legged golden crow. The three-legged golden crow cried out in sorrow, and was torn into roiling streams of fire by the 9 fire dragons. The black flame that burned the sky dissipated into the heavens and earth. It's just what the black flames reflect when they dissipate, not the deservedly miserable look of Li Jing. Instead, it was a halberd glowing with a cold light that split heaven and earth. Chapter 125, Li Jing, I'm free. The cold light caused Ne Zha's pupils to shrink. Abruptly, from the cold light reflected from the halberd, Ne Zha recalled the despair of 1,000 years ago, before the millennium. It was with this halberd that Li Jing meticulously co-opted Buddhism and slaughtered the dragons of the East China Sea, borrowing thousands of dragon corpses. Ne Zha was suppressed in the depths of the East China Sea. The despair he once felt spread to his heart, and Ne Zha actually forgot to dodge for a moment. Thumbs up. The sound of blades cutting through flesh and blood came out. Ne Zha's upright, spear-like stance was split in half by the halberd. The body made of lotus root revealed its original form, a fire lotus, floating around the two halves of the lotus root. And with the demise of Ne Zha's body, the dragon corpse that restricted Ne Zha's power also seemed to lose its shackles. Strange power poured out from the dragon corpse. The black mist that lingered around the dragon's corpse filled every part of Chentang Pass. In the meantime, the flood that submerged Chentang Pass was like being hooked by a dragon corpse. Streaks of water reached to the sky. It's like a hurricane, wandering all over the world. Seeing this, Li Jing looked as ugly as if he had eaten. It turned into an uncontrollable joy in the twinkling of an eye. He looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, holding his halberd aloft as he opened his mouth in a fierce voice. Ne Zha, do you remember the power of this amazing god halberd? The lotus root body that was split in half by the halberd caused Li Jing to almost lose his mind. The sound of the caracal carries to the space of the state's fortunes. The same makes the masses of the Dzungarian nation smile with joy. The fear of Wasia in his heart was like ice being melted by flames, and the mocking voice of Wasia seeped out of the ice. A son is a son, can never beat the father. The Chinese are like sons, they'll never be able to beat the celestial kingdom. Ha ha ha. I thought that China's depth was so deep that it was frightening, but it turns out that China's depth is just that. The Tennessee crowd was near epileptic. The euphoria of an impending victory over Wasia made them lose their minds. You know that China is the world's dominant power, a once undefeated being. Cherry Blossom Nation takes the lead over Wacha. It has already made the Celestial Kingdom crazy with jealousy. Now they, the Celestial Kingdom, are also on the verge of defeating Huaxia. The joy of a significant rise in international status occupies their hearts. It was only in the face of the excited Tianzhu people who could not be suppressed that the joyful color on the faces of the Chinese people froze. Incredulity crawled up the face like a centipede. Clearly Ne Zha was still gaining the upper hand, but in the blink of an eye, it was split in half by Li Jing. They couldn't believe what they saw in their eyes. Could it be that Ne Zha really can't beat Li Jing? How could it be? How could Ne Zha be split in half? Where's Mr. Tai Yi? Master Tai Yi, come and save Ne Zha. Despair pervaded the Chinese audience. The defeat to the Sakura nation had greatly hurt the morale of China. They simply couldn't accept Fandong, losing to Lu Hualiang who betrayed Huaxia. Despair and decadence nearly overwhelmed the Wahini. But Fandong, who was in Chentang Pass, did not have any panic. Although he was unable to intervene in the battle between the two gods, but as Ne Zha's summoner, he could clearly feel Ne Zha's power, still present in heaven and earth. One thought in this, the fire lotus that wandered around the two halves of the lotus root body gradually began to flourish. The flames burned the body of the lotus root to ashes, then gradually converge. It transformed into a huge lotus flower that covered the sky. Within the giant fire lotus, Ne Zha's unruly voice came out abruptly. Li Jing, you really don't think I'm dead? Ne Zha's voice exploded, causing the joy on Li Jing's face to shatter. Just don't wait for Li Jing to react. Once more the voice rang out, causing Li Jing to break down. Next, let the world see your true colors. The voice fell. The fire lotus that covered the sky exploded with a bang. The rain of fire fell like stars. An image emerges from the rain of fire. Only Li Jing in the picture is seen holding the pagoda high. The Buddha's light emanating from the pagoda shot into the depths of the sea and suppressed Ne Zha. The surrounding 10,000 East Sea dragons watched with cold eyes. There was no pity for Ne Zha's misery, even if Ne Zha had killed himself long ago to pay back for his skinning. But how could the East Sea dragons really let go of the hatred of killing their son, though they did not go out to assist Li Jing in suppressing Ne Zha? However, the dragon power emanating from the thousands of dragons still suppressed Ne Zha's power. Enduring the majestic dragon's might, flames rose from Ne Zha's body, doing his best to resist the suppression of the Buddha's light. The flames that burned the sky and boiled the sea vaporized the water. The Seven Treasures Pagoda, which projected Buddha's light, trembled as Ne Zha struggled. He watched as Ne Zha was about to break free from the suppression of the seven orifices Linglong Pagoda. Li Jing suddenly smiled sinisterly. After the smile had tightened, the god-shocking halberd appeared in his hand. The god-shocking halberd disturbed the seawater and swung towards the surrounding dragon clans that had gathered around. Between the reflections of Buddha's light, 10,000 Buddhas appeared at the same time. Despite the vastness of the true dragon's might of the East Sea Dragon clan, but you can't face the massacre of thousands of Buddhas head-on. As a dragon life fell, the power to suppress Neza was increasing in crazy increments. It is only because the dead dragons were refined by the Buddhas. It became a suppressor that imprisoned Neza. A dragon corpse was carried on Neza's back, the Buddha's seal of Buddha, which the Buddha had enjoined, wore down Neza's power at all times. Neza, this East Sea Dragon clan is dying because of you. I, Buddha, have a kind heart, so I leave a trace of the East Sea Dragon clan soul in temporary storage. But if you break free from the suppression, the only remaining trace of the soul of the East Sea Dragon clan will disappear. Naja, do you still want to brutalize the East Sea Dragon clan? Looking at Neza, even though he was being suppressed by thousands of dragon corpses, he still kept on impacting the bindings. One of the monks at the head of the group suddenly spoke. He spoke of compassion, but his words were full of cruelty and ferocity. Neza, who was desperately trying to break free from his bonds, sniffed as his boiling power gradually subsided. After many years of monasticism with Tai Yi, Neza has been indoctrinated by Chinese culture. To have Ao Bang's tendons and skin peeled off has been a great mistake that he has made. If we disregard the demise of the Dragon clan in the East China Sea, and being bent on breaking free is even more contrary to the benevolence and righteousness taught to him by the Chinese culture. Think about it. Neza, in the scene, glares angrily toward Li Jing and the Buddhas, who are high above him. His complexion, however, became more and more calm due to the fact that he was carrying the survival of the Dragon clan of the Eastern Sea. The image in the rain of fire to this point, steeply shattered. The surprising god halberd in Li Jing's hand was also dissolved by the rain of fire at the same time. The thousands of dragon corpses roaming in the sky became more and more frantic. The souls remaining in the dragon's corpse seemed to be touched by the images in the rain of fire. Unfortunately, the divine power of the Buddhas imprisoned the souls remaining in the dragon's corpse. This body of death can only be manipulated by the Buddhas. Li Jing, all you killed was me trapped in the lotus root. Now I am free. After the frantic dragon corpse gradually calmed down, Neza's brash voice came out once more. The rain of fire regrouped into a fire lotus. As the flaming lotus blossomed, Naja's figure gradually appeared. Through the means of the golden cicada, Naja was able to escape the suppression of the dragon corpse. The mighty power that stirred up heaven and earth caused heaven and earth to tremble. The samsara fire rising from his body seared the space. The floodwaters that inundated Chuntang Pass instantly boiled over. Miles of water were vaporized into a crimson mist that rolled over Li Jing's body. Facing Neza's demolition, the devastated look on Li Jing's face gradually dissolved into calm, and then he suddenly laughed madly, with a hint of mockery flooding his face. The truth is out, so there's no need for me to cover it up. A teasing voice rang out, and the golden battle armor on Li Jing's body suddenly fell off. In its place was a bright golden Buddhist robe that set him off more and more sacredly. Adverse son, you don't think that for a father. This is the only strength you have. Chapter 126, The Regulus Bow appears. The majestic and precious appearance presented by Li Jing, it made the Chinese people within the national luck space stunned. Li Jing didn't betray Hua Xia. He was originally one of the Buddhist gods. Neza's elation at regaining his freedom, in an instant, it was mostly cancelled out by Li Jing's majestic precious phase. Disillusionment and pessimism spread once again in the Chinese audience. No one can know how many other gods in China are hidden Buddhist gods. The masses of the celestial kingdom, on the other hand, were born with unexpected joy because Li Jing was a Buddhist deity. If even Li Jing is a Buddha hidden among the Chinese gods, then there is no guarantee that there are no other Chinese gods that are also Buddhist gods. A thought of the deep heritage of China. Most likely it will be their reserves in the celestial kingdom. The corners of the mouth of the Tianzhu people then had an uncontrollable arc that curved up. Only Fan Dong at the Chuntang Pass didn't think as much as they did. Although there are a number of gods in China that are also honored by Buddhism, but they are different from Li Jing. These gods were born entirely within the Chinese nation. Fan Dong watched Neza's figure made of burning flames with unblinking eyes. Even Neza's lotus root body has thousands of out-of-this-world wonders. The lotus root body that can be imbued with all the Buddhas. It likewise limits Neja's strength. Now Neza has shed his lotus root body, borrowing the Samadhi fire in order to carry one's own soul. Neza, whose power is fully unleashed. The strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. The figure that was formed by the convergence of flames gradually became clear. Neza's face was still untamed. The fire-tipped gun once again appeared from his hand, and the Samadhi flame carried on it distorted space. The fiery light emanating from this flame was separate from the Buddha's light. Both dissolved the Buddhist intent that permeated Li Jing's body. It also dispersed the decadence and defeat of the Chinese people within the space of national fortune. The Samadhi fire lit up the flame of hope in the pupils of the Huaxia people. The indomitable nature of the body belonging to the Chinese people once again flowed through the bloodline. Crowds of people are gradually converging. The power that was gathered together was such that no one could underestimate it. It was just the unity and defiance that rose from the Wahini audience. Can't make the Tennesseans fearful. The Tennesseans seemed to have blind confidence in Li Jing, or an unwavering faith in Buddhism. They looked teasingly at the Chinese audience. It was as if they were expecting the Chinese audience to fall out and go crazy. At Chentang Pass, Li Jing also seemed as if he wanted to fulfill the expectations of the people of the Celestial Kingdom. His figure hovered high above the dome of the sky, and the bloom of thunder was like a song and dance for him. And then the Seven Treasure Linglong Pagoda gradually rose behind him. The Seven Treasure Linglong Pagoda at this moment had similarly changed slightly. The Sanskrit text on the tower became more and more complicated and dense. On the eaves of the pagoda are Buddhist bells, which emit the sound of the Buddha. As the Sanskrit sound turned into substantial golden ripples swept away, wherever it passed, the city walls trembled and cracked. The flood-soaked buildings inside the city walls were instantly reduced to pieces. The dust and dirt that crumbled away struck the lotus flower that held the three Jinja people captive. It made the lotus almost engulfed by the flood. When Neza saw this, the flames on his body did not have any ripples. The fire-tipped spear in his hand pointed remotely at Li Jing, and his voice rang out indifferently and mercilessly. Old piker, by devoting yourself to Buddhism, have you really forgotten the mortal world and given up the 7 emotions and 6 desires? Neza's voice caused a trace of irony to flash across Li Jing's compassionate face. The irony was then covered by ruthlessness. The Buddha bell on the Seven Treasure Linglong Pagoda was windless. The sound of the Buddha stirred in heaven and earth. The lingering Buddhist sound became extremely piercing, startling Fan Dong with a headache. It also caused Neja's expression to appear in a trance. In a trance, the Seven Treasures Pagoda seemed to be enlarged 100 times. The doors of the seven-tiered tower were opened in turn. The devil-subduing pestle, the Sherry seed, the golden Buddha lotus, and other supreme treasures of the Buddhist sect poured down like a torrential rain. However, in the face of the countless pours of magic treasures, Neza was completely unafraid. The fire lotus seal between his forehead suddenly lit up, and 3 heads and 6 arms appeared as they tore through the void. 6 arms above, the mixed heavenly Aya, Qiankuan circle, fire-tip gun, wind fire wheel, golden brick, and 9 dragons' divine fire shield flowed with a divine light. The mixed heaven Aya transformed into a long red river and rolled around the demon-subduing pestle. The Qiankuan circle collided with the golden Buddha lotus, bursting into blinding starbursts. The fiery flames picked up by the fire-tip spear melted the sherbet into golden juice. The gold brick smashed into the base of the pagoda, but the pagoda's Sanskrit text flashed, and the cracks healed in an instant. The magic treasures within the Seven Treasure Linglong Pagoda seemed endless. Neza was not afraid of the loss of power, but he was also distracted by the thousands of magic treasures. A cold aura flashed in his eyes, and his 3 heads and 6 arms disappeared abruptly. The mixed sky Aya fluttered in the wind, and the Qiankuan circle slung across his body. He was holding a fire-tipped spear. His feet were on wind and fire wheels. The golden brick was in his hand, and the 9 dragons' divine flame shield opened the way, and he swept straight toward Li Jing. A piece of Buddha's supreme treasure smashed onto the 9 dragon divine fire shield. Although the cracks had surfaced clearly, Li Jing was also close at hand. Only Li Jing would not sit back and wait for death. A lotus blossomed at his feet. Li Jing's body went straight into the rotting dragon corpse. Neza did not show any weakness and followed closely behind. It was only after breaking into the thousands of dragon corpses that Neja's heart, however, became steeply heavy. These thousands of dragon corpses wandering in the depths of the celestial dome, even though they were already dead, they were still not to be underestimated. The bizarre power carried on the dragon corpse could easily scrape off a piece of Neza's flesh and blood. Neza, do you dare to break through these thousands of dragon corpses? Li Jing hid between the thousands of dragon corpses, the Buddha's light on his body dissolving the rotting dragon corpses one by one. The souls of the dragon race that were hosted within the dragon corpses similarly crumbled away in heaven and earth. Neza sealed himself in flames, not daring to unleash his power to the fullest. He has been blessing thousands of dragon souls for 1,000 years. Now it would not burn the dead bodies hosted by these dragon souls. Li Jing watched as Neja tried to collect the flames even though his own flesh and blood would be consumed by the dragon corpse. A cold smile hung at the corner of his mouth as the spells in his hands changed. The Seven Treasure Linglong Pagoda once again skyrocketed more than 100 times against the wind. Immediately after, the swastika emerges at the bottom of the stupa. A shining Buddha's light was projected onto Neza's body. Boom! The Buddha's light seems to carry a great power that shakes the heavens and moves the earth. Bearing the power of the Buddha's light, Neza's body splashed with raging flames. The blazing fire spilled into the dragon's corpse but did not incinerate it. Instead, it made the souls that were silent in the depths of the dragon corpse show signs of revival. Shun, as Li Jing spat out the word Jin again, the power of the Buddha's light intensified. Neza's body collapsed in blood, and his figure was like a cannonball as he heavily smashed the city wall into pieces and crashed into the floodwaters. The Huaxia people within the national luck space had horrified faces. The faces of the Tennesseans, on the other hand, were lusty with joy. Soon, however, the colors of alarm and joy fell away from between the Huaxia camp and the Tianzhu country's camp. At Chentang Pass, the city wall, which was tens of meters high, was detonated by Neza as if it had triggered a chain reaction. Tens of thousands of meters of wall collapsed inch by inch. The lapis lazuli disappeared into the floodwaters, revealing the Regulus bow hidden deep within the walls. The Regulus bow looked as ordinary as a longbow, but the mystery and antiquity carried on it caused anyone's heart to palpitate. The Xian Yuan bow greedily sucked in the divine blood splattered on Neza's body. The divine blood filled with majestic power seemed to activate the Regulus bow. A heaven-shaking arrow, which also carried an ancient aura, was hitched at the place of the bowstring. Ancient simplicity and vastness appeared from the Regulus bow. Chapter 127, The Pagoda is Broken. Li Jing's time to die. The might of the Xian Yuan bow caused Neja's mind to tremble. The flames on his body vaporized the floodwaters around him. A space without any water flow was created. He stepped in the middle of the space and held his hands towards the Regulus bow. Neza was no stranger to the Regulus bow. He had drawn the Xian Yuan bow and shot Shirji's disciple. He had also drawn the Xian Yuan bow and decapitated the demon fox hiding beside Emperor Xin. Now only one of the three shocking arrows remains. Perhaps it is precisely to him Neza. He ended his feud with Li Jing with his own hands. Neza's bare feet stepping on the void left scorched black marks on the space. But just at the moment when his hands were about to grip the Regulus bow, the floodwaters around them surged suddenly. The surging flood washed Neza away from the regulator bow. In the meantime, the Xian Yuan bow was wrapped in the flood and came into Li Jing's hands. Adverse son, a supreme treasure like the Xian Yuan bow, how could I let him fall into your hands? Li Jing looked up and down at the Regulus bow that had regained its divine power. He spoke to himself, his voice full of teasing and mockery. Inside the national transportation space, the elation that had just risen on the faces of the Chinese people turned to be extinguished in an instant. Under the suppression of the seven-treasure Linglong Pagoda, Neza was simply unable to contend with Li Jing, who had transformed into a Buddha. If the Regulus bow also fell into Li Jing's hands, Neza had even less means to resist Li Jing. Look at the nervous faces of the Chinese audience. The faces of the Tianzhu kingdom's masses lifted up with seizures and killing intent, experienced many emotional ups and downs. They had long since fallen into exhaustion within themselves. The Tennesseans only wanted Li Jing to kill Neza dryly. Emotional falls bring on the seizures. It made the Tennessean hiss hysterically at the Chinese audience. What other tricks do you Huaxia have? Hurry up and be obediently suppressed by us. Amir Neza, what the hell is he struggling for? Quickly submit to Li Jing's feet. Suppress Neza. Beat him for eternity. The hysterical voice seemed to have reached the Chentang Pass as well. Li Jing's face towered over him, as if looking at a mole cricket. His eyes looked down on the still unruly Neza. Sinful son, continue to be subdued under the flood. Li Jing spoke in a loud voice. The Buddha's light projected by the seven treasures Linglong Pagoda pulled the floodwaters, rushing toward Neza. Vast floodwaters squeezed on top of Neza's body. The space isolated by the flames was instantly filled with floodwater. The flames lingering on Neza's body were squeezed out beyond the flood, turned into a little rain of fire. Splash on the rotting dragon corpse. The body of the dragon corpse that was roaming in the depths of the celestial dome froze abruptly. The flames seemed to burn in the pitch-black dragon's eyes, burning away the blood and awakening the remaining consciousness of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan. Neza, be executed. Li Jing let out a roar. The seven treasures Linglong Pagoda overpowered Neza. Neza's unruly eyes appeared to fluctuate slightly. Thousands of years of pain, imprisoned at the bottom of the sea, churned in his mind. But just as the seven treasures Linglong Pagoda was about to suppress Neza's body, the thousands of dragon corpses in the sky seemed to have come to life. The unceasing roar of the dragon resounded between the skies. The mighty and vast dragon might imprison everything in the world. Neza, you've protected my East Sea Dragon clan for 1,000 years, and I, the East Sea Dragon clan, don't owe you any favors. Among the rotting dragon corpses, one head was the most badly rotted in flesh and blood, but the dragon corpse, whose might was also the most vast, looked down on Neza, who was subdued in the floodwaters. His voice was hoarse though, but it brought hope and joy to the Chinese audience in the national space. The hoarse voice fell. The thousands of dragon corpses once again became berserk. The flood that was tickled by Li Jing broke free of his grip. Countless columns of water that reached the sky invaded the seemingly invincible Li Jing. The Xian Yuan bow in Li Jing's hand was wrapped in a column of water and came out of his hand, and the flood that squeezed Neza parted as if it were a canyon. Regulus bow wrapped in a column of water. It followed the water column to Neza's hand. In the meantime, the thousands of dragons in the sky also seemed to have burned out their last strand of strength. Neza, the grudge between you and my clan is over. Now go and fight for Huaxia. After the hoarse voice once again resounded among the dragon corpses, the dragon's might, which had imprisoned everything in the world, dissolved between heaven and earth. The 7 treasures Linglong Pagoda overpowered Nezha at the same time. Looking at the 7 treasure Linglong Pagoda that was about to overpower, Nezha's heart settled as he slightly lowered his head and glanced at the Regulus bow in his hand. The familiar feeling came back to me. As if with divine assistance, Nezha subconsciously pulled the Regulus bow away. The last heaven-shaking arrow in the world slowly surfaced on the Regulus bow. All the powers in the world converged towards the Regulus bow. The bow is like the full moon, and the arrow is like a falling star. An emperor's shadow emerged behind Nezha. The emperor's face was dignified, and a bow and arrow likewise surfaced in his hand. Li Jing's chesty face abruptly stiffened. Panic gradually crept into his face. As a former Chinese god, he could recognize this imperial silhouette as the Yellow Emperor, the first ancestor of humanities, and Regulus arrow as the Yellow Emperor shot Ji Yu's treasure. Li Jing thought to himself that it was impossible for him to resist. With this thought, the bowstring of the Xian Yuan bow violently relaxed. The shocking sky arrow cut a star trail in the air, piercing through space, shooting towards the overriding 7 treasure Linglong Pagoda. Bang! A heaven-shaking roar echoed between heaven and earth. The Buddha's light within the 7 treasure Linglong Pagoda similarly poured out between heaven and earth. Shadow after shadow of the Buddha exploded in the depths of the Buddha's light. The golden waves of light vibrating from the long-lasting Buddha's voice swept away everything in the world. The Buddha's light is silent. Under this arrow, the 7 treasure Linglong Pagoda, which seemed to be indestructible, was reduced to pieces. After the shocking sky arrow pierced through the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda, its might did not diminish. Li Jing was in a rage. The body trembled madly under the shock of the heaven-shaking arrow. Sinner, how could you possibly shoot me? A violent roar exploded from Li Jing's chest. A relic with a strong Buddhist intent lingering around it was spat out from his mouth. The figure of Lord Ka emerged above the Sherpa. He pointed one finger to the sky and the other to the earth, and the aura of the only one swept through the world. Facing the heaven-shaking arrow, Rudraksha's slightly closed eyes snapped open. At the moment the shocking arrow was shot, he folded both hands. The heaven-shaking arrow was firmly imprisoned by Rudra's outstretched Buddhist hand. But don't wait for Li Jing's expression to relax a little. Shocking arrows shot through Rudra's Buddha hand. The beeping sounded and the Sherpa broke in response. Just after shooting through the Sheridan, the might of the heaven-shaking arrow also almost dissipated. By the time the shocking arrow reached Li Jing's body, it had already turned into streams of light and dissipated. It was only then that Li Jing let out a long breath, his form relaxing. He panted as he looked at Nezha, the corner of his mouth pulling out a wisp of mockery. Adverse son, now that this last heaven-shaking arrow has dissipated, what other means do you have? Nezha sniffed and ignored it. He bowed deeply to the Emperor's shadow and presented the Regulus bow with both hands. The Emperor's shadow nodded gently, and the Regulus bow dissipated along with the shadow. Only then did Nezha turn his eyes to Li Jing. His eyes were once again filled with brashness. The teasing voice made Li Jing stiffen. So much for being arrogant when you have a tower. Now that the pagoda is shattered, it's time for you, Li Jing, to die. Chapter 128, The Death of Li Tian. Nezha's brash voice shook the arrogance from Li Jing's face. The fear of hindsight gradually filled his face. Even though Li Jing had received a gift from Rudra, his strength had grown considerably. But when faced with Nezha, who studied under the master Tai Yizhenjin, he still seemed a bit out of his depth. It was just that Li Jing, who had used all his means, was not willing to be defeated. He once again manifested a sharp sword in his hand, attempting a final showdown with Nezha. But Li Jing's movements were in Nezha's eyes, no different than an ant wielding his infantile weapon. Fire flickered in Jie's eyes. A fire dragon rose up behind Nezha and surrounded Li Jing. The fire dragon's dragon body coiled around Li Jing's body. The dragon's head, raised high, gave Li Jing great intimidation. Beyond that, under the scorching heat of the fire dragon, the Buddhist robes on Li Jing's body, which seemed to have gathered infinite Buddhist intent, were incinerated by flames. The sharp sword that had just manifested in his hand was also shattered by the flames once again. Li Jing at the moment, it's as if it's an old, decrepit hound dog trapped in a fire. Nezha, on the other hand, was still as upright as a pine. With the wind and fire wheel under his feet, he stepped into the air towards Li Jing. The wind and fire wheel scorched two distorted traces above the space. The traces fell into Li Jing's eyes. It was like a side swinging towards his neck, about to take his life. Which, Nezha, my good son, let your father live. Under the threat of his life dissipating, Li Jing's thick body steeply knelt down. He bowed heavily toward Nezha, praying for his forgiveness and understanding. But Nezha's figure did not stop at Li Jing's prayers. Even the traces left by the wind and fire wheels in the air were more dense and clear. When Li Jing saw this, fear had taken over his eyes. He knocked his head down harder and harder. Even as he kowtowed in the air, Li Jing's head was still bleeding profusely. Nezha, My father still remembers how cute you looked when you were first born. It was my father who was obsessed before. Please let me go. Seeing that a simple prayer could not shake Neza's resolve, Li Jing rehashes old stories. It was hoped that the events of the past would strike a chord in Neza's heart. However, it's good that he didn't mention it. After the old story was rehashed, the flames rising in Neza's eyes were almost spitting out of their sockets. The wind and fire will pulled out a residual shadow. Neza's figure arrived in front of Li Jing in an instant. How dare you mention when I was first born? When I was born, you regarded me as a demon. Lifting the sword is going to put me to death. How dare you mention when I was born now? Neza grabbed Li Jing's neck and stiffly plucked the kneeling Li Jing up. The slimmer Neza lifted the broadly built Li Jing with one hand. This highly contrasting scene, it caused everyone within the national luck space to freeze. The breath of relief that the people of the Celestial Kingdom had just taken lifted once again. Their faces were stagnant, shocked beyond words by the scene before them. Li Jing is not a god of the Celestial Kingdom. He can't replace us in the Celestial Kingdom. In the silence brought on by shock, a loud shout woke up the Tennesseans. A cry of unwillingness to watch the Tennessee lose the war. It resounded in the Tennessee audience. That's right, Li Jing is a god of China. His defeat should not represent the Celestial Kingdom. My Tianzhu Kingdom did not lose. The only one who lost was Li Jing. The crowd in the Celestial Kingdom was emotional. It seemed to think that if one cried out fiercely enough, one could control the decision of the will of heaven. Looking at the Tianzhu country's furious appearance, the Chinese audience's eyes carried mockery. The resentment of being mocked and abused by the Tianzhu Kingdom before gradually dissipated in his heart. The pleasure from releasing long pent-up emotions made the Chinese people unable to resist taunting the Tianzhu masses. Didn't you guys like having Li Jing represent the Celestial Kingdom? Why aren't you happy now? Taking what we don't want in China as a treasure, worthy of the Tianzhu Kingdom. Li Jing is a beast who abandons his wife and son. And you, the Celestial Kingdom, are worse than beastly trash. The cries of the Huaxia crowd made the Tianzhu crowd look ugly. As for Lu Hualiang at the Chentang Pass, his face showed disheveledness and fear. He would have been over 50 and his strength had declined dramatically if Li Jing is defeated and dies. Not to mention revenge, he, Lu Hualiang, will be like garbage, discarded by any country. Think about it. The disheveled and fearful look on Lu Hualiang's face turned to twisted and unwilling. He shouted at Fan Dong, who was not far away, and the shouting showed the madness in his heart. Fan Dong, so what if Li Jing loses? Do you dare to kill me? You are a coward. You don't even dare to kill me. Lu Hualiang's hissing yell drew Fan Dong to turn his gaze toward Lu Hualiang. The gaze was a mixture of pity and teasing. It was like looking at a mental patient and not bothering to argue with him. But Li Jing, whose life and death are controlled by Neza, but it was as if they saw the hope of life. He fought to struggle in Neza's hands. Even though it was already extremely difficult to breathe, he still hissed and shouted at Neza. Neza, if you kill me, Lu Hualiang will lose my shelter. Once Lu Hualiang loses my shelter, this monstrous flood will render Lu Hualiang's corpse without bones. Do you dare to kill me? Can you afford to take the blame for Fan Dong's ban and Huaxia's 3 consecutive losses? It was as if Li Jing had caught Neza in the act. It's also as if they expected the result of a certain defeat for Wachovia after Fan Dong's ban. His voice became fierce and decisive. The determination in his eyes forced Neza to let him live. The corner of Neza's mouth, however, merely curved up in a subtle arc. The arc seemed to mock Li Jing's ignorance. It also seemed to manifest his power. With me here, what's the harm even if you die? The voice fell. Neza's body was suddenly ablaze with fire. The flames wrapped around Neza's arm, adding all kinds of power to it. Click! With the sound of bones breaking, the light in Li Jing's eyes faded out. In the meantime, the protective shield that insulated Lu Hualiang from the erosion of the floodwaters also disappeared in the split second after Li Jing's death. Lost the dragons as well as Li Jing's manipulation. The water columns that ravaged heaven and earth collapsed. The flood seemed like a wild beast without any sense of reason, galloping through heaven and earth. And although Lu Hualiang just seemed bent on death, but when death comes with the flood, he is still staying on earth. Fan Dong, help me! Lu Hualiang hissed at Fan Dong. The desire for life drove him to run wildly towards Fandon. Fan Dong taunted before him, impassive. Neza's untamed eyes in the sky glanced at Lu Hualiang. The figure turned into a fiery light and sped towards Lu Hualiang. At the moment Neza's figure stormed, Li Jing was long gone on his lifeless body. A Buddha's shadow suddenly appeared. This Buddha's silhouette had a benevolent face, but his eyes were as furious as a Vajra's. His left hand, which stood in front of his chest, suddenly enlarged and grabbed towards Neja's figure. Chapter 129, Lu Hualiang dies. Fan Dong is banned. The Buddha's hand covered the sky and caught up with Neza at great speed. Neza, who transformed into flames, impacted on top of the Buddha's hand. Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, it exploded between heaven and earth. The Buddha's hand that is as strong as a divine weapon, stopping Neja's speeding figure in its tracks. Nez's figure rebounded hundreds of meters. The recoil of the impact on the Buddha's hand. The corners of Neja's mouth were made to overflow with strands of golden blood. But things aren't looking good for Buddha's hand either. Under Nez's onslaught, the Buddha's hands that covered the sky trembled madly. The Buddha's hand, which had almost turned into substance, became illusory again. After flickering for a long time, the Buddha's shadow disintegrated as Li Jing's flesh and blood dried up. From Nez's figure swept out. Until the Buddha's virtual shadow dissipates, the period was but a moment. But it was this short moment. Then Neza could only watch as the floodwaters engulfed Lu Hualiang. Everything that happened in the flash of lightning caused Fan Dong's pupils to quake dramatically. The ancient god's body that was comparable to a god's was violently urged. The power that trembled out distorted the space around Fan Dong. But even if Fan Dong poured all his strength into swiping towards Lu Hualiang, still rescued Lu Hualiang from the flood. Watch as the floodwaters come crashing down. Lu Hualiang's legs were trembling and his was flowing. His eyes looked despairingly at Fan Dong, who was speeding towards him. Helplessness accompanied the flood that overwhelmed him. The massive water pressure destroyed Lu Hualiang's flesh and blood in just an instant. The currents of water coming from the surge. It even sent Fan Dong flying thousands of meters away. From the midst of the flood, he managed to stabilize himself. Fan Dong's face became extremely ugly. Today's China. Not only has the junior not grown up yet, most of the veterans are also extremely weakened. If Fan Dong still has to be banned, the next battle for the nation's fortunes can be imagined how difficult it will be. Even in extreme cases, the 3 consecutive defeats of Huaxiao will face the crisis of extinction of the country. Think about it. The heaviness in Fan Dong's heart was almost on the verge of overwhelming him. And the Chinese masses in the national luck space were equally dumbfounded. Their heartbeats intensified for a split second. None of the breaths dared to be too ragged either. Lu Hualiang's death filled in the joyous colors of the Huaxiao masses who won the battle of national fortunes. The fact that Phantom is about to be banned for 3 games. More than anything, the Chinese masses can't believe that this is what's really going on. The Tianzhu masses, however, are precisely the opposite of the Chinese masses. The sadness of defeat in the Battle of National Fortunes was replaced by jubilation in an instant. A loss of 1 round of the Battle of Nations would cause Fan Dong to be banned for 3 matches. Then they don't mind losing another round of the Battle of Nations. Stinking Wahini, didn't you tell us to be happy? We're happy now. So what if you lose a round of the Battle of National Fortune? Your guardian god of China, Fan Dong, is going to be banned for 3 matches. Numb with laughter. Now I'm going to ask this group of Chinese why they're not happy? The Tianzhu country crowd mocked wildly at the Huaxia audience. It was as if everything that had just been taunted by Huaxia, they were going to return it from here. Amidst the taunts and cheers of the Celestial Kingdom, at Chentang Pass, Neza cast an apologetic glance at Fan Dong as never before, and his form dissipated. Fan Dong, on the other hand, had a white tide filling his eyes. After the sense of heavenly rotation disappeared, the national fortune ring reappeared in front of him. Battle of Nations, China vs. Tianzhu Kingdom, Round 1, China wins. In view of the fact that the Celestial Kingdom has used the Chinese gods against the Chinese, the punishment of the Celestial Kingdom is hereby doubled. The Celestial Kingdom has gained the punishment word, hearts and minds. People's hearts are not in the right place. The country's masses have a lower sense of identification with the country, and the level of unity has dropped by 50%. After Fan Dong returned to the national fortune space, the voice of the heavenly Tao leisurely resounded in the depths of the heavenly vault. The masses of the Celestial Kingdom didn't care if they won or lost this round of the Battle of National Fortunes though. Hearts and minds, words and phrases bring about an impact, but it is clearly visible. With the addition of words, once again, an uprising broke out among the women of the Celestial Kingdom, who were already harboring hatred for the country. This uprising was due to the diminished unity of the masses in the Tennessee. The reach is wider and the impact deeper. Even quite a few armies and governments in the Celestial Kingdom. Both have been hit hard, but flesh and blood can't stand up to a steel beast after all. The uprising was quickly suppressed again. Huaxia is victorious, gaining the word, family and country sentiment. Family and country sentiment. The loyalty of the Chinese masses to the country has increased, and the degree of mass unity has increased by 50%. Once the words are issued, the Chinese crowd, which had just been banned for 3 games because of Fan Dong, perked up quite a bit. The slump is dissipating. The will of the people is once again converging among the masses of China. Even those spies in China who betrayed China and threw themselves into other countries. It is also because of the addition of the family affair phrase. There was a slight wavering. In view of the fact that Lu Hualiang is still of Chinese nationality, his death will be ruled as a Chinese self-inflicted murder. Punish participant Fan Dong with a 3-match ban. The punishment begins at the next Battle of Nations. After the reward words took effect, the heavenly Tao punishment that everyone was most concerned about finally arrived. The masses of the Celestial Kingdom are somewhat disgruntled though punishing the start of the next Battle of Nations. But the news that Fan Dong was banned for 3 games it still delights them to no end. And what made Fan Dong surprised? The Chinese masses were surprisingly negative for a change. They looked uplifted and shouted at Fan Dong. Fan Dong, we don't blame you. Cheer up, we'll wait for your return as king. Let the rest of us do the next 3 battles of national fortune. You just fight this battle of national fortunes, and let these trashy countries see what the rest of us in Huaxia are capable of. The exhilaration coming from the Chinese audience. It soothed Fan Dong's heavy heart slightly. Yet exhilaration does not change reality. The fact that Chinese talent is withering away. It will definitely deal a heavy blow to Huaxia, but these things are beyond Fan Dong's control. He could only try his best to find a way to raise the strength of the rest of Huaxia, while the Chinese within the space of the national movement were all in one place. The Huaxia people outside the national luck space were equally unwilling to show any weakness. The group of Chinese people watching the national space were excited. Both were raging loudly against Lu Hualiang's shamelessness. It was also thinking of ways to fight for the next battle for the national fortunes of Huaxia, the highest level of the Sky Dragon Tower. The 7 Long Baichuan people were once again gathered together. As they watched what was happening within the national fortune space, their faces were also as heavy as Fan Dong's. Even though the Wahhabis are as multitudinous as they have ever been, but Huaxia except Fan Dong, there is no guarantee that anyone can win the next battle of the nations. Damn Lu Hualiang, he should have been sentenced to death straight away at that time. Tu Jingqing's face was gloomy, and after knocking heavily on the table, he opened his mouth fiercely. His voice resonated with everyone except Long Baichuan. Long Baichuan swept a glance at the crowd and slightly pressed down on his palm, causing them to stop their voices before speaking faintly. Now is not the time to condemn Lu Hualiang. How to deal with the ensuing battle of national fortunes is the top priority. As soon as Long Baichuan's voice came out, several people's complexions immediately fell into deep thought. After a long time, Long Baichuan's brows slightly stretched as he spoke again. Statistically speaking, the players in Huaxia who can still summon the gods can only pick generals out of the short ones. Long Baichuan's voice fell. Several people looked solemn and busy. Soon, a roster detailing the Chinese players was placed in front of Long Baichuan. Long Baichuan slowly opened the roster up and browsed through the people on it. Chapter 130, China's response. Countries go wild. Page after page of the roster turned. With the flip of the roster, Long Baichuan's frown, however, grew tighter, only because of the players on the roster. The youngest was 37 years old. The strength had long since passed its peak. After turning over the roster, which was more than 100 pages thick, Long Baichuan exhaled a breath of coarse air. He closed the roster and leaned his hands on his brow. While rubbing his somewhat swollen head, he inquired to Tu Jingqing beside him. Are all of these 100 or so players on the roster willing to fight for China? The fatigued voice made Tu Jingqing's heart raise a few concerns about Long Baichuan's body. He didn't dare to slow down and spoke softly. We consulted them when we were tallying up the players' information. All are willing to march again for their country. Tu Jingqing's voice finally caused Long Baichuan to stretch his brows. After a short silence, Long Baichuan sat up straight and spoke again. Lu Hualiang is dead and Fan Dong will be banned for 3 games. I will select 9 players from this list to deal with the upcoming Battle of Nations. Long Baichuan's voice fell. The people present looked solemn, quietly waiting for Long Baichuan's roll call. This roll call almost means death. After all, under Lu Hualiang's use of public office for personal gain, today's Wahini players are not aging. It just hasn't grown up yet. Any player selected to participate in the Battle of the Nations, the odds are that all of them will die in battle in the National Luck Ring. First place, Zhang Ao. Long Baichuan's voice was a bit hoarse. A holographic projection accompanied the voice and appeared on the highest level of the Sky Dragon Tower. This holographic projection was of a dashing 30-something-year-old man. The man's eyes had the ferocity of a Tibetan mastiff. There was also a great sense of righteousness in his countenance that he was willing to die for his country. After Zhang Ao appeared on the highest level of the Heavenly Dragon Tower, he nodded towards the crowd and did not say anything, and Long Baichuan's voice continued to ring out. Number 2, Malone. Third place, Shen Qi. As the plaintive voices rang out one after another, one silhouette after another appeared on the highest level of the Heavenly Dragon Tower. When Long Baichuan's voice subsided, these 8 figures were both male and female, with different appearances, but all of them, without exception, had a proud and upright figure. There was a look of stoicism on his face. Looking at the 8 figures in front of him, Long Baichuan unconsciously then stood up. His face grew solemn. The gravity in his eyes made the atmosphere around him depress for a moment. All of you have been heroes who have made heavenly achievements for China. Deserves to live comfortably after retirement. But now that Huaxia is in trouble, I wonder if you all dare to march for your country again. Long Baichuan went straight to the point and spoke solemnly to the 8 people in front of him. May I protect China with my life. The stoicism on the 8 men's faces abruptly turned solemn. The neatness of the voices was a source of respect for the people around them. Good. Worthy of being my Chinese Erlang. After this battle of national fortunes is over, It is expected that we will soon have to meet the challenges of other countries. Everyone has limited time to prepare, so I won't delay you any longer. All get ready. The 8 people's unanimous chants caused Long Baichuan's eyes to moisten a little. After a brief explanation, he instructed the 8 to prepare properly. After the 8 figures said yes in unison, their figures dissipated one after another. Long Baichuan slowly sat down on the chair. His face was a little complicated, and his eyes seemed to be reminiscing about the old days. Chief, there are only 8 contestants selected. 1 more to go. Even though Long Baichuan seemed to be in deep thought. However, Tu Jingqing still had to remind Long Baichuan, if the Battle of Nations fails because this last player is not selected, that's not just Long Baichuan. All of HWA's leadership is to blame. Tu Jingqing's voice seemed to pull Long Baichuan back from his memories. His eyes surged with a dense battle intent, and the aura surging out of his body was as harsh as a sheathed sword. Immediately afterward he stood up again. Walking over to the floor-to-ceiling window, he looked at the light screen in the sky that presented the scene of the National Games space from afar, and opened his mouth faintly. The last contestant is me, Long Baichuan. As the voice fell, the 6 Tu Jingqing people and the other staff members breathed. In an instant it came to a standstill. They looked at Long Baichuan's body that was as upright as a strong pine even though it was a bit stooped. Trance. Then he saw Long Baichuan once in the ring of national fortune. The unrivaled stature of the countless foreigners killed who dare not raise their heads to look directly at them. Long Baichuan, who had his back to the crowd, did not know what they were thinking. The black dragon tattoo on his chest was suddenly slightly hot. It was as if it made his hot blood, which had been cold for decades, roll once again. And while Huaxia was making intensive preparations for the upcoming Battle of Nations, all other countries were in cheers because of Fandong's ban. Once again, the brats of Sakura Nation raised their country in celebration. Emperor Hinjin was even quicker to issue orders. Once this Battle of Nations is over, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom shall launch the Battle of Nations toward China at all costs and at the fastest speed possible. The same scene in Sakura Nation was played out in Eagle Nation, the Eagle state that has waited 100 years in agony. Now once again, we see a chance to return to world domination. Hesitantly, MacArthur spoke harshly to the officers around him. Whether or not my Eagle Kingdom can return to the position of hegemony depends on whether or not we can seize this opportunity. Not only Sakura Nation as well as the Eagle Nation are in a hurry. Even the Nordic empires whose national power had fallen to the bottom. There was also the idea of launching a war of national fortunes against Huaxia. Churchill stood at the highest point of the Nordic Empire. He looked at the devastated Nordic Empire and roared, launching a war of national fortunes against China. My Nordic Empire must take back everything we've lost. While all the countries in the outside world were in a frenzy because of Fandong's ban, inside the national transportation space, Fandong stood in the national games ring with a grave expression on his face. The air around him fell into a stagnant state because of his inner gravity. The uncontrolled pressure was even more rampant anywhere in the national fortune space. While the Huaxia crowd is still inspired by Fandong, but Fandong still has a few guilty feelings towards Huaxia. Losing a few percent of the country's fortunes isn't a big deal. The big thing for him, Fandong, is to win it back. But those Chinese who lost their lives in the disaster, he, Fandong, however, had no way to save it at all. Thinking about this, Fandong's mood became even heavier. But the people of the Celestial Kingdom became more and more arrogant and domineering in their mockery. Amidst the clamor of the people of the Celestial Kingdom, the voice of the Heavenly Tao announced the beginning of the second round of the Battle of Nations. The Battle of Nations, Huaxia vs. Tianzhu Kingdom. Round 2 is about to begin. Will the contestant representing the Celestial Kingdom please come to the stage? As the voice of the Heavenly Tao fell, no one at the Tianzhu Kingdom's camp made a move. But at the Huaxia camp, a person whose entire body was wrapped in clothing once again stepped forward. Chapter 131, Wang Qin who can't summon a god. The figure slowly lifted the hood of his coat, revealed face. It was Wang Qin's sinister and cunning face. Traitor! A steeply angry shout came from the Chinese audience, as if it were a spark to ignite anger, repressed for a long time resentment into a huge wave, mixed with Fandong banning the grievances of the explosion. No wonder Wang Qin keeps losing battles. No wonder SSS-ranked gods can't beat SS-ranked gods. So Wang Qin is a traitor. Humph. Lu Hualiang even betrayed Huaxia, as Lu Hualiang's dog. Can Wang Qin not betray Huaxia? Shame. The gods fled in fear of battle, creating a precedent of Chinese defeat. Wang Qin is the eternal shame of China. The waves of sound were like a quenching rain of arrows, stabbing at Wang Qin in the ring. Wang Qin's throat rolled, and his nails pinched raw into his palms. The only trace of guilt left in his heart was crushed to pieces by the abuse. Now Wang Qin, just want to get back at Huaxia. Let the people of China know that trying him, Wang Qin, was the most wrong thing that China had ever done. Wang Qin's gaze scanned the surrounding audience, and the corner of his mouth suddenly pulled out a maniacal smile. Then he closed his eyes with a reverent look and folded his hands, knees heavy on the ground. Puff! The muffled sound of both knees slamming into the ground shook the air. It was as if a gust of wind had smoothed out all the waves within the space of the national fortune. The angry curses of the Chinese masses stopped in an instant. The jeers and surprises of the masses of the nations subsided at the same time. Wang Qin's kneeling caused them to recall the horrifying scene of Luo devouring the sky and devouring the earth. Imagine the terrifying pressure Luo brought with him. Everyone's gazes were firmly fixed on Wang Qin's body. I only saw Wang Qin kowtow one step at a time. Scarlet blood stains swooned on the verdant brick surface. Even though his forehead was drenched in blood, he did not stop moving at all. Ancestor of the demon gods, Luo Shu. Wang Qin is going to summon the demon god Lord Luo again. Amidst the shock, the Tianzhu nation laughed out loud. The smugness and openness in their eyes showed their confidence in Luo. You have to know that Luo Shuji is a god that was born at the beginning of the heavens and earth. Its strength could never be as weak as it was when it fought against Su Fu. Loud laughter shook everywhere within the national luck space, taking the lead in awakening the masses of the celestial kingdom. As a deity that has existed since the beginning of the heavens and earth, Luo Shuhu's strength is simply beyond what you can imagine. The Luo who fights for Huaxia is weak and incomparable, but the Luo who fights for Tianzhu kingdom will be unrivaled in the world. Huaxia will be obediently suppressed. The mocking voices of the Tianzhu country's crowd caused an irrepressible heaviness to rise in the hearts of the masses of the various countries. Among the heaviest of moods, when it comes to the Chinese who are about to face Luo directly, Su Fu was able to defeat Luo Shuo. It was because Luo Shuo didn't want to fight for Huaxia. If Luo Shuji fought on behalf of the Tianzhu kingdom, his strength was absolutely beyond anyone's imagination. Worried gazes were thrown at Fan Dong by the Chinese, the apprehension in their hearts causing their hearts to race. And after Wang Qin's figure fell into Fan Dong's eyes, Fan Dong's brows, likewise, subconsciously tightened. Wang Qin's repeated defeats were not the result of a weak summoned deity, Pratyo Buddhata, Mahasthama Prapta, and the ancestor of the demonic gods, Luo Shu. The strength of these three gods, one is scarier than the other. If he, Fan Dong, was still as contemptuous of Wang Qin as he once was, then it was not impossible for him, Fan Dong, to lose to Wang Qin. One thought in this, Fan Dong's gaze grew heavy. The aura that was fully activated even caused the space around him to twist and distort. In the meantime, bang, 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 a strange muffled sound echoed within the national fortune space. It also struck at the hearts of the Chinese people. Wang Qin's kowtow was even more pious than before. He had only just gotten into the ring, and his head was already bleeding. Fan Dong, my life was supposed to be bright, but it's because of you that I become a traitor in everyone's eyes. Didn't you say that I, Wang Qin, am not useful? Today, I need to let you, Fan Dong, know the strength of my Wang Qin. Under the blood, Wang Qin's twisted face was as terrifying as an evil ghost. A more vigorous kowtowing echoed with frequent muffled sounds under the hoarse voice. However, it wasn't until Wang Qin arrived in front of Fan Dong. In Fan Dong's heart, a few strange moments suddenly arose, only because of Wang Qin's body. There wasn't the awesome overflow of Law's appearance. Wang Qin, who had fallen into a frenzy, did not notice this oddity. Wang Qin held his head high, embraced his hands to the sky, and opened his mouth aloud with reverence. Tianzhu Kingdom's player, Wang Qin, summoned the ancestor of the demon gods, Luo Shuhu, rank SSS. A loud, disembodied yell fell. The demon god that was supposed to crack the sky and appear never arrived. Only the fishy wind swirled the gravel and lashed his hunched form. Beads of blood dripped down his chin, hammering out a breathless beat in the dead silence. Wang Qin's hands, which were embracing towards the sky, were awkwardly in the air, and his expression became even more maniacal. Impossible, impossible, Wang Qin murmured in a sixfold voice. The life and death enemy Fan Dong was right in front of him, but he, Wang Qin, couldn't even summon the gods. The unwillingness in his heart drove a ruthless color to flash in Wang Qin's eyes. A stern and violent roar once again exploded from Wang Qin's body. Tianzhu Kingdom's player, Wang Qin, summoned the demon god's lord, Luo Shuhu, rank SSS. The epileptic hoarse voice fell once more. The response to Wang Qin was still silence. Pust. Snickers continued to resound from the viewing gallery of the various countries, whispering as if they were sneering at Wang Qin. The Huaxia crowd let out a long breath, and the boulder in their hearts fell to the ground with a thud. No, no way. The snickering sound was like the shrill sound of metal against fingertip smeared tea, causing Wang Qin's gaze to turn bloodshot. Sanity was completely overwhelmed by madness. He snapped his tongue and hissed out his spit mixed with bloody foam. Tianzhu Kingdom's player, Wang Qin, summoned the Azura King, Luo Shuhu, rank SSS. The voice fell. The yin and yang are reversed. The stars are misplaced. The clouds suddenly churned up like a boil, and the six-armed demon god's phantom appeared and disappeared. Wang Qin's face glowed with joy. But not before this flush of joy covered his cheeks. The teasing voice was wrapped in thunder and struck down suddenly. "Are you worthy of summoning this king?" Before the remnants of the sound dissipated, Wang Qin was already paralyzed into a mess. Immediately after, the heavens and the earth are clear and the stars are reset. The clouds, which were churning like a boil, abruptly subsided. The jeers of the masses of the nations could no longer be suppressed. A voice that was accompanied by the mockery of the Tianzhu kingdom resounded within the national fortune space. "Is this the monkey sent out by the celestial kingdom? How can it be so funny? How dare you go on stage and provoke fandom even if you can't summon a god? One step and one bow on this? This man is a self-mutilator, isn't he?" The taunts were mocking Wang Qin though. The people of the Dharma kingdom, however, also felt that there was a hot and spicy production on their faces. Shame made these Tennesseans unable to resist arguing out loud. "You guys know, Wang Qin is just a piece of trash. How could Lord Luo be willing to be summoned by a loser? With Wang Qin looking like this trash, I'm afraid that even if Lord Luo appears, he won't be able to win against Fan Dong. That's right, since it's doomed to fail, why would Lord Luo bother showing up?" The voice of the Tianzhu people made Wang Qin's heart bitter. He couldn't help a few wisps of a bitter smile escaping from the corners of his mouth. The wrenching pain in his heart brought him to his knees in dismay. In the eyes of the world, it seems that he, Wang Qin, is doing everything nowadays. They are all just jokes that make people laugh. Amidst the waves of laughter from the audience of various countries, Wang Qin's afterimage caught a glimpse of Fan Dong stepping on blood. The feeling of powerlessness caused Wang Qin to hang his head. The blood reflected Wang Qin's twisted form, as if he were a lost dog. Quickly, Fan Dong stood in front of Wang Qin with a contemptuous expression. Chapter 132, The Appearance of Demons is the Woe of Geniuses. Fan Dong's upright figure like a gun and Wang Qin's twisted form overlapped in the blood and water. The thick pressure in front of him made Wang Qin's fear of death even more intense. His paralyzed body trembling madly, Wang Qin suddenly kowtowed towards Fan Dong as if he was crazy. The sounds of wailing and praying, mixed with the splashing of blood, resounded in the national luck ring. "Fan Dong, I was wrong. I shouldn't have betrayed Huaxia. Let me go. Let me go." Under more violent kowtowing, the blood-soaked forehead gradually became bloody. There was just no mercy arising from Fan Dong's contemptuous eyes. It is an indisputable fact that Wang Qin betrayed Huaxia, and the return of the prodigal son is more of a lie to deceive the world, even if Wang Qin repented. Nor can it wash away the shame he brought to China. It's just that there will always be stupid people who will believe in the so-called return of the prodigal son. Some of Wang Qin's only remaining brainwashed fans were even softly defending Wang Qin at this moment. Brother Wang Qin already knows he's wrong. Can't Fan Dong let him go? That's right. Does a moment of going astray mean that brother Wang Qin is wrong for the rest of his life? Wang Qin's brainwashed fans seemed to know that they were in the wrong, and their voices were not as loud as usual. Still, the slightly cringing voice ignited many of the Chinese crowd in an instant. Angry gazes were directed by the Chinese to this group of obsessive Wang Qin brainwashed fans. It was as if as long as this group of Wang Qin brainwashed fans dared to defend Wang Qin one more time, they were about to tear all the Wang Qin brainwashed fans to shreds. Fan Dong, who heard Wang Qin's brainwashed fan defense, then twisted his head slightly. The cold and stern eyes were like a sword coming out of its sheath, chopping the obsession of Wang Qin in the hearts of Wang Qin's brainwashed fans, and then he flicked his thigh. Wang Qin was flung tens of meters away like a piece of trash. Cold eyes gradually flattened out as he looked towards Wang Qin, who was lying in the bloody water. Immediately following, Fan Dong spoke faintly. "Ha, you're wrong? You don't realize you're doing wrong. You just know you're going to die." Fan Dong gave a cold laugh. The indifferent voice caused Wang Qin's eyes to despair and his complexion to turn gray. The violently trembling body returned to stagnation, staring at the sky like a dead dog. "I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have presumed to carry the Chinese flag." Wang Qin hung his head low, as if he were mentally deranged, and unconsciously muttered words of repentance, lost in thought, as if he really recognized the fault. But the teasing at the corners of Fan Dong's mouth still hadn't disappeared. A cold and mocking voice once again sounded in Wang Qin's ears. "You still don't realize where you went wrong. If you are steady and do not pursue the sidelines, then after I retire, Huaxia will surely have you carry the banner. Your only mistake is that you are bent on comparing yourself to me." Fan Dong. Fan Dong's voice was like giving Wang Qin a head start. Trance whipped up a fierce wind in Wang Qin's mind. Wait for the trance to subside slowly, and with that comes great realization. Being born in an era with a demon is the helplessness of a genius. Challenging a demon without self-importance, on the other hand, was a sadness belonging to geniuses. A bitter smile revealed itself from Wang Qin's dull face. The limp body regained its strength once more, and uncontrollable fantasies filled her eyes. Wang Qin was thinking that if he didn't take Fan Dong as his opponent, instead, he idolizes Fan Dong, will his end, then, be 1,000 times better than it is now? Unfortunately, the wood is gone. Wang Qin is already a disgrace who betrayed China. Fan Dong, may I, Wang Qin, in my next life, be born 20 years before you. A burst of regret that was hard to suppress tormented Wang Qin's heart. In remorse, Wang Qin's eyes became candid as he fiercely yelled towards Fan Dong. The roar hadn't even had time to echo through the space of the national fortune. The muffled sound of blood and flesh exploding then rawly covered the roar down. Wang Qin knew that it would be difficult to wash away his shame with death. Choose to blow yourself up, to preserve what's left of his dignity. Flesh and blood collapsed into a mist of blood that drifted anywhere in the space of the national fortune. The smell of blood like rust caused everyone to frown slightly. Only Wang Qin's self-deportation doesn't redeem his image in the minds of the Chinese. The faces of many Chinese people were still filled with hatred and disgust for Wang Qin. Tianzhu Kingdom's player, Wang Qin, has cut himself to death. Battle of Nations, China vs. Tianzhu Kingdom. China wins. In the midst of the escaping blood mist, the lilting sound of the heavenly Tao's voice resounded, disturbing the blood mist. The Tianzhu people's faces were a little hard to see, although it had long been expected that Lu Hualiang and Wang Qin alone would not be able to defeat Huaxia. But when the punishment of defeat comes, the Tennesseans still couldn't suppress the hard feelings in their hearts. Only Gan Tian's face had a tricky smile on it. Give up the child to catch the wolf. After Fan Dong was banned, Gan Tian was confident that the Celestial Kingdom would take back everything it had lost in the next battle of national fortunes. However, the sound of the heavenly Tao that followed caused the confidence on Gan Tian's face to stiffen a bit. Due to the fact that both rounds of this battle of the nations are Chinese infighting, we hereby reward the Chinese, purge of internal troubles. Phrase, purge internal troubles, obliterate all those who have turned their backs on China within China, and destroy all buildings within China that jeopardize China. Under the reverberation of the heavenly Tao's voice, in the blink of an eye the smile on Gan Tian's face turned gloomy. The word descended. It will instantly destroy the layout of the Celestial Kingdom within China. It will even take spies from other countries with it. With that thought, a huge curtain of light appeared over the national fortune ring. The light screen split into thousands of images, showing the faces of thousands of Chinese people. These faces were all, without exception, traitors who had betrayed Huaxia. Among them, Wang Weigua, who turned Lu Hualiang as well as Wang Qin, is the most notable. Wang Weigua stood within the warehouse that had summoned the Rudraksh. The warehouse that took half his life to build collapsed inch by inch, but there was no anger or resentment on his face. My mission has been accomplished, and the glory of the Buddha will shine on all things. Wang Weigua's expression was frank, and the frenzied sound he made seemed to have reached the space of the national fortune. The maniacal devotion to the Buddha caused Gan Tian's ugly expression to calm down. Fandon has been banned. The pawns buried in the territory of China by the Celestial Kingdom have accomplished their mission. The existence or non-existence of these spies is no longer of any significance in the Tennessee. But the Celestial Kingdom thought itself that spies were no longer useful. Other countries do not see it that way. Eagle Country, Cherry Blossom Country, Olympus Country. The masses of 7 or 8 countries were all glaring angrily at the Celestial Kingdom. If it were not for the fear of the strength of the Tianzhu Kingdom, angry curses had also long resounded over the national luck space. As the portraits presented by the curtain of light, one by one, they died violently. The curtain of light dissipated in the midst of the space of national fortune, and then the sound of the voice of the heavenly Tao rang out, putting the heavenly kingdom on trial. In view of the despicable behavior of the Celestial Kingdom, we hereby punish the Celestial Kingdom for the class struggle. Word, class struggle. The class struggle within the TMC has intensified, dramatically improving the physical fitness of the lower caste population. The sound of the heavenly Tao indistinctly contained the power of the heavens crumbling into the earth. The eruption of power caused an earth-shattering earthquake to occur within Gan Tian's heart. The sight of the mass riots in the territory of the Celestial Kingdom seemed to float in his mind, and the scene that happened in reality was not what Gan Tian expected. The dissipating curtain of light reappeared, presenting scenes from the territory of the Celestial Kingdom. The serf, who was kneeling before the Brahmin priest, rose abruptly and violently. Agricultural implements used for plowing the land cleave hard on the heads of the high caste people. The so-called noble blood that stains the Ganges, the hoe, mixed in the mud, knocked on the door of a nobleman's house decorated with gold and silver. In the meantime, once again, the humiliated women of Tennessee rebelled against the oppression of the men. The sewing needle in his hand seemed to go through the skulls of noble lords. Phew! Gan Tian exhaled a ragged breath, the sight of riots in the country causing him to frown. But the good thing is that the state machinery is not something that can be overthrown by the unorganized low-caste masses. Tanks, airplanes, and artillery rolled into the city, powerful firepower, pouring wildly towards the people. Only this time, the army is clearly not as potent as it was before. Thousands of Tennessee's masses fought hard against the torrent of steel with their flesh and blood, until countless tanks were scrapped and rivers of blood flowed within the city. The riots that took place in various parts of the Tennessee were only just quelled. The battle of national fortunes, Huaxia vs. Tianzhu Kingdom is officially over. In the silence of the Tennessee crowd, the voice of the heavenly Tao rang out without any emotion. The voice did not bring ease to the masses in the national luck space. The moment the voice of the heavenly Tao fell, almost everyone's bodies tightened at the same time. Even Fan Dong couldn't help but raise his head to look up into the sky. Thunder rolled in the depths of the sky. A loud sound like the unfolding of heaven and earth exploded in the place where heaven and earth met. The Celestial Kingdom consumes 10% of its national fortune and launches a war of national fortune against China. The Eagle Kingdom consumes 10% of its national fortune and launches a war of national fortune against Huaxia. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom consumes 10% of its national fortune and launches a war of national fortune against China. Nordic Empire. State of Olympus. The loud noise in succession caused a sharp pain to pass through Fan Dong's ears. There was a heaviness arising on Fan Dong's face, only because after he was banned, the next battle of national fortunes was the true test of China's heritage. Chapter 133, Legends gather at this moment. An echo gradually subsided within the space of the national fortune. What followed were the angry voices of the masses in various countries against Huaxia. The sounds of angry accusations were hysterical. It seems to mask the fear in the hearts of the masses of the nations. Fandon was just banned for 3 games. If, after the 3 battles of national fortune, China had not yet perished, what awaits the rest of the country? Then, will be Fan Dong's fearless retaliation. Retaliation from a superpower who hadn't lost a single battle in 10 years was something no country could afford. But it was good that the slow sound of the voice of the heavenly Tao erased the fear in the hearts of the masses of the nations. In view of the large number of countries that have initiated a war of national fortunes against Huaxia, only the applications of the Celestial Kingdom, the Eagle Kingdom, and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, which were the first to initiate the Battle of Nations, are now approved. The voice of the heavenly Tao slowly subsided. The faces of the 3 masses of the Tianzhu Kingdom all had a surprise that could not be concealed. On the faces of the masses of other countries, a hint of despondency flashed, regretting that they hadn't declared war on Huaxia as early as possible. But the lassitude lasted only a moment, although it did not snatch the opportunity to divide the national fortune of China. But there is no need to take the risk of retaliation by Fan Dong. If the 3 kingdoms of Tianzhu hadn't overthrown Huaxia during Fan Dong's ban, then what awaits the 3 kingdoms of Tianzhu will be Fan Dong's monstrous fury. Because of the short intervals between each battle of national fortunes, I now ask the coaches of the 4 national battle teams to select 9 contestants to enter the national space. In the midst of the varying demeanor of the masses of the nations, the voice of the heavenly Tao once again resounded lazily. With the sound of the heavenly Tao, the space in front of Fan Dong suddenly distorted. 108 guilt names, bright and flickering, like candles about to go out in a starry sky. Scanning the 108 names, Fan Dong knew that these were all the players in Huaxia who could greet the gods. Hands clenched tightly into fists, whitened knuckles reveal the hesitation in Fan Dong's heart. Under Lu Hualian's use of power for personal gain, the talents of today's Huaxia are withering away. The youngsters have yet to grow up, while the veterans have already fallen down. Even if these 108 people were once invincible, but put it in the present, strength slipped for them. Couldn't even get a straight block on Sakura Nation. Fan Dong clenched his teeth, not daring to pick his contestants easily. After all, whichever player he picks, it almost always meant that he, Fan Dong, had personally sent this player to his death. Fan Dong's footsteps were hesitant, his eyes fluttering. The Celestial Kingdom, the Eagle Kingdom, and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, however, had already selected their contestants. Buddha's light bloomed in the Tianzhu Kingdom's player's seat. When the Buddha's light gradually subsided, the 9 kind-hearted monks sat cross-legged. 9 monks struck the rosewood wooden fish at the same time. A burst of tranquil and peaceful Sanskrit sounds that shook the space with ripples. The withered old monk at the head raised his cloudy Buddhist eyes, between the windlessness of the robe, but it revealed a hideous tattoo of a demon subduing mortar and pestle at the collarbone. And a white-haired old man sat withered in the player's seat of the Eagle Kingdom. The old man was dressed in a plain white long coat, and his thick beard and eyebrows almost hid his face. As for an ink-black cane in his hand, it contained a trance-like power as if it were a majestic mountain. As for Sakura Nation's player's table, the springwood tree, which had summoned Su Fu, was nowhere to be seen. In their place was another deeply affectionate pair. These 2 men and women had a cold look on their faces, but there was tenderness in each other's eyes. The 3 players are seated one by one, each different aura squeezed towards Fan Dong at the same time. Sharp snickers also erupted from the audience of the 3 countries. Choose, a bunch of old and sickly people. Who else in Huaxia can stop our conquest? So what if they were once invincible? Can they block a single move from ancestral god Su Fu? The hegemony has been occupied by the Chinese pigs for so many years. It's time to roll down. On the matter of mocking HWA, the masses of the 3 countries put aside the barriers between them and united their fronts. The heavy atmosphere in the Chinese audience suppressed everyone's heart, but there are still hot-blooded young people who roar at the 3 crowds. What's the harm in letting you guys have 3 matches? When Fandong's ban ends, you will pay for it. A bunch of garbage effects that only dare to use some machinations. How much help did Huaxia give you when it dominated the world? Is this how you repay China? The roar of the hot-blooded youths of China shook the hearts of the masses in all countries. Yet the masses of the 3 countries of the Celestial Kingdom remained full of concern. By the time Fandong's ban ends, your Huaxia will have been destroyed by us long ago. Don't care if it's a conspiracy or not. As long as it can exterminate Huaxia, it's a good tactic. Did we beg for your help? Either you die or I die is the law of survival in this world. The tri-state crowd mocked shamelessly. Like disgusting sewage, it was poured on the Chinese. Amidst the cacophony, Fandong's temples jutted. Endless killing intent crazily permeated the body. He was now itching to kill directly into the players' seats of the 3 countries. Slaughter the players of the 3 kingdoms with the power of flesh. Phew! Fandong closed his eyes and let out a long breath. Void, after closing his eyes, suppressed the impulse in his heart. Time seemed to start passing at the speed of light in nothingness. The bursts of taunts from the audience disappeared at some point. Fandong slowly opened his tightly closed eyes. Only an illusory scene was displayed on the national fortune ring. There were men with fierce faces who summoned gods holding green dragon crescent swords. The man spared his waist to break and severed the head of Sakura Nation's god, Tengu, with a hard chop. The color of the king was manifested in the man, and the invincible might shook an era. This man was none other than Zhang Ao, the absolute fierce tiger of China. Zhang Ao's picture gradually shattered. In his place was a strapping young man of about 30 years of age. Against the sighs and taunts of the sky, the strong man summoned the god with wings on his back and manipulating thunder and lightning. Between the wild dances of the thunder serpent, Oriel, the angel of the eagle kingdom, was engulfed by it, and this stout. On the other hand, it's Malin, the Chinese destructive dragon who has been a late bloomer and has been crushing the world for several years. One scene after another appeared in the national games ring. The crowd of the 3 countries that had just been frantically clamoring were now stupefied and terrified. This scene brought back the fear they felt when they were dominated by Huaxia. The eerie silence lasted for who knows how long. The changing back and forth gradually subsided. 9 silhouettes led by Long Baichuan slowly appeared in front of the Chinese camp. Zhang Ao, Mao Long, Su Xin, Zhang Tianing, Deng Ye, a legend that once shone in the world, gathered in the space of national fortune. Looking at the figures of the 9 Long Baichuan people, Fandong's heart shook. Yet there was no optimism born in the heart, simply because these people are legends of the past, and now the saga is over. What's the point of pretending? The era of these people has long since fallen. What's there to be afraid of? In the silence, an Oni from the Sakura country hissed out. The humiliation they had suffered forced them to wait to wash away the shame. Hissing opens the valve of mockery. Endless taunts poured from the valves. There was anger and unwillingness in Fandong's heart, and his mind had already made the decision to give up on the 3 battles of national fortune. The forefathers threw away their heads and spilled their blood for China. There's no need for them to be humiliated by rubes after they retire. Chief, the knots in Fandong's throat rolled hard. Still, his eyes did not hesitate to speak after sweeping over the scarred faces of the crowd. I suggest that Huaxia simply give up on these 3 battles of national fortune. Chapter 134, Admitting Defeat. China's Economic Collapse. Fandong's low voice steeply caused the crowd's lofty aura to hit rock bottom. Only the people were all-powerful men who had shone in the world. They naturally knew that what Fandong said was not to disturb the military. The exuberance of the atmosphere cannot make up for the gap in strength. Facing the 3 kingdoms of the Celestial Kingdom, they, the remnants of the olden days whose strength has declined, are indeed untouchable. Fandong is right. Seeing the despondent look of the crowd, Long Baichuan echoed Fandong's opening. His wrinkled face held determination. The old voice continued to ring out among the crowd. It's just that the battles with the Celestial Kingdom as well as the Eagle Kingdom can be abandoned. But facing Sakura Nation, my old bones, I can still fight another battle. The voice that was as majestic as it could be in its old age caused a shock in the hearts of Fandong's several people. Long Baichuan is not just the head of China. It is more of a spiritual pillar for many Chinese people. Except for Fandong, the one person in Huaxia who can't afford to have an accident is Long Baichuan. Chief, let me on. I can still do it. Zhang Ao and a few others dissuaded them while asking for help. However, Long Baichuan did not say anything, just slowly put his withered fingers on the coiled buttons of his sleeves. The Zhongshan suit on his body was slowly removed by Long Baichuan. Skinny to the point where the bones show in the chest. A hideous black dragon opened its bloody mouth, chillingly fishy, as if gushing out of a bloody mouth. The hideous blood-colored eyes on the dragon's head took in the hearts and minds of the crowd. In the meantime, at the point where the jagged spine is completely bare, imperial aura blossomed above Long Baichuan's body. An emperor's silhouette dressed in a black dragon robe sat on top of a dragon chair, looking disdainfully at all the people in the world. The sun, moon, and stars on the black dragon robe flowed like a real heavenly river. 9 five-clawed golden dragons coiled around it, seemingly patrolling heaven and earth. The beginning emperor's heavenly patrol diagram on Long Baichuan's body brought a moment of stagnation to the space of national fortune. But a moment of stagnation passed. The masses of the three countries still have no reverence generated for Hua Xia. When Zhang Ao's few people saw this, their eyes were red and their hearts were unwilling. For the first time, they hated that their strength had slipped. Hate not having the strength to protect HWA. Chief, there's no need to admit defeat in a single game. We're not afraid to die. Zhang Ao's lean body was shaking violently at the moment, and his voice was trembling a bit. His words instantly resonated with the others. The voices of those who were willing to die and ask for battle are heard. The heavy and depressing atmosphere caused Fan Dong's chest to feel like a boulder was pressing down. Even though he knew that Zhang Ao's 8 men's appearance in the battle was tantamount to seeking their own deaths like moths to a flame, but Fan Dong didn't make a sound to stop it. Thousands of years of fighting against heaven and earth nurtured the indomitable Chinese people flowing deep in their blood. Hundreds of years ago, the Chinese forefathers then dared to take simple weapons and fight against the foreigners' strong ships and cannons. Hundreds of years later, the descendants of China also dared to risk certain death to fight against the aggression of various countries. If Fan Dong had spoken out to dissuade him, that's his way of humiliating these Chinese legends. It was just that Fan Dong was not qualified to dissuade these Chinese legends. Long Baichuan, as the senior of these legends, would not stand by and watch them go to their deaths. Of course I know you don't fear death, but I can't let you all die in vain. If I thought you could resist the gods sent by the Celestial Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom, then I will naturally send you out to fight. Long Baichuan looked at Zhang Ao's several people with firm eyes. His solemn voice relieved the hearts of the 8 to some extent. After Long Baichuan opened his mouth to speak, the low atmosphere of Zhang Ao's 8 people once again rose high. The determination and firmness that welled up in their hearts caused them to clench their hands and bruise their veins. The first battle of national fortunes, Huaxia vs. Tianzhu Kingdom. Please send out players from both sides to fight. The will to die for the country stirred in the hearts of several people in Zhang Ao. The steeply resounding voice of the heavenly Tao added even more fire to their blazing hearts. The voice of the heavenly Tao, besides mobilizing the chi of Zhang Ao's several people, it likewise galvanized the Tennesseans. Amidst the cries of the Tennessee audience, a monk with a dense pattern tattooed on his body slowly stood up. These motifs contain 8 symbols: earth, water, fire, wind, air, sun, moon, and sacrifice. The bizarre pattern caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Subsequently, the monk set a peculiar pace on his feet, moving slowly like a dance towards the national luck ring. The 8 patterns on the torso spewed out air along with the leaps and bounds of the dance. The aura seemed to contain the weight of the ocean's 10,000 pounds. Each eruption shook heaven and earth. Between the shaking of heaven and earth, the monk dances a peculiar dance to the national luck ring. With every step he took, he left a deep footprint in the national games ring. Bang! Muffled sounds emanated from the monk's feet. With the last dance step, the monk stood still. The majestic aura burst out in an instant. Where his feet stood, the ring was reduced to powder at the same time. Inside the national luck space, there was silence. Everyone was shocked by this monk. The faces of the Chinese audience showed horror. The same shock arose on the faces of the 9 Long Baichuan people. Even Fan Dong, his eyes unconsciously took on gravity. In the dance, the Lord is both creating and destroying. Sing, contestant from the Celestial Kingdom, summon Shiva, god of destruction. Level unknown. The monk who called himself Sing dropped to both knees. He embraced the sky with both hands and roared in a reverent voice. The voice fell. The sky of the national luck space suddenly became gloomy. The sun flickered with light as if it were short-circuiting. Between the light and the dark, a huge silhouette looked down on the crowd from the depths of the sky. The silhouette's greenish skin glowed with a cold light. The third eye that cracked open on his forehead contained the divine light of extinction. His left palm holds the burning world flame, and his right hand holds the Dharma as a drum that shakes time and space. Half face of dry bones and half face of mercy. A bone chain around his neck, strung with relics containing endless Buddhist intent. The appearance of this silhouette was as if it had turned the national fortune space into a lifeless abyss. Everyone's world was filled with violent heartbeats and heavy breathing. Please ask Huaxia to send out candidates for battle as soon as possible. If there is still no one in the battle within 10 minutes, it will automatically be ruled that Huaxia has conceded defeat. In the midst of the horror brought about by Shiva, the will of heaven awakened the crowd from their boundless fear. The breaths of the hijackers filled the space of the state's fortunes. A terrified eye hastily moved away from the figure in the sky. Fan Dong's eyes flickered as he heard the urging of the heaven's will. He slowly stood up and spoke softly to the will of heaven. In this battle of national fortunes, Huaxia chooses to concede defeat. Fan Dong spoke with a single word. Shiva brings depression to the space of national transportation. It was abruptly replaced by the consternation brought on by Fan Dong. The eyes of the Tianzhu people were stunned. not expecting that Huaxia would choose to admit defeat. The shock gradually receded. The people of the Celestial Kingdom couldn't help but laugh and open their mouths in mockery. What did I hear? Huaxia conceded defeat? Shiva is here. Who dares to make a fool of himself? Even if Fan Dong makes an appearance, can he beat Shiva? Huaxia thinks their gods are powerful. Are their gods half as strong as Shiva? The appearance of Shiva gave great confidence to the Tirthankaras. The taunts slammed into the Chinese audience with impunity. It's just after the family affair phrase is added. Huaxia didn't care about the taunts of the Tennesseans. They agree with the decision made by Fan Dong. The first battle of national fortunes. Huaxia vs. Tianzhu Kingdom. Huaxia concedes defeat. Tianzhu Kingdom wins. The penalties for the 2 rounds of the Battle of Nations are issued together. Punish Huaxia for gaining the sea rising word. Sea rising. The sea level around China will rise 3 meters in 1 day. As the voice of the heavenly Tao fell, panic arose on the faces of all the Chinese people. 3 meters doesn't sound like much, but the most economically developed region in China happens to be the coastal region. The penalty for a 3-meter rise in sea level, not only will it completely destroy the Chinese economy, it will also exterminate many creatures that inhabit the coastal areas of China. The only thing to be thankful for, it was just a 1-day buffer given by the will of heaven. This 1-day buffer is enough to move most of the Chinese inland. Victory for the Celestial Kingdom. Rewarding the Celestial Kingdom with the transcendent fertility word. Transcendent fertility. The birth rate of the Celestial Kingdom has increased dramatically. The physical quality of the babies has increased dramatically, and the deformity rate has been reduced to 0. The voice of the heavenly Tao sounded once again, causing the Tianzhu people to look surprised. Although the transcendental fertility phrase is extremely chicken in the eyes of other countries, but in the land of the Celestial Kingdom, where the moral bottom line is extremely low, transcendental fertility is exactly what the Celestial Kingdom needs. The status of women in the Dzongkhag is extremely low. Many males in the Tennessee have no regard for human decency. This contributes to the deformity rate of babies in the Tennessee, significantly higher than in other countries, and transcendental fertility can completely eliminate this problem that can almost affect the development of society. There was smugness and ecstasy on the face of the male of the Celestial Kingdom. The Tennessee women were yet more desperate. Transcendental fertility, word enhancement, breaking open the last vestiges of male concern in the Tennessee. The word attribute of a greatly increased birth rate compounds the suffering of women in the Tennessee. It's just that the will of heaven doesn't care about anyone's feelings. The voice of the heavenly Tao continued to ring out. Second Battle of Nations. Huaxia vs. Eagle Kingdom. Please have the players from both countries take the stage as soon as possible. The voice of heaven disperses the figure of Shiva. Monk Singh also walks slowly down to the ring. In the meantime, Eagle Nation players box. The old man, whose white hair covered his body, slowly stood up. He walks slowly to the ring, holding a solid black cane. The Chinese player's seat. The 8 Zhang Ao's eyes blazed. Shiva, summoned by the Celestial Kingdom. They thought they could not match, but facing the Eagle Kingdom, which is far weaker than the Celestial Kingdom, it's not like they don't have a chance to win. Chapter 135, Conceding Defeat Again, The Death of China. Seeing that the Eagle Nation sent a white-haired old man out on the field, the crowds of Tennessee, caught up in extreme euphoria, got carried away and laughed. Is there no one left in the Eagle Kingdom? Why did they send an old man on? Don't the Eagle Nation realize the common sense that the older you get, the worse your strength declines? And it's hilarious to send an old man, not having the strength to take up an opportunity to plunder the national fortune of China. The Eagle Kingdom is really shameless. The collapse of the Chinese economy and the resolution of social problems in the Tennessee. It made the people of the Celestial Kingdom simply unable to suppress the joy in their hearts, and the strength shown by Shiva. More than that, they do not take any country into account. A sound of ridicule for the Eagle Kingdom came out unchecked from the audience of the Celestial Kingdom. These jeers made the crowds in other countries went so far as to believe in the weakness of the Eagle State as well. Crowds from all countries are grabbing a spot because of the Eagle State, and to that furious rebuke from Eagle Country, the cacophony of voices filled the space of the national fortune in no time. Chief Long, the one sent by the Eagle Kingdom, is just an old man. They don't give a damn about us. Let's go to war. The cacophony within the national luck space similarly affected Zhang Ao and the others. Zhang Ao carried anger between his eyebrows. The Eagle Nation's contempt destroyed his sanity. Zhang Ao's opening drew others to chime in and ask for help. Battle intent rose up in the 8 in an instant. It was just that Long Baichuan didn't think that the Eagle Country was belittling Huaxia, though he did not speak. A tight frown, but it showed his attitude. Wait a little longer. This old man may not be simple. Fan Dong, on the other hand, directly opened his mouth to dissuade Zhang Ao's few people. Although Zhang Ao's several people were Fan Dong's seniors, Fan Dong's proud battle record, however, caused Zhang Ao's several people to admire him. Fandong's opening caused the sanity in Zhang Ao's several hearts to gradually return. After careful consideration, the expressions of the 8 Zhang Ao people all became grave. Eagle's nation wouldn't send out an old man for no reason. The only explanation. Then it's only the gods this old man summoned. It's the supreme god of Eden. God. With that thought, the old man with thick white hair also took his place in the ring of national fortune. He heaved his black cane on the ground. The plain, uninteresting cane suddenly glowed with silver light. Between the flashes of silver light, the black cane gradually changed into a clean white cross. The gift of the Lord will shine upon the world. The old man with the thick white hair knelt down and held up the white cross in his hands. The cross seems to bridge heaven and earth. The clouds in the sky turned into a huge whirlpool. And then the old man with the thick white hair looked frenzied and shouted loudly once more. Eagle's nation's player, Jesus, summoned God Jehovah. Level unknown. Jesus' shout interrupts the mockery of the Tennesseans. The crowd in the Eagle Nation gallery rose from their seats in an instant. They knelt on the ground, holding their hearts in their right hands while their left hands kept drawing a cross on their chests. The sound of a prayer was recited on his lips. It seems to be communicating with God. Amidst the frenzy of the Eagle Nation, within the vortex made by the clouds, a huge human face slowly emerged. The human face was kind and bland, and the divine light added a bit of mystery to him. But if you look closely, this human face, heck, it was the same God that Michael had once called out. With the advent of God, the air that had just been able to circulate within the national luck space suddenly stagnated once again. The vastness of the air pressure made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Fear was also brought up above the Tianju people's faces. In terms of the majesty that God has shown, Shiva is, perhaps, slightly weaker than God. Please ask Huaxia to send out candidates to fight as soon as possible. If there is still no one to fight in 10 minutes, it will automatically be ruled that Huaxia has conceded defeat. God's appearance caused the will of heaven to once again urge Huaxia to send players to battle. Zhang Ao and the others snapped back from the intimidation that God had brought. They were stone-faced and never mentioned anything about going out to fight this old man. Even if the 8 Zhang Aos were in their heyday, they wouldn't dare to guarantee that they could win against God. Not to mention them now. The strength was less than a tenth of what it was in its heyday. Huaxia still chooses to give up this battle of national fortunes. Fandong hardened his head, stood up, and loudly opened his mouth in the direction where the voice of the heavenly Tao came from. His voice was heavier than it had just been. After giving up on the last battle of nations, the punishment of the will of heaven destroyed the economy of China. No one can be sure that the punishment this time will be better than the last. The sound of Fandong once again conceding defeat caused the world's masses to look even more stunned. The Eagle Nation crowd was as smug as the Geranium Nation crowd. They looked arrogant and flaunted their power as they yelled at the Chinese audience. It's as if this battle of nations is being won. It cleansed the shame of Huaxia for stealing the world's hegemony from them. The second battle of national fortunes. Huaxia vs. Eagle Kingdom. Huaxia concedes defeat. Eagle Kingdom wins. The penalties for the 2 rounds of the Battle of Nations are issued together. Punish Huaxia for acquiring the heavenly collapse phrase. Heavenly collapse. A meteorite crashed into the territory of China, and a magnitude 9 earthquake happened in China at the same time. The punishment of the voice of the heavenly Tao rang out. The faces of the Chinese people became even more fearful. The SE rise word destroyed the economy of China. The heavenly collapse phrase, on the other hand, is going to take the lives of countless Chinese people, with penalties handed out. Hundreds of 1-meter diameter meteorites fell from the sky in China. A meteorite a meter in diameter doesn't sound scary, but the power of smashing on the earth is no less than an atomic bomb explosion. It's a good thing that Huaxia's technology is already advanced enough. In most areas, the meteorite was intercepted by a missile just as it entered the atmosphere. Some of the leaks are just smashed off the beaten path. But while meteorites can be intercepted, earthquakes cannot be stopped. In dozens of regions in China, 9-magnitude earthquakes occurred at the same time. Millions of people died instantly. Looking at the tragic situation in China, all the Chinese people's eyes turned red. Fandon clenched his fists together. I hate myself for not having exterminated these countries at one time. Victory for the Eagle Kingdom. Rewarded with the word, return to domination. Return to hegemony. The Eagle Kingdom's productivity has been increased by 10% in order to reclaim the world's hegemony at an early date. The reward of the will of heaven sent the nations of the world into a frenzy. Transcendental fertility is only suitable for the celestial kingdom. But, returning to supremacy, makes any country's eyes glaze over. The third battle of national fortunes. China vs. Sakura country. Please have both players come on stage as soon as possible. The voice of the heavenly Tao did not stop and continued to push the battle of national fortunes alone. Jesus put away the cross. After God disappeared from the depths of the sky, he slowly walked down to the ring. Sakura Nation Players Division. A man and a woman hold hands and walk up to the national luck ring. I'm so envious of the Sakura country, winning the battle of national fortunes with no effort at all. a small country in the district. I didn't expect that after winning 2 battles of national fortunes, it was going to become a big country in one leap. Why can't we start a war of national fortunes toward China? I hate it. Fandong's successive conceded defeats made the masses of various countries extremely envious of Sakura Nation. Even the man and woman in the ring had no intention of summoning the gods. However, at the Chinese camp, Long Baichuan, however, stood up amidst the admiration of the crowd, one step at a time towards the national luck ring. Chapter 136 Su Fu. Where's the immortality you sought for me? Long Baichuan's action drew everyone within the national fortune space, and their voices froze. They turned their gazes to Long Baichuan. Long Baichuan's pale body, however, made them laugh out loud. Xia doesn't have to. Sending an old man to participate in the battle of national fortune? Do you really think everyone is Jesus of the Eagle Kingdom? Can this old man carry the divine might? You've already conceded 2 matches. What's the point of conceding another game? You have to send an old man to die, don't you? The mocking voices filled the national fortune space in the blink of an eye. It's just that Long Baichuan doesn't listen. His steps were small but steady and strong. The black Zhongshan suit he had redressed in made him even more imposing. Not very strong. Pretending quite well. Those who don't know would think it's some kind of absolute powerhouse. Chinese people always like to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. They used to say they don't know martial arts, but when they fight, no one can stop them. The old man is pretending well. I hope he'll still have that look when he gets blasted and hammered by Sakura Nation. The jeering voices of the masses of the nations were heard for a long time. Long Baichuan's participation in the Battle of National Fortune was too far back in time. Even many Chinese people didn't know about Long Baichuan's former glory. This foreign crowd, on the other hand, was even less aware of Long Baichuan's strength. Maybe only those who are over the age of 50. Only then was it possible to have an impression of Long Baichuan's strength. I just don't understand Long Baichuan's strength. Not a reason for unbridled mockery by the masses of nations. The Chinese people saw Long Baichuan being mocked by the crowds from various countries without a care in the world. Anger gradually welled up in his chest. Fandong's gaze, on the other hand, grew cold. He couldn't target the crowds of the nations when he was in the national games ring, but now being under the national luck ring, Fandong was able to easily subdue the masses of the nations. With the anger that had gathered to its peak, it spilled out in the Chinese camp. Fandong's mighty pressure also burst out at the same time. The mocking sounds that filled the space of the national fortune came to an abrupt end. The power brought about by the might of the heavenly emperor and the body of the ancient god. It is simply not something that the general public can resist. Everyone except the Chinese. Almost instantly he was on both knees. Shame spreads above the faces of the masses of nations. Fandong sneered at the corner of his mouth. Why did the Celestial Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom summon such powerful gods? Isn't it about showing the world what you're made of? The Celestial Kingdom and the Eagles can show their strength. What's not to like about him? Fandong? The intimidating pressure escaping from his body continued to intensify. Some of the weak masses even had blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. Detected Chinese player Fandong striking under the national games ring? One warning, as the masses of the nations were about to die a horrible death, the will of heaven dispelled Fandong's pressure in time. Crowds of people from all countries gasped for air after the hijacking. The sense of security brought to them by the will of heaven made them even more hostile to Xia. Fandong, you don't have to be arrogant with us. At the end of this battle of national fortunes, Xia will surely perish. Xia will perish, but you won't die. I'd like to see if you will still be so arrogant after becoming a slave. I will ravage the Chinese nationals in front of you. I will make you suffer every moment. The faces of the masses of nations twisted. The fear that Fandong brought to them made them perverted inside. Will the crowds of all nations please be silent? The battle of nations has officially begun. The unprecedented cacophony of the national fortune space caused the heavens' will to maintain order. In the instant that the voice of the heavenly Tao fell, the imploring man and woman looked at each other with killing intent rising instantly in their eyes. For once, the man is no longer at the mercy of the woman's gnawing. The desire for immortality overshadowed the love between the two. Pust, with the sound of blood spraying, the man whose body was naturally dominant bit the woman's neck as if he were a wild animal. Blood sprayed like a fountain, and the woman was still alive. The man then frantically gnawed up the woman's flesh and blood. The woman's love for her overshadowed her desire for immortality. The remnants of her consciousness made her tenderly stroke the man's head, but the man doesn't care and devours the woman's last vestiges of life. After swallowing the last bite of flesh and blood, the man still didn't seem satisfied. He turns his greedy gaze towards Long Baichuan. Even though Long Baichuan's flesh and blood had been withered, he still didn't want to let go. The corners of his mouth were stained with blood as he walked towards Long Baichuan while opening his mouth in a fierce voice. Sakura Nation's player, Kamita Junichi, summoned the immortal ancestor god Su Fu, rank SSS. The voice fell. Once a huge ship with human skin for sails and dead bones for boats, sailing out of the depths of the sky. This time around the giant wheel, The dead bones had long since turned into flesh and blood-filled limbs. The black mist that twined around them was even mixed with a rich blood aura. The only thing that's the same. Only the whispers of the wronged souls that haunt the giant wheel. Eternal life. I want to live forever. The secret of immortality is in the eating of one's own kind. As the ship gets closer and closer to the national luck ring, the whispering of the wronged souls coming out of the black mist became clearer and clearer. Nearly instantly, the ordinary people within the space of the national luck were assailed by the sound of whispers. The desire for blood and flesh made them forget the rule that fighting was not allowed in the national space. The fight that puts people to death takes place everywhere within the space of the nation's fortunes. Silence, but the riots did not last long. The sound of the heavenly Tao resounded, causing everyone to wake up again. The spectators from various countries who came back to their senses looked at the giant wheel with horror in their eyes. They plugged their ears, not daring to let the whispers of injustice intrude any longer. The giant wheel gradually drew closer. Su Fu's face, which seemed even younger than before, appeared above the giant wheel. Dense tentacles grew from the flesh and blood on the giant wheel. The tentacles are rooted in Su Fu's feet, and a steady stream of them contribute to Su Fu's longevity. Ha! I am Su Fu, and I will bring the world. The giant wheel drew closer once more, and Su Fu grinned coldly. But before the sound finished, the giant wheel froze in the air. Su Fu's face was horrified, and he looked at Long Baichuan with a fear that was nowhere to be found in his eyes. Who the hell are you? Su Fu pointed his finger at Long Baichuan with a tremor in his voice. This shocking scene stunned the hearts of the people within the national fortune space. I don't understand why Su Fu should be afraid of Long Baichuan. Who am I? Don't you have an answer in your mind? Long Baichuan spoke faintly with a cold smile on his lips. The calm demeanor caused Su Fu's face to look even more horrified. I don't care who you are. I'm a god. You're just an ordinary person. You go to hell. Su Fu suddenly fell into a seizure. He yelled, his voice sharp enough to pierce the clouds. The shrill sound fell, and the giant wheel under his feet opened steeply. The limbs that made up the giant wheel dried up quickly. The speed of the giant wheel peaked in an instant. Long Baichuan's face did not change at all. The cold smile that held at the corners of his mouth grew even more intense. The moment the giant ship opened up in front of them, the midriff on his body thumped and exploded. The black dragon hovering in front of his chest seemed to come to life. The dragon roared and the black dragon hovered. In the meantime, deep in the vault of heaven, a disdainful emperor's shadow sat on top of the throne. Su Fu, I'll let you go out to sea for a long life. Is that how you begged me for a long life? Chapter 137, Ordained by Heaven. Both live forever. The majestic voice exploded the ghost ship piloted by Su Fu. Flesh and blood and limbs crumbled apart, and thousands of wronged souls wailed. Su Fu's slim body was swung out by the airflow, and after, the emperor's figure with his 800 generals gradually appeared in the sky. The emperor was dressed in a black dragon robe, and the sword of Wei Dao, Tai stood beside the throne, though his face was old. However, the mighty pressure was like a thick cloud layer, overriding above the national fortune space, merely eyes looking out of the national space. Everyone's hearts then trembled violently due to this gaze. The feeling of being bowed down pervades the heart. The 800 generals who stood behind the emperor were clad in ink-black armor and held bronze spears. The ink-black armor revealed a heavy aura. On top of the bronze spear, a cold light reflected. Long Baichuan changed his previous pale demeanor. His body was as upright as a strong pine, and his spirit seemed to have returned to its best state. In the midst of burning eyes, Long Baichuan roared loudly. Chinese player Long Baichuan, summoning Chinese ancestral dragon Ing Zhang, rank SSS. The roar reaches to the heavens and reverberates through the hearts of the masses of the nations. Until then, Long Baichuan's once invincible stance. It was only then that it was remembered by the older masses in various countries. The masses of people over 50 in each country stared blankly. The scene of Long Baichuan killing 10,000 nations by himself made them fear in their hearts. The figure of Ing Zhang likewise made Su Fu tremble with fear. Panic from within gradually overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. The bizarre blood patterns inscribed on his body flashed madly. The countless limbs on the ghost ship were also waving uncontrollably. Your Majesty! Between the flashes of bloodlines, Su Fu's shaking legs could no longer support the strength of his body. The slim body steeped to its knees, its arrogant head buried in the ground. Su Fu was like a rat that had seen a cat. The weirdness and terror that permeated around his body dissipated in the blink of an eye. The scene that took place in the National Games ring caused most of the crowd in Sakura Nation to freeze. A dumbfounded murmur resounded softly amongst the Sakura Kingdom's viewing gallery. Why did the ancestral god address this emperor as Your Majesty? Su Fu was our ancestral god. How could he be a vassal of another god? Could it be that our Sakura country was really created by the Chinese? The Chinese people know that Emperor Qin Shi Huang once sent Su Fu out to sea to seek immortality. But the Sakura Nation never recognized this history. Now Su Fu himself admits it. The Sakura Nation only felt their three views crumble. The masses of the countries likewise realized the fact that the ancestors of the Sakura country were the people of China. there was taunt after taunt from the audience of nations. Even more so, it made the Sakura nations' faces turn blue. The Chinese, on the other hand, were excited from their 2 previous defeats. It's just that it's still happening miserably in China, but it made them not feel like taunting the Sakura nation. Even many Chinese people feel ashamed for having grandchildren like Sakura nation. The collapse of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and the taunts of the nations did not affect Shufu's humility. Sufu threw himself on the ground and spoke with a trembling voice. Your Majesty, the longevity I have gained, I would like to offer it to your Majesty. Sufu's aura tightened, as if he was truly willing to offer Qin Shi Huang a long life. The Sakura nation's devastated look was mixed with despair. 3 battles of national luck were fought, and Huaxia conceded 2 of them. In favor of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, China sent out Qin Shi Huang, who was a Tian Kusufu. A defeat in the Battle of National Luck would cause the Sakura country, which was about to take off, to decline once more. Xiaofu didn't seem to care about the feelings of the Sakura nation. The disintegrating flesh and blood limbs once again formed into a ghost ship, carrying Su Fu's body. He slowly floated towards Qin Shi Huang, and Qin Shi Huang, who was sitting high above the throne, looked indifferent. The emperor's might raged above his body. The invisible oppression made no one dare to utter another word. The ghost ship gradually drew closer to Qin Shi Huang. Su Fu, who was bent over the ground, suddenly began to shrug in his form. Seems to be laughing. It also seems to be crying. The bizarre move caused the crowd's eyes to converge. Between the thousands of gazes watching, there were only a few dozen meters left between Su Fu and Qin Shi Huang. The shrugging suddenly began. It also ends suddenly. Su Fu slowly raised his face. The hideousness and insanity that raged on his face shocked everyone's heart. Immediately after, the silent blood-colored inscription violently bloomed with extreme bloodlight. The blood shone. The whirlwind changed into thousands of waving lines of blood. As the bloodline swung, it suddenly stabbed at Qin Shi Huang, who was sitting on the throne. Dramatic changes occurred suddenly, and the gazes of the people within the national fortune space were horrified. Instead, the corners of Qin Shi Huang's mouth curled into a mocking smile. The seated figure did not move at all. Behind them, the 800 Qin troops arrayed themselves around Qin Shi Huang. The bronze spear in his hand stabbed out cold shadows like a blizzard. The barrier made of coldness resisted the assault of thousands of bloodlines. Qin Shi Huang looked down at Su Fu, who was close by, his eyes glowing with contempt and teasing. Yet Su Fu was no longer as terrified as he was before. Hideousness and insanity almost enveloped Su Fu's face. The twisted mouth even squeezed out a voice that sounded like it was coming from hell. Ing Zheng, I am the ancestral god of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and I have long been immortalized. How can you, in a mortal body, stand shoulder to shoulder with me? Su Fu's face was no longer fearful though, but the fear rooted deep within him prevented him from maintaining the blandness of his face. Ing Zheng's indifferent and merciless eyes looked straight at Su Fu. The sharp and majestic gaze seemed to see through Su Fu's heart. To bear the will of heaven and earth is to be an emperor, and to be at peace with the people of the world is to be an emperor. I am the first emperor of China. Heirs longevity based on flesh and blood. I don't care to take it. The might of the heavens was overwhelming, and the voice of Ing Zheng caused an involuntary chill to grow in Su Fu's heart. The lines of blood waving above his body froze. Su Fu only felt that the heaven and earth around him seemed to stand still at the same time. Turning your back on China and disobeying your superiors. Su Fu, I sentence you to the crime of being cut into pieces by a car. It was as if Ing Zheng had a heavenly constitution in his mouth. As the voice fell, 5 steeds galloped out from the depths of the sky. Pale golden ropes poked out of the stallion's neck. It was placed over Su Fu's limbs, causing Su Fu's body to float in the air. How can you, a mere mortal, have such divine power? The fear that Su Fu had hidden deep in his heart finally surfaced above his face. The power of Ing Zheng suddenly made him realize, a man can also slaughter a god. By the mandate of heaven, both live forever. Is my majesty to be questioned by you? Ing Zheng's expression grew more and more indifferent, but it was as if Su Fu had heard something funny. Once again, the fear on his face was overshadowed by the hideousness and insanity. The body pulled by the 5 steeds exploded abruptly. Amidst the splattering of blood and flesh, Su Fu's voice was wandering in the air. Ordered by heaven to live forever? Do you know that the people of future generations call you a tyrant? Amidst the mist of blood, Su Fu's figure gradually converged in a place far away from Ing Zheng. His mouth hung teasingly at the corners, and the scorn in his eyes caused Ing Zheng to freeze. Chapter 138, The Merits and Faults of Qin Shi Huang. Su Fu tapped the void. The history books of China from ancient times to the present are written by blood. Page after page unfolded before Ing Zheng's eyes. Rule by punishment, and the Qin dynasty dies by tyranny. Although Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 kingdoms, he burned books and pitted scholars, which greatly jeopardized the cultural prosperity of my China. The construction of the Afan Palace as well as the Great Wall was so laborious that it can be said that Emperor Qin Shi Huang didn't care at all about the lives and deaths of the people at the bottom. Pages and pages of history books written by literati were presented before the eyes of Qin Shi Huang. The criticism of Ing Zhang in the history books has gradually lowered his majestic aura. Ing Zhang is immortal. The reason why there is strength comparable to that of a god, it is all because it is the destiny of heaven, and the people are bound to it. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn a boat. If Ing Zhang realizes that he has lost the love of the people, he will fall from the altar. The 800 Qin troops escorting around Ing Zhang were brightly lit. It seems to be dissipating quickly. The teasing grew thicker in Su Fu's eyes. The smile that curled up at the corner of his mouth was even harder to suppress. No one does not aspire to the throne of the emperor, especially Su Fu, a demon who needed to rely on blood and flesh to maintain his longevity. In the audience, the devastation and despair faded from the faces of the Sakura Nation crowd. Shattered views are also reshaped by the reversal of the situation, and indignation and concern filled the faces of the Chinese. They were both indignant that previous historians had smeared Ing Zhang. It is also worried that Ing Zhang will decline because of the smearing. It's just that whether it's indignation or concern, the Chinese can't change the war situation at all. In terms of the history of China, recognition of the New Age Wahini can't cover the smears and criticisms that flow through time. Only Ing Zhang thought that his merits outweighed his faults. That's what's going to stop the plummeting gas. Over the national luck ring, there were once again lines of blood sticking out of Su Fu's body. The lines of blood were like poisonous snakes, quietly waiting for the Qin troops escorting Ing Zhang to dissipate. The blood of the emperor tempted these bloodlines like a worldly delicacy. Ing Zhang, don't hold on. By the time you die, it's time for Huaxia to perish. By then, thousands of Chinese will become slaves of the Sakura country, and I will abolish the emperor of the Sakura kingdom and become the first emperor of the Sakura kingdom. Su Fu's mind imagined the scene after Ing Zhang's death. The unmistakable sound though made the Sakura Nation crowd boil even more, but it also caused Emperor Hinjin to freeze in place. Emperor Hinjin only felt that his brain had turned into an almond, and that he didn't have enough brain capacity. He now wondered for a moment if he should support Sakura Nation in victory. Just while Shufu was daydreaming, Fan Dong, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly stood up. He tilted his head back to look at Qin Shi Huang, whose aura had hit rock bottom, and cried out, "Your Majesty, you are not a tyrant." Fan Dong's roar hardened and stopped Qin Shi Huang's plummeting aura. It also froze the arrogance and cockiness on Su Fu's face. A sweep of the 6 harmonies ended the 500-year-long situation of division and chaos for the people and laid the foundation for the unification of China. The unification of the system has led to the integration of all parts of China with each other, so that all future generations will aim at unification. Build the Great Wall to fight the Huns and protect the Middle Kingdom from the hardship of invasion. Rule by law. Implement the imperial system, and advance the development of Chinese society. Perhaps your rule is slightly harsh for the people of the world, but for the later generations of China, you are a worthy emperor of the ages. Fan Dong looked furious. The cries of injustice for Emperor Qin Shi Huang stirred over the space of the national movement. With every word that fell from Fan Dong, the aura on Ing Zhang's body rose by 1 point. The virtual shadows of the Qin army that were escorting the surroundings also became 1 point more solid. When Fan Dong's voice dropped as he called Ing Zhang a 1,000-year-old emperor, Ing Zhang's stance, sitting on the dragon chair, abruptly stood up. As his stance stood up, a majestic mountain-like aura poured down on Su Fu. The Taoist history book written in blood in front of Su Fu shattered with a thump. A golden text written by the will of heaven and earth appeared above the firmament. Qin Emperor Ing Zhang, sweep the 6, measure the measure, build the Great Wall and protect the people. He is hereby allowed to live forever, and is granted the name of the ancestral dragon of Huaxia to protect the prosperity of Huaxia for 10,000 years. Large, golden letters, suspended above the sky. The shimmering golden light drew an internal tremor from everyone. With a solemn expression on his face, Ing Zhang made a bow with both hands and bowed toward heaven and earth. Bowing down for a long time, the golden words suddenly came together. The golden holy light contained the might of heaven and earth. It turned into a jade seal with a golden dragon coiled around it. It fell into Ing Zhang's hands. Bottom of the jade seal, the 8 big words, ordered by heaven, both life and eternal prosperity, radiated with supreme heavenly might. When Fan Dong saw this, he let out a long, ragged breath in his heart. Heaven and earth give the treasure, and the earth is the way. The name of the ancestral dragon of China will surely shock the world once again. And Long Baichuan after Ing Zhang hooked heaven and earth. A wave of power that emerged from his limbs and bones washed over his body. Ing Zhang's longevity seemed to have extended Long Baichuan's life as well. Long Baichuan only felt that his body, as in the 20s and 30s, contains vitality. Su Fu, atone for 1,000 years for the sins of China. I can leave your body intact. After the will of heaven and earth had completely disappeared, Ing Zhang once again sat on top of the dragon chair. His face at the moment regained the majesty that belonged to an emperor of the millennia. The unconsciously escaping pressure then caused Su Fu's legs to go weak. Ing Zhang, by what right can you attain immortality? Su Fu's eyes were bloodshot. Jealousy was about to drive him crazy. In his quest for immortality, Su Fu traveled across the East China Sea and through trials and tribulations reached the land where the Sakura kingdom is located. And then he was ravaged and devoured thousands of flesh and blood before he obtained the method of immortality. But why should Ing Zhang, just by singing praises of his achievements, be able to have a long life? The hideousness and madness that raged in Su Fu's heart consumed his sanity. A low ho of resignation escaped his throat. He swung his right hand, which was covered with strange blood-colored inscriptions, at Ing Zhang. The disintegrating ghost ships converged and took shape once more. The explosion of Su Fu's flesh seemed to have consumed all of his flesh and blood. This one's a ghost ship. The limbs were not covered in flesh and blood, and the white bones shone with an eerie light. The ghost ship was maneuvered by Su Fu and rushed towards Ing Zhang with the momentum of dying together. Sitting on the dragon chair, Ing Zhang still didn't make any movements. The Qin troops that were escorting the surrounding area suddenly arrayed themselves in front. Reflected in the golden glow emanating from the heirloom jade seal, the 800 Qin troops seemed to be arrayed to fortify the Great Wall, not to be violated by any enemy army. The onslaught of the ghost ship is like a fragile egg before this wall. The white bones crumbled apart once again, and the broken pieces they turned into obscured the scene in the national fortune ring. Ing Zhang, what can you do even if you gain eternal life? I am the ancestral god of the Sakura country, with the blood and flesh offerings of thousands of Sakura countrymen. Amidst the drifting of white bone fragments, the hideousness and insanity above Su Fu's face was actually slowly disappearing. His voice seemed to carry the power to compel. In the audience of the Sakura nation, which was in a state of stupor, half of the Sakura nation seemed to be manipulated by Su Fu. In front of everyone's horrified gazes, like puppets on strings, this half of the Sakura nation thrust into their own chests in a neat, synchronized motion, and after, the bloodied heart was held aloft in the group's hands. With my flesh and blood, I will help the ancestral god to live forever. Chapter 139, There is no one who is not the king of the land. The sound exploded. The flesh and blood of this half of the Sakura nation swelled steeply. Flesh and blood were flying and organs were splattered. A fetid mist of blood filled the space of the national fortune. The remaining Sakura nation people in the Sakura nation audience stiffened. The spattering of blood and flesh caused their minds to fall into a trance. Trance. The collapse within forced the surviving Sakura nation to shout. The shouts disturbed the mist of blood that filled the space of the national fortune. These blood mists converged on Su Fu in the national fortune ring as if driven away by a breeze. Under the mist of blood, the vastness of the pressure that escaped above his body climbed higher and higher. The increase in strength caused a look of enjoyment to spread across Su Fu's face. The masses of the nations, on the other hand, were born at the same time with an uncontrollable chill of evil in their hearts, using the lives of tens of thousands of Sakura nation people as fertilizer to fuel their own power. Fu was not at all worthy of being the ancestral god of the Sakura nation people, but it was as if the Sakura nation had been shocked by the blood and flesh to the point of losing their minds. Faced with the absence of the bodies of loved ones as well as friends, not only did they not bother to blame Su Fu, and even the cause of it all, it was attributed to the wasps. A voice filled with the anger of losing a wife and child poured out toward Wasia. Lord Su Fu, please exterminate Wasia. Let this group of Wasia people taste the loss of their loved ones as well. Return my loved ones. Why did you summon the gods to resist the Sakura kingdom? Why can't you just admit defeat? Go to hell, Chinese pigs. I'm going to whip you all to pieces. The Sakura nation's eyes were bloodshot. The flames of hatred raged in the pupils. The Chinese man's face stuttered at the words, but a few moments of amusement and speechlessness grew on his face in a whirlwind. With tens of thousands of Sakura nation people dying horribly, surviving Sakura nation insults. Not only did it not cause any effective killings of the Chinese, even the cacophony of voices made the Chinese feel as lively as the new year. Amidst the insults of the Sakura nation, the blood mist that enveloped the national fortune ring was gradually absorbed by Su Fu as much as possible. After the last thin layer of blood mist, like a leech, drilled into Su Fu's body, the relief on Su Fu's face made him yell at Ing Zhang. Ing Zhang, thousands of Sakura nation help me to live forever, and you're sheltering thousands of Chinese. What can you, who are dragged down by the 10,000 people of Huaxia, fight against me with? The roar fell. Su Fu raised his right hand with the blood-colored inscription shining high, a ghost ship that violently broke through the clouds. The addition of tens of thousands of Sakura nation people's flesh and blood made this ghost ship consist of countless intact human bodies. The limbs that reached out over the hall, waving wildly, were so dense with eyes that they terrified the people. Eternal life. I want to live forever. Flesh and blood. Where is the flesh and blood? Death to all. Eternal life is mine. Numerous wide-open mouths murmured out sounds like those coming from hell. Under the visual impact of white flesh, the low murmur as if it were the devil made the hearts of the spectators within the national Lux space go crazy. The Sakura nation, already in a state of bewilderment, went even more insane. The desire for flesh and blood, They were even told to take the organs and flesh and blood that had crumbled to the ground and stuff them directly into their mouths. Chewing sound after chewing sound resounded in the space of the national fortune. The audience from other countries actually had saliva coming out of their mouths. Their eyes in also have a longing for immortality. It was only the sanity that still existed that restrained the primal urges of their hearts, the only one not affected. Only the Chinese masses sheltered by Fandong. Ancient aura swirled around Fandong's ancient god's body. The might of the heavenly emperor mixed with the ancient and simple atmosphere. On the other hand, warned the Chinese masses. Fandong's gaze locked onto where Ing Zhang was. It was only after the ghost ship appeared that it rushed straight towards Ing Zhang. Ing Zhang's face did not change. The 800 Qin troops in front of him stepped forward. The bronze spear flickered with cold light, and the ink-black armor's black aura shone brightly. Between the mingling of cold light and black aura, a huge ink-colored Xuanwu appeared above the heads of the 800 Qin troops. Xuanwu raised his voice to the sky with a magnificent sound. The ghost ship's speed was unrelenting, and it was about to make contact with the basilisk. It was only in the moment when the basilisk and the ghost ship collided. The hull of the ghost ship, which was made up of countless human bodies, suddenly dismembered. One unclothed body rose into the air. They avoided the bronze spear tips erected by the 800 Qin troops and surged straight toward Ing Zhang. Ing Zhang, eternal life is both a treasure and a curse. I wonder how much nourishment you can bring me with this body of longevity. Seeing as if a long river of vast and majestic human bodies had broken through the defense of the 800 Qin troops, Su Fu's face brought up epileptic elation. He cried out loudly, his eyes raging with hunger for Ing Zhang's body. It's a shame Xiao Fuk thinks he's a human torrent. In the eyes of Ing Zhang, there is no difference with an army made up of mole crickets. The torrent of human flesh gradually enlarged in Ing Zhang's eyes. He slowly stood up from the dragon chair. In his left hand, he held the jade seal of transmission, while in his right hand, he gently lifted the Wei Dao Taiya. The flood of human flesh is about to overwhelm Ing Zhang. Wei Dao Taiya, sheathed steeply. Cold light flickered between heaven and earth, and the piercing coldness seemed to still time. The raging torrent of human flesh froze in midair. The grimace and madness on each torso's face was clearly visible. And after, Ing Zhang spoke softly, his voice seeming to tickle the heavens and earth, invoking all the forces in the world. I have the god of murder, Bai Qi, who has killed hundreds of thousands of enemy troops. I hold the Wei Dao Taiye today, and I can also exterminate thousands of demons. A voice containing the might of heaven and earth exploded from the depths of the sky. Time seemed to start flowing once more. The flood of human flesh also followed with another surge. It's just different from just now. In front of Ing Zhang, a dark golden spell formation gradually took shape. There were thousands of sword blades pouring out from the spell formation. Any human body that touched the formation was killed by 10,000 swords piercing through their hearts. Miso, miso, miso. The sound of sword blades piercing through flesh and blood rang out one after another. After dozens of breaths, the torrents of human flesh were all swallowed up by the dark golden spell formation. The maniacal elation on Su Fu's face had long since disappeared. Uncontrollable fear converged in the heart. Su Fu, atone for 1,000 years for Huaxia, and I may leave your body intact. Ing Zhang, standing on top of the celestial dome, pointed at Su Fu below in his hand. He repeated the words he had once said, domineering and contemptuous but stirring up the unwillingness and ambition in Su Fu's heart. Ing Zhang, the Sakura nation is not dead yet. The winner of this battle is still unknown. The hideousness and insanity on Su Fu's face became more and more rampant. He raised his hands as if he had instantly manipulated the minds of the Sakura nation. The masses of the nation saw this and their eyes closed slightly. That scene, which was like hell, made them not dare to see it a second time. Sacrifice your lives. Su Fu shouted loudly, and blood-colored light blossomed around his body. The surviving Sakura nation's body stiffened violently, and his right hand slowly raised towards his chest. However, at the same time the Sakura nation was digging towards the chest. Ing Zhang's violent shout echoed across the sky. Under the sky, there is no one who is not the king's land, and there is no one who is not the king's subject in the raid of the land. The Sakura nation is guilty as hell though, but I pardon them as slaves to serve the Chinese for generations to come. Su Fu, you can't take their lives. Chapter 140, The Overthrow of the Sakura Country. The gods of hell have appeared. Ing Zhang's bellowing voice fell. The golden light of the heirloom jade seal in his hand blazed out. The five-clawed golden dragon hovering over the jade seal seemed to come to life. A huge golden dragon silhouette roamed the depths of the sky. The astonishing dragon roar emanating from the dragon's body interrupted Su Fu's movements. The bloodlight that shone on his body abruptly went out. The backlash from the shattering of the bloodlight caused Su Fu to spit out a mouthful of dark golden tainted blood. The tainted blood was like sulfuric acid, and the corrosion carried within the stench caused a gaping hole to be dented out of the national luck ring. The people of the Sakura country, who were compelled by Xu Fu, were likewise awakened from their dream of everlasting life. The bodies of the surviving Sakura nation shivered in unison. The desire for immortality filled his eyes. It was also replaced by hindsight. Their hearts were filled with anger, and the gazes they cast at Su Fu were filled with scorn. It's not true that these Sakura Nation viewers are trying to win the battle of nations, but they are not so righteous that they can give their lives for it. A cry of rage against Su Fu swept through the Sakura Nation audience. How does Su Fu deserve to be the ancestral god of the Sakura kingdom? He's totally a devil. Su Fu called the gods of the Chinese people His Majesty, so maybe he was just trying to brutalize our Sakura Nation citizens. He is an evil god. He is the devil. I don't recognize him as blessing the Sakura kingdom. This group of Sakura Nation spectators was covered in blood. Their faces, livid with rage, made them look as horrible as demons. The hideous and horrible Sakura Nation audience made the Chinese people not understand why Ing Zhang saved their lives. History has proven it long ago. The people of the Sakura country are all despicable people who know small manners but not great righteousness, even if it will be a temporary slave to Xia out of fear. But when they find a chance to roll over, these little people would absolutely turn their backs on their masters in a heartbeat. It's just that Ing Zhang doesn't give any explanation. Confidence and calmness made the Chinese people unconsciously believe in Ing Zhang's decision. Ha ha ha, same Chinese bloodline. How my offspring are all a bunch of ratty little people. Amidst the fury of the Sakura Nation, Su Fu's cloaked face suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. He looked insane and seemed to be laughing at the meanness and cowardice of the Sakura Nation. In Su Fu's eyes, everyone in China can die for the national tragedy, but the Sakura Nation. But they are unwilling to sacrifice their lives to help him. Su Fu's mockery made the Sakura Nation's furious denunciation become more and more vicious, and this increasingly vicious sound of anger brought about a collapse of faith, causing Su Fu's aura to plummet. Just a few breaths later, the original flesh and blood, tight-skinned body, it was transformed into an old body that was about to die. The blood-colored inscriptions on his torso were dimmed by the depletion of his flesh and blood. The long, thick, dark hair was drying and turning gray as far as the eye could see. The upright and proudly slim body was likewise uncontrollably hunched over. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Su Fu, as an ancestor of the people of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, have you ever truly looked at yourself? Hearing Su Fu's shouts of madness mingled with resignation. With a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, Ing Zhang spoke faintly, and then a carriage pulled by 9 black dragons swept out from the depths of the sky. The dragon whiskey carried Ing Zhang and sped towards the national fortune ring. As Ing Zhang's voice reached Su Fu's ears, Ing Zhang also stood in front of Su Fu. The majestic gaze pierced straight into Su Fu's heart. The majestic dragons might even caused Su Fu to unconsciously kneel down. Elderly Minister Su Fu, greetings to your majesty. Su Fu's voice was old and he seemed to have resigned himself to his fate. I have given you 2 chances to redeem yourself, but you have not grasped it once. Ing Zhang looked disdainfully at Su Fu, who was kneeling in front of him. The imperial aura carried in his voice caused Su Fu's body to tremble. I hope that your majesty will spare the old slave's life on account of the fact that the old minister is seeking immortality for your majesty. Su Fu buried his head deeply, though you can't see the horror on his face, but the trembling body was enough to show the fear in his heart. Seeking immortality? If you hadn't compelled me, would I have indulged in seeking immortality and disregarding the people's lives? There was a huff on Ing Zhang's face, a flat voice, but it made Su Fu himself. Spare the old slave. Your majesty, spare the slave. Su Fu cried out in pain on his face buried in the ground. Having lived for thousands of years, he still lingers on the beauty of the earth. Only Ing Zhang no longer paid any attention to Su Fu's pleas for mercy. He looked down at the trembling Su Fu, and the voice that spoke faintly carried judgment and viciousness. Su Fu, your sins are too numerous to mention. I hereby sentence you to be executed by lynching. Once the trial is over, Su Fu's body was pulled by an invisible force. Immediately after, a head of unjust souls and stern ghosts drilled out of Su Fu's pale body. The seemingly endless number of ghosts were all killed by Su Fu in his quest for immortality. Now Su Fu, the murderer who brutalized them, has no power to fight back. The unjust souls and the severe ghosts roared and tore at Su Fu's body. After Su Fu's last wisp of life was devoured by the unjust spirits and ghosts, an endless number of ghosts wandered through the space of the country's fortunes. Seeing this, Ing Zhang raised the jade seal of transmission with both hands, as if representing the will of heaven and earth. He opened his mouth. I, in the name of heaven, allow you and other grievous souls and ghosts to enter into the cycle of reincarnation. The voice fell. The heirloom jade seal in his hand emitted dazzling golden light. Amidst the golden light, the eerie Naiha Bridge appeared in the depths of the sky. The long black bridge stretched from the dome of the sky to the ring of national fortune. A pale yellow rolling river crosses the middle section of the bridge. On the Naiku Bridge, an old woman buys tea soup. Under the bridge of Naiha, the oxhead and horseface drove countless dead souls to cross the bridge. And at the end of the bridge, the black and white irregulars waited quietly with their lamps. Behind the black and white irregulars, the 10 temples of hell stood tall, looking down on the entire hell. As for the deepest part, Fengdu Emperor was hidden in the darkness. After the gates of hell were opened, the unjust souls wandering around the various parts of the national fortune space stopped at the same time. They bowed respectfully toward Qin Shi Huanging Zhang, and together they surged into the bridge of Naiha. Clouds cover the Neho bridge as the wronged souls are thrown into the wheel of reincarnation. The cold and terrifying aura disappeared without a trace. It was just that the dissipation of the gloomy aura did not make the spectators within the national fortune space come back to their senses. An incredulous murmur came out from the audience one after another. Was that the Chinese hell just now? It's too terrifying. I'm afraid that the gods that just appeared are all comparable to S-class gods. S-class gods? The 10 in the depths of hell have at least SS-class strength. As for that god who has not shown himself, he can even be compared to the god of the Eagle Kingdom. The murmurs were long and loud. The corner of Fan Dong's mouth curled up slightly. Just shown. Just the tip of the iceberg in hell. Empress Futu, the 5 ghost emperors, and the 4 judges. If the gods of hell are revealed in unison, they were enough to sweep away all the godly lineages except those outside of Tianzhu. And the even more terrifying truth is this: the gods of hell, too, were only the tip of the iceberg of Chinese gods. Battle of Nations, China versus Sakura Country. China wins. It was not until the lilting of the voice of the heavenly Tao that the masses of the nations were awakened from the shock caused by the gods of hell. After the devastation of Su Fu, it was as if the people of Sakura Nation no longer cared about the punishment of heaven's will. They looked numb and indifferent. The Chinese, on the other hand, let out a long breath. After 2 disastrous strikes, HWA is already on thin ice. If we lose another battle of national fortunes, the destruction of the country is not just an empty word. 2 rounds of national rewards, distributed together. Wasia has obtained the word, Sakura submission. Sakura submission. The Sakura kingdom becomes a slave nation of China, but can once again wage a war of national fortune against China. Victory is freedom from slavery, or you will serve the Chinese for generations. The reward of the heavens will cause the Sakura nation to freeze. It likewise made the wasp stagnate. They finally understood why Ying Zhang had saved these Sakura nation spectators. After all, the will of heaven is used as a constraint. That's even if the Sakura country in the future is more powerful than China. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom would not dare to be disobedient. In the midst of 2 masses of dumbfounded people, the voice of the heavenly Tao resounded once more. I asked the Sakura nation to choose whether or not to immediately launch another battle of national fortune against China. The war is over, but I'm not letting you leave. The sudden sound of Tendo's voice brought the Sakura nation crowd back to their senses. The Sakura nation crowd looked at each other in disbelief. For a moment, he didn't know whether or not to launch the battle of national fortunes to Huaxia again. After losing the last national games battle, Fan Dong, who was banned for 3 games, is ready to play again. After losing the ancestral god, the Sakura nation thought that they were no longer able to fight against Huaxia. One thought in this. The surviving Emperor Hinjin suddenly knelt down towards Xinjiang in the ring of national fortune. He threw himself on his 5 bodies and cried out at the top of his voice. Unworthy son, Xingren, would like to recognize his ancestors and become a slave of the Chinese. The word Su Fu had once spoken had long since chilled Emperor Xingren's heart. Now that the Sakura kingdom had lost its ancestral god, its strength had fallen into the ranks of small nations. Becoming a slave of China can be considered an honor for the Sakura country. After all, in the current world, China is still the rightful world hegemon. Even as long as Fan Dong doesn't die, then the hegemony of China will never be lost. With Emperor Hashin taking the lead, the hesitant Sakura nation people were kneeling in submission towards Xinjiang, and after they submit, a tattoo engraved with the word Huaxia appeared on their faces. You are just slaves, unworthy of Chinese children and grandchildren. You will forever repent for the crimes you have committed. Ying Zhang frowned slightly and interrupted the chants of the Sakura nation. His voice was cold, as if the words of the Cherry Blossom country's self-proclaimed descendants had dishonored China. The Sakura nation's voice stuttered, but his face didn't dare to bear any resentment. Once again, chants came from Emperor Hinjin's buried head. Chinese slave Xingren, may we serve our Chinese ancestors for generations to come. Emperor Hinjin abandoned any dignity. Taking Wasia as his ancestor became a glorious thing for him to do. The rest of the Sakura nation followed Emperor Hinjin's lead and chanted out once again. The intention of obedience is revealed in the cry of the lost voice. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom renounces the war of national fortunes against China. The Cherry Blossom Nation became a slave nation of the Chinese, and the people of the Cherry Blossom Nation have served the Chinese for generations. If there is any disobedience, heaven and earth will punish you. The voice of Tendo resounded lazily over the chants of the people of Sakura Nation. The voice fell. The flag of the rising sun, representing the Sakura Kingdom, was suddenly engulfed by a soaring golden dragon. The disasters that occurred one after another in the territory of Sakura country disappeared at the same time. A spell formation appeared in various places in the Sakura country. This phalanx is connected to Wasia. Disciplined armies sailed out of the phalanx. These armies took control of the entire country of the Sakura Kingdom with great speed. The shrines of war criminals enshrined in the Sakura country were also destroyed at the first opportunity. As for those Sakura nationals who don't accept reality and are desperately trying to resist, the soldiers, for their part, had no compunction about treating them to bullets. Watch as Wasia suppressed all the unrest in the Sakura country with a thunderbolt. The Sakura nation within the national transportation space thoroughly accepted the reality. After accepting the reality, some Sakura nation people were even a little happy. After all, they don't have to suffer the 10,000 disasters they once suffered. Battle of Nations, China vs. Sakura country. Over. After all the dust had settled, the voice of heaven announced the end of the Battle of Nations. The figure of Ing Zhang, who was still standing in the ring of national fortune, began to brighten and fade. But Ing Zhang didn't care in the slightest that the figure was about to dissipate. He turned his attention to the Celestial Kingdom as well as the Eagle Kingdom. The pressure of the ancestral dragon within his body shattered through the boundaries set up by the will of heaven and overlaid the audience of the two countries. The 9 monks of the Kingdom of the Dharma and Jesus of the Kingdom of the Eagles. Though at the first moment, it resisted the intimidation bursting out of Ing Zhang. However, the masses behind him were suppressed by the might of the ancestral dragon. Ing Zhang looked at the wretched appearance of the masses of the two countries and spoke faintly. If thousands of years ago, I knew where you were, I would have led an army and flattened you. Ing Zhang's voice stirred up the emotions of all Chinese people, simply because the words spoken by Ing Zhang were not just grandiose words. It was once said, Huaxia is one step away from unifying the globe. All that was missing was to give Qin Shi Huang an elixir of immortality as well as a map of the world. The masses of the Celestial Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom, their faces turned blue, and they didn't even dare to refute it. The boundary set by the will of heaven shattered, and their lives could be taken away by Ing Zhang at any time. I will not intervene in the affairs of the afterlife. I believe that with the ability of my Chinese descendants, I can also step on your country. Ing Zhang's gaze was mighty and indifferent. After another domineering voice rang out, Ing Zhang's figure completely dissipated in the national fortune ring. Long Baichuan bowed deeply to the location where Ing Zhang's figure had dissipated, and then walked slowly down to the state of the Union Ring. The dragon's power dissipated, and the masses of the Celestial Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom stood up. The anger caused by humiliation drove them to pour out toward China, and tread on us. Now that China is about to be destroyed, what will you do to step on us? After your Chinese nation is destroyed, I want to see what strength this so-called Ing Zhang has, a dynasty that has long since fallen, an emperor that has long since returned to the dust. How dare he be so arrogant? The masses of the Celestial Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom did not dare to insult Qin Shi Huang to his face. Now Qin Shi Huang leaves the space of the state. All the evil words were held against Qin Shi Huang by this group of weak people. The Chinese people looked at this group of arrogant and domineering people quietly with cold eyes. The Chinese people who have experienced the crisis of extinction have long since submerged their sharp edges. Instead of fighting with this group of people in the mouth, might as well hit them hard in the state of the Union Ring. And Fandong even had a stern gaze. The catastrophe brought to Huaxia by the Celestial Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom. He, Fandong, must return it. Feeling the cold and stern gazes coming from the Chinese audience, the malevolent voices of the masses in the land of the sky and the land of the eagles gradually subsided. Many of the people in both countries even sat still because of Fandong's stern gaze. After the 3-game national games battle, Fandong, who was banned for 3 games, is ready to play. And the scene of hell that was just revealed. More than that, they felt the deep heritage of China. A lot of the Tennessee and Eagle Country audience didn't think they could withstand Fandong's retaliation. Fandong's increasingly stern gaze made the masses of the two countries feel as if they were on the edge of their seats. It was good that the sound of the heavenly Tao sounded again, temporarily masking the killing intent that Fandong had escaped. The battle of national fortune is over. Please leave the national fortune space as soon as possible for the masses of all countries. The crowd in both countries stood up quickly as if they had been pardoned. The white tide from the space shuttle gradually converged on the eyes. The feeling of heavenly levity also began to appear in the mind. However, Fandong gave a sound that resounded between heaven and earth, making the tide that had gathered in the eyes recede. Did I tell you to leave? Fandong's body was as upright as a spear. The might brought about by the body of the ancient god as well as the might of the heavenly emperor seemed to block off the entire space of the national fortune. Then Fandong spoke again. The sound caused the mood of the crowd in both countries to hit rock bottom. Chapter 142, Declaring War on the World. With all of its national fortunes at stake, China launches a war of national fortunes against the nations of the world. Submit and live, or die. Fandong's voice exploded. The masses of the countries within the national fortune space were all in a daze for a moment. And let's not even talk about what a big gamble it is to bet the entire nation's fortunes on the grandeur of declaring war on the world alone. Just not for the average person. The masses of the country stared blankly at Fandong's seemingly invincible figure. The masses of the countries other than the Celestial Kingdom as well as the Eagle Kingdom brought misery above their faces. They wanted to take advantage of Fan Dong's ban though, but in the end, they didn't do any damage to HWA. Being retaliated against by Fandon is complete and utter nothing more than an unmitigated disaster. A mournful cry was slammed into Fan Dong by the masses of nations together. Injustice. We are unjust. We didn't start a battle of national fortunes towards Huaxia, so why are we being retaliated against? I'm not convinced. China is bullying the weak. It doesn't deserve to be the world's hegemon. How can Fan Dong use the entire national fortune of Huaxia as a wager? And do other Huaxians agree? The masses of the nations are crying out though, but the voice was still trying to provoke a conflict between Fan Dong and the Chinese masses. However, the Chinese masses did not have any dissatisfaction arising against Fan Dong because of the voices of the masses from various countries. Instead, a cry of support for Fan Dong resounded over the national fortune space. A bunch of villains still want to sow discord? We will always support Fan Dong. While you were taking advantage of the fire, you should have thought of the day when you would be avenged by our Huaxia. Fan Dong is the hero of Huaxia. It's an invincible powerhouse in the world. You all submit quickly. Fan Dong's rebuttal decimated the hearts of the masses of the nations, the most devastated masses. On the other hand, are the two countries of the Celestial Kingdom as well as the Eagle Kingdom. From the just revealed gods of hell, one can get a glimpse of the tip of the Chinese heritage. In the eyes of the masses in both countries, once Huaxia has no qualms about deadlocking the two countries. That's regardless of the fact that God himself led thousands of angels down. Still Ka appeared carrying the roaming Buddhas. None of them can compete with HWA's retaliation. So, the crowds in both countries were shouting hysterically. They tried to unite the masses of nations. It is also trying to make China give up retaliation without a war. Fan Dong, are you really not afraid of provoking a world war and putting countries at war by launching a war of national fortunes on countries all over the world? Have you left behind the world's commonwealth advocated by China? Are you worthy of the international status achieved by the forefathers of China? Everyone must unite. So what if Huaxia is powerful? Huaxia may not be able to suppress us all. The cries of the masses of the Eagle Kingdom, as well as those of the Celestial Kingdom, caused the masses of the nations to be shaken within themselves. Fan Dong just smiled faintly. His mouth hung in mockery as he spoke softly. Do you think that Huaxia still has hope for you? A bunch of despicable little countries? There are gaps between nations, and world co-prosperity can only be realized by subduing you. And even if it's a world war, you guys think you can beat China's 9th generation fighters? Fan Dong's voice caused the smiles that had just risen on the faces of the masses of the countries to freeze once again. It was at this time that they realized that the national strength of Huaxia had long surpassed that of any other country. A single 9th generation fighter could crush nations. It's just not very easy to get countries to submit easily. It's not just the Celestial Kingdom as well as the Eagle Kingdom. Even the almost endangered Nordic Empire. There was no idea of subjugation either. After all, once you submit to China, then the prosperity of the nations will exist only in the history of the Blue Planet. Think of the overthrow of the country's culture and history. The leaders' heads were raised and they stared at Fan Dong without fear. They seem to think that if they have enough courage, it will be able to stop Fan Dong from destroying the countries. Unfortunately, such beautiful things can only exist in fairy tales. Fandon scanned the circle of leaders from various countries. The stern gaze was like the scythe of death on the necks of the leaders. Under the compulsion of Fan Dong's sight, leaders are no longer as hard-headed as they were just a moment ago. Quite a few leaders of small countries, even the legs couldn't help but tremble. It was a good thing that the mountainous oppression didn't last long. Fan Dong has a grievance, and the spearhead is directed at the Eagle State, which took advantage of the fire against Huaxia. Since none of the countries want to submit, I'll beat them one by one. For the first battle of national fortunes, I'm going to take it to the Eagle Kingdom. The death scythe swung down heavily. The leaders of the countries all let out a long, ragged breath. MacArthur, on the other hand, was shaken in his mind, and his eyes became fixed for a moment. Huaxia's heritage is indeed deep enough. Just among the gods of hell that have just manifested, the ones that made his heart tremble were at least 3. But there was no despair in MacArthur's mind, simply because in the mind of any eagle nation, God is an all-knowing, all-powerful being. Lord Jesus, please come on and save Eagle Country. MacArthur prayed at the top of his lungs to Jesus, with devotion in his voice. Jesus nodded slightly. He stood up, leaning on the black cane in his hand, and once again walked towards the national luck ring. This time, astonishing pressure escaped from above Jesus' body. Every time the black cane landed, it was as if a thunderbolt struck down. The explosion of thunder calmed the panic in the hearts of the Eagle Nation a little. The same makes the hearts of the Chinese people slightly worried. Although Fan Dong was a super strong person who had won 100 battles, but God is also the supreme deity of the Eagle Kingdom. Before the winner of the Battle of Nations is decided, no one could guarantee that Fan Dong would definitely win the Battle of Nations. In the midst of all the gazes, with a subdued stride, Jesus stepped into the ring of national sport. The black cane in his hand glowed silver. It was transformed into a holy cross, which was reverently held aloft in Jesus' hands. The cross seems to bridge heaven and earth. The clouds in the sky turned into a huge whirlpool. Jesus looked at the huge vortex with a frenzied expression and shouted, "Eagles Nations player." Jesus summoned God Jehovah. Level unknown. The chants fell. The crowd in the Eagles Nation auditorium dropped to both knees and held their hearts in their right hands while their left hands kept drawing crosses on their chests, amidst the frenzy of the Eagle Nation. Within the vortex made by the clouds, a huge human face slowly emerged. There was no more kindness in this human face. There was only the color of anger spewing from his face. The Chinese masses were under the gaze of this angry face. I only felt the air around me stagnate and the breathing in my chest stop. And Fan Dong, who was facing God directly, sank his mind into the Black Myth Heavenly Book because of the vastness of the pressure. The Black Myth Heavenly Book in his mind flipped madly. When the page to be flipped stops, the Black Mythos Heavenly Book is fixed on an emperor imprisoned in a cage. Chapter 143, Heaven and Earth's Old Claims to Endure. Although the emperor was sitting on top of the dragon chair, but they are all in chains. A closer look. All of these heavy shackles take on the appearance of a cross. The emperor seemed to sense Fan Dong's arrival. One of his dragon eyes slowly opened, his eyes staring flatly into the darkness in front of him, and the words that opened faintly seemed to describe the tragedy of 1,000 years for Fan Dong. Thousands of years ago, the various god systems of the world invaded China. The heavenly court collapses and the gods are hidden. Fortunately, the descendants of Manhwa's later generations are full of talents, calling the gods to their place. The emperor's bland narration seemed to let Fan Dong see the tragedy of 1,000 years ago, not waiting for Fan Dong to come back to his senses. A high, angry cry stormed across the emperor's anger-laden face. Today, I am fortunate enough to have my children and grandchildren summoned, and I will make the lineage of the gods pay for their blood. Stormy sounds echoed in Fan Dong's mind, causing Fan Dong's mind to return to the outside world. Feel the awesome pressure that God has poured out. An uncontrollable anger inexplicably grew in Fan Dong's heart. Amidst the depression of air, he fought to wave. The gusts of wind that were brought up counteracted the awesome pressure that God had brought. And then Fan Dong had a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, contemptuously mocking. God Jehovah? What kind of God is a trash who only knows how to oppress mortals? The taunts caused the devotional prayers of the Eagle Nation crowd to come to a steep halt. Only Fan Dong didn't wait for the masses of Eagle Nation to verbally attack him, and violently yelled up to the sky. Chinese player Fan Dong, summoning heaven and earth's old advocate 100 endurance. Level unknown. The roar crashed to the ground. The storm clouds over the National Games ring were shifting, and the clouds blotted out the sun. A cage thudded to the ground in the reaching darkness. The violent air currents centered on the cage and pushed in all directions like a gale. The clouds parted and dust flew in all directions. Bright light once again shines on the National Games ring, but the hearts of the crowd were still horrified by this sudden and drastic change. An eerie silence enveloped the cage door as it broke open abruptly, and after, an emperor with a face as cold as a knife and eyes as flat as an abyss, slowly stepping out from within the cage. The moment the emperor stepped out of the cage, heaven and earth chimed in congratulations. Auspicious cranes chirp in the depths of the heavens, and golden dragons roam all over the world. The unicorn came with its feet in auspicious clouds, and the four spirits hovered around the emperor. This is the Jade Emperor. Amidst the shock brought on by the emperor, some Chinese people suddenly exclaimed in shock. The cry of alarm shook all the masses within the space of the national luck. The subconscious murmur was unconsciously made by the masses of the nations. Jade Emperor? That ruler of the heavenly court of China? The king of gods? The leader of the Chinese gods? How could Fan Dong summon him? It's over. With the existence of the Jade Emperor, which country can still fight against Huaxia? The crowds of the nations were staring blankly and in a trance. The Jade Emperor's figure dared them to not set their eyes on the national fortune ring, but trance. A crunching sound of chains clashing drew their attention. A line of sight gazed at the Jade Emperor's body. Only the Jade Emperor had divine beasts hovering above his body, shaped like the yoke of a cross. It restricts his feet. The cross yoke seems to have the weight of 1,000,000 pounds, simply being dragged by the Jade Emperor. It then cut an extremely deep gully in the national luck ring. The fear that mingled in the eyes of the masses of the nations was gradually replaced by joy. The cheers that had just rung out in the Chinese audience, on the other hand, abruptly disappeared. Ha ha ha, I thought the Jade Emperor was unrivaled in the world, but it turns out that he was still suppressed by my lord. The Eagle Nation crowd was the first to laugh. The cross yoke on the feet of the Jade Emperor. It seemed to give him a vision of the Jade Emperor submitting to God. The sound of ha-ha laughter was like the opening of a dam holding back a flood. The jeers of the masses of the nations poured out of the dike in a moment. Vicious insults permeated within the space of the national fortune. But the Jade Emperor didn't care at all. Bland eyes look up to God hidden in the depths of the firmament. A majestic and furious cry that made heaven and earth tremble exploded from within his chest. Jehovah, get the hell down. Angry shouts exploded, disturbing the clouds in the depths of the sky. As the clouds gradually converge, even God, nor does it seem to be able to carry the heavy clouds that fill the sky. The huge face peeking out from among the clouds was rapidly shrinking. A figure as small as a mole cricket transformed into a meteorite and fell in the direction of the national fortune ring. Boom! The figure of God crashed into the ring of national fortune with a tumult that shook the world. But the world is in turmoil between. The national luck ring, however, did not show a single bit of damage. Even the ground beneath God's feet was free of any debris crumbling and splattering. Fan Dong's heart tightened. God as the supreme deity of the Eagle Kingdom. Its strength is really far beyond Archangel Michael. But Fan Dong didn't panic. The power of the Jade Emperor is also beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Jehovah, can you find a breakthrough by forcibly occupying my Chinese treasure? The Jade Emperor looked straight at God, a crazy killing intent raging in his gaze, and the words that came out of his mouth caused everyone's breath to stutter. Not waiting for the crowd to think carefully, God suddenly smiled contemptuously. Zhang Bairen, where did we come up with the idea of forcibly occupying the treasures of China? Since it's a precious land, naturally, it's for those who can do it. If you and the other Chinese gods enjoy the treasure without taking it, will we allow you to waste it? The conversation between the Jade Emperor and God left everyone present in a daze. Even Fan Dong was in a cloud, not understanding the meaning of the duo's conversation. What was the breakthrough the Jade Emperor was talking about? And what is this treasure of which God speaks? It's a shame that it's all so dubious. God and the Jade Emperor both tacitly did not offer an explanation. The two just stared at each other wordlessly. Between eye contact, space is distorted and time is confused. One black hole after another, brightening between the two. As the gazes of both grew hotter, the storm that seemed to be able to destroy the world gradually converged between the two. Bang! As the storm grows unchecked and unchecked, a balloon exploded with a thud, shattering the national luck ring into pieces. Amidst the dust drifting in the sky, the voice of the heavenly Tao resounded lazily from the depths of the heavenly vault. Given that the space of national fortune cannot withstand the power of the gods, the battlefield is shifted to the heavenly court. The voice of the heavenly Tao fell. A white light flashed out of Fan Dong's dust-filled eyes. When the white light dissipated, pure spiritual energy wrapped Fan Dong. Every second, pounds of power surged through all of Fan Dong's body. Eyes slowly opened. The scene that came into view was not the same as the fantastical magnificence that Fan Dong had imagined. Dismembered limbs were scattered everywhere, and bloody ruins could be seen everywhere. On a blood-stained, half-broken gate, the words Southern Heavenly Gate are clearly visible, but the giant god who guarded the place was nailed to the top of the gate by a sacred great sword. Fan Dong's pupil shook dramatically, and his gaze subconsciously looked into the depths of the heavenly court. One could only see the gigantic shadow of God, sitting on the dragon chair in the Lingxiao Palace. Chapter 144, The Misery Within the Heavenly Court. A bizarre scene in the 36 heavens. It made the faces of the Chinese people within the national luck space stiffen in consternation. They didn't expect the heavenly court which had countless Chinese gods residing in it. It's actually in such a dilapidated state. The faces of the crowds in the countries, on the other hand, were excited. The Chinese gods residing in the heavenly court are the proud heritage of China. But now the heavenly court is in disrepair. To a large extent, it represents the depletion of the Chinese heritage. A moody jeer and howl resounded through the audience of the nations. The heavenly court that the Chinese people are so proud of seems to have fallen into disrepair a long time ago. I said how no more powerful players have appeared in China this decade or so. Their gods are afraid that they have long since fallen away. Declaring war on the whole world? You don't want to see if you, Huaxia, have the strength to be the enemy of the whole world or not. The mockery of the crowds from various countries caused concern to rise in the hearts of the Chinese people. It was only the trust the Chinese masses had in Fan Dong that sustained them from being overwhelmed by worry. In the middle of the heavenly court, Fan Dong snapped back. The Jade Emperor seemed to have anticipated the scene before him. He walked slowly to the southern heavenly gate. The crisp ringing sound made by the collision of the shackles echoed in the silent southern heavenly gate. Giant spirit, you've suffered for so many years. The Jade Emperor looked up and straight at the giant spirit god who was nailed to the southern heavenly gate. There was both remembrance in his voice. It also carried a vast and raging killing intent. The mountainous killing intent seemed to tickle the giant spirit god's soul that remained within the torso. It was as if the body of a giant spirit god had stood still for 1,000 years. Steeply transformed into a bit of starlight, it converged into a large, muscular man's silhouette. Your Majesty. The big man's eyes seemed to be tinged with crystal and tears. The gruff voice was laced with guilt for not sticking to his duties. I have not protected the safety of the southern heavenly gate, and even though I die, I am not sorry. A rough voice shook the air. The grief and indignation in it was as if Fan Dong had seen the scene of the western gods gathering at the southern heavenly gate. The breaking of the southern heavenly gate is not your fault. Since I have returned today, I must make the hairy gods of the west and the vultures of Spirit Mountain pay the price. The Jade Emperor's gaze lowered slightly. However, immediately afterward, there was a brilliant light that shot out. The giant spirit god sniffed. An array of candor spread across his face amidst the grief and anger. The burly silhouette kowtowed across the air, and his respectful voice rang out once more. I am dead and unable to follow your majesty in battle. But please, your majesty, allow me to make another small contribution. The Jade Emperor sniffed. The remembrance on his face disappeared, and the Emperor's might swept out. Yoon, the voice fell. The silhouette of the giant spirit god transformed into a flash of spiritual light and merged into the Jade Emperor's body. This aura did not bring much of a boost to the Jade Emperor's power. It only made the Jade Emperor's aura even thicker. The dissipation of the giant spirit god silhouette caused the Jade Emperor's face to lower slightly, but the increasingly agitated aura on his body revealed the anger in his heart. Without pausing in his footsteps, he continued to walk towards the depths of the heavenly court. Fan Dong, on the other hand, followed closely behind the Jade Emperor, scanning the scene around him. Walk through the south heavenly gate and step into the hall of reception. The thick scent of blood came to the surface, making it difficult for Fan Dong to breathe for a while. As his breathing gradually stabilized, Fan Dong's gaze, however, became even more terrified. It's only because in the past, monks ascended to get places. The moment is littered with broken limbs. Where the ascension pool is located, it is cordoned off by the bronze-colored Anubis scepter. The Jade Emperor stepped into the hall of reception. The 36 heavenly deities, the 72 earthly deities, and the 108 godly silhouettes all bowed towards the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor doesn't make a pause in his steps. The scene inside the hall of reception made the anger in his heart even crazier. His gaze was cold and he just spoke faintly. At the command of the 36 heavenly deities and 72 earthly furies, enter my divine body and kill the enemy with me. The sound exploded. 108 gods answered in unison. The Big Dipper is commanded. A ray of spiritual light suddenly appeared and did not enter the Jade Emperor's body. Fan Dong looked at the divine light flowing inside the hall of reception and remained silent. The heart, however, has already sentenced the ancient Egyptian state to death, and as it continued to go deeper into the heavenly court, the hall of assemblies was close at hand. Step into the hall of assemblies. Even though Fan Dong had been prepared in his mind, he was still shocked by the tragic situation in the hall of assemblies. 3 huge dragons were flayed and boned, their lofty horns broken from their roots. The gods of the thunder ministry were scorched black all over their bodies, and there was still thunder jumping above their bodies. Beyond that, there was also a spiritual official with a red face and beard, clad in golden armor and red robes, holding a golden seal on his left and a golden whip on his right, crucified in the center of the great hall by Odin's eternal lance. The Jade Emperor's face was joyless and sad. Only the pace of his feet grew swifter and swifter. Wang Lingguan, lead the dragon kings of the 4 seas and the gods of the thunder ministry to follow me in my crusade against the Mao god. The Jade Emperor's cold as ice voice exploded. The light in the hall of assemblies shone brightly, and then it converged on the Jade Emperor. Fan Dong likewise quickened his pace. The successive tragedies in the heavenly court had long since left him with no place to release his inner rage. In the midst of raging anger, the golden and brilliant plaque of the Ling Shao Palace was reflected in the middle of Fan Dong's eyes. The divine light that shines on the body of God. It also at the same time sent the Eagle Nation in the national luck space into a frenzy. A salute to God resounded through the audience. Praise my Lord. The evil gods of the East are not worthy of occupying such a magnificent palace. Only my Lord can inhabit it. Praise the killing. Praise my Lord. They are to blame for the deaths of the evil gods of the East. May my Lord renew his splendor and slay the emperor of the evil gods. The Eagle Nation's insane voice set the Chinese on fire completely. Only the anger did not make the Chinese people within the space of national fortune lose their minds. The 9th generation fighters in Chinese territory lifted off one by one, even though 9th generation fighters are expensive to build. But with the support of China's huge national power, it still equipped hundreds of them in a short time. God is too far away from the Eagle states outside of the national transportation space, and it only takes a half-minute for a 9th generation fighter to reach the skies over the Eagle Kingdom. A missile falls from the sky. The shrill sound that broke through the air was like the chirping of death. Explosions went off in various parts of Eagle Country. Wails and cries followed by explosions shouting, "There is no injustice under missiles." But MacArthur was grim-faced when he learned of the tragedy in Eagle Country. But he also knew that protesting would no longer serve any purpose. One could only suppress the message and watch the scene within the heavenly court. In the middle of the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor stepped into the Lingshao Palace and looked up at God, who was sitting high on the dragon chair, though he is in a low place. But the haughty gaze made it seem as if he was above the rest. Under the watchful eye of the Jade Emperor, God's body tensed. But still, he did his best to remain aloof, looking down at the Jade Emperor and speaking faintly. Sitting on the faith of thousands of Chinese, yet you share it with thousands of gods. Zhang Byron, since you're wasting the world, I'll enjoy the thousands of beliefs. God's voice brought a wisp of contempt to the Jade Emperor's face. As a snort rang out, the Jade Emperor spoke faintly. Chapter 145, China doesn't raise idol gods. You claim to be omnipotent and omniscient, but you don't know the traditions of my China. From praying for blessings and wealth to protecting the family and the country, all of China has specialized gods to rely on. You created demons to deceive the world into believing, but I don't know that all faiths are born in the fire of the earth. Chinese faith is like the sea, and not one idol god is worshipped. The followers of air are equally pious, but they worship a god of evil. The Jade Emperor's voice was deafening. God, on the other hand, just had a mocking, sarcastic face, and a sarcastic voice that came out of his mouth. Wasia doesn't worship the god of idleness? Are you talking about the gods who were killed by my single finger? The corners of God's mouth quirked up in a scornful smile. At the same time as the voice rang out, a sherry as well as a thunder arrow steeply surfaced from the void. This sherry and the thunder arrow seemed to be showing off their power. The space around them was all distorted. When the Jade Emperor saw this, his eyes were filled with endless killing intent amidst his indifference. Ha! You and the 5 major god systems, taking advantage of the strange movements outside of the heavens to invade my Huaxia. If the unusual movements outside this day gradually subside, don't be anxious. My Huaxia will settle its grudges with all of you one by one. An icy cold voice exploded within the Ling Shao Palace, carrying the majestic power of the Sherpa and the arrow of thunder. As suddenly as it appeared, it also shattered. Like shocking waves, the power of faith surged out from the shattered relics and thunder arrows. God's right hand flicked. The power of faith turned into a great fire and swept towards the Jade Emperor. That attacked the Jade Emperor at the same time as it did, and the sightless voice of God. You said that Huaxia doesn't keep idol gods. Then my lord has chosen to tell you. I alone can fulfill the duties of the Chinese gods. The gods of China are all useless idol gods. The voice was spiked with monstrous flames. The white jade pillars inside the Ling Shao Palace melted under the burning flames. The Eagle Nation in the national luck space, in due course, cheered God on. The shouts of excitement seemed to reach within the heavens, making the flames even hotter. But the Jade Emperor was not the least bit afraid. He watched as the flames swept over him. The flat voice seemed to mouth the constitution of heaven and drive the gods away. Dragon King of the 4 seas, listen to my order. Send down sweet rains, extinguish evil fires, and suppress evil demons with giant waves. The voice fell. 4 divine dragons rose up from above the Jade Emperor's body. The power of heaven and earth lingered above the divine dragon's body, just between the 4 dragons roaming around. The raging sea water poured into the sky. The flames were blocked from the Jade Emperor by the sea. Crimson steam rose, covering the Lingxiao Palace with a layer of red. It was as if the flames that could burn the world to the ground could not steam the waters that poured in. The flames died out as the sea water poured over them, but the might of the sea was undiminished, raging toward God. A hard look flashed above God's countenance. With a wave of his hand, the power of faith transformed into a towering mountain. The mountain tumbled violently. The endless soil not only clogged up the seawater wreaking havoc in the Lingxiao Palace, it even carried an unstoppable might that overwhelmed towards the Jade Emperor's body. The Jade Emperor chuckled. His pace did not move in any way, and once again, the voice of the edict of heaven and earth came from his mouth. Declare the southern heavenly gate guardian giant spirit god. Move mountains and seas, axe high mountains. The Jade Emperor's voice that edict heaven and earth took on a stern edge. The giant spirit god's silhouette, magnified 100 times appeared. Gargoyles, at your service. The giant spirit god Xianhua great axe in his hand was tigerish and powerful. The gruff voice seemed to impede the momentum of the mountains tipping over. And then the Xianhua great axe was raised high. It was accompanied by a flash of cold light that shone between heaven and earth, like a mountain that could fill heaven and earth. It split in two. After the axe's shadow cracked the high mountain, it continued to cleave towards God. A contemptuous gaze flashed in God's eyes, and a golden holy sword in his hand casually chopped the axe's shadow. Humph! Even if it can rain and move mountains, what does it mean? How can your little Chinese gods withstand my angelic army? Until after the flames and mountains were all cracked by the Chinese gods, God put away his contempt for the Chinese gods. The golden holy sword in his hand pointed high into the sky. Michael's 4 archangels appeared in the sky above the Lingxiao Palace with the shadows of thousands of angels. Angels are dense. The divine light that blossomed on his body reflected the Lingxiao Palace with even more brilliance and splendor. The masses of the Eagle Kingdom within the space of the national transportation saw countless angels appear. They didn't even realize that God was in the midst of a downward spiral, praying to God with a multitude of angels. God and angels appear together. How can this group of lingering Chinese gods resist God's conquest? The so-called deep heritage of Huaxia is probably just a lie to deceive the world. That's right. Their king of the gods, the Jade Emperor, will now submit to God. The presence of the legion of angels caused the Eagle Nation's self-confidence to skyrocket indefinitely. However, the Jade Emperor within the Ling Shao Hall still maintained his bland demeanor. An army of angels poured in. The Jade Emperor let out a blast from his mouth. please ask the head of the 500 spiritual officers, the Dutian Great Spiritual Officer Wang Shan, to lead the Thunder Ministry gods to guard the heavenly palace. The blast slowed for a moment the torrent of angels gathered by the army. Wang Lingwan held a golden seal in his left hand and a golden whip in his right. Leading the gods of the wandering Thunder Ministry, they appeared behind the Jade Emperor, as the torrent gathered by the angelic armies poured in, with Wang Lingwan as the eye of the formation. All the gods of the Ministry of Thunder formed the 9 heavenly thunderbolt formation. Between the flashes of lightning, a shocking thunderbolt as black as ink struck above the torrent. Thunder traveled between the many angels, the divine light faded, and the angel turned to black ash and drifted into the air. The cheers of the Eagle Nation turned stiff. Incredulity climbed over their faces like a centipede. They couldn't believe the seemingly unstoppable flood of angels. Surprisingly, it would be crushed by 9 thunderbolts, and God had the same stunned look on his face. As the only God within the Garden of Eden, the army of angels represents almost the strongest fighting force other than God. But it was the endless legions of angels that would be crushed by a few thunderbolts. Even the 4 archangels were defenseless. There was some backlash in God's mind. The latter was feared 1,000 years ago. If it wasn't for the 5 major divine systems coming together to besiege Huaxia, then, with his Jehovah's strength alone, he might not even be able to breach the gate of the southern heavenly gate. Ha! Feel the power of my Chinese gods? But you, Jehovah, are proud enough to have breached the southern heavenly gate. After all, in the course of endless years, the southern heavenly gate has only been breached by a monkey. The Jade Emperor's eyes held memories of years gone by. When the plain voice fell on God's ears, it was filled with mockery. A cold light flashed in God's eyes. After a cold snort, the endless power of faith all converged on his body. The power of thousands of faith is added. God's figure seemed to draw up for a moment as well. So what if the power of the Chinese gods is not weak? Can you guys block my slap? The voice fell. God's right hand fiercely enlarged, overriding towards the Jade Emperor. Chapter 146, The Flood of Destruction That Breaks the Faith. The Jade Emperor laughed coldly. The surrounding divine silhouettes turned into streams of light and merged into his body. The sky-charging aura suddenly burst out. An 8 trigrams formation bloomed into a golden wheel of light at his feet. On the 4 trigram directions of Qian, Kuan, Jun, and Sun, the 4 elephant divine beasts rose. The green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and Xuanwu chimed in unison, exploding God's overriding right hand. The huge right hand transformed into points of starlight and floated between the Lingxiao Palace. It's just that God's face doesn't look the least bit panicked. Essence and killing intent flickered between the pupils. The starlight that wandered around the Lingxiao Palace transformed into a silver holy sword that hovered around the Jade Emperor. The silver-colored holy sword was like a cross, and the sharpness spewing from it amazed Fan Dong in his heart. Even nowadays, Fan Dong's power was already comparable to that of some weak gods, but between the 2 supreme gods, the Jade Emperor and God, he still had no room to intervene. Fan Dong felt any of the silver-colored holy swords suspended around him. All of them can just rob him of his life. One thought in this. God raised his open right hand, slowly, toward the Jade Emperor. The sea of clouds beneath your feet rages wildly with the movements of God. Immediately after, the open right hand snapped. The sea of clouds was in a trance being suppressed by the dome of the sky and fell silent for a moment. The silver holy sword, on the other hand, also stabbed towards the Jade Emperor at the same time. Fan Dong's pupils suddenly narrowed like pinholes, and the sharpness caused him to subconsciously raise his arms in defense. But the Jade Emperor's eyes were as if he was watching a circus clown doing acrobatics. The Bagua formation under his feet spun rapidly. The 4 colors of green, black, red, and white carried by the 4 spirit void were mixed with the golden color. A barrier of 5 mingled colors gradually formed. The trigram seals floated above the barrier, and the yin and yang fish swam between the 5 colors. The silver holy sword stabbed above the barrier. As if they were assimilated by the 8 trigrams formation, they all melted away. One silver-colored holy sword after another failed to enter the 8 trigrams formation. Wind, thunder, earth and fire are all nurtured in the Bagua formation. After the last silver holy sword disappeared, the Bagua formation, which was spinning at a rapid speed, abruptly came to a standstill. The 4 spirit void shadows carried the 4 powers of wind, thunder, earth, and fire as they raced toward God. Around the green dragon's shadow, there was a fierce wind surging. The white tiger's limbs carried flashes of annihilating thunder. The vermilion bird then swung its wings, and burning flames swept out. As for Xuanwu, every step he took had a towering mountain tumbling down. God looked at his attack and added the power of the 4 spirit void. There was a hint of irony flashing above his face. The cross at his chest, from which the flood of perdition gushed forth. Floods galloped through the Lingnan Palace. Whether it was the wind, the thunder, the fire or the mountains, they were all washed away and dissipated by the flood. Unfortunately, the flood was able to overwhelm the 4 spirit vapors, but it was unable to bring harm to the Jade Emperor. A barrier made of divine dragons and heavenly phoenixes coiled around it, firmly protecting the Jade Emperor and Fandong. The Jade Emperor's gaze was bland as he looked at God, who was sitting high on the dragon chair. The mockery in his eyes caused God's face to flush with iron once more, and as the Jade Emperor locked eyes with God, the faith of the masses of the Eagle Nation, within the space of the national fortunes, has cracked to varying degrees. Among the legends of Eagle Country, the flood that destroyed the world was created by the devil. But today, all the Eagle Country masses saw God and poured out the flood of annihilation. One cognitively ruptured exclamation after another came out from the audience in the Eagle Kingdom. Is there really a connection between the devil and God? Could it be that the demons we've hated for so many years were actually created by God on purpose? Could it be that the calamities and blows we have suffered are also God's punishment? The Eagle Nation crowd looked a little dumbfounded. The flood that God unleashed not only washed away the power of the four spirit vapors, it also washed away his faith in the Eagle Nation crowd. With a rupture of faith, inside the Ling Shao Palace, a cracking click echoed in the silence. Only the cross on God's neck was seen to have a crack appear. God's pupils vibrated suddenly, doing their best to hide the wisp of panic that surfaced in his eyes. However, the Jade Emperor is the same as God as the Supreme God. He was keenly aware of the flash of panic in God's eyes. The arc of mockery at the corner of his mouth steepened even more as the Jade Emperor spoke faintly to God. What? Those worlds that you have fooled are finally coming to their senses? The Jade Emperor's voice caused the panic that God was trying so hard to hide to transform into anger. The whirlwind turned into uncontrollable killing intent, and after the voice reached the outside world, it caused the faith of the Eagle Nation, who already questioned God, to shatter into pieces. The aura that escaped from God's body fell in layers. Even the floods that galloped through the Lingshao Palace were a bit difficult to navigate. MacArthur, the five-star general of the Eagle Nation, saw this and his face was equally ugly. As the leader of Eagle Country, MacArthur doesn't care what kind of relationship the devil has with God. All he knew was that God couldn't lose to Wasia in the battle of national fortunes. Don't let any of you be fooled by the Chinese. God is the patron saint of our Eagle Kingdom. How can we turn our backs on our Lord when he is fighting for us? MacArthur's out-of-tune yell reshaped the faith of a portion of the Eagle Nation. They transformed all their questioning of God into resentment toward the Chinese. A voice of anger and shouts against Huaxia echoed in the space of the national transportation. The Chinese are all a bunch of despicable and shameless villains, and their gods are absolutely disgusting garbage. Humph, almost mesmerized by Huaxia. What good can a god imprisoned by my lord be? Damn Chinese people. When Huaxia is destroyed, I'll be sure to torture the Huaxia people severely. The vicious voices of the Eagle Nation's crowd caused huffing and puffing to rise on the faces of the many Chinese people. They don't care about the incompetent rage of the Eagle Nation, but the Chinese people could not tolerate the Eagle Nation's wanton humiliation of the Chinese gods. Extreme anger exploded in his chest, turning into sharp words that stabbed at the Eagle Nation crowd. The so-called god is just a piece of trash parasitized in a country. How can he be compared to the Chinese gods? The Eagle Country, a trashy country with only a few hundred years of history, really doesn't think that God was born in the Eagle Country. God will not harbor you. He will only sow fear in you for the sake of the faith of all beings. The voice of the Chinese was far sharper than the angry rebuke of the Eagle State. The rebuttal stabbed the Eagle Nation crowd right in the gut, sending a green and red wave across their faces, even if the anger in their heads drove them to want to retort. But the feeling of powerlessness that flooded their hearts left them at a loss as to where to speak. It's just that the powerlessness of the Eagle Nation crowd doesn't represent God. After faith is remodeled, God's lost power returns to the body. After the gas plunge, God is no longer willing to continue to tangle with the Jade Emperor. He slowly stood up from the dragon chair. Between the flashes of holy light, the cross shackles on the Jade Emperor's feet mirrored them distantly. Chapter 147, The Battle of Man and God. The dragon and phoenix barrier that protects the Jade Emperor's body has become steeply dimmed. The extrusion of the annihilating flood caused the dragon and phoenix to emit a mournful cry of grief. The Jade Emperor's face changed slightly. He likewise didn't dare to continue to be gullible and careless. In the midst of the dragon's whistling and phoenix's roar, the barrier around his body violently erupted with a majestic airflow. This current pushes back the raging waves and stops the torrent of water. As the divine dragon and the heavenly phoenix ignited with burning fire, the flood that spread across the Lingshao Palace turned into a red mist that rose up. God's eyes looked coldly at the Jade Emperor, who appeared vaguely in the red mist. He doesn't make any moves, just a cold flash in his eyes. The cross shackles on the Jade Emperor's feet then blossomed with dazzling silver light. The silver light exploded with a bang, not causing any damage to the Jade Emperor. It was only the airflow centered on the Jade Emperor that spread the red mist that enveloped the Lingshao Palace. But the red mist that spread out didn't give Fandong a clear view. Instead, it was when the red mist fell silent. The darkness that could not be seen by the hand filled all parts of the Lingshao Palace. The light curtain within the national fortune space that revealed the scenes within the Lingshao Palace was similarly dim. In the midst of all the confusion and doubt of the audience, God's voice, which became holy and noble, resounded in all parts of the Lingxiao palace. God said, "Let there be light." The voice fell. God's plain white robes were transformed as if into a white bright sun. A blazing light reflected from him. Under the searing heat of the light, the giant white jade pillars inside the Lingxiao palace cracked. The giant pillar turned into broken jade and crumbled everywhere within the Lingxiao palace. It is only within heaven that God's light can only be considered faint. 9 three-legged golden crows, fluttering their wings, flew out of the Jade Emperor's body. The three-legged golden crow flew higher and higher, and the bright red fire emanating from its body was becoming brilliant. These flames suppressed the white light emanating from God, a fiery light, even to the point of setting God's white robe on fire. God's face changed, but the sacred and noble voice remained unchanged. God said there would be rain. Words followed the law, and thick dark clouds converged above the Lingxiao palace. Dark clouds obscured the fire emanating from the golden crow while pouring down torrential rain. However, on the Jade Emperor, the Dragon King of the Four Seas flew out once again, his body roaming recklessly in the sky dome, dispersing the 10,000 miles of dark clouds that covered the Lingxiao palace. God said to have thunder. The sky was dark inside the Lingxiao palace, and wild winds traveled all over the world. And then purple thunder exploded out of nowhere. A sinuous thunderbolt, as if it were a swimming snake, split apart the Four Seas Dragon King who was roaming above the sky. Even the Jade Emperor's surroundings had thunder snakes echoing around him. Just between flashes of thunder, Wang Lingguan reappeared with the gods of the Thunder Ministry. The 9 heavenly thunder tribulation formation reappeared in the eyes of the world, and the violent thunder was restrained by the formation. Between the convergence of the thunder dragons, the purple thunder gradually took on the black color of destruction. As the great formation shattered, black thunder struck out towards God. God's face at the moment was already hiding an ugly scowl. His robes bulged and a surge of might dissolved the raging thunder. Just as he was still about to continue to open his mouth and proclaim the word of God, the Jade Emperor sneered, blocking his voice in his throat. After all that God has said, shall we hear what man has said? The voice fell. A scroll unfolded in front of the Jade Emperor. Among the scrolls, there is the flint man's drilling wood to make fire, so that the Chinese people left behind the life of drinking blood. There was Shinnong's shallow tasting of 100 herbs, which gave the Chinese people a way to heal their ailments. Someone sows the seed and acquires the first handful of grain. There are also people who create words and create the building blocks of culture. There were even people who founded countries and set up the foundations of China. Unlike the mouth of God where all things are divinely given, everything in China is the result of mankind's own efforts. Looking at the scroll that the Jade Emperor had shown, the masses of the countries outside the national transportation space fell into a stupor at the same time. Only the Chinese had excitement flooding their faces. The West always likes to thank God and wait for him to give them everything. The ancestors of the Chinese, on the other hand, were not fond of sitting on their hands. It is also a way of life that is rooted deep in the Chinese bloodline that is not afraid of nature. Impossible. How is it possible for the Chinese to obtain flames without relying on the gods? And their grain is surprisingly domesticated by themselves? And their domestic animals were not even given by anything. Can we live better without the gods? Did God give the flame? Or was the flame privatized by God? The Eagle nation was filled with disbelief. It was always in their consciousness that the Eagle countrymen were far superior to the Chinese. Nowadays, we see that the Chinese people are able to obtain flames and harvest snacks without relying on gods and goddesses, just by themselves. The Eagle countrymen, who thought themselves superior, were in a complete state of inner collapse. The Chinese, on the other hand, didn't want to taunt anything. All of the Chinese people's eyes were filled with admiration. As for the crumbling Eagle nation, not even bothering to let them waste their time mocking. Zhang Byron, that's enough. Once again, God's aura couldn't stop plummeting. He opened his mouth through gritted teeth, and there was actually a slight tremor in his voice. So what if humans can fight nature? How can they forsake evil and do good without God's guidance? Even as a supreme God, God, however, would not dare to lose the faith of mankind. His face became more and more hideous, and his voice showed a bit of madness. Oh, without God's guidance, mankind cannot be good? Looking at God's wretched appearance, the Jade Emperor's face was tinged with mockery and playfulness. There was a golden light flowing from his hand, slowly skimming over the scroll. Only the scene on the scroll changed once more. A husband with a bamboo slice in his hand, a thin figure, and a kind face, spoke in a loud voice. Heaven and earth are unkind, taking everything as ruminants. The gods are unkind and take the people for ruminants. The voice fell, and the figure of the husband changed. A taller man, with an equally amiable face, spoke out aloud once more, honoring the ancestors and dying the gods. This is the reason for survival. A venerable husband spoke aloud, and the intention of the saints echoed through the Lingxiao palace. There was a look of horror flooding out of God's eyes. He pointed a trembling finger at the Jade Emperor and spoke incredulously. Humans scorn the gods. Aren't you Chinese gods afraid of being forgotten by the world? God could not understand how the Jade Emperor could allow humans to insult the gods. If the people of the Eagle Kingdom dare to disrespect God, floods and meteorites and all kinds of natural disasters will make them realize the power of the gods. Yet in the eyes of the Jade Emperor, God's incomprehensibility, however, made him laugh. The Jade Emperor slowly put away the scroll, and the impassioned voices coming out of the scroll abruptly faded into the Ling Shao Palace. It was only the Dao Dao saintly aura that could not dissipate for a long time. The Jade Emperor spoke faintly with scorn and mockery in his gaze. Chapter 148, Gathering the Power of the Devil. All the gods of China have entered the way with the laws of heaven and earth. Though the power of faith can add to our power, it is not the basis of our power. How can you, weak Western gods created by the power of faith, understand these things? Between the Jade Emperor's words, invisible air currents echoed around him, blowing up the corners of his coat. There are thousands of Chinese gods and goddesses. There are countless powerful ones among them. If the gods all use the power of faith as a source of strength, then at least half of the gods in China will fall in this way. The Jade Emperor's voice fell. Panic increased on God's face. The masses of the Eagle Kingdom within the national luck space, on the other hand, brought panic to their faces. In their perception, God created the world and gave them life. But the voice of the Jade Emperor made the Eagle Nation realize that God may have been created by their faith. Confusion spread through the Eagle Nation audience, but the Chinese understood something vaguely. Even ancient gods like Pangu and Nuwa were likewise conceived in the chaos of the world. God is something. Is he qualified to be worthy of creating the world? As for where the Eagle Nation people came from, I guess Nuwa will have the answer. As soon as the Huaxia people thought about this, unceremonious taunts echoed through the space of the national fortune. What God? Jehovah is nothing but a man-made product, and omniscient and omnipotent. Can the Lord then create stones that he cannot lift? God created the world in 6 days? You bunch of Eagle country trash are afraid you're just mud dots that Nuwa threw out with a willow. The Chinese man's voice resounded in the ears of the Eagle Nation. The questioning of God was intensified by this mockery. Inside the Ling Shao Palace, God's legs went limp and his body stumbled and fell from the dragon chair. There was a scowl and unwillingness on his face as he felt the power drain away, and then he struggled to raise his head, his eyes dead set on the Jade Emperor's figure. Zhang Byron, you fart! I created the world and birthed mankind. Should I not be honored by mankind? God explodes with foul language and profanity and can't get a grip on himself. But the rebuttal to the Jade Emperor did not salvage his image with the Eagle countrymen. It has even caused the Eagle Nation to question God, more and more. After experiencing a rapid fall in breath, God's aura gradually leveled off. It's just the strength he has now, not even close to Archangel Michael. Jehovah climbed to his feet and fell limply to his knees. He put his head down, his eyes staring blankly at his hands. Obviously can't come to terms with the fact that the strength has plummeted. But soon, his kneeling body suddenly began to shrug. After several breaths had passed, the shrug of the body gradually intensified. In the midst of all the puzzled stares, Jehovah snapped his head up with an insane grin on his face. Ha ha ha, Zhang Byron, I am an all-knowing and all-powerful God. Do you really think you can bring me down with just some demonic tactics? God's angled head, dead directed at the Jade Emperor. Within the maniacal smile, there was a demonic flood that sent chills throughout his body. The Jade Emperor frowned slightly, but he just watched in silence as Jehovah made his next move. Only the Lord's body was seen underneath. A deep, bottomless black hole slowly appeared. In the black hole there was a gloomy wind howling, and there were also hissing souls. Between the spurt of one evil spirit after another, the figure of Jehovah gradually levitated toward the air. The kneeling form stretched out. His figure was extremely relaxed, as if he had allowed an invisible rope to hoist him toward the air. Zhang Byron, without faith, I still have thousands of demons to drive. Jehovah took control of his body and once again looked down at the Jade Emperor. As the voice resounded, an evil spirit that sprang out of the black hole merged into Jehovah's body. The plain white robes faded to black, and a rusty cross steeply slammed into the ground. After the evil spirit whistled out, a dry arm grasped at the edge of the black hole. With it came an infinite number of demons, emerging from the black hole. The demon crawls out of the black hole toward Jesus, who is hiding behind the dragon's chair. Jesus, as it were, had long anticipated the present scene. Above his countenance was a piety that looked upon death. It was as if giving his life for God was his greatest honor. The demons held up the body of Jesus and tied him to the cross. Hands and feet were nailed to the cross with black nails. Bright red blood flowed out, staining the plain white robe of Jesus. My Lord, protect me. My Lord, save me. My Lord, take me from the sinking of the world. I, the Lord, bring my soul straight to heaven. No words can shake my faith in my Lord. May I offer my life to follow the faith of the Lord. The excruciating pain from the 10 fingers didn't seem to cause Jesus an ounce of pain. He looked wild-eyed at the God floating in front of him and yelled madly. It was as if all the power in the body was poured into God. The flesh and blood gradually dried up, with only a trace of strength left to sustain life. and after staring Jesus down on the cross, the demon crawled quickly toward Jehovah like a zombie. As the last of the demons merged into Jehovah's body, the black hole in the ground that whistled with ghastly winds and hissing, slowly closed between them. The plain white robe on Jehovah's body also completely turned into the color of inky black. Jiang Byron, without the boost of faith, I am still no match for you, a prisoner of the rank and file. The change in Jehovah's figure caused indelible shock to fill Fan Dong's eyes, and all the people within the national fortune space were equally incredulous. Only the shock in the eyes of the Eagle Nation slowly faded. From the midst of Jesus' death-defying shout, the consciousness of the Eagle Nation awakens once again. They don't have to care about what they once believed in, whether it's still worth holding on to or not. All the Eagle Nation knew was that God had to win this battle. At the thought, the Eagle Nation's heart strengthened. A shout of cheering for God broke the shock within the space of the national movement. Whether God is deceiving us or not, as long as we can win the battle of nations for the Eagle Nation, then he is good. That's right. Floods and disasters are in the past. God can now avert disaster for us. It is impossible for the Chinese to blind us with their demonic words. They are all a bunch of villains. The Eagle Nation's remodeling of faith in God backfired on God in a near instant. After integrating into the evil spirits, the aura of Jehovah, whose breath had already become ferocious and violent, surged upward once more. His power now, even far stronger than God before the fall in strength. However, in the face of the Jehovah whose strength had skyrocketed, no panic appeared on the Jade Emperor's face. With a burst of golden light shining in his hands, a seal with a Bagua pattern imprinted on it appeared in his hand. This seal was clearly the supreme treasure seal of heaven. Chapter 149, The Fabulous Fabrics. Once the seal of heaven is out, the aura on the Jade Emperor's body suddenly changed. Although the Jade Emperor just now, his aura was brought up harshly because of his killing intent, but ultimately, it belongs to the way of mediocrity and calmness. However, nowadays, the Jade Emperor's entire body was covered with overriding killing intent. Just by standing still, the sharpness that rushed through his body cut through the surrounding space. Jehovah's pupils, which had become as blood-red as a demon's, shrunk slightly. It was just the confidence that the surge in power brought him that made him not fear any of the Jade Emperor's tactics at all. Between the ink-black robes bulging, the black mist gradually swirled behind Jehovah. The bloody light in his eyes flickered, rolling black mist that swept towards the Jade Emperor. The black mist was like countless bugs. Wherever it passed, everything was reduced to nothingness. Only the Jade Emperor merely held up the seal of sealing heaven. The 8 trigrams on the print slowly rotated. Between the rotations, the 2 trigrams, Qiankuan and Koan, call out in position. As the Qiankuan swapped, the wind and clouds changed between the Lingxiao Palace. The rolling black mist that had just been overriding towards the Jade Emperor abruptly came to a halt, and then it swept toward Jehovah's position. In the midst of Jehovah's eyes, there was a flash of surprise that could not be concealed. The surprise was followed by the panic that filled his eyes. After all, even though Jehovah can defy the black mist, but Jesus, who had only a pulse behind him, I'm afraid that the moment I'm touched by the black mist, I'll die. With a big wave of Jehovah's hand, the black mist that was about to touch Jesus dissipated out of thin air. His bloody eyes were fixed on the heaven-sealing seal in the Jade Emperor's hands, with jealousy and resentment flashing through his heart. Ha! What kind of skill is it to fake the power of an external object? Jiang Byron, even though the jutsu will be suppressed by you, my physical body alone will be able to suppress you. A cold light flashed in Jehovah's bloodshot eyes. A black aura skimmed over the spot where the figure had been immediately afterward. Space distorted, and dark shadows were etched on top of it. Jehovah's figure killed the Jade Emperor in the twinkling of an eye. The figure that was like an instantaneous movement caused Fan Dong's pupils to quake dramatically. It likewise caused everyone within the national fortune space to have their hearts tremble. The hearts of the Chinese people were shaken. Jehovah demonstrated a speed that far exceeded their perceptions. Even though the Jade Emperor is one of the supreme gods of China, their hearts couldn't help but get angry for a few moments of worry. The Eagle Nation spectators, on the other hand, rejoiced inwardly, and the joy of winning the battle of the nation's fortunes filled their hearts with whatever thoughts they had in mind. Only the people could not see where the figure of Jehovah was, but Jehovah was as nothing more than a slow-crawling turtle in the eyes of the Jade Emperor. A pair of dragon eyes stared at Jehovah's figure. As Jehovah was in disbelief, there were 9 divine dragon silhouettes coiling above his body. These 9 divine dragons were each different. There were divine dragons whose bodies were haunted by black thunder. There are divine dragons wandering between, leaving behind wisps of end-time flames. There was also the divine dragon surrounded by the 2 chi of yin and yang. There were even times when the divine dragon roared and the earth and sky shook with it. 9 divine dragons, each different, but without exception, they all represent the 9 powers of the world. These 9 powers hovered around the Jade Emperor, forming a shield that was strong enough to withstand any attack. Jehovah looked at the Jade Emperor who was protected by the 9 powers in front of him, eyes glowing fiercely. there was a silver and black mingled holy sword appearing in his hand. Between the whistling of the holy sword, the prayers of the faithful as well as the hissing of the wronged souls exploded. This holy sword is both enchanted with demonic power. It also contains the faith of thousands of devotees. The holy sword chopped down, and time and space seemed to stand still at the same time. The shadows of men and demons seemed to stand beside Jehovah. They swung out this sword carrying the power of all beings in unison. The masses of the Eagle Nation within the national luck space, whose faces were already filled with joy, fell into ecstasy. They didn't believe that there was anyone or anything in the world that could stop this unrivaled sword. The holy sword slowly cut down, and the joy on the faces of the masses of the Eagle Kingdom froze in the blink of an eye. It was only because in front of the Jade Emperor, a piece of indistinct glass appeared like a boundary. Dang! The holy sword split on the glass, a clear bell ringing, when opened in the Lingxiao Palace. The sound of the bell calmed all the distractions in Fan Dong's mind. At the same time, it also calmed down the mood of the people in the national luck space, until the inner peace of the crowd. It was only then that they saw that in the Jade Emperor's hands, a small clock imprinted with densely packed auspicious clouds had appeared at some point. This small clock was brass-colored throughout. The bell swung out golden ripples, reinforcing the boundary in front of the Jade Emperor. The world-breaking bell, a supreme treasure capable of dividing the world. This is a supreme treasure that divides the boundaries of the three realms. You know that ordinary gods will be annihilated the moment they touch the boundary. Humph! This sword of Jehovah, even if it brings together the power of believers and demons. So what? In the face of the three-realm boundary, what can he break it with? The Huaxia people looked at the broken bell in the Jade Emperor's hands and exclaimed in shock. This one voice sent the Eagle Nation plummeting from the vault of heaven to the bottom of the mud. The ecstasy of the heart was replaced in a moment by the fear of Jehovah's defeat. And inside the Ling Xiao Palace, a gust of recoil traveled down the silver and black holy sword to Jehovah's hand. Even though Jehovah is the supreme god of the Eagle Kingdom, but the gust of recoil still caused golden blood to ooze out of his tiger's mouth. Zhang Byron, are you just a shrinking turtle? Jehovah did not withdraw the holy sword in his hand and spoke through clenched teeth. This sturdy boundary made it a bit tricky for him. Ha! The Jade Emperor smiled with a heck of a smile on his lips. The eyes that were like looking at an ant deeply pierced Jehovah's heart. Fierce colors flashed in the bloody eyes. The knot was tricky, but not unbreakable. After the ferocious light flashed, above the silver and black holy sword, the sword aura gulped. The believers and demons who had just held the holy sword with him, one by one, merged into the holy sword. Under the added weight of these shadows, the sword aura spewing out from the holy sword easily poked through the boundary set up by the U-breaking bell. A cruel smile lifted the corners of Jehovah's mouth. The blood-colored eye seemed to have seen the Jade Emperor being killed by his sword. Zhang Byron, even if you're a turtle, I'll still pry your turtle shell open. The Lord withdrew the holy sword and raised it high. The power of the world was madly converging towards the silver and black holy sword. The vortex of power formed on the silver and black holy sword, turning into the eye of the wind and creating a hurricane that looked like it could destroy everything. Hurricanes are birthed in the hands. Jehovah, even though he was strong, still couldn't ride the hurricane. As the berserk power was about to collapse, the silver-black holy sword slashed down violently. Zhang Byron, go to hell! The sound exploded. The hurricane transformed into a demonic dragon with a pair of sky-covering wings and surged towards the Jade Emperor. Eyes wide open, he watched the demonic dragon roar in. The Jade Emperor still didn't look the least bit alarmed. He flicked it in his hand, an antique mirror that facilitates the emergence of the hand. Chapter 150, the Haotian mirror shows its power. Jehovah is defeated. Ancient mirrors that seem to reflect the light of the distant past. Under the light, the demonic dragon's figure rapidly diminished. A demonic dragon large enough to cover the sky. It eventually followed the light and burrowed into the mirror. In the moment of drilling into the mirror, the ferocious and brutal aura steeply became docile and weak. It was as if the devil dragon saw in the mirror the ferocious beasts born between the floods. Kneel on all fours, head down, the wail resounded out of the mirror. Within the national fortune space, the pupils of the mass of the Eagle Kingdom dilated, with incredulity welling up in their eyes. Most of the Chinese crowd, on the other hand, looked excited and couldn't help but shout out, Haotian mirror! This mirror is definitely the legendary Haotian mirror, mapping 3,000 worlds, legends of the ancient and modern future. This demonic dragon that burrowed inside the Haotian mirror has most likely encountered an ancient ferocious beast from the flood period. The excited chants of the HWA crowd seemed to penetrate space and enter the ears of Jehovah. Looking at the Jade Emperor's hands with a strange light flow of Haotian mirror, there was an uncontrollable fear born in Jehovah's eyes. Just the magic treasures that the Jade Emperor had taken out made him fearful in his heart. And the Jade Emperor's true strength has not been revealed until now. It is important to realize that the Jade Emperor has been conceived since the birth of heaven and earth. Once every 129, 600 years, the Jade Emperor has survived 750 kalpas. The Jade Emperor's true strength was definitely not something that could be revealed by just the magic treasures. At that thought, Jehovah's feet couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The silver and black holy sword that was gulping sharpness in his hand also became dull. Only Jehovah realized it too late. The mirror in the Jade Emperor's hand crossed in front of Jehovah. The light of heaven and earth gathered above the mirror as if in an instant. The light that reflected out was even more pregnant with an extremely terrifying power. Miso. The light shot through the flesh and blood and into the sky. God's form was rigid, with a large hollow showing in his chest. Strength escaped in the hollow. Muscles pulsed at the wound, but blood did not flow from the hollow. Jehovah looked down at the huge wound in his chest and stumbled, half kneeling on the ground. When the Eagle Nation saw this, the incredulity in their eyes was replaced by horror. If the Supreme God falls here, I'm afraid that they, the Eagle Kingdom, will end up like the Sakura Kingdom, which can only be reduced to slaves of China. Panic pervaded the Eagles Nation audience. MacArthur had to lower his proud head at the moment. The blood flowed back up to his head, making his face redden. The veins rippled in his clenched fists, revealing the resentment and hard feelings in MacArthur's mind. The tragedy of God's imminent physical death forced all of Eagle Nation to come close to breaking down. But suddenly a voice came that slightly relaxed their taut heartstrings. Ha, Zhang Bairen, you can't kill me, but when I'm on my way back, that will be the death of your Huaxia as well as the gods of Huaxia. The sound exploded. All of the Eagle Nation raised their lowered heads at the same time, their eyes fixed toward Jehovah. Only Jehovah laughed bitterly twice, and his eyes suddenly became vicious, and then the white light went straight to the sky. A golden aura opened up in the air. Within the halo, a large hall was presented to everyone. Half of the great hall was a silvery white color. The other half was occupied by inky black. A solemn-faced angel stood on one side of the great hall, and across from them stood grim-faced demons. The angels had white feathered wings spread out behind their backs, and all of them held silver angelic giant swords in their hands. Behind the demon's back then the inky black feathers stiffened and a bloodthirsty murmur hissed from his mouth. The moment the halo caved in, angels and demons came out with their wings at the same time. Between the white and the inky black mingled. The torrent seemed to destroy everything. Zhang Bairen, the next time we meet, I will decapitate you. God grimaced and hissed at the Jade Emperor. Angels and demons poured out from behind him, charging straight towards the Jade Emperor. Under the cover of a black and white torrent, the white light held Jehovah's body and took him to the land of heaven. The Eagle Nation's eyes were fixed on the figure of Jehovah. There was no shame or anger at all over Jehovah's defeat. Even they tightened their breathing and prayed in their hearts that Jehovah would be able to vanish safely. After all, as long as Jehovah remains, then they, the Eagle Kingdom, would have the backbone not to submit to Huaxia. Jehovah's figure was getting closer and closer to the halo that caved in the sky. The Jade Emperor gently flipped the Haotian mirror. A golden divine dragon roared out of the mirror. The divine dragon swept away the wind and clouds, tearing apart space. A black and white torrent of angels and demons. It couldn't even stop the divine dragon in the slightest. Jehovah's grim countenance snapped to iron. As he watched the divine dragon rush in, God threw a stone. Above the stone, the 10 Commandments revealed divine light, blocking the divine dragon. Bang! With muffled sounds resounding within the Ling Shao Palace, the divine dragon turned into a little bit of starlight and drifted away in the Ling Shao Palace. As for the 10 Commandments stone tablet, it exploded with a bang, turning into a piece of broken stone and falling to the ground. Jehovah's eyes went to the Jade Emperor. There were no waves in his gaze, but lurking beneath the calmness was a raging killing intent. The Jade Emperor watched faintly as Jehovah's figure was engulfed in a halo of light. As the halo disappeared into the Ling Shao Palace, the angels and demons crumbled away in front of the Jade Emperor as if they had lost their source of power. Until then, the masses of the Eagle Nation within the national Lux space dared to breathe heavily. As long as God Jehovah has not fallen, then even if the Battle of Nations is lost, it won't shake the foundations of the Eagle Kingdom. Eagle Country audience. There was a great sense of celebration in the hearts of all the Eagle countrymen. The Eagle Nation fell to his knees and crossed his chest over and over again. Inside the Ling Shao Palace, after Jehovah disappeared, Jesus, who had only one breath left, lost his last breath. The death of Jesus seems to have awakened the will of heaven. A mysterious and majestic voice of the heavenly Tao suddenly resounded within the Ling Shao Palace. Battle of the Nations, Huaxia versus Eagle Kingdom. Huaxia wins. The sound of the heavenly Tao resounded, causing the space around Fandong to fall into a distortion. A force that seemed to originate from heaven and earth was going to bring Fandong back into the space of national fortune. However, the Jade Emperor frowned slightly as he looked at Fandong, who had space distorted around him. Then the voice spoke flatly. Wait a little while. I'm going to talk to Fandong for a while. The Jade Emperor stared into the void, seemingly conversing with the will of heaven. Only the will of heaven did not agree with the Jade Emperor's order. Forces born in all parts of the world trend Fandong away. Seeing Fan Dong's figure gradually dissipate within the national fortune space, there was a flash of anger in the Jade Emperor's eyes. The long sleeve was waved, and an aura that was even more vast than the power of heaven and earth suddenly swept everything away. Fan Dong's figure, once again, condensed into the national fortune space. How dare you disobey my will? The Jade Emperor was not angry and his voice was majestic. And then he turned his gaze to Fan Dong and spoke faintly once more. Sons of China, Fan Dong, listen to the order. Chapter 151, Tianzhu is next. The Jade Emperor's voice rang out, causing Fan Dong's mind to be shaken and his body to subconsciously stand at attention. He gazed at the Jade Emperor, waiting for the next voice. The people outside the national fortune space, on the other hand, were appalled. In everyone's perception, the will of heaven almost represents the highest law. There is no man or God that can get in the way of heaven's will's choices. Now, however, the Jade Emperor had shattered everyone's perceptions. For the first time, they knew that the will of heaven was not impossible to be disobeyed. The masses of the world are shaken within themselves. The local culture, though, is equally worth preserving and passing on. It can be subjugated to a country like Huaxia that is so terrifyingly powerful. It doesn't seem terribly difficult to accept. Hesitant gazes were cast by the crowds of the countries towards the Chinese audience. Just see the Chinese audience. The Chinese people looked more excited and thrilled than the masses of any country. Not just because the Jade Emperor is strong enough to disobey the choice of the will of heaven. Even more so because of the Jade Emperor's righteous words to Fan Dong. It's likely that even more shocking words are going to be announced. In the convergence of the eyes of the Chinese, the ink-colored imperial robes on the Jade Emperor slowly transformed into the color of gold and jade. An imperial crown draped with 12 rows of beaded curtains also appeared above his head. He strides to the end of the Lingxiao Palace and sits high above the dragon chair. The drab dragon chair glowed with a beautiful luster after the Jade Emperor sat down. A divine dragon floated above the dragon chair and coiled around the Jade Emperor to please him. The Jade Emperor is the king of the gods. The dragons are nothing more than vassals. The Jade Emperor sat on top of the dragon chair. It would be a supreme honor for the entire dragon race. It was as if the Jade Emperor had once again become the Jade Emperor who ruled over all the gods. The aura rose and bulged, and his eyes looked at Fan Dong inside the Ling Xiao Palace, and he opened his mouth faintly. Declare the giant spirit. Proclaim the dragon king of the four seas. Declare the 36 heavenly deities as well as the 72 earthly deities and 108 gods. Proclaim the head of the 500 spiritual officers, the great spiritual officer of Dutian, Wang Lingguan, as well as the gods of the Thunder Ministry. One majestic command after another exploded in the Ling Xiao Palace. The silhouettes of the giant spirit god and other gods appeared around Fan Dong. Feeling the surging power coming from all around him, Fan Dong's heart shook slightly. These gods are long dead. What remained was nothing more than a wisp of true spirit, but it was the aura emanating from this wisp of true spirit. It then made it difficult for him, whose strength was already comparable to that of a weak god, to breathe. I am here. The gods bowed and spoke toward the Jade Emperor. The sound waves were like waves, ravaging the Ling Xiao Palace. The heavenly court collapsed and the gods were scattered everywhere. Fortunately, Fan Dong, a descendant of China, summoned the gods to their place. In the future, you and others will use Fan Dong's body as a carrier for the foundation of physical body remodeling. Do you have any objections? Although the Jade Emperor is inquiring, his voice carries a majesty that cannot be disobeyed. There is also no reason at all for the gods to disobey. After all, the current them was only a mere wisp of true spirit left. If inhabiting the body of the Jade Emperor, their power, like a stream, would soon be annexed by the Jade Emperor's ocean. And if you use Fandon as a vehicle, that's even if the power will be borrowed by Fandon. But as long as Fan Dong does not die, they can also live forever. Thinking of this, the gods bowed to the Jade Emperor. The figure then turned into a stream of light and merged into Fan Dong, who was still in a daze. The stream of light didn't enter Fan Dong's body. Fan Dong did not feel any pain, but felt endless power surging out of his limbs and bones. Thunderons appeared above Fan Dong's body at first glance, and the four dragon shadows also circled around Fan Dong. As Fan Dong immersed his mind in his heart, calling the wind and rain, inverting yin and yang, taking off clouds and fog, and shaking mountains and the earth, and other divine moves, seemed to be performed at the drop of a hat. Fan Dong looked at his hands incredulously, and in his heart, he realized what a heavenly chance this was. Grateful eyes looked to the Jade Emperor. Only the Jade Emperor did not give Fan Dong the time to say thank you. The majestic voice, once again, traveled from the dragon chair to Fan Dong's ears. Fan Dong, though the gods have given you power, you also bear the responsibility of remaking their flesh. Not only that, but you are charged with the duty of bringing the gods to their rightful place. The Jade Emperor's voice caused Fan Dong's face to flinch. Just by listening to the Jade Emperor, he could feel the enormity of the responsibility. Without waiting for Fan Dong to reply, it seemed that the Jade Emperor could no longer block the choice of the heavenly will. A splash of golden blood spilled from the corner of the Jade Emperor's mouth. The white tide flooded Fan Dong's vision at the same time. After the sky spun around, the scene within the national fortune space once again appeared in Fan Dong's eyes. But Fan Dong's attention was still immersed in the Jade Emperor's voice. It wasn't until the sound of the heavenly Tao sounded again that Fan Dong was awakened. In light of the fact that the gods of China are obstructing the progress of the Battle of National Fortune, the rewards for China winning the Battle of National Fortune are hereby erased. The voice of the heavenly Taos will seem to fluctuate slightly because of the Jade Emperor's obstruction. Yet the Chinese masses were not thrown into depression by the disappearance of the reward. You have to realize that the Jade Emperor is the first god that can hinder the course of the Battle of Nations. If one lost the reward of a Battle of Nations, one could have such a powerful god. I'm afraid the vast majority of the world's countries would be more than happy to do so. The Eagle Kingdom has lost the war and is now given two choices. 1. Submit to Huaxia and become a slave of Huaxia, and you will be exempted from all punishments of the Battle of Nations. 2. Never give in to the hurricane. After a brief pause, the voice of the heavenly Tao resounded once more. This time the voice of heaven caused the Eagle Nation crowd to fall silent in place. God has not fallen, and I, the Eagle Kingdom, will never yield. In the midst of the silence, 5-star General MacArthur suddenly spoke up. The strength displayed by the Jade Emperor was too terrifying. If the Eagle Nation remembers the power shown by the Jade Emperor, MacArthur was afraid that there would be a number of Eagle countrymen who would agree to become slaves of the Chinese. Once MacArthur's voice dropped, a curtain of light showing the territory of the Eagle Kingdom appeared over the National Games ring. The hurricane swept through most of the Eagle country, and untold numbers of people lost their lives in the hurricane. But most of the Eagle Nation did not show any pity in the face of the tragic situation within the Eagle Nation. It seems that God's defeat in the war had long ago destroyed the faith within them. Battle of Nations, China vs. Eagle Kingdom. Over. Amidst the numbness of the masses in Eagle Country, the voice of heaven announced the end of the Battle of the Nations. At this time, Fan Dong completely returned to his senses from within the Ling Shao Palace. He watched as the crowds from many countries were hurrying away, and once again indifference and sternness were brought to his eyes. And then he opened his mouth loudly in the direction where the Celestial Kingdom was. Not so fast. Eagle Country has paid the price. You're next in line. You're next in line for the Celestial Kingdom. Chapter 152 Peacock King of Brightness Bodhisattva. The voice rang out, and divine might galloped through the space of the national fortune at the same time. After the many gods merged into Fan Dong's body, the strength would have been able to rival that of a weak god. Fan Dong. Perhaps it was already possible to defeat some gods whose grades had reached S-class. You know some of the most powerful gods of small countries. It's also just a district S-class grade. Fan Dong didn't even need to summon a god to easily overthrow a small country. The majestic divine power is suppressed over the heads of the masses of the nations. The massed figures of the nations froze and stood uncontrollably in place. The Tennesseans, who were facing the divine authority directly, fell to the ground with both knees in humiliation. The eyes that looked at Fan Dong were filled with anger. The face also took on an ugly and iron color. But reason told them, Huaxia is not something they can mess with. The Jade Emperor is honored as the king of the gods in China, a god whose strength can be compared to the Jade Emperor. There's more than one in China. Pangu, who opened up the sky and created the earth. Nuwa, who patched up the sky and created man. And Huangdi, the first ancestor of humanity. Even if we look at the whole world, the depth of Tianzhu country can be called deep. However, if compared to the gods of China, the depths of the Celestial Kingdom were somewhat thin. The thought that the Celestial Kingdom would most likely be reduced to a slave state of China. The mood of all the people of the Celestial Kingdom became even heavier. However, the face of the holy hero of the Celestial Kingdom, Gan Tian, was not as heavy as the other people of the Celestial Kingdom. The Huaxia will always have numerous powerful gods, but let's not talk about whether or not Fan Dong could summon these gods. As far as the power of their gods in the Celestial Kingdom is concerned, it doesn't really have to be weaker than HWA either. Under the shelter of the 9 monks, Gan Tian's obscene body stood upright like a pine. A grimace raged across his face, and a sardonic smile gradually showed at the corners of his mouth. A ferocious chill flashed in his eyes. Gan Tian held his head high, his eyes looking disdainfully at Fan Dong in the national luck ring as he spoke faintly. Do you really think that by defeating God, you Huaxia will be able to defeat my Tianzhu kingdom? Fan Dong, you underestimate the gods of my Tianzhu kingdom. The voice fell. Gan Tian's obscene figure had unexpectedly taken on the aura of a monarch at this moment. The 9 monks behind him chanted Sanskrit sutras at the right time. The sound of Brahma resounded in the space of the national fortune, and the Buddha's intent swept over the monk's body. The Buddhist intent that filled above the monk's body resisted the divine might that escaped from Fan Dong's body and calmed the panicked hearts of the Tianzhu kingdom. The Tennessean struggled, his wretched form struggling to sit in the chair. Then, a voice filled with arrogance that wanted Fan Dong to knock out his bones and suck his marrow once again rang out from the audience of the Tianzhu kingdom. Xingxiang is right. Our Celestial Kingdom is not afraid of the Chinese at all. We have the great god Shiva and the great god Brahma, as well as the Buddha Rudra and the Buddha Maitreya. The Chinese are simply not enough to fear. If the Chinese want to stir up a dispute, we, the Tianzhu kingdom, can surely win. Confidence shone on the faces of this group of Tennessee. The seemingly self-hypnotizing words really did the trick. The Tianzhu kingdom audience was filled with exuberance and confidence, and in the Chinese audience, there was apprehension and tension rising. Many Chinese used to believe in Buddhism, and so they know the power of the Buddhist gods. So face to face with the as if it was all now Tennessee, Huaxia relies on Fandong alone. It may not be enough to defeat the Tennessee. It's just that even though the Celestial Kingdom has brought a great sense of oppression to the Chinese masses, but Fandong's confident and calm figure made them quiet. Only Fandong's body was erect like a pine. The casualness of his face revealed his full disregard for Gon Tian's words. The thick black mythological skybook in his head, only less than a tenth of the content was turned over. Even if the Tianzhu kingdom people could summon all the gods of Buddhism as well as the Tianzhu religion, Fandong wasn't the least bit afraid either. Disdainful eyes casually glanced at the scowling Gon Tian. The teasing words caused Gon Tian to freeze in place. If you are so confident, why did you leave in such a hurry just now? Since you are confident that the Celestial Kingdom is invincible in the world, then I, Huaxia, will prefer to consume 1% of our national fortune and launch a war of national fortune against the Tianzhu Kingdom. Fandong's voice exploded. Everyone in the audience of the Tianzhu Kingdom fell into a deathly silence for a moment. Don Tian's face transformed from chesty to full of trepidation. Although the 9 monks behind him were all capable of summoning powerful gods, but Fandong's confidence caused doubts to arise in his mind. Huaxia consumes 1% of its national luck to launch a battle of national luck against Tianzhu Kingdom. Please send players from both sides to the stage. In the silence of the Tennesseans, the voice of the Heavenly Tao leisurely resounded in everyone's ears. The mysterious and majestic voice of the Heavenly Tao awakened the audience of the Celestial Kingdom. The fear that Huaxia brings surfaced in their hearts. Don Tian clenched the teeth in his mouth, and his praying gaze was cast to the 9 monks behind him. The 9 monks' lowered eyes did not open, and the chanting in their mouths did not stop at all. Amidst the pious chanting, a monk slowly floated out of it. This monk was not dancing like the one before him. The Buddha's intent transformed into the silhouette of a peacock underneath him, carrying him up to the ring of national fortune. My Buddha is merciful. The peacock's shadow slowly dissipated, and the monk's bare feet stepped on top of the ring. Lowered eyes looked to Fandong, compassionate words resounding in the ring. Fandong frowned at the monk's figure. A look of disgust inevitably generated in his heart. The so-called I, Buddha, am compassionate. It boils down to the lies that Buddhism uses to hoodwink its followers. If the Buddha was truly compassionate, how could they have helped the Celestial Kingdom to brutalize the Chinese? It is only the lies that have deluded the world that have convinced the people of the Celestial Kingdom. A cry of offering faith rang out from the audience of the Celestial Kingdom. Namo Amitabha Buddha. May my Buddha bless the Celestial Kingdom. I ask the Bodhisattva Buddha to be merciful, so that we, the Celestial Kingdom, can defeat China, kill the demons and return the world to a cleaner place. It was as if the faith of the people of the Celestial Kingdom had turned into substance, condensed into streams, and converged on the monk's body. The Buddha's intent on his body became more and more intense. Even the divine might escaping from Fandong's body was mostly resisted by the Buddha's intent. When the Buddha's intent rose to its peak, the monk spoke once more. My Buddha does not like to fight. Does the monk wish to put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the ground? The Buddha's intention swept through all parts of the national luck space along with the sound. Like the sound of Buddha with a compelling intent, it made the hearts and minds of the Chinese masses stir. The colors of hesitation and difficulty surfaced on the faces of the Chinese masses. It seems that many of the Chinese masses, once again, want to devote themselves to Buddhism. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha? The so-called Buddha in your mouth. Have they put down their butcher's knives? Between the people faltering, Fandong spoke sternly. A cold smile hung at the corners of his mouth, and the mockery in his eyes caused the hearts of the Tianzhu nation's masses to grow angry. The monk's eyes, however, did not produce any emotion. He shook his head in seeming disappointment and stood with his hands folded over his chest, speaking aloud in reverence. Monk Empty Mind, player of the Celestial Dharma Kingdom, welcomes the arrival of the Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva. Chapter 153, Kong Xian, ancestor of the Peacock. The monk did not mention the rank of the Peacock King of Great Brightness, simply because at today's stage, great has long since ceased to be a parameter that represents a god's battle prowess. As the pale voice fell, above the dome of the sky in the national fortune space, Buddha's light colored half of the sky with a radiant golden color. Under the illumination of the Buddha's light, a peacock flew out from the depths of the sky. While the Buddha's light shone brightly, this peacock carried a ferocious intent. The color of blood lingered above the peacock's body, and the fierce fury followed after the Buddha's light. As the peacock let out a sharp chirp, It seemed like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood accompanied the peacock. The pious gazes of the Tianju people were gradually replaced by fear. This peacock's appearance was not what they had in mind for Buddha. The voices of questioning and horror echoed in the audience of the celestial kingdom. This is a bodhisattva? Why does this bodhisattva carry a roiling ferocity? My Buddha is merciful. My Buddha is compassionate. This peacock is definitely not the bodhisattva of compassion. Could it be that Master Empty Mind summoned the wrong one? This peacock isn't the peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva at all? Panic spread among the masses of the Tennessee. The crisis of broken faith is also bred in it. You guys are wrong. This is the peacock Great King Bodhisattva. Amidst the panicked voices, Don Tian spoke loudly to the Tianju nation crowd. The peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva was originally a peacock with a vicious nature and the evil habit of eating people. She once swallowed Buddha Rudraksh at the top of Snow Mountain. But Buddha Ka, with compassion, did not harm the peacock's life. It even honors the peacock as the mother of the Buddha, and is named the peacock Great King Bodhisattva. Since then, the peacock, who did evil and hurt people, has become a bodhisattva who protects the world. And the ferocious aura that lingers on his body is solely due to having been a peacock. Don Tian's voice managed to calm the panic and helplessness of the Tianju kingdom's masses. The faith that had been shaken was even stronger. After all, the peacock Great King Bodhisattva had swallowed Buddha Ka. It was even honored as the mother of Buddha by Buddha Ka. This exalted status gave all the people of the celestial kingdom the confidence to defeat Fandong. In the admiring gaze of the masses of the celestial kingdom, the peacock king of Great Brightness Bodhisattva flew from the sky to the national luck ring. The wings that covered the sky whipped up a raging hurricane. The hurricane was violent though, but it did not blow up anything within the space of the state. Even the gentleness contained in it made many people feel tranquilized. Swallow the Buddha to shed the body of a ferocious beast. Be ordained a bodhisattva and worship among the Buddhas. Regardless of man or beast, all living beings in the world can be cultivated, turning evil into good. The peacock bodhisattva voluntarily teaches all beings. The vibrating wings of the peacock king of Great Brightness Bodhisattva slowly return to calm. The sound of the Buddha, filled with compassion, swings open in the space of the national transportation. The reverberation of the Buddha's voice faded into the peacock's flesh. A bodhisattva dressed in plain white light clothes with 4 arms on his back, riding on top of a golden peacock silhouette. On the 4 arms of the bodhisattva, the lotus, the relic, the auspicious fruit and the peacock's tail, emanated dazzling Buddha's light. Her face was compassionate, but she couldn't hide her arrogance and cockiness in her brows. The lowered eyebrows lifted slightly, and his eyes shot out a bloodthirsty ferocious light towards Fandong. Under the shock of the ferocious light, the Black Myth Heavenly Book in Fandong's mind rapidly turned pages. A peacock with colorful feathers stood upright in front of Fandong's eyes. The peacock's eyes were scarlet, and on its ink-black crown feathers, there were scarlet lines inscribed. The ink-colored crown feathers were like short swords, and the cold light flowed? Creepy. I am Kong Xian, and I wish to clean up the door for Huaxia. Peacock made a low sound. Fandong's mind shook as the Black Myth Heavenly Book disappeared from sight. In the meantime, the peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva spoke to Fandong. Above the lowered brow and smooth face, kindness filled the air. But the exaltation of the brow made mercy have a few incongruous feelings. The world will be deceived and led astray, but the sea of bitterness has no boundaries. Turn back to the shore. The monk has not yet caused a great disaster. If you put down the butcher's knife, you can still become a Buddha on the ground. The peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva's voice carried a power that could mesmerize people's minds. Confusion flashed through the eyes of all the surrounding spectators. When the confusion subsided, the fervor for Buddhism gradually crept into their eyes. The sea of bitterness is endless. Turn back to the shore? Boundless is the sea of suffering or the Buddha's delusion? Is it the shore or the devouring abyss that you turn back to see? The cold smile at the corner of Fandong's mouth grew thicker. The cold, stern voice didn't wake everyone up though, but it also woke up the Chinese. Fear spread in the hearts of the Chinese. Without realizing it, they have to indulge in the weirdness of Buddhism, which makes them cautious about it. The peacock king of Great Brightness Bodhisattva saw that everyone in Huaxia was awakening. A ray of annoyance flashed across Mercy's face. Since the scholar is still caught in a lost path, then I, the peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva, am compelled to personally come and enlighten the scholar. Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva's voice gradually became cold and stern. The compassion on his face was slowly replaced by arrogance and arrogance. The treasures on the 4 arms disappeared abruptly. The 4 palms, too, closed at the same time. The golden Buddha's light flashed in the blink of an eye. Peacock feathers with the flow of Buddha's light shot out from the back of the peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva. The shooting feathers distorted space, and the Buddha's will was suffused by the feathers and the pathway they passed through. Seeing the feathers shooting towards Fandong, the hearts of the Tianju kingdom people in the audience were overjoyed. The Chinese, on the other hand, had their pupils shrinking and the heart in their chests raised to the position of their throats. some indolent Chinese. He couldn't even help but shout a reminder at Fan Dong, fearing that Fan Dong would be pierced by the feathers. However, Fan Dong's face did not produce the slightest bit of panic. As the feather was about to poke above his torso, a peacock chirp that shook the heavens and earth resounded. This chirping caused Fan Dong's complexion to turn a cold and stern color. The sound also chirped and echoed as it exploded across the National Games ring. Chinese player Fan Dong welcomed the arrival of the peacock's ancestor, Kong Xian. As Fan Dong's voice fell, the multicolored divine light obscured the Buddha's light that shone in the sky. Bathed in the illumination of the five-colored divine light, Kong Xian came with his feet on auspicious clouds. The five-colored feathers present beautiful colors. The crown feathers on top of the head make the beautiful colors take on a creepy glow. When Peacock Great Bright King saw Kong Xian's appearance, a look of shock flashed across his kind face. There was also disbelief appearing in the eyes that were as flat as a lake. No way. The peacock underneath the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva took several steps back due to Kong Xian's appearance. A murmur of fear rang softly around the airy monk. Monk Empty Ming's mind was shaken, unable to believe that the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva would have fear in his heart. Kong Xian, on the other hand, who was traveling between the skies, seemed to have anticipated the fear of the Peacock Great Bright King. A heavy voice echoed across the sky. Peacock Great King Bodhisattva, betray China and worship Buddha. You think you'll be able to get away with being a ferocious beast? Chapter 154. A gentleman born in a small country is not a gentleman's fault. The voice rang out. The peacock in the sky slowly flies to the National Games ring. Five-colored divine light flickered across the peacock's torso. The man wearing a black robe, like a strong pine, stood proudly in front of Fan Dong. Above the man's black robe, there were two blood-red peacocks roaming. The five long swords shaped like peacock tail feathers on the back emitted multicolored light. Kong Xian's eyes were as deep as the abyss. The depth and mystery of it caused everyone in the national fortune space to immerse themselves in it and hold their breath. Peacock Great King Bodhisattva? A ferocious beast that devours endless flesh and blood and brutalizes countless living beings can become a bodhisattva? Teasing overflowed from Kong Xian's deep eyes, and the slightly curved corners of his mouth were filled with mockery. With a disdainful voice, it awakened the masses within the space of the national movement. The subconscious fear of the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva caused everyone to let out an alarmed cry. The Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva would be afraid of this Chinese god. They're both of the Peacock clan. It doesn't make sense that the Peacock Great King Bodhisattva would be afraid of this deity called Kong Xian. No way. It was definitely an illusion just now. The Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva is known as the Mother of Buddha. Would she be afraid of a Chinese deity? The Tianzhu people carried a trance above their faces and subconsciously reassured themselves. This comforting sound of disbelief and reality dispelled the panic in the eyes of the Peacock Great King Bodhisattva. It seemed to realize that as the Western Buddha mother, she didn't have to fear this so-called peacock ancestor at all, forcefully driving the peacock beneath him toward the front. Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva once again resumed his lowered brow in benevolent color. Ha! The Buddha says, just put down the butcher's knife. The devil who kills thousands of people can also become a Buddha on the ground. Though I was once a ferocious beast, my heart is set on Buddha. Since the Buddha is bound to me, why then may I not realize the fruit of the Bodhisattva? Peacock Great Bright King's voice was warm and gentle, completely lacking the ferocity that Kong Xian's voice carried. The voice caused the trance in the hearts of the Tianzhu kingdom's masses to suddenly drift away. The respect for the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva went even deeper into their hearts. Only Fan Dong's face had nothing but disdain for Buddha, and Kong Xian, as a ferocious beast of the flood, was even more disdainful of the words of the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva. The teasing and mockery on Kong Xian's face became even more intense. The cold and stern voice that came out once more almost shattered the lies of the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva. Once a ferocious beast, always a ferocious beast. If by laying down the butcher's knife one can become a Buddha, then what is the sin of the thousands of living beings who have been slaughtered? The cold, stern voice resonated with the masses of the many small nations. In the 100 years since the national ring descended, these small countries have done nothing wrong, but just because of their lack of strength, they have suffered countless disasters. The big countries collude in a lopsided manner to plunder the fortunes of the small countries. The masses of small countries are worse than dead, and the barren land is full of holes. Countless tragedies are being played out all the time on every inch of the weak country. If a great nation puts down its butcher's knife, it can become a Buddha on the ground. And who is to pay for their dead souls and blood, which are spread all over the small country? The resonance of the heart caused the masses of the small nation to raise their voices of protest toward the Peacock King of Great Light Bodhisattva. The national fortune space was plunged into cacophony in an instant. A trace of panic flashed across the Peacock Great King Bodhisattva's face. She was only a ferocious beast in the end in her essence. Being ordained as a bodhisattva was only because of chance. To ask her to universalize and teach the world is tantamount to a fool's errand. Under the pressure of panic and impatience, the peacock great king Bodhisattva's eyes took on a ferocious intensity. A slightly shrill voice hurriedly rang out from the peacock great bright king's mouth. It is their sin to be born in a small country. Sharp cries stabbed through the air, drawing everyone within the space of the national fortune into a trance. The corners of the mouths of the masses of some small countries brought up bitter smiles, and for the most part, the masses of the smaller nations spewed raging anger from their eyes. The cacophony caused by the protest turned into a tumble of angry curses. Is this worthy of being a bodhisattva? How can you call yourself a teacher of living beings? All living beings in this world can cultivate goodness? Then why is it that in your bodhisattva's eyes, we, the masses of the small country, are born sinful? What Buddhism is Buddhism? This bodhisattva is totally evil. The words of the peacock great bright king Bodhisattva aroused the public indignation of the masses of all the small countries. The angry rebuke that echoed over the national fortune space also caused a look of revulsion to rise from the masses of the Tianzhu kingdom. Even though they agree with the words of the peacock king of great light Bodhisattva, but the peacock king of great brightness is a bodhisattva. She should treat all beings as equal. The teasing at the corner of Kong Xian's mouth grew stronger. He looked at the precious and flustered peacock great king of brightness Bodhisattva and once again spoke faintly. Wasia has a word. It is not the fault of a gentleman to be born in a small country. You recklessly call yourself a bodhisattva, yet you divide people into 3, 6, 9 classes. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Kong Xian's voice was like a steel cone thrusting into the heart of the peacock great king of brightness Bodhisattva. A gust of strangling pain caused the peacock great bright king Bodhisattva's face to cloud over. In the meantime, the masses of the small country, however, were caught up in thought because of Kong Xian's voice. A ray of fervent adoration was thrown by them at Kong Xian, who stood proudly. What kind of god is this Chinese god? He is the real bodhisattva. I'm afraid that the so-called Buddhist universalization of all beings is all a lie, and that the great god Kong Xian is the one who 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 is the one to fulfill all beings. Amidst the gazes of frenzied adoration, a cry of skepticism about Buddhism rang out. The peacock great bright king Bodhisattva's face was set above gloom. She didn't care if the world admired her or not. Her power, after all, did not depend on faith. But if she makes the world no longer revere Buddhism, then she, the peacock great bright king Bodhisattva, would probably have her tendons and skin removed by the roaming Buddhas. Under the hatred of the masses of the nations and the revulsion of the masses of the Dzud, the peacock great bright king Bodhisattva could no longer remain calm. A ferocious roar exploded in his chest. Kong Xian, you're just a ferocious beast. How dare you demonize the people here? The roar exploded and the Buddha's light came out with it. Rolls of Buddhist light swept across the National Games ring, as if a sandstorm had covered heaven and earth. The angry curses that echoed in the air were swept away by the Buddha's light. The words of the masses of the nations were clogged in their throats by the ferocious might, but facing the Buddha's light that was mixed with ferocious might, Kong Xian's face, which was as flat as a lake, did not change at all. Even as the Buddha's light struck, he still had the leisure to speak faintly to the peacock great bright king Bodhisattva. I didn't expect that after worshipping the Buddhist sect, you would give up the peacock clan's innate aptitude. The plaintive voice rang out and seemed to pass through the layers of Buddha's light and stabbed at the heart of the peacock great bright king Bodhisattva. The monstrous Buddha's light seemed to be disturbed by heaven and earth, and a ripple surfaced in it. Kong Xian's gaze flickered slightly, and his fingers merged into sword fingers, pointing remotely at the sweeping Buddha light. A stern and solemn voice exploded at the same time. 5-colored divine light of Suya. Chop! The voice fell. The white feathered sword behind Kong Xian's back seemed to be manipulated by an invisible force. The white feathered sword floated in the air like a feather, and then suddenly just straight. Immediately afterward, he slashed out a plain and simple sword towards heaven and earth. Chapter 155, Cleaning Up at the Top of Snow Mountain. This sword blossomed between the heavens and the earth, splitting the world open with a huge crack. Within the cracks, on one side, white light turned into waves and surged. In the light of this white wave, the space of national fortune that shone with Buddha's light became steeply gloomy. The only space in the world that is filled with light, where only white waves ride by. The white wave couldn't meet any obstacles to stop it along the way, even if it rages like a sandstorm of Buddha's light. It was also engulfed in a white wave in a flash. The peacock great bright king Bodhisattva's face was tinged with horror. The 4 closed arms were hastily opened. As the white wave was about to engulf the peacock king of great brightness Bodhisattva, the lotus flower blooms and turns into a barrier. It was like a lonely island that sheltered the great peacock king who was stranded in the sea. The white wave is subsiding, but the horror brought to the crowd still raged in anyone's heart. What kind of power is this? Between the flashes of white light, I feel like everything in the world is going to be swallowed up by it. The power of this Kong Xian great god is definitely above the SSS level, and I'm afraid that his strength is not much weaker even than the Jade Emperor. Terrifying, being of the same peacock clan. The difference between the peacock great bright king and the great god Kong Xian is simply not 1 point. The crowd in the audience let out gasps of surprise because of the illumination of the white divine light. The Chinese were also desperately searching their memories for where Kong Xian came from. Before that, the Peacock clan was not emphasized in Chinese mythology. Thus there was simply no one who could immediately know Kong Xian's divine abilities. Looking at the shock and bewilderment of the crowd, Fan Dong smiled faintly. The world does not know the power of Kong Xian, and yet he knew better than anyone. The Peacock clan's innate divine ability was five-colored divine light. When the five-colored divine light came out, nothing was collected within the five elements. Facing the five-colored divine light, even powerful gods like Neza and Yang Jian, there's only the option of avoiding it for a while. Not to mention this so-called Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva. Time passes little by little. The shock of the masses of the nations was yet more intense. Until then, finally, some Huaxia people exclaimed the power of Kong Xian. The cry of horror ignited an emotion of horror in the hearts of the masses of the nations. A voice of worship for Kong Xian echoed over the audience of various countries. The only silence was in the Tennessee audience. The Tennessean clenched his teeth. The voices of praise for Kong Xian that resounded in their ears caused them to look unsightly. And the Peacock Great King Bodhisattva in the ring. The color of his face was even more horrified and ironic. Her eyes stared incredulously at Kong Xian's figure as she subconsciously murmured an opening. Your five-colored divine light, how can it be so powerful? The murmur fell into Kong Xian's ears, and a snort couldn't help but escape from his mouth. Although Kong Xian's mouth let out a snicker, there was indifference and killing intent in his eyes. And after, the voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth with piercing hatred. How can it be so powerful? That should be thanks to your betrayal, colluding with the Buddha and slaughtering my Peacock clan. 10,000 peacocks' native feathers are added to my body. Why do you think my five-colored divine light is so powerful? A cold and vicious voice exploded in the Peacock Great Bright King's ears. The body sitting on the golden peacock could not help but shiver. Fan Dong, on the other hand, had his pupils shaken. The mountain of corpses he saw in his trance took his breath away. He neither expected that there was no longer a Peacock clan in the world, nor did I expect Kong Xian to have such a grudge against Buddhism. Kong Xian's voice caused the national fortune space to fall into a momentary silence. In the midst of the silence, the voice of the heavenly Tao fished out the multitude who were indistinctly drowning within the sea of blood. In light of the shattering of the national fortune ring, the battlefield has been shifted to the top of Snow Mountain. The voice of the heavenly Tao fell. Everyone gasped loudly at the same time. I subconsciously looked towards the national fortune ring because of the heavenly Tao's voice. Only the sturdy and flawless national fortune ring was now densely covered with cracks. If it wasn't for the pressure escaping from Kong Xian's body maintaining the national fortune ring from dispersing, the national luck ring had long since been reduced to pieces and broken. Once again, horror welled up in everyone's hearts, but not waiting for the horror to subside. The figures of the two gods and two men on the national fortune ring disappeared at the same time, losing the maintenance of Kong Xian's mighty pressure. The national luck ring, which had long been full of holes, suddenly turned into powder, erupting into a sky full of smoke and dust. Amidst the smoke and dust cover, the scene at the top of the snowy mountain was exposed to all eyes. Fan Dong had gone through many space shuttles and had long since adapted to the feeling of the sky spinning. In a moment of feet on the ground, sight still occupied by the white tide, it then swept to all parts of this heaven and earth. The white tide gradually receded from sight. By the time sight is restored, it's the big goose feather like snow that connects heaven and earth, as well as the cold wind that seemed about to scrape his flesh and blood off his body whistled all around him. Against the raging storm and snow, Fan Dong's body emitted a divine light like white jade. The divine light resisted the cold and cut off the howling wind. Fan Dong's power, which was comparable to that of a god, made him unafraid of the storm. However, the monk Empty Brightness, who was under the same sky, did not feel as good as Fan Dong did, even though he has been practicing for decades and has the Buddha's light to protect his body. As a mortal, monk Empty Mind was still too weak in power. Had it not been for the intentional shelter of the Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva, the storm will turn into a devil and eat the flesh and blood of the Empty Mind monk one bite at a time. Kong Xian, this is the place where I worship the Buddha sect. Why don't you submit quickly? After coming to the top of the snowy mountain, the Peacock Great King Bodhisattva seemed to have searched for the power to defeat Kong Xian. The golden Buddha's light isolated the raging storm. The Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva's face was filled with kindness. Since you are here to devote yourself to the Buddhist sect, then it is just right for me to clean up here. Kong Xian's face was hidden between the howling cold wind. Only the cold wind could hide Kong Xian's face. However, there was no way to hide the killing intent and harshness in Kong Manifesto's words. The killing intent and harshness caused the confidence that had just risen in the Peacock Great Bright King's heart to shatter in the blink of an eye. The golden peacock beneath him trembled madly. Even within the heart of the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva, he couldn't help but have apprehension arise. Heaven and earth seemed to sense the apprehension in the heart of the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva. The increasingly violent wind and snow further obscured the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva's figure and aura. feeling the peacock great bright King Bodhisattva's aura being disturbed by the storm. Kong Xian laughed, and the yellow-feathered sword behind him violently floated between heaven and earth. Do you think the wind and snow can protect you? Brilliant scorch of five-colored divine light. Melt! The solemn voice sounded again. The yellow-feathered sword bloomed with an orange light. The rays of light seemed to carry a scorching power, and the goosefeather snow that drifted between heaven and earth melted into the flow of rain. The goosefeather snow that filled the world gradually melted. Everything on top of the snowy mountain was exposed to everyone's eyes. One could only see a unique Buddha statue in the world, standing on the top of the sky, escaping with a rich and extreme Buddhist intent. The peacock great bright King Bodhisattva's mind was invigorated when he saw this. Without regard for her image, she suddenly knelt down in front of the Buddha statue. Under the pious kneeling, the Buddha's light merged into the statue. The mottled stones gradually fell off, and the golden body of the Buddha statue radiated an even more dazzling Buddhist light. Chapter 156, Fighting Rudraksh. The Buddha's light was like a sea tide, dividing itself from the orange glow that melted the snow. The rain that flowed over the top of the snowy mountains solidified once again. Snow water flowing from the depths of the vault of heaven after melting the goosefeather snow, freezing into icicles that reach to the heavens. Icicles stand anywhere on the tops of snow-covered mountains. The incarnation of Lord Ka gradually emerges from the golden body of the Buddha statue. Outside the national transportation space, the crowd of the Dzogchen nation knelt in reverence. While folding his hands, fervent prayers vibrated between the nation's viewing galleries. Blessed be the Buddha. Bless the heavenly Dharma with victory. Bless the peacock King Bodhisattva with victory. Subdue the beast. Bless the world. May my Buddha be ever merciful. Let the Buddha's light shine on this group of unruly people in Huaxia. Let them be purified by Buddha's light. Ka is like a spiritual support for the people of the celestial kingdom. But an avatar appeared at the top of the snowy mountain. It also drew the hearts of the masses of the celestial kingdom into a frenzy. Look at the madness and frenzy of the Tennesseans. The Chinese gaze carried both the incomprehensibility of the Tennesseans' epilepsy. It also carries the indignation of the injustice of the will of heaven. Of so many battles of national fortunes, nearly all the battlefields are not the territory of the Chinese side. If it wasn't for the unrivaled strength of the Chinese gods, I'm afraid that China has long since failed miserably under the targeting of heaven's will early on. Just the indignation of injustice in the eyes of the wasps doesn't change anything. The Buddha's light emanating from the incarnation of Buddha Rulai grew denser, blazing orange glow. It was even squeezed into a ball by the Buddha's light. Kong Shen looked at Buddha Rulai with monstrous hatred in his gaze. If anger could be transformed into a sharp sword, the Rudra incarnation would have long been chopped to pieces by it. With the added weight of anger, the orange glow is overwhelming. The light blazed so hot that it was like a ball of fire, holding up a piece of the sky under the extrusion of the Buddha's light. However, the Rudra incarnation merely revealed a wry smile. The smile flickered. In the midst of the Buddha's light, countless golden lotus flowers bloomed from the top of the snowy mountain. It was as if thousands of flying daggers were birthed in the lotus flower. The overwhelming sharpness contained therein caused Kong Xian's face to change. Even Fan Dong, who was on the sidelines, all of them only felt surrounded by endless flying blades. Lotus flowers gradually spread the entire snowy mountain. The orange glow was once again crushed into a ball. The fireball grew hotter and hotter. The power converged at one point under the squeeze of the Buddha's light. Just as the lotus flower was about to bloom where Kong Xian as well as Fan Dong were, Kong Xian suddenly chuckled lightly. Feather Sword Huang Scorch erupted with earth-shattering power. Orange light exploded, and the wave of light bulldozed the Buddha lotus that bloomed in the sky and earth. But Ka incarnate is not panicking. A large hand gently waved as if erasing everything that had just happened in the world. The sky-high icicles disappeared without a trace, and the goosefeather snow slowly descended. Rulai's compassionate eyes looked through the snowflakes falling from the sky to Kong Xian, who was not far away. And after, the magnificent Buddhist sound resounded between heaven and earth. Kong Xian, I didn't expect you, beast, to still be alive. There is a sternness in the Buddhist voice of compassion. The hidden killing intent in it was even more chilling. Ha! Pretending to be compassionate, but colluding with this traitor inside and out to slaughter my peacock clan. If you, a bald ass, don't die, how can I possibly perish alone? Kong Xian's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. The bone-deep hatred in it seemed to want to break Rulai as well as the peacock great king of light Bodhisattva into pieces. The peacock clan is evil and devours countless people. And how can abandoning the darkness and the light not be considered laying down the butcher's knife when the peacock king of great brightness Bodhisattva is destined to be with the Buddha? The reason for destroying your peacock clan is for the sake of all the people in the world. Ka's words are compared to those of the peacock king of great light Bodhisattva. Even in the face of Kong Xian's rebuke and insults, Ka still managed to master the conversation without blushing. The words of great righteousness have strengthened the faith of the people of the celestial kingdom within the space of national transportation in Buddhism. Many people from other countries have also had the desire to follow the Buddhist faith. But Kong Xian still looked disdainful. and a slightly sad voice exploded from his mouth. All for the sake of the world? How dare you baldas say that everything is for the sake of the world? At the time of the flood, my peacock clan did indeed devour countless human clans. You can experience the Nuwa god mending the sky, the Shi Huang practicing medicine, and the Yellow Emperor preaching. I, the peacock clan, have sealed my ferociousness and transformed into a divine beast to protect the human race for 10,000 years of peace to atone for the sin of devouring living beings. And yet, you Buddhists are pulling the banner of compassion and slaughtering my peacock clan. You, old man Rulai, how dare you say that everything is for the sake of the world? The outpouring of Kong Xian's voice turned into a flood, like a wild horse out of control, dispersing the Buddhist faith in the hearts of the masses of the nations. One questioning gaze after another pierced into the audience of the Tianzhu kingdom. The questioning disturbed the pious demeanor of the crowd in the celestial kingdom. Bewilderment and self-doubt filled the faces of the Tianzhu nation's masses. It was a good thing that there were still 8 high priests sitting in the audience of the celestial kingdom who seemed to have gotten it. A Buddhist sound as plain as water resounded as if from everyone's heart. All appearances are illusory. If one sees all phases as non-phases, one sees Ka. All existing dharmas are like dreams and bubbles, like dew and lightning, and should be viewed as such. The Buddhists sound like an old monk reciting sutras echoed in the space of the national fortune. The agitation in everyone's hearts was quelled by the sound of the Buddha. The crowd of nations looked skeptical and quiet. The same faltering in the hearts of the masses of the celestial kingdom was once again firm. But the sound of Buddha can't affect the top of the snowy mountains. Rulai Buddha's dignified face with a precious appearance unexpectedly had an iron color flashing through at this moment. Killing intent protruded from his eyes, and a majestic might suddenly emerged from the sky. Kong Xian raised his head slightly, his eyes going straight into the 9th heaven, only to see a huge Buddha's palm, breaking through the thick clouds and overriding towards the top of the snowy mountain. Under the cover of the Buddha's palm, the sky was dark. The violent air currents caused the goosefeather snow to drift unchecked. Facing the Buddha palm that covered the sky, Kong Xian's eyes were indifferent. His mouth held a tease of annoyance at Rudra. The green feathered sword behind his back bloomed with an indigo luster at the same time. Green cripple of the 5 colors of divine light. Stab! Voices stormed. An indigo sword chi went straight up into the sky. The sword chi penetrated the Buddha's palm, revealing a tiny hollow. Compare it to the Buddha's palm. This hollow is not even worth mentioning, but the Buddha palm was centered on this hollow and dissipated into heaven and earth. Fandong smiled slightly as he watched the sky-covering Buddha palm being easily shattered by Kong Xian. Even the burning lamp ancient Buddha, one of the 3 Buddhas, was no match for the 5-colored divine light. Even though Buddha Ka is stronger than burning lamp ancient Buddha, but how can an incarnation be compared to the light-burning ancient Buddha? Buddha Rulai's eyes were fixed on the feathered swords made of the 5 native feathers behind Kong Xian. As an avatar, he simply didn't have the strength to resist the 5-colored divine light. But Rudra, who was an incarnation, could not resist the 5-colored divine light. However, as a peacock of the peacock clan, Peacock Great King Bodhisattva knew how to resist. Buddha Rulai twisted his head slightly, his eyes lightly glancing at Bodhisattva Peacock Great Bright King. This glance seemed to manipulate the mind of the Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva. In the midst of everyone's horrified gazes, the golden peacock underneath the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva swallowed Rudraksha's golden body in one gulp. Chapter 157, Show the World What Once Was. The golden body crunched in the golden peacock's beak. The Buddha's intent spewed out into the golden peacock's beak like gas leaking from an oxygen tank. The Buddha's light on the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva carried a warm aura. Buddha's intent that was like liquid gradually flowed around the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva's body. All the ice and snow that the Buddha's will touched melted, adding to the power of the Buddha's will. It seems that anything that comes into contact with the Buddha's will be stripped of all filth. Looking at the rich Buddhist intent on the top of the snow-covered mountains, echoes of prayers rang out from the audience in the celestial kingdom. The masses of the celestial kingdom were fervent in their countenance, and their devout prayers proclaimed their reverence for the Buddha. And in the Chinese audience, all the Chinese faces brought up tension. Even though Kong Xian's 5-colored divine light was as powerful as a conceptual ability, but after receiving the blessings of Lord Ka, the Peacock Great King Bodhisattva, who was also of the Peacock clan, was not without the possibility of defeating Kong Xian. One thought in this: behind the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva on the top of the snowy mountain, 5 peacock plumes steeply emerged. These 5 plumes were almost identical to the 5-colored feathered sword behind Kong Xian. The only difference was that all 5 plumes were golden in color. 5 golden plumes hovered behind the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva. The Buddha's light shining on it even overshadowed the splendor of the Buddhist supreme treasures on the 4 arms. The Buddha's light drove a water-like Buddha's intent towards Kong Xian and quickly diffused it. Although it is only the Buddha's will that escapes. But Fan Dong, who was at Kong Xian's side, felt that the Buddha's will gathered all the power of time. Every drop of Buddha's intent is thick as water. It all seems like a majestic mountain in the clouds. The pervasiveness of majestic Buddhist intent was like a mountain tipping over. Subconsciously, the power of the 36 heavenly deities contained within his body was activated. The might of vibrating mountains and shaking the earth surged, and the power of whipping mountains and moving stones went crazy. The Buddha's intent that came towards Fan Dong as well as Kong Xian was like being boiled by a fiery power. An endless number of bubbles, tumbling in the watery Buddha's will. Between the bubbles of air tossing and turning, the Buddha's will dissipated. Even if it is impossible to stop the pervasiveness of the Buddha's will, however, it also caused the majestic sea-like Buddha intent to weaken quite a bit. The power that Fan Dong displayed that did not belong to mortals shocked everyone within the national fortune space. In the midst of the national space, Fan Dong was held hostage by the will of heaven and could not turn any waves. But if you leave the national space, a power like that of a god would definitely make any nation tremble. Mahatma Gandhian of the Celestial Kingdom, 5-star Admiral MacArthur of the Eagle Kingdom, and Prime Minister Bolatu of the Olympian Kingdom. The heads of the countries that were hostile to Huaxia all had heavy faces. On the contrary, Emperor Hinjin of the Sakura Kingdom, whose entire nation had become a slave of China, had a face that had a celebration arising from it. If the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had not fallen into slavery to China, it was impossible for them, who had a blood feud with Huaxia, to resist the godlike Fan Dong. Celebration filled the Sakura Nation audience. Becoming a slave doesn't seem as scary as one might think. And while everyone within the national fortune space was shocked by Fan Dong's power, Kong Xian was similarly surprised at the power displayed by Fan Dong. A scrutinizing gaze swept over to Fan Dong. A low murmur caught no one's attention. He's the heavenly emperor's choice? Seems pretty good. The murmur fell. Kong Xian shifted his gaze above the wave of Buddhist intent that had spread before his eyes. The red-colored feathered sword behind his back erupted with a blood-colored light. The endless ferocious intent resisted the speed at which the Buddha's intent permeated. Blood and ashes of the 5 colors of divine light. Eclipse. A hideous voice came out of Kong Xian's mouth. The red-colored feathered sword was pulled by the power and stood in front of Kong Xian's body. And after, the feathered sword is like a fountain of water. Only the spray was filled with foul-smelling blood. Blood and water gurgled out from above the feathered sword and hovered around Kong Xian, resisting the Buddha's intent to permeate the area. A crimson mist rose from the corrosion of the blood and water. The Buddhist intent that was like a gentle current suddenly boiled like magma. Between the boiling, the Buddha's will dissipated. The blood and water eroded the Buddha's intent, forcing it towards the Peacock Great King of Light Bodhisattva. However, Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva had no fear of this at all. The fetid blood did not cause any change in her demeanor. There was even a color of mockery in his arrogant gaze. Blood and water fill the world, and the sins of the Peacock clan simply cannot be atoned for. The Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva let out a teasing word. This taunt both followed the Buddha's intent and reached Kong Xian's ears. It also followed the illumination of the Buddha's light to spread to the ears of the people in the national fortune space. The masses of the Dzungarian nation were in a frenzy. In their eyes, this extremely corrosive blood water revealed the heinous sins of the Peacock clan. Demons, ferocious beasts. The Peacock clan has the nerve to say that it has atoned for its sins? Just how many people did the Peacock clan eat to form this sea-like blood water? The Peacock clan's crime is so great that they should be sent to the infernal hell. The voices of anger and judgment have long been heard in the space of the nation's transportation, until a peacock's shrill call pierced the sky. It was only then that the fury and the judgment subsided in the suddenness of the moment. All attention, at the same time, was placed on the top of the snowy mountain. One could only see the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva, who had a haughty and arrogant demeanor, suddenly become terrified. The peacock's shrill call seemed to awaken her deepest fears. No way! The souls of the Peacock clan have long since dissipated under the illumination of the Buddha's light. How is it possible that the soul of the Peacock clan is preserved in this blood water? The Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva shrieked out in shock. The exclamation was like the opening of a valve. One peacock shrill after another exploded through the blood. With a shrill sound, the peacock's silhouette, which was bathed in blood, roamed above the blood water. In the meantime, a shadow of the human race was similarly sitting on top of the blood water. The neatly harmonized voice of prayer sustained the peacock's shadow in the light of the Buddha's light. It also supported the peacock's shadow having the power to drive the blood water. Kong Xian, you actually sacrificed human souls to protect the Peacock clan's souls from dispersing. Seeing this, the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva epileptically shouted at Kong Xian. The shout stigmatized Kong Xian as a devil who would not even spare the souls of the human race. However, the scene revealed by the blood and water made everyone disbelieve the false accusations made by the Peacock Great Bright King. Ha! Sacrificing human souls? Is it me who sacrifices the souls of the human race? Or do you want to exterminate the Peacock clan along with thousands of Chinese people? Kong Xian laughed coldly. At the same time as the voice rang out, the red-colored feathered sword once again bloomed with an even more dazzling bloodlight. The bloodlight seemed to contain scenes from ancient times, Hundreds of peacocks fly back and forth as the Chinese on the earth are busy with the fall harvest and agriculture. The peacock king of great brightness Bodhisattva's eyes were wide open. The lotus, relics, auspicious fruits and peacock tails in the forearms blazed with Buddha's light at the same time. The Buddha's light did its best to hide the sight and the blood light. However, Kong Xian's mouth just had a sardonic smile on it. In the midst of the caricatured laughter, a cold and stern voice exploded. Don't be afraid. Show the world what really happened once. Wait for the voice to fall. The sight and the bloody light was thoroughly imprinted into everyone's eyes. Chapter 158, The Destruction of the Peacock Clan. The blood light reflected. A crystal-clear lake was ruffled by the breeze. The grass grows and flies along the lakeshore, and the color of lush green fills up heaven and earth. Some plowed the land and sowed the seeds, others picked the mulberry and reeled in the silk. There were also hundreds of peacocks circling back and forth in the sky. Hundreds of peacocks in almost identical forms. The only peacock with a haughty and vicious look was the one with gold-colored feathers. This golden peacock was clearly the peacock great king of brightness Bodhisattva. Hundreds of peacocks traveled between the clouds. The five-colored divine light isolated the outside world from disasters, and the auspicious clouds sheltered the peace of this place. However, a loud bang shattered the stability. A huge sound exploded in the depths of heaven and earth. The peacocks in the sky indistinctly froze in an instant, and then a huge crack opened up between the skies, in which Buddha's light was projected out. The Sanskrit sound accompanied the Buddha's light, tearing apart the barrier made of five-colored divine light. Buddha lotus blossomed everywhere in the heavens and earth, and the Vajra pestle and mortar fell like a torrential downpour. The Vajra mortar and pestle is like a scythe for slaughtering livestock, slaughtering the peacock that roams between heaven and earth. One peacock drooped its wings helplessly, its body falling limply from the sky. The people, who had been quiet and peaceful, looked up into the sky. Panic crawled up their faces like a centipede. Screams pierced the silence, and hurried steps revealed the panic in their hearts. Just panicking won't stop the disaster. The peacock carcasses that fell after losing their life were like meteorites, turning the lake into an inferno. Tens of thousands of lives were lost. The people who survived were as dumbfounded as if they had lost their souls. Between the miserable wailing, angry shouts exploded within the blood lake. What's the harm in being a demon? Get thee out of here. The angry shouts were long in coming. A peacock that seemed as large as a small mountain flew out from within the blood lake. Between his wings covered the sky. The chirping of the peacock alone overpowers the sound of Brahma echoing through the world. The peacock hovered in the air, his figure gradually transforming into a human form. This peacock was none other than Kong Xian, the ancestor of peacocks. Kong Xian scanned everything around him, his eyes spewing out anger that was enough to burn the heavens. Hundreds of peacock clansmen, now less than 10 remained. The human ancestors that the peacock clan had sheltered for 1,000 years were even more dead or injured. The ferocious might that had been suppressed for thousands of years broke through the seal. The terrifying ferocious might that escaped from his body caused a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood to present itself. Sinner! How dare you ferocious beasts captivate thousands of human races? The fierce might that escaped from Kong Xian's body. It seemed to attract attention from within the rift. A voice filled with great compassion resounded within the crack. The voice fell. The Buddha's light shone steeply. Wait for the Buddha's light to disappear. The Buddha in the sky stood in the depths of the celestial vault. There are bodhisattvas with lowered brows, showing compassion. There is a Vajra with angry eyes, highlighting the subjugation of demons. There is also the Buddha seated on a lotus flower, with a dignified appearance. Buddhas vary, but without exception, they all looked askance at the remaining peacocks as well as humans below. The moment the Buddha appeared, the remaining peacocks similarly transformed into human forms and gathered behind Kong Xian. Herculean ferocious might gathered together, surprisingly not weaker than the Buddha's intent that pervaded the world. You sinful beasts, captive human beings, devouring flesh and blood, we exterminate demons and universalize all beings. Are you obsessed with resisting? The Buddhas in the sky stared at Kong Xian below. The words spoken in unison seemed to tickle heaven and earth. The lake of blood trembled and the mountains crumbled. It was just that Kong Xian's face was still icy cold and his voice carried endless hatred. Captive human beings? Devouring flesh and blood? Is your so-called universalization of all beings to let them die? The five-colored native plumes slowly levitated behind Kong Xian at the same time as the voice sounded. A mysterious and vast breath calmed the vibrating heaven and earth. The rich Buddhist intent was being melted by the five-colored plume, and the Buddha's light was being swallowed up by the light emanating from the plume. Kong Xian's aura surged out. The peacock is a ferocious beast that was born at the time of the flood, and as the peacock's ancestor, Kong Xian was not afraid of these Buddhas at all, even if he will be seriously injured. Kong Xian is confident that he can cut down all the beasts in this roaming sky. The surging battle intent pierced straight into the clouds, but the roaming Buddha's silk didn't care. Their faces wore an indifferent solemnity, and their voices, speaking in unison, rang out once more. Peacock Great King Bodhisattva, being ordained as a Buddha, do you still want to collude with demons? Brilliant echoes resounded in Kong Xian's ears over and over again. The ringing in the ears brought on by the trance runs through the mind. A feeling of dizziness came over him, and his head looked behind him with difficulty. Only the golden peacock showed its peacock body, golden plumes that pierced through several of the surviving peacocks. Peacock Great King Bodhisattva? You're going to betray the peacock clan. Anger surged up, and Kong Xian's head rose in pain from his anger. Talk about betrayal. Being a ferocious beast, but suppressing his nature in sheltering the human race. Kong Xian, since you're going to lead the peacock clan to shelter humans, then I'll just have to reshape the peacock clan's hefty and ferocious reputation myself. The peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva's face was filled with arrogance and conceit. It was as if slaughtering the peacock clan was the only action that truly favored the peacock clan. Ha! The corner of Kong Xian's mouth hung a miserable, bitter smile. The five-colored native plume was violently urged. Divine light blossomed between heaven and earth, directly targeting the head of the peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva. The five-colored divine light was right in front of him, but Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva was not the least bit afraid. It was only because the Buddhas in the sky let out a roar in unison. Shun! The voice transformed into a stupa like a high mountain, facing the pagoda. The five-colored divine light shattered. Kong Xian's figure was also suppressed within the fishy blood lake. The surviving human ancestors lost Kong Xian's shelter. The Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva steeply became 100 times bigger and pecked at everyone's brains as if they were eating worms. Brains splattered and blood flowed. After all the humans have been reduced to corpses, the Buddha disappeared into heaven and earth, riding on the peacock that the Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva had transformed into. The world became quiet in the blink of an eye. All that remained was the soft rattle of blood flowing. In the midst of an eerie silence, the blood and water were indistinctly guided by an invisible force. The blood and water that spread across the ground converged towards the blood lake. The peacocks, as well as the souls of the human race, also seemed to coalesce in the lake of blood. The vortex floated in the center of the blood lake, and Kong Xian's breathless body emerged from it. Blood seeped out along Kong Xian's pores, gradually dyeing the robes on his body into ink black. Spring goes to fall, and the sun and moon change. After the blood that spread here is erased by time, two blood-colored essence on suddenly stabbed into the sky from the vortex. What followed was a terrifyingly ferocious might that seemed to make heaven and earth tremble as it permeated the vortex. The ferocious power disturbed the vortex. The vortex disappeared after swallowing up the remaining blood in the lake. In the meantime, the figure of Kong Xian floating on the surface of the lake similarly disappeared without a trace. The top of the snowy mountains, the image reflected in the bloodlight came to an abrupt end. The masses of the various countries within the space of the national fortune looked very different. Chapter 159, Return to the Buddhist Sect Forever. The respect for Buddhism was utterly lost in the eyes of the Chinese masses. Anger burned in the eyes of the Chinese, and spiteful words spewed from their throats. Buddhism, Buddhism, under the guise of compassion. It does things that hurt the world. What in the world is Buddhism up to? Why aren't they sanctioned by the Chinese gods when they wantonly brutalize them? Why on earth is Buddhism so crazy? Is all the compassion they've been honoring just bull? In the Chinese audience, the indignant voices turned into giant waves that washed over everything in the national space. If the voice can kill the Tennessean, I'm afraid they would have died 1,000 times already. Amidst a wave of indignation from the Chinese, the masses in other countries likewise became disgusted with Buddhism. The doubts in the mind are like dominoes tipping over, and there is no stopping them. As for the Tennesseans, even though the picture was clearly presented to their eyes, but the majority of the people of the Dzogchen nation have not generated a single waver in their faith in Buddhism. Kong Xian is just a demon. Do you all believe whatever he says? Captive breeding of the human race is meat. The Peacock clan is really evil to the extreme. The Peacock clan deserves to die for their sins. And the Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva is the Bodhisattva who truly benefits the people. The sound of desperate sophistry against the indignant voices of the Chinese. The Peacock Great King Bodhisattva at the top of the snowy mountain similarly denied what was happening in the bloodlight. Kong Xian, disturbing the minds of the world. Do you really think you can cover up your sins just by the images you show? The shrill yell both tore through the glittering blood. It also disturbs the thinking in the minds of the masses. Kong Xian looked at the exasperated Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva and let out a cold laugh. The blood water tumbled and formed huge waves, pouring towards the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva. The blood and water swung and shattered the peaks of the snowy mountains, and the current mixed with boulders poured down towards the Peacock King of Great Brightness. Kong Xian, you made me do it. Watching the pouring of blood and water, the Peacock Great King Bodhisattva once again let out a shrill chirp. The tweets were laced with uncontrollable madness. With a flash of golden light, the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva merged with the golden peacock beneath him. Sanskrit inscribed on the peacock's golden wings. The sound of Buddha echoed between the feathered wings. At the moment the blood poured too. The peacock king of great brightness Bodhisattva pierced through the blood-colored waves and roamed over the snowy mountains. Violent gusts of wind were brought up by wings that covered the sky. Goose-feather-sized snowflakes danced wildly around the golden peacock. Kong Xian, you think I've lost the peacock clan's aptitude? I actually took the peacock clan's divine ability and made it stronger. The peacock king of great brightness Bodhisattva lifted his wings and his voice whistled with the howling wind. Amidst the whistling of voices, 5 plumes glowing with Buddha's light surfaced on the body of the peacock great king of brightness Bodhisattva. These 5 golden plumes were as if they contained the power of thousands of Buddhas. The mere flash of Buddha's light destroyed the surrounding short peaks. The light of 10,000 Buddhas. The violent shouts mixed with the crumbling of the mountain peaks resounded. The 5 golden plumes transformed into endless feathers in the blink of an eye. The feathers are as sharp as a sword. The sharp, cold light on it. It even scratches marks on the void. The sound of sharp blades breaking through the air rang out one after another. These golden feathered swords that filled the sky suddenly shot towards Kong Xian in unison. Fan Dong, who was beside Kong Xian, was shocked. In his eyes, each golden feathered sword gathered a power as vast as the sea. As the saying goes, one flower, one world. Each feathered sword also seemed to contain an ocean. However, Kong Xian scoffed at the peacock great king of brightness Bodhisattva's supposedly better divine abilities. Facing thousands of golden feathered swords, Kong Xian spoke softly. The 5-colored divine light of the eclipsed ruins. Swallow. The plaintive voice rang softly, far less powerful than that of the peacock king of great brightness Bodhisattva. The ink-colored feathered sword like that behind Kong Xian, however, seemed to hear the call of the gods. The invisible force pulled it to levitate in front of Kong Xian's body. The power to devour everything gradually emerged from above the feathered sword. Humph, Kong Xian. I am also a member of the Peacock clan and know the power of the 5-colored divine light. Just a single black divine light is far from being able to withstand my 10,000 Buddha light. The peacock great king of brightness Bodhisattva spoke disdainfully, trying to disturb Kong Xian's mind. Just how would Fan Dong let him get away with it? Although Fan Dong did not have the ability to participate in the fight between the two great gods, but he still had the ability to briefly obstruct the peacock great bright king Bodhisattva for an instant. The might of the heavenly emperor. The might of the heavenly emperor, which had not been unleashed for a long time, did not diminish in power. The Jade Emperor's face broke through the clouds and was revealed in the firmament. The Emperor's might overpowered the top of the snowy mountain, and the golden feathered sword shooting through the air froze for a moment. It's that momentary freeze. The 5-colored divine light lagged and eclipsed the ruins, completely revealing its ferocious might. Swirls as if they were black holes surfaced above the ink-colored feathered sword. The deep vortex engulfed the golden feathered sword that shot through the air. Even the goose feather-sized snowflakes were collected by it. When the peacock great king of brightness Bodhisattva broke free from the shackles of the heaven and earth's mighty pressure, what was happening in front of him almost made him freeze again. The golden feathered sword that had gathered the power of the 10,000 Buddhas had accomplished nothing. It was as if it had been turned into fertilizer, nourishing the pitch-black black hole. No way. I don't believe it. Light of 10,000 Buddhas. Suppress Kong Xian for me. The peacock great king Bodhisattva's scalp tingled. Fear drove her to make the light of the 10,000 Buddhas once more. The 5 plumes that were glowing with golden Buddha's light. Buddha's light flourished. Endless shadows of the Buddha surfaced in the Buddha's light, either holding a vajra or a stupa, or perhaps there are relics in his hands that emit dazzling Buddhist light. In the middle of the moment when the peacock great bright king's voice fell, these Buddhist supreme treasures poured out towards Kong Xian at the same time. However, the eclipsing ruins had become a reality, and Kong Xian's countenance had not changed in the slightest due to the Buddha sect's greatest treasure. At the instant the Buddhist sect's most precious treasure kills, a halo of light flowed above the black hole. The Buddha sect's greatest treasure didn't make a single ripple within the black hole. The arrogance on the peacock great bright king Bodhisattva's face completely disappeared. The Buddha's light above all 5 golden plumes gradually became dim. The Buddha's shadow slowly dissipated between heaven and earth. The ferocious aura that escaped from Kong Xian's body replaced the rich Buddhist intent. You got better? The Peacock clan has continued for thousands of years and has survived several calamities. What makes you think you got a better 5-colored divine light? Although Kong Xian was in a low place, he scorned the peacock great king of brightness Bodhisattva in the sky. At the same time as the voice fell, the eclipsing ruins of 5-colored divine light attracted the other 4 feathered swords. The 4 colors of divine light, namely Su Yao, Brilliant Scorch, Green Cripple, and Blood Ashes, were all swallowed up by the eclipsed ruins. The 5 colors of divine light merged into one and shone on the body of the peacock great king of brightness Bodhisattva. Kong Xian great king of brightness Bodhisattva's bloodline belonging to the peacock clan was gradually stripped away by the 5-colored divine light. The golden feathers that were glowing with Buddha's light were as if they had been plucked out by a large hand. Ear-piercing wails resounded from the top of the snowy mountains, and the avalanches spoke of the pain that the peacock great king Bodhisattva had endured. The golden peacock silhouette was gradually withdrawn from the peacock great king of brightness Bodhisattva by the 5-colored divine light. But in the instant the golden peacock was drawn away, unbridled maniacal laughter suddenly resounded from the peacock great bright king's mouth. Kong Xian, do you really think I care about this so-called peacock bloodline? After losing my ferocious beast bloodline, I will return to the Buddhist sect forever. Chapter 160. How could the Buddhist church accept a ferocious beast? The heaven-shaking and earth-shaking maniacal laughter shattered the golden peacock silhouette that had been drawn away. The peacock's silhouette dissipated along with the madness and bloodshed, shattering within the five-colored divine light. Dots of golden starlight fell on top of the snowy mountains, causing the ground to shake. The snow that had been deposited for 10,000 years was like tens of thousands of warhorses, raising their iron hooves and charging towards the mountain. The galloping snow washes away everything in the world, along with the fierce might that escaped from Kong Xian's body, also purified together. The avalanche caused a tremor in the heavens and earth. The peacock great king of brightness Bodhisattva once again manifested his person. The golden peacock beneath him was replaced by a holy lotus flower. The Buddhist supreme treasures held in the palms of the four hands also turned into four golden peacock plumes. Kong Xian, I am the peacock king Bodhisattva, also the Western heavenly Buddha mother and the protector of the world. I will universalize all beings and rid the world's living beings of demons and devils. The peacock great king of brightness Bodhisattva's body slowly levitated towards the sky dome, revealing a gigantic Dharma appearance. On his kind face, the color of Vajra rage added a few points of majesty in vain. On top of that there was a golden peacock plume that stood behind him, breathing dazzling Buddhist light. My Buddha is compassionate. Putting down the butcher's knife can truly turn one into a Buddha. The peacock great king Bodhisattva is the most notable example. Once the bloodline of the ferocious beasts was separated, the peacock great king of brightness Bodhisattva became a Buddha on the ground. How can this not be considered Buddhist compassion? Rubbish people of Huaxia. A ferocious beast that devours thousands of flesh and blood can become a Buddha. So what reason do you have to resist the indoctrination of the Buddhist sect? The steep reversal of the situation at the top of the snowy mountain led the masses of the Tianzhu kingdom within the national fortune space into a climax. Praise for Buddha and disdain for the Chinese resounded unabashedly through the audience. The crowd in each country had mixed looks. The divine power of the peacock king of great brightness Bodhisattva gave them a glimpse of the power of the Buddhist gods. This kind of power made them tremble with fear at the depths of the Tianzhu kingdom. And there was a huff that arose above the Chinese man's face. It wasn't just because the peacock great bright king Bodhisattva seemed to have the upper hand, more so because even now, the despicable and shameless Buddhism still deceives the world with compassion, slaughtering the peacock clan under the guise of supposedly saving humanity. But at the end of the day, instead, it was these compassionate, roaming Buddhas that exterminated the Chinese ancestors that the peacock clan had sheltered. How can these disgusting Buddhist gods have the nerve to call themselves compassionate? The sullenness on his face gradually rose and turned into an uncontrollable spurt of anger. Don't say anything about compassion? Who else believes that Buddhism is a god of compassion these days? Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha? As long as I destroy your Tianzhu kingdom, I, Huaxia, will swear not to kill again. If you are so compassionate in the celestial kingdom, why can you do things that treat women as breeding tools? The rebuke that came out of the Chinese audience with anger drew the Tianzhu people's faces to freeze for a moment. But the whirlwind brought on full of concern. It was as if they didn't hear the angry shouts of the Chinese. A cold smile hung at the corner of Tianzhu's mouth, his eyes anticipating the scene where Bodhisattva peacock great king of light crushed Kong Xian. It's just that what's happening at the top of the snowy mountains doesn't seem to be what the Tianzhu people want. Only Kong Xian was slightly surprised above his face. The corners of his mouth then curled up in a mocking arc. Ha! Once a ferocious beast, always a ferocious beast. Do you really think that the so-called Buddha will accept a ferocious beast like you? Kong Xian spoke faintly. The voice was like a sharp dagger, poking itself into the heart of the peacock great bright king Bodhisattva. The kindness on the peacock great king of brightness Bodhisattva's face changed to an iron color in the blink of an eye. The dignity brought about by Vajra's wrathful eyes changed into a horrifying horror that chilled the heart. Although she is nominally the peacock king of great light Bodhisattva, but in the final analysis it is only the mount of the future Buddha Maitreya. Even with the help of Kong Xian's means, the bloodline of the ferocious beast was stripped away. She can't escape the fate of still being Maitreya Buddha's mount, letting go of a good Chinese divine beast and willingly becoming a mount of Buddha. You, peacock king of great brightness Bodhisattva, are truly majestic. The peacock great bright king Bodhisattva's ironic expression caused Kong Xian's face to hang teasingly. The eerie voice pierced into the peacock great bright king's ears, evoking the rage and madness hidden in his heart. Kong Xian, you're looking for death. The voice of the peacock great bright king Bodhisattva was as if it came from hell. The madness and bloodshed that had been dissolved by the Buddha's intent once again permeated the Buddha's radiant body. The color of blood gradually dyed the four plumes held up by the peacock great bright king's four arms red, and then, in the blink of an eye, it transformed into the silhouettes of four Rudraksh Buddhas. The silhouette of Buddha Rulai resided high above the celestial dome, looking disdainfully at Kong Xian who was at the bottom. The sound of Buddha stirred in the sky, and the Buddha's light seemed to illuminate Kong Xian's original form. The peacock great king Bodhisattva's insane expression was mixed with a bizarre piety. The body was lifted by the sound of the Buddha's voice and floated upward into the 4 Rudraksh shadows. The 5th golden plume behind him was augmented by the 4 Rudraksh Buddha silhouettes. The Buddha's light burst on it almost melted heaven and earth. Kong Xian, this is the true power I gained after worshipping the Buddhist sect. Kong Xian's hideous face on. There is neither the lowered brow of the Bodhisattva's kindness. There is also no more Vajra's wrath. The only thing revealed. Only the ferocity and insanity that comes with a descent into hell. While the hissing voice echoed across the sky, a peacock's shrill cry also exploded in the heavens and earth at the same time. Immediately after, a golden peacock flew out from where the sky met the earth. This behemoth merely vibrated its wings and swept away the snowflakes that filled the sky and earth. As for the unfurling golden tail feathers, they reflected the figure of the Maitreya Buddha. The Maitreya Buddha had kind brows and slightly parted lips. A gentle word, dash, added great power to the peacock. The pressure escaping from the golden peacock's body caused space to distort. Both wings stretched out, turning into giant scythes that cut through space, rushing towards where Kong Xian's body was. Wherever the peacock passed, its wings left 2 golden scratches on the void. All things in the world are purified, and the souls of the unjust and the dead are transcended. The Tianzhu kingdom people within the national fortune space brought a smug look to their complexion. There was undisguised arrogance and mockery in their eyes as they looked at the Chinese. The Chinese, on the other hand, felt as if their hearts were gripped by a large hand. The tension seemed to blow away the air around them, making it impossible for them to breathe. Just while the Chinese people were nervous in their hearts, Fan Dong looked at Kong Xian, who was standing in front of him, with a calm expression. As Phoenix's favorite child, as the world's first peacock, the power of this attack was definitely not so powerful as to frighten Kong Xian. Kong Xian looked at this peacock that flew towards him, and there was a depth in his eyes that was as deep as the abyss. He spoke faintly. There was no teasing in the voice. There was only disappointment for the peacock great king Bodhisattva. Kong Ling, if you put down the butcher's knife, you can become a Buddha on the ground. Then how will the souls of your kinsmen, whom you have brutalized in collusion with Buddhism, be liberated? Kong Xian's voice caused the peacock great bright king Bodhisattva's body to freeze. Kong Ling is her real name. Since worshipping Buddhism and becoming a sitter, these 2 words have not been heard for 1,000 years. Kong Ling, accept the judgment of the clan. At the same time that Kong Ling froze, Kong Xian's stern cry of judgment exploded, covering the Sanskrit sound of the chanting underneath. Chapter 161, Revenge from 10,000 years ago. The 5-colored divine light transformed by the fusion of the 5 plumes collapsed abruptly. The divine light was like a wave that swept towards the incoming golden peacock. Boom! A roar stormed out, and the heavens and earth trembled. The golden peacock silhouette was in the moment of contact with the waves. It chipped like fragile porcelain. The shrill cry was mournful, and the golden aura waved. In the brilliant colors of the fusion of the 5 colors of light, the gold color adds an air of sanctity. The waves of divine light became calm and impacted on the body of the peacock great bright king Bodhisattva. When the waves subsided, the ocean of divine light transformed into surrounded the peacock great king of light Bodhisattva. The peacock great bright king Bodhisattva's face was ugly though, but still not completely desperate yet. The 4 Rudraksh Buddha silhouettes above their heads bestowed power once more. The Buddha's intention converged around the peacock great bright king Bodhisattva. It turned into a storm that seemed to roll up all the divine light around it, yet calm in the ocean of divine light. A metaphysical aura suddenly rose along with the peacock's chirping. The chirps contained hatred, wretchedness, and an unwilling rage. The peacock's chirping echoed through the world like a bomb exploding, snuffing out the storm of Buddhist intent that was gradually forming. The Buddha's intent spread out as a wave around the peacock great king of brightness Bodhisattva. The peacock great king of brightness Bodhisattva, who had lost his Buddha's intent to add to his body, had a stagnant expression on his face, and then in a chorus of increasingly mournful chirps, the peacock great bright king Bodhisattva's face was gradually oppressed to the point of distortion by fear. Fear filled the eyes, and the Buddha's light even faltered as a result. Asterisk 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 off. Stay back. Insane shouts came out from the mouth of the peacock great bright king Bodhisattva. Her eyes, fearful to the point of trembling, seemed to see sights that no normal person could see. Ha! Don't come over? Don't you pride yourself on being universal? Then why don't you universalize these living beings you colluded with Buddhism to brutalize? Looking at the peacock great bright king Bodhisattva's frightened appearance, Kong Xian had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, and his voice caused the peacock great bright king Bodhisattva's mind to collapse. After his voice fell, a peacock with blood all over its body flew out from the ocean of divine light. The peacock traveled within the divine light, roaming around the peacock great bright king Bodhisattva, accompanied by the peacock each time it flew past the peacock king of great brightness. Blood and flesh splattered, and the Buddha's will cut. with peacocks flying back and forth. The majestic and dignified face of the Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva is like that of a beggar begging along the street. Her long hair was loose, and there were tears floating in her eyes. It was good that the 4 Rudraksh Buddhas' shadows around him issued timely words of warning. Wake up! Brilliant Buddhist sounds accompanied by Buddhist intent were instilled into the body of the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva. A wave of Buddhist intent temporarily shattered the souls of hundreds of peacocks. The Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva sat hunched over a lotus flower. 4 arms were helplessly holding onto the lotus throne. His face was pale and his arms trembled. Even though the peacock soul had disappeared before his eyes, the fear in his heart was still spreading uncontrollably. Phew! 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 The Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva was frantically gasping for air. It seemed that the only way to calm his violently beating heart was to take a deep breath. Inside the national transportation space, the moods of the people of Tianzhu were likewise as up and down as if they were on a roller coaster. What happened at the top of the snowy mountain caused their eyes to not dare to shift in any way. After all, it may only be for a moment. The Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva is then in danger of falling into a desperate situation. The Tennesseans were in a heavy mood, and the Chinese are not happy about it. Though the Peacock Great King Bodhisattva was almost scared out of his wits by the souls of hundreds of peacocks, but the peacock is a sacred animal that guards China. Instead of transforming into a soul and attacking the Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva, the Chinese would rave. Are these hundreds of divine beasts still have a chance of survival? While the attention of the masses of the nations within the space of the national transportation were all attracted to the scene at the top of the snowy mountain, Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva's violently beating heart finally calmed down slowly. As she looked at Kong Xian, who had a lone figure, a hint of awe involuntarily flashed through her eyes. Only the awe faded quickly. The 4 Rudraksh Buddha silhouettes around her body gradually melted towards her body. The silhouette of Rudraksh Buddha merged into the body. There was a huge increase in strength almost instantaneously. Kong Xian, the souls of the Peacock clan are not worth overcoming. I advise you to be obedient and submit to the law, so that the Peacock clan can disappear completely. The Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva's face was still twisted with fear, but even the fear still pervades the mind. She still hasn't forgotten to make a big show of righteousness and fool the world. A slightly trembling voice resounded from the top of the snowy mountain. The golden plume hovering in front of the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva's body blazed with Buddha's light. The plume slowly rose to the sky, transforming into a golden holy sword that seemed to split Kong Xian. The teasing and mockery on Kong Xian's face did not change due to the appearance of the holy sword. A bemused voice rang out before the holy sword slashed down. The souls of the Peacock clan are not worth overcoming, and are the souls of the human race that you once pecked and killed worthy of transcendence. The voice fell. In the ocean of divine light, densely packed human souls gradually emerged. Without exception, all of these human souls showed blood-drenched voids in their heads. Their gazes looked at the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva with hatred, curses and grudges. It was as if the golden holy sword floating in the depths of the celestial dome had been torn apart in an instant. No way. The golden holy sword shattered like glass. The Peacock Great King of Light Bodhisattva bathed in the sprinkling of golden light, his eyes filled with difficult confidence. The human race in his eyes. It's just a blood meal. He didn't believe that a human soul could have the divine power to shatter a holy sword. 10,000 years have long been enough for these human souls to enter reincarnation. Kong Xian, have you held these human souls captive for 10,000 years? Incredulity drove the Peacock Mahamudra Bodhisattva not to want to think about the reasons for this. Instead, he spewed slurs at Kong Xian. Into the wheelhouse? You peck away at their carcasses. How are you going to get them into reincarnation? Kong Xian's face became cold and stern, and his voice was filled with killing intent. 10,000 years of loneliness and resentment have long since transformed them into stern ghosts that even the Undertaker wouldn't dare to mess with. These thousands of souls have waited 10,000 years for this moment to reclaim a part of their bodies. Kong Xian's voice that rang out immediately afterward caused the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva's disbelief to transform into uncontrollable fear. At the moment the voice fell, the peacock soul that had just shattered also coalesced once more. Humph, I have attained Buddhahood. A bunch of crippled souls. How can it hurt me? The Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva hissed in a low voice. There was an undisguised tremor in the determined-sounding voice. The determined voice seemed like a starting gun. At the same time as the sound, thousands of mutilated souls carried the peacock and surged towards the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva. Chapter 162, Self-Immolation. Die with Fandong. Like 100 birds returning to their nests, the Buddha's light shining in the sky was all rendered by the colorful light lingering on the peacock's body. The Buddha's light on the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva gradually dimmed, and then his body seemed to be imprisoned by the five-colored light. Unable to do any resistance, one could only watch as peacock after peacock attacked. The peacock, with thousands of wronged souls, silently merged into the body of the Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva. The majestic power carried in it, and with that, he galloped through the body of the Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva. The body that was sitting on the lotus flower rose larger and larger by the power that was constantly being poured into it. Underneath the bloated body, the large lotus throne was surprisingly slightly petite at the moment. There was trepidation in the eyes of the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva. Even though he mobilized his entire body to stop the incorporation of the foreign power, yet it still couldn't block the direct attack of the roaming peacock. A feeling of distension and pain was born within the small abdomen of the Peacock Great King of Light Bodhisattva. Gradually it spreads to the muscles all over the body. Although the Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva is a deity, but there was still a cold sweat on his forehead that could not be controlled. Phew, phew, phew. Rough breath stirred gasping in the mouth of the Peacock Mahamudra Bodhisattva. After suffering 10,000 pains, the body that had long been riddled with holes was finally restrained from the raging beast that galloped through it. The terror in the eyes of the Peacock Great King of Light Bodhisattva gradually transformed into resentment. Even if Kong Xian were to be broken into pieces, it would still be difficult to resolve the resentment in her heart. Kong Xian, give me all you've got left. Inhibit the power galloping through your body. The Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva roared sternly at Kong Xian. Kong Xian's five-colored native plume, integrated into the peacock's soul, entered the body of the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva. So, the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva was confident that she suppressed the rampant power within her body. It was also completely able to defy Kong Xian, who had lost his fangs. The hissing sound inspired by resentment shook the top of the snowy mountain. However, Kong Xian, who was regarded by Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva as a piece of fish on the table, did not show any cowardice. He silently looked at the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva, who thought he was winning. There was no emotion showing on his face. However, when it fell into the eyes of the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva, some trepidation unconsciously arose in his heart. The trepidation had not yet subsided from the mind. A flash of tearing pain arose abruptly in the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva's mind. It was as if this pain was going to tear open the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva's mind and drain her of her brain marrow. Ah! The pain caused the Peacock Great King Bodhisattva to wail loudly. At the same time as the wailing sounded, the thousands of wrong souls that had merged into the body of the Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva let out a shrill chirp. Wail, fear it, experience our despair, the pain of knocking bones and sucking marrow. Do you feel it? Repent. We will torment you for 1,000 years so that you will not enter the cycle of reincarnation. In a sharp hiss, the body of the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva was filled with black mist. Thousands of wrong souls wreaked havoc in the black mist. Wailing and hissing surrounded the Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva. Kong Xian silently looked at the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva, who was caught up in endless fear. Neither showed any compassion for the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva, nor did he feel that the punishment received by the Peacock King of Great Light Bodhisattva was too cruel. The Peacock clan was originally a fierce beast of the floodplains. Let's not talk about the fact that the Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva has brutalized thousands of living beings. On the Peacock Great King Bodhisattva's betrayal of the Peacock clan alone, it would be enough for Kong Xian to use any cruel means to judge her. In Fan Dong's eyes, there was likewise no mercy produced. He slowly moved his gaze away from the Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva and searched for the figure of Monk Empty Brightness. Since the beginning of the battle, Monk Empty Mind had been hiding somewhere. Since Kong Xian Deming Wang Bodhisattva will be judged for 1,000 years and 10,000 years, then the only way to end this battle of national fortunes was by killing the empty light monk. Fan Dong's sharp gaze scanned the various places on top of the snowy mountain. It was soon locked in a cave. Monk Emptiness no longer had the appearance of an accomplished monk. The horror on his face and his trembling form revealed his terror of death. The corner of Fan Dong's mouth grinned a devil-like smile as his body swept out towards the empty light monk. Just don't wait for his speeding form to approach the cave. A vast pressure suddenly emanated above his head. The pressure blocked Fan Dong's form and attracted his gaze. Only the intense pain shattered the Peacock Great King Bodhisattva's defenses. The power that galloped through the body under extreme control, like a floodgate opening, it gushed out from the body of the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva. She let the power ride, her expression carrying the determination of a fish out of water. Kong Xian, no one can judge me. The Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva roared out violently. Under the echo of the roar, as if she were carrying a self-destructing truck, she fearlessly charged towards Fan Dong below. The bloated body cracked rapidly, and the forearms likewise crumbled apart by inches. The Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva, who knew that he was unable to cause harm to Kong Xian, directly burned out the last of his strength, attempting to die with Fan Dong by self-detonation. Kong Xian's pupils violently shrunk. Having lost his five-colored native plume, he was actually unable to stop the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva for a while. He watched as the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva rushed towards Fan Dong. Kong Xian's heart sank. Even if Fan Dong had a power comparable to that of a god, I'm afraid I still can't cope with Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva's self-detonation. Inside the National Transportation Space, the people of the Celestial Kingdom held their breath, and there was excitement raging in their eyes. Although the Peacock King of Great Light Bodhisattva is about to die, but if you can die with Fandong, then the death of the Peacock Mahamudra Bodhisattva is worth it. After all, in today's China, only Fandong as well as Long Baichuan could hold up the big picture. As long as Fandong is dead, that's even if there is a second Long Baichuan in China, it won't save the decadent situation. Peacock Great King Bodhisattva, go for it, kill Fandong. By killing Fandong, your death is worth it. The people of Tianzhu Kingdom will forever erect a temple and burn incense for you. Whether or not Tianzhu Kingdom can rise depends on this. The tension prompted an angry roar from the Tennessean. The Chinese, on the other hand, had a bump in their hearts from the roar. Fandong is both the pillar and the hope of Huaxia. Once Fandong died, the only thing that awaited China was to be infested by the nations of the world once again. Just a 3-game ban puts Huaxia in danger of extinction. If Fandong were to die, everyone would not dare to think about the end of Huaxia. As the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva grew closer to Fandong, the hearts of the Wachovia people were lifted, just when all the Chinese people were sweating. Fandong's face, however, had an unprecedented calmness. Time seemed to fall into a moment of stillness in Fandong's eyes. He was unable to resist the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva's self-detonation head-on, but it's not like Fandon is a cutie. He had the means to weaken the impact of the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva's self-detonation. Chapter 163, Want to save him? Then kneel down for me. The invisible pressure caused the space around them to distort, and with that, it stirs up heaven and earth. The Heavenly Emperor's silhouette broke through the clouds and sat deep in the celestial dome, looking disdainfully at the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva. Back in the days when Fandong was still flesh and blood, the might of the Heavenly Emperor could then interfere with gods at the top of their strength. Now Fandong's body stepped into the ranks of the gods. The might of the Heavenly Emperor that was exerted directly caused the body of the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva to freeze. The figure of the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva strangely stopped in midair. The uncontrollable raging power also seemed to stand still at the same time, like a wild horse galloping. The raging power was pressed back into the body of the Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva by the mighty pressure. The already bloated body was further bloated by the force. A moment of stagnation passed. The Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva could no longer inch forward by half a step. She looked at Fandong, who was still 10,000 meters away from her, and there was a shocked suspicion flooding her face. But then, pain worse than death transforms disbelief into anger. 10,000 meters apart, the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva still didn't hesitate to blow himself up. Centered on the Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva, a power that was like an infinite sea transformed into a 100-meter wave and impacted in all directions. Even if they are 10,000 meters apart, Fandong still felt like he was in a furnace. Flesh and blood were worn down by the force of the onslaught. In the agony of grinding flesh and blood, there was suddenly a star flickering in Fandong's mind. Between the stars extinguishing and brightening, Fandong's body also became illusory. This ability to make Fandong's body vaporize, it is precisely from the 36 Big Dipper laws of Zhengli Wui. Masaru Shadowless subconsciously prodded. It caused Fandong's body to enter a state of vaporization without a trace. The impact from the wave of power went through Fandong's body and impacted on top of the snowy mountain. The Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva's pupils shook dramatically, unable to believe what he saw in front of him, holding the determination to die with him, but he couldn't do any harm to Fandong at all. Not only did the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva's flesh and blood crumble, his cognition also collapsed due to the brightness of Fandong's figure. But no matter how unwilling the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva was in his heart, once the berserk power is released from its limitations, then it can no longer be controlled. More and more violent power poured out from the body of the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva. The Buddha's light shone more brightly with it. The blazing Buddha's light seemed to make no distinction between enemy and self. Under the illumination of the Buddha's light, the lotus throne underneath the Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva crumbled apart inch by inch, and then the legs of the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva were similarly dissolved by the Buddha's light. It was just as the Buddha's light gradually eroded the Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva's torso, a 5-colored light flashed. It seemed to shelter the body of the Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva. Peacock Mahamudra Bodhisattva was given refuge. Everything around them, however, was destroyed by the Buddha's light. The earth shook and the sky and the earth collapsed. Countless snowy mountains that had stood for an unknown number of years collapsed and crumbled, and everyone within the national Lux space did not see exactly what happened. They could only see the Buddha's light filling all of heaven and earth. Then there was the scene of mountains crumbling and snowflakes flying. The terrifying scene of the sky collapsing into the ground made the national fortune space silent. In the silence brought on by the shock, the Tennessean murmured out, "How could Fandong survive the strike that sunk the world?" A murmuring voice rang out, awakening everyone who had fallen into a stupor. The outcome of the Battle of the Nations has still not been declared. The Tianju people, however, had already pronounced Fan Dong's death sentence. Delighted shouts rang out from the Tennessee audience. Fan Dong is definitely dead. No one will be able to stop the Tianju kingdom's hegemony anymore. Ha ha ha. After the Celestial Kingdom dominates the world, the first one to be enslaved will be Huaxia. There are countless Chinese beauties. We are truly blessed in the Celestial Kingdom. The Tennessee crowd was ugly and disgusting. The Chinese didn't say anything. His eyes were dead set on the scene of the sky falling to the ground. Amidst the arrogance of the Celestial Kingdom and the concerns of the Chinese, the voice of the Heavenly Tao suddenly resounded from the depths of the Heavenly Vault. In light of the battlefield collapse and the fact that the battle is over, the players of both nations are hereby recalled. The voice of the Heavenly Tao fell. The gazes of the crowds from all the countries were focused on the national luck ring in an instant. Even the confident Tennesseans are no exception. After all, the Buddha's light shines brightly. It's anyone's guess who actually won. At the national luck ring, the white light flickered. The scene in the ring made the Tennessean's smug demeanor freeze, only to see that Fan Dong was not dead above the ring. His figure stood proud and erect, like a god king. Under his feet stepped the Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva, whose arms and legs had all disappeared. The Peacock Great King Bodhisattva's face was desperate and his eyes were dull. She was not dead, but she would have preferred to die in a self-implosion. To know that thousands of wronged souls still parasitize her shell. What happens if you don't die can only be to suffer the torment and destruction of thousands of wronged souls at all times. Let me off the hook. The Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva's voice mumbled with undisguised horror. Monk Empty Brightness, on the other hand, knelt on the side, his trembling body showing the same fear in his heart. Fan Dong looked down disdainfully at the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva and did not speak, just looking back at Kong Xian, who was standing quietly. Kong Xian walked slowly to Fan Dong's side and looked down at Peacock Great King of Brightness Bodhisattva, and then a touch of mockery hung at the corner of his mouth. Spare you? Not only will I not spare you, I will not relieve you. Repenting from time to time for the sins you have committed is where you truly belong. The sneering voice ignited the desire for survival in the heart of the Peacock Great King Bodhisattva. A pleading word rang out from the mouth of the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva. For the sake of my kindred, spare me. Do you just want to watch the Peacock clan go completely to extinction? The Peacock Great King Bodhisattva hissed in supplication. But this praying voice was only met with Kong Xian's disdain. Kindred? The Peacock bloodline has long since been siphoned off. What kind of a fellow clan member are you? A disdainful voice exploded, shattering the last shred of hope in the heart of the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva. The Peacock Daimyo Bodhisattva lies limp in the ring, letting countless figures gallop over her crippled body. And Fan Dong sniffed and slowly removed his right foot that was stepping on the Peacock King of Great Brightness Bodhisattva. Immediately afterward, he walked over to Monk Empty Mind. Sensing the arrival of Fan Dong's figure, the trembling body of Monk Emptiness shook. The hanging head hit the ground hard, begging for Fan Dong's forgiveness. At a time when lives are at stake, Buddha had long since ceased to be the Buddha in the mind of the Empty Mind Monk. The Buddha in the mind of Empty Mind Monk at the moment was Fan Dong, who held his life and death in his hands. Fan Dong silently looked at the Empty Light Monk, who was like a bereaved dog. The catastrophe that had befallen Huaxia drove him to crush the hands of the Empty Mind Monk with one foot. But merely torturing the Empty Light Monk didn't bring about the dissolution of the hatred and anger in Fan Dong's heart. Fan Dong grabbed Monk Empty Bright's head, which was devoid of a strand of hair, and walked to the front of the Tianju Kingdom audience. Standing in the national fortune ring, he looked down at the audience of the Tianju Kingdom. Fan Dong lifted the Empty Light Monk as if he were lifting a chicken cub and spoke faintly. Do you not call yourselves compassionate? Don't you call yourselves compassionate? As long as all of you Tianju Kingdom people kneel down and beg for forgiveness, I can consider letting this bald ass live. Chapter 164, The Dangling and Standing Tianju People. Fan Dong's words immediately drew the Tianju people into astonishment. They leaned forward with their upper bodies, looking at Fan Dong with eyes as wide as bronze bells. It's just that the Tennessean knows that no words can anger Fan Dong. Some of the Tianju Kingdom people who still had a good head on their shoulders crossed over to Fan Dong and spoke loudly to Kong Xian. The Peacock Great King Bodhisattva is the last female peacock. You have to think about how to treat the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva. Do you want the Peacock clan to perish? Is it really worth it to exterminate your own race for the sake of the Chinese? The loud roar of the people of the Celestial Kingdom seemed to have moved Kong Xian. Kong Xian's eyes flashed as his figure flew high from the national fortune ring. There was no look in his eyes as he watched the spit spewing out of the Tennessean's eyes. This sudden action made the Tianju people think that Kong Xian seemed to be really shaken. A yell, even more disembodied than just now, once again erupted from the chest of the Tennessean. That's right. Finish off Fan Dong. You can still perpetuate the Peacock clan. Don't hesitate. Finish off Fan Dong. If the Peacock clan can join the Celestial Kingdom, their future is definitely brighter than in China. Finish Fan Dong. Finish off Fan Dong. You will be the new Buddha of my celestial kingdom. It was as if the people of the celestial kingdom were showering Kong Xian with favors. A voice full of excited urging caused Fan Dong to snort out a laugh. The snort caused the agitated look on the Tennessean's face to freeze. In a daze, Kong Xian, who was suspended in the sky, also brought up mockery in his expression. 10,000 years ago, the Peacock clan died out long ago, and it was you, the celestial kingdom, who exterminated the Peacock clan. From now on, I, Kong Xian, am both the world's first peacock and the world's last peacock. Kong Xian's body exploded with five-colored divine light. Like a wave, it swept in all directions. The wave impacted on the boundary set up by the will of heaven. The boundary rippled with layers of ripples, and likewise shook wildly. The Tennessean gulped. The trepidation in their hearts made them unable to speak words of defiance. Please stop releasing power from the Chinese gods. Otherwise Huaxia will be judged to have lost the battle in the ring of national fortune. As the boundary gave birth to a crack under the impact of the five-colored divine light, the voice of the heavenly Tao resounded steeply, restricting the spread of the five-colored divine light. Kong Xian's eyes flashed with a touch of arrogance as he heard this. The five-colored divine light erupted into its final afterglow, and then it suddenly closed. Kong Xian's proud and upright figure, as well as the crippled body of the peacock Mahamudra Bodhisattva, together, they disappeared within the space of the state's fortunes, until the five-colored divine light completely dissipated in the national fortune ring. It was only then that the Tianzhu kingdom truly came back to its senses from the boundless fear. Seeing this, Fan Dong grinned a devilishly cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. The voice was as horrible as if it came from the depths of the nine hells. Don't you people of the celestial kingdom pride yourselves on being compassionate? Why don't you guys come and save Monk Empty Mind? The teasing on Fan Dong's face deeply pierced the masses of the Tianzhu kingdom. It's just that even with the immense hatred for Fan Dong, the masses of the Dharma kingdom were still unwilling to give up their dignity to save Monk Kongming. It's not a matter of concern. Indifference and indifference filled the faces of the Tennesseans. Please, just kneel down for Fan Dong. The despair in Monk Emptimind's heart almost overwhelmed him. The limp and powerless body was casually carried by Fan Dong. The stench brought about by the flow of feces and urine made the Tennesseans feel incredibly nauseous. Is your so-called compassion just a lie to deceive the world? Fan Dong matched the words of Monk Empty Ming and kept oppressing the Tianzhu people. The Tennesseans could no longer remain aloof and indifferent. Their faces were iron blue, and the teeth in their mouths rubbed back and forth, itching to skin and bone Fan Dong. Compassion is not based on the loss of dignity. If you are compassionate, then why don't you leave Monk Kongming alone? Among the thousands of Tianzhu people, there are also existences with flexible brains. They yelled at Fan Dong. Both misinterpret the meaning of compassion, also trying to morally kidnap Fan Dong. Fan Dong couldn't help but snort out another laugh, the mockery in his eyes causing the anger in the hearts of the Tianzhu kingdom to grow. Compassionate? I never said I was compassionate. Fan Dong lowered his head, and there was a viciousness in his eyes. The sudden increase in force caused the empty-headed monk to scream out in misery. You die and I live is the law of this world. Anyone kidnapped by morality never really get ahead. This group of Tennesseans, who boast of their compassion, all do things worse than beasts. Fan Dong, who had long been victimized by compassion, how could he step into the trap of compassion again? Indeed, they are beastly Chinese. You guys make the conditions. As long as we are not allowed to lose our dignity, we will definitely save Monk Kongming. Tianzhu kingdom is not as hypocritical as Huaxia, under the banner of propriety, righteousness, integrity and shame but doing despicable and shameless things. It's disgusting. After Fan Dong opened his mouth, the Tianzhu people tried desperately to maintain their persona, even at the expense of having to pay a price. The smile on Fan Dong's face intensified as he sniffed. The sound that followed made the Tennessean's expression of not taking everything in stride freeze. Conditions? As long as your Tianzhu kingdom comes up with 10 rare veins worth hundreds of billions of dollars, then I'll let this monk go. Fan Dong wouldn't care if the lion's share of the money would hurt the Tianzhu kingdom. After all, if the Tennesseans choose to exchange, then he, Fan Dong, made a direct profit. If the Tennesseans do not choose to exchange, that wouldn't do him any harm. Fan Dong. Instead, the self-proclaimed compassionate image of the Tennesseans was also greatly affected. After the conditions were presented, Fan Dong looked at the Tianzhu people whose faces gradually fell into an iron grip with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Don Tian's face was as gloomy as water. Being the Mahatma of the kingdom of heaven, his life isn't even worth 10 rare veins worth hundreds of billions of dollars. As for the empty light monk who had turned into a waste, he was even less valuable than a piece of ore. But again, it would be a slap in the face of the celestial kingdom if the exchange did not take place. Between hesitation and indecision, Don Tian turned his supplicating gaze to the monk at the head of the group. The monk, who always had his eyes closed, seemed to sense Don Tian's prayers. The cloudy eyes slowly opened, shooting out two auras of essence that shocked the trembling body of the empty light monk. Empty, Don't disgrace the Tennesseans. This monk's voice was as commanding as an emperor's. But it is this hard words, actually really let the greedy and fearful of death of the empty Ming monk eyes bring up the determination to give up their lives for righteousness. It was accompanied by a muffled grunt. A splash of bright red blood spilled from the corner of the empty light monk's mouth. In the meantime, the 7 orifices also had blood flowing out at the same time. Fan Dong quietly watched the passing of the empty brightness monk's life force, like looking at a pig that has been drained of its blood. It is not worthy of any pity. Gan Tian had a smile on his face as he disdainfully glanced at Fan Dong in the national luck ring. Just don't wait for him to make a mocking sound. The sound of the heavenly Tao's voice caused the smile on his face to freeze. Chapter 165, The End of the War of Nations. Time for Egypt to rise. Battle of Nations. China vs. Tianzhu Kingdom. Tianzhu Kingdom lost the battle. Punish it by gaining the high temperature blazing roast. Word, the temperature of the entire realm rises to 60 degrees Celsius for a week's time. The voice of the heavenly Tao leisurely fell, and a look of horror arose on Gan Tian's face. The location of the Dzungaria would have been prone to extremely high temperatures. There were times when the climate was as high as 50 degrees Celsius. The number of Tennesseans who were killed alive by the heat was up to several hundred a day. Granted, most of these dead Tennesseans were low-caste untouchables, available after the temperature reaches 60 degrees Celsius. While various infrastructures are paralyzed by the scorching heat, even the high-caste people are not immune to the heat. One thought in this, the trepidation on Gan Tian's face intensified. Even the body was trembling slightly involuntarily, while the short-sighted Tennesseans wondered at Gan Tian's alarm. The curtain of light appeared over the national luck ring, presenting a scene within the Tianzhu country. Only the sun, which had just been obscured by dark clouds, was visible. In an instant, it erupted into a fiery glow. The sun dispersed the converging clouds. The blazing light shone unimpeded on the skin of the pedestrians on the street. The skin blinked as red as if it had been scalded. The chilling smell of meat wafted through the marketplace, which was mingled with the stench of an urine. For a split second the Tennesseans panicked and scrambled to find a place where they could hide from the sun. Many people died in the street from the sun before they could escape it. As for those who were lucky enough to find a shady spot in the Tennessee, it also gradually became difficult to sit still because of the elevated temperature. While the slums were in a state of panic due to the rapidly rising temperatures, the high-caste nobles also did not enjoy better treatment because of their nobility. In the sunlight, one by one, any machine that cools strikes. The luxurious mansions of the high-caste aristocrats have now become steamers to cook them. Inside a tall building that towered straight up into the clouds, the high-caste nobles in their fancy dresses were drenched in sweat. He looked at the low-caste slaves on their knees and hissed loudly in disgust. Stupid! Never mind that bunch of low-caste trash. Hurry up and transfer all the electricity to where the high-caste nobles live. The hissing voice of the aristocrat stirred the defiance that had been pressed into the hearts of the slaves. The kneeling slave slowly climbed up, a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth as he spoke faintly. Served you for 10 years. Are low-caste people just trash? The slave's rebuttal drew the ire of the nobles. The slave, however, was uncharacteristically red-eyed and hissed as his voice spoke. Where's the power? All men are equal today. You go to hell. The voice fell. The slave pushed the nobleman to fall down the tall building into a puddle of bloody mud. Similar scenes appeared in various parts of the Celestial Kingdom. Rising temperatures exacerbated class conflict within the Tennessee. A constant stream of low-caste paupers gather in front of the houses of high-caste aristocrats to compete for the resources to survive. The tragedy in the territory of the Tianzhu Kingdom caused the Tianzhu people within the national fortune space to fall silent. A lot of the Tennesseans here are just low-caste civilians. If the battle for the nation's fortunes ends there, then back in the Celestial Kingdom, they too will be struggling to stay alive in the heat. Prayers for the continuation of the Battle of the Nations appeared in the hearts of the people of the Celestial Kingdom. Gan Tian, however, was precisely unwilling for the battle of national fortunes to continue. Most of the strength of the Buddhist and Tennessee gods comes from the beliefs of the Tennessee people, and today the Celestial Kingdom is in turmoil. The strength of the many gods who lost their source of faith power would plummet. Until then, even though the Celestial Kingdom still had a number of gods powerful enough to ignore the power of faith, Gantry still doesn't have the same confidence that he once had that he could win against HWA. In the midst of the very different prayers of Gantian and the people of the Celestial Kingdom, the voice of the heavenly Tao sounded once again, bringing rewards for Huaxia. Battle of Nations, China vs. Tianzhu Kingdom. China wins. Reward China, Tiancheng Diping. The sea level drops and China's land increases by 10%. The voice of the heavenly Tao fell. The light that revealed the scenes of the Celestial Kingdom steeped into the scenes of Huaxia. Only the sea level, still rising, slowly stops, and then the sea level gradually receded towards the back as if pulled by a great power. The ground that had been submerged by the sea was once again exposed. It's just that the tall buildings that were washed away can't be revived. The loss of the economy. Though, is enough to make the wasp hurt. But the increased size of the country means that China will soon be able to return to its former glory. Look at the hundreds of things that are going on in China. The worry in Long Baichuan's heart finally disappeared without a trace at this moment. The hearts of many Chinese people also had an unconcealed happiness. Only Fan Dong's heart did not give birth to the slightest bit of relaxation. The disasters suffered by the Celestial Kingdom can never erase the suffering it brought to China. As long as the Tianzhu Kingdom does not die, Fan Dong's revenge will not stop for a moment. The eyes looked coldly at the Tianzhu Kingdom camp. The glow of hatred contained within it caused Gan Tian's heart to bulge. Have you, the Celestial Kingdom, figured out how to die? Fan Dong's voice was as cold as if it came from hell. Gan Tian's insides were thrown into a panic because of Fan Dong's voice. Immediately afterward, though, the panic snapped away. It was only because at the Chinese camp, Long Baichuan spoke softly to Fan Dong. Fan Dong, let's stop the battle of national fortunes for now. After fighting several battles of national fortune in a row, let's take a rest first. Long Baichuan's voice seemed to awaken the tiredness in Fan Dong's body. Tiredness overpowered the hatred in his heart, causing hesitation in Fan Dong's eyes. Huaxia is still in a state of flux, and it does need to recuperate and regenerate first. Think about it. Fan Dong also no longer insisted on launching his revenge towards the Tianzhu Kingdom, and slowly walked down to the national fortune ring. Seeing this, Gan Tian let out a long breath of turbid air. Yet the Tennessee crowd was in a wail of lost voices. No one wants to be subjected to 60 degrees Celsius, and no one wants to fight for survival resources in the heat. Fan Dong, hurry up towards launching the battle of national fortunes. Are you afraid? I don't want to go back to the Celestial Kingdom. I don't want to go back. 60 degrees Celsius is not a place where people can stay. I'm going to stay inside the national luck space. The Tennessee crowd hissed and wailed out. The fear of the heat caused them to resist, shivering all over. It's just that the heavenly will wouldn't give them the chance to be stranded within the national fortune space. With the white wave pervading the space of the national movement, all the silhouettes were teleported into the outside world. At the end of the Battle of Nations, Egypt, far away in the distant desert, was the first to fall into a heated discussion. The 100 years of waste in China, domestic turmoil in the Celestial Kingdom. This is the perfect time for a small country to rise to the top. After the descent of the national ring, Egypt's national power leapt to the ranks of the great powers. Faced with such a great opportunity, the pharaohs of Egypt couldn't possibly miss it. Only 7 respectably dressed Egyptian pharaohs were seen gathered together inside a huge pyramid. A wheel of the sun god's disk emitted a dazzling light amongst the 7. Chapter 166, Want to die? Then don't let them live. Radiance spread from above the sun god disk, where the light shone. Thousands of Egyptians, breathing steadily but unconscious, lay still, underneath them, with mysterious and bizarre floral engravings. These patterns coiled and twisted like 1,000 pythons. It eventually converged on the place where the sun god plate was located. O Supreme Sun God, your devotees need your guidance. Please grant your divine power to save your devotees. The 7 pharaohs knelt reverently toward the solar disk. The fervent adoration coming from his mouth eerily echoed within the empty pyramid. The devotional prayers seemed to guide the light emanating from the solar disk. A ray of light merged into the mysterious pattern on the ground, causing the pattern to glow with a golden color. The golden aura was bright and flickering. Thousands of Egyptians, who were lying quietly on the ground, began to convulse violently in their bodies, filled with rich flesh and blood. It was also being extracted by the mysterious pattern. The golden light was laced with the color of scarlet blood. Only a few breaths passed. Thousands of Egyptians had then been reduced to dry bones. After a breeze blew from nowhere, the white bones directly turned into pieces and floated away in the pyramid. In the meantime, the sun god plate between the 7 pharaohs erupted with an even more dazzling light. In the midst of radiant incandescence, the sun god disk slowly dissolved, turning into a puddle of golden solution that turned into a small lake. A steady stream of blood-laced light poured into the small lake. The small golden lake turned blood red at a rate visible to the naked eye. And then in the wild eyes of the pharaohs, a mummy with a wolf's head and body, 2 meters tall, and its entire body wrapped in bandages, slowly floated out of the lake of blood. The bandage was tugged by an invisible force. Circle after circle was lifted on this mummy. Gradual gain. The mummy shows its true face. A stone statue of Anubis was revealed to the 7 pharaohs. You are the messenger of the extradition of the dead. You are the judge who weighs good and evil. Honorable Anubis, the god of death. The Egyptians welcome your arrival. In words of respect for the honor of Anubis, the shimmering spell gradually subsided. Only the stone statue of Anubis exuded an aura like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The lifelike stone statues seemed to be alive. Blood-colored light flashed violently in his eyes. A scepter, glowing with a bronze color, appeared in the hands of the stone statue of Anubis. The bronze scepter holds the power to extradite dead souls. Once the scepter appears, it was as if there were dead souls wailing inside the pyramid. Trance. The wails of the dead souls converged into a hoarse, ancient voice. I am Anubis, by order of the god of Ra, recast glory for you. The voice of Anubis, resounding through the wailing of the wronged souls, brought a suppressed surprise to the faces of the 7 pharaohs. Anubis is the god of death and fertility. Ra, on the other hand, was the supreme sun god of Egypt. With the help of these 2 gods, these 7 pharaohs seemed to see Egypt return to its former glory. And if Fan Dong were here, he would definitely be equally surprised. Simply because the gods could only appear in the space of national fortune, it was the consensus of all that they could not influence the real world. Inside the pyramid is neither a national space, there is also no environment that mimics the space of the state's fortunes. But Anubis, the god of death, did affect the environment inside the pyramid. The day of the direct descent of the gods into reality. Perhaps it has been predictable, guided by the voice of Anubis. At the time the battle of the nations had just ended, the 7 pharaohs then did not hesitate to immediately launch the war of nations toward China. Today's China has just been hit by 2 disasters. Fandon also didn't get a break in several of the national games battles. If we were to launch a war of national fortunes against Huaxia, this would be the best time to do so. Inside China, after Long Baichuan left the national fortune space, he was the first to run to the front line of the disaster. Fan Dong, on the other hand, stayed by Long Baichuan's side without leaving a step. China was struck by 2 great disasters in quick succession. The economy collapsed and countless people died horribly, even as the waters recede from the land of China. Nor will it be able to reshape the Chinese economy anytime soon. In the midst of social upheaval, pessimism cannot help but grow in the hearts of the Chinese masses. Fan Dong's presence on the front lines of the disaster area was enough to uplift the Chinese people who were caught up in pessimism. The work of rebuilding after a disaster is well organized. It's a good thing that the Sakura nation has become slaves of China. The experience of digging potatoes in Siberia has long verified the spirit of hard work and endurance of the people of the Sakura country. Reconstruction work in China, where the climate is pleasant, can already be considered preferential treatment for the people of the cherry blossom country. The men of Sakura Nation are working as bulls on the front lines of reconstruction after the disaster. Though the power of machinery is far beyond the power of man, but it was not possible to stop the huge number of Sakura Nation people, who were being driven like cattle by Huaxia, and Sakura Nation women, of course, will not be on the front lines of post-disaster reconstruction. It's just that Sakura Nation women can't get away with being cattle and horses either. Serving the Wahini at all costs was a job they had to do well. Under the heavy pressure, the hearts of the people of the Sakura Nation would surely give birth to a feeling of revolt. But in the face of steel guns and sharp cannons, the Sakura Nation, weak by nature, simply did not dare to put their resistance into action. Sure, the countries of the world will surely take this opportunity to attack the cruelty of China, but no wasp will argue against it. Just for treating the ungrateful trash of Sakura Nation, no means is considered cruel. After driving the Sakura Nation like cattle, post-disaster reconstruction in Huaxia is proceeding in an organized manner. However, at the time when Long Baichuan and Fan Dong had just gotten a breath to catch their breath, the voice of the heavenly Tao suddenly resounded lazily from the depths of the heavenly vault. Egypt consumes 1% of its national fortune and launches a war of national fortune against China. The sound of the heavenly voice interrupts the reconstruction work after the disaster. One by one, the Chinese people raised their heads in dismay, shocked by the sound of the heavenly Tao. Away from the just concluded battle of the nations, only a day or two had passed. No one would have thought that Egypt, a country with little presence, would also dare to launch a war of national fortunes against China. A hint of elation flooded the Sakura Nation's face amidst the numbness born of extreme exertion. Though they have become slaves of the HWA, but they still can't wait for Huaxia to perish. Don't wait for that hint of elation to last too long. The beating and cursing then brought the Sakura Nation back to numbness once again. Against this group of Sakura Nation people, they could not be given the slightest chance to breathe. The sound of the heavenly Tao that echoed in the depths of the celestial dome gradually subsided. Fan Dong turned his eyes to Long Baichuan at his side. Only Long Baichuan's bland and amiable face could not help but bring up anger at this moment. His gaze was filled with trust as he spoke loudly to Fan Dong. Reconstruction is not to be missed. Huaxia is in your hands. Fan Dong nodded heavily at Long Baichuan, while the white tide fills the eyes with water. Long Baichuan's voice sounded once more. Remember, since they want to die, don't let them live. Chapter 167, All Blackened. The feeling of heavenly rotation accompanied Long Baichuan's voice. Wait for the white tide in your eyes to recede. All the scenes within the national luck space were exposed to Fan Dong's eyes. The eyes of the masses in various countries were as bewildered as those of the Chinese. After all, only 2 days had passed since the end of the last battle of nations. No one can guarantee that this battle for Egypt's national fortunes won't cause China to take revenge on the nations of the world. Fan Dong's eyes scanned the masses of people from various countries whose faces were blank and dumbfounded, but he did not see any of the heads of state. Churchill of the Nordic Empire, MacArthur of the Eagle States, Mahatma Gandhi of the Celestial Kingdom, without exception, none of them appeared in the space of national fortune. Fan Dong was not surprised by this. In the last round of the Battle of Nations, no country is a true winner. The heads of state of these countries must remain in their territories to maintain the stability of their societies. Fan Dong stopped paying attention to the masses of the various countries as soon as he thought about it. It's just that his guesses about the heads of state weren't exactly right. Within the Nordic Empire, Churchill himself led hundreds of heavily armed soldiers, walking cautiously within a forest. The surrounding trees were oddly jagged and mostly dead. Under the whistling of the wind, these dead trees were like monsters with teeth and claws. Extremely frightening. The soldiers, who looked to be battle-hardened, walked carefully through the forest. The tense to stiff bodies and the hands that clutched their weapons tightly revealed the panic in their hearts. Churchill stood in the middle of the soldiers, leading a girl of 7 or 8 years old. The girl was dressed in a white dress, as pure as a white lotus flower. The two large eyes fluttered as if they were stars, no fear showing in their innocent eyes. The group gradually went deeper and deeper towards the strange and jagged forest. The view, blocked by the odd tree, gradually opened up. By the time the group had reached the core, there was no longer a single tree in front of them to block the way. Only the panic in the hearts of the crowd was intensified by the scene ahead. A castle, black as ink on the outside, sat in the center of sight. Inside the castle, green ghostly flames loomed, illuminating the dead bones hanging on the outskirts of the castle. A princess with an extremely hot body, but skin like death, stood at the edge of the castle, silently looking at the girl beside Churchill. The princess has a naked man with a crown on his head under her feet, and 7 dwarfs scrambling up her skirt behind her. By the castle, a little girl whose entire body was covered in ice crystals leaned on top of the city wall. In the extremely hot climate, the girl's hands were reddened and her whole body seemed to be shivering from the cold. To keep warm, one by one, she lit the dead bones cradled in her arms. The castle perimeter. There was also a girl with a red hat carrying a basket of vegetables. The red hat seemed to be red with blood, and the basket of vegetables appeared to be filled with heads. The girl yawned unconcernedly, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs. On top of that, there are many scenes that reveal the eeriness. The battle-hardened warriors were paralyzed by the scene before them. The vomiting associated with physical discomfort is difficult to suppress. Churchill's excitement still took over for the most part, though he was equally fearful. Dark fairy tales. Dark fairy tales are real. Between agitations, Churchill crouched down to look at the girl beside him. Get on with it. This is the god you're trying to summon. This is the hope of our Nordic Empire against all odds. Churchill urged the girl toward the castle ahead. Granted, what's in front of you is just a dark fairy tale, but for children, fairy tale characters are their gods. The innocence of a child can lead to the most devout faith. Fairy tale's power after blacking out was definitely no weaker than any god's. As the Nordic Empire searches for the power to defeat the Chinese, Eagle Country is likewise on the lookout. 5-star General MacArthur steps slowly into an abandoned church with a man who looks insane. On the walls around the church, an eerie twisted portrait of a single dark black dot made MacArthur's mind reel with horror. From big eyes full of tentacles to a black mist full of eyes, all the portraits were so frighteningly eerie to MacArthur's eyes. Yet the madman seems to have returned home. His epileptic demeanor became even more epileptic. The fervor on his face even made him resist kneeling down to the portraits around him. With the man crawling on his hands and knees towards the depths of the church, a broken statue of a god appeared to MacArthur's eyes. Only the statue of the deity was not as majestic and solemn as God, or any angel for that matter. The statue of the god has a human body though, but the head is full of tentacles like an octopus. The obese body was covered with scales, and the limbs were borne with huge sharp claws that glowed with cold light. As for the pair of ragged, seemingly unformed wings on his back, they glowed with a terror that made MacArthur's spirit tremble. MacArthur lowered his head, not daring to look directly at the unnameable object. Instead, the crazy man fell to his knees and kowtowed frantically towards the statue. Dominators of old, master of the seas, the god of slumber, lord of Lalai, great Cthulhu, hear my call and bring salvation to the world. The still organized supplications of the insane man calmed the worry in MacArthur's mind a little, but then an uncontrollable shock flooded his heart. Cthulhu myths, gods from beyond the blue planet. The shock in MacArthur's mind slowly subsided. Confidence in defeating Wasia could not help but stir up in his heart. The belief that there is one god alone in the world has long since broken down. Enhancements from the gods beyond the blue planet will make God even more powerful. MacArthur had a thought about it. The statue seemed to come to life at the call of the madman. Black mist escaped from the statue. The twisted portraits carved into the walls around the church absorbed all the black mist. Twisted black tentacles flailed wildly against the walls. The black mist with countless eyes was also flashing its eyes. The whole church was in a swarm of demons for a while, and the frenzied look of the madman surged even more in the midst of the swarm. The Nordic Empire and the Eagle Kingdom tried their best to find a way to fight against China. As a country second only to Huaxia, how could the Celestial Kingdom not seek ways to fight against Huaxia? Even though there are still countless powerful gods in the Celestial Kingdom that are not revealed to the world. However, the majestic pressure brought about by Fandong caused sacred hero Gantian to not have much confidence. In a wave of revolt by the low-caste Dalits in the country, Gantian has incarcerated and collected the low-caste untouchables from almost the entire country. Under the hot sun, Dantian stood on an altar that covered an area as large as 1,000 acres. The altar was covered with dense and bizarre patterns. These patterns formed a mysterious phalanx, as if they were able to communicate with the gods. The scorching heat had long since turned the altar into an oven, yet the blazing altar was stacked with layers of untouchable bodies. Chapter 168, A New Faith. Born in a New World. The masses of low-caste TMCs, with horrified faces. It was just that the altar seemed to be filled with an invisible divine might, imprisoning their struggling bodies. The searing heat of the altar roasted their flesh and blood, but their bodies were like fish on a plate waiting to be killed. No matter how much they struggled, they simply couldn't escape. Gantian slowly pulled out the Buddha lotus, Sherry and demon sinker from his body. Above these three supreme treasures, a holy Buddhist light emanated. The Buddha lotus reflected the silhouette of the Buddha in the sky. Siddhartha's eyes were slightly closed. He pointed one finger to the sky and the other to the earth, and the world's unique aura shook heaven and earth. With the past Buddha who was surrounded by light like a lamp, as well as a smiling past Buddha, together they command 10,000 Buddhas. And Shri presented to the heavens the virtual image of the three phases of the gods of the Tzaddikican religion, born with 4 arms and 4 heads of Brahma sitting on top of the lotus flower, for joyless and sorrowless face full of the vicissitudes of the world. Shiva, whose head is born with a divine eye, and Vishnu, whose eye is like a lotus flower, stand on either side of Brahma. As for the mortar and pestle, it reflects the gods led by the heavenly emperor Indra as well as the demon god Rohu. Indra wore a crown of jewels on his head and rode across a white elephant with 6 tusks. Clad in a staggering array of sun, moon and stars, Luo resides far beyond the vault of heaven. This one god was as invisible to the other. Although living under the same sky, they remain unusually quiet. Dantian was in the moment after the gods appeared. A last-ditch frenzy and madness issued from his face, and hoarse, hideous words roared from his mouth. O gods who have blessed the land of the Celestials, the Celestial Kingdom is ready to offer its utmost devotion to the gods. Please bring the never-ending strength and splendor of the Celestial Kingdom. The words roared out with all his strength seemed to make every grain of sand at the altar tremble, and then the altar temperature continued to rise. It even turned into magma that could devour everything. Stacked on top of the altar were the low-caste Tennesseans. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it blended into the churning magma. Wailing and screaming resounded over the altar, but the gods were just silent. In the midst of the wailing, the blood and flesh that had merged into the magma suddenly converged into 3 pillars of light. The pillar of light carries the power of thousands of people. Using the 3 supreme treasures as containers, they were transmitted to the bodies of the gods in the sky. In a bloody, weird source of power channeled, the peace and tranquility in the sky was broken by ferocity and bloodshed in the blink of an eye. The amiable and kind face of the third Buddha was filled with killing intent and ferocity. The Buddha's light was drenched in the color of blood, and there was a strange compassion on his face that was filled with killing intent and ferocity, while the griefless and joyless face of the three-phase god was covered in grimace and insanity. The gaze that was casually projected was as if everything in the world was just a mole cricket. As for the already ferocious Indra as well as Law, the ferocious intent on his body was even more intense. The screams and wails went on for a long time. The lower caste people make up 80% of the population in the Dzongkhag, even though the altar was like a meat grinder devouring life at a very fast rate. As many as 1 billion beings are also difficult to be completely ablated. The minutes ticked by. The wailing was gradually replaced by the shadowy souls that whistled through heaven and earth. The entire place where the altar was located seemed to have been transformed into an infernal hell. The sun in the sky turned the color of blood. The light cast out illuminated the heavens and earth in a reddish color. The cold gale howled and endless ghosts hissed. All the gods in heaven fell into darkness, or presenting them as they were originally intended to be. The believer's last ounce of value has been squeezed out of them. What was once called compassion and mercy no longer has to be maintained with bitterness. The old believers died with blood and fear. After the gods cleared the way and ruled the world, the ugliness of the past will be completely buried. New devotees will once again be greeted by the compassionate likeness of the gods. Looking at the surroundings that were like a purgatory, Dantian seemed to have a mental breakdown and laughed up at the sky. The words that came out of his mouth revealed his fear of Fandong. Fandong, reveal the original power of the Buddhas. What can you hold against it? As Gantian descended into madness, Fandong within the space of national fortune suddenly had a bump in his heart, with a hidden uneasiness born. Just don't wait for Fandong to think carefully about where the uneasiness in his heart comes from. The crowds in the country of Egypt had then opened their mouths to taunt China. Chinese pigs, is your rebuilding done? Is it necessary to finish or not? Even if it's finished, it'll be in ruins here soon. Ha ha ha. The great sun god Ra has given a divine order. China is bound to perish this time. Simply watch the showdown between Fandon and the nations. This group of Egyptians who had never faced Fandong directly could not feel the terror of Fandong at all. So, now straight ahead of Fandon, the trust this group of Egyptian countrymen put in their son Ra overshadowed Fandon's former winning streak. Vicious taunts came out one after another. The Chinese, who were already angry at Egypt for taking advantage of the situation, were almost burning everything out of their minds. But even though the Chinese were angry in their hearts, they did not lose their minds. Trusting eyes turned to Fandong at the same time. The blazing gaze contained an inspiration for Fandong. Feeling the blazing gazes of the Huaxia crowd, Fandong turned his sight to where Egypt was. The 7 pharaohs sat in front of the Egyptian audience. One of the pharaohs, who was dressed in the most expensive clothes, cast a gaze full of killing intent towards Fandong. Between the sharp collision of sights, the voice of the heavenly Tao resounded steeply and leisurely. Battle of Nations, China versus Egypt. Round 1 is about to begin. Please have the players from both countries ascend to the national fortune ring as soon as possible. Under the reverberation of the voice of the heavenly Tao, Fandong withdrew his gaze and walked slowly towards the national luck ring. Since there are still countries that do not recognize their own strength and attempt to challenge the majesty of China, then he, Fandong, is bound to make them see the gap between themselves and Huaxia properly. As Fandong took one step towards the national luck ring, where the country of Egypt is located, a man wearing a wolf head helmet and golden battle armor suddenly leapt out of the Egyptian player's seat. The figure smashed heavily into the national fortune ring like a cannonball. Dust filled the air and debris flew. The lone figure seemed to separate life and death. Behind it, the land where Egypt is located is alive and well. Where Huaxia is in front of me, there is dead silence all over. The man's high-profile appearance didn't affect Fandong, although every step of Fandong seemed incredibly plain and unassuming. But when the dead silence spread in front of Fandong, it was blocked by an invisible wall. With every step Fandong took, he dissolved a portion of the dead silence. Wherever it passed, it was once again revitalized. The pace was not fast, but Fandong soon stood on top of the ring. Looking at the man's costume in front of him, Fandong had already anticipated the god the man was trying to summon. And the fact is not out of Fandong's expectations. Disdain was mixed in with the gravity of the man's eyes. Then a black light suddenly rose in his hand. Wait for the light to dissipate. An ancient bronze-colored scepter inlaid with the sun god's disc appeared steeply in his hand. The man raised the scepter in his hand high in the air, and the pious chants resounded through the space of the kingdom in no time. The Egyptian nation's player, Isis, summoned Anubis, the desert god of death. Level unknown. Chapter 169, slanderous, but still fighting for China. It seemed that the unknown gods of the Chinese rank were too terrifying. Isis also defines Anubis' rank as unknown. As his voice fell, the national fortune ring began to shake the ground. The place where life and death are divided. A crack that opens the door to the other world gradually opens. The hissing of dead souls came from the cracks. In the midst of the hissing, it was as if the lost souls of the dead were crawling out of the crevices. Undead souls wandered the ring of national fortune, with an almost frantic desire for flesh and blood, if it wasn't for the boundaries set up by the will of heaven to stop it. Thousands of dead souls had already ravaged the audience, devouring the flesh and blood of the crowd. But even with the protection of the boundaries set up by the will of heaven, the crowds of the countries in the audience still gasped out in disbelief. Only the Egyptian nation's masses maintained a clouded demeanor. They wore a lofty indifference on their faces, as if the masses of the nations were cattle whose status was below theirs. Humph, a bunch of world-unseen trash. Just undead souls scare you like this? Without the Egyptian state here, it's no wonder that Huaxia has been able to dominate and claim the throne. The world has fallen too far. Let me, the kingdom of Egypt, lead the world. The country of Egypt is not really weak after the descent of the Ring of Nations, but the inferiority complex that comes with being a perennially small country keeps them from speaking out at the international level. This led to a slight show of timidity on the part of the masses of the nations. The masses of the Egyptian state then displayed blind arrogance driven by inferiority. The hissing of the dead still frightens the masses of nations. Amidst the hissing, a thick voice from the other world guides the lost souls of the dead. In the cycle of life and death, I guide the right path for thousands of dead souls. In the judgment of reward and punishment, I weigh the weight of the souls of thousands of the dead. A mysterious voice in its thickness shook the national luck ring. A gravitational force that engulfs everything emanates from the gap that connects the other worlds. Under the pull of gravity, the thousands of dead souls who were extremely hungry for flesh and blood returned to the crevice in droves. The world became incredibly quiet. The only thing left was a wisp of yellow sand slowly floating in space. The horror in the hearts of the masses of the nations gradually subsided, but not before the masses of nations took a long breath. The ring of national fortune shook again. A figure as tall as 7 meters leapt out of the crack. Boom! The figure slammed heavily into the ring, splattering yellow sand that obscured the figure's true appearance. the hearts of the masses of the nations were jolted by the roar. Instead, the masses of the Egyptian nation spontaneously knelt down toward where the figure was. Anubis, the great god of death, please bring divine guidance to this world. A reverent whine stirred in the air above the National Games ring, dispersing the yellow sand that lingered around the figure. Only Anubis, clad in heavy golden armor and with a wolf's head, was exposed to the eyes of the crowd. The scepter in Isis's hand quickly zoomed in and was held in Anubis's hand. With the scepter in his hand, a fiery light was released from Anubis' godly color. The National Games ring was filled with yellow sand. The surface of the ring was even piled with yellow sand. Fan Dong was exposed to the flying sand, and the yellow sand as sharp as daggers separated his skin. Blood gurgled out, but Fan Dong didn't care, only because of the black mythological heavenly book in the mind. A goddess perched in the lava, dressed in green and with skin as white as jade, opened her flame-filled eyes. I am the drought demoness, though wandering the world for thousands of years, but still, I wish to burn my body and fight for China. The drought lady's voice sounded from the depths of Fan Dong's mind. The voice was full of wariness, but Fan Dong heard an endless sense of desolation. This bleakness awakened Fan Dong. A wave of guilt and regret filled his heart. The drought demon is the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, a celestial maiden. It is a credit to the founding of the Huaxia clan. However, as a merit of the founding of the Chinese nation, the heavenly drought did not get its due. Losing her divine powers, she became a lonely ghost wandering the world. The fiery power she carries makes her even more of a demon that everyone avoids. The name of the drought demon stings the heavenly maiden. However, the heavenly maiden was still unwilling to harm the Huaxia and chose to seal herself in the lava. Such a meritorious servant, but in a miserable state. No Chinese should forget the greatness of the heavenly drought. To think that the heavenly droughtess was still willing to fight for China even though she was loathed by thousands of Chinese. Fan Dong's eyes are a little moist. The heart has been for the drought demon of the sky name intention. One thought in this. In the midst of the roiling yellow sand, the aura swirling from Fan Dong's body separated the flying yellow sand. The sound traveled from the yellow sand to anyone's ears. Chinese player Fan Dong, summoning the heavenly drought. Level unknown. Fan Dong's voice fell. Everyone's expression, including the Chinese, fell into a momentary stupor. The three words, heavenly drought, have long since disappeared from most canonical texts. No one knows what the three words heavenly drought mean unless they are extremely senior scholars. In the midst of the crowd's stagnation, magma overflowed out of thin air from the space around Fan Dong. The scorching heat emanating from the lava distorted space and melted the gravel. After crashing into the National Games ring, it likewise caused a deep pit filled with lava to appear in the ring. The contempt disappeared completely from Isis' gaze. Even from hundreds of meters away, he could still feel the blazing heat from the lava that could burn him up. Fear in her heart drove Isis to turn her gaze to Anubis beside her. But Anubis did not bring him any peace, simply because Anubis's demeanor, too, was not as relaxed as it had just been. Fan Dong looked at Isis, whose demeanor had fallen into panic, and a hideous grin appeared at the corners of his mouth. And the deep pit of lava, the heavenly drought, dressed in green and with skin as tender and white as snow, surfaced in the lava. The magma that melted the ring didn't do any damage to the celestial drought. The fiery intent even added to the power of the heavenly drought. The slightly closed eyes of the heavenly droughtess slowly opened. The two blazing flames in his eyes swung across the ring of national fortune. The surrounding moisture was instantly vaporized. The drought has made the mouths and tongues of all the people in the national space dry, and the body of the Hotian drought demon floating in the magma was lifted into midair by an invisible force. Scanning the crowd of Chinese and the Chinese audience, the heavenly droughtess seemed to nod in satisfaction. A slightly hoarse voice came out of the beautiful face. Wandering the world for millions of years, I have long since seen the evil of the human heart, but I don't care how evil the evil is. All I know is that there are still good people in the world. As long as goodness still exists in the world, then I, the heavenly droughtess, will still harbor China. The sound was accompanied by a heat wave. Suddenly, a Chinese old man's body was stunned. Immediately afterward the body trembled wildly with excitement. I know who she is. We all owe her a debt of gratitude. A shaky voice exploded within the agitated body. Many of the young Chinese looked at each other in disbelief, but still waited quietly for the old Chinese to continue speaking. Chapter 170 Anubis vs. Drought Demon. The heavenly drought, whose real name is Drought. It is the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, the first ancestor of humanity, the ancient female god of war. In the battle of the Yellow Emperor's conquest of Chi Yu, the heavenly droughtess stopped the wind and rain with her divine power and made a great achievement. The words uttered by the old Huaxia man with respect on his face spread throughout the national fortune space. The faces of the masses of the nations froze a little. They obviously did not expect the seemingly harmless woman in green to have such strength. The high and mighty look of the Egyptian nation likewise slowly disappeared. The heavenly drought girl's brilliant battle results emboldened them. As for Anubis, the desert god of death in the ring, his face was as gloomy as water. The heavenly droughtess described in the mouth of the old Huaxia man made him feel endless pressure. Amidst the frenzied gazes of the Chinese and the fearful eyes of the crowds in the various countries, there was a young Huaxia man who spoke excitedly to the old Huaxia man. The heavenly drought was once this powerful. I'm afraid she's going to be even more powerful now. Excited voices echoed through the space of the national transportation. Both further fueled the excitement in the hearts of the wasps. It has also deepened the boundless terror that is bred within the masses of nations. However, while the masses of the countries were terrified, a trace of despondency spread across the face of the old Chinese man. On the contrary, after defeating Qi Yu, the heavenly droughtess lost her divine position and became a lonely ghost floating in the world. Not only that, but as the heavenly droughtess who carries the power of heat, she causes a drought that evaporates all moisture wherever she goes. The Chinese have forgotten her merits and abhor her. Her name today is known to the world as Drought. The old man let out a deep sigh. A low voice told of the tragedy that had happened to the heavenly drought. In the sound of a low voice, the heavenly droughtess looked slightly gloomy, as if she was regretting for what happened 10,000 years ago. The excited looks of the Chinese who heard these words froze on their faces. Perhaps they were not clear on the 3 words drought of heaven, but the word drought demon had been deeply engraved in their hearts since they were young. Ancestor of the 4 great zombies, one of the 10 great demon gods, the drought demon is the devil in the perception of all Chinese people. The cruelty and ferocity of the imagination contrasts with the feats of the present day. The hearts of the Chinese people couldn't help but feel cut off. The old man's voice froze the excitement of the Chinese, but it releases the fear that grows savagely in the hearts of the masses of nations. The repression brought on by the infinite panic was released in an instant. The most repressed of them, the Egyptian nation, unleashed its malice against China to its heart's content. Ha ha ha, a lone soul? Do you not know that the great Anubis is the nemesis of all lonely souls? Huaxia is finished. Huaxia is finished. It turns out that China, which is invincible all over the world, is so weak that it makes people laugh. Egypt is the true hegemon of the world. Under the sun god Ra, Egypt will unify the blue planet. The wild mocking sounds of the Egyptian nation drew anger on the bewildered looks of the Chinese. On the one hand, anger at the contempt of the Egyptian nation. On the one hand, they are also angry that they don't even remember the heroes of China. Under the mockery of the Egyptian nation and the anger of the Chinese, the gloom on Anubis' face melted away. A smile of control emerged from the corner of his mouth. Even if they had not yet fought the heavenly drought, Anubis had identified in his mind the woman who had struck fear into him. Wouldn't be his match at all. Get down on your knees and beg for mercy. I can send you into the cycle of reincarnation, or you will be devoured by my pet. Anubis gently slams his scepter into the ring. A crisp ringing sound vibrated above the ring, revealing a spell formation inscribed with bizarre patterns. The spell formation was like the surface of a lake blown up by a breeze, showing gusts of distortion. And after, in the middle of the phalanx, a monster with the head of a crocodile, the upper body of a lion and the hind legs of a hippopotamus crawls out. The monster let out a strange roar like a hippopotamus neighing and a lion roaring. Sound waves that seemed to be able to tear everything apart swept the national fortune ring, bringing up an endless amount of debris. The masses of the nations were shaken to their very core by the roar. Most people are in their 7 orifices. There was even blood flowing. However, the Fandong as well as the heavenly drought demon that roared directly in front of him did not show any abnormalities. Debris accompanied by a roar scraped across where Fandong was. The corners of Fandong's clothes didn't even produce any movement. He used his right hand to gently fan the dust away from in front of him, the contempt and mockery on his face causing anger to erupt in the monster's eyes. The heavenly droughtess, on the other hand, slowly descended in her form towards the national fortune ring after the debris scraped by. Under her patronage, all the Chinese people were not affected by a single ripple of the roar. Ho! The monster saw that Fandong as well as the heavenly drought demon hadn't suffered any damage, and a monstrous rage flared in his eyes. A low ho full of murderous intent exploded from his throat. The monster's thick legs bowed slightly as its lion-like body prostrated itself. The strange body contained a majestic power. The attack that was about to be launched seemed as if it was going to prove itself. However, just as the taut body was about to rush out like an arrow from a string, Anubis suddenly called him to a halt. Amit, stand down. These two have done evil. The soul will inevitably be devoured by you. The grim gaze on Anubis' wolf head was fixed on the distant heavenly drought as well as Fandong. A gaze like that of a wild beast made Fandong as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. The pounding pressure made him cringe. The gods of the Egyptian lineage all had animal characteristics, and therefore for humans, they are more intimidating than other gods. While Fandong was desperately trying to resist Anubis' intimidation, it was as if Amit had received a holy decree from Anubis. Monstrous body with a slightly lowered crocodile-like head. The figure flickered away from the spell. In the meantime, Anubis withdrew his intimidatingly grim gaze. He scrutinized the bronze-colored scepter in his hand. with a meticulous look as if he had forgotten that he was in the national luck ring. But Fandon did not request that the heavenly drought take this opportunity to launch an attack on Anubis. It's not because of how noble Fandong is, simply because Fandon held the scepter from Anubis' hand. A gradually converging aura of terror was felt. This terrifying aura tickled the energy shot down by the sun. Endless energy converged on the sun scepter, and brilliant light blossomed on the scepter. Between the flashes of light, a terrifying aura converged to the peak. Anubis' wolf face filled with tugging above him, raising his scepter high into the sky. Sun Ra, please give strength to your sincerity. The voice exploded, and a pillar of light that dimmed the sky and the earth was projected onto Anubis. Bathed in a pillar of light pouring down, Anubis plunged his scepter hard into the ground. It was like a scepter with the weight of a majestic mountain, slamming heavily into the ring of national fortune, a gully that looked like a rift in the sky. Starting with the scepter, spread towards the heavenly drought. Chapter 171, The Gods Imprisoned in the Deadly Desert. In the midst of the cracks the wronged souls wailed. A lone ghost once again burrowed through the cracks and wandered above the national luck ring. Between the wailing and hissing, the cracks grew larger and larger. By the time it spread to the drought of the celestial maiden, the crack almost split the national luck ring in half. Fierce ghastly winds whistled out of the cracks. The long green coat of the heavenly drought lady was blown by the gloomy wind. The Chinese audience behind the heavenly drought was horrified by the eerie aura that poured out of the gap, and the crowds of the nations were equally shocked by the canyon-like rift, just facing directly at the heavenly droughtess that was like a rift in the sky. There was no shock showing on his face. She looked bemused and stomped her foot gently in place. The crack that was spreading at an extremely fast speed stopped abruptly at her feet. The trembling ring of national fortune gradually subsided. Immediately afterward a stream of magma that flowed out of the incinerated space filled the canyon. Magma poured out as if from every inch of space, filling the bottomless canyon. The canyon was filled with lava at a rate visible to the naked eye. The whistling ghastly wind gradually subsided, but the wailing of the wronged souls became even more mournful. Anubis watched as the chasm in front of him gradually filled with lava. The gloom that had disappeared from his face returned once more. The calm, bland heart fluttered, but Anubis forced down his fear in order to maintain a bland demeanor. Raging magma emanated scorchingly from the chasm. Each churn of the magma crashed and splashed sparks like a rain of fire. Anubis was unafraid of the sparks flying, but Isis could only warily and carefully avoid it. Physically far weaker than Anubis he was. Neither dared to get too close to Anubis for fear of the ripple effect of the searing breath, nor did he dare stray too far from Anubis for fear that no one would block the roiling sparks for him. Look at the deadbeat Anubis. The corner of Fandong's mouth curled up into a teasing smile. The moment the smile appeared, the magma that was about to fill the rift valley started boiling steeply. Anubis could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. A sense of deadly danger caused his heart to suddenly tighten. The explosive power contained in his body was released in the twinkling of an eye. The figures of Anubis as well as Isis moved away from the center of the ring at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. A split second after Anubis' figure disappeared, where he was just now, a fire dragon broke through the national fortune ring and reached the depths of the heavenly dome. Anubis watched the fire dragon's flight with fear in the back of his eyes. If it wasn't for the timely avoidance of the fire dragon the moment it rushed out, I'm afraid he has long since become a dead soul under the mouth of the fire dragon by now. Watching the fire dragon gradually dissipate into the depths of the sky, Anubis no longer dared to be careless and gullible, and the arrogance on his face turned into a look of gravity. He simply couldn't imagine that a wronged spirit with such power could exist in the world. I'm the one who underestimated you. You're a wronged soul far from any other soul. Anubis held just the scepter of the sun in his right hand, the blazing heat coming from his hand soothing the fear in his heart. There was no fluctuation on the sky droughtess's bland complexion. Just the moment the scorching heat surged out of his body once more, the wreckage of the national fortune ring allowed the voice of the heavenly Tao to announce the shift of the battlefield. Given that the ring of nations cannot withstand a divine battle, the battlefield has shifted to the middle of the deadly desert. The sound of the heavenly Tao resounded, causing the four figures on the national fortune ring to disappear in an instant. A curtain of light that manifested the deadly desert replaced the tattered national fortune ring. A sense of heavenly rotation surrounded Fandong. When the dizziness disappeared, Fandong scanned the world. The deadly desert had been the battleground where he faced Apollo, the god of the sun, and Loki, the god of fraud. The sun here has Apollo as well as Loki as its source of power, and added the power of Hoi. It has a certain degree of advantage over Anubis, who worships the power of the sun, but the heavenly drought is also known as the drought. The arid environment likewise favors the drought lady. Feeling the hot rays cast by the sun, Isis didn't realize that the sky drought's power was growing as well. The trepidation on his face completely disappeared, and he opened his mouth arrogantly at Fandong. The Desert Reaper is located in the middle of the deadly desert. The already formidable strength will be multiplied many times over. With this lone spirit that you have summoned, what can stand in the way of my Egyptian kingdom's conquest? Isis spoke arrogantly, as if tickling the sun in the sky. The fiery glow grew more intense, and Apollo, as well as Loki's silhouette, was projected in a trance by the light. Kill Fandong, destroy Wasia. The sound that came from every part of heaven and earth caused every grain of sand in the deadly desert to vibrate. Apollo's as well as Loki's silhouettes had grim faces, and there was undisguised hatred for Fandong in their eyes. To the outside world, it seems that only a few dozen days have passed since Hoi sealed the two. However, for Apollo as well as the Rocky duo, tens of millions of years have long since passed. Under the scorching heat of millions of years, the loneliness and the heat almost drove Apollo as well as Loki's soul mad. Now seeing his enemy Fandong appear within the deadly desert once again, the two hated to break Fandong into pieces. The vast divine might of the sun escaped between heaven and earth, and Anubis bathed in the sunlight pouring down on him, his power skyrocketing inch by inch. Just as Apollo and Loki went even more crazy to imbue Anubis with power, a kunai's chirp turned into a sharp sword, cutting Apollo and Loki's silhouettes off at the waist. Apollo, as well as Loki's soul, are not the only ones remaining within the deadly desert. Hoi's power exists in the deadly desert. The sudden dimming of the sun awakened Anubis, who was intoxicated by the growth of his power. Intent on recollecting the surge of power, Anubis slowly opened his slightly closed eyes. Two blazing rays of light shot out of the grim wolf's eyes. Wherever the light passed, space distorted and gravel turned into lava flow. The crowd within the National Fortune Space was shocked by the scenes taking place within the deadly desert. No one could have imagined that the silhouettes of Apollo and Loki still existed within the deadly desert. No one expected Apollo and Loki to transmit power for Anubis either. Realize that between each of the divine systems, even if it's not immortal, it doesn't contribute to the power of other god systems. But Apollo and Loki is two gods of two different divine systems. Surprisingly, the same imbued Anubis of another god's lineage with power. The only explanation is that Apollo and Loki are so mad with hatred for Fandango. The light released in his eyes slowly subsided. The scepter of the sun in Anubis' hand slowly plunged into the gravel. The piercing shrill of metal rubbing against gravel echoed above the deadly desert. It was as if a maniacal hue and cry was offered for the might of Anubis. After the sun scepter was firmly planted in the gravel, Anubis releases his right hand from holding the scepter of the sun and embraces the sky, followed by a reverent yell to the heavens. Chapter 172 Extradition of the Dead Souls of the Gods. O great sun god Ra, please let go of your bonds to the two gods. Let me extradite two gods for Egyptian splendor. The great roar of piety gradually fell away. Fandong's eyes were slightly lost in thought, and his face brought up a bit of bewilderment. The sun within the deadly desert was forged by Hoi, Apollo, and the power of Loki, Ra, the sun god of the Egyptian pantheon. What gives him control over the sun created by Hoi? And just in the moment when Fandong lost his concentration, blazing pillars of red light shot from the sun scepter straight up into the sky. Fandong's gaze followed the red pillar of light deeper into the sky. Only the end of the pillar of light was visible. The sky melted out into a huge hollow. In the hollow, the silhouette of a man with an eagle's head and a sun god disc headdress appeared out of thin air. The man was surrounded by serpentine guards. Sharp eagle eyes looked disdainfully at the crowd within the deadly desert. Anubis, the god of death. Under the gaze of the stern eyes, Ra spoke slowly like an emperor. There was a majesty in his voice that made everything in the world submit. Anubis sniffed and his burly body snapped to his knees. The head, shaped like a wolf's head, was buried deep in the gravel. I grant your request. Ra's voice continued to ring out. At the same time as the voice, the serpentine guard flew out of Ra's side and merged into the sun. The sun that never goes out after the serpentine guards are integrated. The light steeply became bright and flickering. Immediately after, a deep black crack gradually appeared on the surface of the sun. Let the universal light awaken the world. Ra seemed to be very pleased with the cracking of the sun. A magnificent voice filled with divinity came out of his eagle's beak. As the voice fell, the column of light started with the hollow and was quickly eaten away by space. The moment the pillar of light was completely eaten away, sun god Ra's figure suddenly dissipated in the void. In the meantime, the cracks in the sun's surface are gradually widening. At the end of the day it made the sun split in half. Boom! The roar that made heaven and earth tremble echoed through the world. The crack poured out a light that dimmed heaven and earth. The blasted debris smashed onto the desert like a meteorite from the sky. Rolls of smoke rose from the rubble, melting the surrounding gravel. The light that dulled the world slowly dissipated. The deadly desert was shrouded in a layer of black invisibility. Today the deadly desert lives up to its name. The deathly silence of the unknown enveloped the desert, and the rolling heat struck fear into the heart of any man. Only the shroud of darkness lasted only an instant. The sun scepter stuck in the middle of the desert emits a burning light. The sun scepter replaces the sun in the sky and brings light to the deadly desert. And the figures of Apollo, in the guise of the sun, as well as Loki, appeared in the sky in the light of day. They were dressed in their fancy clothes, which had long since become tattered and, on the face as wretched as a beggar's. There were eyes flashing with a light called hatred. Fandong, did you know there would be a day? The sound of gnashing teeth exploded in the air. Apollo, as well as Loki, wanted to eat Fandang alive. Inside the national transportation space, an irrepressible excitement grew in the hearts of the Nordic Empire, as well as the masses of the Olympian nation. If this battle of national fortunes is lost by Huaxia, it is not unlikely that the Norse Empire and Olympus were blessed by the presence of Apollo as well as Loki in the heavens. The excitement in their hearts drove the nationals of both countries to wild cheering. After all, the two countries had been close to extinction under the strikes of Huaxia. If we can take advantage of this opportunity to pull the wool over China's eyes, that's a splash of riches. 2. The excitement in the hearts of the masses in both countries was undisguised. What happened next, however, was different from what they had imagined. Inside the deadly desert, with his head buried in the gravel, Anubis slowly rose from the ground. As Anubis stood up, the desert in front of him opened up steeply into a bottomless abyss. The abyss seemed to be connected to the 9 underworlds, and gusts of coldness were revealed from it. Anubis turned his wolf's head toward the sky. A grim gaze locked onto the souls of Apollo and Loki. In the midst of everyone's incredulous stares, Anubis' voice rang out. In the name of Ra, the sun god, extradite 2 gods into the cycle of reincarnation. The voice fell slowly. The faces of the Nordic Empire as well as the masses of the Olympus kingdom within the national fortune space brought up a mockery. Apollo and Loki are both top gods. What qualifications does a god of death belonging to the Egyptian gods have to extradite the souls of Apollo and Loki? Light laughter and mocking sounds rang out one after another from the Nordic Empire as well as the Olympus kingdom audience. But Apollo and Loki's sudden lapse into stagnation caused the smiles to disappear from their faces. Apollo and Loki are as mesmerized by the voice of Anubis. The soul seemed to transform into a corpse manipulated by Anubis and drifted towards Anubis' location. As the soul drifted to the body of Anubis, 2 yellowish-white bandages broke out of the desert. Bandage after bandage was wrapped around Apollo's as well as Loki's soul. 2 mummies soon came into view. It's just that the bandages wrapped around Apollo's as well as Loki's souls in time, but it doesn't completely bind Apollo as well as Loki. Raging power ravaged the bandages that bound the soul. The yellowish-white bandages show signs of cracking, yet Anubis was in no way panicked. He danced oddly and continued to open his mouth with reverent fervor. Your last wish, I will do it for you. Throw yourself into the cycle of reincarnation. This is the oracle of the sun god Ra. Anubis, as the messenger of the extradition of the dead, had in his voice a suppression of the dead that was unique to him. The dead souls though are the top gods of the Norse god system as well as the Olympian god system respectively. But after Anubis made a promise to avenge them, the power of the struggle in the yellowish-white bandages dissipated. Apollo and Loki seem to have resigned themselves to their fate. Place your hopes for revenge against Fandin on Anubis. The masses of the Nordic Empire as well as the Olympian nation saw this. The face was somber, the eyes bleak, and he fell into an oppressive silence. And Anubis doesn't care about the mood of the masses in both countries. He jerked out the scepter of the sun stuck in the desert. The light emanating from the scepter shone even brighter for a moment. Then Anubis tapped the void with his scepter. An invisible force threw the 2 mummies into the abyss. The mummies seemed to fall into the crater of a volcano as if they were rubble. The suddenness made the abyss spew madly like a volcano erupting. Vast raging power poured into Anubis' body. After being empowered by the souls of the 2 gods, Anubis' power rose higher and higher. The heavenly Draudis's gaze flickered slightly. From the aura Anubis displayed before her, she smelled the slightest hint of threat. Not waiting for her to respond though, a yellowish-white bandage, like a viper lurking in the desert, burrowed out of the gravel. The yellow and white bandages continued to shake, and suddenly, with a thunderous momentum, they wrapped around towards the heavenly Draudis. Chapter 173 Hoi, the Junior, apologizes to the Drought Demoness. The bandages wrapped around the Sky Drought's body with lightning speed. Even though the heavenly Draudis had unrivaled divine power, she was still entangled into a huge cocoon by the constant stream of bandages drilling out. Inside the national transportation space, the Huaxia crowd's breath froze with at the moment the cocoon was formed. Worry for the heavenly Draudis filled their hearts, and the Egyptian masses were thrown into an even more frenzied excitement. The inferiority complex in the face of Huaxia shattered with the formation of the cocoon. The roar that vented the inferiority complex in his heart was followed by a raging explosion in the audience. Is this the only strength of the Chinese gods? It's also too weak. A lone soul is worthy to be an enemy of Anubis. The god of death who extradites dead souls? Not self-serving, deserves to be made into a mummy by Anubis. The succession of mocking and insulting voices from the Egyptian audience made the hearts of the Chinese crowd depressing. The heavenly drought once burned everything for China, and now you have to suffer the humiliation of foreign curmudgeons for the sake of China. How could they, the Chinese people, quell the indignation in their hearts? Compelled by anger, a roar from the bottom of his heart was unleashed by the Chinese. Lord Sky Droudis, please release your hot power. Don't suppress your power for Huaxia anymore. Please unleash your power to your heart's content and destroy the weak gods of the Egyptian divine lineage. Once it was we, Huaxia, who did you wrong. you are not a lonely ghost. You are a god that Huaxia will always honor. Even though the heavenly drought, who was in the deadly desert, couldn't hear the yelling of the Chinese, but the Chinese still had to express the guilt in their hearts for the drought of the heavenly maiden. A loud roar seemed to penetrate the barrier of space. In the giant cocoon formed by the yellowish-white bandages wrapped around it, the power of aridity spread through the bandages and into the deadly desert. Anubis' wolf face showed anthropomorphic horror above it. The narrow wolf's eyes likewise shrank to pinpricks from shock, but the yellowish-white bandages quickly cut off the power of the drought. Although the cocoon rose and fell back and forth rhythmically like breathing, it always limited the power of the heavenly droughtess. The heavenly droughtess in the cocoon poured out her own power crazily, yet the arid power released within his body was never able to break through the bandages. In the thousands of years of wandering as a lone soul, the heavenly droughtess sealed herself from the power of drought within her body to avoid bringing disaster to China. Nowadays Anubis is powerful after adding Apollo's as well as Loki's divine power. The power of aridity that had not been utilized for a long time was currently hidden deep within the heavenly droughtess and could not be spewed out. A hint of anger appeared on the sky drought lady's bland face. The green clothes on his body were drenched in a fiery red color. The white face vaguely cracked with magma fissures like volcanic gullies. But no matter how angry the heavenly droughtess was, the arid power in his body was never able to be fully mobilized. At the same time that the heavenly droughtess was furious, the cries of the Huaxia masses within the national fortune space had subsided. Every single Chinese person was nervously looking at the huge cocoon that wrapped the heavenly drought demon, the tension in their hearts making them breathless. If anything, the only Chinese who maintained a relaxed demeanor, perhaps only Fan Dong within the deadly desert. Even if the heavenly drought was imprisoned in a cocoon, Fan Dong still had a chesty smile on his face, only because after the sun god Ra breaks the sun, it wasn't just the souls of Apollo as well as Loki that were released. The divine power of Hoi, which turned Apollo's as well as Loki's souls into the sun of this world, was likewise released. You know, Hoi is a god who can kill Apollo as well as Loki in seconds, even if there is only a trace of its power left. That augmentation of the celestial drought is also far stronger than Apollo's and Loki's augmentation of Anubis. One thought in this, Fan Dong's divinity blossomed. The exorcism eye technique from the 72 earthly fate laws was released in the twinkling of an eye. What remains within the deadly desert is only a smattering of Hoi's power though, but it is also perfectly acceptable to be seen as a god to be exorcised. The Hoi divine power that drifted between heaven and earth gradually converged in the sky, and then it formed into a stout man dressed in an ancient animal skin. This man is none other than Hoi. Hoi stepped on the void, his eyes as sharp as a falcon's looking down on everything within the deadly desert. The ecstatic faces of the Egyptian masses within the space of the national fortune froze violently. From Hoi's body, they could feel an aura even more powerful than that of the supreme god Ra. Fear spread through the Egyptian audience and inferiority complexes once again formed from the hearts of the Egyptian masses. Only the Wahini crowd didn't take advantage of the opportunity to taunt. Their gazes were still fixed on the deadly desert. Inside the deadly desert, once Hoi's shadow was formed, immediately, Fan Dong dispersed the exorcism technique. This is his respect for the ancient god Hoi. And after, a pleading voice rang out of Fan Dong's mouth. Hoi, great god, the curmudgeons of all races are infesting Huaxia. My junior Fan Dong implores the great god Hoi to come to his rescue. At those words, Hoi's eagle-like eyes flickered slightly. As one of the top gods in the world, he had long since seen the situation within the deadly desert. A flash of anger surfaced on Hoi's face, and his stern aura swung out from the sky. The sun I created has never been dared to destroy. How dare you little gods disobey my will? The voice exploded from the depths of the celestial dome, and Hoi's gaze was fixed dead center on Anubis. A long bow formed by flames floated in his hand. An arrow, also formed from flames, formed. The bow is like the full moon, and the arrow is like a falling star. Facing Hoi's drawn bow and arrow, Anubis had no doubt that Hoi only had to shoot 3 arrows, then he will surely die. The terrifying power emanating from the arrow made Anubis' scalp numb. Cold sweat the size of soybeans slid down Anubis' forehead. As a god in charge of death, it was the first time Anubis had ever felt that death was imminent. It was just a relief to his mind. Hoi slowly moved away from the longbow aimed at him. The bow and arrow drawn like a full moon was aimed at the huge cocoon that imprisoned the heavenly droughtess, accompanied by arrows shooting out like meteors towards the giant cocoon. Hoi's voice followed. Elder droughtess, the late Hoi apologizes to you on behalf of Huaxia. The moment the voice fell, the arrow like a meteorite shot above the cocoon. The arrow stirred up the yellow sand in the sky and raised a raging heat wave. Amidst the yellow sand flying, a cluster of flames suddenly appeared from the cocoon's position. Between the fire leaps, the yellowish-white bandages that made up the cocoon were dyed a fiery red by the flames. The gaps formed by the bandage wraps are like the gullies that form on the surface of a volcano. The magma brewing in the gully revealed itself to be furiously hot. The flying gravel around them turned to be melted by the scorching breath, turning into red-colored magma that wrapped the cocoon. Subsequently, the cocoon wrapped in magma suddenly exploded. A crimson-colored silhouette suddenly flew out of the cocoon. Chapter 174. What will be brought to China will no longer be a calamity. The air temperature within the searingly hot deadly desert steeply rose once again. The scorching heat even caused the gravel at the figure's location to melt into lava. Anubis, who had just been flooded with relief from Hoi's celebrations of dropping his edge. Inside, it was as if they were stuck in the mud of fear. The sizzling breath that came to his face caused his body to tremble as if he had been electrocuted. Don't give me that pretense. Anubis' eyes were crimson, and the sudden viciousness that flooded his mind forced down the fear in his heart. The scepter of the sun, which struck the ground with a furious roar, gave vent to the repression in his heart. Bang! The scepter of the sun fell, splashing yellow sand in all directions. An earth dragon starts with a sun scepter, lurking beneath the gravel. It broke ground toward the figure. The earth dragon disturbed the boundless gravel, as if it carried a might that shook heaven and earth. However, at the time of killing in front of the silhouette, the rapidly lengthening rumbling desert came to an abrupt end. A slightly mournful word then rang out. This time, what I bring to Huaxia will no longer be a calamity. The sound exploded. The roiling yellow sand flying within the death desert was suddenly cleared by a force. Only a woman whose entire body was wrapped in lava stood proudly in midair. Drought. Fan Dong's pupils shrunk. In order not to bring calamity to Huaxia, the heavenly droughtess sealed herself from the power of the inferno drought. Maybe the drought now. It was the true fighting form of the heavenly drought. As Anubis looked on in horror, the dryad slowly raised his head. The lava that covered his body flowed down from his body, exposing a stunningly beautiful face to the eyes of the crowd. The crimson color inscribed with strange patterns added a bit of demonic to the stunning face. Sharp teeth gave the beautiful face a fierce look. A pair of feathers made of lava unfolded from behind, blazing fire rendering the sky. Inside the national transportation space, the appearance of the drought demon did not inject any excitement into the Chinese audience. Even because of the drought demon's mournful words, it made many Chinese people have despondency appear in their hearts. They can't imagine just how much aggravation and resentment is involved. It was only then that drought demon, the hero of China, uttered the words, "It will not bring calamity to China." The Chinese audience was despondent and depressed, and there was no joy in the Egyptian audience. Even if separated by the barriers of space, this group of people could still feel the terrifying power of the heavenly droughtess after she transformed into a drought demon. Although Anubis had long since gained a significant increase in strength after extraditing the dead souls of the two gods, but against the dryads, no Egyptian could be confident that Anubis would be victorious. The space of national fortune was plunged into an eerie silence because of the silence of the spectators of Huaxia as well as the country of Egypt. Inside the deadly desert, the magma feathers behind the drought demon lifted their wings. The figure slowly fell from mid-air. A pair of bare feet stepped on the gravel, running scorched footprints across it. The charred black footprints gradually extended in the direction of Anubis. The magma converged into a long crimson sword in the drought demon's hand. Black patterns flowed across the long sword, and the tip of the sword traced a long dark line across the desert. Immediately after, the magma plumes lifted their wings and the entirety of the dryad disappeared in an instant. The crimson sword light cut through, and Anubis' pupils suddenly shook dramatically. The bronze-colored sun scepter hastily stood in front of his body, and the clanging sound of weapons colliding exploded with it. Clank! Anubis' body flew backwards and buried itself deep in the gravel. Ahem! Poof! The yellow sand cleared and Anubis coughed to reveal himself. The sun scepter in his hand was bent, and his mouth full of grit had left him in an extreme state of disarray. Anubis the Great! Anubis is actually injured. He was actually injured by a lone spirit. What the hell is this heavenly drought demon? Why is it capable of being so powerful? There was a gasp from the audience of the Egyptian nation in the national game space. The slightly despondent mood of the Chinese crowd, on the other hand, couldn't help but be slightly uplifted. As if sensing the excitement of the Chinese masses, the wings behind the dryad flapped once again. The magma divine sword in his hand emitted an invisible wave of heat, gathering the power of the world. As Excalibur gathered all the power in the world, the light that erupted from Excalibur caused the light from the scepter of the sun to dim slightly, while the light shines universally in the world. A crimson sword blade appeared like a shark's fin, charging along the sandy surface towards Anubis. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked. A stream of lava erupted from underneath. Within the entire deadly desert, it was a scene of doom. Anubis was in a rage. At the moment when the crimson sword awnings were about to kill him, he suddenly laughed up to the sky. The sound of maniacal laughter echoed across the sky. One yellowish-white bandage after another grew out of the desert like bamboo shoots after the rain. The bandage turned into a barrier against the crimson sword blade. Shards of yellowish-white bandages broke apart, roiling scraps of cloth covering Anubis' body. I extradite souls. I weigh good and evil. The good go straight to heaven. The evil fall to hell. Will your soul dare to be weighed? A majestic and holy voice came out of the bandage fragments. A scale engraved with a wolf's head, with a golden color all over, slowly floated in the midst of the fragments of bandages in the sky. The scales of good and evil. Anubis' instrument for judging the dead. It's also the weapon he uses to dominate the fate of the undead. Under the shelter of the scales of good and evil, the fear on Anubis' face vanished without a trace. Hoi's power was gone after an arrow was shot. Being the extradition and judge of the dead, would Anubis be afraid of a lone soul? The drought demon's attack was easily parried by the scales of good and evil. Every flicker of sword light is annihilated in the scales of good and evil. Anubis raised the scepter of the sun high in his hand. The light emanating from the scepter gradually overpowered the light of the divine sword in the drought demon's hand. Be judged. With Anubis pointing the solar scepter at the dryads, the scales of good and evil steeply disappeared from their original position. When he reappeared, he had already appeared underneath the drought demon. The scales of good and evil lifted the dryads high. An implacable force imprisoned the dryad in the scales of good and evil. A flash of doubt appeared in the drought demon's cold, brutal eyes. No matter how much she struggled, she was never able to break free from the confines of the scales of good and evil, and a trace of shock and heaviness flashed across Fandong's face. The scales of good and evil have a natural suppression of spirits. The heavenly drought incarnate dryad still escapes the fate of the soul. In the face of the balance of good and evil, even the most horrific power can play no role at all. Watch the dryad struggle in vain on the palette of the scales of good and evil. The corners of Anubis' mouth quirked up in mockery as he leaned back and spoke. The good and evil of the soul has long been revealed in the actions of the past. Thy soul, good or evil? After the voice reached the sky, it slowly fell. A feather appeared out of thin air on the other tray of the scales of good and evil. The feather seemed to have invoked heaven and earth, and there was a spiritual light in the sky that converged into a picture. Amidst the convergence of spiritual light, the experiences of the heavenly drought girl's life gradually appeared. Chapter 175, Seal the Drought Demon as the 9 Heavenly Droughtas. Inside the National Transportation Space, while the experiences of the heavenly drought girl's life were gradually revealed, the audience in the country of Egypt has long been in a frenzy. No matter how powerful this wild spirit is, the great god Anubis is the nemesis of the lone spirit. Humph! A lone soul dares to be arrogant with the great god Anubis? I really don't know how he died. It was just a false alarm. A lone ghost is just a ghost. It can't make any waves. From the imminent defeat of Anubis to the summoning of the scales of good and evil to reverse the drought, the crowds in the country of Egypt experienced emotional ups and downs. The ups and downs made them unable to resist shouting taunts towards the Chinese crowd. It seems that only mockery of the Chinese can vent the fear that was once pent up in their hearts. A sound of mockery against the dryads became a weapon for the Egyptian nation to attack the Chinese. The Chinese audience. The suppressed anger was like a volcano that was about to erupt, causing all the Chinese people to turn red in the face. A voice of anger towards the Egyptian nation drowned out the mocking voices coming from the Egyptian gallery. The Chinese don't care if the situation within the deadly desert is good or bad, as long as someone dares to insult the gods that guard China. Then the Chinese people will let them know the ferocious might belonging to the Chinese people. The anger of the crowds in both countries intensified. A baby's cry from within the deadly desert quelled the fury of the crowds in both countries. Only the sky of the deadly desert was visible. The experiences of the life of the heavenly drought appeared in the eyes. Among the ancient tribes, an emperor with a majestic and benevolent face was carrying a baby girl in his arms. The baby girl was born with a reddish-colored stripe between her foreheads. It is born with the power of heat and drought. And then the scene shifts and the baby girl gradually grows into a young girl. The young girl was dressed in green and had a stunning appearance. The ruddy lines between her forehead gave her a demonic beauty, and the kindness of her nature makes her look good and friendly. Yet through the ages, good people have not been rewarded. The young girl is suddenly very ill and her life hangs in the balance. When the young girl was seriously injured and on the verge of death, the soul of a harpy descends from the sky and merges with the soul of the maiden. Although his life is no longer in danger, his appearance has changed abruptly. The green silk becomes snow and the skin is like scorched earth. His eyes were as red as lava, and water vapor steamed around him. The original plump body is as withered as a skeleton, and the grass and trees are withered wherever he steps. Ever since then, the young girl enclosed herself away from the world to avoid bringing disaster to the world. Living alone for who knows how long, the young girl always remained light and kind, until a token arrow exploded from the depths of the sky. The screen showing the young girl abruptly shifted to a battlefield. The battlefield was a scene of devastation, with mountains of broken bodies and bones. The majestic and benevolent emperor was besieged by a flood of destruction. Seeing the imminent defeat of the army, he had no choice but to throw the arrow toward the sky. The young girl broke through the clouds with the power of the burning sky and drought. Where his bare feet stepped, thousands of miles of cloudy clouds burst apart, and torrential rain turned into steam rising. The flood waters recede and the majestic and benevolent emperor wins the war. But the body of the young girl was burned by the drought power of the burning sky, and her soul wandered the world carrying the power of the drought. Wherever the spirit passes, the ground is bare and the riverbed is at the bottom. the emperor relented and exiled him to the north of the Red Water, and the northwestern wilderness has since become scorched earth. As for the Chinese masses, who bore its favors to avoid the pain of war, they regarded it as a plague and expelled it with sacrifices. But bearing the loathing of the Chinese masses, the goodness of the young girl's heart remained undiminished. She sealed herself against the power of aridity, and her fragile soul endured the searing power of aridity for thousands of years. After the sky droughtess sealed herself from the power of drought, the image that appeared within the deadly desert abruptly dissipated. A momentary silence fell within the national luck space. Immediately afterward, the masses of the Indian nation went into suppressed horror. The scales of good and evil weigh the good and evil of the soul. Those whose souls are good are blessed by the scales. Those with evil souls will be severely punished by the scales. From the experiences of the heavenly droughtess as shown in the scales of good and evil, no one can dispute that she will be blessed by the scales of good and evil. One thought in this: inside the deadly desert, the feather on the tray on one side of the scale of good and evil slowly descends. The weight of the feather lifted the soul of the heavenly droughtess high in the air, and after, the scales of good and evil drifted away like broken rays of light, turning into starlight. Only feathers as white as snow remained, floating between heaven and earth. In the midst of fluttering like willow, the feather gradually gathered the power of the world. The power that had imprisoned the heavenly droughtess dissipated abruptly. The celestial drought looked down at the feather as it merged into her chest. As the feather merged into his body, the heavenly droughtess only felt a majestic power bursting out of his limbs and bones. This power converged into a torrent that completely merged the soul of the harvest with the heavenly drought. The heavenly droughtess felt the power within her body. Suddenly, she realized that she had full control over the power of drought. Even the fierceness of the harvest that had contaminated its consciousness had disappeared without a trace. The ruddy skin returned to its fair white color. The bizarre red-colored lines etched on his face closed in at a speed visible to the naked eye. It finally transformed into a flower shaped like a flame, tattooed between his forehead. The fangs in his mouth grew back into human teeth. The two wings behind them also reappear with a sense of holiness. As Fan Dong watched the changes in the heavenly drought demon, his heart surged with endless surprise. There have been words. The drought demon is powerful. It can make the sun god's chariot driven by the ancient god Shiha divert its path. The dryads who could not control the power of drought were able to have such a display of might. The heavenly droughtess who had already fully controlled the power of drought would have strength that no one would dare to imagine. It was just before the heavenly droughtess had completed her metamorphosis. Anubis had felt boundless fear from the drought of the celestial maiden. With just a hint of aura escaping, Anubis couldn't help but have the intention to submit. Deceive the scales of good and evil. I will personally sanction you. Anubis seemed to sense that if he didn't strike again, then he would be disqualified from facing the heavenly drought. Driven by extreme fear, Anubis roared out. The slightly trembling voice blossomed into a vast aura. The yellow sand in the surrounding area flew in the sky due to the burst of chi. Under the cover of the yellow sand, Anubis manipulated the scepter of the sun in his hand. The light emanating from the sun scepter grew hotter and hotter, as if it was a round of sun smashing towards the heavenly droughtess. When Fan Dong saw this, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and he subconsciously released the heavenly emperor's might. The heavenly emperor's shadow broke through the clouds and looked disdainfully at the world. Undisputable heavenly might then surged within the heavens and earth. However, the appearance of the heavenly emperor's shadow did not interrupt Anubis' killing form. It was only because the heavenly emperor's disdainful gaze was fixed on where the heavenly droughtess was. The heavenly emperor's gaze filled with majesty gradually had a softness that appeared. Immediately after, the heavenly emperor flicked his lips, his voice exploding anywhere in the heavens and earth. I am the Jade Emperor. Remembering the heavenly droughtess for her service in protecting China, the ancient female goddess of war, heavenly drought, is hereby appointed as the 9 heavenly droughtess. Chapter 176 Anubis, lost in dignity. The majestic and solemn voice fell. The heavenly emperor's silhouette steeply exploded in the depths of the clouds, and after, a metaphysical power converged from all over the world into the body of the heavenly droughtess. The magma around them seemed to be stirred by an inexplicable force. Between magma spins, an 8 trigrams diagram made of magma slowly emerged from the magma. The heavenly drought demon floating in midair stood on the Bagua diagram. The blazing breath around his body transformed into an arcane spell formation imprinted with 10,000 weapons, protecting his side. The sensation of scorching heat mixed with a stern aura. The raging and vast divinity swung open between heaven and earth. From the sound of the heavenly emperor's voice exploding, to the divinity raging through the world, only a brief moment had passed. But it was this short moment. It was just enough to bring the form of Anubis, who had manipulated his scepter towards the celestial drought to kill, to the side of the celestial drought. Watching the drastic change in the sky drought in a split second, the fear Anubis had forced down overwhelmed him once again. But even though fear fills the mind, the trend of the scepter in his hand smashing down towards the heavenly droughtess could no longer be changed. Anubis had an arrow in his quiver. The viciousness that welled up in his eyes drove him to keep increasing the divine power on the scepter. The blazing light emanating from the sun scepter grew more and more intense. It was as if the sun that had broken within the deadly desert had risen once again. Boom! Light exploded within the deadly desert, and a roar ensued to drown out all sound. When the roar slowly fell silent, like the sun's flickering light was similarly dimmed. Without the sun, the deadly desert is plunged into permanent darkness, a darkness without a single ray of light, as if it could suck the souls of all men. The masses of all the nations within the space of national transportation were thrown into an apprehensive daze. Anubis the Great will win. The Chinese god is just a lonely soul. What will she take to defeat the great god Anubis? Huaxia waits to be overthrown. I, the Egyptian nation, will be able to dominate the world. The mass of the Egyptian nation shook their heads as if electrocuted. Slightly panicked words seemed to comfort and expose the fear in his heart. There was bewilderment appearing on the faces of the Chinese people at the same time. The Emperor of Heaven gave the seal to Anubis' furious outburst. This short instant did not leave them any time to react. Even though it was clear in his mind that after receiving the Heavenly Emperor's bestowal of the seal, the power of the Heavenly Droudus was no longer comparable. But against the full force of Anubis, everyone did not dare to guarantee that the Heavenly Droudus would be able to win. The increasingly oppressive sense of urgency that pervaded the space of national transportation forced the masses of nations to make no more noise. A pair of gazes, expectant with apprehension, all stared intently into the darkness revealed by the deadly desert. Time passes little by little. A voice suddenly rang out within the deadly desert. From now on, it will no longer be calamity that I represent. A crisp female voice swept through the darkness, a flash of flame bringing light into the world. The light expels the darkness with great speed. Everything within the deadly desert was exposed to everyone's eyes. Anubis put everything he had into his form and collapsed in a paralyzed heap hundreds of meters away from the celestial drought. The brass-colored scepter of the sun in his hand shattered into pieces and scattered around Anubis. In the stagnant and godless pupils, there was an unstoppable afterthought surfacing. The hands that trembled out of the stumps revealed his crumbling trinity. Inside the national transportation space, the scene within the deadly desert shook the hearts of all the Chinese people. The voice of the heavenly drought lady made the mood of all the Chinese people stir open even more. As for the Egyptian nation, the apprehension in their eyes had transformed into uneasiness the instant the voice of the heavenly drought lady appeared. And when the images appeared within the dead space, the uneasiness shifted to unbridled horror. Anubis the Great is defeated. How can it be? How can it be? How can Anubis lose to a dead soul? Huaxia has definitely resorted to deception. The great god Anubis is a god who dominates the souls of the dead. How could he lose to a dead soul? The Egyptian nation murmured resignedly. The sense of superiority brought about by the once closed country has been reduced to pieces in this instant. When the Chinese audience heard the Egyptian nation's deadpan words, the anger in their hearts could no longer be suppressed. A sound of mockery and humiliation exploded in the Chinese audience. The heavenly Droudus is not a dead soul. She is the Ing spirit of my China. Only a despicable and shameless small country would call a hero who guards his country a lowly soul. The country of Egypt is but a small country. And what qualifications does the god of a small country have to extradite the spirits of my Chinese nation? The voice of the Chinese crowd was filled with indignation. It didn't just make the crowds in the country of Egypt grimace. It likewise made the masses of both the Nordic Empire and the Olympus Kingdom look ugly. After all, Apollo and Loki were both extradited by Anubis. If the god of a small nation is not worthy to extradite the spirit of a great nation, what does that make the Norse Empire and Olympus? The humiliation in their hearts depressed the masses of the Nordic Empire and Olympus within. Yet they did not dare to say anything more. In front of HWA, it is true that the Nordic Empire and Olympus are only small countries, while the masses of the nations within the space of the national movement were in a different state of mind. The voice of the heavenly drought lady that came from within the deadly desert once again drew the crowd's attention. I am the 9 heavenly maidens, protecting the peace of China for all generations. The voice fell. The form of the heavenly demoness emerged from a cloud of light. The proud and upright body was still suspended in midair. The arcane spell formation lingering around his body flowed with a dazzling luster. The heavenly Droudus' eyes were filled with divinity, and there was a great sense of oppression in her gaze toward Anubis. Under the drought of the celestial drought against Anubis, Fan Dong turned his gaze filled with murderous intent to Anubis, who was paralyzed on the ground. The murderous intent raging in his eyes made his head clench tightly. The whitened knuckles on his palms showed the anger in his heart. Since the Egyptian state wants to take advantage of people's danger at a time when China is in the midst of 101 years, then the country of Egypt should be prepared to accept his Fan Dong's crazy revenge. Step by step, Fan Dong walked slowly towards Anubis, although Anubis' strength can already be called top-notch. However, under the suppression of the heavenly Droudus, Fan Dong was confident that he was not afraid in the slightest. Anubis watched as Fan Dong approached step by step. In his eyes, Fan Dong's smiling and maniacal look was surprisingly no different from the devil. Fear drove Anubis' paralyzed figure backward through the gravel. It was as if he could only feel at peace if he stayed away from Fan Dong. Just how could Anubis stay away from Fandango? The oppression carried by Fandong gradually drove Anubis mad. The roar that followed the mental breakdown exploded. Get away from me! You devil, get away from me! Egypt lost. Don't kill me! Egypt has lost. As a top god, Anubis still had human emotions and desires. Tears and snot mingled on Anubis' face, and the grit stained by the tears and snot made him extremely dirty. But how could Egypt really fail without Isis or Anubis dying? There was still no stopping Fandong's footsteps. The cackle on the gravel echoed through Anubis, tormenting his insides. Just as Fandong was about to sentence Anubis to death, Anubis seemed to think of something and his figure disappeared abruptly. When he reappeared, he grabbed Isis, who was hiding somewhere, and fell to his knees in front of Fandon. Chapter 177, Let him be the new sun. Lord Fandong, this is Isis. Kill him and Huaxia will be victorious. Anubis knelt in front of Fandong, completely abandoning the dignity belonging to a god. His face was fawning, and he wore a face that was as pleasing as a pug's. It seemed that he, Anubis, was willing to do anything for Fandong as long as he could survive. Anubis, who was several meters tall, prostrated himself on the ground and did his best to show his humility in front of Fandong. The head of the bearded wolf full of maleness carefully panted, truly like a domesticated pug. Fandong looked down at the prostrate Anubis with an undisguised teasing and mockery on his face. Inside the national transportation space, the crowd in the country of Egypt was completely frozen. Losing the battle for the nation's favor is not scary for the Egyptian masses. The scary thing is that Anubis, who represents Egypt, bows down to Fandango. The veneration of Anubis in the hearts of the masses of the Egyptian nation collapsed in the fawning of Anubis. The shame brought about by the god's subjugation gave them a burning sensation on their faces. What a ing shame! Anubis is worthy to be a god in the land of Egypt? I have no such trashy gods as Anubis in Egypt. The great sun god Ra will rain down severe punishment on Anubis. The massed voices of the Egyptian nation roared low, doing their best to minimize their presence within the space of the national movement. The pharaoh of the state of Egypt lowered his head even more condescendingly. The shame of divine subjugation almost made him unable to hold his head up in front of the leaders of the nations. It's just that no amount of downgrading of presence can hide the fact that Anubis is the god of the Egyptian state. Mocking and disdainful glances were thrown into the Egyptian audience by the crowds of nations. The strange stares made the Egyptian nation bow their heads and the inferiority complex in their hearts tormented their minds. But fortunately, the sound came out from within the deadly desert in time to attract the attention of the masses of the nations. Kill Isis? Why can't I kill you? Fandong's eyes raged with insane killing intent. Anubis and Isis made no difference in his eyes. Even Fandon wanted Anubis to die at the same time as Isis. Fandong's icy voice caused Anubis' huge body prostrate on the ground to tremble. The panic in his heart was more than enough to stop him from begging loudly for mercy. Lord Fandong, spare me. I, Anubis, am willing to go through fire and water for China for generations. Anubis's body shook like a sieve, his quivering voice barely able to form complete words. But Fandong had long since heard enough of Anubis' pleas for mercy. Golden divinity glowed in his eyes, and the might of the heavenly emperor was precipitously activated. This time, there was no heavenly emperor's shadow breaking through the clouds from the depths of the sky. There was only a pair of large hands made up of the power of heaven and earth, slowly floating in the sky. The great hand carried the power to disturb heaven and earth and press down on Anubis as well as Isis. The terrifying pressure compacted the gravel underneath the two, squeezing their bodies with it. Anubis' massive body drew a huge crater in the gravel, and Isis is just flesh and blood. The body suddenly exploded in the blink of an eye. Flesh and blood and internal organs were squeezed into mush. Bright red blood mixed with yellowish-white pulp seeped into the gravel. The creepy scene caused the masses of nations in the national luck space to vomit. Only Fandong's gaze still carried the coldness of indifference and ruthlessness. The suppression of Lu Hualiang as well as Wang Qin has taught Fandong to do anything to catch up. The catastrophe that the Tianzhu kingdom as well as the Eagle kingdom had brought to Huaxia had made Fandong unwilling to leave any more room for maneuver for any country. Since he dared to launch a war of national fortunes towards China, then Fandong is bound to let these bold countries know the consequences of messing with Huaxia. The explosion of Isis's flesh and blood can only be considered the beginning of Fandon's judgment on Anubis. The pressure pressing down on Anubis gradually intensified, under the suppression of the heavenly Draughtus. Even if Fandong's strength couldn't match what Anubis had, Anubis still had no way to resist Fandong's pressure. Golden blood spilled from the wolf's mouth, and his pupils seemed to be squeezed out by the pressure. Yet just as Anubis was about to walk in Isis' wake, the heavenly Draughtus suddenly spoke softly. Fandong, leave him alive. The soft female voice silently erased Fandong's intimidation. Anubis, who was as if he had a whole mountain weighing him down, was violently relaxed. He was like a drowning man about to die who had been salvaged from the shore and couldn't help but gasp for air. Fandong respectfully glanced at the heavenly drought lady behind him and nodded slightly. The heavenly drought is not the drought that it once was. Perhaps the goodness of heart is indeed not far from seeing as Fan Dong's brutal killings. Liberated from the great mountain, Anubis dared not slow down and kowtowed frantically towards the heavenly Droudus. Between the lifting and lowering of her head, the sky drought spoke once more. The son of this world has broken. Let him be the son of this world. The soft voice fell on Anubis's ears and became a declaration that sentenced him to life imprisonment. The head, desperately knocked down, suddenly froze in mid-air. Be the son of this world. This meant that he, Anubis, was able to preserve his life though, but to survive for an unknown number of years in this lonely world. Apollo also had Loki as company, but he, Anubis, was just alone. Anubis couldn't even begin to think about the loneliness of being alone for millions of years. The fawning face grew hideous, not waiting for Anubis to make any moves. The heavenly Droudus gently raised her arms that looked like lotus roots. The gravel was pulled by an invisible force. It floated up in the air and wrapped around Anubis' body, forming a giant ball of sand. And after, the heavenly Droudus casually spilled fiery magma. The lava emitted a fiery glow that made the sandball a true sun. The sun slowly rose to the surface, flooding every inch of gravel within the deadly desert with light. In the meantime, the heavenly drought's form dissipated. Fan Dong's figure was also wrapped in a cloud of white light. The scene within the deadly desert came to an abrupt end. Fan Dong appeared on top of the nation's fortune ring. After the trial of Isis and Anubis, a chilling coldness lingered in the aura that Fan Dong carried. This coldness that penetrated almost to the bone. Almost instantly, it caused everyone present to wake up from the shock of Anubis becoming in the sun. A horrified gaze was directed at Fan Dong by the masses of the countries. Fan Dong's level of terror in their hearts had once again gotten a huge rise. Beyond the national transportation space, Churchill of the Nordic Empire, MacArthur of the Eagle States, Mahatma Gandhi of the Celestial Kingdom. Even though they had found the means to deal with Huaxia, they still could not help but feel a slight uneasiness in their hearts. If Fan Dong is allowed to continue to win the battle of national fortunes, then even if they found a means to deal with Huaxia, I'm afraid it would be neutralized by Fan Dong. The panic in their hearts drove them to want to launch a national war against Huaxia. However, within the space of national fortunes, the battle of national fortunes between Huaxia and Egypt still hasn't stopped. The sound of the heavenly Tao resounded, propelling the battle of national fortunes. Chapter 178, The Hidden Secrets of the National Fortune Ring. Battle of Nations, China vs. Egypt. Round 1. China wins. The blast of the heavenly voice expelled the horror from the hearts of the Egyptian masses. In its place was uncontrollable horror. Just being terrified won't stop the will of heaven from punishing. The voice of heaven echoed through the horror of the many Egyptian masses. In the battle of the nations, Egypt was defeated. Punish it for gaining the word, blood and water plague. The plague of blood and water, causing the waters of the Nile to be replaced by blood and water, leaving no grass wherever it passes. The punishment of the heavenly will cause the terror in the eyes of the Egyptian masses to gradually fill the air. It was as if a boulder had been born out of thin air inside their chests, blocking them. While repression and fear ravaged the audience of the Egyptian state, the curtain of light that revealed the Nile River emerged from the air above the national luck ring. The waters of the Nile River, which runs through Egypt's borders, took on a blood-red color at a rate visible to the naked eye. The foul odor from the bloody river swept away over the banks. The fishy stench drove away the surrounding life and withered the crops along the way. Even as the fishy odor spread into the distance, the Sphinx crumbled with a loud bang. The fear in the hearts of the Egyptian masses at the sight of the ghastly scene on the banks of the Nile had overwhelmed them. The pyramids, the Nile, the Sphinx, all represent the power of the Egyptian state. The collapse of the Sphinx almost signaled the beginning of the fall of the Egyptian state. No, it can't be. How could the Sphinx have fallen? How could the Egyptian state have fallen? The mass of the Egyptian nation murmured in a disoriented voice. The defeat in the battle of national fortune was too much for them to accept for a while. But even if it is unacceptable, the judgment of the will of heaven will not change. The heavenly will's reward for Huaxia rang out immediately afterward. The battle of national fortunes is won by Huaxia, rewarded for gaining the word, vitality. Vitality sends down heavenly blessings on areas throughout China that have suffered from the effects of disasters, causing the region's environment to improve and its resources to become abundant. The slow ringing of the voice of the heavenly Tao finally calmed the anger and suppression on the faces of the Chinese people. The blessing of heaven on areas that have suffered disaster. It was enough to give the disaster-hit areas of China a respite. The already somber look on the Egyptian crowd's faces became even more somber at this moment. They neither wanted to see Egypt itself struck by catastrophe, much less do they want to see the Chinese state prosper. As the Chinese masses rejoiced and the Egyptian masses crumbled, the voice of heaven still had not yet subsided. The reverberation of the voice of the heavenly Tao in the depths of the heavenly vault attracted crowds of people with varying expressions. Given the strength of the Chinese nation, at the end of this battle of national fortune, the national fortune space disappears. The gods of the nations may descend within real space and conquer each other. In addition to that, the winner of this battle of national fortune will be granted a hidden secret about the national fortune space. The voice of the heavenly Tao slowly fell. The masses of the countries within the national luck space were in a daze for a while. The gods can only descend into the space of the kingdom. This is the consensus of all people around the world. Now the will of heaven is telling everyone that the national space is about to disappear, and it's because Huaxia is too powerful. Everyone simply couldn't comprehend how powerful Huaxia or Fandong really was. The bewilderment of the masses of the nations within the space of the national transportation could not be dissipated for a long time. However, some of the people outside the national luck space had a very different look. MacArthur of the Eagle States, Churchill of the Nordic Empire, Mahatma Gandhi of the Celestial Kingdom, many of the leaders of countries that thought they had the means to deal with Huaxia, their faces fell into uncontrollable ecstasy. Although these countries have found means to be able to deal with Huaxia, however, Fandong's power did not make them very confident in their hearts. If gods could descend into real space, then these countries could have formed a coalition army and invaded China together. Churchill of the Nordic Empire stands atop a dark castle within the dark forest. The innocence on the face of the little girl beside her hadn't changed a bit. The only change was that the dress on her body turned a deep black. With respect and awe in his eyes, Churchill spoke respectfully toward the little girl. "My lord, the end of the Battle of Nations will be the perfect time for us to take revenge on Huaxia. On behalf of the countless suffering masses of the Nordic Empire, I implore you to be able to step in and attack Huaxia." Churchill's humble supplications were not met with a square look from the little girl. The little girl peered far toward where Huaxia was. After a soft nod, a flash of malevolent ferocity flashed across the innocent face. In the meantime, for his part, MacArthur of Eagle Country stood behind the madman with his head bowed. The unstoppable five-star general now had no temper. The hunched-down body revealed the fear in his heart for the crazy man. Unlike Churchill's plea for the little girl to step in, the crazy man didn't need MacArthur's prayers. He stood at the very top of the crumbling church, the grimace and madness on his face making him look as ghastly as a monster. "Great Cthulhu, Supreme Azathoth, give me the strength to fight for you in the far eastern lands." The man embraced the sky with both hands. A touch of devotion squeezed out of the hideousness and insanity on his face. The eerie murmurs that constantly resounded from his mouth seemed to cause one unnameable figure after another to flash through the vault of heaven. As far as the celestial kingdom is concerned, after sacrificing the lives of most of the untouchables in the country, grievous spirits and ghosts are roaming everywhere within the Tennessee. The gods of the heavens resided high in the depths of the celestial firmament, peering at the land of China behind the high mountains, as if once the gods could descend into the real world, these gods of the celestial kingdom would then be the first to kill in the midst of China. While various countries were eyeing China, China's territory was inexplicably plunged into gloom and depression. Long Baichuan's heart shook the moment he heard that the gods were about to descend on reality. The first thing he did was to issue martial law and summon the god summoners within China. Although Huaxia is the world's hegemony, the talent has long been cut off. If Fandong is too late to return to reality, then China's position as world hegemon will inevitably be coveted by other countries. A preventive order was issued by Long Baichuan. Various agencies within China were mobilized in an instant. While the outside world was stormy, it was still considered calm within the national fortune space. Fandong looked at the camps of the countries with a stern gaze, and there was no worry in his heart for Huaxia. There's just the anger of wanting to cripple these countries as much as possible. After all, being in the space of the country's fortunes and worrying about it won't save Huaxia from the fire. All that can be done now is to weaken the other countries as much as possible. Fandong had a thought about it. The will of heaven also duly pronounced the continuation of the Battle of Nations. Chapter 179, Attack of the Giants. Battle of Nations, China vs. Egypt. The second match is about to begin. Please have both players come on stage as soon as possible. The reverberation of the voice of the heavenly Tao awakened the masses of the nations from their shock. The front of the audience of the state of Egypt, the face of the Egyptian pharaoh, who was dressed in the most expensive clothes, was flooded with a vicious color that could not be concealed. He slowly turned his body and turned his gaze to the large crowd of Egyptians behind him, and then the bronze-colored sun's scepter in his hand was raised high. An impassioned voice full of wariness then exploded in his mouth. "Fellow citizens, China oppresses my fellow Egyptians and pollutes our mother river. As the supreme pharaoh of Egypt, I cannot bear to see Egypt continue to be humiliated. But one man's strength is always limited. The strength of the multitude gathered together can only stop the invasion of jackals, tigers and leopards. Therefore, offer your faith that I may invoke Ra, the sun god, to save my fellow Egyptians who are in the midst of fire and water." The scepter of the sun in the pharaoh's hand seemed to blossom like a dazzling light against the sound. The faces of the Egyptian masses showed frenzied admiration under the glare of the pervasive light. The sound of devotional prayers echoed at the same time. "O supreme sun god Ra, grant your divine power to save Egypt. Egypt is at stake. I would give my life for you if you would save Egypt. O sun god Ra, please descend." The pharaoh's impassioned voice succeeded in stirring up a strong sense of patriotism in the hearts of the Egyptian masses. One after another, the power of faith poured out of the Egyptian masses and into the pharaoh's body. The power of faith carries a power that is majestic to the core. Pharaoh only felt his slightly aged body come to life once more. The feeling of joy at the return of youth to an aged body made the pharaoh forget for a moment. He couldn't help but let out a low murmur from his mouth as he enjoyed the surge of power within him. Bunch of idiots. Do you really think I'm going to save you fools? All I want is the hidden secret about the national luck ring. The uncontrollable murmur of the voice exposed the true thoughts in the pharaoh's mind. After all, Egyptian pharaohs were rulers of slave dynasties. The Egyptian masses were only slightly better slaves than dogs and pigs in the eyes of the pharaoh. How could the life and death of a group of slaves matter to the slave's master? Sure, Pharaoh was not able to show these thoughts on his face. Otherwise the revolt of countless slaves would have thrown Egypt into turmoil as well. The Egyptian pharaoh snapped his mouth shut, looking slightly panicked at the mass in front of him. It is a good thing that most of the masses of the Egyptian nation were caught up in a fervent devotion to the sun god Ra. They didn't notice Pharaoh's murmuring voice. Pharaoh exhaled a ragged breath. He hurriedly turned around and walked slowly towards the national luck ring. Enhanced by the huge power of faith, Pharaoh could almost have been called a god. His power was probably no less than Fandong's. With the sun scepter in his hand as a walking stick, Pharaoh walked toward the national luck ring at an unhurried pace. The crisp reverberation of the sun scepter falling on the ground gradually subdued the cacophony of voices within the national fortune space. Amidst the shocked stares of the crowds of the nations and the admiration of the Egyptian masses, Pharaoh was standing still in the State of the Union ring. Fandong looked at the Egyptian pharaoh who was pretending to be a god, and there was no color of gravity flooding out of his eyes. This series of actions by the Egyptian pharaoh was nothing more than trying to overwhelm Fandong in terms of momentum. Even if Pharaoh's power could indeed be called strong, but Fandong wouldn't be weaker than him in terms of aura. Fandong's body relaxed, his aura of contemptuous disdain resisting the pharaoh's overbearing aura. But though he seems to care nothing for Pharaoh, the caution of the mind was still on guard against a sudden attack by the pharaoh. Chinese country brat, the gods summoned are evil beyond measure. Instead of the masses of the world, the sun god Ra will send you to infernal hell. The Egyptian pharaoh saw that his own aura could not bluff Fandong. A flash of surprise passed through his eyes. Immediately afterward, he opened his mouth in anger, attempting to verbally suppress Fandong's momentum. Yet Fandong had long since lost track of just how many people were going to try him. The only thing he remembers, that is, these trials invariably end in the death of the judge. Faced with Pharaoh's judgment, Fandong couldn't help but snort out a laugh. A look of growing indifference on his face responded to Pharaoh's clown-like words. This indifference caused the subdued look on the Egyptian pharaoh's face to be replaced by anger and impatience. He let out a heavy cold snort and stopped speaking, only to steep his knees in place. Piety replaced the anger on his face, and fervor masked the restlessness in his heart. A prayer resounded in the mouth. O supreme sun god Ra, your people need your salvation. The evil and filth of the world needs your purification. Send down your light, dispel the darkness, and guide your people to the right path. The loud voice echoed back and forth from the wounds of the National Games ring. A solar temple with a solar god plate standing at the top and countless mysterious runes engraved on the walls gradually appeared behind him. Then, the sun god disk emitted a blazing light, as if it had transformed into a giant sun, rotating with the sun god temple as its center. Between rising and falling, day and night change, and in the cycle of rising and falling, the giant sun cuts out remnants and builds into an even bigger sun. This even more massive sun was like substance. The light emanating from it can even be compared to the sun in the sky. The horror in the eyes of the masses of the nations and the admiration in the eyes of the Egyptian masses intensified. Amidst the convergence of countless gazes, a brilliant voice that sounded like it was resounding from the depths of the sun swung up. I am Ra, the sun god, to universalize the world with light, to fight the darkness with blazing heat. Between the rising and setting of the sun, I watch over the peace of the world. The voice carried a brilliant divine might that blocked the rotation of the sun god disk. In the sun god disk the selection tapers off. The sun formed by the remnants of the divine disk also shattered like glass the moment the rotation stopped. Amidst the scattering of fragments, the light mapped out an eagle-headed god. The sun god disk hovers above the god's head with a green viper engraving in the center. Not only that, the gods had the same serpentine guards lingering around them. Between raising his hands and throwing his feet, heaven and earth seemed to change. The horror in the eyes of the masses of the countries completely transformed into uncontrollable fear. The power that escaped from the sun god Ra's body made them feel as if they were in the midst of a scorching fire. As Ra's figure slowly draws closer to the national luck ring, the blazing heat lingering on his body caused the national fortune ring to melt like ice cream. When his feet were on top of the national luck ring, Ra's pair of eagle eyes were fixed on Fandong. Sharp voices of judgment stormed out with it. The devil of the country of China, the judgment from the light has come. Sharp chirps pierced the sky, but Fandong was as unaffected. It was only because the Black Myth Heavenly Book was unfolding before his eyes. A tall giant ran wildly within the Black Myth Heavenly Book. Chapter 180, The Sun? I Got You. The giant's hair looked as if it hadn't been washed in 1,000 years. The bulging muscles on a body that was dozens of feet tall were as hard as stone. Strange black runes were carved into the giant's bulging chicken. With each fall of his feet, black runes flashed and the earth shook and vibrated. Rumble. In the booming sound made by running, the giant's wild eyes were fixed for a moment on the sun in the sky. The sun in the sky glowed with a hot, blood-colored light. Where the blood-colored light shines, grass and crops wither, rivers and seas dry up. Skeletons of livestock and humans, equally massive, littered the parched earth in silence. Even though Fan Dong thought that he had already seen many shocking scenes, but when this image within the Black Myth Heavenly Book was presented to the eyes, shock and horror still echoed in his mind. Quester chases the sun. This is a myth and legend that all Chinese people have heard before, but myths and legends never tell the world. The sun, which Quarto chased, nearly extinguished the life of a great land. Fan Dong watched in horror as the scene continued in the Black Myth Heavenly Book. He didn't believe that the son of Huaxia would brutalize the people of Huaxia. On the Black Mythos Skybook, Quartet continues to run. He stepped over dry rivers and across withered forests. A desert covering an unknown area suddenly appeared in front of them. The desert seemed unaffected by the blood-colored glow. A long, fast-flowing river that runs through countless oases. Tall cacti and lush poplars thrive on the desert. Cotter stepped into the desert and his running body jerked. And after, an inexplicable anger surfaced on the slightly numb face. Ah! A mournful hiss exploded from the Quarian's mouth, hatred raging over his heart like a shocking wave. The quartet pursued toward the sun at an even more rapid pace. Each step taken is capable of spanning thousands of miles. The earth shook more and more violently as it carried a sky of sand and dust after the huge body. Yet the blood-colored sun in the sky shattered in the blink of an eye. The shattered blood-colored rays of light converged into the form of a bird-headed man, hidden in the depths of the dome of the sky. Cotter's anger-filled pupils suddenly shrunk, but didn't stop running. In the midst of even more frantic running, a voice with infinite determination echoed between heaven and earth. The demon who pretends to be the sun. One day I will catch you. The voice echoed longingly, and the Black Myth Heavenly Book gradually faded from Fan Dong's eyes. Until then, Fan Dong's heart was finally clear about what had happened to Cotter. The bloody sun in the sky has nothing to do with China. Ra, the sun god of the Egyptian god system, broke into China and wreaked havoc on the living beings. It was this ferocious and tyrannical god who pretended to be the sun that Quarto was chasing. As soon as Fan Dong thought about this, two fierce and cruel elites exploded from his eyes. I don't know how many years ago, the Egyptian god system dared to invade China. Fan Dong was not yet born at that time, but since Fan Dong is now in, then he was bound to make the foolish Egyptian god system pay. Eyes exploded with a brilliant light that was hidden in the depths of the sky. A rhythmic vibration began within the space of the national transportation. It was as if there were giant beasts running across the earth. It was also as if there were giants shaking the national space. The crowds in the spectator galleries of the various countries only felt the sky spinning and found it difficult to stand on the ground with their feet. Fearful gazes were thrown aimlessly by the crowd to various parts of the national luck space. Everyone wondered where the tremor originated. The fear of the unknown oppresses the minds and hearts of the masses of nations. The Egyptian crowd in the country of Straight China couldn't even help but swear at Fan Dong. What on earth are you pretending to be? Behave yourself and submit to the great sun god Ra. What on earth is this Chinese person struggling with? This is the great sun god Ra. This is the great god of creation. The fear of the unknown forced the masses of the Egyptian nation to rely on words to pour out their fears. Only Fan Dong didn't care. A light smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were fixed dead center on the place where the elixir of light had disappeared. The confused eyes of the masses of the nations followed Fan Dong's gaze. The images that broke into the eyes caused horror to dispel the bewilderment and take over. Only the depths of the sky were visible. A tall giant ran frantically towards the national luck ring. The giant was clad in a tiger-skin dress and wore a necklace made from the teeth of various ferocious beasts around his neck. The ferocious beast's teeth exuded a horrifying aura that made his back tighten. The ferocious might that escaped from the tiger-skin dress made many people even more afraid to look directly at it. This giant, clad in a tiger-skin dress and wearing a necklace of animal teeth around his neck, was clearly Cotter. Behind Pharaoh, the sun god Ra saw the figure of Cotter appear. A flicker of panic flashed across his face, his mind recalling the fear he felt when he was being chased by the Quarian. Judging demons need not involve innocent people. Fan Dong, you'll be a good boy and give me an ambush. Fear drove Ra to roar at Fan Dong. It seemed that he didn't dare to face Quester directly, intending to kill Fan Dong before Quester descended. The moment the roar fell, the shadow of the sun temple behind Ra shattered. The power contained within the temple of the sun converged on the serpentine guards around Ra. The small snake followed as a sharp dagger, shooting towards Fan Dong with lightning speed, but not waiting for the little snake to approach Fan Dong. A violent cry that shook the heavens and earth exploded from Cotter's mouth. "Get out!" The bellowing sound seemed like it was born to overwhelm the snakes. Under the sweep of the violent shout, the small snake figure containing terrifying power dissipated. A strike didn't work. The sun god Ra then had no more chance to launch an attack on Fandong. To the horror of the crowd, Cotter took it in stride. Every step he took spanned a distance of 1,000 feet. The figures that were far away in the sky dawned as if they were within a breath of time, and then they drew steeply closer. Boom! With a roar that caused the heavens and earth to tremble resounded. Quartermaster landed in the State of the Union ring in a kind of hero's landing. Dust splattered the moment it hit the ground, obscuring the national luck ring. The crowd in the audience either leaned out or retracted their bodies, the shock in their eyes once again replaced by bewilderment. It was just that under the cover of dust, they couldn't see the scene in the national luck ring. The only thing left to do was wait for the dust to settle. Little by little, time passes and the dust settles. Soon, Cotter's figure, which was dozens of feet tall, then appeared in the eyes of the crowd. The might emanating from the tiger skin dress and the beast tooth necklace made everyone just feel short of breath and chest tight, making it difficult to breathe. The ghostly black inscriptions inscribed on the bronze-colored skin, on the other hand, flickered with a light that seemed to be able to devour all the power in the world. The quaffle figure stands upright in the National Games ring. The figure that was tens of feet tall was like a towering mountain. He slowly lowered his head, which was the size of a small mountain, and an unending voice then resounded from his mouth. "The sun? I got you." Chapter 181? The quester questioned by all. Along with the sound of a rough voice, the wild aura from the Manhwa filled the heaven and earth. Feeling the ferocious aura that ravaged it, sun god Ra's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. The Egyptian crowd in the audience, however, didn't even realize Ra's horror. Cotter's toned muscles were too much in the limelight. The attention was such that everyone overlooked the ferocious aura that permeated his body. In the eyes of all, compared to the gods who make heaven and earth change color when they raise their hands and throw their feet, a hard muscle represents not strength, but extreme weakness. Muscularity means a strong body, but even the strongest body can't be compared to the spells that manipulate all things. The sun god Ra as the supreme god of Egypt. Every action can lead to the destruction and creation of a small world on one side. Such supreme divine power was used to deal with a god who relied only on all his brute strength. It can be said that there is no suspense generated. So, shouts of disdain and arrogance, under the contempt for the quaffle, resounded in the ring of the Egyptian audience. Long is quite tall, but the Chinese really don't think that hard muscles can defeat the power to change heaven and earth. The Huaxia people are too naive. Don't they know that in front of powerful mana, the so-called strong body can only be considered a joke? And what world hegemony? If the Chinese are sensible, then hurry up and obediently give up the position of world hegemon. Between the sounds whistling, the Egyptian nation's face twisted in madness. The humiliation of losing to Huaxia and the inferiority complex rooted in the bottom of their hearts poured out in a frenzy along with the shouting of their voices. Because of the contempt and arrogance of the Egyptian masses, the faces of the Chinese spectators fell into gloom for a while. There aren't a lot of myths and legends about Quaaludes. For most Chinese people, Cotter is also just a strange god. So, the strangeness of the quarry and the momentary taunts of the Egyptian nation, it made many Chinese people couldn't help but doubt the strength of quartet. It's just that the mockery and arrogance of the Egyptian nation's crowds can affect the mood of the Chinese, but there was no way to sway Fandong at all. Others are not aware of the power of the quaffle, but Fandong was too aware of Cotter's strength. Quafu was the grandson of the god of the underworld and mother of the earth. Queen Earth once chased the sun god Ra away in a heap. When his true strength was displayed in front of everyone's eyes, it would definitely exceed everyone's imagination. One thought in this, a look of even more contempt and arrogance than that of the Egyptian nation's masses hung on Fandong's face. Amidst the extreme indifference on Fandong's face, the mockery and arrogance on the faces of the Egyptian crowd gradually subsided. In its place, there was an irrepressible irony and depression. The Egyptian masses were not sure of the true strength of the Quaaludes. They simply couldn't understand what made Fandong dare to be so arrogant. The sun god Ra is the supreme deity, and Quaaludes can only be considered a giant of great size. The giants fought with the gods at their own peril, though courageous. Under self-hypnosis, the irony and repression on the faces of the Egyptian masses gradually disappeared. Just don't wait for them to open their mouths to mock Fandong again. The voice of the heavenly Tao resounded lazily from the depths of the heavenly vault. The second battle of national fortunes, China versus Egypt, officially begins. In light of the strength of the gods on both sides, the battlefield has been shifted to the middle of the quartet tribe. The voice of the heavenly Tao slowly fell, announcing the beginning of the battle of nations. The sound of the battlefield changing, on the other hand, caused a hint of surprise to rise in the Egyptian crowd's countenance. They had no doubt about the strength of the sun god Ra, but they didn't understand what virtue the quasar summoned by Huaxia could claim to be powerful. Doubts lingered above the mind, but could not be answered by anyone. In the meantime, the gloom on the Chinese face was dispelled by a flash of joy. From the words quartet, anyone can tell that this place is inextricably linked to Quaaludes. Even if Cotter only possessed a brute force, it would likely not be able to compete with the divine power of the sun god Ra, but with the power of the home field to augment it. It's probably not as if Cotter didn't have his hands full with the sun god Ra. Joy flowed like a stream through the Chinese audience. Fan Dong's heart, however, did not give birth to any sense of joy because the battlefield was shifted to the Quafu tribe. It was only because of the Black Myth Heavenly Book, which had long ago revealed the harrowing scenes in the Quarian tribe. The tribe of the living Quaaludes brought to the Quaaludes. Maybe it's not an enchantment, but a limitation on his power. Even though Fan Dong had some worries in his heart, he was simply unable to change the decision of the Heavenly Tao's will. The dazzling white light of the lake filled Fan Dong's eyes, burying all the scene in his eyes. The feeling of weightlessness followed at the same time. An instant of time seemed to pass. Again, it seemed like an eternity had passed. The white tide faded from his eyes, and gloom swept around him. With the white tide all but receding, images of everything within the quartet tribe broke into Fan Dong's eyes. It was empty within the quartet tribe, and there was no tragedy as shown within the Black Myth Heavenly Book. It's just that not only are there no plants or animals growing inside or outside the tribe, nor was there any flow of water. Except for a few huge straw huts that stood on the ground that seemed to be red with blood, there was only a temple to the sun that was far more grand and imposing than any hayloft. Fan Dong scanned the surrounding grass huts and temples, a few points of depression and heaviness surfacing in his heart. It's too quiet in this part of the world, quiet enough to drive anyone crazy in their mind. In Fan Dong's mind, anxiety appeared because of the silence. Phew! A ragged puff of air expelled the agitation from his mind. Fan Dong craned his head to see. Only the color of Cotter's face was seen to be red from the surge of hot blood caused by his anger. He was panting like a raging bull, and his face wore a complex look laced with anger, remembrance and hatred. And then Quester did not speak. It was just a slow walk with heavy feet towards the temple of the sun in front of them. Huge feet stomped on dry straw. The crunching sound of dry straw bending echoed through the space. The crunching sound was like banishing the death that had been roaming the world, and welcoming back a ray of life to the space. Cotter was tens of feet tall, spanning a distance of nearly 100 meters with each step. When Fan Dong saw this, no more anxiety arose in his heart. He quickened his pace on his feet and followed closely behind Cotter. Step after step, Cotter soon stood at the entrance to the Temple of the Sun. At this moment, Cotter's whole body was trembling like a chaff sieve. Hatred banished the complexion from his face and took over completely. After having a raging murderous intent flash through his eyes, as if he had made up his mind, Cotter pushed open the door to the temple. The door to the temple was wide open, and Fan Dong only felt the coldness of the gloomy atmosphere come over him. The eyes crossed over Cotter's body and scanned within the temple. In the shadowy hall, a huge corpse knelt down towards the throne at the very front of the temple. The one sitting on the throne was the eagle-headed sun god Ra. Chapter 182, The Revitalized Sun God. The cold breath poured into Fan Dong's throat, and the emotions in his heart steeply sank to the bottom. His eyes were stunned at the bizarre sight inside the temple. 110 huge skeletons seemed to come back to life in his eyes. The huge skeleton was recovered in flesh and blood. A giant, like a small mountain, knelt amidst the cold winds and snow, praying for the sun to rain down warmth that would melt the ice and cold. It's just that devotion from the heart is not rewarded with warmth and light. After the snow gradually stopped and the overcast clouds slowly dissipated, revealing its true face in the depths of the celestial dome was a giant blood-colored sun. The faith of the giants added to the power of the giant blood-colored sun. The red flame that burns up everything in the world descends because of the piety of the giants. The burning flames cook the world, and all living things wither away. The pious giants, too, perished one by one. The mournful screams seemed to ring in his ears, and it was as if Fan Dong's heart was blocked by a large stone. The oppression and anger that was hard to expel made it difficult for him to breathe well. Just when Fan Dong could barely suppress the anger in his heart, a mysterious and majestic voice shattered the suppression in Fan Dong's heart. Anger then raged above the heart. Demon remnants, you dare to step into the temple? The very front of the Temple of the Sun. The sun god, Ra, who was seated on top of his throne, seemed to have forgotten the terror that Cotter had caused him. He pretended to be high and mighty, his eyes looking disdainfully at Cotter standing at the entrance of the temple as well as Fan Dong. The Egyptian pharaoh, on the other hand, knelt beside Ra like a slave girl. The sound of Ra's voice reaching into the space of the nation's fortunes caused the Egyptian masses to go into a frenzy like never before. These Egyptians had an unwavering belief in the power of the sun god Ra from the beginning, and after the 110 huge skeletons within the Temple of the Sun were revealed, their trust in the power of the sun god is even more insane. The huge skeleton inside the temple was comparable to the size of a quaffle. Since the sun god Ra can exterminate 100 or 10 giants, then Cotter would certainly not be his opponent either. The more the Egyptian crowd thought about it, the more excitement flourished in their hearts. Even a cry of excitement couldn't help but pop out of his mouth. The great sun god turned out to have exterminated giants long ago. The corpses of these 110 giants are definitely the work of the great sun god. The power of the great sun god is simply beyond the imagination of the foolish Huaxia. It's time for them to pay for their arrogance. The ugly faces of the Egyptian crowd wore arrogance and mockery. It seemed too late to wait for the end of the Battle of Nations. They wanted to make the Chinese people their slaves. After all, after the national luck ring descended, Egypt once again became the land of slavery. The majority of Egyptian nationals became slaves to a small group of nobles, being used to being made to do things. They also wanted to feel what it was like to be served by slaves. The speech of the Egyptian masses was progressively nasty and filthy. It's just that these nasty and filthy words can no longer make the mood of the Chinese people more furious. If it wasn't for the limitations of the rules of the heavenly will, the skeletons of 110 giants inside the Temple of the Sun would have been enough for the Chinese to tear the Egyptian masses apart on the spot. At the same time as the Chinese people within the national luck space were angry, Cotter's face, which was the size of a small mountain, was also filled with grief. Just the sound of Ra echoing through the empty temple wiped the grief and remembrance from Cotter's face. Cotter's eyes were dead set on Ra, who was seated on his throne. A blast of hot air erupted from the Quaffle's cave-like nostrils. The grief and pain on his face was followed by an irrepressible hatred. The Temple of the Sun erected by the giants was so magnificent that it covered an unknown area, but even at a distance of thousands of meters apart, the hot breath spewing from the Quaffle still drifted like a gale, blowing away the pharaohs kneeling in place. The body as small as a mole cricket was wrapped in the hot wind and flew backwards like a cannonball. Bang! With the muffled sound of blood and flesh hitting the stone echoing within the temple, Pharaoh's body was stopped by the walls of the temple, and it fell hard to the ground. Scarlet blood spilled from the corners of Pharaoh's mouth, and his internal organs seemed to be shaking. Had Pharaoh's body not been equally strong enough, the mere gasp of the Quaffle was enough to extinguish Pharaoh. The hot wind blew across the throne, blowing up the robes of the sun god Ra, but it only blew up the robes. The sun god Ra, seated on his throne, was motionless. He looked at Pharaoh, who had fallen to his feet, and the majesty on his face blinked into gloom. A vicious voice, as if it came from the depths of the nine hells, exploded in his mouth. A mortal with only brute strength, how dare you strike at my messenger? In the distant past, though Questor had chased him a million miles, but in the eyes of Ra, Quarto was just a slightly stronger giant. The reason why I was afraid to face Quarto before, it was also just a mere fear of the presence of other Chinese gods behind Cotter. Now under the rule of the will of heaven, no matter how many powerful gods there are in China, none of the heavenly wills allow their interference. So, the sun god Ra, who was the supreme god of the Egyptian gods, would not be afraid of Quasar alone at all. Looking at the pharaoh whose breath was waning at his feet, flames of anger spewed from Ra's eyes, and his body, which was many times smaller than the Quarto's, snapped to its feet. The body that was as small as a mole cricket compared to Cotter's had brought up a wave of air that was even more violent than the gale caused by Cotter's nostrils. The air waves swept up the dust deposited on the temple floor that had not been cleaned for millions of years, and swept towards Quafu as well as Fandong. Inside the national transportation space, the Egyptian crowd saw the huge waves rising from the Temple of the Sun, and a succession of excited shouts echoed over the audience. This is true power. What giants? What quaffles? What's the use of being big? Still think it's the Cold War era? Huge size will only be a liability. Doesn't Wasia realize that great power doesn't come from great size? The Egyptian crowd lost their voices and roared as if they were trying to bring the Wahhabis to their knees by words alone. In the midst of the roar, the Chinese did not speak. They looked at the airwave that was like a sandstorm, and there was undisguised tension in their eyes. As for Fan Dong within the temple of the sun god, his pupils similarly shrunk violently, and there was a flash of horror flooding out from the depths of his eyes. Within the temple, the power of the sun god Ra seemed to have grown considerably again, but the waves that raged in the depths of his eyes soon subsided. It was only because Cotter stood in front of Fan Dong as if it were a magnificent great wall, not moving an inch. The broad back brought Fan Dong a great sense of security. Thick and heavy as a mountain, his aura seemed to block all damage for Fan Dong. In the moment when the thick aura gradually filled out from Quarto's body, the wave of air wrapped in sand and dust also stirred in the body of the quarry immediately afterward. The air waves were blocked by the body, causing the sand and dust to billow. Muddiness caused by flying sand and dust obscured the temple of the sun. All eyes tensed at the same time. Even the Egyptian masses, who had blind confidence in the sun god Ra, had their eyes filled with nervousness. Chapter 183, Your power, far stronger than your kindred. As the crowd within the national luck space waited in anticipation, inside the temple of the sun, amidst the sand and dust, the waves of air wrapped in sand and dust were like waves, wave after wave washing over the quarry's body. Plump flesh and blood, eroded by the wash of air waves, jade glistened on the exposed, thick bones, It's just that the sand and dust couldn't ablate the flesh and blood of Cotter's entire body at the same time. After the eerie black lines flickered on the remnants of the skin, flesh and blood grew over the jade bones once more at a speed visible to the naked eye. The regained flesh and blood seemed even harder than it once was, as the sand and dust were colliding with the body. The crisp sound of gold and stone colliding rippled through the roiling sand and dust. With the passage of time, the majestic wave of air brought out by the sun god pulling himself up finally exhausted its last ounce of strength. After another huge wave, wrapped in sand and dust, impacted on the quaffle. The sand and dust that had been billowing inside the temple of the sun gradually subsided. The scene within the temple of the sun god once again appeared in the eyes of everyone within the national fortune space. Just inside the temple of the sun, the empty ground was littered with stray piles of sand and dust. Under the erosion of the sand waves, the 110 huge skeletons kneeling in the center of the great hall had long since become mutilated, and where Cotter and Fandon were, it was as if there was a huge barrier that wrapped around the two. The sand and dust that had piled up in scattered piles all over the temple seemed as if it did not intrude on the two at all. Is someone protecting the Chinese? Seeing the monstrous sand and dust raised by the sun god Ra, it seemed as if it did not bring any harm to Cotter and Fandong. Many in the Egyptian audience murmured out in disbelief. Most of the Egyptian crowd simply couldn't believe that Cotter, who appeared to have only brute strength, could resist Ra's move. Nay, I'm afraid it was this giant that blocked the power of the great sun god. The ignorant Egyptian masses are still considered to have quite a few venomous eyes in their midst. The wounds that surfaced on Cotter's body and the charred blackness on his chest let them know that Cotter had fought hard against Ra's damage. What these Egyptians carried on their faces was no longer arrogance and disdain. The irrepressible gravity that surfaced on his face gradually infected the Egyptian audience. Repression wanders like a ghost among the Egyptian masses. Fear is sown along with repression. But just as the Egyptian masses' trust in Ra was gradually wavering, several voices suddenly rang out from the very front of the audience. Humph, what's there to be afraid of? If the god summoned by Huaxia can't even resist the breath of the great sun god, then this so-called world hegemon is too weak. That's right, just now it was merely the sun god's breath, and it's completely understandable that it could be blocked. When the great sun god bursts into true power next, the Chinese people will absolutely be unable to fight against it. As if sensing the lowered temperament of the Egyptian crowd, several pharaohs spoke to the Egyptian crowd. They don't care if the situation is really as optimistic as the words. These pharaohs just wanted to keep the momentum of the Egyptian masses intact, so as to facilitate a constant flow of faith enrichment for the sun god Ra. Pharaoh's appeal is not without any merit. The mood of the Egyptian crowd, which had just been fading to a low ebb, was once again revitalized, and the sun Shi Ra, inside the temple of the sun, likewise did not disappoint the Egyptian masses. After seeing the cold aura that flickered like a divine weapon on Cotter's skin, the aura that permeated his body took on a blazing heat, steaming the temple of the sun god as if it were a furnace. The space distorted under the blazing heat, and the remnants of the huge skeleton melted into liquid with it. Fandong's gaze, raging with murderous intent, crossed over the tiny gravel drifting in the air, crossed over the twisted and cracked space, and stared at Ra's body. The fierce killing intent wanted to turn into a sword and nail Ra to the throne. It's just that Fandon's power is too weak compared to Ra. So weak that Ra wouldn't even care about Fandong's murderous gaze. Ignoring Fandong's gaze filled with murderous intent, Ra looked contemptuously at Cotter, who stood like a heavenly tree. Disdainful voices, along with glances, reached the quarry's ears. You are, indeed, far more powerful than your kind. The contemptuous and disdainful voice that fell into Cotter's ears turned into a sharp sword that pierced straight to the bottom of his heart in an instant. The demise of his fellow clansmen is an eternal pain in the heart of Quarto. Ra deliberately brought up the voices of Cotter's kinsmen, no less than rubbing salt into Cotter's scarred heart. A Tyrannosaurus Rex-like gasp rumbled in the middle of Quarto's throat. The violently beating heart, on the other hand, was like a hook to the temple of the sun. Every beat of the heart caused the temple to shake violently. Puff, flop, heartbeat after heartbeat exploded inside the temple. As the blood is pumped by the beating of the heart into the limbs, a wave of power surged out from within Quarto's body. The thick aura took on a brutality that could not be ignored. If ever the quarry was a wall that could not be destroyed by any means, then the quaffle was now a tank enlarged tenfold, unstoppable by any force. Looking at the Cotter whose breath gradually became brutal, there was uneasiness arising in Ra's heart. He had some regrets about provoking Cotter, and some fear of the power Cotter had shown. Unfortunately, it's too late for regrets. Cotter's legs bent slightly, and his body catapulted out like a race car that had been building up its strength for a long time. Rumble! The footsteps that came out with anger made a huge footprint on the sand and dust that had piled up on the ground. The entire temple of the sun god seemed to vibrate crazily upon the stamping of the foot. Inside the national transportation space, the Egyptian crowd, whose mood had just been revitalized, couldn't help but slump once again. The quaffle, which resembled a giant tank, shattered the prejudice in everyone's eyes. regardless of whether it was Egypt or China. The hearts of the masses of all the countries present gave birth to an idea that overturned their perceptions. That's when the physical body is strong to a certain extent. Any jutsu loses its original power. Ideas come to mind as soon as they do. Some of the Egyptian masses couldn't help but begin to waver in their faith in the sun god Ra. Even as much as the pharaohs explained the power of the sun god Ra, they still could not reshape these people's faith in Ra. The faltering of a portion of faith affected the power of Ra in a near instant. Ra felt the power subside a bit and grimaced. He knew that the only way to reshape a shaken faith was to show great power. One thought in this. The gloom on Ra's face slowly faded. He faced the pressure of the Quarian rushing straight at him and slowly stepped towards the Quarian to meet him. One step after another. With every step that fell, Ra's body had an inch of growth. The speed at which the quaffle sprints can be described as windy. But in rushing to Ra's body was actually no smaller than Katar's. A sardonic smile suddenly appeared on Ra's face. Facing the nearby Quafu, the sun god Ra gave up his arts to fight Quafu with his physical body. Chapter 184, the sun god who had his arms crushed. Ah! A hoarse yell exploded from his throat, and Ra's twisted face grew more and more hideous. At the moment of the yell, Katar's huge body, like that of a small mountain, came stepping in with a roar. A body as strong and rigid as an armored beast charged and killed in front of sun god Ra. Wherever the figure passed, the earth cracked and space distorted. It was just that in the face of such an unstoppable might, the sun god Ra did not flash or evade. His eyes glittered with madness, and his right hand, which hung down by his side, clenched tightly together immediately afterward. And then he turned his waist and twisted his hips, his feet firmly planted on the temple floor like tree roots. The power of the earth seemed to flow in a steady stream along the legs and feet rooted in the ground, pouring into Teyukara's body. As Ra's power gradually reached its peak, Katar's body also happened to run into the forefront of the temple. The maniacal glint in Ra's eyes transformed into infinite killing intent in the blink of an eye. The huge fist, which was as hard as a rock, swung violently towards Katar. The might carried in his fist was like the stars falling from the sky. The violent gusts of wind that were brought up the instant they were swung outraged within the temple. Boom! The fist was as fast as a meteorite, and it smashed heavily into the chest of the Quarian. A loud ringing sound as if the universe had exploded resounded in the fist of the sun god Ra. Katar, who had been caught off guard by Ra's punch to the chest, froze abruptly in his huge body. The time and space around them also seemed to be frozen by the fist in a split second. The air stopped moving and the sand stopped flying. It seemed as if the world was frozen in place because of this stiff punch. Feeling the power coming from his fists, a touch of shock slowly crawled up Katar's eyes like a centipede. It was as if he was completely unaware of the power of the sun god Ra, and he was stunned by the power of the punch. Sun god Ra's gaze keenly caught the horror that surfaced in Katar's eyes. His face grinned a sardonic grin, and words with a sneer rang out from his mouth. What? Feel the difference between you and me? Actually, this is far from my strongest strength. The voice, teasing in its sarcasm, echoed in the stillness of the world. The voice did not cause the world within the Temple of the Sun to resume functioning. Instead, the masses within the national Luxpace were thrown into a frenzy because of the voice. The faces of the Egyptian crowd were reddened by the upwelling of hot blood brought on by the excitement. 1,000 words brought on by the excitement were crowded in a brain in the throat so that most of the Egyptian crowd could not make a sound at all. Like the voice of a mute trying his best to speak, it echoed over the Egyptian audience. If there was no dullness in the eyes of this Egyptian audience, just by their ugly looks and the way they're acting at the moment, it's totally obvious that they're all cuties. Ha ha ha. The power of the great sun god is simply too strong. After an airing and sound, some of the Egyptian crowd finally suppressed their excitement. This one complete sentence was like breaking the dam that was blocking the throats of the Egyptian masses. Voices poured out like excited and raging torrents across the Egyptian audience in an instant. O great sun god Ra, grateful for the descent of your power, grateful for your ability to protect China. China has occupied the position of world hegemony for 100 years, and it's time to give up its position. The gods of China don't seem to be strong enough to overthrow it with our Egyptian power alone. The position of world domination is too easily coveted. Wachovia only just seemed to be well on its way to gaining the upper hand. The Egyptian masses then could not wait to fantasize about the dream of world domination. Just how could the gods of China be as weak as the Egyptian masses thought? As the Egyptian crowd celebrated with wild cheers, inside the Temple of the Sun, Ra's voice had just fallen. In the instant the voice fell, the fist that impacted on Quarto's chest violently burst out with a majestic power once again. The space in front of Katar's chest was swept into a vacuum by the power that erupted from Sun God Ra's fist. The air pressure in front of his chest suddenly disappeared, and the surrounding air frantically converged towards this space. The frantic convergence of air stirred up a column of air in front of Katar's chest. The recoiling force of the air column wanted to throw Katar's huge body into the sky. Yet there is more to Sun Ra's power than that. How could Katar's strength not be able to withstand a single strike from the Sun God Ra? the moment the huge body was thrown into the sky. A wicked smile flickered strangely on Kotter's upright and majestic face. The ghostly black inscriptions inscribed on his body flickered with a deep light as the evil smile appeared. The light flickered, and Kotter's huge and hard body became as soft as a water snake. The Quaffle's body folded in the air, twisting forward at an eerie angle. Sun God Ra's pupils narrowed violently. For a moment he could not comprehend the sight before him, and as Ra fell into a stupor, Kotter's body, after twisting, poked out his hands just enough to grab Sun God Ra's shoulders. As the rough hands grasped the shoulders, the strength of his entire body quickly converged towards his fingers. Kotter's huge figure flying out backwards was slowed down by climbing onto the body of the Sun God Ra. The Ra's form was as if he were a heavenly tree rooted in the ground. He did not falter in the slightest, but there was a crunching sound of bone cracking on the shoulder that Kotter was pinching. Unbearable pain traveled from his shoulders to his heart, and a mournful roar that shook heaven and earth exploded in his mouth. The fiery breath poured out uncontrollably and crazily from within the body. With the help of the breath that poured out, Kotter stood back and leapt to the rear. As the figure left Sun God Ra's side, the fiery breath then filled the area around him. Under the searing heat of the fiery breath, the walls of the Temple of the Sun, made of granite, melted like ice cream. Inside the National Transportation Space, the excitement and thrill on the faces of the Egyptian crowd has not yet had time to fade. Even the celebrations and shouts that resounded through the audience echoed through the space of the National Games. It is just that amidst the celebrations and shouts, it is no longer ecstasy that pervades the hearts of the Egyptian masses. A wave of despair and disbelief lingered in the mind. How is that possible? How could a giant with only brute strength crush Sun God Ra's shoulders? I don't believe it. This is false. There's no way Sun God Ra can't defeat a giant. The great sun god is too gullible. Why did he have to fight a giant with his physical body? It's obvious that he could have subdued the giant with just his jutsu. The faces of the Egyptian crowd brought up a trance. They were reeling from the excitement they had just felt about Ra fighting Kotter in the flesh, beginning to question the sun god Ra and Kotter's physical fight. The Chinese watched the Egyptian crowd fall from paradise of bliss to infernal hell in an instant, a teasing smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. A sound of conspiratorial mockery and sarcasm followed. Aren't you Egyptian gods awesome? How is it that your shoulders are now crushed by Quasar? I don't know if Ra's jutsu is powerful or not, but I know that his brain is filled with absolute daring to physically fight a giant. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. The taunts of the Chinese made the Egyptian crowd's faces appear ironic, but even though his face was ugly, he was very much in agreement with the words of the Chinese in his heart. The sun god Ra clearly possessed unrivaled divine power, but it was necessary to fight the giant in the flesh. If brains aren't filled with, what else could they be? At a time when none of the masses within the space of the national movement understood Ra's behavior, Ra didn't seem to realize that there was anything wrong with physically wrestling with the Quarian. After Quarto loosened the restrictions on his body, Ra stumbled slightly on his feet, his eyes looking towards Kotter. Chapter 185, Kwaku can't recognize his own strength? The fierce eyes were laced with an undisguised resentment. A mournful voice, like that of a complaining woman, squeezed out from between the gaps in her teeth. Asterisk 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 ing garbage. How dare you do this to me? I'm going to make you burn in flames. I'll let you die without a burial place. The sun god's body, drawn up like a mountain, was hunched over like an old man in his 80s and 90s. Only the arms, which drooped feebly at his sides, brought a touch of ferocity to his hunched form. Listening to Sun God Ra's words as if he were a vicious schoolboy, Fandong's face brought up wisps of disdain. In the midst of the encounter just now, the power used by Kotter was not even one half of the full power. But it was this less than one half of the power that Sun God Ra had been unable to resist. Fandang didn't understand what exactly gave Ra courage, so much so that he was able to speak words that would leave Quaaludes dead and buried. Fandong's eyes looked disdainfully at the miserably shaped Sun God Ra. The contempt in his heart for Ra made him not even interested in opening his mouth to speak, although in the eyes of the two giants, Fandong's figure was no different than a mole cricket. However, Sun God Ra still clearly felt Fandong's undisguised mockery and disdain. The mockery and disdain was like dry wood and gasoline, making the anger burning in Ra's heart even more intense. The fierce and spiteful gaze moved away from Kotter's body and shifted to Fandong. Even though the body of the sun god, Ra, was severely injured by Quaaludes, but the majestic power contained in his gaze still made Fandong feel like a mountain pressing down on him. An irresistible pressure forced Fandong's knees to bend. The ground beneath his feet collapsed by inches, and the air around him was difficult to circulate. Yet even with the weight of 1,000,000 pounds, the breathing obstruction is impassable. Fandong's body, however, was like an unbendable lance, standing upright and pointing straight up to the sky. A flash of ugliness flashed across Sun God Ra's resentful and bleak face. It's just as well that Quester had him seriously injured. For better or for worse, Kotter is a god of China. But if we let Fandong resist his pressure, then he is the supreme god of Egypt. It would be a shame he could never wash away Ra seemed to want to inflict all the pain that Cotter had brought him on Fandong. A more and more majestic and vast pressure descended on top of Fandong's head. Rattling sounds of muscles crumbling came out one after another under the pressure of the powerful force. The pain originating from all parts of his body almost made Fandong's soul tremble. Just as Fandong was about to be unable to withstand the pressure of Ra's might, the reticent Cotter suddenly made a sound. "Cut yourself off in thanks, and I can leave you a whole body." Cotter's eyes looked disdainfully at the sun god Ra, and his jarring words were a mixture of confidence and pity. This voice that mixed confidence and pity dispersed the pressure that was pressing down on Fandong's head. As if on the verge of drowning, Fandong was able to gasp for air. Air poured into his chest, and Fandong's tattered body recovered at an astonishing speed. The chipped muscle fibers grow back together. The broken and remodeled muscles were more than twice as powerful as before. Fandong felt the raging power within his body, and it became clear in his mind the reason why Cotter didn't strike the pulling pressure apart in the first place. After all, if he, Fandon, is forever under the shelter of whatever, then he'll never get to grow in true power. While Fandong was immersed in the growth of his power, it was as if Sun God Ra had heard some kind of heavenly joke. His hunched form suddenly began to shrug. Then it gets more and more violent. By the end of the day, his hunched form couldn't help but look up to the sky. The sound of insane, maniacal laughter echoed through the crumbling temple of the sun god. "Ha ha ha, what do I hear? Cut myself off to thank you? Leave me in peace?" The sun god Ra was like a madman, and the playfulness and insanity on his face couldn't help but frighten people in their hearts. After laughing maniacally, he paused briefly, and then the teasing and insanity on his face abruptly disappeared. A voice cold enough to make anyone unable to hold back a shiver came out of Ra's mouth. "Are you a little unrecognizable?" The icy voice fell. The magma formed by the fiery breath melting the temple of the sun dripped down over Ra's head as if it were a torrential downpour. The dazzling sunlight of the outside world was gradually cast into the temple. As the temple of the sun god fell further into disrepair, the sun god plate hidden in the deepest part of the temple likewise had sunlight pouring down on it. Under the sunlight, the sun god plate, which was no different from an ordinary stone, suddenly took on a wisp of golden luster. With the sun getting more and more prevalent, the grayish stone skin that covered the sun god disk was also shedding at an extremely fast speed. When the grayish-white stone skin was completely peeled off, the sunlight projected on the sun god disk was refracted by the god disk. The areas within the temple of the sun that were not covered by sunlight were filled with sunlight refracted in all directions by the sun god's disk. The sun god Ra bathed in the dazzling sunlight, and his crippled hands seemed to be healed. Dropping his hands in front of him, he raised them high into the sky. Both embraced the splash of sunshine. It also absorbs the solar power that the sunlight carries. Inside the national transportation space, the sunlight refracted by the sun god's disk seemed to be projected on the Egyptian audience as well. The despair and depression in the hearts of the Egyptian masses were melted away by the warmth of the sun. Peace of mind and serenity reappeared in the hearts and minds of the Egyptian masses. The Chinese, on the other hand, promptly put away the mockery and teasing on their faces, though they had no doubt that Cotter, who seemed to have only brute strength, could defeat the sun god Ra, Korra as the supreme god of Egypt. They should still be treated with the respect it deserves. After the starkness appeared on the faces of the Chinese, the voice of the sun god Ra once again came out from within the temple of the sun god. "I am Ra, the sun god. I represent the everlasting sun that ends the darkness that lies deep in the corners of the world." A vast, majestic voice exploded in Ra's throat. The hunched figure stood tall as a tree, behind the upright and tall body, like a round of sun halo floating out. This solar aura made him appear extremely holy, the distortion and insanity on his face nowhere to be seen. Looking at the divine splendor of the sun god's pull, the same gravity surfaced on Cotter's face. It's just that the staunchness represents more than a fear of Ra. Cotter's legs bowed slightly, and his huge body transformed into a cannonball that sped out in the direction of Ra. The sun god Ra saw Cotter's move and smiled slightly at the corners of his mouth. He didn't seem to have learned the lesson of being seriously injured by Cotter, and still wanted to fight Cotter with his physical body. While Cotter was running, Ra, like a small mountain-like body, slowly floated up, driven by an invisible force. Ra charged towards the direction where Korra was running from. The two flesh and blood bodies, which were no less than even steel beasts, each brought up a violent gale. Before the two collided, the air currents were already agitating each other. The air currents stirred within the temple, raising sand and dust in the sky. In the midst of the sand and dust cover, two hard and rigid beasts collided fiercely. Chapter 186, Is it true that man is no match for God? Boom! A roar exploded between the two. The bodies of Cotter and sun god Ra shook at the same time. The air currents that stirred up swept away all the surrounding sand and dust, forming a majestic and raging wave of sand. Fandang put his right hand across his eyes, blocking the pounding sand. The rippling, unperturbed eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of shock. He obviously hadn't thought that Ra's physical body could be strong enough to compete with a fleshly quaffle after gaining the enhancement of the sun's power. Inside the national transportation space, the Egyptian crowd was lowered by witnessing the sun god Ra still fighting Quasar in the flesh. It rises slowly in the midst of an even battle. Granted, they still didn't understand why the sun god Ra was keen on using the power of the flesh, but the Egyptian masses also had to support any move by the sun god Ra. After all, the victory or defeat of the sun Ra was a matter of whether Egypt would rise or fall. A gaze of trust seemed to pass through the confines of the spatial barrier and was cast by the Egyptian masses upon the form of the sun god Ra. Enhanced by the power of faith, a steady stream of power surged out of sun god Ra's body. Feeling the powerful strength surging within his body, a flash of cruelty steeply surfaced in the eyes that pulled tightly against what Cotter was looking at. The corners of his mouth also curled into a grim smile as cruelty surfaced in his eyes. Stupid giants, feel the power of God? Ra opened his mouth with a sardonic smile as if he were a madman. He seemed to enjoy defeating the quaffle in the area where the quaffle excelled the most. Yet Cotter faced Ra's taunts, and no emotion surfaced on his fierce face. Icy killing intent burst out violently in his eyes. The wide palm clenched into a fist like a small mountain, and with the momentum of a godman beating a drum, it smashed out madly towards the sun god Ra in front of him. The dense and impenetrable fist shadows filled the heaven and earth in an instant. The great mountains that towered over them seemed as if they were about to topple in front of Ra. It was just that Ra's face didn't show the slightest bit of fear in the face of the fists that were raining down on him. The sardonic smile at the corner of his mouth grew brighter, and the disdain in his eyes caused a trace of uneasiness to grow in Fandong's heart. Fandong frowned slightly, even though his strength was already comparable to that of a god. However, it was still impossible to detect where exactly sun god Ra's confidence originated from. The stony eyes were fixed for a moment on Ra's, as the shadows of the fists pouring down like a storm were about to smash into Ra's face. Fandong finally realized why sun god Ra was so confident. Only behind Ra, the sun circle erupted with a blinding light. The brilliant light was reflected by thousands of small golden snakes that hovered around him. These little golden snakes did not carry any grimness, but instead revealed holiness and justice in their vertical pupils that shone with divine light. Bang! 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 The crunching sound of hailstones hitting the carport exploded one after the other over the barrier formed by the small golden snake. All of Cotter's attacks, which were like a storm, were blocked by the barrier. The shock that welled up in Fandong's heart caused his eyes to shrink to the size of a pinhole. Everyone knew that the Serpentine Guard was the weapon of the sun god Ra, but who would have thought that the defensive effect of the Serpentine Guard could be so unexpected? This kind of barrier that seems to block all attacks in the world. Even Cotter's pupils, which were as deep as black holes, couldn't help but shrink. Until then. It was only then that the Egyptian masses within the space of the national transportation completely let go of the only trace of worry that remained in their hearts. Their faces once again wore ecstasy and arrogance, as if they had long forgotten the embarrassment and despair they had once felt. In their eyes, Cotter's means of attack was nothing more than the power of flesh. Since the Serpentine Guards of the sun god Ra could easily parry Cotter's attacks, then what do they have to worry about? The Egyptian masses had pretty much decided that Sun Ra was about to win. Even the Egyptian pharaohs inside the Temple of the Sun thought the same. Being in the Temple of the Sun, Pharaoh could feel the power of the two beasts more clearly than anyone. He watched as all of Cotter's attacks were all blocked by the Serpentine Guards. Pharaoh simply didn't know what else Cotter had that could defeat the sun god Ra. The corners of Pharaoh's mouth hung in an uncontrollable smile when he thought of the scene of victory over Huaxia. He couldn't wait for the sun god Ra to completely defeat Cotter, and his mockery and humiliation of Fandong was already on his lips. Just you deserve to be called the Zi Weixing of China? Looks like you're really running out of talent in Huaxia. Hurry up and admit defeat obediently. I might even be able to let you keep the decency to die. Pharaoh's words were filled with the ultimate in teasing and disdain. It was as if he wanted to make Fandong surrender with his words. Just how could Fandong pay any attention to Pharaoh's verbal humiliation? The indifference of his eyes became even more indifferent, and a hint of disdain responded to Pharaoh's mockery. Pharaoh's face turned slightly blue when he saw this, and there was gloom surfacing on sun god Ra's face. Since you don't know how to die, go to hell. The sun god Ra coldly spat out a sentence. He didn't wait for the fall of his voice. The small golden snakes hovering around his body shot out one after another as if they were arrows. The small golden snake that looked like an arrow made golden scratches in the air. It was as if they were able to travel through space, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed and killed right in front of Cotter's eyes. Cotter's plummeting pupils narrowed once more, and his scalp tightened at the killing arrival of the small golden snake. In the moment when the crisis was angry in his heart, arms as hard as iron blocked in front of his body, and after, light rhythms flowed with it on the ghostly black inscriptions inscribed on both arms. It's just that whatever unique ability the inscription has, the body of a quaffle is still just a body of flesh and blood. The little golden snakes crashed into Cotter's arms, each impact not a piece of flesh and blood off of the Quarian's arms, even if the flesh and blood recovered at an alarming rate. However, the flesh and blood that recovered at an extremely fast speed was far from being able to keep up with the speed at which the golden little snake was gnawing on it. The thick arms quickly became bloody, with jade-like bones faintly revealing themselves from the flesh and blood. Under the small snake's wolf-like aggression, Cotter's burly figure took a few uncontrollable steps backward. Anger and resentment raged madly on the face shielded by his arms. But even if the anger and resentment in his heart almost overwhelmed him, the small golden snakes that came crashing down on him like waves of the sea did not give him any chance to counterattack at all. Inside the national transportation space, the Chinese people had long since sunk to the bottom inside, after Cotter's attack was completely blocked by the small golden snake. Not knowing much about Quartet, they already had a prediction in their minds about the failure of this battle of national fortunes. Their only hope now, it's just that Fan Dong was able to survive safely after losing this battle of national fortunes. After all, Fan Dong was Huaxia's only hope. A low mood spread across the Chinese audience. Fan Dong within the temple of the sun god, however, did not despair. Though Cotter was firmly suppressed by the sun god Ra, but the power of his Fan Dong was likewise not to be underestimated by any god. After a flash of madness in his eyes, the aura on Fan Dong's body built up. Immediately after, the Heavenly Emperor's might was suddenly released from the depths of his body. Chapter 187. It's just a weak god. The Heavenly Emperor's shadow slowly poked out from the depths of the clouds. After Fan Dong's strength had grown substantially, the Heavenly Emperor's virtual shadow also seemed to be more lifelike. The majestic eyes were filled with the arrogance that scorned everything under the sun. Within the upright figure, a divine might that was enough to destroy everything surged. A gaze full of supreme power gazed at the sun god Ra through the walls of the temple melted by the fiery breath. The sun god Ra, who had driven a steady stream of small golden snakes towards Quafu to kill him, froze steeply. The small golden snakes that appeared one after another from the side of his body also stopped appearing at the same time. However, the pressure brought about by the Heavenly Emperor's shadow only caused the sun god Ra to freeze for an instant. The sun god Ra was at least considered the supreme god of a divine system. The Heavenly Emperor's shadow that Fan Dong had summoned was unable to completely confine Ra at all. The sun god Ra's body shuddered, dispelling the dullness and bewilderment in his eyes. The Heavenly Emperor's shadow that appeared in the depths of the sky dome then shattered with a loud bang. The Heavenly Emperor's shadow had only lasted for an instant since Fan Dong had summoned it, but it was this short moment that gave Cotter the opportunity to counterattack. The distance he was forced to back up gave Cotter room to build up his strength. Thick, powerful legs bowed slightly. An explosive force surged from the ground into his legs, then burst out violently. The huge mountain-like body brought with it lightning speed. The dark inscriptions of light rhythms flowing on his body caused the fists he swung out to carry the power to shatter space. Click, click, click. Before the fist arrived, there was already a clicking sound on the barrier that had once resisted Cotter's gale-like attacks. At the sound of a click, a crack surfaced on top of the barrier. The sun god Ra, who had just recovered from the might of heaven and earth, had his eyes once again filled with bewilderment. Only this time there was an undisguised horror mixed in with the bewilderment. In the horrified eyes of the sun god Ra, Cotter's boulder-like fist arrived as expected. Boom! The fist, the size of a small mountain, whipped up a fierce fist wind and smashed onto the golden barrier. Unlike the crunching sound of hail falling on the carport earlier, there was no effect on the temple. This time, the roar that sounded like a meteorite hitting the ground caused the crumbling temple of the sun god to shake violently. The roaring sound lingered. The world seemed to stand still once again. The masses of nations within the space of the national movement, the Egyptian pharaohs within the temple of the sun, and even the sun god Ra, who was directly facing the Qua. Everyone in the world was in a daze for a moment. It was only because this punch of Cotter's, which seemed like an iron rider chiseling a formation, caused the golden barrier arching over the sun god's Ra to be covered in shattered patterns. No, it can't be. The Egyptian crowd inside the national transportation space murmured in disbelief. The scene in front of them was too sudden and shocking. So sudden that it was too late for them to even hide the ecstasy on their faces. Ecstasy and horror warred on the faces of the Egyptian masses. The inexplicable joy of not knowing whether to cry or laugh appeared on the faces of these masses. The Chinese looked at the Egyptian masses who were in a state of bewilderment and fear for a while in the midst of alternating great joy and great sorrow, and teasing emerged from the corners of their mouths. Only the Wahini didn't take the opportunity to celebrate and cheer. Realize that celebrating early is always the beginning of failure. Under the shock of the scene in front of him, an eerie silence was maintained within the national fortune space. The silence deepened the fear of the Egyptian masses and sent them into a trance. The realization of the oppression of trance and fear has caused many of the Egyptian masses to break down completely within themselves. Many have even slapped themselves in the face for not being able to believe it. The crisp ringing sound of palms clashing violently with faces resounded through the Egyptian audience. A hot, painful sensation came to his face, letting the Egyptian know that this was no dream. And the loud voice shattered the illusion of defeating Huaxia in their minds. The illusion shattered and an eerie silence ensued. sobbing and wailing filled the Egyptian audience in a near instant. Only the cries of the Egyptian crowd did not stop the quaffle from swinging its huge fist. The violent wind of the punch brought up sand and dust on the ground. Shadows of fists like a meteor shower streaking by poured out towards the sun god Ra. The booming sounds that made the temple sway exploded on the barrier one after another, and in a succession of explosions, cracks covered every inch of the barrier. However, sun god Ra could only watch the cracks appear, unable to do anything to resist. The only thing he could do was to pray silently. But if prayer works, then no one needs to struggle any harder. As Cotter slammed his fist on top of the barrier again, black ripples spread across the surface of the barrier with the fist as the center. Wherever the black ripples passed, the barrier, which had long been shaky, finally turned into pieces and scattered. A small golden snake seemed to have lost its vitality and turned into a bit of starlight, dissipating in the air. The sun god Ra seemed to be so intimidated by Cotter's raging power that he lost any strength he had. He stared blankly at the shattered barrier, even escape forgotten in his mind. Bah! Gods? But it's just a weak god. After shattering the barrier, Cotter stopped swinging his fists while his body was still building up strength. He spat on the ground, with a sound of endless disdain as the spittle slammed down. In the instant the voice fell. The power that Cotter had built up had also long since been built up. The arm carried a gale that made the temple shake, and the fist cut twisted black traces in space. The punch that had gathered the strength of Cotter's entire body heavily smashed into Sun God Ra's chest. Highly elevated pectoral muscles suddenly dented under the pounding force, and then the huge body was thrown up high. Boom! As another roar exploded, Sun God Ra's body crashed through the walls of the Sun God Temple and flew backwards 10,000 meters. The shattering of the walls seemed to have caused dominoes to fall. The already crumbling temple of the sun collapsed. Dust splattered and brickwork crumbled. The overwhelming momentum of sand and dust and broken tiles seemed to bury Kwafu as well as Fan Dong inside the temple. But the raging of sand and dust and broken tiles did not frighten the quarry. Rough, hot air erupted from his nostrils, and the grit that had covered it swung out in all directions with it. The Egyptian pharaoh, who had crawled out of nowhere, was similarly blown 10,000 meters by the raging heat and collapsed beside the sun god Ra. Cotter's eyes looked indifferently at the sun god Ra, who was 10,000 miles away, and his heart relaxed slightly. Fan Dong, on the other hand, was not in an easy mood. After all, even if this battle of national fortunes could end successfully, there are still an unknown number of other countries in the outside world that are eyeing China, a celestial kingdom with countless powerful gods such as Shiva, Brahma, Indra and Siddhartha, the eagle kingdom that can still call upon an omniscient and omnipotent god. The 12 principal gods reside high up in the land of Olympus on Mount Olympus. The gods on the surface were already making things difficult for Fan Dong, and the gods lurking in the shadows are a force to be reckoned with. At the thought of the dark currents in the outside world, Fan Dong's head couldn't help but droop. It was just that while Fan Dong was worrying about the outside world, the battle of national fortunes didn't seem to be over yet. The sun god Ra, whose figure was paralyzed 10,000 miles away, suddenly burst into mad laughter once more. This insane laughter attracted everyone's attention for a moment. Chapter 188, The Solar Eagle. Inside the national transportation space, a glimmer of hope rose in the despair-filled eyes of the Egyptian crowd. The sudden burst of insane laughter made them hope that the sun god Ra still had the means to be able to defeat Cotter, and the joy that rose in the faces of the Chinese masses was replaced by gravity. A gaze was cast on the body of the sun god Ra, and the sight that occurred next caused horror to surface once again in the eyes of the masses of the nations. Only the sun god Ra's insane laughter seemed to tickle the sun in the sky. The blazing sun flickered, and an extremely dazzling pillar of light was projected from it. The projection of this pillar of light was drawn to the body of the sun god Ra. Strand after strand of fiery energy poured into the sun god Ra's body along the pillar of light. Shining light converged on Ra's body, and the heavens and earth seemed to darken as a result. Cotter's slight relaxation tensed once more. Fan Dong's thought-filled eyes were also attracted to the unusual movement of the sun god Ra, with horrified eyes gazing at the glittering mass of light. The light completely covered sun god Ra's body. Only the shape of a divine eagle could be vaguely seen. Cotter's taut insides brought a slight uneasiness to his demeanor. Muscles that were slightly sore from a major battle had to contain strength. A fierce and cruel light flashed in the eyes that were like stars. The nostrils that seemed to be like a cave spewed out a furious and fiery stream of air. And after, under the shining of the black inscriptions on his body, the huge body transformed into a mecha made of steel, charging at the sun god Ra with unstoppable might. The earth rumbled and shook, and the few remaining grass huts that stood on the open ground collapsed under the vibrations. Eyes watched as the Quarian impacted towards the sun god Ra, not waiting for the sun god Ra to be knocked away by Cotter's tank-like body. The only glimmer of hope left in the eyes of the Egyptian crowd had then been blasted to pieces by the impact. It was important to realize that Cotter's fists alone could blast the serpentine guards of the sun god Ra into pieces. Now that the sun god Ra, who had been seriously injured and fallen to the ground by Cotter, How could he possibly resist the full force of Kotter's strike after he had sprinted 10,000 meters? Just now, he had to fight the giant with his physical body. Now even with the power of the sun, how could it possibly carry the giant's full force? It's too late. The giant's offense is complete, and the power of the sun won't be able to stop him. Sun God Ra is too arrogant. If he didn't fight the giant physically, he'd obviously have won by now. Despair flooded the hearts of the Egyptian crowd and wailing filled the Egyptian auditorium. Yet at a time of despair and pessimism in the hearts of the Egyptian masses, the sun god Ra did not stop down his movements. The light that obscured sun god Ra's form dissipated a lot. The shadow of the sun god Ra clearly appeared in the dazzling mass of light. The massive body seemed to shrivel up as if scorched by the sun. Bathed in dazzling sunlight, his arms were pinned to the sides of his torso, golden feathers that gradually grew out of his arms. As for the thick legs, they became thin and dry at the same time. Looking at the huge change in sun god Ra's body, horror grew in Kotter's pupils. His footsteps toward the sun goddess Ra grew faster and faster, as loud noises that shook the heavens and the earth came out one after another at his feet. A series of huge footprints spreading towards the sun god Ra, showing the power contained in the body of the Quarian. It was just as Kotter's power that had accumulated 10,000 meters was about to be poured onto the sun god Ra's body. Sun god Ra's body transformed into a sun god eagle covered in golden feathers. The loud and clear eagle song was extremely penetrating, stabbing straight towards the depths of the sky. The light around his body turned into substance, and under the driving force of the eagle's song, it was like a sharp sword that cut towards Kotter. Kotter's dash towards the sun god Ra was interrupted by the raw sound of an eagle carrying light. The huge body was as if it had turned into a cannonball, scraping up the sand and dust on the ground and flying backwards thousands of meters away. Rumble! A roar that caused the earth to shake rang out, and Kotter's body slammed into the ground. The sand and dust on the ground was pushed up by the huge body between the body rolls. The sand and dust converged into an overwhelming sandstorm, overriding towards Fan Dong at the back. Fan Dong blocked his right hand in front of his eyes, and his eyes were full of shock that he couldn't hide. The power contained in Kotter's charge to kill 10,000 meters was even more powerful than the power that shattered the sun god's La Serpentine guard. But it was such a powerful force that could be dissolved by an eagle's cry? Even Kotter was sent flying 10,000 meters away by the eagle's cry. Fan Dong's heart was filled with gravity. The power that the sun god Ra had shown now showed him that he could not take any of the country's gods lightly, especially a supreme god of a divine lineage. What happened in the flash of lightning caused the Egyptian masses in the national space to freeze for a moment. It was as incomprehensible as not being able to comprehend that Quarto could shatter the serpentine guards of the sun god Ra. They likewise can't comprehend what is happening now. Joy seemed to overshadow despair and depression, bursting through the heart. But the pain of what was once great joy and sorrow has put them in a trance where they don't know whether to cheer or not. The sun god eagle. It's the sun god eagle. The sound of Pharaoh's loud cheering awakened the Egyptian masses from their trance. The four-word sun god eagle finally made joy and excitement burst within. After all, in Egyptian mythology, if the sun god Ra is a symbol of the sun, what that sun god eagle itself represented was the sun. Joy and confidence swelled in the hearts of the Egyptian masses, and fervent faith was instilled in the solar eagle. Under the weight of a more and more raging faith, the sun god eagles flying with their wings in the sun's rays each had king cobras wrapped around their talons. The two king cobras had a brilliant golden color throughout their bodies. Each spit of the letter added a few more points to the sun god eagle. Nu B. A loud eagle's cry rang out from the sky, cutting through the billowing smoke. The smoke and dust gradually fell away, and the sun god eagle swooped down on the quarry in the yellow sand. Kotter, who had just risen from the ground, hadn't had time to make preparations before the eagle claws glowing with cold light appeared in front of his eyes. Both arms hastily blocked, and the skin blossomed with it. The two king cobras entwined in the eagle's talons also took this opportunity to bite at Kotter. For bloody holes appeared in Kotter's arms, the spread of the toxin causing Kotter's arms to stiffen. Only the pain as well as the stiffness coming from his arms didn't cow Kotter. Instead, the ferocity in his heart was aroused by the pain. Kotter was originally the leader of a clan of giants. He, who hunts for a living, has also organized his clan and rounded up eagles. Even if the clan is long gone, even if the solar eagle is far stronger than the eagles it once hunted. However, in Kotter's heart, he still had the confidence to capture and kill the sun god eagle. The continued pain and stiffness in his arm was ignored by the quaffle. The glaring eyes moved with the soaring of the sun eagle. The moment the sun god eagle vibrated its wings again, essence light exploded from Kotter's eyes, and the moment his legs bowed, his figure catapulted out. Chapter 189, a fake posing as the sun. The body that leapt up like a cannonball was as if it could smash everything in its path. Yet the average eagle would require a dozen giants to circle together. The sun god eagle, which represented the sun, could not be hunted down by Kotter alone. The Quarian figure dashed straight into the clouds and appeared where the sun god eagle was about to fly. But the sun god eagle didn't even give Kotter a chance to touch him. The figure that had stiffened for a split second due to the vibration of the wings moved several meters across the room in a bizarre manner. It was as if his figure could appear anywhere as long as the sun was shining. Cotter's pupils couldn't help but plummet as his figure fell sharply due to gravity. The figure in the air was unsupported by any point of gravity. The solar eagle keenly captured the dilemma that Cotter was in. The wings stretch, and then vibrate. The wings that covered the sky unfolded deep in the sky, and where they crossed, there were two golden rays of light flickering. Cotter had nothing to do with it. One could only block the sun god eagle's charge with both arms once again. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the sun god eagle crashed into Cotter's arm. The flickering black inscription on his arm could not resist the tearing bite of the Eye King snake. Once again, 4 bloody holes were imprinted in Quarto's arms. The body that was already slightly stiff from the spread of the venom was even more difficult to mobilize like a log at this moment. The stiff body was unable to make any movement. Cotter allowed his form to fall hard onto the earth in a kind of freefall. Smoke exploded, and the roar shook heaven and earth. A flash of horror flooded Fandon's heart, worrying about Cotter's body. Even if Cotter's body could withstand the sun god eagle's charge, but Cotter's body was not always able to ward off the king cobra toxin that was ravaging the body. The golden king cobra wrapped around the eagle's claws was definitely not a mortal object. The toxin it contained might not even be able to be dissolved and resisted by top gods. Ha ha ha, Chinese, hurry up and surrender. Lord Sun God Eagle represents the sun. As long as the sun doesn't fall, it's impossible for Lord Sun God Eagle to be defeated. The smoke settled down. The Egyptian pharaoh, who had been blown 10,000 meters away, did not know when he had come to Fandon's body. He looked at Cotter, who had collapsed in a large pit not far away, with mockery and disdain in his eyes. Fandon, who was worried about Cotter's safety, sniffed and slowly fixed his gaze on Pharaoh's body. There was no emotion in the cold and indifferent pupils, but when it fell into Pharaoh's eyes, there was a fury in that gaze that wanted to break him into pieces. Like a large tree rooted to the ground, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. An inner cringe brought a panic to his face that he couldn't erase, seeming to sense his own cowardice. The pharaoh's face was laced with irritation in his trepidation. Under a mix of trepidation and anger, hatred flashed in Pharaoh's eyes and he spoke through gritted teeth. Stupid Chinese, how dare you be arrogant even at the end of your life? Aren't you really afraid of the scorching flames of the sun? Pharaoh's voice fell. Fandon hadn't made any reaction yet. The Egyptian crowd inside the national transportation space is finally daring to come out with loud cheers and celebrations. The fact that Cotter's life and death were unknown had made them determine the victory of the sun god eagle in their hearts. A chorus of cheers and shouts echoed through the Egyptian audience. Lord Sun God Eagle is unrivaled. Face the sun directly and anyone will be turned to ashes. How dare a mere giant capture the sun? In the Egyptian perception, the sun was the supreme being. Anyone should fear the flames of the sun. It's just that the Egyptians feared the sun. Fandon, however, scoffed at the so-called sun in the country of Egypt. For Fandon, the sons of other gods, just a bunch of posers with hot powers. After all, it wasn't as if he, Fandon, hadn't defeated the sons of other god systems. One thought in this. Fandon's cold and raw eyes brought up strands of ferocity and killing intent. The voice also sounded in his mouth at the same time as ferocity and murderous intent surfaced. The solar eagle represents the sun, but it's just a fake posing as the sun. Fandon's voice, like a poisonous needle, pierced deeply into the hearts of the Egyptians who had a fervent faith in the sun god eagle. But do not wait for the Egyptian pharaoh and all the movements of the Egyptians. The Black Myth Heavenly Book in Fandon's mind suddenly started turning pages like crazy. Between paper flips, the image eventually settled on Chang'e, the lord of the blood moon, as well as Hou-Yi, the world-destroying demon Bao. Hou-Yi, who was hugging Chang'e tightly, looked straight toward the outside of the Black Myth Heavenly Book. The indifferent gaze seemed to penetrate the paper of the Black Myth Heavenly Book. Then, a cold, hard and merciless voice came out of his mouth. A mere son. How dare you be arrogant? I have shot down an unknown number of suns long ago in the course of 1,000 years. This indifferent and merciless voice echoed between heaven and earth through Fandon's mind. At the echo of this voice, the sun god eagle soaring in the sky was as if it had encountered a natural enemy. He let out a sharp wail and vibrated his wings, which froze violently. The figure fell towards the ground. Even the sun is going down. As the figure was about to crash to the ground, fortunately, Hou-Yi's voice, which echoed between heaven and earth, slowly disappeared. The wings that covered the sky vibrated in time, and the figure rose up after creating a huge wave of air on the ground. The sun god eagle flew between heaven and earth in disbelief. Hou-Yi's voice made him feel a threat of death. It was as if he would not be able to resist even for an instant if the owner of this voice struck. Terror suppressed the pride in the sun god eagle's heart. The threat of death drove him to decide to decapitate Cotter immediately. The sharp beak of the eagle viciously pecked at the Eye King snake entangled in the eagle's claws. Large portions of the Eye King snake's flesh and blood steeply disappeared, turning into golden light that merged into the sun god eagle's body. The integration of the golden light caused the already powerful aura of the sun god eagle to rise once more. Nowadays, the sun god eagle was merely hovering in the sky. The vibrating wings then caused the space around them to crack. Fan Dong's eyes looked towards the sun god eagle, and there was pity born in his heart. He regretted that Hui was unable to show up and kill the so-called sun god eagle with a single arrow, but the pity in Fan Dong's heart didn't last long. It was only because the black myth heavenly book in his mind had once again begun to turn over. The image of Chang'e and Hui flips by quickly. A female empress clad in a green gown with a phoenix crown and holding an ear of rice appeared in the black myth heavenly book. The green dress has a cloud pattern and a mountain and river pattern carved on it. The scent of life and death lingered on the ears of rice in his hands. The empress's eyes seemed to see through the black myth heavenly book, seeing Cotter's body in life and death. A flicker of heartache flashed across her kind face. Before the ears of rice waved in her hands, dots of green life are sown on the ears of rice. These living beings did not enter into the body of the quasar, but also burrowed into the earth where there was no life whatsoever. The greenness that represents life appears on the withered surface. In the meantime, the roar resonated deep in the earth. The soil tumbled with the roar of the earth. Immediately after, an arm, devoid of any flesh and blood, poked out from the depths of the earth and slapped on the ground. Chapter 190, The Quartet That Came Back from the Dead. The earth shook violently and muffled sounds exploded in the sky. Amidst the continuous tremors of the earth, a huge skeleton slowly crawled out from the depths of the earth. On top of the skeleton, although there was no flesh and blood, it was as if it possessed a consciousness. Hollow, lifeless eyes scanned around, even though no eyes even exist in the sockets. However, it still made anyone who was swept by these empty orbs freeze as if they were being stared at by an ancient beast. After the giant skeleton crawled out from the depths of the earth, the black myth heavenly book floating in front of Fan Dong's eyes slowly dissipated. Fan Dong's mind returned to the outside world, realizing the empress revealed in the black myth heavenly book, most likely the Mother Earth as well as the goddess of the underworld, the queen of the earth. Reverence and excitement, as an afterthought, stirred in Fan Dong's heart, and the huge skeleton that crawled out from the depths of the earth seemed to be in a daze after scanning around. The skull, which was like a small mountain, drooped slightly, and the figure fell into silence as if it had lost its energy. The sight of the skeleton turning the earth over just now seemed to be just a hallucination of the crowd. After all, a skeleton without flesh and blood, how is it possible to have the divine power to turn the earth upside down? Inside the national transportation space, the masses of the Egyptian nation, which had been in a frozen daze because of the fall of the sun eagle and the appearance of the huge skeleton, gradually came back to their senses. Voice after voice of self-compassion and cheer appeared softly over the audience. False alarm! False alarm! Even if the owner of that voice is immensely powerful, so what? He can't interfere with the battle of national fortunes at all. When we finish off Fan Dong, even the most powerful gods won't be able to be summoned at all. Exactly. And as loud as this giant skeleton is, it's a pity that it's just a skeleton. He can't stand up to Lord Sun God Eagle at all. The self-congratulatory voices of the Egyptian masses did go a long way. The shock of Hui's voice and the hollow eyes of the skeleton was completely banished by self-assurance. The arrogant and cocky mocking voice grew more and more intense in the audience. The solar eagle, hovering over the temple of the sun, seemed to hear the voices of the Egyptian masses. Sharp eagle eyes flashed with enough light to pierce space. Between the fluttering of his wings, the wild winds then whistled across heaven and earth. The golden light that was transformed by the flesh and blood of the Eye King snake was only a thin film wrapped around the sun god eagle's body. Just wait for the golden light to completely integrate into the body. The sun god eagle was then going to use a thunderous force to completely decapitate Cotter, who was lying in the deep pit. Newbie! An eagle call as sharp as a sword exploded into the sun god eagle's beak. The eagle's cry was both as a preview of a thunderous strike and a celebration of a hard-won victory. But it was the eagle's blast that caused the skeleton, with its head slumped, to slowly raise its head up. The skeleton swept away the previous bewilderment, even without any flesh and blood to show emotion. Anyone, however, could feel the determination that the skeleton held. The dark yellow leg bones, long stained by the soil, stride eerily. Amidst the clattering sounds of bones colliding, the skeleton walked right up to the deep pit where the Quarian was. Inside the pit, under the erosion of the terrifying snake venom as well as the heavy pressure of falling from a high altitude, Cotter's body had long since become limp. Every bone seemed to be broken. The skeleton's empty eye sockets looked straight at the living and dead Quarian. A touch of anger and battle intent raged from above every bone. Seeing this, the sun god eagle, which was bathed in golden light, had a strong uneasiness welling up in its heart. He could hardly wait for the golden glow to be fully absorbed. Both wings fluttered violently, and the remaining golden light around his body was then shaken apart. And after, the sharp eagle's beak pointed straight at the quarry lying in the deep pit, and his body was like a jet fighter, swooping towards the quarry. The wings that covered the sky hid a large shadow, and the sharp eagle claws cut smooth cracks in space. And while the sun god eagle was charging at Cotter, the skeleton also made a move at the same time. The huge skeleton that stood on the earth suddenly collapsed. The 206 bones that made up the skeleton, however, did not fall to the ground. The bones faded to a yellow color formed by the soil leaching and hovered in the air. Immediately after, the bones were guided by an invisible force, lining up and rushing towards the quaffle whose bones were as broken as they could be. Skull, hand and leg bones. Each of the 206 bones took its place and, like worms, burrowed into the body of the Quarian. The limp body, gradually supported, as if once again full of strength. Seeing this, the sun god eagle, which was approaching Cotter at an extremely fast speed, flashed a flash of fear in its stern pupils. He could feel Cotter's body, devouring the power spreading between heaven and earth with a whale-like momentum. The fear in his heart forced the sun god eagle to speed up its swoop. The Egyptian crowd inside the National Games space was also cheering loudly for the solar eagles. The strange movement of the skeleton caused the same uneasiness to grow in their hearts. It was as if the quaffle could come to its senses, the one who would die would surely be the sun god eagle who seemed to have the upper hand. Sun god eagle Sama, go for it, get the giant, kill the Chinese. The hope of my Egypt's rise is at hand. We must seize it. The cheering of the Egyptian crowd drew the heartstrings of the Chinese. Amidst the cheering of the Egyptian crowd and the nervousness of the Chinese, the sun god eagle's eyes, however, showed a touch of uncontrollable ecstasy. There were only 1,000 meters between him and the quarry. Even if Kwaku opens his eyes right now, the sun god eagle also had the confidence to kill Cotter with a single strike. The loud eagle call showed the excitement in the heart of the sun god eagle. But when the sun god eagle was about to decapitate Cotter, deep in the dome of the sky, a dark cloud suddenly gathered and took shape. Between the raging thunder, a thunder dragon broke through the clouds and roared towards the sun god eagle. No matter how fast the sun god eagle was, how could it be faster than thunder? The moment the sun god eagle was about to touch Cotter, the thunder dragon snatched at it. The berserk thunder dragon interrupted the sun god eagle's swooping might alive. The ravages of the thunder directly caused the sun god eagle to fly away in a sorry state after leaving a trail of feathers behind. Stunned, he hung high in the air, his sharp eagle eyes fixed on the side of the deep pit. Only Fandong's face was pale and he was panting, as if he had just gone through a great battle. But the pale face could not hide Fandong's joy. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's you! The sun god eagle spat out human words, its voice carrying anger and astonishment. Fandong's smile grew wider. Who else can there be under this heaven and earth but him? Just because he had never used the power of the gods of the Thunder Ministry didn't mean he wouldn't use it. The bright smile on Fandong's face made everything clear in the sun god eagle's mind, and as a result, the anger in his heart almost rushed out of his body, coloring the sky red. As the supreme god of the Egyptian pantheon representing the sun, it was the first time a human had ever left him in such a lurch. Monstrous rage took over reason, and the sun god eagle turned its spearhead around and killed towards Fandong. The figure of the sun god eagle gradually enlarged in Fandong's eyes, yet no fear was born in Fandong's eyes. It was only because the quarry had long ago climbed out in the middle of a deep pit. ______.